At the awakening ceremony, I was mocked by my family and everyone else, all because my innate talent turned out to be the universally despised insect master. While my cousin, blessed with the dragon tongue talent, was regarded as the future of the family, basking in the limelight. They drove me out of the house, thinking I was worthless, but they didn't know that what I had contracted wasn't a bunch of weak insects, but a swarm of calamity capable of devouring heaven and earth. My name is Su Ming, a high school senior who just transmigrated into the beast-taming world. This world underwent a tremendous transformation 300 years ago due to a fusion between games and reality. Animals and plants mutated, granting humans the ability to form contracts with beasts, thus becoming beastmasters. Now, beastmasters enhance their strength by clearing dungeons and conquering secret realms. At the age of 18, everyone has the opportunity to awaken their beast-taming talent through the Awakening Stone. This allows some beast-tamers to gain a significant lead right from the start. At Qingxin Beast-Taming Middle School where I attended, the talent awakening ceremony was underway. 3 teachers entered the classroom carrying awakening stones, and the leading teacher announced the rules. Those who awaken within 1 minute are considered talented. My heart raced with anticipation for my golden finger. The awakening ceremony soon began, with many failing one after another. Until Zhao Wu, who successfully awakened the tiger's might talent. This allowed him to enhance the imposing presence of tiger-type tamed beasts, drawing the envy of his classmates. Next, Su Ming. Hearing my name, I excitedly stepped forward and placed my hand on the awakening stone. A warm current surged into my body, and a voice immediately echoed in my mind. Detecting host awakening talent. Host talent leader identified, matching suitable system for host. Matching successful, strongest Zerg Cataclysm system loading. Leader, Zerg Cataclysm system. I was ecstatic, my golden finger had finally arrived. Leader, increases the attack power of surrounding allies, with greater amplification the larger the number. Strongest Zerg Cataclysm system. 1. Brood Mother. After contracting any new Zerg, an identical Brood Mother will automatically be generated. 2. Attribute points. Consume funds, rare treasures, or slay fierce beasts to gain attribute points, which can be used to accelerate the Brood Mother's incubation or upgrade Zerg warriors. 3. Eat Beast Taming Space. The Beast Taming Space has no upper limit. I nearly jumped up, this system was downright overpowered. As long as I had enough money or hunted enough fierce beasts, I could create an army of billions of Zerg. My leader talent was even more broken. The greater the numbers, the higher the amplification. This would be a real-life version of the Zerg apocalypse. The teacher's voice snapped me back to reality. Su Ming, awakened beast-taming talent, leader. My classmates looked at me, their faces not filled with envy, only pity. The teacher tactfully told me that my talent is limited by the taming space, and since everyone's taming space is finite, my ability is rather useless. I couldn't care less, because I know that with my system, I will become a true insectoid calamity. In the end, 13 students in our class awakened their talents. Everyone was preparing to contract their first tamed beast. This tamed beast would be their most important partner in the early stages. I returned to my family. The Su family is a taming family in Linhai City with a heritage spanning several decades. My grandfather, Su Tianhu, is a minor grandmaster level beast tamer. Su Yuhan from the class next door, my uncle's daughter, has already returned to the family ahead of schedule. She has awakened an extremely rare dragon tongue talent, and the main family members are all waiting in the main hall. Grandpa asked me what talent I had awakened, and I replied, leader. Upon hearing my talent, Auntie smirked quietly, while Su Yuhan looked on with arrogance. Grandpa also expressed disappointment with this talent, saying it wasn't as good as Su Yuhan's dragon speech, but at least it was better than nothing. Yuhan, your talent is unique. The family has 3 subspecies dragon-type spirit beasts, you could try forming a contract with them, grandfather said kindly to Su Yuhan. Su Ming, your talent has its limitations. If you can form a contract with any beast in the beast vault, just go ahead and try, grandfather said to me in a rather indifferent tone. I followed Su Yuhan to the beast vault, a place spanning thousands of acres, filled with various young beasts. Su Yuhan was taken by grandfather to contract a subdragon, while I was told to choose on my own. With no one to disturb me, I headed straight to the insect beast area. There were only a few types of insects here, and information boxes for 3 insect beasts appeared before me: blade insect, shield insect, and tiger beetle. Without hesitation, I bit my finger and dripped blood onto the 3 insect beasts. With the system's help, they immediately formed contracts with me. Within the beast space, 3 corresponding mother insects also appeared. Name, Blade Insect Mother, production speed, 3 hours per unit. Name, Shield Beetle Queen, production speed, 3 hours per unit. Name, Tiger Beetle Queen, production speed, 6 hours per unit. At that moment, a dragon's roar echoed through the air, and I knew Su Yuhan had successfully formed the contract. I rushed over to find an ice-winged dragon nestled affectionately in her arms. Su Ming, what kind of spirit beasts have you contracted? The ant asked curiously. Insect-type spirit beasts, tiger beetles, blade insects, and shield insects. Ha ha ha, contracting 3-headed worms, truly the difference between dragons and worms. My aunt mocked. My mother, Suzhou, stood up for me, but my aunt wouldn't let it go. Grandpa spoke up to stop him and announced that Su Yuhan had contracted with the Ice-Winged Dragon, which would allow her to revive the family in the future. Resources can only be given to those who can revitalize the family. Grandpa's gaze was cold and indifferent. Since that's the case, then I'll leave the Su family. I made the decision without hesitation. Su Tianhu watched our family coldly. From today on, your family will break away from the Su family. I will give you a sum of money to ensure you live carefree for the rest of your lives, but from now on, you must never claim to be part of the Su family again. I smiled, finally called out Grandpa, and boldly declared, it's just a contract with a lesser dragon. In the future, my insectoid beasts will be capable of slaying dragons. Su Tianhu paid no attention to me, focusing entirely on nurturing Su Yuhan to secure first place in the upcoming national beast-taming exam. After leaving the Su family, my parents showed no sadness. Instead, they expressed their support. I asked them for money, the more, the better, to deliver a resounding slap to the Su family's face at the beast-taming exam. Bank card credited, 1 million yuan. I received the money, feeling thrilled, and immediately exchanged the 1 million yuan for 10,000 consumption points. Mother Bug 1, Shield Bug Mother, production rate, 3 hours per unit. Consume 1,000 points to increase production rate to 2 hours per unit. Consume 3,000 points to increase production rate to 1 hour per unit. I'm in a dilemma, I only have 10,000 consumption points. In 3 days, the school will organize a dungeon trial, with the first prize being a treasure worth 1 million. I decided to allocate 3,000 points for each brood mother to increase their production rate. In 3 days, the number of my tamed beasts will exceed 100, and with the leader talent, it's enough to trigger a qualitative transformation. 3 days later, on the school playground, everyone excitedly showcased their tamed beasts. Zhao Wu had contracted a saber-toothed tiger with high racial stats and boasted that he would compete for the top 3. A beast master can contract up to an extraordinary level beast, but Su Yuhan's Ice-Winged Dragon has the potential to grow up to a lord level. This is the reason why the Su family values her so highly. Chapter 4, School Rewards, Bloodline Purification Agent. Su Ming stood amidst the crowd, his vision focused on the system's transparent interface. I currently have 78 shield beetles and 78 blade beetles, plus 25 tiger beetles. Reaching the dungeon will likely take another hour or two. The queen can hatch one more batch, bringing my total to nearly 200 insect mounts. This trial shouldn't pose much trouble now. Su Ming calculated in his mind. Though both shield bugs and blade bugs were low-tier species. But he had quantity on his side. Moreover, none of the other participants had leveled up their beasts yet. And with the boost from his Beastmaster talent, he could increase his strength by 0.2 times. With over 100 insect mounts each gaining a 0.2x strength boost, this represented a qualitative leap from quantitative accumulation. By this calculation, his advantage remained substantial. Just as Su Ming was strategizing his battle plan for the dungeon, Zhao Wu suddenly appeared before him. Su Ming, I hear you contracted a bug-type beast and got kicked out of your clan. Looking up, he saw Zhao Wu standing there, arms crossed, a look of mockery on his face. Get lost. Su Ming couldn't be bothered to waste another word on such a person. He understood Zhao Wu's motives all too well. He was just trying to pursue Su Yuhan and put Su Ming down first. Told to get lost outright, Zhao Wu was furious. Su Ming, you think you're still part of the Su family? Those few bugs you've contracted? My saber-toothed tiger could crush a whole bunch of them with a single paw. If you call me Brother Wu, I might even help you out in the dungeon. Zhao Wu stared at Su Ming with an air of smug arrogance, seemingly waiting for Su Ming to throw himself at his mercy. With that little kitten of yours, you actually have the nerve to show off in front of me? Su Ming, you really want to die, huh? You think I won't make you unable to kill a single ferocious beast in the dungeon? Oof. I'd love to see how you'll stop me from killing a single beast. Zhao Wu pointed a finger at Su Ming, gritting his teeth. Fine. We'll see how it goes in the dungeon. At that moment, the school leadership also took the stage. The principal, holding his speech, stood before the microphone. Students, it has been 3 days since you all awakened your beast-taming talents. Among Aosong's 3,700 plus students this year, a staggering 411 have awakened beast-taming talents, setting a new historical record. Furthermore, some students have awakened rare talents. For instance, Su Yuhan from Class 6, Senior 3, has awakened the Dragon Speaker talent and successfully contracted a sub-dragon beast. At these words, all eyes turned to Su Yuhan standing at the front. Envious murmurs rippled through the student ranks. I trust everyone has already contracted their own beast. While Beastmaster talent is crucial, cultivating a beast relies on more than just innate ability. Take our great Xiao's King Tier powerhouse, Lin Jianfeng. He possesses no Beastmaster talent, yet he cultivated his own beast to King Tier. Today, all students of Omori Beastmaster High will embark on our first practical training expedition into the dungeon. This is a rare opportunity. I urge everyone to seize this chance for hands-on experience and strive for excellence in this trial. The school will reward top performers. First place receives a vial of bloodline purification potion, while second and third places each receive a cash prize of 500,000 yuan. Faced with the school's rewards, most students were extremely excited. Beast cultivation was an extremely costly endeavor. The materials required for beast evolution, bloodline purification, and other processes were exorbitantly expensive, even priceless and unavailable on the market. But when Su Ming heard the reward was a bloodline purification potion, he was stunned. This reward was worth over 3 million credits, capable of purifying the bloodline within a beast tamer's body. Bloodline purification agents were strictly regulated by the state, making them priceless treasures with no market value. Even for the Su family, obtaining one would be exceedingly difficult. Who would have thought the school would offer this as the first place prize? And everyone seemed to have a clear idea of who this reward was intended for. Su Yuhan, who had contracted a sub-dragon species, was undoubtedly destined to claim first place in this trial. If the Icewing Dragon's bloodline could be further enhanced, its power in the upcoming Beastmaster exam would be truly terrifying. The school really went all out this time. It's been years since anyone from Aomori achieved the top rank in the Beastmaster exam. With Su Yuhan finally here, the principal must be determined to redeem himself. TSK, why go through all this trouble? Just hand it over to Su Yuhan already. That's not the point. It's already Su Yuhan's prize anyway. I just wish they'd thrown in 100 grand or so as a reward. The announcement of the reward sent the students below into a frenzy. The principal continued, "Students, the rewards have been announced. The dungeon's difficulty is low, with minimal danger. You'll soon receive a tracking watch detailing the distribution of beasts within the dungeon. This device will calculate your scores based on the beasts you slay. Once inside, train according to your true abilities. Don't overestimate yourselves. Be aware that level 5 beasts reside in the core area, posing significant danger. If uncertain, stay in the outer regions. Finally, I wish you all outstanding results and valuable experience in this practical training." The moment the principal finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Soon after, Su Ming received the wristwatch prepared by the school. The map inside the watch divided the entire dungeon area into 4 zones using yellow, green, blue, and red colors. The dungeon layout formed a fan shape. The yellow zone, housing level 1 beasts, occupied roughly 1/3 of the dungeon and formed its outermost perimeter. Next came the green zone, housing level 2 beasts, followed by the blue zone with level 3 beasts. The core red zone housed level 4 beasts, with even level 5 beasts lurking within. The map is exceptionally detailed, even marking the primary types of beasts distributed within each zone. This map will indeed make things much easier. After fastening his watch, Su Ming suddenly found someone standing before him. He looked up and was surprised to see Su Yuhan. "Su Yuhan? Su Ming, I came to tell you this, there's no need for you to compete with me. Ever since you contracted those 3 insects, the gap in our starting points has been clear. Don't blame grandfather for being biased by returning to the Su family, you can still rely on them to enhance your strength." Hearing Su Yuhan's words, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. "So it seems you actually care about me. I suppose I should thank you then. That's the truth. So you're saying your dragon is stronger than my insects?" Su Yuhan looked at Su Ming, utterly astonished by his words. "I'm just giving you a friendly heads up. If you try to rely solely on yourself and those 3 bugs, you might not even get into college. And then it'll be the Su family's face that gets dragged through the mud. Hey, Miss Su, my parents and I are no longer part of your Su family. And whether I get into university or not is none of your business. Well, good luck with that." Chapter 5, The Hunt Begins, Rapid Leveling Up. Watching Su Yuhan's retreating figure, Su Ming sneered with disdain. Binding a sub-dragon? She really thinks she's something special now. Even if you contracted a true dragon, it wouldn't stand a chance against my system. Not far away, Zhao Wu witnessed the argument between Su Yun and Su Yuhan. "That Su Ming is asking for trouble," someone beside Zhao Wu muttered. "That Su Ming actually dares to pick a fight with Su Yuhan? We'll show him what he's made of in the dungeon. Brother Wu, no one in our school deserves Su Yuhan more than you." Zhao Wu's affection for Su Yuhan was common knowledge. And after Su Yuhan contracted a dragonling, Zhao Wu made no effort to hide his affection for her. He gladly accepted the flattery from those around him. His gaze towards Su Ming grew dark and menacing. At the dungeon entrance, the school's 3,000 students were divided into 10 teams, queuing to enter through 10 separate passages. This dungeon, developed by Linhai City itself, was specifically designed to provide practical combat training for students who had just contracted with beasts. The trial duration was set at 12 hours, calculated based on each participant's entry time. The dungeon environment was set as a combination of grasslands and forests. Upon entering, Su Ming found himself in the grassland section. Each blade of grass stood over half a meter tall, swaying in the wind. One could spot ferocious beasts lurking within the grass. This is still the yellow zone. These beasts are only level 1. That's a relief. Su Ming glanced at the location on his watch, confirming he was at the outermost edge of the instance. Facing these level 1 beasts, Su Ming felt little pressure. With a flick of his wrist, he released 40 shield bugs and blade bugs. The density of beasts in this grassy area wasn't too high. With the shield bugs and blade bugs working together, they could locate the beasts more quickly. The moment the 40 shield bugs and blade bugs touched down, they swiftly began searching the surrounding area for beasts according to Su Ming's command. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the grasslands stirred with commotion. The blade bugs moved with blinding speed. Spotting a beast, one leapt high into the air, swinging its arm to slice through over half a meter of grass. The beast's form appeared before them. Seeing it was a blade bug, the beast showed no fear whatsoever. It turned and lunged directly at the blade bug. But just as it closed in, the shield bug suddenly interposed itself between the blade bug and the large-eared rat before them. Boom! At that moment, 2 more blade insects appeared behind him. Swish! The blade flashed, slicing the big-eared rat cleanly into 3 pieces. Level 1 big-eared rat successfully slain. Experience plus 10, consumption points plus 10. What a great team effort. Su Ming hadn't taught them, but their coordination in this first battle, the blade bugs attacking while the shield bugs defended, left him thoroughly impressed. Blade bugs attacked, shield bugs defended. Since that's the case, let's clear out this entire area. With a thought, Su Ming commanded all blade beetles and shield beetles except for the tiger beetles to enter the grassy area. Immediately, a flurry of successful kill notifications flashed before Su Ming's eyes. Successful kill, level 1 big-eared rat. Experience plus 10, consumption points plus 10. Successful kill, level 1 big-eared rat. Experience plus 10, consumption points plus 10. Successful kill, level 1 big-eared rat. Experience plus 10, consumption points plus 10. In less than an hour, Su Ming's level had risen from 1 to 2. This is the advantage of the insect race. Su Ming rejoiced inwardly. This efficiency was simply unmatched. He couldn't even fathom how many levels he could gain in a single day. Now that I've broken through to level 2, this level 1 area is no longer suitable for my training. With that thought, Su Ming immediately headed toward the green zone. Level 2 beasts yielded 20 experience points upon defeat. Staying in the level 1 beast zone would not only slow his leveling progress, but also negatively impact his overall performance. Judging by her strength, Su Yuhan could likely have entered the level 2 beast area from the start. Outside the dungeon, the school leaders sat together, waiting for the students. Suddenly, an elderly man appeared before them. Head of the Su family. What brings you here? The principal recognized the visitor as none other than Su Tianhu, the current head of the Su family. Responding to the principal's inquiry, Su Tianhu smiled and said, "My granddaughter is experiencing her first real combat. She found staying home too boring, so she wanted to come here and see for herself." Well, head of the Su family, you're a bit early. It takes 6 hours for the students' results to be transmitted back, and only 1 hour has passed so far. No matter. The principal invited Su Tianhu to sit down. Head of the Su family, Su Yuhan contracted a sub-dragon species this year. She has no equal in the entire city. Barring any surprises, she'll take first place in this trial. After absorbing the bloodline refinement agent, she'll undoubtedly be the city's top scholar. Thank you for your support, principal. The Su family is deeply grateful. Su Tianhu understood that the bloodline purification agent was a state-controlled resource, and the school's willingness to provide it was a clear sign of favor towards Su Yuhan. It's only right. Su Yuhan's outstanding achievements will reflect well on our school too. The principal chuckled along. By the way, head of the Su family, Su Ming has also awakened his talent. Why did he choose a Bug Clan Beastmaster contract? It's such a waste of his potential. The principal spoke with a look of regret on his face. At the mention of Su Ming's name, Su Tianhu's expression instantly darkened. Principal, Su Ming has been expelled from the Su family. He is no longer one of us. Expelled from the Su family? The principal looked somewhat surprised. Su Tianhu fumed, useless. He still wanted resources equal to Yuhan's? Since he wished to leave the family, I granted his wish. Hearing this, the principal and other school leaders exchanged awkward smiles. The level 2 ferocious beast zone had already entered the forest. Su Ming had barely entered when he encountered a level 2 giant-toothed rabbit. In less than a breath's time, it was swept away by his insect horde. Successful kill, level 2 giant-toothed rabbit. Experience plus 20, consumption points plus 20. Giant-toothed rabbits are herd animals. There must be a nest nearby. Find it and wipe them all out. Most low-level beasts are communal creatures. This instance was no exception, designed specifically to provide newcomers with ample opportunities to level up. Within 2 hours, Su Ming's level rose again, reaching level 3. I'd been in this dungeon for less than 3 hours and already hit level 3. Few could match this pace. Su Ming calculated inwardly that as his level increased, the power of the insect beasts under his command would also grow. And he hadn't even deployed the tiger beetle yet. Weak insect mounts? That's laughable. I wonder who'd win if my current insect army faced off against Su Yuhan's Icewing Dragon. With that thought, Su Ming chose not to linger long in the level 2 ferocious beast zone. He entered the level 3 ferocious beast zone directly. Meanwhile, in the level 1 ferocious beast zone, Zhao Wu, who was searching for Su Ming's trail, was also deeply puzzled. What's going on? Why can't we find that kid Su Ming? Brother Wu, he must be hiding, knowing we're coming for him. Definitely. With just those few bugs he's got, they wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between our brother Wu's saber-toothed tiger's teeth. Zhao Wu then declared, forget it. No more searching for him. Let's focus on grinding monsters. I won't let that guy mess up my stats. Chapter 6, Is the watch broken? How could Su Ming be first? Outside the instance, 3 hours had passed. Su Tianhu couldn't wait to ask, Principal, the 3 hours are up. Have the results come back yet? It should be ready. The principal nodded and dialed the number. Soon, the large screen above the dungeon center slowly lit up. One by one, names and scores appeared before everyone's eyes. Su Tianhu stared at the information displayed, his mind going blank. First place, Su Ming, score 2190. Second place, Su Yuhan, score 1580. Third place, Yan Bin, score 1370. Principal, is there a problem with these scores that were transmitted back? The principal stared at the numbers above and froze in place. Ha! Why is Su Ming's score so much higher? Could it be that the watch is faulty? Su Tianhu inquired. The principal shook his head. That's impossible. These watches are all certified and functioning properly. They wouldn't malfunction. Even if there were the slightest defect, it wouldn't affect the scoring. Then how could Su Ming possibly score higher than Yuhan? Su Tianhu clearly didn't believe it. The principal smiled and said, head of the Su family, Su Ming is, after all, your bloodline. While I don't fully understand how he achieved such results, it proves he possesses his own innate talent. Perhaps that's why he chose to contract a bug-type beast master. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could insects compare to dragons? Su Tianhu shook his head. Principal, when this is over, please check Su Ming's watch. It must be broken. Alright, I'll see to it. 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Su Ming's level had now broken through to level 5, and he had even entered the core area of the dungeon to begin slaughtering enemies. Currently, no one else had reached this level. Therefore, the core area remained completely deserted. Su Yan even unleashed all his tiger beetles. In one-on-one combat, his insect warriors were still no match for their opponents. But sheer numbers were their strength. Moreover, the queen was still continuously producing new units. His consumption points had now reached 6,800. Combined with the remaining 1,000 points from earlier, he now had 7,800 points. Without hesitation, Su Ming used these points to boost the production speed of the tiger beetles. This is awesome. Killing beasts seems to yield consumption points much faster than spending money. These points corresponded to the experience he gained. As his level increases in the future, the beasts he slays will also grow stronger. His consumption points would likewise increase. Let's get grinding. What's wrong with bugs? More bugs can slay dragons too. He intended to use this instance to rapidly level up. This way, I'll be able to tackle higher level dungeons and hunt even more powerful beasts. With this in mind, Su Ming had already formulated a rough cultivation plan to ensure he could reach peak condition before the Beastmaster exam. Once he broke through to level 5, no beast in this dungeon would stand a chance against him. Although he had lost several blade bugs and shield bugs during the battles. However, compared to the production speed of the queen insect, this minor loss would not affect Su Ming in the slightest. His insect army now numbered over 200. These 200 insect beasts swept through the dungeon like a swarm of locusts, obliterating everything in their path. Higher levels demanded more experience to level up. Yet for Su Ming, even though he had now surpassed level 5, his leveling speed hadn't slowed significantly compared to before. The core area contained relatively few fierce beasts. It took Su Ming less than 3 hours to completely clear all beasts above level 4 from the dungeon's core area. And now, Su Ming's level had already broken through to level 6. 3 hours remained before the assessment concluded. There are no more beasts left? This means I have no choice but to return to the level 3 beast area. Su Ming felt helpless. This would significantly slow down his leveling progress. Recalling his insectoid army, Su Ming promptly returned to the level 3 beast's habitat. The moment he entered the blue zone where the level 3 beasts resided, Su Ming heard a familiar voice. Su Ming! So you were hiding here. No wonder I couldn't find you. Zhao Wu. Su Ming looked at the approaching figure. Beside Zhao Wu stood a saber-toothed tiger over 5 meters long and 2 meters tall, its eyes fixed on him with savage intensity. You've been looking for me? I told you I'd teach you a lesson. Never imagined you'd hide in a level 3 ferocious beast zone just to evade me and actually survive. Su Ming chuckled at Zhao Wu's self-assurance. Get lost. I don't have time for you. To Su Ming, Zhao Wu was nothing but a clown. Engaging with him would only waste precious time he could be spending grinding experience. You really are arrogant beyond belief. With just those few bugs of yours, you dare to stand up to me? In this instance, if I killed you, no one would ever know. Zhao Wu was instantly enraged by Su Ming's words. Saber-toothed tiger, teach him a lesson. Roar. The saber-toothed tiger roared and lunged straight at Su Ming. You asked for it. Don't blame me. Su Ming shouted, and in the next instant, hundreds of insect beasts swarmed out, narrowly missing the saber-toothed tiger. In an instant, the roaring saber-toothed tiger was devoured by Su Ming's blade insects, shield insects, and tiger beetles. By the time it fell before Su Ming, only a skeleton remained. Zhao Wu was dumbfounded by the scene before him. A dense swarm of insect beasts instantly surrounded him. Su Ming, how could you have so many insects? Zhao Wu panicked. His beast had been killed in an instant, and he couldn't comprehend how Su Ming could possibly possess such a vast number of insect beasts. This was beyond his comprehension. The dead don't need to know any more than that. What? You're going to kill me? Zhao Wu panicked. Su Ming, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. We're classmates. Ha? Classmates? If I were weaker than you, I'd likely be food in your saber-toothed tiger's jaws by now. Su Ming showed no mercy whatsoever. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, Zhao Wu, along with the saber-toothed tiger's remains, vanished completely. After completing this, Su Ming exhaled slowly. Su Ming considered himself no murderer, but for those who harbored unprovoked hostility toward him and sought to end his life. Even if he killed them, it wouldn't be a pity. However, the matter of killing Zhao Wu must remain absolutely confidential. The Zhao family holds considerable influence. If they were to become entangled with us now, it would only create further complications. Deaths were commonplace in the dungeon. Therefore, as long as he erased all traces of his killing Zhao Wu. As for the rest, Su Ming needn't concern himself. That Zhao Wu wasted nearly 10 minutes of my time. Another 10 minutes down the drain. Chapter 7, The Trial Ends, Top Scorer. Outside the instance, witnessing Su Ming's utterly absurd score. Even the usually composed headmaster couldn't help but swallow hard. Principal, unless the watch malfunctioned, is this score even possible for a beast master who just contracted several insect-type beasts? Su Tianhu pointed at the displayed score, almost frantic in his attempt to prove the numbers were a glitch. But the principal shook his head at Su Tianhu's words. The more you insist, the more it proves the scoring watch is functioning normally. If there were any abnormalities, we would have received an error log from the watch. It couldn't have remained unreported for this long. The principal looked at Su Tianhu and said slowly, perhaps Su Ming possesses some methods unknown to us. With beast tamers, anything is possible. Su Tianhu slumped down, staring blankly at the numbers displayed. During the final 3 hours, Su Ming continued his relentless slaughter of the dungeon's beasts. He encountered several classmates along the way, who were startled to see him accompanied by so many insect beasts. Faced with such an overwhelming number of insect beasts, many curiously inquired about Su Ming. But Su Ming had no intention of explaining. His system's capabilities would inevitably be exposed, that was undeniable. Rather than hiding it, he might as well let everyone know. After all, in the world of beast masters, anything was possible. He had already prepared his explanation. He would simply attribute some of the system's abilities to his own beastmaster talent, claiming it allowed him to replicate his insect beasts. After all, beastmaster talents weren't always detectable, and while dual talent individuals were rare, they weren't unheard of. As for the beastmaster's space, some individuals are simply born with a larger one. No one could peer into a beastmaster's beastmastering space, so while Su Ming's claims couldn't be verified, they were undeniably true. This approach served a dual purpose. It demonstrated his formidable talent to everyone, ensuring he received substantial resource allocation. It also spared him the need to explain the growing number of insect beasts he would command in the future. 3 hours later, having only slain low-level beasts, Su Ming's level remained fixed at 6. He hadn't leveled up, but at least he had another 2,600 consumption points. When the 12 hours concluded, Su Ming felt a powerful force surge through his body. Without giving him time to react, he was abruptly ejected from the instance space. Simultaneously, the other participants began emerging from the instance space one after another. All the teachers were taking attendance of their respective classes. At that moment, the teacher of Su Ming's class hurriedly approached the principal. Principal, Zhao Wu hasn't emerged yet. Based on his entry time, he should have been among the first to exit. What? The principal's expression darkened. While casualties were expected in the dungeon. However, if a beastmaster, especially one who had unlocked the beastmaster talent, perished inside the instance, the principal would bear joint responsibility. Moreover, Zhao Wu's family was well off. If the Zhao family came to the school to cause trouble, it would be a headache. Are you certain? The teacher nodded. The principal sighed and tapped his forehead in resignation. As long as someone was alive, even if they were barely clinging to life, the instance would eject them. The fact that he hadn't reappeared confirmed Zhao Wu had perished within the dungeon. Organize a team to enter the instance and search. Bring back the person alive or the body dead. Principal, that might be difficult. We don't know when Zhao Wu died. If he was killed by a beast, we might not even find his body. Facing the teacher's words, the principal knew this well. He sighed and said, do your best to search. Despite this, the principal forced himself to suppress his inner panic as he stepped before all the students. Students, congratulations on completing this practical exercise. I'm sure you're all curious about your results. You may now open your scoring watches. They will display your scores and rankings. The school will immediately compile a list, and students with outstanding results will receive the pre-arranged rewards. The moment the principal finished speaking, everyone eagerly checked their scores and rankings. Su Ming also nervously checked his own score and ranking. Score, 8,600. Ranking, 1. Seeing his top-ranked position, Su Ming instantly felt relieved. But upon second thought, it wasn't entirely unexpected. He had swept away all level 4 and above beasts. It was practically impossible for anyone else to surpass him. Who's number 1? Who's number 1? It must be Su Yuhan, no question about it. True. Her wyvern could practically be used as a level 2 beast. All eyes turned to Su Yuhan in the crowd. At that moment, Su Yuhan's best friend chimed in, Yuhan, what's your score? You must be first, right? Su Yuhan glanced at her own score, her face flushing as she whispered softly, I'm ranked second, not first. Her words sent ripples through the crowd. Though spoken softly, they instantly reached every ear. No way. If it's not Su Yuhan, then who could it be? Besides her, I can't think of anyone else who could have taken first place. Su Yuhan's friend also asked in confusion, Yuhan, with your skills, you should have easily taken first place. How could you be second? Inside the dungeon's core area, for some reason, all the high-level beasts had been killed. By the time I arrived, I couldn't find a single beast left. What? All killed? That's impossible. Could someone have reached the core area faster than you? Just then, a voice rang out from the crowd, I know who it was, Su Ming. All eyes turned to Su Ming. I saw his beast riding so many insect beasts swarming densely. It was terrifying. At that moment, the principal standing above announced, students, you guessed correctly. The top scorer is indeed Su Ming. His score reached a record-breaking 8,600 points, the highest score in the history of Linhai City. Holy crap, 8,600 points? I haven't even scored a fraction of that. He's insane. Didn't he only contract a few insect beasts? How could he be this strong? Truth be told, the principal was also filled with questions. He couldn't wait to find out why Su Ming was so powerful. Students, the first instance trial has concluded. The upcoming Beastmaster exam will determine your futures. Diligently train to elevate your ranks and master your beasts. You may now return home. Su Ming and the other top 100 students should follow the teacher back to the academy to claim your rewards. Chapter 8, Claiming Rewards, Directly Extorting. Aomori Beastmaster High School, Principal's Office. Su Ming had just returned to school with the others when the principal summoned him alone. Following the principal into his office, Su Ming, take a seat. Thank you, principal. The moment they sat down, the principal produced a bottle of blood-red solvent from his hand. Su Ming, this is your reward. Su Ming stared at the crimson liquid contained within a special container on the desk. Is this the bloodline purifier? Yes. This was originally intended for Su Yuhan to help enhance the bloodline of her sub-dragon. I never anticipated your achievements would be so outstanding. The principal explained without the slightest hesitation. Principal, you called me here alone, it can't just be to give me a reward, right? Su Ming spoke as he stowed the bloodline purifier into the small storage ring on his finger. Facing Su Ming's inquiry, the principal laughed heartily. Ha, you're quite right. I've observed the beasts you've contracted, a shield bug, a blade bug, and a tiger beetle. Such power alone shouldn't have yielded these results. How did you manage it? Just as I thought. Su Ming thought to himself. His abilities were bound to attract curiosity. Principal, I'll tell you, but I hope you'll keep it confidential. I don't want anyone to know before the Beastmaster exam. The principal nodded at Su Ming's request. Rest assured, you can trust me on this. Su Ming didn't place much faith in the principal's assurance, it had merely slipped out in passing. Principal, actually, when I awakened my talents that day, I didn't just awaken one. What? Could it be dual talents? The principal abruptly stood up, his eyes widening as he stared at Su Ming. Yes. My second talent is insectoid cloning. I can replicate insectoid lifeforms. It takes time, but thankfully, not too long. Cloning. What does that mean? The principal looked at Su Ming with curiosity. This talent was something he had never heard of before. Su Ming explained, although I've only contracted 3 insect beasts, I can use my talent to replicate these 3 insect beasts. However, it's limited to insect beasts. But how could your beast-taming space possibly hold them all? Hearing this, Su Ming gave a wry smile. It seems to have been prepared for me. My beast-taming space appears larger than others. I suspect it's due to my dual talents. Exactly. That's highly likely. Dual-talented individuals are extremely rare even in the history of Great Xia. I never imagined one would appear at the school under my tenure. The principal knew his fortunes were about to change. The emergence of a future Beastmaster powerhouse at the school would undoubtedly count as his achievement as principal. As for Zhao Wu's death? That had long been cast aside. No wonder you chose to contract a bug beast, there was such a connection behind it.
But why didn't you say anything? Why did you fall out with your grandfather and leave the family? The Su family still holds considerable influence in Linhai. The principal asked with some puzzlement, knowing full well that the Su family's wealth was among the most formidable in all of Linhai. Su Ming gave a wry smile. No one asked me. Besides, after I contracted the insect beast, they looked down on me. Since that was the case, I saw no point in explaining. I left the Su family, but I can still grow stronger. Hearing Su Ming's words, the principal nodded in understanding, his tone making it clear. Getting Su Ming to return to the Su family was now virtually impossible. Su Tianhu, the principal thought to himself, feeling a pang of pity for the old man. To have lived so long, yet to have misjudged his own grandson. Principal, do you have any further questions? If not, I'll take my leave. Ah. Oh, yes. Nothing else. Su Ming, this matter is of great significance. I may still need to report it to higher authorities. A talent like yours could qualify for special consideration from the Great Xia government, which would greatly benefit your future cultivation. All right then. Su Ming hesitated briefly before agreeing. All right, you may go now. I have full confidence you'll excel in the upcoming examinations. Su Ming nodded. Thank you, Principal. Just as Su Ming was about to step out, the principal suddenly called him back. Su Ming, while you were in the dungeon, did you happen to see Zhao Wu? No. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming replied immediately. Oh, well then, no problem. Go back and rest. After Su Ming left, the principal sat in his office, lost in thought. Soon, he stood up and walked over to his desk. Hello, Dungeon Center? This is Yang Jing. No need to investigate Zhao Wu's case, he was likely killed by a ferocious beast. After hanging up, Yang Jing slowly sat back down. He had only recently learned of the conflict between Su Ming and Zhao Wu before the trial. Regardless of whether Su Ming was responsible for the death, he had to ensure Su Ming's safety. Su Ming, however, remained unaware of all this. As soon as he arrived at the school gate, he saw Su Yuhan standing there. She seemed to be waiting specifically for him. Su Ming had no intention of acknowledging her and started to walk past. Su Ming, can't you see me? I see you. What is it? Su Ming replied indifferently. How did you get first place? What's your actual skill level? No comment. Su Ming replied dismissively, about to walk away, but was called back by Su Yuhan. Su Ming, did you take care of all the beasts in the core area? What? Miss Su, do you expect me to hold back for you in the dungeon? Su Ming's words made Su Yuhan's face flush crimson. She turned, glaring at Su Ming angrily. Sell me the bloodline purification agent. I won't sell it. As Su Ming tried to leave, Su Yuhan rushed back in front of him. I need this bloodline purification potion. Who doesn't? You're hilarious. Su Ming pulled out the bloodline purification agent. You want it? Fine. 6 million. 5 million. You're robbing me. The market price for this bloodline purifier is only 3 million. Then go buy it on the market. Good luck finding it. I don't have that much money. Su Yuhan hesitated, then said awkwardly, for the sake of our family connection, could you lower it a bit? 7 million. How come it's going up instead of down? Do you want it or not? Su Ming stared at Su Yuhan, his expression showing no room for negotiation. 6 million. I only have 4 million on me right now. I'll give you the remaining 2 million tomorrow. Just give me the bloodline purification agent first. No deal. Cash on delivery. This is a one-time offer. I was planning to sell it anyway. I'm sure plenty of people would pay good money for the bloodline purification agent. Su Yuhan panicked at Su Ming's words. For her Icewing Dragon, this bloodline purification agent was crucial even if its purifying effect wasn't as potent as she'd hoped. Still, something was better than nothing. Chapter 9, The Evolutionary Mother Insect, the Advanced Beast Master Tiger Head Armored Beetle. Su Ming. Su Yuhan shouted at Su Ming, but seeing him unmoved. Her chest heaved with frustration. With no other choice, she pulled out her phone and walked away. Soon, she returned to Su Ming's side. Your card number. Enter it. Glancing at the interface handed to him, Su Ming. He entered his card number directly. Seconds later, Su Ming's phone vibrated. All right, hand over the bloodline purification agent. Su Ming pulled out his phone and saw the 6 million yuan deposited into his bank account. He couldn't help but think to himself, she really is loaded. I should have asked for 10 million back then. Here you go. Su Ming handed the bloodline purifier to Su Yuhan. Thanks a lot. I'll come back to you for deals like this in the future. Hearing Su Ming's words, Su Yuhan was filled with rage. Su Ming, just you wait. During the major exam, I won't lose to you again. Don't speak too soon. After receiving 6 million Great Xia coins, Su Ming didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately converted them into 60,000 consumption points. This would allow him to further increase the production speed of his queen insect. At my current production rate, I'll have over 1,000 by the big exam.
But facing a dragon-type beastmaster like Su Yuhan, a beastmaster whose species value reaches the extraordinary tier, I'd still be at a disadvantage. A single dragon's breath could wipe out many of my insect beasts. So I really need some heavy-hitting insect beasts. With this thought, Su Ming decided to evolve his tiger beetle queen into a tiger armor beetle with a high-tier species value. High-stat insect beasts did exist, but in a small place like Linhai, they were simply unavailable for purchase. If I evolve the mother insect, will the offspring it produces evolve alongside it? Su Ming inquired of the system. No. After evolving the queen, she can produce both evolved insects and the original lower-tier insects. Production rates for both types are isolated, allowing the host to request specific insect types as needed. After pondering his current 62,600 consumption points for a long time, he gritted his teeth and declared, I will evolve the tiger beetle queen into a tiger-headed armored beetle queen. Confirm, spend 60,260 consumption points to evolve the tiger beetle queen into a tiger-headed armored beetle queen. Yes. Evolution successful. You may now request the tiger-headed armored beetle mother to begin production. With a thought, Su Ming summoned the information of the evolved tiger armor beetle queen before his eyes. Name, tiger-headed armored beetle queen. Producible insect beasts, tiger beetle 3 hours unit, tiger-headed armored beetle 12 hours unit. Consume 12,000 points to increase tiger beetle production speed to 2 hours unit. Consume 18,000 points to increase tiger beetle production speed to 1 hour unit. Consume 3,000 points to increase tiger armored beetle production speed to 11 hours unit. Consume 7,000 points to increase tiger armored beetle production speed to 10 hours unit. Consume 150,000 points to evolve tiger beetle queen into tiger eating beetle queen. Starting with the next insect beast, only produce tiger-headed armored beetles. Upon receiving the command, the queen insect produced its final tiger armor beetle and began manufacturing tiger-headed armor beetles. This way, by the time the grand exam arrives, my insect army will possess both quality and quantity. Next, I can enter dungeons to farm fierce beasts. This will both level me up and accumulate consumption points. Before the grand exam arrives, I might even evolve the blade bug and shield bug queens once more, or accelerate their production speed. All of this will enhance my strength. It's all gain, no loss. Su Ming walked back while calculating his next cultivation direction and goals. The grand examination was held annually from June 7th to 8th, spanning 2 days. The format wouldn't differ much from his recent test, except that the grand examination involved nearly 1 million candidates province-wide, with each province further divided into several major examination districts. Each major district had over 10,000 examinees. For instance, Linhai formed a district with 2 neighboring cities, hosting 50,000 examinees, already the smallest district in terms of numbers. It was now June 1st, 5 days before the exam. Su Ming had his plan set. Starting tomorrow, he would dive headfirst into dungeons to hunt ferocious beasts. He was currently at level 6, but his overall strength meant he wasn't intimidated even by level 9 or level 10 beasts. Before the big exam, my goal is to level up to 11 or even 12. That would be solid. Su Ming thought to himself. Soon after, he returned home. Though separated from the Su family, his household still owned a detached villa. The moment he stepped inside, Su Ming sensed something was off. Upon reaching the first floor hall, he saw his grandfather, Su Tianhu, seated there. His parents sat nearby. Su Ming, you're back. Su's mother immediately stepped forward, pulling him before Su Tianhu. Grandfather and grandson locked eyes. Su Tianhu spoke calmly, you sold the bloodline purification potion to Su Yuhan for 6 million, correct? Yes. I wanted to sell it, she wanted to buy it, perfectly reasonable. Surely you're not here to reprimand me over this? Su Ming's words held not a shred of politeness. At that moment, Su Ming's father also looked at him and said, Su Ming, speak properly. Dad, I thought we'd already severed ties with the Su family. From the moment he made his choice. Bam! Su Ming, do you know who you're talking to? Su Tianhu slammed his fist on the table and rose to his feet, his gaze fierce as a tiger's as he glared at Su Ming. I know. That's precisely why I know. So, what brings you here? Su Ming crossed his arms, showing no fear. Su Tianhu stared intently at Su Ming, then nodded. Fine. 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 I'll see just how far you can go. A bug collector? Even if you reach the heavens, you'll still be a bug collector. With that, Su Tianhu glanced at Su Ming's parents. Oomph. Watching Su Tianhu leave, Su Ming's father immediately stepped forward. Son, what's gotten into you? How dare you speak to your grandfather like that? Mom, Dad, you should know my results from today's dungeon combat training. How did you manage that? Did you cheat? Su Ming's mother's words drew a wry smile from him. Mom, that's impossible. I'm not that good. Mom and Dad, don't worry. It doesn't matter if the Su family doesn't return. I'll protect you both. As for why I got first place, I'll let you in on a secret, your son has dual talents. At these words, Su Ming's parents froze in place. After a long moment, Su's mother shrieked and threw her arms around him. Son, you're incredible.
Suja's eyes welled up with tears. Son, so you intentionally contracted a bug-type beast? Yep. My talent is related to the insect race. I can only contract with them. Excellent. I knew it. My son wouldn't just randomly contract insectoid beasts for no reason.
Chapter 10, Intermediate Desert Instance, Intermediate Beastmaster, Scorpion King. Early the next morning, Su Ming arrived at the dungeon center ahead of schedule. Despite his early arrival, the dungeon hub was already bustling with fellow beast tamers who, like him, had recently contracted beasts. They were busy selecting dungeons for their trials. Due to the limited number of instances and each instance's capacity constraints, everyone arrived quite early. Su Ming approached the self-service instance machine and presented his ID for verification. Immediately, a pop-up window appeared on the machine screen. Select dungeon difficulty, level 1-5 beginner, level 6-10 intermediate, level 11-20 advanced. I'll take 6-10 intermediate dungeons. Without hesitation, Su Ming selected the intermediate difficulty level. Immediately, various dungeons appeared before his eyes. Linhai City was relatively small, and the number of instances accessible via the instance center's teleportation array was limited. For the intermediate level, there were only a mere 5 dungeons available. Su Ming scanned through them, selected a desert instance, and confirmed his choice immediately. Level 6-10 Intermediate Desert Dungeon, 12-hour time limit, requires 3,000 dasha coins. Whoa, that's really pricey. Su Ming had exchanged most of his money for consumable points, leaving him with only a few thousand coins for emergencies. At least I still have some left. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to enter the instance. Payment successful. 500 Great Xia coins spent to rent a navigation watch. A navigation watch? Nice. Su Ming promptly paid another 500 and the machine dispensed a watch. As for the deposit? No need to worry about that. Unless he never entered a dungeon again, he simply wouldn't return it. Next time he wanted to enter a dungeon, he'd have to pay for the watch. Next, Su Ming presented his ID card, selected an intermediate teleportation portal, verified his identity, and stepped right in. Many in the instance center recognized Su Ming. Am I seeing this right? Su Ming just entered through the intermediate teleportation portal. The beasts in intermediate dungeons are level 6-10. No way. No way, but it makes sense. Su Ming single-handedly wiped out all the level 4-5 beasts in the beginner dungeon yesterday. TSK. Whoever said bug users are weak, I don't buy it anymore. If you're not up to the task, don't blame the path for being rough. Yellow sand filled the sky, making the environment extremely harsh. Su Ming glanced down at the location pin on his watch. His current position was in the yellow zone, where beasts ranged from level 6 to 7. Unlike lower-level dungeons, this one had only 2 zones. Yellow and red, with the red zone covering 80% of the area, housing beasts of levels 8-10. Let's stay on the periphery for now and level up before venturing deeper. With a thought, Su Ming unleashed over 200 insect beasts. Before Su Ming's eyes, they transformed into a dense, dark mass resembling an army. 2 shield bugs, 2 blade bugs, and 1 tiger beetle per squad disperse and hunt. At Su Ming's command, the insect beasts swiftly organized into dozens of squads, spreading out to search the surrounding area for beasts. Moments later, a notification flashed through Su Ming's mind. Successful kill, level 6 Sand Scorpion. Experience plus 60, consumption points plus 60. Awesome. Su Ming instantly felt a surge of exhilaration. This dungeon was essentially deserted. Intermediate dungeons occupied an awkward niche. Beastmasters who had awakened their talents and contracted beasts last year. Anyone who was actually playing would have surpassed level 20 within a year. And since they'd only just awakened 4 days ago, everyone's strength was still below level 5. They'd basically never venture into intermediate level dungeons. Thus, Su Ming could essentially enjoy all the ferocious beasts here by himself. By Su Ming's side stood a tiger-headed armored beetle as his guardian. The tiger-headed armored beetle was nearly Su Ming's size, with 6 thick limbs supporting its massive body. Its head bore a striking resemblance to a tiger's, while its entire form radiated explosive power, reminiscent of ancient Western armor. Su Ming surveyed his nascent insect army, shield bugs resisting sand scorpion attacks, blade bugs waiting for their chance. If 1 strike couldn't finish them, then 2 strikes would. If 2 strikes still weren't enough, the tiger beetle's even more formidable charge delivered the final blow. 5 against 1. The sand scorpion, merely a low-tier ferocious beast by species standards, couldn't last even half a minute. Just then, a far larger sand scorpion emerged from the desert sands. Su Ming froze upon seeing the beast before him. A level 7 sand scorpion king, though only 1 level higher than the common sand scorpion, its base stats were mid-tier. Dozens of sand scorpion guards flanked the sand scorpion king. Perfect timing. Tiger armor beetle, you're up. At Su Ming's command, the tiger head armored beetle shot forward at incredible speed, darting directly toward the sand scorpion king. Meanwhile, the sand scorpion king's guards were instantly surrounded by Su Ming's other insect forces. The tiger armor beetle seized the sand scorpion king with its 6 powerful limbs. Suddenly, the Sand Scorpion King's tail stinger lashed out from behind, striking at the tiger-headed armored beetle. Clang! The crisp sound left only a faint mark on the tiger-head armored beetle's armor. Though only 2 levels apart, the tiger armor beetle species stats bridged the gap. This was the power of species stats. It was also why Su Tianhu valued Su Yuhan so highly while paying no attention to Su Ming. Even now, if given the choice, Su Tianhu would still select Su Yuhan, the one capable of contracting dragon-type beasts. Kill! The tiger-headed armor bug clamped down on the Sand Scorpion King, its immense strength tearing off one of the scorpion's pincers. Immediately, Su Ming's other insect Pokemon swarmed in. In an instant, the Sand Scorpion King was slain without the slightest effort. Successfully defeated level 7 Sand Scorpion King. Experience plus 140, consumption points plus 140. Successfully killed level 6 Sand Scorpion. Experience plus 60, consumption points plus 60. Successfully killed level 6 Sand Scorpion, EXP plus 60, consumption points plus 60. Indeed, defeating beasts with higher species values yields more experience. According to the theoretical knowledge he'd learned, each level of a basic beast yielded 10 EXP, while intermediate beasts yielded 20 EXP, and so on. To Su Ming's delight, the stamina cost also doubled. In less than 2 hours, Su Ming had leaped from level 5 to level 6, a pace that would be astonishing anywhere. Before he knew it, 12 hours had passed in the intermediate desert dungeon. As the familiar power settled over him, Su Ming knew it was time to leave. But those 12 hours had been worth it. He had risen from level 5 to level 8. Though he hadn't personally engaged in combat, the desert instance's environment was undeniably harsh. Compared to dungeons like the forest, the desert dungeon's beasts were superior in both quantity and quality. Not only could he level up, but he could also enhance the combat experience of his insectoid army. Emerging from the dungeon, Su Ming wore a broad smile. The desert instance is fantastic. I'll be back tomorrow. Chapter 11, The Beastmaster Exam begins. The Su family estate was ablaze with light. Yuhan, these are 3 dragon's blood fruits grandfather found for you. Feed them to your Ice-Wing dragon to enhance the purity of its bloodline. Su Yuhan gazed at the 3 blood-red dragon blood fruits in her hands. She asked in confusion, Grandfather, these dragon blood fruits are very expensive. Dragon blood fruits serve to purify the bloodlines of sub-dragon tamers. Though less potent than bloodline purification agents, their market price was no less than that of the purifiers. My dear granddaughter, for you to achieve good results, this money is nothing to the Su family. It's just a pity the grand exam period is too short. It's simply impossible to help you evolve your Ice-Wing dragon. The start date of the grand examination was decided after careful deliberation by the Great Xia government. The shortest evolution period for a beast master's mount requires at least 7 days. This ensures that affluent beast masters cannot leverage their family's wealth to rapidly evolve their mounts to higher species tiers. While absolute fairness couldn't be guaranteed, this approach truly represented the utmost effort toward impartiality. The grand examination primarily assessed the base species value and level of the initial contract beast, along with each participant's innate talent for beast taming. Thank you, grandfather. I'll give it my all and won't lose to Su Ming. Su Yuhan's eyes blazed with fighting spirit, even a hint of anger. Su Tianhu nodded and said, Good. That's my granddaughter. The might of dragon taming beasts is incomparable to that of insect taming beasts. Over the next few days, Su Ming repeatedly ventured into the desert instance. His experience level climbed from level 8 on the first day of training to level 12. Using the consumption points earned during this period, along with financial support from his parents, Su Ming barely managed to save up 60,000 consumption points by the second day before the grand exam began. Su Ming immediately used all 60,000 consumption points to evolve his blade bug and shield bug queens. This significantly enhanced the quality of his insect army. On the evening before the grand exam began, Su Ming sat alone in the hall. Suddenly, his father sat down beside him. Son, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just do your best. No matter how you perform, you'll always be our pride. Dad, don't worry. I'll make you proud. I believe you. Returning to his room, Su Ming settled his mind. With a flick of his thoughts, his personal data panel activated, and he began to assess his current strength. First, his current level was 12, absolutely top tier among the beast masters he'd researched, a rare gem indeed. Next was his pride and joy, his vast insect army. Sword beetles, 132. Shield beetles, 136. Tiger beetles, 16. Giant shield beetles, 12. Rage swarmas, 12. Tiger head armor beetles, 10. Among these, some blade beetles, shield beetles, and tiger beetles were lost while clearing dungeon beasts, but overall, his current insect-type beastmaster count still exceeded 300. Meanwhile, the other beast tamers taking the exam alongside me each possess only one beast. Currently, I possess 268 low-tier, 40 mid-tier, and 10 high-tier beasts. Such a lineup could hardly be described as anything less than extravagant. Let my insect horde redefine what Xia's beastmasters believe possible. Insects can become a natural disaster. Tonight, many would find sleep elusive.
The next day, the nationwide Beastmaster exam commenced.
Su Ming and his group gathered at the school playground before 9 a.m. As this was a regional exam, the testing site was a dungeon prepared by the Haidu province. The vast dungeon could accommodate tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, of examinees simultaneously. Surveillance cameras scattered throughout the instance provided real-time live streaming of the examination proceedings. This allowed examiners to monitor the proceedings in real time.
Students, the examination will commence precisely at noon. Over 50,000 candidates from across the region will enter the dungeon alongside you to compete. However, there's no need to feel anxious. The instance's vast expanse ensures there won't be any crowding. I won't say more. I wish you all success. May the bravest prevail when paths cross. The principal delivered his final address from the podium. One after another, buses transporting students rolled into the school grounds. Everyone boarded the buses in an orderly fashion. Along the way, streets were lined with banners cheering on the college entrance exam. With police clearing the path, the journey proceeded smoothly without obstruction. They arrived at the main gate of the Linhai City Dungeon Center. Today, the Dungeon Center was open exclusively to exam candidates. Hundreds of military personnel guarded every corner of the facility. When Su Ming arrived, 2 other high schools from Linhai City had also arrived at the entrance of the Dungeon Center. Everyone moved swiftly, as the chief examiner still needed to brief them on the test procedures. A military officer with the rank of colonel emerged from the center and surveyed the crowd from an elevated position. Good morning, students. I am the chief examiner for the Linhai Division, 7th District, Haidu Province. I will now outline the examination rules. Please remain quiet. Any violations will result in immediate disqualification. At these words, the previously noisy scene instantly fell silent. The chief examiner's gaze swept around the room like a hawk's. That battle-hardened stare sent a chill down Su Ming's spine the moment their eyes met. 1. The examination duration is strictly limited to 12 hours, starting from the moment you enter the instance. Upon time expiration, you will be forcibly teleported out. 2. Before the exam begins, you will be issued equipment, a scoring watch and a protective sphere. The sphere can withstand attacks from level 15 plus beasts for 12 hours. The scoring watch must be worn and properly authenticated before entering the instance. Report any issues before the exam starts. Failure to do so will be your responsibility. The watch must remain on throughout the exam. Removal will result in consequences. 3. The entire examination will be monitored. It is strictly forbidden to hunt beasts using any power other than beast-taming. Teaming up with other students to hunt beasts is prohibited. Attacking other examinees is prohibited. Stealing beasts being hunted by other examinees is prohibited. 4. Your score for each beast slain equals beast level multiplied by 2 raised to the power of beast species tier multiplied by 10 multiplied by beast species tier. Beast species tiers are low tier equals 1, mid tier equals 2, and so on. These are the rules all candidates must follow during the exam. Please adhere strictly. I will repeat these instructions twice more. After the chief examiner finished explaining the rules, soldiers distributed equipment bags to each candidate. Upon receiving his smartwatch, Su Ming immediately powered it on. Instantly, a virtual screen materialized before his eyes. A prompt immediately appeared on the screen. Candidates, please input your identity information and complete facial and fingerprint recognition. After the game merged with reality, it seemed as though people's minds had unlocked hidden potential. Many who had struggled on the path of beast tamers found remarkable success in the realm of technology. This also forged exceptionally powerful technology for the Great Xia Empire. After entering his information and completing facial and fingerprint verification, the watch displayed another line of text. Authentication successful. Candidate name, Su Ming Exam Region, Haidu Province 7th District Linhai Subdistrict. Candidate ID, 711-652-4342. Simultaneously, another piece of information appeared on the watch. Score, 0. District rank, 0. It actually calculates scores and rankings in real time? Impressive. Everyone proceeded to verify their identities. As for mechanical failures, not a single person in the entire examination hall voiced any complaints. The Beastmaster Grand Examination was a national event. Equipment issues were virtually unheard of. Just then, a loud bang erupted from the crowd. A protective sphere activated, instantly enveloping a person within it. Are you out of your mind? Who gave you permission to use protective spheres like this? The chief examiner stormed toward the candidate in a rage, punching the protective sphere to smithereens. His eyes locked onto the student, and the sheer intensity of his glare instantly paralyzed the prankster, who collapsed to the floor. A yellow, pungent liquid began seeping through his pants. At that moment, a soldier approached carrying a brand new protective sphere. The chief examiner immediately took the sphere and declared, if anyone else activates their protective sphere before the exam begins, I'm afraid that person will be without protection for the remainder of the examination. The clock struck 12. At the chief examiner's command, everyone immediately began entering the exam instance through the portal in an orderly fashion.
Simultaneously, within a massive room in every base city across the entire Great Xia Empire, thousands of surveillance screens lit up simultaneously, revealing every detail within the examination instance. A dedicated monitor was stationed before each screen covering every section. At that moment, the entire nation of Daxia fell silent.
Chapter 12, Anomalous Exam? Charging into the top 10. What the hell is this?
Su Ming stood up, taking a moment to steady himself. He opened the smartwatch on his wrist, now fully immersed in the exam dungeon.
The watch displayed a map, marking the core area's location.
His starting point was favorable, a grassy patch on the outermost edge, likely inhabited by level 1 beasts. Su Ming noticed his ranking began shifting almost instantly.
Score, 0. Regional rank, 3,248.
Truly befitting the grand exam. Barely a moment after entering, over 3,000 players have already started scoring. Su Ming could feel the pressure of the grand exam and the strength of the young beast tamers in the region.
I can't afford to be complacent either. Let's get started. With a thought, Su Ming activated his Beastmaster's realm. Over 300 insectoid beasts poured forth.
Proceed as planned. Sweep every beast from this area. At Su Ming's command, the army immediately formed into pre-arranged formations, 3 shield bugs, 3 blade bugs, and 1 giant shield bug, berserker blade bug, or tiger beetle, leading each group as they began a frenzied sweep. The remaining forces followed the tiger-headed armored beetles, charging forward without hesitation. Zhao Wu, the chief examiner responsible for transporting all participants to the testing grounds, arrived at the central monitoring room and walked straight to the main screen.
Anything unusual? Reporting, yes. Cut it out.
At that moment, Su Ming's surveillance feed was immediately switched to the main screen. Everyone froze in place at the sight before them.
Dense swarms of insectoid beasts, with Su Ming at their center, began relentlessly searching the surrounding area for ferocious beasts, whether lurking underground or hiding in the grass. None could escape the encirclement of this insectoid horde. Zhao Wu, witnessing this for the first time, immediately ordered, "Retrieve his records." What exactly is happening?
Immediately, lines of information appeared on the main screen.
Name, Su Ming. School, Aomori Beastmaster High. Talents, Leader, Insect Cloning. A dual talent user.
Zhao Wu continued, "Retrieve the footage of Su Ming from the moment he entered the instance."
Yes. Soon, footage of Su Ming summoning his insectoid army appeared before Zhao Wu. Holy moly, how big is this guy's beast control space?
The surveillance footage clearly showed Su Ming summoning these insectoid beasts from his beast control space. Such a record was clearly not against the rules.
However, even the seasoned Zhao Wu was stunned by Su Ming's capabilities. Alright, no violations. Cut it. The moment Su Ming's feed was cut, an ice dragon appeared on the screen. A pure-blooded ice-winged dragon. What's going on in Linhai City this year? First a bug-type monster, now a beastmaster who's contracted a dragon-type beast.
Inside the instance, Su Ming swiftly cleared all nearby low-level beasts. He opened his watch to check his score and ranking.
Score, 1440. Server rank, 12. I've already overtaken 12 players.
Though my pace isn't surprising, the ones ahead of me have even higher scores. In terms of the number of beasts slain, Su Ming was absolutely certain he held the top spot. However, the beasts he'd just slain were all level 1, a bit like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut for someone at level 12. According to the scoring rules, higher scores were only awarded for slaying beasts with greater racial stats and levels. I need to hurry and search deeper into the dungeon for higher level and higher species value beasts. With that thought, Su Ming immediately summoned the tiger-headed armored beetle. The 2 tiger-headed armored beetles lifted Su Ming and sprinted forward at breakneck speed. Clearly, with combat experience against these beasts, most beast masters no longer felt fear when facing them.
Upon entering the instance, everyone quickly fell into action.
Within 10 minutes, every participant managed to slay their first beast. Simultaneously, the rankings appeared on each school's monitoring screens. Through big data filtering, each school received real-time rankings for every student. At Aomori Beastmaster High, the principal sat nervously before the screens alongside other school administrators and officials.
What time is it? Weren't we supposed to receive the real-time data in half an hour? It's been half an hour already, Principal.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the previously blank screen suddenly displayed information.
Names and rankings began appearing before their eyes. Su Ming, score, 2580, regional rank, 9. Su Yuhan, score, 1350, regional rank, 36.
Bai Sheng, score, 1280, regional rank, 98.
What?
Su Ming made it into the top 10 across the entire region. The principal shot to his feet, every cell in his body seeming to scream disbelief. The principal, who had long been aware of Su Ming's talent, remained surprisingly composed.
Su Yuhan made it into the top 50, and even Bai Sheng entered the top 100.
This year, Aojin has 2 students ranked within the top 100 across the entire region. The Beastmaster proficiency in Linhai City ranked lowest across the entire Haidu province. In the regional rankings, Linhai City could only secure a maximum of 10 spots in the top 100 each year.
This is just the beginning. The final results are still far off.
We at Aosong can still push harder.
The principal now appeared much calmer. With Su Ming and Su Yuhan at least, his results for this year had a solid foundation. He no longer needed to panic, yet the sweat on his palms betrayed his inner tension. Meanwhile, across the city's public screens, the rankings were being broadcast in real time. Dad, Yuhan's cracked the top 50 and it's only been half an hour.
Su Tianhu's sister-in-law excitedly relayed the news to him.
Su Tianhu already knew this. He also knew Su Ming's ranking. Yet he wasn't as happy as one might expect.
Though he refused to admit it inwardly, the truth remained unalterable. Su Ming's current strength was already capable of competing for a top 10 spot in the district.
So do you know Su Ming's results?
I didn't ask about Su Ming's results.
What could that little good-for-nothing possibly achieve? Su Tianhu's wife's voice drifted over slowly.
This added fuel to the fire of Su Tianhu's already gloomy mood. Originally, his family had produced 2 beast-taming prodigies this year.
If it weren't for his wife's exaggerations back then,
he wouldn't have fallen out with his grandson or ended up in this predicament.
You fool! Go check Su Ming's results immediately. After hanging up, Su Tianhu slumped onto the sofa.
After pondering for a long while, he dialed another number. On the dungeon monitor, Su Ming marched straight into the forest steps without lingering. This caused Su Ming, who had initially ranked in the top 10, to rapidly drop in the standings. Su Ming remained unfazed.
Hunting high-level beasts was far more efficient than chasing small fry. His insect army wouldn't slow down just because they faced higher-level beasts.
After all, any beast whose level didn't exceed his own and whose species value wasn't high
couldn't last even half a minute against his army. Chapter 13, Encountering the Saber-tooth Tiger Again, Instant Kill.
The Grand Exam Dungeon, Zone 13, was the outer perimeter of the core area.
Su Ming studied the area information displayed on the map.
He had already encountered 3 level 8 beasts here. It was certain that the beasts gathered here would be no lower than level 8. Such core zones weren't accessible to ordinary examinees. The core zone was reserved for beast tamers possessing top-tier talent and those with substantial family wealth who could cultivate beasts in a short time.
Most students could only hunt beasts in the outer zones. Only a small fraction of candidates could enter the central zone. And the ultimate core zone? Only a select few possessed the strength to enter it. Though Su Ming hailed from no prominent family, his innate prowess granted him direct access to the core zone. The ferocity of these beasts lies in their very nature. Their territorial instincts are fierce, tolerating no living creatures within their domain. Roar! As Su Ming contemplated his next move, a ferocious beast suddenly burst from behind a massive tree. Over 7 meters long and standing an astonishing 4 meters tall, its brownish-black fur and extremely long fangs radiated a menacing aura. Su Ming's pupils contracted sharply. This was none other than the saber-toothed tiger Zhao Wu had contracted. This was a predator with a species rating reaching the high-tier level. With a thought, Su Ming activated the detection panel granted by the system, revealing the beast's details. Name, saber-toothed tiger. Species tier, high level. Level, 12. Strength, 900. Speed, 660. As a predator with high base stats, the saber-toothed tiger possessed exceptional physical prowess. Its strength and speed far surpassed those of Su Ming's insect army, including the tiger beetles of comparable rank. Only his own tiger-headed armored beetle could rival it. Since we're both tigers, let's see, is your saber-toothed tiger mightier, or is my tiger-head armored beetle stronger? At Su Ming's command, 10 tiger-head armored beetles charged forth. Roar! Facing an opponent of equal rank and species value, yet vastly outnumbered, the saber-toothed tiger showed no sign of retreat, roaring wildly as if trying to intimidate Su Ming's 10 armored tiger beetles. Su Ming gave the saber-toothed tiger high praise for its courage. But if you don't run, don't blame me for killing you. Kill him. Roar. Hearing this, the saber-toothed tiger lunged first at one of the tiger-headed armor beetles. Yet its razor-sharp fangs failed to pierce the tiger armor beetle's defenses with a single bite. You must understand, the tiger armor beetle's greatest strength isn't its attack, but its monstrous defense. The next second, the remaining 9 tiger-head armored beetles swarmed in. In an instant, the saber-toothed tiger, which had initiated the attack, found itself surrounded. The relentless barrage of attacks, though not lethal, caused the saber-toothed tiger to let out agonized howls. It tried to flee, but escape was impossible. Watching the scene unfold, Su Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. This was the fighting style of his insectoid army. In one-on-one combat, even against opponents of equal species value, his insectoid warriors might not stand a chance. But his strength lay in sheer numbers. Why engage in one-on-one combat when you can gang up? Charge! To avoid slowing himself down, Su Ming swiftly commanded the other insectoid mounts to join the fray. In less than 10 seconds, the once imposing saber-toothed tiger, boasting high species stats, was devoured by Su Ming's insect mounts, leaving not even a bone behind. Successful kill, level 12 saber-toothed tiger. Experience plus 360, consumption points plus 360. Killing the saber-toothed tiger added 2,880 points to his score. Though it took about 3 minutes, the points gained far exceeded those from killing lower-level beasts. Hunting beasts with high species values and levels still yields the most points. As Su Ming began hunting high-level beasts, his previously declining ranking surged back into the top 10. At Aomori Academy, observing Su Ming's return to the top 10 and his accelerating score accumulation, Su Ming must have entered the high-level beast zone. Not being able to watch the live stream anytime is driving me crazy. With over 50,000 viewers, how do you even watch? Switching screens would probably make you sick. 2 hours had already passed since the exam began. The intensity of the major exam left no room for anyone to relax even for a moment. The principal crossed his arms, feeling reassured by Su Ming's strength. At this moment, he even wondered if Su Ming could compete for the top spot in the district. After entering the core area, the quality of the beasts Su Ming encountered had significantly increased. He no longer encountered beasts with low species values or levels below 8. His score skyrocketed rapidly. Thanks to his vast insect army, Su Ming was effectively dividing his forces to hunt beasts on multiple fronts. His score, which had been hovering between 8th and 9th place, suddenly skyrocketed. In less than 5 hours, he had stormed into the top 3, and the scores of the top 3 contenders were now extremely close. Outside, the school leaders and teachers of Aomori Academy watched the competition with bated breath. Suddenly, a figure burst into the conference room. It was the principal's secretary. "Principal, the director has invited us and teachers from 2 other schools to the Education Bureau to watch the competition. He says we'll be able to see the live broadcast." Hearing this, the principal abruptly stood up. Su Ming had already surged into 3rd place. No one could resist the urge to find out exactly how he had achieved this. "Quick, let's go." Normally, the trip to the Education Bureau took 30 minutes, but this time, Principal Yang Jing covered the distance in just 10. As soon as the Aomori school delegation arrived, reception staff guided them into a conference room. The moment they pushed open the conference room door, the people inside startled Yang Jing. Not only was the director of education present, but even the mayor of Linhai City was among them. Over a dozen individuals, all high-ranking officials of Linhai City, were present, each also a formidable beastmaster. Mayor Luo Hai of Linhai City was even a grandmaster-level beast-tamer. The footage they were watching now was precisely Su Ming's battle. The dense swarm of insect-type beast-tamers made Yang Jing's scalp tingle at the sight, especially since it was his first encounter with such a spectacle. In that moment, he finally grasped the true nature of the innate ability Su Ming had casually mentioned to him earlier. Just how utterly insane it truly was. Mayor Luo Hagang smiled warmly. "Principal Yang Jing, you've arrived. Please take a seat. Your students truly vindicated Linhai City in this major examination." Principal Yang Jing was immediately ushered over and seated beside Mayor Luo Hai. The principals of the other 2 schools arrived shortly after. Though the combined results of their 2 schools averaged higher than Aomori's. But Su Ming's single performance alone made them pale in comparison before the mayor. Chapter 14, The Mayor's Approval, The Excited Principals. The 3 principals sat beside the mayor, but it was clear. The mayor's eyes were fixed solely on Yang Jing. "Principal Yang, if Su Ming from your school maintains his current momentum, he has a real shot at winning the regional championship. Should he claim the regional title, Aomori Middle School's resource allocation for next year will be doubled." The mayor's words instantly brightened the eyes of the somewhat nervous Yang Jing. "Principal Yang, it's a blessing for Linhai that your school has nurtured such talent." Faced with the mayor's praise, Yang Jing hastily replied, "It's all down to Su Ming's natural talent and hard work. Honestly, the school hasn't done much to support him." "Ah, that's not quite right. Since he's a student of your Aomori, naturally your school deserves credit." Watching Su Ming's battle unfold on the screen, everyone was stunned by the combat style before them. After all, cultivating a beastmaster requires immense resources. Typically, training a single beast demands immense effort and wealth. Even a grandmaster-level beastmaster rarely raises more than 5 beasts. Someone like Su Ming, commanding hundreds of beasts at once, was practically unheard of. What baffled them even more was Su Ming's unimaginably vast beast space. This Su Ming is truly a natural-born beast-tamer. His beast space is likely larger than that of an extraordinary tier beast-tamer. Transcendent tier corresponded to the 40th level. The mayor's assessment of Su Ming was actually quite conservative. Had he known that even his own beast-taming space paled in comparison to Su Ming's, he might have suffered a complete collapse of his spiritual foundation. The swarm tactic is ultimately not a righteous path. At lower levels, relying on numerical superiority can indeed yield impressive results. But as levels rise and beast cultivation deepens, take Su Yuhan's Icewing Wyvern, for example. If its bloodline evolves into a true dragon, and then evolves once or even twice more, a single dragon's breath from her could slaughter countless of these insectoid beasts. At that moment, one of the principals suddenly spoke up. His words instantly drew everyone's attention. Clearly, while all were marveling at Su Ming's talent, this direct criticism stood out as highly unconventional. Mayor Luo Hai pondered this for a moment before nodding. Principal Ye's point isn't entirely wrong.
However, I believe Su Ming is a highly capable young man. He still has room for growth after entering university. While insect-type beasts are generally weaker under equal conditions, they do possess high-tier beasts. You're correct, Mayor. However, to our knowledge, the highest-tier insectoid mount currently known only reaches the revered rank. Principal Yi continued, I believe the admissions officers of the 4 prestigious universities will also factor this into their considerations. Indeed. Insectoid mounts have historically been among the weakest of all mount types. To secure a place among the elite mount masters, one must have mounts with sufficiently high racial stats. No matter how many ants swarm, they can scarcely shake a mayfly. Another headmaster, observing this, chimed in. Clearly, they didn't want Aomori to be the only one in the spotlight. Mayor Luo Hai chuckled softly upon hearing this. It seems you two hold a rather pessimistic view of Su Ming's future. It's not pessimism, Mayor. It's reality. I believe you share this view. But I don't see it that way. In our contract beast mastery, we don't just look at the beast species value. We also consider our own innate talents. A beast's power relies not only on its own species value but also on the beast master's rank and talent. Ultimately, the beast master is the foundation, the beast is merely an aid. Let's not confuse the fundamental with the auxiliary. Mayor, we'll just have to wait and see. Su Ming might ace his exams, but he'll never become a true powerhouse. A deathly silence fell over the entire conference room. Clearly, the two principals' direct confrontation with the mayor, who was backing Su Ming, was tantamount to suicide from a power perspective. Yet they understood that Su Ming's achievements were now unavoidable. Their task now was to prove that his accomplishments meant nothing. As principals of their respective schools, they needed to secure the maximum resource allocation for their institutions. Inside the instance, 9 hours had already passed. Unsurprisingly, Su Ming's ranking had surged to the top position. Even Su Ming himself felt no surprise at this outcome. If he couldn't secure first place with such a vast insectoid army at his command, he'd be a complete failure as a beastmaster. However, after 9 consecutive hours of battle, Su Ming felt exhausted and leaned against a large tree to sit down. With a thought, the system interface appeared before his eyes. His accumulated consumption points had reached 26,900. His level had risen from 12 when he first entered to 13. Over 26,000 points, enough to accelerate production. My insect beasts suffered significant losses in battle. With a thought, Su Ming allocated all 26,000 points directly to the tiger-headed armored insect queen, accelerating her production. This would allow him to create more and more powerful insect warriors. Su Ming understood well that relying solely on low-tier, or even mid-tier, beast tamers no matter how numerous would never amount to much. What he needed was not just quantity, but quality that wouldn't hold him back. In the early stages, he needed to compete for resources and achieve good results. Numerical superiority could compensate for the lack of quality. But once the Beastmaster exam concluded, those families with vast resources could immediately aid their beasts in evolution. By the time classes resumed, the base stats of the beasts he faced might already reach lower tier. Perhaps, in time, creatures like the blade beetle, shield beetle, and tiger beetle wouldn't even qualify for my rank-and-file troops. Tiger-headed armor beetles would become your main force. With sufficient consumption points, even a low-tier insect mother could be cultivated to god-tier status. I must achieve the best results. Securing first place in the district is non-negotiable. Moreover, if I can rank among the top in the entire province, I won't just attract offers from the 4 major academies, I'll also receive rewards from the school and the Linhai municipal government. Growing stronger was far easier for him than for others. With money, he could surge ahead instantly, though that money would be an astronomical sum. Even draining the entire nation's resources might not be enough to satisfy his ambitions. Yet precisely because of this, he needed to grow stronger, and that required vast resources to materialize. Chapter 15, Nighttime Slaughter, ranked 13th province-wide. The exam lasted an entire day, a grueling test for both candidates and proctors alike. By now, darkness had fallen both inside and outside the examination halls. 12 hours had passed since the test began, and everyone was utterly exhausted. Su Ming pulled out some military-issued compressed biscuits to stave off hunger. He activated the projection on his watch to confirm his location. Zone 4. The beasts here are mostly around level 12. So Zone 3 ahead must be where the level 13 beasts primarily dwell. Su Ming calculated in his mind that with his current strength, even charging directly into Zone 1 to face level 15 beasts might not pose too much of a challenge. But equally, his insect army would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties. Better check my ranking first. Score, 97,960. Rank, 1. Still holding on to first place, but I can't be certain of other scores, let alone my standing in the provincial rankings. I need money. I need vast resources. Without achievements and talent to back you up, who would care about you? Who would give you resources? 12 hours left. First, hunt level 13-14 beasts in zones 2 and 3. Come dawn, I won't care about the insectoid beastmaster's casualties, I'll go straight for the level 15 beasts in zone 1. After finalizing his plan, Su Ming swiftly slipped into Zone 3 under cover of night.
Unlike Su Ming, many beast tamers essentially abandoned combat at night or withdrew from their current zones, relocating to lower-level areas instead. This ensured they wouldn't be ambushed by beasts during the night. It was well known that many beasts active at night possessed combat strength double that of their daytime counterparts, or even more. Su Ming wasn't immune to fear either. His 10 tiger-headed armor beetles formed a protective circle around him. The other insect-type beasts assumed combat stances, advancing rapidly forward. In the darkness, a pair of eyes suddenly snapped open. Though individually weaker in combat, insectoid mounts possessed exceptionally keen senses. They swiftly detected the shifting environment around them. Su Ming's heart sank. He whispered, "Vanguard, take him out." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the squad led by the tiger beetle charged forward. Moments later, the sound of fierce combat echoed through the pitch-black forest. Yet within a minute, the squad's blade-wielding and shield-bearing insects were slaughtered to the last. Su Ming instantly sensed the opponent's formidable strength and ordered, "Tiger Armor Unit 1, take a full squadron." Clearly, the beasts lurking in the darkness were no ordinary foes. His own battalion, comprising over 30 insect beasts, was a formidable force. In this dungeon, it was rare to encounter a single beast capable of overwhelming his entire battalion in a one-on-one fight. Soon, the sounds of fierce combat echoed through the forest once more. Minutes passed before a notification flashed through Su Ming's mind. Successful kill, level 13 Shadow Cat. Experience plus 390, consumption points plus 390. A Shadow Cat? That's a high-tier beast with elite stats. Su Ming hadn't expected the beast he hunted to be a Shadow Cat, a predator famed as the Night Assassin. Countless lives had been claimed by it in the darkness. Its formidable abilities made it highly sought after by beast masters, with many choosing it as their first contracted beast. Shadow cats are docile as cubs, making contract binding relatively straightforward. However, their extreme rarity keeps prices sky high. In some regions, they could even fetch tens of millions. Approaching closer, he saw the corpse of a shadow cat, its body no larger than 70 centimeters and entirely pitch black. Scattered around it lay the corpses of over a dozen of his own insect beasts. Damn it! A single shadow cat took out over a dozen of my insect beasts. That's a hefty loss. This was by far the heaviest single loss he'd suffered since starting the exam. Seems hunting beasts at night still demands absolute vigilance. Su Ming's successful hunt of the shadow cat left Luo Hai and the others watching his battle utterly stunned. He actually hunted down a shadow cat? That beast is notoriously troublesome at night. Even dragon beasts are helpless against it. Even the Education Bureau chief couldn't help but utter a gasp of astonishment. It's merely a matter of numerical superiority. Unconvinced, the principals from the other two schools had consistently found reasons to counter any praise directed at Su Ming during this period. The others paid little attention, and Yang Jing never bothered to argue with them. After all, sour grapes are what sour people say. Rank our top 100 students in Linhai City against the currently published provincial results. Let's see where our students would place within the province. Yes, Mayor Luo. On another smaller screen, Su Ming's team's scores were fed into a computational model. Soon, their provincial rankings appeared before everyone's eyes. Su Ming, score 98,350, provincial rank 13. Yi Wenbin, score 77,880, provincial rank 384. Su Yuhan, score 76,990, provincial rank 532. Su Ming's score has actually reached 13th place in the province. With a little more effort, he might just break into the top 10. The Education Bureau director exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the rankings. After all, Linhai City had never had anyone rank within the top 100 in the Beastmaster exam. Excellent! Our Linhai City will finally have something to be proud of. Otherwise, every time I go to the provincial capital for meetings and the topic turns to exam results, I can't even hold my head up. Mayor Luo Hai's face also beamed with joy. At that moment, the other two principals fell silent. Such results were beyond criticism, they were truly top tier. If they still dared to criticize Su Ming now, even someone as patient as Luo Hai would lose his temper and rebuke them. Fortunately, Su Ming didn't slow down at night, otherwise, he would have been overtaken in the blink of an eye. The dungeon's night phase lasts a full 8 hours. Anyone who chooses to waste the time is unlikely to achieve much in the grand exam. Indeed, nighttime is when true strength is tested. Who wouldn't go on a rampage hunting beasts during the day? It's the number of beasts slain at night that truly reveals one's strength. Although entering Zone 3 resulted in the loss of over a dozen insect mounts to the very first beast encountered, it was fortunate that they were all low-tier shield bugs and blade bugs. They wouldn't significantly impact his core combat strength. Nor did this shadow cat shake his resolve. He still needed to pick up the pace and widen the gap in scores with the others during the night. He aimed to solidify his ranking as much as possible. Chapter 16, Zone 1, Final Sprint. The night passed in the blink of an eye, and the sky began to lighten. Visibility was now quite comfortable. Su Ming had reached the border between Zones 1 and 2. This zone was reserved for the offspring of the province's top families.
Level 15 represented the absolute combat ceiling for all newly contracted beast masters. Su Ming glanced down at his score.
117,800, though he'd spent 8 hours battling through the night.
However, the nighttime setting significantly slowed his score accumulation.
More importantly, the quality of the beasts he had slain was exceptionally high.
Otherwise, achieving this score would have been nearly impossible. Next lay the challenge of reaching Zone 1, where the most formidable beasts awaited. But likewise, the experience gained would be substantial. By this point, Su Ming had broken through to level 14. Facing these level 15 beasts wouldn't pose too much of a challenge. Upon entering Zone 1, Su Ming immediately detected the presence of a human beast tamer. It seemed others had arrived here before him.
Everyone's in a hurry.
If it takes roughly the same amount of time to kill level 15 and level 14 beasts, then everyone will choose to hunt in Zone 1. As Su Ming stepped into Zone 1. In the Linhai subdivision monitoring room, candidate Su Ming has entered Zone 1. Currently, 7 individuals are in Zone 1, one of whom has activated their protective shield. The chief examiner crossed his arms, studying the data before him, a satisfied smile spreading across his lips.
Only 6 hours remain, young men. This is your final sprint. Activating the protective shield signaled the end of one's major exam.
Therefore, attempting to challenge a ferocious beast stronger than oneself without sufficient strength was extremely unwise. It would only backfire. The moment Su Ming entered Zone 1, he spotted a beast tamer who had activated their protective shield. Spotting Su Ming, the other looked upon him as if he were a savior.
Brother, save me. Brother, can you help me open it? I'm Yu Menghai from Jiangtian City's Huatian Beastmaster High School. Do you recognize me?
Inside the protective barrier, the boy kept pounding on it and calling out to Su Ming.
Su Ming shook his head. Bro, I can't help you. Coming to Zone 1 without the strength? I don't know if that's courage or just plain stupid. How was I supposed to know? I ran into a terror claw bear right off the bat. What terrible luck. Su Ming chuckled. The fact that the other had made it to Zone 1 meant he was undoubtedly skilled. But now that he was trapped, his results would be severely impacted. A candidate who had a shot at the 4 great academies was now essentially waving goodbye to them. Seeing the dense swarm of insectoid beasts surrounding Su Ming, the other guy was genuinely startled. Holy crap, bro, how'd you pull this off? So many beasts? Yeah, pretty mind-blowing, huh? Su Ming gave a faint smile, saying no more to the other man as he continued searching for the ferocious beast's trail. However, from this man, Su Ming confirmed that a high-tier clawbearer lurked nearby. This was a tough nut to crack. But even if it was a tough nut to crack, killing it would yield more points, so he didn't need to be too afraid. His tiger-headed armored beetles now numbered 12. He wasn't intimidated at all. Then, the sound of combat reached his ears. His advance team had engaged the ferocious beast. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming immediately dispatched 3 tiger-head armor beetles to lead reinforcements. In this area, beetle and shield bugs, with their low base stats, were indeed lacking in combat prowess. Without overwhelming numerical superiority, it was difficult to take down these beasts one-on-one. Roar! The thunderous roar confirmed it. The creature battling his insect beasts was indeed the clawbear. Good thing I sent 3 tiger armor beetles. One alone might have been taken down. By the time Su Ming spotted the terror clawbear, it was already covered in wounds, and the area was littered with the corpses of his own insect beasts. 3 of his tiger armor beetles had perished. Su Ming felt a pang of regret. With over 20,000 consumption points remaining, he needed to accelerate the breeding rate of the tiger-headed armored beetles. Consume 15,000 consumption points to increase tiger beetle breeding speed to 8 hours per beetle. Yes. 5 giant shield beetles braced against the terror clawbear's attacks while the mad blade beetles waited for their chance to strike. The main offensive, however, still relied on the tiger armor beetles. Through relentless rotation, they wore the clawbearer down until it collapsed. In less than 10 minutes, a clawbearer fell before Su Ming. Successful kill, level 15 clawbearer. Experience plus 450, consumption points plus 450. The entire battle unfolded clearly before Yu Menghai, who watched from behind the protective barrier. Staring at the scene, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy, that's insane." Su Ming glanced back at him before turning away and leading his insect beast deeper into Zone 1. Yu Menghai slumped to the ground, panting helplessly. Seriously, you've completely screwed yourself over. How are we even going to get into the 4 great academies now? Yu Menghai opened his smartwatch and checked his ranking. Score, 95,850. Rank, 25. Hopefully it holds up. As long as I don't drop out of the top 100, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Who would have thought Su Ming could take down a level 15 clawbearer so effortlessly? There probably isn't a single beast in this dungeon that can pose a threat to him. A bug-type beast master actually possessing such combat prowess? This truly. It mainly comes down to Su Ming's beast-taming space being sufficiently large. Otherwise, even a beast tamer of this level couldn't contain so many insectoid beasts. That's why geniuses are called geniuses, they create miracles.
Inside the conference room, the teachers all praised Su Ming.
At that moment, a figure appeared at the junction between zones 1 and 2. Is Su Yuhan preparing to enter as well? Seeing this, Yang Jing couldn't help but feel concerned.
Although she had contracted a dragon beast of the sub-dragon species, Su Yuhan was only at level 11. Entering this area was still somewhat dangerous. It's a bit risky, but it's a risk worth taking. Although her dragon beast's bloodline is rather mixed, a sub-dragon is still a dragon. As long as she doesn't encounter any overly powerful beasts, she should be fine. Mayor Luo Hai spoke slowly at this moment. Anyone aiming for a higher ranking will inevitably need to enter Zone 1. Let's root for our young beast tamers from Linhai. With less than 6 hours left, it's time to push forward. On the nearby screen, Su Ming's ranking had now climbed to 8th place province-wide, successfully breaking into the top 10. But Su Ming remained unaware of this. All he could do now was sprint forward with everything he had, striving to secure more points.
Chapter 17, Sub-Dragon Class Ferocious Beast I Target the Elite. Final countdown, 4 hours remaining.
Across examination dungeons nationwide, tens of millions of new generation beast masters were pushing themselves to the limit. Monitoring Room, Coastal Division, 7th District, Sea Capital Province. Currently, 5,791 individuals have activated their protective shields, with 4 fatalities reported. The chief examiner stared at the numbers on the screen and the ticking countdown timer. His hands clenched tightly. 4 hours remain. Now, only their willpower stands as the test for these young men. Every participant's body had reached its limit, and the same beasts, engaged in continuous combat, had also reached their breaking point. At the Su family estate, all members except Su Ming's parents had gathered together. Live broadcast channels had been activated across the province, but with the dense grid of surveillance feeds, pinpointing a specific participant was no easy task. Yuhan's ranking has climbed to 12th place.
With 4 hours remaining, this is already the second best result from Linhai City.
In these final 4 hours, she has a chance to break into the top 10. A spot at one of the 4 great academies is practically guaranteed. But who would have thought that good-for-nothing Su Ming could actually hold on to the top spot? The eldest sister-in-law continued to look down on Su Ming with her usual haughty disdain. Yet the more she spoke thus, the more furious Su Tianhu, seated at the head of the table, became. This glory had always belonged to the Su family. Now, he had to relinquish it, and Su Ming wouldn't even acknowledge himself as a grandson of the Su family.
Dad, Su Ming's score ranks among the top in the entire province.
I have a friend at the Education Bureau. The mayor and others are monitoring the competition there. Word is Su Ming's results have already cracked the provincial top 10.
Top 10 in the province? Are you kidding me? With just those few bugs Su Ming has?
His sister-in-law exploded at the news, her face contorted with disbelief.
Enough. If you want to watch, just watch. Stop all the chatter. At Su Tianhu's angry roar, everyone fell silent.
The eldest Su brother also shot his wife a glare. The mayors of the other 2 cities within the 7th district, upon seeing the results before them, couldn't help but feel curious about Su Ming. After all, given Linhai's resources, it was indeed extremely difficult to cultivate a top-tier beastmaster capable of excelling in the grand examination within such a short time frame. Su Ming led his insect army on a thorough search of Zone 1. Sword beetles and shield beetles conducted the search. Whenever a ferocious beast was located, Su Ming would dispatch tiger head armor beetles to hunt it down, accompanied by berserker sword beetles and giant shield beetles. Despite operating within Zone 1, Su Ming's efficiency was astonishingly high. Within a mere hour, over 20 ferocious beasts fell to Su Ming's hand, accumulating a staggering score of over 7,000 points. His relentless slaughter of beasts in Zone 1 naturally aroused the curiosity of other candidates hunting within the same area. It was clear that the once denser beast population was now declining at an accelerated pace. Looks like as the exam nears its end, more and more people are entering Zone 1. Everyone realized that it was no longer just about hunting beasts, they now had to compete for the kills. The rules stated that candidates were not allowed to snatch prey from others. Once prey was engaged by another, it was lost to them. At that moment, Su Ming suddenly received feedback from his blade insect and shield insect. He immediately rushed over with his insect army. He witnessed his blade bugs and shield bugs being slaughtered by an attacker.
What are you doing? How dare you kill my beasts?
Su Ming's words struck like a bolt from the blue, instantly freezing the man who had been moving.
Your beasts? Insects? Got a problem with that?
Behind Su Ming, a large swarm of insect mounts now appeared.
Witnessing this sudden turn of events, the opponent was taken aback. At that moment, the voice of the chief examiner echoed through both Su Ming's and the opponent's smartwatches.
Candidate Hui Yuhao has been observed launching an unprovoked attack on another candidate's beast. Given that no beastmaster accompanied the targeted beast, his results will not be invalidated. However, 10,000 points will be deducted from his score.
Hearing this, Su Ming felt somewhat satisfied.
His blade bug and shield bug were only injured, not killed.
The opponent had lost 3,000 points, a devastating blow.
Should you have any objections, please submit an appeal to the Regional Examination Committee after the test concludes. With that, Su Ming promptly led his insect beasts away, paying no attention to Huayuhao, who was still reeling from the shock. By the time Huayuhao regained his senses, Su Ming had already vanished without a trace.
Damn it! That kid cost me 3,000 points.
Huayuhao watched his score plummet by 3,000 points, instantly dropping his ranking from 9th to 11th.
That brat! He didn't use that bug to fish, did he? Regardless, the points were already deducted and couldn't be recovered for now. He could only hope an appeal would resolve it.
Huayuhao, however, possessed remarkable mental fortitude. He quickly regained his composure and resumed his hunt for the ferocious beast.
The tense battle raged on, everyone's nerves stretched to the breaking point.
Su Ming stuck to his strategy, sending the blade bugs and shield bugs to scout for beasts while he led the main force to follow up. It was obvious that Su Ming was using the blade bugs and shield bugs as cannon fodder for reconnaissance. Suddenly, several more blade bugs and shield bugs were instantly killed.
This instantly alerted Su Ming.
Though his blade bugs and shield bugs were low-level beasts, their combined strength made them far from easy to eliminate instantly.
The enemy's strength was undoubtedly formidable.
Su Ming immediately rushed over with his entire main force. A boar-like creature was gnawing on the corpses of his blade bugs and shield bugs. Su Ming knew little about this ferocious beast before him, but thankfully, the system's prompt panel provided information.
Name, Steelthorn Earth Dragon. Species rating, superb. Level, 15. Strength, 2,398. Speed, 2,587.
Description: a descendant of dragon-like creatures and wild boars, possessing faint dragon bloodlines. It is an unquestionable sub-dragon species. A drake. Su Ming sucked in a sharp breath. A level 15 sub-dragon species, though its bloodline was extremely diluted, it was still a sub-dragon species.
Su Yuhan's Icewing Dragon, had it not absorbed those rare treasures to purify its bloodline, would possess little more purity than this Earth Dragon.
And this was the first time Su Ming had ever encountered a transcendent tier beast. If he could slay it, he'd gain 9,600 points from this Earth Dragon alone. The thought alone sent a thrill of excitement through Su Ming. However, facing an extraordinary grade beast, Su Ming accorded it the utmost respect. He deployed all his tiger-headed armor beetles, including his mad blade beetles and giant shield beetles. It might take longer, but Su Ming also wanted to test something. How long would it take him, with his current strength, to take down such an extraordinary tier beast?
Chapter 18, Crushing Victory, securing the top spot in the region.
Superior tier, sub-dragon class Steelthorn Earth Dragon. Inside the conference room, upon seeing the beast Su Ming faced, one instructor gasped in shock. Even Mayor Luo Hai wore a worried expression.
This is bad.
If Su Ming can defeat the steel-spiked Earth Dragon, that's one thing, but if it results in heavy casualties, it would be a loss far outweighing any gain. Yang Jing nervously rubbed his hands together.
Only about 3 hours remained until the grand exam concluded.
The scoreboard displaying the provincial rankings had frozen. To ensure data accuracy, the provincial authorities had closed the verification channel 6 hours before the exam's conclusion. They had no idea what Su Ming's current score was. What was certain was that Su Ming had already entered the top 10. Mayor Luo Hai had omitted one possibility, that Su Ming, unable to defeat the steel-spiked Earth Dragon, had activated his protective sphere to end the exam early.
Spotting Su Ming, the steel-spiked Earth Dragon showed no hesitation. It charged towards Su Ming at breakneck speed.
The steel-spiked Earth Dragon possessed no other abilities beyond its thick, tough hide and the steel spikes covering its body, which it used for attack.
Its extraordinary species rating was largely due to the remnant dragon blood within its veins.
Watching the steel spikes Earth Dragon hurtle toward him, Su Ming knew that if struck, instant death was certain. There would be no escape. The 12 tiger armor beetles charged forward first. The giant shield bug's defenses could no longer withstand the steel-spiked Earth Dragon's sharp spikes. Only the tiger armor beetle's hardened armor could withstand the assault. Mad Blade Beetle, Tiger Armor Beetle. 12 Tiger Head Armor Beetles directly braced against the steel-spiked Earth Dragon's charge. These Tiger Armor Beetles can actually withstand the steel-spiked Earth Dragon's charge.
How strange. Why? That shouldn't be possible.
Witnessing this scene, everyone felt utterly astonished. At that moment, Mayor Luo Hai suddenly burst into laughter.
Ha ha ha. Have you all forgotten that Su Ming is a rare dual talent individual?
He also possesses a leader's talent, one that amplifies the strength of his group based on the number of beasts he commands. With hundreds of insectoid beasts under his control now, Su Ming benefits from an additional power boost.
Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood. Su Ming's entire insect beast force now benefits from an additional 0.3x power boost. Do not underestimate this 0.3 multiplier.
At lower levels, individual differences are not particularly pronounced. This 0.3x boost could essentially level the playing field between different species. While the base stats of the tiger-headed armor beetle and steel-spiked Earth Dragon couldn't be compensated for by this alone, the sheer numerical advantage made the difference starkly evident.
Su Ming's leader talent benefited all his tamed beasts.
Simultaneously, the Mad Blade Beetles, Giant Shield Beetles, and Tiger Armor Beetles swiftly joined the fray. Though the Steelthorn Earth Dragon held superior base stats, it was instantly covered in wounds under the overwhelming assault of the insect beast horde. Many of its spikes were even severed cleanly by the mad blade beetles. In the monitoring room, several young women overseeing the surveillance were also watching Su Ming's battle. This Su Ming is quite something. Not only does he rack up points, but he can also handle tough fights. His current score must be among the top in the province. Not sure. The province locked the scores 6 hours ago. We can only see regional results now, and we don't know the rankings between regions yet. It's the same every year. Totally normal. The provincial office always likes to keep things mysterious. I'm actually curious to see where Su Ming will rank in the province. As thousands of wounds appeared on the steel-spiked Earth Dragon's body, its blood drained completely before it slowly collapsed. Su Ming's mind flashed with the kill notification. Successfully defeated level 15 steel-spiked Earth Dragon. Experience plus 600, consumption points plus 600. However, Su Ming had also suffered significant losses in this battle. 2 of his tiger-headed armored beetles had been impaled to death by the steel-spiked Earth Dragon's sharp quills. These were currently his most powerful combat units. Losing 2 of them stung deeply. Nevertheless, the rewards were immense. Calculated according to the scoring rules, Su Ming earned 9,600 points for slaying this steel-spiked Earth Dragon. Next, I need to hurry and farm more beasts. Taking down this steel-spiked Earth Dragon cost me nearly an hour. Su Ming murmured to himself, leading his remaining insectoid army to begin a thorough search of Zone 1. Time ticked by second as everyone scrambled for that final point. After Su Ming successfully defeated the steel-spiked Earth Dragon, even the 2 principals who had previously harbored hostility toward him couldn't help but admire his prowess. With only 2 hours remaining in the exam period. Inside the conference room, the moment Su Ming struck down the steel-spiked Earth Dragon, everyone erupted with excitement. Holy crap, Su Ming took down the steel-spiked Earth Dragon. That's a whopping 9,600 points. Su Ming's current score is absolutely terrifying. A top 10 ranking in the province is practically guaranteed now. It's a sure thing. Everyone jumped up in excitement. Su Ming's outstanding performance meant Aomori Beastmaster High School excelled and Linhai City excelled. Their resources were tied to student exam results, making this an enormous boon for them as well. Mayor Luo Hai also stood up excitedly. Everyone, we have 2 hours left. Barring any surprises, everything will soon be settled. Linhai City has achieved its best results ever. Now, let's head to the instance center to welcome our young beast tamers who have fought tirelessly for 24 hours. The top spot in the district undoubtedly belonged to Su Ming. This ranking alone was enough to fill Luo Hai with immense satisfaction. As for the provincial rankings, he naturally hoped Su Ming would place as high as possible, though he didn't harbor excessive expectations. Yang Jing pressed his palms together, silently praying Su Ming would maintain a top 10 position within the province. Alright, old Yang, your school Su Ming has already excelled tremendously. Stop praying to the gods, this result won't change much now. The 2 principals interrupted Yang Jing's prayer. Facing their teasing, Yang Jing gave a wry smile. It's rare to encounter a student like this. He might be the only one in my generation to achieve such results. Of course I'd wish for his ranking to climb even higher. That's true. At that moment, Linhai City was abuzz. Nearly everyone was certain Linhai City's Su Ming had secured the top spot in the regional rankings. At the Su family estate, Su Tianhu felt as if his soul had been drained. How foolish, truly foolish, Su Tianhu muttered to himself in anguish. Father, perhaps we should go apologize to second brother and second sister. After all, they are your children, and Su Ming is also blood of our Su family. At his eldest son's words, Su Tianhu's eyes suddenly flashed with ferocity. Get out! It's all because of your good-for-nothing wife, stirring up trouble. Otherwise, would things have come to this? If it weren't for Yuhan, both of you would be kicked out of the Su family right now. Chapter 19, the grand examination concludes. Provincial top scholar. Su Ming score, 168,880 Linhai City rank, 1 7th district rank, 1 provincial rank, restricted. Yi Wenbin score, 115,900 Linhai City rank, 2 7th district rank, 8 provincial rank, 156. Su Yuhan score, 104,000 Linhai City rank, 3 7th district rank, 11 provincial rank, 389. Bai Qi score, 96,880 Linhai City rank, 4 7th district rank, 24 provincial rank, 871. At 12 o'clock sharp on June 8, the National Beastmaster examination concluded nationwide. Candidates were successively teleported out of the exam instance. At this moment, the finalized scores were publicly displayed throughout Linhai City's streets and alleys. Blocked? What does blocked mean? Why is the provincial ranking blocked? Many citizens noticed that at the bottom of Su Ming's ranking, the provincial ranking was marked as blocked, prompting them to curiously ask those around them. Only the top 50 provincial rankings are locked. Top 50? Does that mean Su Ming from Linhai City made it into the top 50? Yes. It's been so many years since Linhai City last had someone in the top 100, let alone the top 50. Tens of thousands gathered in Linhai City's largest urban plaza, all bearing witness to this moment.
Su Ming is amazing.
I heard he's from the Su family, one of Linhai's major beast-tamer merchants. I heard that after Su Ming contracted a bug beast, the Su family had looked down on him. That favoritism led to Su Ming leaving the Su family.
What? What kind of vision does the head of the Su family have? So that means Su Ming built this strength entirely on his own. Exactly.
The Su family had nothing to do with it. In no time, many people began boycotting the beasts sold by the Su family. Even more people found it utterly unbelievable when they learned the beast Su Ming had contracted was merely an insectoid beast, the very type they despised most.
Outside the instance center, nearly all personnel had been evacuated. On every face, there was joy, frustration, and resignation. A kaleidoscope of emotions played across every face. At that moment, Su Ming was undoubtedly the most dazzling figure among them all. All eyes turned toward Su Ming amidst the crowd. Last year's highest provincial score was also 160,000. Could Su Ming be the top scorer in the province? No way. The top scorer in the province is right here in Linhai? I never would have imagined it. Unbelievable. 16,000 points? How did he even manage that? Amidst the crowd, Su Yuhan stared at the displayed data, utterly transfixed.
Meanwhile, Luo Hai, who had been waiting at the copy center for the results, was now frantically dialing a provincial number.
Hello? Is it confirmed? Is it true? First place in the province? A new record. After hanging up, Luo Hai tried to calm his racing heart. Just as he looked up, he met the eager, curious gazes of Principal Yang Jing and the others. Su Ming. First place in the province.
His score is the highest ever recorded in our Haidu province's Beastmaster exam, a new record.
First in the province.
The moment Yang Jing heard those words, he dropped to his knees. Many others were moved to tears.
The top spot in the province had always been monopolized by candidates from the provincial capital, Haidu City.
This year, however, it had fallen to the worst performing base city in the entire province. The thrill of this achievement is beyond words.
At that moment, the chief examiner approached. Congratulations, Mayor Luo. Thank you. You've worked hard too. We've already entered the instance to clear the battlefield. Once we're done, we'll head straight back. Luo Hai nodded. Please stay for the night. I'll treat you to dinner.
Thank you, but military orders bind us.
We cannot linger. Very well.
Luo Hai nodded, then turned to the others.
The students are getting impatient. It's time to share this news with the entire city.
The secretary standing beside Luo Hai immediately understood and relayed Su Ming's achievements to the television station. At the entrance of the dungeon center, Luo Hai and dozens of others slowly emerged.
Fellow students, the Beastmaster examination has concluded. I wonder if you're satisfied with your results. Regardless, starting today, you embark on the true path of a Beastmaster. The road ahead is long, don't let temporary setbacks define you. You've battled for 24 hours straight and must be utterly exhausted. Return home to rest and prepare for your university life.
As soon as Luo Hai finished speaking, a citywide broadcast began.
Breaking news, the National Beastmaster examination has concluded.
Su Ming of Almori Beastmaster High School in our city has, through formidable strength and willpower, secured the top provincial score in Haidu Province. His score has shattered all previous records in Haidu Province's Beastmaster examination history, marking the highest score ever recorded.
Breaking news, the National Beastmaster examination has concluded.
Su Ming of Almori Beastmaster High School in our city has, through formidable strength and willpower, secured the top provincial ranking in Haidu Province. His score has shattered all previous records in Haidu Province's Beastmaster examination history, marking the highest score ever recorded. The students, who had been weary moments before, stared wide-eyed at Su Ming upon hearing the words provincial top scholar. Surrounded by so many gazes, Su Ming offered a faint smile. Slowly raising his hand, he waved to the crowd. Outside the dungeon center, thousands of citizens had already gathered. Luo Hai smiled faintly. Su Ming's achievement marks the first provincial top scholar from Linhai City. Someone just suggested to me that this must be recorded in our city annals. I believe it is absolutely essential. The city annals, that was where one's name lived on for centuries. No one could refuse inclusion in their family annals, and certainly no one would decline leaving a page of their story in the city chronicles. Su Ming, you may not know me yet, and I have much I wish to discuss with you. But everyone has worked hard today. Please return home and rest. Many tasks await us in the days ahead. One by one, buses arrive to transport everyone back. Just as Su Ming was about to board, Luo Hai's car pulled up beside him. Su Ming, come with me. I'll drive you home. Such blatant favoritism, yet no one felt resentful. Everyone thought to themselves, if I were the top student in the province, I'd be even more cocky than Su Ming. Alright, thank you, Mayor Luo. Meanwhile, at the Su family estate, news of Su Ming becoming the provincial top scholar had naturally reached them. Upon receiving the news, Su Tianhu felt as if his world had collapsed. He sprang to his feet. This won't do. I must find Su Zhe immediately.
Su Ming must return to the Su family even if it means handing the entire clan over to Suja. Standing nearby, the eldest son's expression instantly darkened. Father, how could that be possible? We're already at such odds with them. Going now would only invite trouble. What? Have I grown so senile that I need your advice on how to handle matters? Chapter 20, Su Tianhu's Desolation, the Mayor's Reward. One after another, luxury sedans bearing the top 10 license plate numbers pulled up outside Su Ming's residence. Su Ming and Luo Hai stepped out of the car together, accompanied by Su Ming's principal, Yang Jing. At that moment, another car was already parked outside Su Ming's residence. Luo Hai couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Su Ming, looks like word of your achievements has already reached your relatives and friends. They'd beat us to the doorstep. That looks like Su Tianhu's car. At the mention of Su Tianhu's name, Luo Hai paused in surprise. He had long heard about Su Ming and the Su family. I see. Well then, let's meet him together. Su Ming didn't know what Su Tianhu was up to this time, but he could guess. His achievements had apparently made Su Tianhu feel threatened. Mayor Luo, principal, please come in. No sooner had Su Ming ushered them inside than his parents appeared at the doorway. Seeing Su Ming return, they exclaimed excitedly, Son! Mom and Dad, Mayor Luo and our school principal said they'd like to come over for a visit. Su Tianhu then stepped out as well. Spotting Luo Hai, he promptly greeted Mayor Luo. Mr. Su, you're here too. Since we just dropped Su Ming off, why don't we all sit down and chat? You've raised an extraordinary child for our Linhai. Suja promptly invited them all to sit down. Su Ming had intended to go straight to rest, but his father pulled him over. The moment they sat down, an awkward silence seemed to settle over the group. A momentary silence fell over the group. Head of the Su family, you arrived first. You must have urgent business. Please speak first, Luo Hai said at this moment. Su Tianhu paused, taken aback. Then he nodded. Since the mayor has asked me to speak first, I shall do so. Since you are here today, I wish you to bear witness. I, Su Tianhu, the current head of the Linhai Su family, hereby decide to pass the position of family head to my second son, Suja. At these words, Suja froze. But Su Ming interjected, Hold on. My parents and I have already severed ties with the Su family. Why would you want my father to return as head of the family? Do you think anyone would actually want that? Suja nodded in agreement. Father, I have no interest in the headship. Even if you wanted to give it to me, I wouldn't accept it. Hearing this, Su Tianhu continued, Su Ming, I know you resent grandfather's favoritism back then. But while the Su family has some wealth, training a beast tamer is still a financial strain. Given the circumstances you and Yuhan presented at the time, I truly had no choice but to select Yuhan. Su Ming's parents looked at him, seemingly seeking his opinion. Su Ming shook his head. Whether my parents acknowledge you is beyond my concern. But I won't be returning to the Su family. Su Yuhan's talent and strength are no less impressive. You should focus on nurturing her properly. Su Tianhu wanted to say more, but the look he gave Su Ming made him swallow his words. Rising slowly, he said, In that case, Suja hopes you two will visit me, the old man, when you have time. Mayor Luo, Principal Yang, I'll take my leave now. In that instant, Su Tianhu seemed to age considerably. After seeing him off, his parents immediately returned home. Luo Hai, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but ask, Su Ming, why not return to the family? The Su clan still possesses considerable wealth. While your talent is exceptional, having the clan's backing would make cultivation far easier. Su Ming shook his head. Mayor, if my achievements were mediocre, even if my parents and I knelt in the Su family compound for 3 days and nights, he wouldn't deign to see us. He made his choice for the family, there's no fault in that. But I refuse to compromise myself for his sake. Hearing Su Ming's words, Luo Hai nodded in agreement. Then he smiled. But let's set that aside for now. Su Ming's parents, in this major examination, Su Ming achieved the top rank in the province, bringing honor to Linhai. On behalf of the Linhai municipal government, I extend our gratitude to you and to Su Ming. After speaking, Luo Hai stood up and was about to bow to the Su family. Su Ming's father immediately supported Luo Hai, saying, Mayor Luo, this is what Su Ming should do. There's no need for thanks. Linhai hasn't seen a beastmaster as outstanding as Su Ming in far too long. Honestly, the reason I rushed to accompany Su Ming here today was to personally convey the Linhai municipal government's gratitude to him. Gratitude? Su Ming paused, but inwardly, he already anticipated what resources Luo Hai might offer him. As Linhai's first provincial top scholar, we will wholeheartedly support Su Ming's future cultivation. The municipal government's reward for him will exceed expectations, and it's approved immediately. Luo Hai spoke as he produced a detailed list. For Su Ming's cash reward, we're directly granting 30 million dasha currency. Regarding cultivation resources, we've prepared 5 vials of bloodline purification elixir and resources valued at 20 million, which can be converted to cash if needed. As for housing, we've secured a 1,000 square meter flat in Tianfu No. 1 for you. The total value of these rewards amounts to approximately 100 million. Su Ming couldn't help but gasp at the figure.
He had expected them to be generous after he became the provincial top scholar, but he never imagined they would be this lavish.
Tianfu No. 1 was the city's premier residential district, the undisputed best and most expensive. Its prime location housed the city's top government officials, ensuring the highest level of security. Though his parents were also beast masters, their abilities were merely average. If they could reside at Tianfu No. 1, it would provide a certain level of security for his future cultivation journeys. Their safety could be reasonably assured. As for the other rewards, he didn't need the bloodline purification potion himself, but he could always sell it. After considering the other resources, Su Ming stated, "Thank you for the city government's reward. I prefer to receive it in cash." "Cash? No problem. Give me your card number, Su Ming, and I'll have someone transfer it to you immediately." At that moment, Yang Jing also spoke up, "Su Ming, our university's reward for you is 20 million. If you need it, I can arrange for them to transfer it to you right now." "Alright, thank you, principal." Su Ming didn't hesitate or make a fuss, he accepted everything outright. Within half an hour, 70 million yuan appeared in his bank account. Luo Hai continued, "Su Ming, I'll have someone deliver the 5 bloodline purification agents shortly. You must be exhausted after the major exam, get some rest." "Thank you for your concern, Mayor Luo." Luo Hai nodded. "By the way, Su Ming, your scores have undoubtedly placed you on the shortlist of the 4 major academies. With results like yours, they'll be vying fiercely for your enrollment. At this stage, you can sit back and observe. Wait until all 4 institutions present their offers before making your decision." Chapter 21, Tiger Beetle Queen's Continuous Evolution. The 4 major academies? Mayor Luo, will they come looking for me? Su Ming perked up at the mention of the 4 great academies. Linhai was too small a place. The 4 great academies gathered the vast majority of resources in Great Xia. They were practically sacred grounds for young beast tamers to grow. As the top scholar of Haidu province, it would be strange if they didn't come looking for you personally. Luo Hai said with a hearty laugh. "But they'll likely come within the next day or 2. You should prepare yourself, look up some information online. Though honestly, it's all pretty much the same. The main thing is the offer they make." Luo Hai gave Su Ming a meaningful look. "Got it." Su Ming understood. As the top scholar, admission to the 4 great academies was guaranteed. Which one he chose would depend on which of these 4 great academies could offer him sufficient resources. "With the major exams just finished, I have many matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now." Yang Jing added, "Su Ming, I'll be heading out too. Come back to visit the school sometime." "Alright. Goodbye, Mayor Luo." "Goodbye, Principal." After seeing them off, he closed the door. He turned back to find his parents staring at him with intense, burning gazes. Su Ming was startled. "Mom and Dad, why are you staring at me like that?" The next second, they pulled him into their arms. "My dear son, you've truly brought honor to your parents." Hearing their words of pride, a smile spread across Su Ming's lips. Back in his room, though exhausted, Su Ming immediately converted all 70 million he'd just received into consumption points. His current remaining consumption points totaled a substantial 723,000. With this batch of consumption points, he could directly evolve his insect mother to the supernatural tier. "I decide to evolve the tiger-headed armored beetle queen. Consume 150,000 consumption points to evolve the tiger-headed armored insect queen into a tiger-devouring insect queen." Yes. Evolution successful. The Tiger Eater's base stats remained high tier, but its combat power surpassed that of the Tiger-head armored beetle. "My goal is to become an extraordinary tier insect beast master, and the current high tier level simply doesn't satisfy me. Consume 350,000 consumption points to evolve the tiger-devouring bug queen into an alien armor bug queen superior." What is the breeding speed of the armored insect? Anomalous armored insect breeding rate, 24 hours per individual. That's sufficient. For a transcendent tier beast, it's sufficient. With over 200,000 points remaining, Su Ming inquired further, "If I use all of them to increase the breeding speed of the blade insect, to what extent can it be boosted?" Consume 190,800 to increase blade insect breeding speed by 10 minutes per insect. 10 minutes per insect. That means 144 insects bred per day. Su Ming had suddenly realized during the grand examination that his original cultivation strategy was flawed. His innate leader talent meant that the more creatures he had, the more his overall beastmaster abilities would improve. He only needed to cultivate the lowest tier insect beasts. Using consumption points to boost their speed was cheaper and faster. Using them to enhance his leadership talent would boost all his beast taming abilities. He would then cultivate high stat species separately to ensure his peak combat strength. Moreover, with the boost from leadership, 100 insect beasts could grant him double the additional power. After 10 days, the amplification reaches 10-fold. After 100 days, it reaches 20-fold. Moreover, I can continue accelerating their breeding rate to rapidly expand my insectoid army. Yeah, that was stupid. I almost went down the wrong path. There was no need to evolve the blade bug and shield bug queens earlier, wasting tens of thousands of consumption points. The Tiger Beetle Queen was essential. He needed a high-stat insectoid as his commander.
Su Ming understood that even with a 100x amplification, the power gap between a low-tier beast and a Lord-class beast was too vast for amplification alone to bridge. Unless the numbers reached truly terrifying levels. But by that point, possessing a high-stat insect beast would allow him to crush opponents' high-stat beasts without relying on sheer numbers.
As for dragons,
they would become fodder for his insect horde. Soon, Su Ming had nearly exhausted his consumption points.
After tallying the numbers, 3 insect queens could produce nearly 200 insect beasts in a single day. This included 144 blade beasts, 60 shield beasts, and 1 armored beast. With his strength progression secured for the foreseeable future, Su Ming decided to relax. After a shower, he grabbed his laptop and sat on the bed. He opened his browser and typed in 4 great academies. Information on the 4 great academies quickly appeared before his eyes. What he discovered was startling. Nearly 70% of the Grand Xiao's Grandmaster-level Beast Masters had graduated from these institutions. These institutions were the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy in the Imperial Capital, the Sea Capital Beastmaster Academy in the Sea Capital Province, the Great Xia Military Academy in the Central Plains Province, and the Polar Beastmaster Academy in the Northern Province. Among them, the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy was the top choice for students with government connections or those from prominent families, boasting the strongest capabilities among the 4. The Sea Capital Beastmaster Academy boasts the most substantial funding, making it the top choice for both aristocratic heirs and talented commoner disciples. The Great Xia Military Academy caters to those with military backgrounds. It offers the most opportunities for practical training during university years, even making it a required course. The Polar Beastmaster Academy primarily serves the northern province's 5 vast territories where students predominantly master water and ice attribute beasts. Given this, I probably won't consider the Polar Academy. The other 3 seem decent enough. As for which to choose, it's just as Mayor Luo said. I'll see what offers they make. After browsing for a while longer, Su Ming shut down his computer, waiting for the 4 major academies to come knocking on his door. While things had calmed down for Su Ming, the admissions offices of the schools preparing to recruit students simultaneously received report cards from all corners of the Great Xia Empire after the major exams concluded. Daxia comprised 2 capitals and 13 provinces, with tens of millions of students taking the annual exam. The Great Xia possessed an immense number of universities, with virtually every major city hosting at least one, and often several. Cities like Linhai, lacking a Beastmaster University, were extremely rare. This abundance of institutions ensured every Beastmaster had an academy to serve as a platform for continued cultivation. However, the quality of students admitted to each institution remains something every academy must strive to secure for itself. Competition for top-tier talent is especially fierce among the 4 major academies. The top 3,000 students from each province are their primary recruitment targets. Only the top 100 receive personal recruitment offers from their admissions offices. But only the top 10 spark fierce competition, where the admissions office personally visits the beast tamer to offer enrollment conditions and sign an admission contract. Chapter 22. The 4 great academies arrive. Su Yuhan's loneliness. After the major exams concluded, the busiest individuals were undoubtedly the principal and faculty of Aomori Beastmaster High School. As the high school where the provincial top scorer studied, Principal Yang Jing received interview requests from television stations across the province almost daily. To address the barrage of questions, Yang Jing held a special press conference. Principal Yang, we've heard that Su Ming's beast is the lowest tier insect beast. Is this rumor true? It is true, Yang Jing nodded solemnly. However, the term lowest rank used by this reporter is inaccurate. In the world of beast tamers, there are no inferior beasts, only tamers who fail to master them. As soon as Yang Jing finished speaking, applause erupted from the audience. Aomori Beastmaster High has achieved remarkable results this year. Besides Su Ming, who topped the provincial rankings in Haidu, there's also a female student rumored to have contracted a wyvern. Yes, her name is Su Yuhan, and her academic performance is also outstanding. Principal Yang, might we invite Su Ming to share a few words with us? Facing the reporter's request, Yang Jing smiled faintly and replied, Su Ming is quite busy at the moment and cannot attend for now. Then may I ask, Principal, does Su Ming have any preferences regarding which of the 4 major academies he might attend? Would he consider our Haidu Beastmaster Academy? I cannot answer that question for you. The answer remains in Su Ming's hands, and I have yet to receive any updates from the admissions offices of the 4 major universities. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yang Jing's secretary approached the podium and whispered a few words. Yang Jing's expression immediately darkened. He then addressed the assembled journalists, fellow reporters, I have urgent matters to attend to. Our vice president will take over the proceedings, along with Su Ming's homeroom teacher, Mr. Li. You may all speak with them. With that, Yang Jing hurriedly made his way toward the exit. As he walked, he confirmed, are the admissions officers from the 4 prestigious universities here together? Yes, President. They're already in the conference room. They're here for Su Ming and hope you can help facilitate things. Yang Jing nodded and pulled out his phone to call Su Ming. At that moment, Su Ming was relaxing at home, savoring a rare moment of peace. The phone rang. Seeing it was the principal calling, Su Ming answered immediately. Hello, principal. Su Ming, representatives from the admissions offices of the 4 prestigious universities have arrived at the school. Would you like to meet with them and see what offers they have for you? Sure. The arrival of representatives from the 4 prestigious universities prompted Su Ming's prompt response. He called out to his parents, who were still busy in the kitchen. Mom and Dad, I'm heading to school. The principal said representatives from the 4 prestigious universities are here. I'll go see what admission offers they have for me. Good son, whatever choice you make, we'll support you. In the school conference room, Yang Jing had barely pushed open the door when he saw 4 figures seated at the 4 cardinal points. They rose immediately upon seeing Yang Jing enter. Principal Yang, we apologize for the abrupt visit and any disturbance. Yang Jing smiled faintly. Not at all. You're here for Su Ming, aren't you? I just contacted him. He should be on his way and will arrive shortly. That's wonderful. Might Principal Yang also arrange for Su Yuhan from your school to join us? Though our academic standing isn't among the top 100, all 4 of our institutions are quite interested in this beastmaster capable of contracting dragon beasts. Upon hearing this, Yang Jing immediately replied, no problem. I'll have someone notify Su Yuhan to come to the school right away. After making the arrangements, Yang Jing returned to the conference room. The man in military uniform stood up and said, Hello, Principal Yang. I'm Su Jinj, an instructor from the Great Xia Military Academy. Hello, Principal Yang. I'm Leng Yu from the Polar Beastmaster Academy. Principal Yang, hello. I'm Zhang Yang from the Sea City Beastmaster Academy. Hello, Principal Yang. I'm Zhao Wu from the Great Xia Beast-taming Academy. Greetings, teachers. After shaking hands warmly with each of them, the 5 finally sat down. At that moment, Zhao Wu from the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy turned to Yang Jing and said, Principal Yang, before Su Ming arrives, we'd like to confirm something. Is he truly a dual-talent individual? At this mention, pride filled Yang Jing's face. Indeed, he is a genuine dual-talent individual. Moreover, Su Ming's beast-taming space is exceptionally vast. He seems like a natural-born insect tamer. At the mention of dual talents, the teachers from the 4 great academies' eyes lit up. Everyone, Su Ming is ours to claim. A dual-talent individual, we haven't seen one in years. And since he's from our high city, there's no way we're letting you snatch him away. Zhang Yang's personality matched his name, utterly flamboyant. Zhou Wu, however, sneered coldly, Zhang Yang, you're not afraid of biting off more than you can chew? Why would Su Ming choose your high city? In terms of resources, strength, and development prospects, how does any of you compare to us? Zhou Wu, I won't comment on the latter 2 points, but when it comes to resources, High City has never feared anyone. The rivalry between the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy and the Sea Capital Beastmaster Academy had been fierce for years. Their target student demographics overlapped significantly. In contrast, representatives from the Great Xia Military Academy and the Polar Beastmaster Academy remained uninvolved in this rivalry. 10 minutes later, a knock sounded at the conference room door. The 4 academy instructors immediately stood, their eyes brimming with urgency. The secretary hurriedly opened the door, and Su Yuhan, dressed in a light blue long dress, walked in slowly. Upon recognizing Su Yuhan, the faculty members of the 4 great academies sat back down, their expressions tinged with disappointment. Teachers, this is Su Yuhan from our academy. She possesses the dragon speaker talent, enabling her to communicate with dragon beasts and form contracts with them more easily. Yang Jing immediately stepped beside Su Yuhan to introduce her. Hello, professors. I am Su Yuhan. No sooner had she spoken than Su Ming's figure appeared at the doorway. Principal, is this the place? Upon seeing the new arrival, the admissions officers from the 4 major academies stood up once more. Noticing Su Ming's arrival, Yang Jing promptly said to Su Yuhan, Yuhan, please take a seat over there for now. All right. A flicker of loneliness passed through Su Yuhan's eyes, but she kept her expression neutral after all. This was her chance to gain early admission to one of the 4 great academies. Yang Jing brought Su Ming over and promptly introduced him. Su Ming, this is teacher Zhang Yang from the Haidu Beastmaster Academy, this is teacher Leng Yu from the Polar Beastmaster Academy, and this is... After the introductions, Su Ming understood their respective roles. He promptly greeted them, good day, teachers. Now that Su Ming is here, let's begin, Zhang Yang said, looking at the other 3 for their input. Seeing no objections, Zhang Yang continued to Su Ming, we 4 represent the 4 most powerful academies of Great Xia. We hope you will join any one of them. As for your choice, it is entirely up to you. Chapter 23, Decision Made. The Great Xia Military Academy. Su Ming, I have a few more questions I'd like to ask. Would that be acceptable? Zhou Wu raised his hand at this moment, looking at Su Ming. Of course. Please ask. Su Ming nodded. Earlier, we confirmed with Principal Yang that you possess dual talents. Based on our understanding, does this mean you will only contract insectoid beasts in the future? Yes. Is there a problem with insectoid beasts, Teacher Zhou? For others, perhaps not. But for you, Su Ming, there shouldn't be any major issues.
Yang Jing then cut straight to the point. Gentlemen, Su Ming may not yet be familiar with your 4 great academies.
You're all seasoned veterans.
Which academy he joins will depend on which offers him the best prospects for growth.
Principal Yang speaks plainly.
Then let our Polar Beast Master Academy begin first. Cold Moon turned her gaze to Su Ming.
Su Ming, have you researched our Polar Beast Master Academy? I have some understanding. Your academy primarily focuses on the northern provinces and water attribute and ice attribute beast tamers, correct?
A hint of approval flashed in Long Yu's eyes as she nodded.
Precisely. While that is our primary focus, our academy is also eager to recruit exceptional talents like you.
We boast the nation's largest Beastmaster training base, and we possess numerous insect-type beasts you require. By joining us, we guarantee your assigned mentor will be no less than a king tier.
Should you confirm enrollment, we will also allocate a lord tier beast for you. Upon admission, you'll receive a special grade bloodline purification agent.
During your studies, you'll receive an annual stipend of 3 million credits, a one-time enrollment subsidy of 10 million credits, and the highest tier resource allocation each year. A special grade bloodline purification agent can increase a Beastmaster's bloodline purity by at least 3%. After Lang Yu finished speaking, Zhao Wu from the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy expressed surprise. I didn't expect the Polar region to offer a Lord-level Beastmaster slot this year.
That's quite an investment. Su Ming deserves it. I wonder what resources your academy is offering.
Lang Yu looked at Zhao Wu, a hint of challenge in her eyes. Zhao Wu smiled faintly, rising to his feet as he addressed Su Ming. Su Ming, the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy stands as the nation's foremost institution, a claim I make with confidence before these 3 esteemed guests. Our academy boasts the most comprehensive training system, the most extensive dungeon facilities, and the strongest faculty, including a nation-leading 23 king-tier instructors. Should you agree to join our academy, we guarantee a king-tier instructor. For beast taming and polar regions, we guarantee a lord-tier instructor.
Upon enrollment, you will receive 3 special grade bloodline purification agents.
Annual stipend, 3 million.
One-time enrollment subsidy, 13 million.
Annual resource subsidies are also the highest tier.
Oof. I thought you were about to pull off something big, Zhao Wu. Turns out you just dropped a massive load.
Zhang Yang stood up and addressed Su Ming. Su Ming, fellow student, Haidu Beastmaster Academy offers what we offer, and we offer what they don't. We match their cultivation resources for top-tier bloodline refinement agents upon enrollment. Beyond that, we provide an annual stipend of 5 million yuan, a one-time enrollment subsidy of 20 million yuan, and the highest tier annual resource allocation. Financially speaking, Su Ming himself wasn't short a few million. The subsidy from the municipal government alone amounted to 50 million. At this moment, a teacher from the Great Xia Military Academy stood up and said, Su Ming, the Great Xia Military Academy cannot match the generous promises of the Sea Capital Academy.
The best we can offer is the same package as the Polar Beastmaster Academy. However, we can provide 3 premium bloodline purifiers.
Upon joining the Great Xia Military Academy, you would enter with the rank of Major. Furthermore, as an insect beast master, we have a king-tier beast tamer who possesses an insect beast with the highest known species value.
This insect beast is fertile.
At these words, Su Ming's eyes instantly lit up.
He could certainly use consumption points to evolve his own pet beast. But if he could directly contract a bug beast with the king-tier base stats, how many consumption points would he save? Those saved points could be used to accelerate breeding speed. Su, don't bully him.
Su Ming just became a beast master and doesn't understand how difficult breeding a king-tier beast is.
And why would anyone give a king-tier beast to Su Ming?
I know the one you're talking about, the carefree King Qi Shintian.
He's stubborn and difficult.
Even if Su Ming wants to apprentice under him, he might not accept him. Zhang Yang stood up, openly contradicting Su Jin's words.
Su Jin didn't dodge the point. Su Ming, opportunity and risk go hand in hand. The allure of a king-tier beast depends entirely on whether you have the guts to seize it.
As he met Su Jing's gaze, a faint smile touched Su Ming's lips. The other 3 sensed the situation was taking an ominous turn. They immediately urged Su Ming to reconsider.
Su Ming, we have insect beasts here too.
Even if you truly apprentice under Qi Shantian, there's no guarantee when he'd give you a king-class beast. Breeding and cultivating them is incredibly difficult.
Yeah, Su Ming, don't let Su Jin lure you in. Don't fall for it.
But by then, Su Ming was already deaf to their words.
Who could possibly resist the allure of a king-class beast?
All right. I choose the Great Xia Military Command. No sooner had Su Ming finished speaking than Su Jin rushed to his side. A contract, already prepared in advance, was thrust directly into his hands.
Su Ming, however, showed no urgency to sign.
Instead, he stood up and addressed the other 3. I appreciate the interest from that other academy. I am indeed drawn to this king-grade beastmaster.
There are certainly risks involved, but I'm willing to take them.
Hearing Su Ming's words, the 3 who had been preparing to persuade him could only give up. They hadn't anticipated the Great Xia Military Academy pulling such a move. It had caught them completely off guard. After Su Ming signed his name on the contract, a weight lifted from Su Jin's heart. Su Ming, welcome to the Great Xia Military Command.
You are now a soldier of the Great Xia. Thank you. When does the school term begin? In 1 week. We'll complete enrollment within that time frame. The academy will arrange fighter jets to pick you up.
Oh, okay. The other three exchanged glances, suddenly remembering Su Yuhan still waiting in the conference room. They immediately turned back to Su Yuhan and said, Su Yuhan, we wonder if you might be interested in joining the Sea Capital Academy. We can offer you an annual stipend of 2 million credits. Upon enrollment, you'll receive an intermediate bloodline refinement agent capable of refining your bloodline by at least 1%. Su Yuhan, your beast is an Icewing Dragon perfect for our Polar Beast Academy. Moreover, our faculty includes instructors exceptionally suited to your needs. Listening to the terms they offered, Su Yuhan felt they were worlds apart compared to what Su Ming had proposed. Glancing at Su Ming beside her, a wave of disappointment instantly washed over her. Chapter 24, The Long Journey. Arrival at the Great Xia Military Headquarters. Returning home, Su Ming found his parents still waiting for him to eat. A wave of warmth instantly washed over him. Son, you're back. Wash your hands and come eat. Got it, Mom. The table was laden with his favorite dishes. No sooner had he sat down than his father couldn't help but ask, So, son, have you decided which school to attend? Yeah, I've decided. The Great Xia Military Academy. The Military Academy? Instantly, both his parents froze in their movements. Su Ming understood their worries and reassured them, Don't worry, Mom and Dad. I know the military academy might involve more dangerous battles compared to the other academy, but that's exactly why I chose it. And Mom and Dad, after I go to the academy, you should move to Tianfuiping sooner rather than later. It's safer there. You little brat. You haven't even left yet and you're already worrying about us. Don't worry, I'll protect your mom. Su Ming turned to look at his mother, whose mood was clearly low. But that was only natural. Over the next few days, Su Ming didn't slack off. He headed to the dungeon center to train almost every day. But fame brings trouble, and his growing notoriety meant he was now constantly followed wherever he went. According to his mother, suitors had even begun arriving recently. Within a week, Su Ming's level had risen from 15 to 17. Clearly, his level was climbing higher and higher. Yet the pace of leveling up was slowing considerably. This was mainly because the amount of experience required for each level increase grew substantially. During this period, Su Ming also heard that Su Yuhan had ultimately chosen to attend the Polar Beast Master Academy. It was said the academy had guaranteed to assign her a mentor who had similarly contracted an ice attribute dragon beast. The 7th day was the date set by the military academy for the fighter jet to transport them. Su Ming packed his luggage early and headed to the airport accompanied by his parents. A large transport aircraft slowly touched down at Linhai City Airport. Only the military could deploy such a super large transport aircraft. Since his parents couldn't accompany him, Su Ming boarded the shuttle bus alone to reach the transport aircraft. Hello, are you Su Ming? I am Su Ming. Please board the aircraft. You are the only passenger for Linhai. Su Ming nodded, glancing back toward the distant departure lounge where his parents' figures still lingered. Are you picking up anyone else? Su Ming turned to ask. No need. We handle all student transfers for Haidu province. Linhai is our final stop. Oh, okay. Thank you. Upon entering the cabin, Su Ming spotted other beast masters heading to the military headquarters, just like himself. As he was looking for a seat, Su Ming suddenly heard someone calling his name. Hey, buddy, over here. Su Ming recognized the person waving at him, a wave of familiarity washing over him. As he approached, he recognized the face. It was none other than the person trapped inside the protective sphere in Zone 1 during the grand exam. You're Yu Menghai from Huatian Beastmaster Academy? Yu Menghai scratched his head sheepishly and smiled. Never imagined the person I bumped into back then would turn out to be our provincial top scholar. The top scholar from Linhai was already common knowledge. When Su Ming first boarded the plane, all eyes were on him. After they sat down, Su Ming asked in genuine puzzlement, How did you even get into one of the 4 great academies? Weren't you trapped just hours before the exam ended? Yeah, my luck was terrible. I ranked over 1,300th province-wide. But luckily, my dad used to be in the military academy, so he pulled some strings. Su Ming nodded with a smile. No matter where you were, connections proved invaluable. But gaining admission to the military academy? Merely pulling strings wouldn't have been enough. Yu Menghai's family connections must be exceptionally powerful. The transport aircraft moved swiftly, landing roughly 6 hours later. Everyone peered curiously out the circular windows beside them. Su Ming was no exception. Beyond the airport, towering buildings pierced the sky. At that moment, a voice echoed through the transport aircraft. New recruits of the Great Xia Military Command, welcome to our institution. We hope all beast masters will achieve great success here. The demonic creatures remain unvanquished. Your efforts are still needed. This flight has concluded.
Once the cabin door opens, please disembark in an orderly fashion.
The military headquarters has arranged vehicles to transport you all to the main campus. The cabin door slowly opened, and everyone began to file out of the aircraft in an orderly line. Stepping outside, they immediately saw several buses lined up in orderly rows. The military headquarters enrollment in Haidu City was not particularly large. Su Ming had counted on the plane, including himself, there were only 133 students. The buses passed by the school buildings along the way, arriving at the main campus.
Yu Manghai nudged him. Su Ming, do you know anyone at the military academy? No, why do you ask?
Su Ming shook his head in confusion.
Then why did that person come looking for you?
As he spoke, Yu Manghai pointed to a middle-aged man not far away, whose placard bore the characters Su Ming. Su Ming couldn't recall any memories associated with the man before him. After getting off the car, Su Ming and Yu Manghai approached the man.
Hello, were you looking for me?
Su Ming asked, observing the man before him. The man was quite handsome, though somewhat unkempt. Qi Xiantian slowly raised his head and looked at Su Ming.
Are you Su Ming?
Yes, I am Su Ming.
The provincial top scholar from Haidu?
Su Ming nodded, growing even more puzzled about the man's identity.
Upon receiving Su Ming's confirmation, the man nodded and tossed the plaque directly into the trash bin. Come with me.
Su Ming was utterly baffled by the man's request.
Sir, I don't know you. What business do you have with me? Qi Xiantian turned to look at Su Ming with puzzlement. I'm your mentor. Didn't you come to the military headquarters specifically to apprentice under me? Become your disciple?
Su Ming froze for a moment, then suddenly felt as if his brain had been jolted by electricity. Realizing something, he exclaimed with delight, "You're the Xiaoyao King." King-level beast masters all possess their own titles, which also served as symbols of their status.
Well, can you come with me now? Qi Xiantian nodded and asked. But I haven't enrolled yet. Leave that to the relevant personnel. Since you're here at the military headquarters, it's time to start your cultivation. Su Ming was dumbfounded. Did cultivation really need to be rushed like this?
Still, since he himself wished to apprentice under this carefree king, he didn't dwell on it further. He turned to Yu Manghai and said, "Old Yu, I'll be heading off with my mentor now. If anything comes up, just give me a call."
Oh, okay.
Yu Manghai watched the scene unfold, still processing the shock. Only after Su Ming had walked far away with Qi Xiantian did Yu Manghai, watching his retreating figure, finally mutter, "So this is the perk of being the top scholar? Getting a royal-level mentor assigned right after enrollment." Chapter 25, Starting Strong. The Demon Suppressing Tower. You must have a lot of questions for me. Why aren't you saying anything? Qi Xiantian spoke first. Su Ming gave a wry smile. Master, I have so many questions, I don't even know where to start. Then let me introduce myself first. My name is Qi Xiantian, also known as the Carefree King. True to my title, I'm a rather free-spirited sort. Just like today I received word that you'd be enrolling, and I knew I'd want you as my student. So rather than wait for you to come to me, I came to you directly, skipping the middle steps. Su Ming was taken aback by his teacher's words. Su Ming then asked, "Teacher, if you take me away directly, what about my future courses? I don't even have a student ID or anything yet. I've already sent someone to handle that. As for your courses, I'm your mentor. Whatever curriculum I assign you, that's what you'll study." Ha? No classes with dozens of students? At that moment, Qi Xiantian suddenly stopped. Turning to Su Ming, he said, "Su Ming, remember this, you came to the academy to become stronger, not to vacation. What purpose would a class with dozens of students serve?" I see. So, Professor, I heard our academy uses a point system. What exactly is that? Qi Xiantian nodded. That's indeed quite important. Credits function as your currency within the academy. Money isn't very useful here. To earn credits, you can hunt ferocious beasts, complete academy-issued tasks, and so on. Credits can be exchanged for academy resources. Oh, I see, Su Ming nodded. Qi Xiantian continued, honestly, beyond understanding this credit system, you don't need to know much else about the school. Your task is simply to complete the courses I assign you on time. Soon, the two arrived before a magnificently adorned building. Two massive stone elephants stood guard at the entrance, an imposing sight. Su Ming looked up to see four large characters clearly inscribed atop the dome structure, Mission Hall. Teacher, what are we doing here? To pick up a mission. They entered the mission center, which was bustling with people. The teacher led Su Ming straight to a machine. I need to claim a quest for the Demon Suppression Tower. Understood. Please enter your student ID. Qi Xiantian turned to Su Ming. What's your student ID? Teacher, I just arrived and don't know yet. Qi Xiantian suddenly understood and dialed a phone number. Hello, what's Su Ming's student ID? 95,300. Got it. Wrap this up quickly. I'll take Su Ming to the Demon Suppression Tower for a test run first. After entering the ID, the machine responded instantly. Congratulations, Su Ming. You have successfully claimed the Demon Suppression Tower quest. Completion points will be synchronized to your account in real time.
Wishing you success. Alright, let's go.
Stepping out of the quest center, Qi Xiantian continued, Su Ming, from now on, no matter what you plan to do, check first if there's a quest available.
If you can take on a quest along the way, you'll earn some points upon completion.
Once your senior brother finishes your enrollment, you'll be able to claim quests online without having to come to the quest center.
Master, what exactly is this Demon Suppression Tower quest? Su Ming asked curiously. It's a dungeon, a place to test students' overall strength. The higher you climb, the more points you earn. Su Ming nodded. Teacher, you're testing me, aren't you? Want to see what I'm made of? Not too dim-witted.
I am, after all, a king-level beast tamer. You may be the provincial top scholar, but whether you're a mule or a horse, well, we'll find out once you've made a round in the Demon Suppression Tower.
Soon, guided by Qi Xiantian, Su Ming arrived at the dungeon center.
The Great Siam Military Headquarters Instance Center was vast. While the Linhai City Instance Center had only 10 passages,
here, there were over 100. Su Ming, the Demon Suppression Tower scales its difficulty based on the cultivator's age.
You just turned 18, so your difficulty level is set for an 18-year-old.
Teacher, doesn't the Demon Suppression Tower get progressively harder as you ascend the floors? Yes. Just pick any passageway. You've already received your mission. Simply enter your student ID, and the instance passageway will open directly, transporting you to your destination.
Su Ming nodded without hesitation, selected a random passageway, entered the student ID his teacher had just given him, and walked straight in without looking back.
Qi Xiantian glanced around, found an empty spot, and sat down.
Directly opposite him was the real-time data display for the Demon Suppression Tower, the dungeon's central hub.
Su Ming's name hadn't been formally registered yet, so only his student ID appeared on the screen.
95300 age 18 floor level 0. Young man, let me see what kind of power this so-called natural-born insect master they speak of truly possesses. After a familiar wave of dizziness, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes.
A notification tone suddenly rang in his ears.
ID 1213895527. Welcome to the Demon Suppression Tower.
Shall we begin the trial?
Yes. No sooner had the words left his mouth than rustling sounds came from the grass ahead.
The next second, a giant-eared rabbit leaped out of the grass. A level 1 giant-eared rabbit?
Su Ming froze for a moment, but immediately summoned his insect beast to obliterate it.
Challenge successful. Proceed to the second layer. A glowing portal appeared before him. Stepping into it, Su Ming vanished from his original spot.
When he reappeared, he found himself in the middle of a grassy field. Meanwhile, in the desert, a sand scorpion crawled out of the sand.
A level 1 sand scorpion.
This 18-year-old difficulty level felt a bit too easy in the early stages. Su Ming breezed through without much effort, reaching level 30 in just 10 minutes. His ferocious beast had now reached level 10, and its species value had advanced to intermediate. However, Su Ming noticed that defeating these beasts yielded neither experience nor consumption points. Clearly, these beasts were fake. The Demon Suppression Tower was a risk-free testing ground to gauge a beast tamer's true strength.
Pretty neat. You can test your strength without risking your life. A dungeon this good, even a small city like Linhai hasn't introduced one.
Su Ming sighed before resuming his rapid ascent through the levels.
At the instance hub,
a handsome figure entered, immediately drawing the attention of many girls in the instance center. The young man carried a bag of items and walked straight over to sit beside Qi Xiantian. Teacher, I've taken care of everything for the junior apprentice.
Good. Qi Xiantian nodded. The young man continued, Teacher, which floor is the junior apprentice at now? 30 floors in 10 minutes.
His pace is about the same as yours last year. Wang Zhuoxing smiled and remarked, Master, the 18-year-old difficulty level isn't challenging early on.
True strength only becomes apparent after the 50th floor. Chapter 26, Demon Suppression Tower 91st floor, youngest record. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming's floor count broke through to the 50th level. At this difficulty level, Su Ming now faced level 15 extraordinary great beasts. However, Su Ming was now vastly stronger than during the grand examination. Alongside his level increase, his insect army had swelled to over 1,500 members, including 7 armored insects. His combat power multiplier had reached 10x. Combined with his own level now surpassing 17, he could instantly obliterate these 15th level extraordinary beasts. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming had advanced straight to the 60th floor. Seeing the scene before him, Qi Xiantian couldn't help but laugh. 60 floors in half an hour. How long did it take you back in the day? 1.5, Wang Zhuoxing scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. He frowned in confusion. That can't be right. A 50th floor beast is already a level 15 with extraordinary species stats. How could junior brother possibly be this fast? Observing Wang Zhuoxing's puzzled and perplexed expression, Qi Xiantian shook his head. Did I ever tell you his level? I don't think you have. What level is junior brother now? Wang Zhuoxing immediately asked. Level 17. Whoa.
Wang Zhuoxing sucked in a sharp breath, finding it hard to believe.
He pressed for confirmation. No way. I was only level 15 at this stage back then. How did he manage that? That's why we talk about the gap.
Your junior brother is the provincial champion, and not just any provincial champion, but the champion of Haidu province.
Hearing Qi Xuantian's explanation, Wang Zhuoxing's expression cleared. True, he conceded. My junior brother is the top scholar. It makes sense he'd be stronger than me.
However, even after Su Ming entered the 60th layer, his pace showed no sign of slowing. In the blink of an eye, he broke through to the 70th floor. His position at the 70th floor propelled Su Ming's information straight to the top of the record board in the Demon Suppression Tower instance at the Dungeon's center.
This drew a crowd of onlookers. Who's this person with no name, just a student ID? They reached the 70th floor in under an hour. That student ID looks like a freshman's.
Probably hasn't had their info registered yet, but they're already tackling the Demon Ceiling Tower with just their ID.
That's intense. His speed is incredible. He's already at floor 73. What level is a 18-year-old at floor 73? Does anyone know? An 18th level supernatural grade ferocious beast. The crowd began analyzing Su Ming's performance. Defeating a level 18 supernatural grade beast right after enrollment? You've got to be kidding me. What kind of monster is this? Many gasped in astonishment, yet they still believed the result.
After all, the record board had never been wrong. And while defeating a level 18 supernatural grade beast was difficult, it wasn't impossible. Su Ming's pace gradually slowed, yet he steadily advanced toward higher levels.
Wang Zhuoxing, seated beside Qi Xuantian, couldn't contain his excitement. Master, our junior brother is incredible. He's already on the 83rd floor.
After over 2 hours, Su Ming successfully reached the 83rd floor.
By then, many in the instance center had been drawn by the commotion.
Many were speculating about Su Ming's identity.
However, Su Ming's current record displayed only a student ID number, no other information.
Only the school had the authority to trace Su Ming through his student ID.
Could he be breaking the record? Probably not.
Inside the Demon Ceiling Tower, Su Ming watched the newly spawned ferocious beast. Pressure began to mount within him. As he observed the ferocious beast before him, a stream of information appeared before his eyes.
Name, Flame Demon Ape. Level, 19.
Race value, superb. As an extraordinary tier beast, the exoskeleton bud possessed both formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. With the added boost from its innate talents, facing this level 19 Flame Demon Ape proved challenging, yet it was resolved without much delay.
This should be wrapping up soon. Su Ming thought to himself as he entered the next floor. The beasts here were still level 19, and their species rating remained superb. However, this time the beast's combat prowess was even stronger than the previous one. Name, Rock Dragon Beast. Level, 19. Race value, superb. Any beast with dragon blood in its veins invariably reached the superb tier. Su Ming had never heard of anyone contracting a true dragon, but he surmised that only a true dragon with god-tier species values could achieve such feats. A level 19 can't even pressure me. Kill. What Su Ming didn't know was that with each floor he conquered, the crowd watching outside was left utterly stunned. What are the limits of this freshman? It's beyond belief. He's definitely top-tier talent. Check how many top recruits we've admitted this year, that'll tell us who he is. Right, check it out, check it out. Watching the lively scene unfold, Wang Zhuoxing couldn't help but chuckle. Master, you only intended to test junior brother's strength. Never imagined it would cause such a commotion, did you? Qi Xuantian remained utterly composed. This level of strength is precisely what matches the reports they gave me. Master, has your golden horn demon insect breeding progressed yet? Qi Xuantian shook his head. Impossible. Breeding a king-tier beast master is exceedingly difficult. Besides, even if your junior apprentice were to contract a king-tier beast master now, he wouldn't be able to handle it. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Su Ming gazed at his now battle-depleted insect army and sighed helplessly. Just then, the familiar voice from the beginning echoed in his ears. ID 1213895527, congratulations on reaching level 91. We look forward to your next challenge. Immediately afterward, a departure teleportation array materialized. Su Ming immediately stepped onto it. At the same time, within the dungeon's central hub, crowds had already gathered around the exit. Everyone wanted to see who this newcomer was who had caused such a stir. At the dungeon exit, as Su Ming's figure appeared, the crowd erupted into cheers. One person rushed straight up to Su Ming and asked, "Hey, are you this year's new recruit?" Su Ming was momentarily stunned by this sudden commotion. The person pressed on, "Was that you just now tackling the demon ceiling tower?" Su Ming nodded, and instantly, everyone around him erupted in cheers. "What's going on?" Su Ming asked, puzzled. "Junior, do you even know how many floors you just cleared?" "The 91st floor. Is that so strange?" Su Ming froze. Reaching the 91st floor shouldn't be too difficult for someone with his 18-year-old strength, right? But the other person laughed, but you're a freshman. You've only been training for a few days. You've broken our school's all-time freshman record for the Demon Ceiling Tower. Su Ming felt little about this record. He needed to find his teacher immediately. This isn't a big deal. Excuse me, I have business to attend to. Chapter 27, The Teacher's Second Identity King Class Cultivator. Su Ming pushed through the crowd and made his way straight to his teacher's location. Master, I only made it to the 91st floor. I just couldn't push through any further, Su Ming said with a wry smile. Junior brother, your achievement is truly remarkable, especially considering you've only just enrolled. Wang Zhuoxing, standing nearby, immediately praised Su Ming. Looking at the young man before him, his looks were almost unfairly striking. Overall, in terms of appearance, only the readers of this book and Yan Zhu could possibly outshine him. Su Ming, this is your senior classmate, Wang Zhuoxing. He's currently a sophomore. Shi Xiantian promptly introduced Wang Zhuoxing. Hello, little junior. Nice to meet you. You've given me quite the shock. I only made it to the 80th floor at your age. Wang Zhuoxing was generous with his praise, and Su Ming formed a favorable first impression of this cheerful senior. Shi Xiantian then interjected, let's go. It's too crowded here, not a place for conversation. The three walked out of the instance center together. Many onlookers watched them and instantly understood. So these are the new disciples of the carefree king. This king of freedom is still the same. Last year when he took on Wang Zhuoxing as a disciple, he brought him straight to the instance center to run the demon suppression tower and test his strength. The free-spirited king's strength ranks among the strongest in the royal tier of our military headquarters. When he takes on students, he certainly picks the best. I wonder who this new recruit could be. The Xiaoyao King's residence, a manor spanning over 3,000 square meters. This was the standard of residence within the academy, reserved exclusively for king-tier beastmasters. The three sat down in the pavilion outside the house. Shi Xiantian remarked, Su Ming, judging by your performance in the Demon Suppression Tower today, it's true what they said, your strength is impressive. Among all this year's national freshmen, your power ranks among the top 3. Wow, top 3. Teacher, you're really high on our little junior brother. Back when I was his age, you only ranked me in the top 50. Wang Zhuoxing immediately adopted a look of indignation. But from his first interaction with Su Ming, he knew this senior brother was nothing but a chatty character. Now hand over what you received to your junior brother. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Only then did Wang Zhuoxing hand Su Ming several documents sealed in a transparent pouch. He explained, junior disciple, inside are your student ID, dorm room keycard, and a student handbook. Your dorm is in building 71, Zone A. I specially picked it out for you. When I registered you, the officer mentioned that the school has approved your rewards. You can now claim them in person at the treasury, the beast-taming manual and bloodline purification potion. Alright, thanks, senior brother. Su Ming nodded. He had never contracted a Lord-tier beast before. Currently below level 20, attempting to contract a high-stat beast was merely a shot in the dark. Success seemed unlikely. Su Ming, since you've chosen me as your mentor, I will dedicate myself to guiding you from this point forward. Thank you, master. Su Ming responded respectfully upon hearing this. Shi Xiantian smiled faintly. I know. A major reason you chose me is because I possess the only king-tier insect mount in all of Great Xia, the golden horn demon insect. Su Ming started to explain, but Shi Xiantian cut him off. No need for pleasantries. The measure of a beastmaster's strength lies in their beast. While a beastmaster's rank and innate talent matter, possessing a powerful beast itself is what every beastmaster yearns for. So your desire for a beast with formidable innate potential is only natural. And I believe that if you had a king-tier insect beast, you could unleash its full potential. Teacher, your praise makes me feel a bit embarrassed. Shi Xiantian smiled faintly. I don't have one myself yet, and I can't guarantee I ever will. If my golden horn demon insect can be successfully bred, it will definitely be yours. But for now, I simply don't have one. Master, even if you gave it to me now, I wouldn't be able to contract it, Su Ming said with a wry smile. A king-class beast was right before him, yet his current strength was insufficient to subdue it. That's true. But since you've chosen me as your master, it's only natural I give you a token of our meeting. Master, it's truly an honor that you've agreed to be my teacher. Su Ming had barely finished speaking when Wang Zhuoxing beside him burst into laughter. Su Ming looked at him in confusion. Wang Zhuoxing laughed, clutching his stomach. Little junior brother, you're saying the exact same thing I said to you last year. Hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help but smile wryly. Shi Xiantian joined in the laughter at that moment. Since we're master and disciple, there's no need for such formality. With that, Shi Xiantian continued, summon your primary beast companion. Let me see it. Oh, okay. With a thought, Su Ming summoned the armored insect before Shi Xiantian. Seeing the beast before him, Shi Xiantian was taken aback. Su Ming, this is your beast? Yes, my main commander. Su Ming introduced it with evident pride. Wang Zhuoxing had already approached the armored insect. The armored insect stood about 3 meters tall, its entire body pitch black, covered in an extremely hard exoskeleton. Though insectoid, its form bore some resemblance to a human.
Shi Xiantian observed the armored insect before him and remarked, Su Ming, when your senior brother arrived, I assisted him in advancing his beast from the supernatural rank to the lord rank. I provided the materials for this process, and if any were lacking, I instructed your senior brother to find solutions himself. Leave this armored insect with me for a few days, I wish to study it first. Wang Zhuoxing said to Su Ming with a hint of pride, little junior brother, our master is one of the few king-grade breeders in the entire nation.
Hearing this, Su Ming's eyes lit up instantly.
Such a master was an extremely rare existence. For a beast to evolve, besides bloodline, specific materials were also required.
But these things aren't readily available.
Determining what materials each beast requires for evolution is something that must be researched. Those engaged in this field were known as breeders. Every breeder possessed profound experience with tamed beasts and an intimate understanding of the effects of rare treasures and natural wonders. In essence, a breeder is a walking encyclopedia of both beast taming and resources. The fact that my teacher is a king-class breeder signifies that he has successfully cultivated a beast with a species value reaching the king tier. Such individuals are 100 times rarer than even king-tier beast masters. All beast tamers hold this profession in the highest regard.
Without a system to aid in evolution,
they would still need to seek out a breeder to assist with their beast's evolution. Gazing at his teacher, Su Ming's eyes sparkled with admiration.
Teacher, you're so awesome. Chapter 28, The Teacher's Reward and Assignment. The difficulty level has increased. Teacher, you're so awesome.
If his exo armor bug was evolved to Lord tier by his teacher, the system would generate a queen bug capable of producing Lord tier insect beasts. This way, he could breed both the armored insects themselves and the Lord level beasts they evolved into.
Wang Zhuoxing laughed heartily, little junior disciple, this is just one of our teacher's many abilities. Teacher, you've gained another devoted admirer.
Shi Xiantian turned his head and looked at Wang Zhuoxing.
How much of the task I assigned you have you completed? What's your current school ranking? How many tasks have you finished?
Oh right, master, little junior disciple, I just remembered I have some other things to take care of.
I'll be off then. Before Shi Xiantian could respond, Wang Zhuoxing bolted out the door in a flash.
Su Ming watched the scene unfold before him, utterly dumbfounded.
Confused, he asked, Teacher, what did you mean by what you just said to senior brother Wang?
Shi Xiantian replied, Su Ming, a master can only lead you to the door. Cultivation depends on the individual. As your teacher, my role is primarily to supervise and design your cultivation plan. You must complete the corresponding tasks according to the requirements I set for you. Take brother Wang as an example. He's now a sophomore and has already broken through to level 40+. My requirement for him is to enter the top 10 of the Academy's Earth rankings before he graduates sophomore year, and he must contribute 5,000 task points every month.
So, master, does that mean I'll have tasks too? Su Ming pressed.
Of course.
Regarding your requirements, I've just considered your performance in the Demon Suppression Tower.
For the next month, your primary tasks are, first, securing first place in the freshman tournament, which will yield substantial resources. Second, ranking within the top 200 on the Academy's human rankings. Third, you must earn 1,000 contribution points this first month, excluding any points gained from the freshman tournament. If you fall short on any of these 3 tasks and incur losses, you must make up for them the following month. If you can't make up for it next month, then the month after. If you fail to complete my tasks for 6 consecutive months, it means you're not suited to be my student.
Teacher, when will the freshman tournament take place? What is the reward for first place?
Without a doubt, Su Ming could tell from the 3 tasks his teacher had assigned him that his schedule for the month was packed to the brim.
And they weren't easy either.
No wonder his senior brother had bolted without a second glance when the teacher pressed him for progress. The freshman tournament begins in the 3rd week and lasts 3 days. As for the prize, 3,000 contribution points and free access to 1 Class A resource.
Class A resources? What exactly are those?
Su Ming asked, puzzled. It's essentially a resource classification system.
The special grade bloodline purification agent you just obtained is a Class B resource. The higher the class, the greater the value. Su Ming nodded in sudden understanding, then asked, Teacher, what about the heaven, earth, and human lists you mentioned earlier? Are those rankings for the Academy students?
Yes, exactly. To motivate students, the Academy established 3 rankings, heaven, earth, and human. The heaven rank lists 100 individuals, the earth rank 200, and the human rank 300.
Those on the lists receive resource subsidies from the Academy.
Of course, the human rank is limited to beast masters below level 30. The earth rank requires levels 30-50 and the heaven rank has no upper limit.
Shi Xiantian explained it clearly.
Su Ming, however, was puzzled. Teacher, besides us first years below level 30, are there still people below level 30 in our academy?
Of course there are. There are roughly 200 such individuals. My requirement is simple, you must defeat one of these seniors lingering on the human rankings.
Su Ming's lips slowly curled downward.
I understand, Master. I will complete it. Good. For details on how to claim tasks online regarding the ranking list, consult your senior brother Wang. Yes, master. Shi Xiantian nodded and stood up. Alright, leave this beast with me for now. I'll expedite its evolution so it won't delay your participation in the freshman tournament.
You should head back first, familiarize yourself with the surroundings, and contact me if anything comes up.
Understood, master. Farewell.
Shortly after leaving his master's quarters, Su Ming was about to dial his senior brother's number.
Suddenly, senior brother Wang's voice echoed. Junior brother. Junior brother.
Su Ming looked in the direction of the voice and saw his senior brother hiding in a park, waving at him. Approaching to see his senior brother looking suspicious, he asked, "Senior brother, what are you doing here?"
Didn't you go back? I've been waiting for you. Did the teacher not come out?
Su Ming shook his head.
No, he didn't. By the way, senior brother, I actually have something I need to ask your advice about. Wang Zhuoxing gave a faint smile. I know. That's why I stayed behind to wait for you.
Senior brother, why are you afraid of the teacher?
He's not that intimidating, you know.
Wang Zhuoxing started walking forward, beckoning Su Ming to follow. As they walked, he remarked, "Little junior brother, if you complete your tasks on time, our teacher looks like a kind-hearted sage. But if you don't, he looks like the Grim Reaper."
Is he really that terrifying? You'll find out when you experience it. Then Su Ming asked in confusion, "But how did you know I'd need to find you?"
"Because when I came last year, just like you, senior sister Luo taught me.
It's our master's tradition.
Once the master takes on new students next year, you'll take over."
After explaining this to Su Ming, Wang Zhuoxing continued, "What was the task the master gave you for your first month?"
"Oh, it's to win first place in the new student tournament, rank within the top 200 on the human rankings, and contribute 1,000 points toward the task."
Whoa! Wang Zhuoxing's eyes widened instantly as he sucked in a sharp breath.
This made Su Ming feel a twinge of unease.
Senior brother, elaborate. Of these 3 tasks, earning 1,000 contribution points might be the easiest to accomplish.
As for winning first place in the freshman tournament, I can't say for certain based on the information I have now. Our military academy received 3 top-tier freshmen this year, including you.
The hardest part is breaking into the top 200 of the human rankings. That difficulty is simply too high.
After finishing, Wang Zhuoxing added softly, "It's clear the teacher has high expectations for you."
Senior brother, why is breaking into the top 200 of the human rankings so difficult? Isn't the human rankings only for those below level 30?
I'm already at level 17 now, and I should be able to break through to level 20 within a month.
Those on the human rankings are all seasoned veterans. Chapter 29, Claiming Academy Rewards, Selecting Quests.
Those who can still hang on to the human rankings are all old hands. Wang Zhuoxing shook his head helplessly and explained, "Among the students of the 4 great academies, how many would fail to reach level 30 within a year? Those still stuck at level 30, refusing to advance, are just trying to claim the human rank resources."
That counts as exploiting a loophole, right? Exactly. But that's how it is.
Typically, they'll hang around the human rankings for 1 to 3 months before either leaving gracefully or getting defeated by freshmen like you. The first part, though, is a bit tricky.
Wang Zhuoxing pulled out his phone.
On the screen was an app of the Great Xia Military Academy, featuring 2 green military knives flanking a tiger head, the academy's emblem. "Junior brother, I'll send you this app shortly. With it, you'll be able to accept missions online, check your personal contribution points, purchase resources from the academy's repository, and view the rankings." "Alright, thanks, senior brother."
Su Ming nodded. Wang Zhuoxing then opened the human rankings leaderboard and scrolled to the bottom.
Only 221 names remained on the human rankings. Evidently, the rest had surpassed level 30 and departed. "Junior brother, to break into the top 200, you'll need to defeat at least this person." Saying this, Wang Zhuoxing tapped on the player currently ranked 200th.
Wang Zhuolin, level 30.
Beastmaster, superhuman strength ape, with an extraordinary species value. Beastmaster, red tang beast, with an advanced species value. Wang Zhuoxing glanced at Su Ming and sighed. Basically, they all have 2 tamed beasts now, with at least 1 reaching superb tier. Hearing his senior brother's words, Su Ming also felt the pressure from his opponent growing.
The base stats were secondary, the real issue was the gap in levels. It was simply too vast. There's another way to get you into the top 200.
Senior brother, if you have a way, don't hold back.
Su Ming pressed urgently. Wait until the final day. See if anyone drops out. If the number falls below 200, you'll likely make it.
Hearing this, Su Ming deflated like a punctured balloon. "Senior brother," he sighed helplessly, "this method of yours is practically useless." Since it couldn't be avoided, Su Ming had no choice but to face it head-on.
"Oh, and senior brother, how do we actually challenge them? Do we go find them personally?"
Su Ming pressed further.
Wang Zhuoxing shook his head. "There's no time for that. Everyone's busy with quests.
Sometimes they're stuck in dungeons for hours, or out in the wilds.
You wouldn't even be able to find them if you wanted to. Then how do we fight?"
That's where our Great Xia's all-combat platform comes in.
You simply challenge the recorded footage they leave behind. Defeat their image, and you succeed.
If you win, your battle footage gets recorded.
Later challengers will then face that same footage. But what if I get stronger and can't beat others anymore?
You can re-record a new combat image, which will refresh the challenge.
Su Ming's confusion surfaced. But then, will the data extracted from the recording be as flexible as the actual person?
Noticing Su Ming's doubt, Wang Zhuoxing smiled. I had the same question at first, but once you use it, you'll see there's virtually no difference.
Su Ming nodded, now understanding the ranking system and challenge rules. Next, Wang Zhuoxing showed Su Ming how to claim quests online and exchange contribution points for resources from the school's repository.
Junior brother, you just cleared the 91st floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. You should have earned some contribution points.
Check your account. Su Ming immediately opened my account. Remaining contribution points, 900. Each 10 floors cleared grants 100 points. 900 contribution points is just right. Then, senior brother, if I attempted again, wouldn't I gain another 900?
That way, I could complete Master's task soon.
Su Ming exclaimed excitedly. Absolutely not.
After clearing it, if you want more contribution points, you'll either have to break through the 100th floor or reach the age of 19.
Otherwise, forget about it. Su Ming gave an awkward chuckle. As they chatted idly, they arrived at Su Ming's dormitory within the academy.
Seeing the neatly arranged dormitory buildings, Su Ming was suddenly struck by a sense of déjà vu, as if he were back in college.
We're at the dorms. Little Junior, let me show you around. Oh, great. Thanks for your help, Senior. No problem. Our academy's dormitory facilities are among the top 3 nationwide.
Wang Zhushang led the way with ease to the door of Su Ming's dorm room. Junior brother, swipe your room card.
Beep.
The door swung open, revealing a living room exceeding 50 square meters.
Little Junior brother, this is the standard configuration for our academy's dorms: 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 bathroom. One of the rooms is for your rest.
Each floor has a ceiling height of 6 meters, primarily designed for beast tamers who like to release their beasts.
Our academy sure is lavish.
Well, we are an academy directly under the Great Xia military department.
Funding is quite ample. By the way, senior brother, do we need to wear military uniforms on campus? It's not mandatory, but you'll need it for certain special occasions.
Your uniform hasn't arrived yet, but it should be delivered in a few days.
Wang Zhuoxing suddenly let out a startled ah.
I almost forgot, junior brother, if you wish to claim your academy reward, you can do so through this campus app.
Academy rewards? Where do I claim them? Su Ming was eager to collect them.
Aside from the Lord Tier Beastmaster, which he wasn't in a rush to claim yet. The special Great Bloodline Purification Agent and Great Xia Coin rewards, if he converted them into consumption points, he could accelerate his insect mother production. Under my account, there's a special academy reward package. Yours should already be available.
Wang Zhuoxing swiftly operated on Su Ming's phone. You have a special academy reward awaiting collection. Claim. Failed to claim 10 million reward funds, please bind your personal bank account.
Lord Tier Beastmaster claimed successfully. Select your Beastmaster and proceed to the Academy Beast Ranch for Contract 3. Premium Bloodline Purification Agents claimed successfully, delivered within 24 hours.
Junior brother, hurry and bind a bank account number. Got it.
After linking the bank account, the 10 million reward funds arrived swiftly. Little junior brother, your rewards are truly generous.
The Academy really went all out to recruit you. Ordinary students get nothing. Su Ming chuckled. Well, what can I say?
Being the top scholar has its perks.
Wang Zhuoxing nodded with a smile. Junior brother, the special grade Bloodline Purification Agent is a Class B resource highly valuable.
Since your insect-type Beastmaster requires less of it, if you ever want to sell, let me know.
I know some Beastmasters who've contracted wyverns or phoenixes beasts needing bloodline purification. You could get a good price. Hearing this, Su Ming's eyes lit up. He truly didn't need much of the Bloodline Purification Agent. If he could get a good price for it, he would definitely sell. Senior brother, how much could we get for it?
In terms of contribution points, although special grade Bloodline Purification Agents are classified as Category B resources, due to national restrictions limiting their purchase, their price rivals that of Category A resources. A single special grade Bloodline Purification Agent can fetch up to 5,000 contribution points.
What if we get paid in Daxia currency? Would that be more? His system couldn't convert contribution points into consumption points.
If he wanted contribution points, he'd have to buy other resources instead.
If it's Great Xia currency, the amount would be significantly higher.
Our contribution points hold immense value, with an exchange rate against Great Xia currency of roughly 2,000:1. A single premium grade Bloodline Refinement Agent sells for approximately 15 to 20 million Great Xia currency.
Upon hearing this, Su Ming nodded. Senior brother, I'll take a look at the items first. If they're acceptable, I'll sell them. Alright.
After chatting with his senior brother for a while longer. Afterward, his senior brother needed to attend to his own tasks and took his leave. After his senior brother left, Su Ming took another careful look around his room. Sitting on the sofa, Su Ming pondered how to complete the task his master had assigned. For now, the only option is to cultivate first and complete the 1000 contribution point task the teacher assigned. With that thought, Su Ming opened the Great Xia military command app. He swiftly navigated to the task module. As his senior brother had explained, the academy categorized missions from S to F rank. Higher-ranked missions were more challenging, but naturally yielded greater contribution points. Tasks suitable for beast masters around level 20 were primarily E and F grade. Even the next tier up, D rank, required around level 30 strength to complete. Su Ming directly chose an E rank mission. These missions typically yielded between 100 and 200 contribution points. To meet his teacher's requirements, he would need to complete at least 6 missions. At this rate, I won't have much free time at all. The training schedule my teacher gave me is seriously packed to the brim. With that thought, Su Ming began carefully selecting his first mission. To save time, he prioritized missions with high contribution points that also offered opportunities to slay ferocious beasts. This way, he could not only complete the quests for contribution points but also level up to gain consumption points. Chapter 30, Giant Tree Forest, Double Task Strike. E rank quest, hunt 100 spiny boars and return their intact carcasses. Contribution points, 2 CP per boar, capped at 200 CP. E rank quest, hunt 100 fruit spirit chickens and return their intact carcasses. Contribution points, 2 CP per chicken, capped at 200 CP. E rank quest, hunt steel saw crocodiles, extract all teeth. Contribution value, 20 contribution points per tooth, capped at 200 contribution points. Browsing through the high contribution E rank quests, most involve hunting large groups of ferocious beasts. These creatures are also highly prized as ingredients, commanding exceptional value. Some even target beasts over level 20, primarily for harvesting materials from their carcasses. As for their uses, they might be used in medicine, as evolution materials, or for other purposes. Their specific uses weren't something Su Ming needed to concern himself with. He clicked on the task to hunt House CI pigs, which included a mission description. Quest name, hunt 100 Hayasizi and return their intact carcasses. Quest level, E. Reward, 2 contribution points per pig. Requirement, only intact porcupine carcasses can be exchanged for contribution points. Recommended dungeon, Giant Wood Forest Advanced. Remaining time, no time limit. Su Ming then browsed through the details of other quests. He noticed that, similar to the Houtsai Pig Hunt, the recommended instance for the Fruit Spirit Chicken Hunt was also the Giant Tree Forest instance. This way, by accepting the quest, he could potentially complete 2 tasks at once. This would significantly reduce the time required to complete his tasks. Moreover, this was a high-level instance where the most powerful beasts could reach level 30. While dangerous, but equally, higher-level beasts meant he could gain more experience. With this in mind, Su Ming accepted both quests without hesitation. Inside the dungeon center, Su Ming presented his student ID at the dungeon entrance. Beep. The student ID swiped at the entrance, prompting an immediate notification. You currently have 2 dungeons pending. Recommended dungeon, Giant Wood Forest. Proceed to Giant Wood Forest? Yes. Please confirm exploration duration, 12 hours 24 hours 48 hours. 24 hours. Connecting to Giant Wood Forest instance portal. Portal activated. Su Ming clicked confirm without hesitation. As the instance entrance glowed with light, Su Ming's figure vanished into the dungeon's center the next instant. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a forest. Su Ming's figure flashed swiftly through the scene. Both the house spiny boar and the fruit spirit chicken are pack-hunting beasts. If I go searching specifically for them, I might waste too much time. Better to hunt down other beasts first. With luck, I should run into them. With that thought, Su Ming's mind stirred. Thousands of beams of light descended from the void, and Su Ming found himself surrounded by insectoid beasts. All of you search for the house spiny boar and the fruit spirit chicken. Kill every living thing you see. If you spot a house spiny pig or a fruit spirit chicken, hold your fire. No sooner had Su Ming's words faded than an army of thousands composed of blade-wielding and shield-bearing insects scattered into the forest. Soon, a series of notification messages appeared before Su Ming's eyes. Successful kill, level 1 giant-toothed rat. Experience plus 10, consumption points plus 10. Successfully killed level 4 wood mantis. Experience plus 40, consumption points plus 40. Successfully killed level 1 giant-toothed rat. Experience plus 10, consumption points plus 10. The continuous stream of kill notifications immediately began accelerating Su Ming's level progression. It really pays to run dungeons more often, leveling up and farming stamina points. Nothing but benefits. Several hours later, Su Ming suddenly received a message from his beast companion. Spotted the house spiny pig. Su Ming immediately led his army to surround the location of the house spiny pig. Perched atop a small hill, 3 or 4 dozen house spiny boars were visible. Seeing the frantically darting porcupines before him, Su Ming's eyes lit up. Been hunting you for hours, finally found you. The porcupine beasts were all low level, with the highest rank leader barely reaching level 10. Their species values were also low tier. Su Ming immediately ordered his insect army to encircle the porcupines.
Swordworms, hold back.
Shieldworms, giant shieldworms, raise your shields and crush these porcupines to death. In the next instant, the shield bugs and giant shield bugs closed in on the porcupines.
The blade beetles formed an impenetrable outer perimeter. Successfully killed level 4 How Spiny Pig. Experience plus 40, consumption points plus 40. Level 7 Spiked Boar successfully killed. Experience plus 70, consumption points plus 70. Level 6 Spiked Boar slain. EXP plus 60, consumption points plus 60.
In less than 10 minutes, Su Ming had successfully harvested the complete carcasses of 43 spiked boars. After storing them all in his storage ring, the blade insects on the other side once again detected the presence of the fruit spirit chicken.
Excellent. Perhaps we can complete the mission ahead of schedule. Su Ming's heart leapt with joy.
He immediately led his army to charge toward the fruit spirit chicken's location once more.
20 hours passed in the blink of an eye.
Su Ming surveyed the final batch of fruit spirit chickens before him. He had now slain 137 spiked boars and 112 fruit spirit chickens, successfully completing both tasks. 2 quests done, leveled up from 17 to 18, and over 10,000 consumption points earned.
Not a bad haul for a single day. A faint smile touched Su Ming's lips.
With 4 hours remaining, he had ample time to hunt more beasts.
The 24 hours vanished in an instant, and Su Ming was teleported out of the instance.
Stepping out of the instance center, Su Ming headed straight for the quest center. For quests like these, one must submit the beasts' corpses at the quest center.
The quest center operated entirely on AI. Following the prompts, Su Ming selected his task to slay the How Spiny Pig. Please place the How Caesar carcass on the inspection platform.
The inspection station functions much like security screening. One end leads directly to the warehouse, while items failing inspection are immediately rejected and ejected.
Su Ming tossed the porcupines onto the inspection platform one by one.
Upon detecting the 100th specimen, the inspection station ceased operation.
Mission objective achieved. Feedback sent to Mission Center. Mission complete.
Su Ming glanced at the 30-odd how crippled pigs remaining in his hands and thought to himself, looks like I'll have to figure out a way to sell these off. Next, Su Ming selected the fruit spirit chicken quest. He repeated the same actions as before, since he had taken great care to protect them during the hunt.
Not a single substandard specimen appeared.
His storage ring still held numerous carcasses. With that thought, Su Ming dialed his senior brother's number.
Senior brother, does our academy have any way to sell the carcasses of these fierce beasts? Hot sellers fruit spirit chickens and houtsai boars. Alright, where are you? I'll hand these over to you.
Oh, and little junior brother, your bloodline purifier should have arrived by now.
Need to sell it?
His senior brother's reminder it had been 24 hours since then, so his bloodline purifier should have arrived by now.
It should be in my dorm by now. Senior brother, let's meet at my dorm. I'll see if I want to sell it. Alright. Chapter 31, Selling Bloodline Purification Agent, Evolution of the Alien Armor Bug.
In Su Ming's dorm room, his senior brother hadn't arrived yet. Holding the 3 newly received special grade bloodline purification agents, Su Ming thought, system, if I exchange these bloodline purification agents for consumption points, how many would I get? 3 premium bloodline purification agents can be exchanged for 300,000 consumption points. 300,000 consumption points equates to 30 million great xia coins. Based on this calculation, it's still more advantageous to sell them to my senior brother for great xia coins.
Ding dong.
The doorbell rang, and Su Ming immediately opened the door.
Junior brother, did you go on the porcupine and fruit spirit chicken quests? How come you still have some left?
Wang Zhuoxing spoke as he stepped into the room.
Yep, senior brother.
Take a look at how much these are worth in great xia coins. Su Ming dumped out all his leftover how spiny pigs and fruit spirit chickens. Wang Zhuoxing surveyed the pile of intact carcasses before him and stood up with satisfaction. Little junior brother, leave this to me. Both types of beast carcasses are hot sellers at the restaurants outside. I'll sell them all for you.
I estimate we should get around 3 million in revenue. Senior brother, won't this be too much trouble for you?
Wang Zhuoxing looked at Su Ming and waved his hand dismissively. Junior brother, no need for such formalities. We're brothers in the same sect as close as blood brothers. This is no trouble at all. My friend who runs a restaurant happens to be in town. With a sweeping wave of his hand, all the carcasses vanished into his storage ring.
Senior brother, here are 3 bottles of special grade bloodline purification agents. I'd like to sell them for great xia currency. Su Ming produced the 5 premium bloodline purifiers he held.
Wang Zhuoxing examined the vials in his hand, puzzled.
Junior brother, you're not keeping even one for yourself? None. Selling them all. Then why not sell them for contribution points?
Why sell them for great xia currency? Seeing Su Ming didn't respond, Wang Zhuoxing understood without words.
Got it.
Don't worry, I'll sell them for you at the highest price.
Senior brother, how much should I pay you? Wang Zhuoxing paused, then asked, Junior brother, what do you mean by that?
Senior brother, you're running around for me.
You can't expect to do this for free. Su Ming wasn't stupid.
His senior brother's time was valuable too, he couldn't keep asking him for favors indefinitely.
Wang Zhuoxing waved his hand dismissively. Don't be so formal. Handling these things for you is no trouble at all. Your senior brother is famous in the academy as a middleman.
If you ever need any resources, come to me first.
I'll see what I have available and give you a special price. Senior brother, you've got a side hustle? Do you even have time to cultivate? Wang Zhuoxing gave a mysterious smile at Su Ming's puzzled look.
Little brother, I set aside time each month to level up.
Do you know how much contribution points I rake in monthly?
Su Ming shook his head.
Wang Zhuoxing replied, trade secret. Don't worry, little brother. Just leave these things to your senior brother. No need to be so formal. All right.
After settling this matter, Wang Zhuoxing asked curiously, Junior brother, you should have completed 2 quests by now, right?
Yes, senior brother. I've finished the tasks for the Hao Porcupine and the Fruit Spirit Chicken.
Too bad I can't take them consecutively, otherwise, I could have earned thousands of contribution points from just those 2.
Su Ming's expression betrayed a hint of regret.
Wang Zhuoxing chuckled at this.
What are you thinking? This is the Academy's way of supporting us.
If earning contribution points were really that easy, the prices for Hao CI pigs and Fruit Spirit chickens would probably crash across the entire Central Plains.
What are your plans next? Going back to take on dungeon quests? Wang Zhuoxing asked. Yes, senior brother. The pressure from the task our teacher assigned is indeed quite intense. I need to hurry up and level up.
Better to rely on yourself than others. I still need to prepare myself to challenge them.
Su Ming nodded.
Rather than hoping they'd withdraw voluntarily, he'd focus on strengthening himself.
With his innate talent boost, challenging them shouldn't be too much of a strain. Good thinking. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Don't hold back.
You're new here, having help will ease your transition.
Su Ming nodded.
I won't forget to bother you, senior brother. His senior brother was right. Many beast masters who had just entered the academy were still getting used to the school environment. He, however, had already begun accepting academy tasks to earn contribution points. This head start gave him an edge over others. That's how cultivation works. Each time you gain an edge over peers at the same stage and keep maintaining that lead, you naturally leave them far behind. After parting ways with his senior brother, Su Ming headed back to the instance center. No sooner had he entered than he heard someone calling his name. He turned to see someone waving at him from a short distance away.
Su Ming, you're here at the dungeon center too?
The person was none other than Yu Manghai, the first classmate he had met.
Yeah. Are you heading to the dungeon for training too? Su Ming nodded and asked in return. Nah, I just got into the academy. Why rush into cultivation already?
Yu Manghai shook his head, then suddenly remembered something. He continued, oh right, Su Ming, let me introduce you.
This is our sophomore senior. He's a member of the Mutual Aid Society at our academy. I've already joined. Want to come along? Mutual Aid Society? What's that?
Su Ming looked at Yu Manghai in confusion. At that moment, the senior standing beside Yu Manghai smiled and said, hello, Su Ming.
I'm Chen Yifan, a sophomore here. I just heard from you that you're the top scholar from Haidu. Would you like to join our Mutual Aid Society? Members can help each other out.
When facing difficult tasks, you can seek assistance from fellow members.
You should know that the task pressure at our academy is immense.
You're new here, so you might not have felt it yet.
Not felt it? Su Ming thought to himself, I'm practically being crushed by this pressure already, how could I not feel it?
Still, he shook his head at the invitation.
Well, I need to think about it. Fair enough.
If you need anything, reach out to me or Zhao Wu.
Our Mutual Aid Society really needs strong individuals like you to join.
Su Ming offered a faint smile but remained silent.
I've got things to attend to. I'll be heading out now. Alright, Su Ming. Next time. Su Ming nodded and headed straight for the dungeon entrance.
Watching Su Ming's retreating figure, Chen Yifan murmured, that Su Ming looks familiar. I just can't place him.
Senior, you must have met him somewhere before. Maybe.
Little you, this Su Ming is quite skilled.
If we could recruit him into our Mutual Aid Society, he'd be a huge asset. Yeah, but he probably won't join. He's too strong for that. Then it's up to you.
The exchange with Yu Manghai didn't distract Su Ming from his mission to complete the dungeon. On his way here, he'd accepted 2 more E-rank quests for the same instance, though their combined contribution points totaled only 380. Still, Su Ming didn't dwell on it. As long as he kept earning contribution points at his current pace,
reaching 1,000 contribution points wouldn't be too difficult.
His primary focus remained on leveling up. He needed to sprint forward with full force. 2 weeks later, Su Ming had become highly skilled at selecting quests and maximizing his time efficiency. Just as he finished selecting 3 concurrent quests and prepared to head to the instance, the phone rang. He opened it to find it was his teacher calling. Since meeting him once upon enrollment, he hadn't seen his teacher again in these past 2 weeks.
Hey, teacher. Su Ming, are you still at the academy?
Yes, I'm here, teacher. Come to my office. Your beast has successfully evolved.
Got it.
Su Ming fought to suppress his excitement as he hung up the phone. He immediately dashed toward his teacher's residence. What should have been a 10-minute journey, Su Ming managed to cut down to just 3 minutes.
Teacher, I'm here. Shi Shantian watched Su Ming, drenched in sweat, and smiled faintly. It's over there. Go take a look yourself.
Shi Shantian pointed in a direction, and Su Ming immediately headed toward it. Su Ming had no idea what form his unique armor insect would evolve into. Reaching the end, he turned to look. A 5-meter-tall, pitch-black armored insect with 4 translucent wings protruding from its back appeared before Su Ming. Immediately, the system's information panel for this new tamed beast appeared before Su Ming's eyes.
Name, Winged Blade Insect. Race value, Lord. Level, 22.
Description: an evolved form of the armored insect, possessing 4 wings on its back, blazing speed, 8 razor-sharp blade-like arms, and a body encased in hard armor for formidable defense.
Power, 10,200. Speed, 15,000. Holy crap, these stats are insane. Over 10,000? That rivals other Lord-tier beasts.
If I had hundreds of winged blade beetles, forget wyverns, even a dragon wouldn't stand a chance.
Chapter 32, Lord Class Beastmaster, the Bloodthirsty Demon Insect. Master, this is my armor insect. It's incredibly powerful, isn't it? Su Ming's face radiated excitement.
The beast his master had helped evolve wasn't just powerful, it followed a different evolutionary path than his own system.
This proved his insect beasts possessed multiple evolutionary paths. But the path suggested by the system should be the optimal one.
The system has generated a winged blade insect queen.
This means I now have another queen to help breed my insect beasts. It seems I should contract more diverse insect beasts. My Beastmaster space has no capacity limits. As long as I can contract them, my numbers will naturally grow.
Upon this realization, Su Ming immediately recalled the Lord-level beast the school had promised him. He was already at level 22, and with his innate affinity for insect beasts, contracting a Lord-level insect beast shouldn't be too difficult. This is indeed your exo-armor insect, but Su Ming, I'll be honest, its evolutionary path isn't the optimal one. Shi Xuantian's expression betrayed his dissatisfaction. From his perspective as a breeder, an imperfect evolution clearly marked it as a flawed specimen.
Su Ming, however, didn't care. As long as it was an insectoid, it would do.
He could accelerate its cultivation himself. His strength ultimately relied not on the power of individual insect beasts, but on overwhelming numbers. His pursuit of high-stat insect beasts stemmed mainly from the fact that a large legion still required capable generals to lead it. He wouldn't feel too bad about losing countless foot soldiers.
Master, this is already perfect. I absolutely love it.
With this, I can fly whenever I travel from now on.
Shi Shantian smiled faintly, beckoning to Su Ming.
Recall your beast to the spatial ring.
Come tell me, it's been over half a month now. How's the task I assigned you coming along?
Right. After storing the winged blade insect in the beast control space, Su Ming approached his teacher.
Master, I've already met the 1000 mission point requirement for your task. My current level is 22.
I plan to train some more before challenging the top 200 on the human rankings. Shi Xuantian's eyes held undisguised praise for Su Ming. Breaking through 5 levels in half a month, clearly you've worked hard.
Let me see your current contribution points.
Su Ming opened his app, which displayed a contribution value of 2,860.
Nearly 2,000 contribution points in half a month? How did you manage that?
Teacher, whenever I enter a dungeon, I take on 2 or even multiple tasks within the same instance that I can complete. I don't chase after the contribution points of each task. As long as it exceeds 100, that's sufficient. Since my level is still too low, my primary goal is to enter dungeons to level up.
Completing tasks is just a side benefit. Shi Shantian nodded with deep satisfaction, praising Su Ming's approach. Excellent. Your understanding is spot on.
I was worried I might have placed too much pressure on you, but it seems you still have room to grow. Su Ming smiled wryly. It is a bit pressured, but master, even without your requirements, I would likely train according to this approach anyway.
Good. I look forward to seeing your ranking on the human rankings. Go now. Yes, thank you for the gift, master. Watching Su Ming's departing figure, Shi Shantian felt profoundly satisfied.
After leaving his master's residence, Su Ming immediately pulled out his phone. Since his level hadn't reached 20 before, he hadn't been in a hurry to contract a Lord-tier beast. Now that he had reached level 22, it was time to claim the Lord-tier beast companion reward given to him when the academy recruited him. Finding a secluded spot, he sat down and began searching his phone for a suitable beast. Since he only contracted insect-type beasts, the search was straightforward. At the Lord level, insect-type beasts currently available for contract within the Great Xia Military Academy numbered only 5. These included the Bloodthirsty Demon Insect, Earth Titan Insect, Cleaving Blade Insect, Wind Shadow Insect, and Exploding Insect.
Among these 5 distinct insectoid beasts, the Earth Titan insect leaned toward defense, similar to the shield insect.
He suspected his shield bug queen might evolve into an Earth Titan bug upon reaching Lord level.
The bloodthirsty demon insect, true to its name, is exceptionally bloodthirsty.
Its combat style is extremely ferocious, making it the most savage of the 5 insect mounts before him. The cleaver bug possesses abilities similar to the blade bug. If a blade bug queen continues evolving, the cleaver bug would likely represent its lord level state. The wind shadow bug excels in speed, while the exploding bug unleashes explosive spores during combat.
Su Ming would ideally contract all 5 insectoid beasts if possible. However, contracting beasts within the academy requires spending contribution points.
These 5 Lord-tier insect mounts share the same price, 100,000 contribution points each. This aligns with the market price for a single Lord-tier beast outside the academy. After a moment's thought, Su Ming ultimately chose to contract the bloodthirsty demon bug. He didn't need defense himself, he had plenty of insect beasts to spare, and losing one wouldn't matter. What he needed was to eliminate the enemy as swiftly and in as great numbers as possible. The bloodthirsty demon insect perfectly suited his current needs. After confirming the exchange, all he needed to do now was head to the Beastmaster Ranch to formalize the contract. The Academy's beast pasture was situated in the northeast corner of the campus. It spans over 1,000 acres. Su Ming arrived via the Academy's shuttle, accompanied by several other Academy students. After disembarking, Su Ming followed the group into the ranch's administrative building. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a stunning woman dressed in black stockings waiting for the group. Everyone, feel free to choose any room to enter. Once your exchanged beast is verified, we'll personally deliver it to you for the contract. Within the building, hundreds of rooms were designated for beast tamers to contract their mounts. Su Ming selected an empty room and inserted his student ID into the machine. A message immediately popped up. You have exchanged for a Lord-tier bloodthirsty demon insect. Pending contract. Do you wish to contract it now? Su Ming nodded. Yes. Confirmation successful. Estimated delivery within 1 hour. Please wait patiently. The room was equipped with ample entertainment facilities, including AR games and more. An hour flew by in the game. Reluctantly removing the headset, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. Time really flies when you're gaming. If I had to read a book, an hour would feel like a year. A knock sounded at the door. After opening it, a staff member stood at the doorway holding a cage. Hello, Su Ming. The beast you redeemed has arrived. You may now begin the contract. If the contract fails, you can place it back in the cage and we will handle the return. Su Ming nodded, taking the bloodthirsty demon insect from the staff member. Alright, though I doubt it will. Wishing you a smooth contract. Chapter 33, Full Data Battle Platform, Sprinting for the Human Rankings. After closing the door, Su Ming released the bloodthirsty demon insect. The moment the cage opened, a bloodthirsty demon insect appeared before him, less than 50 centimeters in size, entirely blood red, and resembling a dung beetle. This bloodthirsty demon insect possessed an exceptionally formidable mouth, capable of effortlessly tearing through an opponent's body. This is a Lord-level bloodthirsty demon insect. If I didn't know its rank, I'd never believe it just by looking at it. Su Ming stood before the bloodthirsty demon insect, simply standing there. The once ferocious creature calmed down, seeming almost shy. Su Ming beckoned to it, and the demonic insect finally shuffled over in tiny steps to his feet. It nuzzled affectionately against Su Ming's thigh. Bloodthirsty demon insect, would you be willing to become my mount? Faced with Su Ming's question, the bloodthirsty demon insect immediately nodded. The next second, a beast-taming formation materialized beneath both Su Ming and the bloodthirsty demon insect. Within seconds, Su Ming successfully bound the bloodthirsty demon insect. Everyone says contracts are troublesome, but this wasn't troublesome at all. What Su Ming didn't know was that if a beast refused to cooperate, forcing a contract would turn into a battle of wills between the beastmaster and the beast. If it ever came to that, it would be like the relationship between a fisherman and a fish. A stalemate of tug-of-war. After completing the contract, Su Ming stepped out of the room. Opening the door, he saw the staff member who had just delivered the bloodthirsty demon insect hadn't gone far. Spotting Su Ming, he immediately approached. Su Ming, giving up so soon? Bloodthirsty demon beetles are notoriously difficult to contract. Want to try another one? I've already completed the contract, Su Ming replied indifferently. You've already completed the contract? It hasn't even been a minute. The staff member looked utterly incredulous. He stepped into the room to check but found no trace of the bloodthirsty demon insect. Su Ming shook his head helplessly, then focused his mind. The bloodthirsty demon insect emerged from his beast-taming space. Witnessing this scene, the staff member swallowed hard in astonishment. You're one of the fastest contractors I've ever seen. I have a high affinity with insects. Su Ming offered a brief explanation before heading outside. After taking just a few steps, his phone rang. Seeing it was his senior brother calling, Su Ming answered without hesitation. Hello, senior brother. Hey, little junior brother. I've already taken care of those things you asked me to sell for you.
Send me your card number and I'll transfer the money to you. Alright. After hanging up, he sent his card number to his senior brother. A minute later, his phone buzzed with a text message. Your Ping'an bank account has received a transfer of 63 million. His senior brother called again. Su Ming answered and immediately said, Hey senior brother, I've received it. Why is it over 60 million? Little junior brother, I sold those 3 bottles of premium bloodline purifier for 60 million. There's this wealthy freshman from the freshman class, I didn't hesitate to make a killing off him. Thanks, senior brother. We're family, no need to be so formal. With the freshman tournament coming up, is there anything you need to buy with this money? Do you need my help? Moved by his senior brother's warmth, Su Ming replied. No need to trouble you, senior brother. If I ever need anything, I'll definitely come to you. Alright, got it. After hanging up, Su Ming didn't hesitate. He immediately converted all 63 million credits into consumption points.
Combined with the 10 million reward from the academy and the consumption points earned from slaying beasts in dungeons recently,
he now possessed a total of 718,000 consumption points. Without a second thought, Su Ming poured every last one of these consumption points into accelerating the breeding speed of his blade worms. Consumed 610,000 points. Blade Worm Queen's breeding speed, 3 minutes unit. Just a little more effort, and the blade worms will soon reach breeding speeds measured in seconds. With a thought, the current count of his tamed beasts appeared before him. Knife bugs, 2,656. Shield bugs, 988. Frenzy blade beetles, 134. Giant shield bugs, 104. Tiger beetles, 27. Tiger head armor bug, 17. Altered armor beetle, 16. Bloodthirsty demon bug, 1. Winged blade beetle, 1. Total, 3,947. Over 3,900. This brings my amplification multiplier to 10.2x. If it weren't for the rule that every 10x amplification requires the subsequent amplification count to be multiplied by 10, he could have amplified 39 times over now. Even at this multiplier, my blade insects could slay a Lord-class wyvern. With about 100,000 left, I'll prioritize increasing the breeding speed of the shield bugs first. Consumed 87,000 shield bug queen breeding speed, 40 minutes unit. Now that I have 2 Lord-tier insect beasts, I might as well try challenging the top 200 beast masters. With that thought, Su Ming headed straight for the arena without hesitation. The full data battle platform arena served as a venue for beast tamers from the academy to spar. The full data battle platform arena and the Beastmaster Ranch were the 2 largest structures on the Great Xia Military Academy grounds. The entire arena was fully automated. Any questions could be answered by simply asking the robots scattered throughout the facility. As soon as Su Ming entered the arena, an intelligent robot approached him. Greetings, student. I am Robot 114 of the full data battle platform arena. How may I assist you? I need to challenge the human rankings. Can you take me to the arena? Certainly. Please follow me. The entire all-data combat platform venue spans 4 floors, with 2 floors dedicated to personal combat rooms. The robot led him to the 2nd floor and stopped at a room's door. As the door opened, a room spanning the size of a football field came into view. The ceiling height reached 10 meters. Su Ming understood the purpose behind this design. The space was perfectly suited for the battles between beast tamers. Upon entering, Robot 114 swiftly activated the room's equipment. Student, please insert your student card into the slot below and select your human rank opponent. I will activate the combat recording for you. Alright. After inserting his student card, Su Ming inquired, check for me who is currently ranked 200th on the human rankings? Certainly. Mu Xiaosheng currently holds the 200th position. Shall I initiate the challenge? Yes. Please proceed to the center of the arena to prepare. The battle will commence in 3 minutes. Understood. Su Ming walked to the center of the arena, and the robot immediately retreated to the entrance. 3 minutes passed. The once empty room suddenly began to transform. The next second, Su Ming found himself deep within a vast, desolate Gobi desert. A sand fox appeared in the distance. Glancing up, its information appeared before him. Name, Sand Hunter Fox. Level, 30. Species value, superb. Beside the sand fox hunter stood an even larger long-legged worm. Name, Thousand-Legged Venom Beast. Level, 30. Race value, Lord. So soon? Has the battle begun? With a flicker of thought, Su Ming summoned over 1,000 insect beasts including bloodthirsty maggots and winged blade beetles to his side. Chapter 34, ranked 115th. The entire school is in an uproar. The blade beetles moved swiftly, quickly surrounding the sand-hunting fox and the thousand-legged venom beast. Both beasts possessed extraordinary speed. Though trapped within the blade insect's encirclement, they still moved with ease. The sand-hunting fox, in particular, burst out of the encirclement in the blink of an eye. Like a dragonfly skimming water, it evaded the blade insect's attacks. Just as the sand fox lunged toward Su Ming, a massive figure abruptly materialized before him.
It was Su Ming's winged blade insect.
Boom!
The winged blade insect's arms were as sharp as blades.
Though its rank was lower than the sandfox hunters, Su Ming's enhancement directly bridged that gap. Moreover, his winged blade insect was a lord-tier beast. The sandfox hunter was struck squarely by the blade, spewing a torrent of blood. Bloodthirsty demon insect, it's your turn.
The bloodthirsty demon insect, which had been lurking within the swarm, suddenly leaped out. With blinding speed, it pounced directly onto the sandhunter fox.
In an instant, the bloodthirsty demon insect sank its fangs in. The excruciating pain made the sandfox howl in agony. It desperately tried to shake the bloodthirsty demon insect off its body. But the bloodthirsty demon insect's limbs had already sunk deep into its body. Large quantities of blood were sucked out. In less than a moment, the once healthy sandfox was drained by the bloodthirsty demon insect into a desiccated corpse.
With the sandfox hunter dealt with, Su Ming could now focus entirely on the thousand-legged venom beast.
Hundreds of blade insects charged relentlessly toward the thousand-legged venom beast.
Each was violently flung aside. The system's attack judgment was unwavering. Any slain beast would be immediately expelled from the illusion.
They could no longer inflict any damage within the illusion. Though the blade insects outnumber it, the gap in level and species stats is simply too vast. My current enhancements alone aren't enough to bridge that chasm.
Su Ming thought to himself. However, precisely because of this was precisely the arena for his 2 lord-tier tamed beasts and over a dozen supernatural tier tamed beasts. All blade beetles and shield beetles, fall back. Leave the battlefield to the winged blade beetles. At Su Ming's command, all the insect beasts retreated. Only the winged blade insects, bloodthirsty demon insects, and armored insects remained facing the thousand-legged venom beast. The winged blade insect flapped its wings and swiftly soared into the air. The bloodthirsty demon beetle remained poised, waiting for its chance. If it could leap onto the thousand-legged venom beast, victory would be virtually assured. The armored beasts, bolstered by their formidable defenses and Su Ming's amplifying support. Dozens of armored beetles charged directly at the target. The winged blade insect attacked the thousand-legged venom beast relentlessly in midair with blinding speed. Roar! The thousand-legged poison beast roared in frustration, yet seemed powerless to respond. Su Ming's eyes flashed as he quickly shouted, "Bloodthirsty demon insects, move in!" Before the words had fully left his mouth, the bloodthirsty demon insects transformed into a crimson lightning bolt, attaching themselves directly to the thousand-legged venom beast. Its limbs instantly pierced deep into the creature's flesh. The excruciating pain sent the thousand-legged venomous beast thrashing wildly. However, once attached by the bloodthirsty demon insects, it was impossible to shake them off unless one possessed overwhelming power.
Close in and finish it.
The armored insect and winged blade insect also pounced at that moment. In less than half a minute, the thousand-legged venom beast collapsed.
With its demise, the illusion instantly dissipated, revealing the real room to Su Ming once more. Robot 114 approached Su Ming. Student Su Ming, congratulations on successfully ranking 200th on the human rankings.
You may claim 500 contribution points monthly. Your combat footage has been saved to the system. You may use this data to challenge any of the top 200 human rankings contenders.
Shall we proceed with the automatic battle upon payment of 500 contribution points?
Listening to the voice of Robot 114 before him, Su Ming nodded and said, "Alright, proceed. Your contribution points have been deducted.
You now have 2,300 contribution points remaining. Initiating auto battle for you. Please wait." After less than 3 minutes of waiting, Robot 114 spoke again. Auto battle completed. Congratulations, Su Ming.
Your ranking has risen to 115th place, entitling you to 1,000 contribution points monthly.
Hearing his results, Su Ming was pleasantly surprised.
He had surged straight to 115th place just a dozen spots away from the top 100. Technology truly changes life so convenient. This feature proved incredibly useful to him. No wonder his senior brother held this cross-platform battle system in such high regard.
But my current strength isn't my full potential.
If I were to unleash my true power, I should be able to break into the top 100, Su Ming thought to himself.
114th place. How can I input my true strength? My current stats don't reflect my full potential.
Su Ming inquired further. If you wish to upload your full combat strength, the all-data battle platform can simulate opponents for you until you are defeated.
Does it require contribution points? Su Ming inquired next. A payment of 1,000 contribution points is required. Hearing 114's reply, Su Ming sucked in a sharp breath. That price was anything but cheap. It was enough to cover a week's worth of quests. Forget it. This ranking is good enough. Even if I could get in, it'd probably only be around the top 100. Once my strength reaches the next level, I'll aim for the top 10 on the human rankings instead.
Su Ming ultimately chose to abandon further attempts to refresh his strength data. Having completed another mission, Su Ming felt thoroughly refreshed.
Next up was preparing for the freshman tournament in a week's time. Whether I can secure first place hinges entirely on this final week's sprint.
With that thought, Su Ming immediately left the all-data battle platform arena and headed toward the dungeon center.
Meanwhile,
the beast tamers from the previous tournament whom Su Ming had defeated also received notifications from the all-data battle platform at this moment.
You have been defeated.
Your ranking has dropped to 116th place.
You have been defeated.
Your ranking has dropped to 117th place.
You have been defeated.
Your ranking has dropped to 118th place.
You have been defeated. Your ranking has dropped to 201st.
Seeing their rankings, many were curious to find out who had defeated them.
A freshman is already sprinting up the rankings this fast? Who is this Su Ming? How is he so formidable, charging straight to 115th place on the rankings?
I'll test him myself.
What kind of skills does this Su Ming have that he could defeat me?
In no time, the beast tamers defeated by Su Ming flocked to the all-data battle arena, each challenging Su Ming's combat data individually. Almost without exception, they had stagnated at level 30 for an extended period. Even after refreshing their combat data,
but against Su Ming's insectoid, they still ended up defeated.
Soon, legends about Su Ming began circulating throughout the sophomore year.
Chapter 35, New Recruits Gather, Tangled Relationships. Junior brother, I never would have guessed you'd look so dashing in uniform.
In the dormitory, Su Ming had changed into his military uniform.
The two thin bars on his shoulders, adorned with 3 gold stars, made his colonel's rank particularly dazzling.
Only provincial top scorers like you get the privilege of reaching colonel rank as freshmen. Wang Zhuoxing remarked beside him, his gaze fixed on the insignia on Su Ming's shoulders.
Senior, stop teasing me. Su Ming adjusted his uniform as he spoke. By the way, senior classmate, I've been meaning to ask, do you know about an organization called the Mutual Aid Society at our academy? The Mutual Aid Society? What? Did they come looking for you?
Wang Zhuoxing's voice rose slightly at the mention.
Yeah, it happened a while back. I didn't bother with them.
Wang Zhuoxing said solemnly, Junior brother, you must not join this Mutual Aid Society.
Is it some kind of sinister organization?
Not exactly an evil organization, but it's formed by people who like to band together for warmth. To put it bluntly, they want to freeload off the time of other powerful beast tamers to help them complete tasks without offering any compensation.
Ha! How do they even manage to organize themselves? Su Ming was speechless. Beast tamers' time was precious. With competition this fierce, if you don't train hard, you'll be the one left behind.
Especially for people like Su Ming and his kind, the competition was brutally fierce.
If your time gets taken up, you risk being overtaken by others.
Yeah, this Mutual Aid Society has been around our academy for years. The current president is a senior from our 3rd year. If you join and fail to follow the rules, they'll mobilize every member against you. As Wang Zhuoxing spoke, one could sense his fear toward them. Su Ming was relieved he hadn't agreed.
What level is their president, senior? Is she a heavenly rank powerhouse?
Yeah, 5th on the heavenly rankings. But a big part of why she got that high is thanks to this Mutual Aid Society.
Ha? Senior, what do you mean? Do they hand over every task they complete to the senior?
Su Ming found his senior brother's words rather intriguing. But Wang Zhuoxing shook his head.
Don't worry about that.
Let them play their games if they want.
Just don't agree to anything. Got it. Su Ming agreed, tidied his clothes, and headed toward the academy's sports field.
Today wasn't just the freshman competition, it was also the school-wide freshman assembly. That was precisely why Su Ming needed to wear his military uniform. Over 3,000 freshmen, clad in military uniforms, gathered on the academy's sports field. Newcomers entering the Great Xia Military Academy were automatically granted the rank of lieutenant colonel. Only those of Su Ming's caliber top provincial examinees were awarded the rank of colonel.
Each person's position was predetermined.
Su Ming stood in the first position of the 3rd row. The 2 individuals to his left, like himself, held the rank of colonel. Clearly, they were the academy's other 2 provincial top scorers this year. As soon as Su Ming sat down, the boy beside him extended his hand.
You must be Su Ming. I'm Leijin, from Xihua Province. Hello, Su Ming nodded, extending his hand. After their initial introduction, Leijin smiled and said, Su Ming, I hear you've already made it onto the human rankings.
That's impressive. After the conference, the freshman tournament begins.
I can't wait to spar with you. I'm equally eager to spar with the top scholar from Xihua Province.
Oof. That top spot was just luck. From what I hear, you killed a transcendent grade wyvern and scored nearly 10,000 points in one go.
The second place finisher, Yan Xiao, was only 3,000 points behind you.
Su Ming turned his head to see the girl speaking, seated in the first row of the front section.
What?
Your tone sounds pretty unconvinced, Su Ming remarked with a smile.
Leijin whispered, Su Ming, she's the top scholar from Dongming Province next door. Her name is Luo Qianxue, and she's the fiancée of Yan Xiao, the second-place scholar from your province.
I heard she came to the military academy specifically because she heard you were here. Su Ming frowned, puzzled.
What does that have to do with me? Well, probably wants to save face for her fiancé.
Su Ming's face darkened at this. Luo Qianxue, showing no hesitation, declared, Su Ming, in the upcoming newcomer tournament, I will defeat you and prove that your top scholar title is undeserved. What good will your proof do? Even if I lose to you 10,000 times, I'm still this year's top scholar of Haidu province. As for that Yen Xiao, he doesn't dare face me himself and sends his fiancée instead. That part 1 just can't wrap my head around. Su Ming's words were equally merciless. Since she was targeting him, then there was no need for him to hold back on classmate camaraderie. At that moment, a group of leaders in military uniforms slowly ascended the podium. Su Ming's pupils instantly contracted upon recognizing the 3 figures at the forefront. The insignia on their shoulders clearly marked them as marshals. Holy crap, marshals! Su Ming, our academy's principal, and 2 vice principals all hold marshal ranks. They're also the only 3 legendary tier beast tamers in our academy. You must know that, right? Lei Zhen looked at Su Ming with confusion, but Su Ming merely shook his head. Upon arriving at the academy, he'd been dragged straight into the demon ceiling tower by his teacher the moment he stepped off the vehicle. Since then, he'd been focused solely on cultivation, never once thinking to learn about the people within the academy. Principal Zhang Hongshou, legendary tier beast master. His strongest beast is the sacred flame dragon, whose racial stats reach legendary level. Vice Principal Xia Xia, legendary tier beast master. Her beast is the nether flame phoenix, also reaching legendary level. Vice Principal Wu Nian, legendary tier beast master. His beast is the Purple Crystal Titan, reputed to be the strongest defensive beast among the King tier. Lei Zhen enthusiastically shared this information with Su Ming. At that moment, Su Ming noticed his own teacher on the stage, seated in the 3rd position of the 2nd row. Given the strict seating protocol, it seemed his teacher held considerable standing within the academy. Lei Zhen leaned close to Su Ming's ear and whispered in a voice only the 2 could hear, Vice Principal Xia Xia is the teacher of the person sitting next to her. Su Ming recoiled sharply, staring at Lei Zhen in disbelief. Lei Zhen nodded solemnly. Su Ming then asked curiously, then who's your teacher? Well, the 1st seat in the 2nd row. Thunder King. My beast is a thunder attribute thunderstorm beast, sharing the same origin as the beast cultivated by the venerable master. Oh. Looks like my teacher is the weakest of the 3 of us then. Lei Zhen asked curiously, which one is your teacher? The 3rd one in the 2nd row, King of Freedom. Your teacher is the Xiaoyao King. Su Ming nodded, looking puzzled at Lei Zhen. Why are you so surprised? Your teacher, the Thunder King, ranks higher than mine. But your teacher is the one who turned down Vice Principal Xia Xia's advances. Hearing Lei Zhen's words, Su Ming froze in place. What the hell? Are these relationships really this tangled? Chapter 36, Freshman Tournament, Hunt the Demon Lair. Fellow students, it has been 3 weeks since you arrived at the Great Xia Military Academy. I wonder if you have all found your mentors and entered a state of cultivation. We are the Great Xia Military Academy, directly under the Great Xia Military Department. Though you are students, you are also soldiers. Should the Great Xia call, you will form an army and march to the battlefield to fight ferocious beasts and abyssal demons. Today marks my first meeting with you all. I won't sugarcoat things. The Great Xia Military Academy isn't a place to coast by. Here, only relentless cultivation matters. The academy will never shortchange any student who trains diligently. Principal Zhao Hongshou opened his mouth and immediately displayed the imposing presence of a legendary beastmaster. Without unnecessary flowery language, he bluntly stated that the Great Xia Military Academy was a place for beastmasters to train. Fellow students, I don't know how you've spent these past 3 weeks. But I believe some have trained diligently, while others have been dazzled by the university's temptations. Whether you're a mule or a horse, we'll find out soon enough. There's little more to say about the freshman assembly. Prepare yourselves, the military command's first combat test awaits. Zhao Hongshou finished speaking and stood up. A minor demonic lair was discovered in the Central Plains region. This is a trial gift I've secured from the military headquarters for you all. As students of the military headquarters, your future foes won't just be ferocious beasts, they'll include even more savage abyssal demons. The principal's words had barely left his mouth when the students below erupted into a frenzy. Back in high school, they'd studied the history of abyssal demons. The game fusion interface revealed that besides bringing revival to this world, the ferocious beasts and their tamers had also introduced a strange place called demon lairs. The emergence of the demon's lair was unpredictable, and its scale varied greatly. Abyssal caverns would always appear unexpectedly in the wilderness, at unforeseen times and locations. Once manifested, they would swiftly draw all nearby ferocious beasts into their depths. These beasts are then transformed into demonic creatures, with their power doubling or even increasing further. Similarly, these demonized beasts become far more ferocious and gain heightened intelligence. Since the scale of each abyssal demon emergence varies, the Great Xia Empire classifies these events into tiers: small, medium, large, super large, cataclysmic, and apocalyptic. It is said that once a demonic lair reaches the large-scale tier, it gives birth to sentience. The Great Xia Empire refers to these entities as demon lords. All creatures sucked into the abyss become unconditionally obedient to the demon lord's commands. The Great Xia Empire once endured its most catastrophic demonic invasion, a truly apocalyptic assault a century ago. It is said that this apocalyptic demonic lair gave birth to 7 demon lords and 1 demon emperor. It is said that several provinces were destroyed during that time. Countless Xia beastmasters spent over a decade, sacrificing innumerable lives, merely to seal that demonic lair. Several legendary and royal tier beastmasters remain stationed there year-round to guard the lair. Unlike battles against ferocious beasts, conflicts with demonic creatures and beastmasters are fought to the death. The danger level is over 3 times that of fighting ferocious beasts. At the Great Xia Military Headquarters Airport, 10 transport aircraft had already completed engine preheating. Before long, all the freshmen still attending their orientation assembly were assembled at the airport. Holy crap, they're serious. This is huge. Su Ming and Lei Jin followed the main group running to the airport perimeter. One transport plane after another lifted off, carrying the front ranks away. So this is the Great Xia Military Headquarters? They're really pulling out all the stops. Su Ming could sense the palpable scent of battle permeating the air. Su Ming was among the last to board the aircraft shortly after takeoff. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the cabin. Everyone craned their necks to look outside. Turning his head, Su Ming saw a colossal dragon, its entire body engulfed in flames, roaring past overhead. Perched atop the dragon's head was Principal Chao Hongshou. Following closely behind was a fire phoenix spewing black flames, along with celestial horses and other top-tier mounts. His teacher's flying mount was a western dragon, strictly speaking, a type of wyvern, not a true dragon. The teachers from the military academy all set off with the group toward the demon's lair. About an hour later, the transport plane touched down gently, revealing a small airport before Su Ming's eyes. One transport plane after another landed, disembarking all the students before immediately taking off again to make room for the next wave. The moment Su Ming's transport touched down, the cabin doors swung open. During the taxiing process, the cabin intercom crackled to life. All students, please prepare to disembark in an orderly manner once the aircraft has come to a complete stop. 10 minutes later, on one side of the airport, the principal stood before them, nodding with satisfaction. You all did very well, extremely efficient. Behind me now lies the newly discovered small demonic lair. It has been sealed off, and the demons within are yours to deal with. If you have any questions, ask now. No sooner had the principal finished speaking than someone raised their hand. No need to raise your hand. Just speak up if you have questions. Principal, what is the approximate level of these monsters? I've only studied them in books. Are they truly that brutal? Chao Hongshou smiled faintly. That's a good question. Since it's classified as a minor demon lair, the monsters inside won't exceed level 30. Moreover, their levels increase the deeper you go. Students with lower strength should avoid overestimating their abilities and venturing into the deeper layers. This minor lair has 5 confirmed levels. Monsters beyond the 4th level exceed level 20. Remember this. Monsters are called monsters because they possess no emotions. When facing them, you must eliminate them completely, give them no chance to breathe. Here, you don't need to be a saint. Just be a butcher who slaughters monsters. Principal, is this our freshman competition? I heard the freshman competition comes with rewards. Another voice called out from the crowd. Correct. This is your freshman tournament. The top performer will receive 3,000 contribution points and 1 Class A resource. Second and third place will each receive 3,000 contribution points and 1 Class B resource. The principal detailed all the rewards. Simply participating guaranteed a minimum of 500 contribution points. Students, slaying monsters yields demon cores. These cores will be used to calculate your scores. Furthermore, the academy will purchase these cores at their market value, converting them into equivalent contribution points. The academy has allocated ample resources for this event. The objective is simple: give your utmost effort to slay monsters. Yes. Chao Hongshou nodded with satisfaction before continuing. Next, we will distribute protective orbs capable of withstanding continuous attacks from level 30 monsters for 1 hour. If you encounter a monster you cannot defeat, protect yourselves immediately and use the Academy app to call for help. Fellow students closest to the danger will receive an alert. Entering the demon's lair is a test for all of you, and it's also to help you understand this world more quickly. Competition is important, but of course, if you encounter classmates who need help, you should also assist one another. We have only one enemy, the monsters. No sooner had the principal finished speaking than someone shouted, "Kill the monsters! Kill the monsters!" Instantly, the entire airport reverberated with deafening battle cries. Chapter 37, The overwhelming pressure of the insectoid horde sweeps through the demon's lair. At the entrance to the demon's lair, Su Ming gazed into the bottomless abyss before him. An invisible pressure surged from the depths of his heart. The entire demon lair resembled a collapsed ground surface. Standing above and looking down, it was pitch black, impossible to see anything inside. Each person carried a hovering robot, which served not only to monitor and record but also to provide illumination. Everyone, this is an experience you must undergo. The seal will open shortly.
Please prepare yourselves. All must enter within 10 minutes after the seal opens. The principal's words had barely faded when some students had already summoned their beasts. 1 minute later, the principal's command rang out, "The seal is open. All students, enter the lair immediately." In the next instant, everyone charged into the demon's lair without hesitation. Su Ming was among the crowd, entering through the gateway. Over 3,000 students rapidly stormed into the first layer of the demon's lair before quickly scattering in all directions. Some formed small combat squads, while others went solo, swiftly breaking away from the main group. Su Ming clearly belonged to the latter group. His own insect horde made it impossible for him to fight alongside others. Though the demon lair had only 5 levels, each floor was vast. Finding the entrance to the second level was no easy task. Su Ming didn't take any chances, unleashing his entire blade insect force. "Go find the entrance to the second level." A low growl suddenly echoed in Su Ming's ears. The guardian armor bugs guarding his side flickered into motion, and a kill notification flashed through Su Ming's mind. Successful kill, level 1 demon rat. Experience plus 20, consumption points plus 20. A level 1 monster? Why is the EXP double that of a regular ferocious beast? The moment Su Ming saw the notification, a bold thought instantly flashed through his mind. If defeating monsters of the same level yielded twice the experience of slaying beasts of the same rank, then wouldn't hunting monsters be twice as efficient? Just then, the armored insect approached Su Ming, holding a small purple-black crystal. Recognizing the object before him, Su Ming knew this was the magic crystal the headmaster had mentioned. Without hesitation, Su Ming stored the magic crystal directly into his storage ring. Immediately afterward, notifications of slaying level 1 monsters began flooding his mind. Successfully defeated level 1 demonic creature, demon rat. Experience plus 20, consumption points plus 20. Successful kill of level 1 demonic creature, demon rat. Experience plus 20, consumption points plus 20. Successfully defeated level 1 monster, magic rat. Experience plus 20, consumption points plus 20. The monsters he killed were all demon rats. This led Su Ming to conclude he was still in the outermost area of the upper layer of the demon's lair. To hunt higher level monsters, he would need to venture deeper. Meanwhile, at the temporary headquarters established by the Great Xia military command outside, hundreds of surveillance platforms were already set up, and the monitoring feeds of all personnel came into view. "We've got footage. It's finally coming through," Vice Principal Wu Nian exclaimed excitedly. In the footage, nearly all the beastmasters had already engaged in combat. Everyone is still on the first floor. The highest level monsters they're facing won't exceed level 5. No one should be in any real danger. It seems no one has been intimidated by the monsters. "That's excellent," Zhao Hongshu observed, nodding approvingly as he scanned each figure on the screen. At that moment, one figure caught Zhao Hongshu's attention. Su Ming had already outpaced everyone, venturing deep into the first level to confront monsters that had reached level 5. "That insect tamer cultivator, old Shi, if I recall correctly, he's your student, right?" Zhao Hongshu turned to ask Shi Xiantian behind him. Shi Xiantian merely glanced over casually and nodded. "Yes. That kid's pace is really slow. It's been over 10 minutes, and he's still dawdling around here. What's so great about staying on the first floor?" "Principal, I've long heard that Su Ming isn't just a dual talent user, but his beast taming space is extraordinary. He's a natural insect tamer." Seeing this now, the rumors are true. With this number of insect beasts at his level, he has almost no rivals. His species values are too low. If he had this many insect beasts with high grade or even higher species values, Su Ming could absolutely become a battlefield game changer. He alone could hold his own against an entire regiment. Zhao Hongshu also recognized this flaw in Su Ming's setup. But he didn't know that Su Ming's innate talent amplification allowed his low-tier insect beasts to hold their own against high-tier ferocious beasts or demonic creatures. So far, none of this year's freshmen have shown any signs of cowardice in battle. That's a very good start. Just wait and see. The battle has only just begun. At their current pace, it'll likely take about 3 days to clear out every monster in this den of evil. Now that we can directly observe their combat footage, we'll gain a clearer understanding of how this new generation handles themselves against the monsters. The first floor of the demon lair was vast and labyrinthine. After dispersing to find their own paths toward the entrance to the second floor, everyone began exploring. Su Ming, relying on the winged blade insect's guidance, finally encountered high-level monsters. A level 5 monster. "Looks like I'm getting close to the second floor." Su Ming's heart swelled with joy. While defeating these low-level monsters granted double experience and consumption points. But such gains had become utterly insipid for his current needs. Behind him, thousands of insect beasts swept through like a swarm of locusts, obliterating every monster blocking his path. An hour later, Su Ming gazed upon a deep, dark passageway. He knew immediately that this was the entrance to the second floor. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged straight in. The other students who chose this passage alongside Su Ming had proceeded with extreme caution along the way. "Be careful. The lighting in this demonic lair is abysmal. Who knows when a monster might leap out and attack us? We must be deep within the first level now. The monsters here should be stronger. Everyone, stay alert. A makeshift squad cautiously probed forward. Then, someone in the group voiced their confusion. Has anyone else noticed? We haven't encountered a single monster along the way, yet I've picked up several magic crystals. Could it be that the people ahead of us cleared out all the monsters on this path? No way. That's just unethical. They devoured the meat and left us these scraps of magic crystals to pick over? Su Ming had indeed dropped numerous magic crystals, as he was eager to reach the next level. He hadn't bothered to pick up some of the crystals. Back at base camp, Wu Nian couldn't help but chuckle at the scene before him. Old Shi, your student really takes after your style, plucking every last feather off the goose. Poor souls on the same route as him must be suffering, getting nothing but scraps. Chapter 38, Experience Boost, Insanely Efficient Monster Grinding. If this continues, the students following Su Ming won't gain any meaningful experience. Vice Principal Xia Sha voiced her concern. Shi Shen-tian only sneered coldly. If they can't get their share, that's their own fault. They're not strong enough, not fast enough. How can they blame my students? Shi Shen-tian, the academy's purpose is to ensure all students gain experience, not to let your students hog all the rewards. Then shall I go down now, drag Su Ming out, and tell him he's too overpowered, leaving no meat for the others? The others around them dared not utter a word during their argument. Chao Hongshou stepped between them, smiling. All right. No need to argue over this. In the demon's den, whoever can slay the beasts gets them. Those who can't, well, you can't blame others for that. Xia Sha glared fiercely at Shi Shen-tian, who wore an utterly indifferent expression enough to make her blood boil. She snorted coldly, shot Shi Shen-tian a frosty glance, and stormed out of the room. The others watched the scene unfold, all silently agreeing not to make a sound. As for Shi Shen-tian, the man at the center of it all, he wore a look of utter indifference, not giving the recent incident a second thought. Having entered the second floor, Su Ming continued leading his insect horde in a sweeping advance toward a specific direction. The monsters on this floor ranged from levels 5 to 15. At these levels, even when matched against creatures of the same rank, the monsters possessed significantly greater combat prowess. Yet they were still no match for Su Ming's insect horde, now boosted by over tenfold. A dark, dense swarm of blade beetles charged forward, accompanied by shield beetles, tiger armor beetles, tiger-headed armor beetles, and even mutant armor beetles. These monsters had never witnessed such a spectacle. The pressure from thousands of insect beasts was impossible for any single monster to withstand. Su Ming activated his sweeping assault mode. Any demon blocking his path met an inescapable fate of being slaughtered. As for the demon crystals? Su Ming had long since lost count of his haul. With his insect beasts collecting them for him, it wasn't his concern. Su Ming's true goal remained penetrating the fourth layer to challenge demons above level 20. He cleared the second layer in under 3 hours. The path he traversed was now completely cleared of monsters. Anyone who followed his path afterward would be left with nothing but thin air. The king-tier beast masters at the main base witnessed this scene and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is insane." Su Ming, relying on his innate talent and leading such a massive insect horde, is just charging through. This competition is practically tailor-made for him. Exactly. Su Ming's strength lies in sheer numbers, especially when eliminating these low-level monsters. He can kill more in the same amount of time. He's already reached the third layer of the demon's lair, while Lei Jin and Luo Qianxue, both provincial champions like him, have only just entered the second layer. Hearing his student being targeted, Shi Shen-tian stood up and retorted, "Old Lei, don't just sour grapes. What's the matter? Can't stand my student? Old Shi, it's your student's actions that make it impossible for others to compete fairly or gain proper training." Shi Shen-tian waved his hand dismissively. What does that have to do with me or my student? That's something the headmaster should be considering. If you're not satisfied, once this competition ends, let my student face off against yours. I couldn't care less about pitting my student against yours. That bunch of insects? Killing them is exhausting enough. Thunder King waved his hand, unwilling to engage further with Shi Shen-tian. Shi Shen-tian crossed his arms, radiating an attitude that said, "Dare to criticize my student, and I'll criticize you." Enough, everyone. You're all over 100 years old, yet you're acting like children. The principal finally spoke up, and Shi Shen-tian promptly sat back down. The principal continued, "A beastmaster like Su Ming, if he reaches a high enough rank, could single-handedly match an entire army. Though insectoid beasts aren't particularly strong individually, their sheer numbers make them a formidable threat." Vice Principal Wu Nian clapped his hands sharply. Exactly. Why do we never gain the upper hand against monsters and ferocious beasts? It's because we have too few beastmasters. We train tens of millions of beastmasters annually, yet the number of ferocious beasts is 5 times our beastmasters. Monsters are even more staggering, 100 times our numbers. In large-scale battles, Su Ming's insect beasts could play a significant role. But his current level is still too low. He's not yet a force to be reckoned with. Within 6 hours of entering the demon's lair, nearly everyone had reached the second floor, with a small number already advancing to the third.
Some had moved faster by following Su Ming's route. Their path had been completely unobstructed, without encountering even a single shadow of a demonic creature. Within the group, Yu Manghai, who had been searching for Su Ming's whereabouts, was thoroughly frustrated.
This is baffling. We entered the demon's lair together, yet Su Ming vanished without a trace.
I was hoping to tag along. He gets the meat, I'll just sip the broth.
Old you, didn't you say we could find a big shot to lead us through the demon lair? Where is he? Someone nearby asked in confusion. Yu Manghai gave a wry smile. The thing is, I can't find him either. Who exactly are you talking about?
There are only a handful of big shots in our group.
Name one.
Yeah, old you, stop just talking big.
Pressed by the others,
Yu Manghai finally said, Su Ming.
He's the top scholar from Haidu province.
We came to the academy together.
Ha? Do you think he'd even acknowledge you?
Well, I can't say for sure.
What if?
Put. You can't even get him to show up, and you were talking so big earlier. Yu Manghai glanced at his teammates, but truthfully, he had no clue where Su Ming was right now. Little did he know that Su Ming was currently tearing through the third layer of the demon's den.
Awesome.
I've only cleared 2.5 floors, and I've already leveled up again.
Grinding monsters in this demon's den levels me up way faster than I expected. High EXP meant he had to hunt high-tier beasts to double his gains. Monsters not only had racial bonuses but also gained enhancements from their demonic transformation. Hunting these demons was truly twice the result with half the effort. Looks like I'll need to hunt more of these demons from now on. It's much faster than hunting beasts. Su Ming's hunting pace didn't slow down even after entering the third layer.
His insect army's advantage remained overwhelming.
When facing monsters above level 15, one blade insect wasn't enough. 2, 3, or more would suffice.
After all, what Su Ming lacked least now were low-level blade insects.
Chapter 39, Increased Difficulty, Sub-Boss Level Monsters. Just how vast is Su Ming's beast-taming space? A space this enormous is simply absurd. Many found it astonishing. Even the king-tier beastmaster expressed bewilderment at the sheer scale of Su Ming's insect horde. Principal Chao Hongshou shook his head. This isn't unusual. The size of a beastmaster's space isn't fixed. It's just that Su Ming's is absurdly large. Ever since the game merged with this world, nothing here can be described by ordinary logic. Thankfully, Su Ming belongs to our school, to our great Xia.
True. As long as Su Ming serves as a soldier for our great Xia, his strength only brings us fortune.
Fourth layer of the demon's lair.
Upon entering the fourth layer, Su Ming discovered that the labyrinthine caverns had transformed into a succession of rooms. Unlike before, the moment Su Ming entered the first chamber, he was confronted by a level 20 demonic giant horned rhinoceros guarding a horde of sub-level 20 monsters. By Su Ming's estimate, there were over 50 of them. On the screen, the assembled leaders froze in shock at the scene before them. Surely Su Ming isn't planning to solo this? With this many insect beasts, soloing shouldn't be too hard for him. But if he keeps this up, he'll burn through a lot of them. It took him ages to build up such a large force.
Yeah, that's a major weakness in Su Ming's strength.
Without that numerical advantage, his power would be greatly diminished. The King-class Beastmaster's insight was indeed sharp. Su Ming's weakness truly lay in his inability to reduce his insect beast herd. If too many were killed in a short time, his power including the boost from his innate talent would be greatly diminished. However, they hadn't accounted for the fact that Su Ming's insect beasts reproduced rapidly and would only accelerate in the future. For now, Su Ming was still being relatively cautious. He maintained his insect beast count above 1,000 to ensure a tenfold power boost.
He currently possessed 2 Lord-level beasts, the winged blade insect and the bloodthirsty demon insect. Moreover, their numbers had grown to a respectable 6. Even the weaker insect mounts among his peers, with a tenfold power boost and 6-fold numbers. Even a true dragon lord would hesitate to claim certain victory against them. With a flick of his thoughts, a winged blade insect and a bloodthirsty demon insect materialized beside Su Ming. Take them out.
At the entrance to the third and fourth layers, several beastmasters arrived here simultaneously.
Among them, Lei Jin and Luo Qianxue were familiar faces to Su Ming.
The others were also formidable figures who ranked among the top 10 in the province during the major examination. When it came to actual combat, they weren't much weaker than the top scholar.
You're here too?
The fourth layer houses monsters above level 20. These creatures are indeed troublesome. From what we've gathered, encounters beyond the fourth layer should be akin to boss-level battles. Since our paths have crossed, it seems inevitable we'll join forces to crush this demon lair. Monsters bred in this lair deserve to be exterminated. What's wrong with cooperation? As long as we eliminate these creatures, that's all that matters.
Exactly. But the number of monsters here seems far fewer than what I'd heard.
I barely encountered any on my way through the third floor.
Wonder who got to them first.
Hearing this, Lei Jin suddenly realized someone of comparable strength was missing from their group.
Strange. Could Su Ming have already advanced to the fourth level? Lei Jin, are you referring to Su Ming, the top scholar from our sea capital?
Yes. Given his strength, he shouldn't be slower than us. I suspect he's already in the 4th layer.
Luo Qianxue snorted coldly. Whether he is or not, we'll find out if we go down. But that bug tamer?
Facing these monsters, he's probably showing his true colors. Who knows where he's fighting a fierce battle on the 3rd floor.
Lei Jin ignored Luo Qianxue's taunt entirely.
The others wasted no time, charging straight into the 4th layer. Lei Jin was the fastest, his thunder beast granting him lightning-like speed. Before the others arrived, he was already there.
Holy crap! Who the hell did this? Hearing Lei Jin's voice, the others immediately picked up their pace. Lei Jin, what's wrong?
The other 5 rushed to Lei Jin's side to ask. Lei Jin slowly raised his hand and said, "See for yourselves." They looked up to see the first gate already opened, though the scene bore traces of a fierce battle.
These are insectoid beasts.
Su Ming has already arrived ahead of schedule. One of them quickly moved forward and saw dozens of corpses of blade bugs and shield bugs. Lei Jin and the others approached, nodding in agreement.
Correct. These are Su Ming's beasts. Only he would have such low-tier insect beasts. There are over 100 here alone. Just how many insect beasts does Su Ming possess?
One of them, unfamiliar with Su Ming, asked in shock.
Honestly, I don't know either.
But I've heard that the combat data he left on the all-data battle platform alone shows over 1,000.
Whoa, just imagine how vast his beast-taming space must be. That might be one of the reasons he's limited. I think he can only contract insect-type beasts.
Lei Jin speculated. However, if Su Ming were present, he would surely refute that.
He didn't just contract insectoid beasts, it was that insectoid beasts provided the highest feedback. Hurry, we need to catch up.
Su Ming has probably cleared several bosses by himself.
We'll be left with nothing to do. Right, let's hurry up and catch up.
I saw those cleared routes on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors. It must be Su Ming's doing. His insect horde makes short work of these low-level monsters.
Luo Qianxue's voice carried a hint of anger now.
He just loves grinding points by sheer numbers.
It's infuriating.
Lei Jin nodded in agreement. We should hurry and catch up to Su Ming.
He's still fighting, so he can't be far ahead. Meanwhile, Su Ming continued battling the demon-corrupted beasts.
The monsters here had reached level 23, with extraordinary racial stats.
The difficulty was undeniably high.
He had already soloed 2 bosses, but his blade bugs had suffered over 200 casualties, and his shield bugs were nearly as depleted. Though his winged blade insects and bloodthirsty demon insects were formidable, these demon-corrupted beasts
had attack power that was absurdly high.
Even with his 10x power boost, some blade bugs and shield bugs were still being killed.
And the casualties were significant.
Just then, a sudden sound from behind made Su Ming turn his head. He saw Lei Jin and the others swiftly approaching his position.
Su Ming, you're being downright unfair. You've wiped out all the monsters, leaving us with nothing to even scrape eye on.
Chapter 40, 5th layer of the demon's lair, pressure at its peak.
Su Ming, stop right now. Let us have a turn.
Lei Jin shouted as he reached Su Ming's side.
Su Ming, you're way too fast. Looks like your insect horde really does clear these monsters faster. Can't blame me for that.
I can't just wait around for you guys, Su Ming replied indifferently.
Lei Jin nodded. Right. We're here now to lighten your load.
On the way over, we saw you take down quite a few insect beasts.
Su Ming didn't refuse.
Though he had the ability to handle everything alone. But these demons weren't exclusively his to claim, nor did he have the right to drive them away. Now it was simply a matter of who could kill more based on their own skill. Su Ming, you've already taken down so many monsters.
Let us handle the rest.
You should rest here.
At that moment, a boy behind Lei Jin spoke up. Su Ming furrowed his brow and couldn't help but ask, wait, who are you?
Hua Haicheng.
From High City, just like you.
The boy stepped forward with great confidence.
Su Ming's gaze swept over him and Luo Qianxue standing beside him. He nodded slightly. Seems I'm not the only one who's not convinced I deserve the top scholar title.
Su Ming's words were meant for both Hua Haicheng and Luo Qianxue.
Just because you're the provincial top scholar doesn't mean you're stronger. My 3-headed lion crushing your insects would be as easy as squashing ants. Is that so? Then kill them. No sooner had the words left her mouth than the demonic roar of the air demon beast, a transcendent grade monstrosity, shattered the argument, snapping everyone back to reality. Lei Jin swept his gaze across the group. I say, we should deal with this demonic beast first. No need for your help. My 3-headed lion can handle it. Whoever kills it gets the credit. Don't try to take advantage.
With that, the other's beasts shot forward like arrows released from a bowstring.
Su Ming recalled his insect beast. To avoid collateral damage.
Hua Haicheng sneered coldly at the sight. Good for you for knowing your place.
Otherwise, I'd have taken you down too.
The surveillance feed captured every detail of their heated exchange.
Boom.
That Hua Haicheng is nothing but a rotten apple.
Facing a demon beast, instead of focusing on defeating it, he's scheming to turn against his own allies and even attacking his comrades' beasts. If such a beast master were to grow stronger, he'd become an arrogant, self-important fool.
Vice Principal Wu slammed his fist on the table in fury and stood up. Immediately after, Principal Chao Hongshou turned to address one of the king-tier powerhouses present. King Pono, you must take this matter seriously. Don't let the Beastmasters de Xia has painstakingly trained go astray. Those who stray from the path always start like this. A slender man immediately stood up, his voice brimming with anger. Yes, Principal. Once the freshman competition concludes, I will ensure he receives proper guidance. Youthful recklessness is understandable, but don't encourage such behavior. Understood. The other king-tier powerhouses, upon hearing the principal's admonishment, promptly responded in unison. Facing the coordinated assault of 3 lord-level beasts, the golden horn crocodile, a fearsome creature renowned for its defense, couldn't withstand the onslaught even in its demon-possessed state. Su Ming's eyes flashed, and the winged blade insect beside him caught his warning glance. The next instant, it shot forward. With blinding speed and its razor-sharp blades on all 4 limbs, the winged blade insect seized the moment against the already weakened golden-horned crocodile, slicing it clean in half. The magic crystal was swiftly retrieved by the winged blade insect and delivered into Su Ming's hand. The entire sequence unfolded so rapidly that Su Ming only registered what had happened once the magic crystal was in his hand. Su Ming! What do you think you're doing? Hua Haicheng stormed towards Su Ming in a rage. But the winged blade insect beside Su Ming was already poised for battle. Had Su Ming given the command, Hua Haicheng would have met the same fate as the golden-horned crocodile, split clean in 2. This demon beast is something anyone could have slain. What's wrong with me taking it down? Besides, before you arrived, I was already fighting it. Whether you joined in or not, I could have killed it either way. I didn't mind sharing the spoils with you, a latecomer. But you demanded I step aside the moment you showed up. Was I too kind, making you think I'm easy to push around? Su Ming was seething with anger. If it had just been the 2 of them, without any surveillance equipment, Hua Haicheng would have been dead as a doornail. Seeing this, Lei Jin immediately stepped between them. It's just a demon crystal. Our priority is to eliminate these monsters swiftly. Hua Haicheng snorted coldly and charged forward first, his beast in tow. The others followed closely behind, leaving Lei Jin and Su Ming behind. Seeing Su Ming's furious expression, he couldn't help but give a wry smile. Su Ming, why are you arguing with this guy? Even if you let him have that magic crystal, his results still wouldn't stand a chance against yours. Lei Jin, if I back down, you really think I'm easy to push around? Lei Jin patted Su Ming's shoulder. Calm down, calm down. The more you argue with someone like him, the more excited he gets. With the others joining the fight, Su Ming barely had to exert himself as they successfully reached the entrance between the 4th and 5th layers. Unbeknownst to him, Lei Jin had quietly become the most respected figure in the group. Even Su Ming found himself somewhat impressed by this. This is the final level. The monsters gathered inside will likely be numerous. Regardless of any past disagreements, let's give it our all to eliminate them. Don't worry, Lei Jin. We know how to prioritize the greater good. Lei Jin nodded, then said, let's go. In the monitoring room, Lei Jin's performance earned praise from the principal and others. A natural leader, this Lei Jin is truly exceptional. He resolved the conflict with just a few words, truly impressive. But to truly solve problems, one must possess the strength to back it up. Lu Wang, you must cultivate this Lei Jin well. Hearing this, Lei Wang immediately stood up and said, rest assured, Principal. I will certainly do my utmost to cultivate him. Soon, the group entered the 5th level. In the darkness, countless eyes snapped open. The moment the 7 searchlights swept across the 5th level, everyone gasped in shock. Monsters, a dark, countless swarm of monsters. Some crawled on the ground, others hung suspended in the air. As far as the eye could see, it was all monsters. Their levels varied wildly, some below level 10, others over 20. Holy! One of the 7 muttered under his breath, and in that instant, all the monsters were roused. Lei Jin immediately shouted, everyone, with this many monsters, we can't hold back. Otherwise, we'll all die here. Where are the others from our school? Hasn't anyone else reached the 4th floor yet? The 4th floor had been cleared. Once they reached it, they could immediately advance to the 5th. Su Ming said nothing. With a flick of his thoughts, all the insect beasts surged forth like a tidal wave. No time to think. Hold the line, our reinforcements are coming. Chapter 41, Unexpected Turn, Level 30 Lord Monster. Is this scale of monsters too much pressure for them? Wu Nian asked Principal Chao Hongshou beside him. Principal Chao Hongshou shook his head helplessly. We anticipated dozens reaching the 5th layer simultaneously. Never imagined Su Ming and his group would surge so far ahead. The others will take at least 10 more minutes to reach the 5th layer. In the meantime, it all depends on whether those few can withstand the attacks of hundreds of monsters. A look of concern flashed across Chao Hongshou's face. At that moment, the Thunder King behind him spoke up. An ordinary group of 7 might not make it, but they have Su Ming, right? Look at his swarm of insectoid beasts, a vast, teeming mass. In terms of numbers, Su Ming's group isn't at a disadvantage. In the scene, Su Ming's insect beast army formed a sharp spearhead, piercing directly into the heart of the demonic creature's stronghold. Information about slaying demons flashed continuously in Su Ming's eyes.
Successfully killed level 14 Horned Demon Ox. Experience plus 560 consumption points plus 560. Successful kill, level 19 Demon-tailed Fox. Experience plus 760 stamina plus 760. Successful kill, level 18 Demon Spine Boar. EXP plus 720 consumption points plus 720.
Su Ming's army led the charge, while the others beast riders followed behind his insect horde.
Lei Jin called out, "Everyone, don't let Su Ming hog all the glory.
Our beast tamers excel in single target combat. Go take down those high level demons. Leave these grunts to Su Ming's insect horde."
The others didn't object. At this moment, rationally allocating their forces was paramount. Su Ming chuckled at this. "Who says my beasts can't handle high level battles? Winged blade beetles, bloodthirsty demon beetles charge."
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the winged blade beetles, accompanied by the bloodthirsty demon beetles, charged directly at a level 27 ironbone bear, a demon beast whose racial value had reached the extraordinary tier.
"Su Ming, be careful."
Even in its beast form, this ironbone bear was one of the most troublesome beasts in the superb tier.
Now that it's been demonized, its power is undoubtedly even more terrifying.
Lei Jin shouted the warning to Su Ming.
Su Ming responded, "Don't worry. He's practically courting death."
Too many beast tamers out there, completely unconcerned about their own beast's well-being. Hua Haicheng's voice carried loud enough to reach Su Ming's ears.
This infuriated Su Ming. "Hua Haicheng, once the battle here concludes, I'll settle things with you one-on-one. If you keep buzzing around my ears like a mosquito, I'll take out your beast first."
Su Ming's words infuriated Hua Haicheng as well.
The next second, the attack from Hua Haicheng's three-headed lion deliberately or accidentally struck Su Ming's blade insect in the midst of combat.
"Sorry about that. There are just too many monsters here, and with so many of your insect beasts around, accidental hits are bound to happen.
But with your massive insect horde, you probably won't mind losing a few, right?"
Seeing Hua Haicheng's smug expression, a cold glint had already flashed in Su Ming's eyes.
Boom!
Inside the monitoring room, Vice Principal Wu Yan's face had already darkened.
"Who on earth recruited this Hua Haicheng?
Our military command doesn't need beastmasters who lack solidarity in monster battles, who actually settle personal grudges by attacking allies mid-fight.
How could anyone trust such a person with their back on the battlefield?
He's nothing but a disgrace to our military command."
"King Ponu, what kind of student did you teach?
A student like this will only be a disruptive force on the battlefield." The vice principal's scathing tirade left Hua Haicheng's teacher standing behind him, drenched in sweat. Joking around was one thing, but when a legendary beastmaster truly lost his temper, even a royal beastmaster couldn't withstand the backlash.
On the screen, Hua Haicheng continued his deliberate, though seemingly accidental, attacks on Su Ming's beast. While not lethal, they were utterly infuriating.
Not far away, Luo Qianxue frowned at the scene.
"Our enemy is the demonic creatures. What are you doing?" Hua Haicheng responded with a faint smile, "I am slaying monsters too.
It's just that Su Ming has so many insect beasts, and my three-headed lion's attack range is vast.
It's unavoidable that some collateral damage occurs. Don't you realize Principal Luo and the others might be watching through the surveillance?"
Lei Jin also reminded Hua Haicheng to rein it in. Hua Haicheng shrugged it off, unconcerned.
"I'm not doing anything wrong. Why are you all picking on me?"
"If the principal and the others see it, they'll understand.
I didn't kill Su Ming's beast." Su Ming glanced back at the monitor.
Killing Hua Haicheng's beast wasn't difficult. The real difficulty lay in the fact that if he did kill it, he would be branded with the crime of killing a comrade.
That would be a real problem. But just then, a ferocious beast's roar echoed through the air. Everyone froze.
A blood-red shadow flashed through the darkness. The three lions charging at the forefront were instantly hurled backward by a tremendous force. Two of the three massive heads were cleanly severed.
Roar! The three-headed lion let out an agonized howl. With two of its heads severed, this beast was essentially crippled. The three-headed lion.
Hua Haicheng shouted, utterly stunned by this sudden turn of events.
All eyes turned toward the demonic creature lurking in the darkness. Thud! 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 Each step carried an immense sense of oppression. Lei Jin gasped, This is a lord-level beast, the Azure Moon Demon Wolf. The Tsanyue Demon Wolf, a beast with the bloodline of the divine White Spirit Wolf. How could a beast of this caliber be here? Everyone was stunned by the sudden appearance of the beast. Moreover, this Tsanyue Demon Wolf's level was a terrifying 30.
In the monitoring room, the figure watching the Blue Moon Demon Wolf before them sprang to their feet.
What's going on? Wasn't it supposed to be a transcendent-tiered Tsanyue Wolf? How did it become a lord-tiered Tsanyue Demon Wolf?
Old Shi, you're a king-tier breeder.
What's going on here?
The principal turned to Qi Xiantian beside him and asked.
It's likely that after the Tsanyue Wolf fell into the demon's den, it was corrupted by the den's influence.
This corruption actually intensified the bloodline within it, causing it to evolve into a lord-level Tsanyue Celestial Wolf. A level 30 lord-tier demon beast is beyond what these young beast masters can handle.
Send people into the demonic cave immediately for rescue. Wu Nian stood up and declared.
At that moment, Principal Chao Hongshou interjected, hold on.
It's not time yet. Let's observe these young people's performance first. Though people can enter the demonic cave, we shouldn't intervene in their battle until the most critical moment.
Wu Nian glanced at the principal and nodded.
Agreed.
I'll make arrangements immediately.
Understood. Chapter 42, United Efforts, the Bloodthirsty Demon Insects Strike. This, a Lord-level demon? We can't possibly defeat it, especially with so many lower-tier demons here too. We're done for. This is it. We've hit a brick wall.
At that moment, Hua Haichen clutched his dying three-headed lion, his eyes bloodshot.
You killed my three-headed lion. I'll make you pay with your life. Beaching beast, kill him for me.
Hua Haicheng shouted at his second beastmaster nearby. Keep in mind, Hua Haicheng was only level 20. Though the Azure Beast was also a Lord-tier creature, sending it to kill a 30-level Lord-tier Moonlight Demon Wolf that had undergone demonic transformation.
That was essentially a suicide mission.
The death of a primary beast was devastating for most beastmasters. Most beastmasters poured their greatest effort into their primary beast, and that beast showed the highest loyalty to its master.
The moment that Sun Yue Demon Wolf appeared, the previously scattered mobs of monsters swiftly coalesced around it. Without a word, that Sun Yue Demon Wolf had become their leader. Zhao Wu.
The Azure Moon Demon Wolf let out a howl to the heavens.
All the monsters began to grow excited. Holy crap, what the hell is going on?
At that moment, another group of beastmasters arrived at the 5th layer.
There were dozens of them. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Lei Jin instantly perked up. Great! You're finally here. Lei Jin? Su Ming? Luo Qianxue? The top 3 champions, undoubtedly the most famous. At that moment, their group also spotted the distant horde of demonic beasts. Those are Sun Yue Demon Wolves. Crescent Moon Demon Wolves. How could such beasts be here? For a moment, some people grew fearful and tried to retreat.
Seeing this, Su Ming immediately declared, everyone, don't panic. Leave the high-level monsters like the Azure Moon Demon Wolves to us. We need your help to distract the lower-level monsters. There are far too many of them for us to handle without distraction.
Su Ming is right. Leave the high-level ones to us. The rest are yours to handle. Zhao Wu.
The Blue Moon Demon Wolf roared again, and in an instant, all the monsters charged toward the group.
No time for hesitation attack. Su Ming bellowed, and all the insect beasts charged forth.
The Wingblade Beetles and Bloodthirsty Demon Beetles had a clear target, the high-level monsters. Seeing this, the others hesitated not a moment.
Slaughter these beasts. Damn it, I've had enough.
Yeah, if need be, we'll start over from scratch.
Kill.
In an instant, the military headquarters swiftly assembled a team of over 100 beast tamers excluding Su Ming himself. Their levels ranged from 15 to 20, and their beastmaster species values varied from supernatural to Lord tier, more than sufficient to handle these low-level monsters.
A flash of lightning erupted as a colossal thunder beast burst through the horde of monsters, striking the Sun Yue Demon Wolf at the rear. Immediately after, a thunderbird soared overhead. Its target was also the distant Azure Moon Demon Wolf.
Su Ming turned to look at Lei Jin beside him.
Both of these lightning attribute beasts belonged to him. Both possessed Lord-tier racial values and were exceptionally powerful even among their peers.
Meanwhile, Luo Qianxue's 2 beasts also charged toward the Azure Moon Demon Wolf.
At a glance, Su Ming saw that Luo Qianxue's beasts, like her name, were ice-attributed. One was a 3-tailed snow fox, said to possess the purest bloodline.
Upon reaching its final evolution, it would grow 9 tails, its power capable of shattering the heavens and earth. The other beast was no ordinary creature, either a sub-phoenix tier icebird.
Both Lei Jin and Luo Qianxue's beasts possess divine beast bloodlines.
The purer the bloodline, the greater their power and the easier their evolution.
By comparison, Su Ming's insect beast seemed rather ordinary.
But Su Ming didn't care. His innate talent combined with the system far surpassed these divine beast bloodlines. Just ask, what divine beast bloodline could boost combat power 10-fold, 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold? A 1,000-fold increase in power meant even a low-tier beast master could crush legendary tier beasts. The other beasts were no ordinary creatures either. The only difference between them likely lay in effort and innate beast-taming talent. Besides Su Ming, 3 bloodthirsty demon insects and 3 winged blade insects awaited his command.
Arg!
The Blue Moon Demon Wolf roared, charging at lightning speed and swiftly tackling the 3-tailed snow fox that had lunged at it.
Quick! Both were Lord-tier beasts, but that Sun Yue Demon Wolf far surpassed Luo Qianxue in rank, bolstered by its demonic transformation. Even with Luo Qianxue's beast-taming talent, her 3-tailed snow fox was instantly knocked down. Lei Jin's expression darkened. Thunder Beast, Thunder Strike! Roar! A bolt of lightning erupted from the Thunder Beast's maw, striking that Sun Yue Demon Wolf and immediately eliciting an agonized howl. However, this attack failed to harm the Demon Wolf. Damn it, the level gap is too great. Everyone, attack together. But the insectoid demon wolf had already struck with lightning speed, raising its claws to slash down. No! Luo Qinshue's face paled. At that moment, several flashes of cold light streaked through the air. In the darkness, several crimson streaks fell. Arg! The insectoid demon wolf howled in agony. All eyes turned to see Su Ming's two winged blade insects had slashed the beast's limbs. Though not fatal, the wounds gave the three-tailed snow fox an opening to escape. Free from the insectoid demon wolf's suppression, Luo Qinshue's expression immediately eased considerably. Her gaze towards Su Ming softened considerably. Su Ming, how come your insect beasts are so powerful? Lei Jin was also surprised, but Su Ming merely smiled. My rank is higher than yours, and who says insect beasts are necessarily inferior to your divine beast-blooded mounts? With its own power amplified tenfold, though still 6 levels behind, and the demon wolf's combat strength further enhanced after its demonic transformation. The winged blade insect, already a primary offensive unit, reached terrifying levels of combat power after receiving its own amplification. Su Ming's insect beast control seems quite different from what I've seen before. This combat power rivals even those divine beasts with purer bloodlines. Su Ming possesses a talent that amplifies his power based on the number of insect beasts he commands. This talent must be the reason his insect beast mastery far surpasses that of others. Qi Xuantian's words brought sudden enlightenment to both the principal and vice principal. Nodding, they remarked, beast master talents truly are a wondrous thing. Some are useless, while others rival even divine grade beasts. Su Ming possesses remarkable clarity of mind. He didn't abandon his suitable beast mastery simply because insectoid beasts are weaker in individual combat. Instead of chasing after those with divine beast bloodlines, he overlooked his own innate talent, a mistake many make, squandering their beast mastery potential. If that were all, the Azure Moon Demon Wolves would still be beyond their reach. Chapter 43, Slaying the Azure Moon Demon Wolf, Eradicating the Demon Lair. Attacks of this caliber still cannot kill the Azure Moon Demon Wolf. The battle isn't over yet. Give these children some time. Don't interfere with their fight. Teamwork on the battlefield is crucial too. Many of the present King Tier experts watched the monitoring feed with concern. Most of the participants were their students. Any casualties would be deeply distressing to them. Within the 5th layer of the demon's lair, as more forces poured in, the Great Xia military command, initially at a disadvantage, began to demonstrate overwhelming power. The mightiest insectoid demon wolf was now surrounded by Su Ming and his companions. Cover my beast. As long as my beast attaches itself to him, we can defeat it. Su Ming instructed the others. Hua Haiqing's eyes blazed crimson as he stared at Su Ming. Su Ming, you really have a way to kill this insectoid demon wolf? Of course. This is no time for jokes. Alright. I'll sacrifice my last beast if I have to, but I'm taking this thing down. Lei Jin turned to the others. Everyone, cover Su Ming's beast as it approaches the insectoid demon wolf. Understood. Su Ming nodded. The bloodthirsty demon insect crawled along the ground, steadily closing in on the insectoid demon wolf. Countless attacks relentlessly harassed the insectoid demon wolf. The highly intelligent insectoid demon wolf sought to pick them off one by one. Especially the lower-level beasts of the others. Once the insectoid demon wolf closed in, they were in grave danger. Damn it, beaching beast, take it down! Hua Haiqing bellowed, unleashing a green-faced yellow lion that lunged directly at the Azure Moon demon wolf. In close combat, none of the present tamer's beasts stood a chance against the insectoid demon wolf. Hua Haiqing's move was clearly an attempt to create an opening. Roar! The insectoid demon wolf smashed its paw down on the azure green beast. Hua Haiqing bellowed at Su Ming. Su Ming, what are you waiting for? Su Ming's eyes flashed coldly. Coming! 3 winged blade insects streaked low across the sky. The bloodthirsty demon insects were now less than 100 meters from the insectoid demon wolf. Whoosh! The winged blade insects swiftly snatched the bloodthirsty demon insects from the ground and hurled them onto the insectoid demon wolf's back at breakneck speed. The moment the bloodthirsty demon insect landed on the Azure Moon demon wolf's back, its powerful claws tore into the fur, anchoring itself firmly to the beast's hide. Its hardened jaws plunged deep into the wolf's back. Roar! The Blue Moon demon wolf roared in agony. The harrowing cry instantly drew the attention of other beasts. Among them were no shortage of extraordinary beasts above level 25, equally formidable. They steadily closed in on Su Ming and his companions' beasts. With his hands now free, Su Ming swiftly commanded the winged blade insects. Winged blade insects, take the blade insects and eliminate these creatures. Then, turning to Lei Jin beside him, Su Ming said, Lei Jin, this insectoid demon wolf is too powerful. My bloodthirsty demon insects need time to wear it down. In the meantime, we need to keep it occupied. Leave it to us. You take some of our beasts and eliminate those monsters. Su Ming nodded.
He then shouted to the hundreds of fellow new beast masters behind him, "Students, eliminate the demons. Let your beasts charge. Kill. Kill." In an instant, the fifth layer of the demon's lair echoed with deafening battle cries. "It's a bloodthirsty demon insect. This beast seems to be from our beast ranch. It's been years since anyone contracted it," Wu Nian remarked with a smile. Indeed. These bloodthirsty demon insects are notoriously violent. Capturing it back then took considerable effort. But Su Ming's ability to contract it likely relates to his innate talent. Getting latched onto by this bloodthirsty demon insect is a serious problem. And 3 of them latched on? Even if it breaks free, that Sangyue demon wolf will be severely weakened. The more blood these bloodthirsty demon insects consume, especially divine beast blood, the stronger they become. Su Ming contracting this beast is like adding wings to a tiger. The heavyweight's hearts, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. Despite that Sangyue demon wolf's desperate attempts to shake off the bloodthirsty demon insects, none succeeded. The 3 bloodthirsty demon insects acted like blood pumps, rapidly draining the Blue Moon demon wolf's vitality. The demon wolf's combat strength visibly waned at an alarming rate. Seeing this, Lei Jin and the others immediately shouted, "Now's our chance. Everyone, attack with everything you've got and kill that Sangyue demon wolf. Kill." Countless attacks from who knows whose beasts pelted down like a raging storm. At that moment, a kill notification flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Successfully killed level 30 Sangyue demon wolf. Experience plus 3000, consumption points plus 3000. Killed by my bloodthirsty demon insects? Su Ming was surprised. He hadn't intended to claim the kill for this Sangyue demon wolf. Yet, it had been slain by his own bloodthirsty demon insects. With the Moonlight demon wolf's demise, Lei Jin and the others shouted excitedly. "It's dead. That Sangyue demon wolf is dead. Everyone, kill all these monsters. Kill." Without their leader, the monsters immediately scattered like a defeated army, swiftly being swept away by everyone. Everyone was fighting with all their might. In less than an hour, not a single monster remained after being overwhelmed by thousands of beast tamers. By the end of the battlefield was littered with the corpses of the monsters. Among them were also some classmates' beasts. Su Ming's insect-type beasts suffered heavy losses, with nearly 1,000 blade bugs, shield bugs, and other insect beasts perishing. The sight made Su Ming wince with pain. Fortunately, he hadn't suffered any serious injuries. Just then, someone suddenly approached him. Su Ming looked up. It was Luo Qianxue. "Miss Luo, I'm too drained to spar with you right now. If you want to avenge your companion, please wait until I've recovered." Su Ming, "Thank you. If it weren't for you at the start, my 3-tailed snowfox would have been seriously injured." "Oh, I would have saved it just as much if it had been anyone else." Su Ming replied indifferently. Indeed, anyone in his position would have acted the same way. Luo Qianxue said nothing more, simply turning and leaving without mentioning her earlier challenge to Su Ming. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, holding an enormous magic crystal. "Su Ming, this is the magic crystal from the Azure Moon demon wolf you slew. It rightfully belongs to you." Hua Haicheng handed the crystal to Su Ming. Su Ming was somewhat taken aback. This guy had shown him no small amount of hostility. "What happened earlier was petty of me. I apologize. I hope you won't hold it against me. From that fight just now, I can see you're truly impressive." Su Ming gave a faint smile but did not accept the crystal. "Let's give the magic crystal to Lei Jin. We killed it together, it doesn't belong to me alone. I already gained the experience from the kill. That's advantage enough. After this battle in the demon's lair, my gains were indeed substantial." Not only had his level risen from the initial 23 to 25, but his consumption points had also increased by over 70,000. Chapter 44, The Power of a Legendary Beastmaster Shattering the Demon's Lair. Everyone was immersed in the joy of vanquishing the demons. At that moment, at the exit of the 5th layer, the headmaster and the school leadership appeared before everyone simultaneously. Some hadn't yet registered their presence, but those who did immediately shouted, "The headmaster is here. Quick, form ranks." Su Ming rose swiftly upon hearing this, and the formation was completed with remarkable speed as each person swiftly found their place. Principal Chao Hongshou scanned the somewhat disheveled group, his eyes brimming with evident satisfaction. "Students, we observed your entire performance. Based on our estimates, it should have taken you at least 3 days to completely purge the monsters from this small demonic lair. Yet you accomplished it in less than a day, an extraordinary achievement." Chao Hongshou continued, "This is the first aspect that has earned my utmost satisfaction. The second is your seamless cooperation during the 5th layer of the lair. Facing the Lord-level demon, the Azure Moon demon wolf, you showed no fear. Instead, you swiftly leveraged your individual strengths to work together and fell this level 30 demon. Truly remarkable. That demon wolf was only at the supernatural tier at the time. We never anticipated it would evolve into a Lord-level threat. We were all holding our breath for you, but your performance did not disappoint. Of course, during this period, the conduct of some students angered me.
Backstabbing and scheming, even plotting sabotage on the battlefield. Such behavior is utterly unacceptable in our military academy.
Your enemies are the monsters, the beasts, not the beastmasters fighting alongside you.
I won't name names.
We had intended to impose the strictest punishment on this student, but considering he acknowledged his mistake and made amends after the battle, I believe he will change his ways. Standing among the crowd, Hua Haichang knew the principal was referring to him. Clearly, the principal's decision to withhold his name and refrain from punishment was already a significant show of leniency.
Zhao Hongshu then smiled and said, "Everyone performed exceptionally well.
Considering your efforts, I've discussed with other academy leaders that all students who participated in this assessment will receive a reward. While top-performing students will be recognized with special honors, every other participant will be granted 1,000 contribution points."
Woohoo! Immediately, enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience.
Principal Zhao Hongshu gestured for quiet.
"Students, since this is a competition, rankings are inevitable. I have brought the inspection personnel and equipment.
Students in the 10th row, proceed swiftly and systematically to deposit all the magic crystals you obtain this time into the instruments for scoring. The Academy will purchase your crystals at standard market rates." As he spoke, 10 verification devices materialized before them. Su Ming exchanged glances with those around him before striding forward together. Upon reaching the verification unit, a staff member instructed, "Student, pour all your magic crystals into the funnel."
Understood. Everyone craned their necks curiously to watch.
Those standing in the front row were the top performers in the college entrance exams. Their abilities were naturally nothing to scoff at. Clatter. Lei Jin was the first to pour out his magic crystals.
They cascaded into the receiver like raindrops. Holy crap, that's a lot. I don't even have a fraction of what he has. Unbelievable.
That's the power of the top scholar. Immediately after, magic crystals from Luo Qianxue, Su Ming, Hua Haicheng, and the other 7 began pouring down. 10 seconds later, the magic crystals from the remaining 9 had all been emptied. Su Ming's magic crystals kept pouring out.
Damn, Su Ming has the most. How many did he kill? His insect army must have wiped out an entire corridor. One of the routes on the first, second, or third floor is definitely empty of monsters. Now that's truly insane. It took a full 30 seconds before Su Ming finally emptied his entire supply.
Immediately afterward, the verification device completed its calculations, and the principal received the first batch of data. Alright, announcing the first round rankings. Su Ming, Magic Crystal score, 10,689 points. Lei Jin, Magic Crystal score, 3,214 points. Luo Qianxue, Magic Crystal score, 2,999 points.
Su Ming currently leads.
We'll purchase magic crystals at a rate of 1 contribution point per score point.
Holy crap, over 10,000 points? That's almost as much as the next 9 combined. This is insane. Can you grant me the same beast-taming space as Su Ming? I want to cultivate insectoid beasts too. How can you compare to Su Ming? He has dual talents, both related to insect beast taming.
You wish.
Wish your ass off. Back with the team, Lei Jin couldn't help but grin wryly.
Su Ming, you're just too damn overpowered.
You're not giving the rest of us any face at all.
Su Ming just chuckled.
Sorry about that. I just couldn't hold back.
After that, each group of 10 took no more than 20 seconds to process. With over 3,000 participants, the process wrapped up swiftly. Principal Zhao Hongshu glanced at the score list in his hand and announced, "Students, I'll only read out the top 10 rankings. The full list will be distributed shortly. The contribution points earned by each student will be credited to your personal accounts within 3 hours.
First place in the Freshman Demon's Den tournament, Su Ming second place, Lei Jin third place, Luo Qianxue fourth place, Deng O. I urge all of you to train diligently. The battles against monstrous beasts will be long and arduous. We need your strength." I now declare the 308th Grand Xia Military Academy Newcomer Tournament successfully concluded. Applause immediately echoed throughout the Demon's Den. Soon, everyone departed the Demon's Den. After exiting the Demon's Lair, however, they did not depart immediately. Instead, they gathered at the designated observation point to watch the cleanup. Once the lair's creatures were completely eradicated, its purpose vanished entirely. The headmaster would personally demonstrate his beast-taming prowess by obliterating the lair. Of course, with the headmaster's strength, he could have cleared it single-handedly long ago. However, while the lair's creatures posed extreme danger, they also served as an excellent testing ground and leveling opportunity for beast masters. Therefore, most demon lairs are cleared by suitable beast tamers. As for the final annihilation of a lair, that task is almost always entrusted to beast masters of at least grandmaster rank. The principal chose to personally destroy this demonic lair to demonstrate the power of true strength to the new students, igniting everyone's desire to grow stronger. The sacred flame dragon appeared in the sky, its nearly 100-meter-long form alone delivering immense awe. The flames radiating from its entire body were supremely sacred, as if capable of purifying all things in the world. Sacred flame dragon, unleash your dragon's breath.
At that moment, Vice Principal Wen Yan smiled and announced, "The headmaster's sacred flame dragon is a true dragon. Everyone, listen to the dragon's roar." Roar! The piercing dragon's roar cut through everything, as immense flame power gathered within the sacred flame dragon's maw. Even from thousands of meters away, the surrounding temperature surged abruptly. Is this the power of a legendary tier powerhouse? To effortlessly alter the surrounding environment. What kind of existence must a mythic tier beastmaster truly be? Su Ming thought to himself. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. The demonic lair vanished without a trace in a blinding flash of fire, replaced by a crater hundreds of meters deep. This crater would be filled by someone else. TSK, if that blast had hit us, we'd be covered in bruises. Blowing it up on you would be like using an atomic bomb to swat a mosquito, or rather, a mosquito egg. Chapter 45, Su Ming, teacher has a favor to ask. High above, a massive azure bird darted through the clouds at breakneck speed. Perched atop this colossal creature were Su Ming, fresh from his training in the demon's den, and his teacher, Qi Shantian. Master, where are we headed? Su Ming was utterly frustrated. He had just finished the fierce battle in the demon's lair, hadn't even had a chance to rest, and was preparing to board the aircraft with the others. His master Qi Shantian had snatched him away, just as he had when he first arrived at the Great Xia military headquarters. Qi Shantian stood with his arms crossed, facing the wind. Your first month of training is complete. Based on your performance, I'm thoroughly satisfied. No big deal. Just business as usual. Hearing his master's praise, Su Ming responded without hesitation. He had completed all 3 tasks exactly as his teacher had instructed. Qi Shantian turned his head, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Since you've performed so well, the cultivation plan I originally prepared may no longer be suitable for you. A sense of foreboding immediately rose in Su Ming's heart. Master, what do you want me to do? Qi Shantian didn't respond to Su Ming's question. Instead, he asked, Su Ming, do you want to possess a sovereign-level beast? Lord level. Su Ming shot to his feet, only to be nearly blown away by a fierce gust of wind the next second. He immediately dropped back down. Teacher, are you going to help me evolve my Lord tier beast? Will it be the bloodthirsty demon insect or the winged blade insect? Su Ming was overjoyed. If this meant evolving his own system, it would likely cost a fortune. If his teacher was willing to help him evolve his beast, he'd be more than happy to oblige. Of course, the winged blade insect. I hadn't studied the bloodthirsty demon insect before, but while helping you evolve into the winged blade insect, I researched its potential evolution paths. Reaching the sovereign lord tier shouldn't be a problem. Su Ming's eyes lit up instantly. He grabbed his teacher's leg and pleaded, Teacher, just tell me. What do you need me to do? The azure bird beneath your feet is a beast tamed with the bloodline of the divine beast Qingluan. At this point, bloodline purifiers alone are insufficient to advance its bloodline further. Only the essence blood of the divine beast Qingluan can propel it to the next stage. Teacher, you mean you want me to find the essence blood of the Azure Phoenix for you? That's not exactly realistic, is it? Su Ming gave a wry smile. Don't even mention me finding it. Even if I did discover something so precious, as a beast tamer not even at level 30, it's beyond my reach. I've already located the Qingluan's essence blood. And it requires a beastmaster of your level to have any chance of obtaining it. Hearing this, Su Ming immediately agreed. Master, whatever I can do, rest assured I'll give it my all to secure it. At these words, Qi Shantian's previously tense expression instantly softened. There's a secret realm where I've learned the final reward includes Qingluan spirit blood. You just need to obtain the final reward and choose the Qingluan spirit blood. A secret realm? Master, aren't secret realms strictly restricted? Su Ming furrowed his brow. Since the game had merged with reality, various secret realms had been reappearing all over the world. School teachers had described them as instances on Blue Star. Unlike regular instances, however, completing certain trials or quests within a secret realm could earn you its rewards. Most of these rewards were extremely valuable. Some legendary realms were even rumored to reward revered tier or even sovereign tier spirit beasts. No one had ever actually seen anyone obtain such a reward. But since the rumors exist, Su Ming believed they must be true. However, due to their immense value, all secret realms are strictly controlled by the Great Xia government. Securing entry requires either spending vast sums of money or earning military merits as a reward. Qi Shantian nodded. Don't worry about entry qualifications, I've already taken care of that. Su Ming nodded. Master, you've been planning this for quite some time, haven't you? Caught out by Su Ming, Qi Shantian flushed crimson. I'm not making you work for nothing. Rest assured, you'll be well rewarded. Within the borders of Bazhou, Great Xia. This was one of the least populated provinces in all of Great Xia, primarily due to its proximity to the frontier. To the west of the Great Xia lay a vast primeval forest. It serves as the primary habitat for most of the land's ferocious beasts, and many beast tamers venture into this primeval forest to capture their mounts. Consequently, within the Ba province, beast mastering services are more affordable and offer a wider variety of creatures. The secret realm Su Ming was about to enter was situated within the borders of Bazhou province.
Teacher, will there be competitors in this secret realm? None. The test lies in your personal strength.
You'll need to enter secret realms many times in the future, so consider this one practice.
Master, hearing you say that actually makes me feel even more pressure. Don't feel pressured. Just do your best. Su Ming nodded.
Soon, a massive structure hidden within the forest came into view. Surveying the heavily fortified protective structure before him, he remarked, with this secret realm deep in the forest, there must be plenty of ferocious beasts causing trouble, right? Yes, but a grandmaster takes turns guarding the innermost part of the secret realm, so it's not overly dangerous.
Oh, I see.
The blue bird flew straight down. Just as it neared the ground-level bunker, the protective shield above it suddenly opened. Su Ming and his companion entered the bunker seamlessly. As the blue bird entered, the protective barrier above the bunker immediately closed. King of Freedom, you finally arrived.
The moment they landed, a hearty laugh echoed through the air.
Su Ming looked in the direction of the voice. A middle-aged man stood nearby, smiling broadly as he watched his approach. The two leapt down, and the man immediately stepped forward to greet them. King of Freedom, I never imagined you'd come after receiving word of your arrival.
Shi Xiantian smiled faintly. No choice.
My azure bird needs the essence blood of an azure phoenix to evolve, and none exists in all of Great Xia right now. I heard your secret realm possesses it, so I brought some help. With that, he beckoned Su Ming forward. Old Tao, allow me to introduce you to my newest student this year, Su Ming.
Su Ming, this is Tao Yong the Grandmaster I've told you about.
Hearing this, Su Ming immediately clasped his fists and bowed.
Su Ming greets Grandmaster Tao. What a fine young man. To have trained under the carefree king, you must possess extraordinary talent. Shi Xiantian nodded.
His talent is indeed remarkable. He was the top scholar in this year's provincial examinations in Haidu. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought him to this secret realm. Turning to Tao Yong, Shi Xiantian added, please brief my student on any precautions regarding this secret realm. Securing this opportunity to enter was no small feat. Rest assured, as long as one's strength is solid, there shouldn't be major issues. However, the requirements for the green phoenix essence blood you seek are exceptionally demanding.
Chapter 46, The Mystic Bird Secret Realm, the target. With sufficient strength, this secret realm poses no real challenge, Tao Yong said with a smile. Shi Xiantian waved his hand impatiently. Enough about that. Tell Su Ming about the secret realm itself, what exactly needs attention. Tao Yong nodded. Let's sit down and talk. The three soon arrived at an external pavilion of the fortress. As soon as they sat down, Tao Yong turned his gaze to Su Ming. Su Ming, I assume the carefree king hasn't briefed you on this secret realm. Su Ming shook his head. We were in such a rush to come that my teacher didn't have time to tell me. Tao Yong smiled faintly and glanced at the King of Freedom. King of Freedom, you could have shared these details with Su Ming during the journey. Oh, Tao, don't make me rush you. Pick up the pace. Alright. Tao Yong waved his hand with a laugh, then turned serious. This secret realm is called the Mystic Bird Secret Realm. It was discovered early in the Great Xia era and is a persistent secret realm. As the name suggests, it continuously produces resources, making it a strategic secret realm for our Great Xia. Su Ming, listen to the name, Mystic Bird. Most of the resources produced here are related to bird-like divine beasts. Old Tao, I didn't ask you to lecture Su Ming on history. Shi Xuantian's face instantly showed signs of impatience. Tao Yong, however, smiled at Su Ming and said, Su Ming, look at your teacher, he's getting impatient again. King of Freedom, I know you're anxious, but please calm down. If Su Ming plunges in without understanding this, he'll only suffer losses. Shi Xiantian raised his hand. Alright. You explain it. Tao Yong continued, Su Ming, I believe this is your first time entering a secret realm. Secret realms are similar to dungeons, but there are differences. In dungeons, you gain experience by slaying beasts, but in secret realms, you can gain experience and also acquire resources. Some are obtained through drops, others through accumulation. Our Xianniao secret realm relies on accumulation. Accumulation? Does that mean accumulating kills? Exactly. The cumulative number of beasts slain determines your resource rewards. For the Azure Phoenix Essence blood your master needs you to obtain, you must slay at least 10,000 level 1 low-tier beasts. Alternatively, slaying higher-level beasts with superior racial stats can be exchanged for equivalent quantities. For example, 2 level 2 low-tier beasts equals 2 level 1 low-tier beasts, 1 level 1 mid-tier beast equals 2 level 1 beasts. Each increase in racial value doubles the required quantity. Each level increase adds 1 to the required quantity. First add the level, then multiply by the racial value. Got it? Su Ming nodded. Got it. Just kill more high-level, high-stat beasts. No problem. Tao Yong smiled faintly. Then let me test you. If you kill one level 20 superb tier beast, how many level 1 low tier beasts does that equate to? Upon hearing this, Su Ming fell deep in thought, his fingers tracing calculations on his other palm. After about 10 seconds, Su Ming answered confidently, 120. Correct.
So the most crucial part is settled. You must calculate precisely even one short will mean you can exchange for the Qinghuan Essence blood reward.
Su Ming raised a questioning eyebrow. Why do I need to count? Isn't it enough that I kill enough?
Tao Yong gave a mysterious smile and continued, this brings us to the next crucial point I need to emphasize, you have only 24 hours. That means you must average roughly 400 level 1 low-tier beasts per hour.
Senior Tao, wouldn't it be sufficient if I killed 4 high-level, high-stat beasts instead?
Su Ming replied confidently.
You'd have to find them first. The Xian bird's secret realm is filled mostly with low-level beasts. Those above level 20 are scarce. This test is about your speed.
At that moment, Qi Xiantian chuckled.
Tao Yong looked at Qi Xiantian in confusion. King of Freedom, what are you laughing at? Ha ha ha.
For anyone else, it might be extremely difficult.
But my student? He's the least worried about it. Oh? What special abilities do you possess, Su Ming? Tao Yong's curiosity was instantly piqued.
Su Ming smiled faintly, replying modestly, nothing special, really.
I just have a lot of beasts under my command. Many beast tamers? How many could a level 20-something beast tamer possibly have? Tao Yong smiled unconcernedly. Right now, I've got about 2,600 left.
If it weren't for losing several hundred in that Demon's Den trial just now, I'd have over 3,000.
Put.
The tea Tao Yong had just sipped instantly sprayed out of his mouth.
2,000 plus. Tao Yong's eyes widened as he turned to Qi Xiantian for confirmation. That's right. Su Ming's beast taming space is extraordinary, it can hold an exceptionally large number of beasts. But there's a drawback, it can only contract insectoid beasts.
Without a teacher, it's not that he can only contract insect-type beasts, it's that contracting insect-type beasts is best.
Oh, right. The two chatted on, completely oblivious to Tao Yong's astonishment.
Qi Xiantian patted Tao Yong on the shoulder.
Old Tao, don't worry about it. Keep going. That's not what I'm worried about. Aren't you afraid your student will be targeted by the Holy Heaven sect? Tao Yong asked, genuinely taken aback. The Holy Heaven sect? What's that? Qi Xiantian waved his hand dismissively.
I'll explain Su Ming's situation to you later. It's a corrupted Great Xiaobeast Master organization that serves other nations, persecuting our own Great Xiaobeast Masters.
Oh, I see. Tao Yong waved his hand dismissively. Well, if that's the case, there's nothing to worry about.
With over 2,000 beast tamers deployed, it'll be done within 24 hours.
Qi Xiantian nodded. Of course I know that. Otherwise, would I have brought my student?
What I mean is, I paid a hefty price for this entry qualification. Since my student has this advantage, if he can slay more ferocious beasts, he can exchange them for more resources, it benefits him too. Mark some key areas for me, the ones dense with beasts. Have my student deploy those 2,000 beast tamers and just slaughter them outright.
Tao Yong smiled faintly. No problem at all. However, we only have paper maps. As you know, Xiao Yao Wang, the secret realm blocks certain electronic signals. It's different from our dungeons, our electronic devices become useless once we enter. Paper maps will suffice. Just mark the routes clearly. Leave the rest to Su Ming. Tao Yong nodded, rising to his feet and turning to Su Ming.
Su Ming, at first I thought the Xiao Yao King was sending you here for menial labor. But now it seems your teacher still cares about you. Opportunities to enter the secret realm are incredibly precious.
Su Ming nodded, his earlier intelligence confirming the details.
His master only required the essence blood of 10,000 level 1 low-tier ferocious beasts. After he killed over 10,000, the rest would be his to keep. Then he could exchange some resources within the secret realm. Even if they were useless, he could convert them into consumption points, there was no conflict.
Chapter 47, Entering the Secret Realm, Army Charges. Here's the map of the Xian Bird's secret realm. I've marked the key areas where fierce beasts roam.
Tao Yong handed over the map and Su Ming immediately stood up to take it. He studied the marked routes and the detailed annotations, which high-level beasts inhabited each zone, which areas were home to pack-dwelling beasts, everything was clearly labeled. Qi Xiantian examined the map with evident satisfaction. Patting Tao Yong on the back, he chuckled, Old Tao, all those years you spent guarding this Xian Niao secret realm haven't been wasted.
This is incredibly detailed.
Tao Yong immediately dodged with a hint of annoyance. Cut the flattery, King of Freedom.
Su Ming had a question too, and Tao Yong noticed. Su Ming, if you have any questions, ask now. Once we enter the secret realm, there won't be another chance. Senior, is the entrance to this secret realm fixed? Or is it randomly teleported like a dungeon instance? No, the entrance is fixed. However, once the time is up, you'll be forcibly teleported out. Su Ming nodded in understanding. Qi Xiantian, growing impatient, chimed in, Su Ming, what do you say? Ready to go? You teacher. Can't you let your student rest for a moment? Tao Yong immediately scolded.
Su Ming shook his head.
I'm fine. I can enter the secret realm anytime. A beast tamer's mental fortitude far surpasses that of ordinary people. Even days without food, drink, or sleep wouldn't affect them. Alright, then let's head to the secret realm's entrance. The trio traversed the fortress, reaching its deepest recesses. What met Su Ming's eyes were two stone pillars standing roughly 10 meters tall. Between them, a dazzling rainbow light swirled and shimmered. This is the entrance to the secret realm. Once you pass through here, you'll enter directly. You won't be able to return until the time limit expires, Tao Yong continued. Senior, should I just go in? Su Ming asked. If you're prepared, then go ahead. Su Ming nodded, glancing at Qi Shentian and Tao Yong. Master, Senior, I'll be going now. Qi Shentian nodded. Su Ming, though this is a task your teacher entrusted to you, do your best. Safety comes first. Yes, sir. Su Ming clasped his hands together in a fist salute, then charged headlong into the entrance of the secret realm without looking back. After a moment of disorientation, Su Ming opened his eyes to find himself standing atop a cliff. Behind him lay the secret realm's gate, seemingly just closed. This is so unfair. Setting the exit here? If I'd fallen straight down, I'd be covered in bruises. The cliff's depth was unfathomable. He pulled out the map. He discovered that even the cliff's height had been marked by Senior Tao. Over 3,000 meters? That's insane. Staring at the map in his hands, Su Ming wasted no time and sprang into action. The beast tamers here weren't very skilled, posing little danger, so he had to make the most of his time. First, head to the nearest location, the Akia Hills. With a thought, Su Ming summoned the winged blade insect to his side. Immediately after, he released all his other insect beasts. Kill every living thing you see. Leave not a single beast alive. No sooner had the words left his mouth than all the insect beasts charged toward the forest ahead. Su Ming turned to the winged blade insect beside him and commanded, "Winged blade insect, carry me." The winged blade insect immediately lowered itself, allowing Su Ming to climb onto its back more easily. Once Su Ming was ready, the winged blade insect soared into the air. Though the winged blade insect wasn't particularly large, it easily carried Su Ming with ample room to spare. Along the way, updates on the kills made by his insect army continuously appeared before his eyes. Successful kill, level 1 mutant cicada. Experience plus 10, consumption points plus 10. Level 1 giant-footed mosquito successfully slain. EXP plus 10, consumption points plus 10. Level 1 mole successfully killed. EXP plus 10, consumption points plus 10. Wherever the insect horde passed, it was like a swarm of locusts sweeping through. Any ferocious beast was unlikely to escape the gaze of his tamed creatures. In less than an hour, the tally of creatures slain reached 700. This requirement would be nearly impossible for anyone else to fulfill. The difficulty is indeed too high. Fortunately, I had enough insect beasts to deploy them all at once for the slaughter. By now, he had reached the first major location marked on the map by Senior Tao. The map indicated that over 500 beasts of varying levels inhabited this hill, most of them being the gregarious beasts known as big-eared rabbits. According to Senior Tao's markings, this small hill less than 100 meters tall had been nearly hollowed out by the big-eared rabbits. For others, this might prove extremely difficult. If the big-eared rabbits were holed up in their burrows, a beastmaster at level 20-something wouldn't possess the power to destroy the entire hilltop. But his insect beast was small enough to slip effortlessly into the burrows dug by the big-eared rabbits. Su Ming arrived here even faster, riding the Wingblade Insect Express. A symbiotic bond existed between Beastmaster and Beast, whatever Su Ming thought they could sense. Thus, Su Ming immediately summoned a swarm of blade beetles to rush over. Within 5 minutes, over 100 blade beetles and tiger beetles had gathered around him. See those hills up there? Those burrows are the big-eared rabbits' nests. Get in there and drive them out. Receiving Su Ming's command, the blade beetles charged in without hesitation. The rest of the insectoid forces arrived at Su Ming's side 3 minutes later. Now, the rustling sounds within the hills grew incessant. The big-eared rabbits were being driven out by the blade beetles. Overjoyed, Su Ming shouted, "Charge! Don't let a single one escape." In the next instant, his insectoid army surged forward like starving tigers pouncing on prey, charging directly onto the small hill to encircle and eliminate the foe. Su Ming left the area to his lower-tier insect beasts while he continued onward with the winged blade beetles and bloodthirsty demon beetles toward the next location. According to Senior Tao's standards, a windwing bird of level 25 resided here. In the past, he would never have attempted this. Without a flying mount, he'd be utterly helpless against these avian beasts. However, now that I possess the flying winged blade insect, I no longer have that worry. Moreover, the bloodthirsty demon bugs could ride on the winged blade beetles, waiting for an opportunity during combat to leap onto their opponents and attach themselves. Half an hour later, Su Ming arrived at his next destination. The bird forest, home to a flock of windwing birds with a 25-level species value reaching the extraordinary tier. The moment Su Ming touched the ground, he commanded the wingblade insect, "Now it's up to you. Go find that windwing bird." The wingblade bug nodded, and all three immediately took flight. Meanwhile, Su Ming ventured into the forest with a single armor bug and his own bloodthirsty demon bug, hunting lower-level beasts. At this pace, we should reach 10,000 very soon. Chapter 48, Frenetic Sweep, Goal Achieved.
King of Freedom, no need to rush. With your student's mastery of beasts, reaching 10,000 is no problem.
Tao Yong watched Qi Xiantian pacing and offered reassurance. Qi Xiantian shook his head. That's not what concerns me. It's that matter you mentioned earlier. Which one? Tao Yong looked at Qi Xiantian in confusion. But when Qi Xuantian's gaze fell upon him, Tao Yong immediately answered, You mean the Holy Heaven sect?
Yes. Qi Xiantian nodded with a troubled expression. Su Ming's strength isn't particularly outstanding yet, but his ability will inevitably draw the attention of those people sooner or later.
Thud. Those scoundrels. The great Xia nurtured them, yet they turn around and plot against the future of our nation. Tao Yong slammed his fist on the table in fury. Qi Xiantian sighed. It's impossible to guard against everything. I hadn't considered that angle before, but your words just now reminded me. Yes, we need to warn Su Ming. From now on, whether on missions or in dungeons, he must be extra cautious. After their conversation, Qi Xiantian sat down, his gaze fixed on the entrance to the secret realm. I wonder how much progress that kid Su Ming has made. Finishing on time shouldn't be a problem, Tao Yong added. Qi Xiantian shook his head. I hope he can kill more enemies and trade for resources himself. As his teacher, I can't very well have my student gather resources for me without him getting something in return. Before they knew it, 6 hours had passed. Following the map provided by Senior Tao, Su Ming had already cleared 6 marked locations. Though he hadn't calculated precisely, Su Ming roughly estimated that the beasts he'd slain so far equated to roughly 6,000 level 1 low-tier beasts. At this pace, he could complete the Qinghuan Essence Blood his teacher required within 10 hours. The remaining 14 hours would be his own. Qinghuan Essence Blood is already incredibly precious. Merging even a single drop could transform those divine beast bloodline tamers. At my current pace, 14 hours should easily net me another 10,000. Calculating that way, I could exchange it for resources equivalent to Qinghuan Essence Blood. A smile crept onto Su Ming's lips. Just this calculation alone was reason enough to feel pleased. It made the hardship of being dragged here immediately after finishing the Demon Cave trial worthwhile. He immediately shouted at the swarming insect army before him, Kill! Kill them all! Leave not a single one alive! Every beast you slay earns your master money. The blade insects possessed minimal sentience and obeyed Su Ming's commands without question. Su Ming's fighting spirit soared, and they too were filled with excitement. Only the green grass plains remain. According to Senior Tao's markings, that area holds large numbers of sheep-like and wolf-like beasts. Their levels and species values are both moderate. Among all the marked locations, this should yield the greatest harvest of beasts. After stowing the map, Su Ming assessed the direction, summoned his winged knife insects, and led his insect army in a mighty charge toward the grasslands. Meanwhile, outside the realm, Qi Xiantian was preparing to rest. A phone call suddenly rang in. Seeing the caller ID, Qi Xiantian answered immediately. Principal, you're still awake this late? Qi Xiantian, where have you taken Su Ming? Principal Chao Hongshou's voice carried a hint of reproach from the other end. Training, of course. I'm Su Ming's mentor. Naturally, I brought him here to train. Qi Xiantian, you took Su Ming to the Mystic Bird secret realm, didn't you? Did you have Su Ming go get the Azure Phoenix's essence blood for you? Caught red-handed by the principal, Qi Xiantian immediately admitted it. Principal, you've figured it out. Your insight is truly remarkable. Oomph. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't let you off the hook. Though Su Ming should be able to earn some resources on his own in that secret realm, within our military prefecture, mentors appropriating student resources is absolutely forbidden. Kixwanshan's face darkened at this accusation. This was no small matter. He hastily explained, Principal, I didn't. Su Ming is my student, how could I harm him? Besides, he helped me obtain the Azure Phoenix's essence blood, and I promised to assist him in evolving his beast control. How could I possibly take advantage of my own student? It's good you understand. The principal's tone softened considerably. Seeing the principal's mood lift slightly, Qi Xiantian tentatively asked, Principal, you called me this late, surely this isn't the only reason? Is this a minor matter? By the way, once the secret realm situation is resolved, bring Su Ming back immediately. Our exchange program with Haidu Beastmaster Academy is about to begin. You took my ace away, how am I supposed to send someone else? Qi Xiantian let out a wry laugh. So this was what had been bothering the headmaster. He promptly agreed, Understood, Principal. As soon as I wrap things up here, I'll bring Su Ming back to the academy. Su Ming is our key cultivation prospect. If you mishandle him, I won't let you off the hook. After hanging up, Qi Xiantian glared at his phone and muttered, as if I wouldn't care about my own student. At that moment, Qi Xiantian couldn't help but glance toward the entrance of the secret realm. Wonder how many beasts Su Ming has slain by now. Before he knew it, the night had passed. Qi Xiantian rose early and waited at the entrance to the secret realm. Seeing Qi Xiantian up so early, Tao Yong teased, King of Freedom, you're worrying a bit too much, aren't you?
I'm not worried about my Azure Phoenix Essence blood right now.
I'm far more concerned about Su Ming's safety. Our boss even called me specifically last night. Tao Yong was taken aback by this. Even Lord Chao is so invested? Since Su Ming holds quite a high standing in your academy's cultivation program.
Qi Xiantian chuckled softly.
Across the entire Great Xia, can you find another beast riding space like my students?
As long as Su Ming continues to grow, he alone, with his beast riding abilities, will be a formidable force.
You're right. A genius like that must be protected at all costs. By the way, it should be 18 hours now, right?
Tao Yong glanced at his watch and nodded.
Yes, precisely. Exactly 18 hours. Then it's almost time.
Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Su Ming lay sprawled on the ground, exhausted from the intense battle.
After a night of slaughter, every ferocious beast on the green grass plains had been eliminated by his insect beasts.
His losses, however, were minimal.
By my estimates, I'm currently at around 18,000. 6 hours left, time for one final push. Chapter 49, Redeeming Rewards Phoenix Essence Blood.
After 6 hours of sprinting, all the locations marked by Senior Tao had been thoroughly cleared. Only scattered locations remained. Without hesitation, Su Ming released all his beasts except those guarding him.
The directive was simple: hunt down any ferocious beast, no matter how far away. Kill it and that's it.
Su Ming had no idea exactly how many beasts he'd slain, but the number was undoubtedly sufficient. For Su Ming, who was completely immersed in battle, the 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye.
The moment the 24 hours concluded,
a message materialized before Su Ming's eyes.
Congratulations!
You successfully hunted 24,980 ferocious beasts within 24 hours.
Please select your desired reward. 1. Phoenix Essence Blood, 14,000. 2. Great Pang Essence Blood, 14,000. 23. Azure Phoenix Essence Blood, 10,000. 97. Beastmaster Fire Eagle, 100. 98. Beastmaster Windbird, 100. 99. Beast-taming Winged Bird, 100 units.
Looking at the rewards before him, Su Ming chose without hesitation. I select Phoenix Essence Blood plus Azure Phoenix Essence Blood plus Beastmaster Silver Fire Falcon.
His total selection came to 24,900. As for the remaining 80, he simply couldn't spend it.
The moment Su Ming finished his selection, the information vanished. In their place stood 3 treasure chests before him. Su Ming strode forward in a single bound. The first chest contained the most valuable Phoenix Essence Blood, the second held the Azure Phoenix Essence Blood, and the third contained the least desirable beast-taming Silver Fire Falcon. Su Ming intended to exchange the Phoenix Essence Blood and Silver Fire Eagle Essence Blood for other resources. The Azure Phoenix Essence Blood would simply be handed over to his teacher.
The Silver Fire Falcon was a beast tamer with the bloodline of the golden-winged great eagle.
Though its species rating was only advanced, it was exceptionally formidable among advanced-tier beast tamers. Legend held that the golden-winged great pang preyed upon true dragons. However, for Su Ming, it was impossible to say which of these divine beasts was stronger or weaker. After all, he had never witnessed them in combat. What he needed was to maximize his gains. The special Phoenix Essence Blood, most people would choose a flying beast with Phoenix bloodlines. This Phoenix Essence Blood he'd chosen would undoubtedly be fiercely contested. Exchanging it directly with the system would yield far less value. After securing the 3 rewards, Su Ming was abruptly expelled by a powerful suction force. Meanwhile, Qi Xiantian and the others, who had been anxiously waiting outside, immediately beamed with joy upon seeing the energy swirl at the secret realm's entrance.
He's out. The next second, Su Ming's figure was flung out.
Just as he was about to crash to the ground, Su Ming felt a sudden force grab him from behind. Turning around, he saw none other than his master, Qi Xiantian.
Master!
Su Ming steadied himself, and the look on his face reassured Qi Xiantian.
How did it go, Su Ming? What did you learn? Tao Yang asked at that moment. Master, I have not failed you.
Saying this, Su Ming produced the bottle containing the Qinghuan's essence blood.
The essence blood was extremely precious, stored in a specially crafted jade bottle that was completely transparent.
Qi Xiantian accepted the jade bottle containing the Qinghuan's essence blood. Within the bottle, the essence blood seemed to transform into a Qinghuan itself, its soaring bird cry sending a profound shock through the 3 of them.
This is the essence blood of the divine beast, the Azure Phoenix.
Qi Xiantian carefully stored it in his storage space with a smile.
He then turned his gaze to Su Ming and said, Su Ming, thank you.
You've helped me resolve a major matter. Su Ming scratched his head and chuckled. It's really no big deal.
I didn't come away empty-handed either.
Oh?
Su Ming, I never asked. Besides choosing the Azure Phoenix's essence blood, what else did you select? Tao Yong inquired with genuine curiosity. Su Ming didn't hide anything.
A drop of Phoenix Essence blood and a high-grade beast riding Silver Firehawk.
Holy moly, you've killed a total of 24,900. Tao Yong exclaimed in shock. To be precise, it's 24,980.
I couldn't exchange the remaining 80. The minimum exchange is 100. Su Ming smiled, though his expression still held a hint of regret.
Well done. Truly worthy of being my student. Shi Xiantian genuinely felt happy for Su Ming.
Noticing Su Ming seemed to have something on his mind, Shi Xiantian immediately reassured him, Su Ming, speak freely.
There are no outsiders here. Alright, master.
Actually, I was thinking of exchanging the phoenix essence for other resources. Great Xia coins would work, or anything useful for my insect beast taming. Hearing this, Shi Xiantian and Tao Yang exchanged glances.
Phoenix essence blood is an absolute hot commodity on the market. Shi Xiantian nodded. That shouldn't be a problem. We have an independent auction platform in Great Xia. I'll list your Phoenix Essence blood for auction.
Everyone can bid within the designated time frame, and then you can choose who to trade with based on their offers.
But what about my Phoenix Essence blood?
Every city in Great Xia has a site. You just need to submit your Phoenix Essence blood to them first. They act as intermediaries, and most importantly, they don't take any commission.
Tao Yong added, explaining further to Su Ming. Alright, then auction off my beast companion too. Might as well do everything at once. Alright, we'll handle that after you return to the academy. I'll have your senior take you there. Su Ming nodded.
Shi Xiantian then turned to Tao Yong and said, Old Tao, thanks for everything these past few days. Once your term here ends, I'll buy you drinks.
Senior Tao. Alright, you two, hurry back now.
Tao Yong smiled faintly, and Shi Xiantian said no more. The two were clearly old acquaintances, and their relationship was clearly no ordinary one. He summoned the azure bird. With a flap of its wings, the pair swiftly soared toward the sky. At that moment, the protective shield above the bunker activated. Su Ming glanced back as the figures on the ground grew smaller and smaller.
Immediately after, the bunker sealed shut once more. Teacher, if these people are guarding the secret realm, how do they cultivate?
They have access to dungeons and can hunt within this forest.
Cultivation isn't something to worry about.
In fact, many people wish they could come.
Huh? Why?
It sounds so monotonous, Su Ming said, somewhat puzzled.
Shi Xiantian smiled faintly. Everyone who comes here gains permission to enter the secret realm once. You can go yourself or send someone else. The rewards are nothing to sneeze at. Hearing this, Su Ming's eyes lit up instantly.
If he could go multiple times, he could accumulate consumption points much faster. Just then, Shi Xiantian poured another bucket of cold water on Su Ming's head.
Each person can only enter a secret realm once. Only certain specific realms have no entry restrictions.
I was about to say, wouldn't that mean there'd be a lot of professions like bounty hunters? Shi Xiantian chuckled, the rules of this world won't let you exploit loopholes.
Chapter 50, The Great Xia Auction.
By the time they returned safely to the military headquarters, several hours had passed. The relentless battles of recent days had left Su Ming exhausted. Though his level had risen to 26 and he'd acquired substantial resources, Su Ming could still feel the pressure of lacking true strength. No sooner had he returned to his quarters and collapsed onto his bed than his mind began calculating his next cultivation steps. First, he still had 150,000 consumption points earned from hunting monsters and beasts in secret realms over the past days, yet unused. His academy contribution points totaled 3,000 from the academy reward plus an additional 1,000 per person. He also earned 10,689 from selling demon crystals and over 2,000 from previous quests. Combined, that amounted to nearly 18,000 contribution points. Next were the Class A resources he'd been rewarded with, which could also be exchanged for a significant amount of consumption points. Finally, there's the Phoenix Essence blood obtained from this secret realm expedition. This was the real price. Phoenix Essence blood was a resource with no market price, commanding enormous premiums in the vast beast-taming market. If put up for auction, my mentor guaranteed a minimum bid of no less than 500 million Daxia coins, potentially even higher. Of course, if it were purely about money, many major clans would be willing to bid high for his Phoenix Essence blood. But beyond converting it into Daxia coins for consumption points, Su Ming also aimed to contract more insect beasts. His current contribution points of 18,000 were insufficient to contract any of the remaining 4 Lord-level insect beasts within the academy. Lord-level insect beasts required at least 30,000 contribution points. He was still far short of that.
As things stand, converting all my resources into consumption points would grant me a significant power boost. If I could contract a few more insect beasts, my insect army would become even more formidable. From the Demon's Lair battle, Su Ming had gleaned some insights. His current numbers were insufficient to achieve a qualitative leap. To achieve that qualitative leap, he would need at least 10,000, 100,000, or even millions or tens of millions of units. An increasing breeding speed meant that the shorter the time, the more consumption points it would consume. Currently, reducing the breeding time of his blade insects from 3 minutes to 1 minute would cost 100,000 consumption points. To reach 1 second, Su Ming estimated it would require 10 million consumption points. Converted into Great Xia currency, the 10 million consumption points equaled 1 billion. The purchasing power of the Great Xia currency is immense. Even a century-old aristocratic family wouldn't be able to easily come up with 10 billion.
Thinking of this, Su Ming couldn't help but scratch his head. Damn it, this system is powerful, but it's just too damn expensive. With that, Su Ming gave up trying to figure it out and simply buried his head in the pillow, drifting off to sleep.
The next day arrived in the blink of an eye.
In Zhongzhou City, Su Ming followed the address given by his teacher and located the Great Xiao auction house within the city. His senior disciple was supposed to accompany him. However, Wang Zhuoxing had been busy reselling resources lately, causing the task assigned by their teacher to be delayed for far too long. Upon his return, the master had immediately ordered him to complete his cultivation task. Thus, Su Ming had no choice but to visit the Great Xiao auction house alone. No sooner had he entered than a stunning woman with long legs, clad in black stockings, approached him. "Hello, how may I assist you?" Su Ming nodded. "I'm a student of the Xiaoyao King. I need to auction off a few items and require an account registration since it's my first time here." Upon hearing the words King of Freedom, the staff member immediately grew more enthusiastic. Those bearing the title King were undoubtedly King-level beast masters. The staff member responded warmly, "So you're a student of the military academy? Please come in. I'll have our manager come to assist you." Su Ming nodded. Moments later, a middle-aged man approached Su Ming. Before he even reached them, his hand was already extended. "Hello, I'm Xu Hua, the manager here. May I ask your name?" Su Ming, a student of the Great Xia Military Academy. Xu Hua immediately smiled. "Student Su Ming, how might I assist you? I have 2 items I'd like to auction." "Certainly. What items might you be auctioning?" "A drop of Phoenix Essence blood and a high-grade beast riding silver firehawk with a trace of golden-winged Great Phoenix bloodline." Upon hearing the words Phoenix Essence blood, Xu Hua immediately said, "Student, please step into the room for a private discussion." "All right." Moments later, Su Ming was led into a lavishly decorated private room. No sooner had he sat down than Xu Hua pressed, "Student, do you truly possess Phoenix Essence blood?" Su Ming nodded and produced the Phoenix Essence blood without hesitation. The moment the Phoenix Essence blood appeared, Xu Hua couldn't help but tremble with both hands. "It really is Phoenix Essence blood. This is a hot commodity." Su Ming nodded. "Yes, that's why I want to auction it off." Xu Hua carefully set it down before inquiring, "How do you plan to auction it? What method?" Su Ming asked, puzzled. Seeing Su Ming's confusion, Xu Hua immediately explained, "We have 2 auction methods here, bidding and fixed pricing. Bidding can fetch higher prices, making it ideal for items like Phoenix Essence blood. Fixed pricing would be most suitable for your tamed beast, Su Ming." Su Ming nodded. "Since Manager Zhu recommends it, we'll proceed with your suggestion." "Very well. May I ask what resources you intend to bid with? Do you require specific resources for exchange?" Su Ming shook his head. "Daxia coins are acceptable. If resource exchange is required, it must involve insect-type beastmaster resources, including insect-type beastmasters themselves. Any requirements for species value? Upper limit, sovereign grade. No lower limit." His current level was only in the 20s, and sovereign grade was already his maximum contract level. "Understood. Any other requirements?" "None. When do you anticipate the auction closing?" After pondering Su Ming's question, Xu Hua replied, "My suggestion is to extend the auction period. Phoenix Essence blood is highly sought after. A longer duration will attract more bidders." "Understood. Thank you, Manager Zhu." Su Ming stood up. Xu Hua stood up, a faint smile on his face. "Not at all. Serving you is also serving us. I'll have someone help you register an account shortly. That way, you can monitor the bids on the platform in real time. If any catch your interest, you can confirm the auction." Su Ming nodded, then asked with a hint of confusion, "My teacher mentioned that auctions don't involve commission fees?" "That's correct. We're fully state-funded, specifically to provide beast tamers with a quality resource exchange platform." "Then how do you generate revenue?" Su Ming asked curiously. Xu Hua lowered his voice. "Su Ming, when you auction off scarce, highly sought-after resources like Phoenix Essence blood, we share that intelligence with the major clans. They pay us a commission. If they win the bid, we get another cut." Su Ming suddenly understood. Information asymmetry truly was a lucrative avenue. "By the way, would you prefer an anonymous auction?" "Yes, make it anonymous." Su Ming nodded. Many of his acquaintances had also contracted phoenix-blooded beasts, and he didn't want anyone approaching him under the pretense of being his friend. Chapter 51, listing Phoenix Essence blood a super hot commodity. After seeing Su Ming off, Xu Hua examined the Phoenix Essence blood in his hand. He immediately called out, "Quick! Put this Phoenix Essence blood on our auction's featured spot. It's bound to be a smash hit." "Yes, Manager." As soon as the Phoenix Essence blood appeared on the app's homepage, news of its listing on the Great Xia auction app spread like wildfire in mere moments. The demand for Phoenix Essence blood among beast tamers nationwide was immense. A single drop of Phoenix Essence blood instantly sparked a bidding war among countless beast tamers. Su Ming, who had just returned to the academy, felt his phone vibrating incessantly in his pocket. Opening the app, he saw the notification 99 plus flash before his eyes.
User Zhang Hai's bid, 100 million Great Xia coins. Comment, is the Phoenix Essence blood authentic? User Wu Chi bids, 300 million Great Xia coins. Comment, first floor, your 100 million won't even buy a fake.
User Jean Wei bid, 300 million Great Xia coins plus 1 extraordinary great insect beast, the witch spirit spider. Comment, second floor, your money isn't the issue. Clearly, this seller is a beastmaster in need of an insect beast. Post after post, each bid surpassed the last. Su Ming had anticipated the Phoenix Essence blood's popularity, but never imagined it would be this insane. The current highest bidder had already raised the price to 500 million Daxia coins. Though there was no mention of insectoid beasts, 500 million Daxia coins was already an astronomical sum. This is truly insane. Since it's so sought after, let the bidding war rage on a bit longer. A faint smile touched Su Ming's lips as he immediately blocked notifications for the auction app. After all, the auction lasted a month, there was no need to waste his time on it. Finding a quiet spot, Su Ming pulled out his phone and opened the Academy app. Following the prompts, he immediately filtered for Class A resources. He then narrowed the categories down to insect-related resources. What caught his eye were the few resources related to insect beast taming. Seeing this, Su Ming couldn't help but mutter in exasperation, insect-type beast tamers really aren't popular, huh? Even resources related to insect-type beast taming are this scarce. Su Ming felt rather helpless. In this world, insect-type beast tamers represented the most diverse category. Yet, whether in the Beastmaster market or these resource markets, insect-type Beastmaster resources were scarce. The reason was simple, supply and demand dictated that most people wouldn't choose insect beast tamers, whose individual combat strength was generally lower. His teacher, who possessed a king-tier insect beast, was a rare exception. Just then, his teacher's call came through. Hello, teacher. Su Ming, which beast are you planning to evolve? Hearing his teacher's words, Su Ming adopted a polite tone. Teacher, there's no need. Helping you with that matter was nothing, and besides, I've gained quite a bit myself. If you don't want it, then forget it. It saves me the trouble. The words from the other end of the line made Su Ming immediately respond, but teacher, you care so much about your students. I certainly can't disappoint your kind intentions. I want to evolve my bloodthirsty demon insect. I knew you'd need to evolve that one. I've prepared the materials for the bloodthirsty demon insect, but I'm missing one blood netherwing insect heart. The heart of a blood netherwing? That sounds familiar. Su Ming froze for a second. The next moment, he immediately opened his Academy app. Sure enough, it was listed among the Class A resources. Teacher, it's listed in the Class A resources. I have one Class A resource exchange opportunity left. I'll use it to get this. Alright, just fill in my address and send the bloodthirsty demon insect over. Got it. After hanging up, Su Ming immediately used up his chance. After confirming the order, Su Ming suddenly sensed something was off. Could it be that the teacher intentionally omitted this one material? But upon second thought, trading a single Class A resource for a sovereign tier beast was a steal no matter how you looked at it. After placing the order, Su Ming immediately took the bloodthirsty demon insect to his teacher's residence. Master, I'm leaving the bloodthirsty demon insect here for you. Shi Xiantian glanced at Su Ming and nodded. Alright. Your training plan for the next month is on the table. Complete it on schedule. Once you finish, I'll evolve your bloodthirsty demon insect. Got it. Su Ming promptly picked up the note from the table. 1. Accumulate 30,000 contribution points. 2. Participate in the exchange event with the C Capital Beastmaster Academy. 3. Rank in the top 3 on the human rankings. Staring at the 3 tasks listed, Su Ming was dumbfounded. He looked at his teacher and asked, Teacher, are these tasks even humanly conceivable? What? Are they too difficult? Shi Xiantian regarded Su Ming with a smile, seemingly unfazed by the slight impertinence in his tone. Of course. Top 3 on the human rankings, plus the 30,000 contribution point requirement. I only have 18,000 right now. How could I possibly earn 12,000 in a single month? Even his senior brother struggled to earn 5,000 a month. As a freshman, he'd have to tackle 200-point tasks daily for 30 straight days to meet that target. Shi Xiantian waved his hand dismissively. Look, you're getting anxious again. Do you think your teacher wouldn't help you? The representative team from Haidu Beastmaster Academy will be visiting our military prefecture. If you perform well then, you could probably earn enough for this task in a single day. Su Ming shot his teacher a resentful glance. Master, I've heard my senior brother mention this exchange event. It happens every year. Last year when our military academy went to Sea City, we got crushed 7:3. Exactly. That's why our headmaster has announced that this year, defeating each Sea City Academy member will earn 1,000 contribution points. With 10 opponents, you could earn up to 10,000 contribution points. If we win as a team, you'll each split 20,000 contribution points. Teacher, are you suggesting I take them on solo? Su Ming wore a wry smile. His teacher really had an inflated opinion of him. Soloing them is challenging, but if you win, your task pressure will ease significantly.
Of course, you must win.
If you lose, you'll have to prepare the materials for evolving your beast yourself.
Su Ming nodded, finally grasping his teacher's plan.
He was forcing me to give my absolute all in this exchange match.
Don't worry, master.
When the Sea City folks show up, I promise to wipe them out completely, leaving them with nothing.
Very well. Leave the bloodthirsty demon insect with me. You won't miss one.
Su Ming gave a wry smile.
His teacher's cultivation plan was truly insane. Even the donkeys in the production brigade wouldn't be treated this way.
But then he thought about it, having a teacher like this, constantly monitoring his cultivation to keep him in peak condition. Such a beastmaster would be hard-pressed to be anything but formidable. Not to mention, his master was even willing to evolve his beasts for free, a privilege no one else could ever hope to receive.
Chapter 52, The Exchange Tournament at Sea City Beastmaster Academy.
As I left my mentor's quarters, pondering whether to tackle some dungeon quests, suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind. Turning around, he saw Luo Qianxue, the same girl who had issued a fierce challenge during the freshman tournament.
Su Ming, wait. Luo Qianxue jogged up to him. Su Ming glanced at the spot where Luo Qianxue had just appeared.
In that corner, there was a mark neither too deep nor too shallow.
Luo, were you waiting here specifically for me? Luo Qianxue didn't deny it, nodding. That's right. I want to ask if you'd sell me the Phoenix Essence blood. Phoenix Essence blood? What do you mean by that?
Su Ming frowned, but inwardly, he felt a pang of confusion.
He had clearly kept his identity anonymous. How could Luo Qianxue know he possessed Phoenix Essence blood? At Su Ming's denial, Luo Qianxue chuckled lightly.
Su Ming, in the Great Xia, you're the only one I can think of who would trade Phoenix Essence blood for insectoid beastmaster resources.
Su Ming was instantly speechless. His reputation as an insect clan beastmaster had already become this well known? So, Su Ming, how much would you sell that drop of Phoenix Essence blood to me?
Luo Qianxue crossed her arms, her ample figure seeming to push against the fabric at that moment.
The Phoenix Essence blood is indeed mine. But if you wish to purchase it, you may leave your bid at the auction. If the price is right, I'll consider selling it to you. Su Ming remained expressionless, adopting a strictly businesslike demeanor.
Luo Qianxue stamped her foot in slight annoyance, adopting a more coquettish tone.
Su Ming, just sell me the Phoenix Essence blood. We're classmates, we should help each other out.
Watching Luo Qianxue's fluttering eyes, Su Ming remained unmoved.
Sorry, but I'm in business, not doing favors.
Besides, we're not exactly close.
That's final. If you need it, just leave your bid at the auction.
Su Ming turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something.
He glanced back at Luo Qianxue.
Since you know it's me selling it, don't go spreading the word.
I prefer to keep a low profile. Watching Su Ming's receding figure, Luo Qianxue stomped her foot in frustration.
Yet it was a rage born of helplessness.
Over the next 2 days, Su Ming didn't idle away his time.
He tackled 3 quests on the side, earning 1,000 contribution points. Since his teacher had emphasized the importance of this exchange tournament beforehand, Su Ming chose not to head to the dungeon for quests on the 3rd day. That day, a large bus slowly rolled into the compound of the Great Xia military headquarters. The pre-arranged welcoming party, along with Su Ming and his 10 battle-ready companions, were ushered into the welcoming procession. Lei Jin stood beside Su Ming, clapping with a smile while whispering to him, "Su Ming, you need to be careful. Among the people from the Haidu Beastmaster Academy, there's someone who holds a significant grudge against you."
"Ha? Who?" Su Ming frowned.
At that moment, Hua Haicheng immediately piped up. Lei Jin is referring to Yan Xiao, Luo Qianxue's fiancé and the runner-up in the High Capital Province's grand examination.
"How do you know?" "Of course I know."
Ever since the last freshman tournament, Hua Haicheng had been utterly in awe of Su Ming.
He now followed Su Ming's lead without question.
His 3-headed lion had been slain in that battle, but his clan had promptly sent him a golden war lion as a replacement beast. Both being Lord-tier beasts, the golden war lion and the 3-headed lion possessed comparable combat prowess, each with its own strengths. The bus doors slid open, and the lead instructor stepped out first.
Representing the academy was Vice-Chancellor Marshal Wu Nian.
Upon seeing Marshal Wu Nian, the opposing team leader bowed deeply in deference. "Marshal Wu, greetings, greetings. Teacher Su, welcome to our military academy for this exchange. The military academy has always been a model for our Sea Capital Academy to learn from." As the two spoke, the 10 representatives from Haidu Beastmaster Academy stepped off the bus. 5 men and 5 women, a perfectly balanced group. Lei Jin wore a smug expression as he whispered, "Su Ming, wanna me point out which one's Yan Xiao?" "No need. He's the first guy, right?" Su Ming shook his head. "Ha? How did you know?" Lei Jin asked, somewhat surprised. Su Ming chuckled softly. The moment he got off the bus, he was staring at Luo Qianxue. Then he shot me a hostile look. Who else could it be? "Heh, your eye for detail is impressive. But Su Ming, you really need to be careful. Even though Yan Xiao lost to you in the grand exam, he came first in Haidu City's freshman tournament. Keep in mind, Haidu City recruited 4 beast masters who were top scorers in the grand exam.
I'm not underestimating them either.
Soon, after some small talk, Wugong led the exchange group on a tour of the military prefecture. They learned about the military headquarters culture and honored the martyrs who had sacrificed their lives fighting monsters for Great Xia.
The entire tour took up the entire morning. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Wugong smiled and said, "Professor Su, that concludes today's tour."
Yes, Wugong. Thank you very much for taking the time to explain your school's history to us. I've also brought along 10 new beast masters from our academy this year.
I wonder if there might be an opportunity for them to exchange and spar with your students. Certainly. It's quite late today, let's arrange it for tomorrow morning. Excellent. Friendship first, competition second.
Wu Nian smiled and waved goodbye to the exchange delegation from Haidu.
Hua Haicheng, who had been listening to their conversation, asked with some confusion, "Isn't this exchange match the main focus of the collaboration between our two schools? Why did he mention it separately?"
That's just being polite, you know, Lei Jin explained. Just then, someone from the military delegation raised their hand.
"Sir Wu, should we be more courteous during tomorrow's exchange with them?" Wu Nian looked at the questioner with puzzlement. "What? Do you know someone over there?" "No. Then why are you being so polite?" Mr. Wu's words left everyone somewhat taken aback. "Uncle Wu, didn't you say second place in the competition, friendship first?" "That was just me being polite. Who told you to take it seriously?"
"Our military headquarters has been bullied enough by them these past few years. Your instructors should have told you all, in the exchange match, beat them soundly. Make them cry, and I'll reward you with my own contribution points. In short, restore the military command's honor."
"Yes, sir." The 10 replied in unison. "Alright, go rest now. Tomorrow's a tough battle, they're no pushovers. Don't underestimate them." "Yes."
Nighttime, on the streets of the military headquarters. A man and a woman strolled hand in hand through the streets. "Qianxue, our 2 academies are about to battle tomorrow. This is practically aiding the enemy."
"Oomph. I won't hold back tomorrow, and you'd better not either."
Yan Xiao smiled faintly.
"Of course I won't.
I've already made arrangements with our team leader. Su Ming must be handed over to me to defeat."
Chapter 53, The First Battle, Brute Force Tactics. "You're going up against Su Ming? He's incredibly powerful," Luo Qianxue said earnestly. "I know. I've heard about his exploits, but I've got this figured out."
Yan Xiao smiled faintly. "I intend to prove that Su Ming's top-ranked title is merely due to his advantage from those trashy beast tamers."
"Trash remains trash." Luo Qianxue was about to respond when Yan Xiao pulled out his phone.
"Oh, Qianxue, I spotted a drop of Phoenix Essence Blood at the Great Xia auction yesterday.
I've placed a bid, but it's incredibly competitive. My offer doesn't seem to have much leverage right now."
His tone turned puzzled.
"The seller is peculiar. Why would they only accept Great Xia currency and insectoid beastmaster resources? Could they be like Su Ming, someone who enjoys contracting trash beasts?" Luo Qianxue interjected, "Have you considered that this person might actually be Su Ming?" "Ha? No way. How could he possibly have Phoenix Essence Blood?" Yan Xiao couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock. Luo Qianxue shook her head. "My teacher mentioned it. Master Su Ming took Su Ming to the Xian Bird's secret realm. That's probably where he got it." "Secret realm? That guy actually entered a secret realm?"
Envy flashed in Yan Zhao's eyes.
"Yes.
I approached him a couple days ago hoping he'd sell me the Phoenix Essence Blood, but he refused."
Luo Qianxue sighed as she spoke. "So it's his Phoenix Essence Blood. If we pool our bids, maybe we have a chance to win it." Luo Qianxue shook her head. "Not necessarily.
I suspect he's more interested in resources related to insectoid beast taming. Between the two of us, we only have 700 million daxia coins. It's unlikely to sway him."
After a moment, Luo Qianxue shook her head again. "Never mind. If I get another chance, I'll try entering the Mystic Bird's secret realm myself."
Yan Xiao nodded, his eyes deep in thought.
The next morning arrived in the blink of an eye. All first-year students were gathered at the school's martial arts arena.
The representative teams from the Great Xia Military Academy and the Haidu Beastmaster Academy had arrived early and were already waiting inside the arena.
Vice Principal Wu Nian stepped into the center of the arena.
"Students, today the exchange team from Haidu Beastmaster Academy has come to visit our Great Xia Military Academy. Following our established exchange protocol, each side will send 10 representatives to engage in a friendly Beastmaster sparring match. To be perfectly frank, the Great Xia Military Academy has fielded our 10 strongest freshmen. I trust the Sea Capital Beastmaster Academy has done the same. Today promises to be a spectacular contest. Fellow students, keep your eyes peeled and watch attentively. Please welcome the Sea Capital Beastmaster Academy with a round of applause." As soon as Wugong finished speaking, the entire venue erupted in enthusiastic applause.
"Enough said.
I now hand over this arena to our young beast tamers."
As Vice Principal Wu stepped down, the 10 representatives from the Great Xia military headquarters exchanged glances.
"I'll go first.
Let's get our military command off to a winning start. Hua Haicheng stood up, his expression relaxed. The others raised no objections. During their preparations, they had already roughly decided the order of their appearances. As Hua Haicheng strode onto the arena, he addressed the Haidu Beastmaster Academy. Hua Haicheng of the Great Xia Military Headquarters challenges you. The next instant, a flash of purple robes appeared. A female student from Haidu Beastmaster Academy swiftly entered the arena. Haidu Beastmaster Academy, Zhang Ning. Upon seeing the opponent, Lei Jin, who had already prepared the intel, immediately remarked, "Looks like Haidu wants to grab the opening victory too." This purple-robed girl is the top scholar of Sanjiang Province. Her Beastmaster talent is Windwalker. Rumor has it she's already contracted 3 beasts, all with Lord-level species values. Windwalker? What kind of talent is that? Someone nearby asked curiously. It allows her to boost her beast's speed. The higher the beast's level, the faster it becomes a truly insane talent, Lei Jin replied calmly. So her beasts must all excel in speed, then. At that moment, a beastly roar shattered the arena's silence. A massive blue wolf with twin wings on its back, 2 large birds, one yellow, one blue. A skywing wolf, thunderwing bird, and hurricane eagle. All top-tier Lord-class beasts. Hua Haicheng is going to be at a disadvantage. None of his beasts are speed type. Upon seeing the 3 beasts, Hua Haicheng showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he grew even more excited. 3 beasts truly worthy of the top scholar. The next instant, 2 beasts materialized beside Hua Haicheng. His Golden War Lion and Azure Beast. Hua Haicheng's Beastmaster talent, Berserk, could temporarily surge his beast's combat power. However, this fury was limited in duration, and after the talent's boost, his beasts would enter a period of exhaustion. Please, show me what you've got. You too. Both men bowed with clasped fists. The next instant, their beasts launched forward like cannonballs. The Golden War Lion and Azure Beast lunged directly at Zhang Ning's Azure-winged wolf. Ignoring Zhang Ning's other 2 flying mounts entirely, they launched a frenzied assault on the Azure-winged wolf. Hua Haicheng intends to first cripple the Azure-winged wolf before engaging the other 2 flying beasts in combat. Lei Jin shook his head upon hearing this. It won't work. They can't hold out. No way. Hua Haicheng's Golden War Lion and Azure Beast are both tough as nails. It can't be that bad. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck Hua Haicheng's Azure Beast right in the middle of the arena. Immediately after, the Hurricane Eagle flapped its wings rapidly, unleashing several invisible wind blades that sliced through the Azure Beast's body. In an instant, the once vigorous Azure Beast was covered in blood. Damn it! Hua Haicheng watched Zhang Ning, who looked utterly relaxed. His Golden War Lion and Azure Beast, brimming with combat prowess, couldn't land a single blow on the opponent's beast. It felt like punching cotton with all his might. Forget it. Kill one first. Golden War Lion, Azure Beast, take down that Azure-winged wolf. Roar. A furious roar erupted as the Golden War Lion and Azure Beast's auras surged violently. Zhang Ning immediately shouted, "Sky Blue Winged Wolf, fly up there now." Trying to escape? Not a chance. Even if I lose, I'll take down one of your beasts. The Azure-winged wolf flapped its wings, poised to take flight. The Golden War Lion struck it down with a single palm strike. Roar. With a furious roar, the Emerald Beast, ignoring its own wounds and the attacks from the 2 flying beasts behind it, lunged at the Azure-winged wolf. Zhang Ning was startled by Hua Haicheng's dogged, relentless fighting style. Though the Azure-winged wolf possessed formidable combat prowess, it was no match for the Golden War Lion, especially one fueled by Berserk. Painful howls echoed throughout the arena. My Azure-winged wolf surrenders. We abandon the fight. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Ning declared his Azure-winged wolf's withdrawal from the fight. Seeing his objective achieved, a faint smile touched the corner of Hua Haicheng's lips. Chapter 54, 2 Provincial Champions, Fated Rivals. Come back, Azure Beast. Hua Haicheng didn't hesitate either, immediately recalling the Emerald Beast to the Beast Tamer's space for recuperation. At this point, only the Golden War Lion and Zhang Ning's 2 flying beasts remained on the battlefield. What a brute! Zhang Ning was thoroughly infuriated. He simply couldn't fathom Hua Haicheng's strategy of trading one beast for another. A brute? I rather like that title. Thank you. His gaze turned icy as he commanded, "Golden War Lion, take down those 2 birds." Roar! The Golden War Lion leapt from its spot, soaring over 10 meters into the air. Get out of the way! Zhang Ning's flying beast reacted with lightning speed, dodging as the Golden War Lion's front claws flailed wildly in midair. Without flight capabilities in the air, the Golden War Lion was undoubtedly defenseless at that moment. The Thunderbird and Hurricane Eagle now flanked the Golden War Lion. Without needing Zhang Ning's command, both mounts simultaneously attacked the defenseless Golden War Lion. Strikes of lightning combined with wind blades caused golden blood to flow from the Golden War Lion. Seeing this, Su Ming couldn't help but remark, "I'd only heard about it before, but the Golden War Lion's blood really is golden." Ah, Hua Haicheng got his comeuppance from the beasts. Those 2 big birds beating his Golden War Lion is as easy as a father disciplining his son. Seeing his Golden War Lion wounded, Hua Haicheng raised his hands. Enough, enough. I surrender. With that, he recalled his golden war lion. His fury had run its course, and his beast master would soon enter a state of exhaustion. Not to mention catching Jiang Ning's two extremely swift flying beasts. You've been gracious. Though Jiang Ning was furious, both men maintained the proper decorum. The opening defeat cast his shadow of disappointment over the home crowd gathered at the Great Xia Military Academy. In the rest area of the Haidu Beastmaster Academy, gazing at the now utterly silent arena, he couldn't help but chuckle aloud. This Great Xia Military Command's combat arena is quieter than our Haidu Beastmaster Academy's library. His voice carried, and many heard it. Without a doubt, this was a stinging rebuke to the military command's pride. Hua Haicheng had lost, but Jiang Ning could still continue fighting. The Great Xia Military Academy would need to send another fighter into the arena. As Hua Haicheng stepped down from the arena, the earlier optimism had vanished from his face. I'm sorry, I lost. It's okay, it's only just begun, Luo Qianxue offered comfort. Su Ming looked at the others and said, everyone, is there anyone who wants to step up for the next match? The opponent's speed-type Beastmaster requires our own Beastmasters to have abilities that can restrict them. Lei Jin stood up. I'll take it. I have an advantage against speed-oriented beast tamers. All right. Su Ming nodded. Lei Jin's innate lightning amplification talent meant his beasts were all lightning attribute. In both speed and attack, they were top tier. Unlike Hua Haicheng, there wouldn't be any obvious weaknesses. As Hua Haicheng stepped onto the field, the crowd erupted once more. Go Lei Jin! Take down Haidu! Lei Jin, show Haidu what our military command's true strength is. Go Lei Jin! Go Lei Jin! Go Lei Jin! Lei Jin glanced at Jiang Ning on the field and smiled faintly. Classmate Jiang Ning, I'm at your service. Lei Jin! Jiang Ning's brow furrowed. The next instant, Lei Jin's mind stirred. From the space beside him, a thunder beast shimmering with lightning slowly emerged. Screech! A piercing bird cry echoed as a thunderbird flew out first. As the entire thunder beast emerged, Su Ming immediately noticed the difference compared to before. It now bore an additional horn on its forehead. Lei Jin's thunder beast seems different from the one we encountered in the demon cavern. That's a thunder horn beast. Lei Jin's beasts possess the bloodline of the divine beast, the Thunder Emperor. Though still at the Lord level, the emergence of the thunder horn indicates its bloodline purity has surpassed 50%. Thunder Phoenix Bird, Thunder Horned Beast Lei Jin may only have two beasts, but they're truly magnificent. Upon seeing Lei Jin's beasts, the others immediately began discussing them with curiosity. All show. Jiang Ning muttered under her breath. Instantly, her two beasts surged through the air, launching a swift assault on Lei Jin's mounts. Roar! The Thunderhorn beast roared furiously, its long horns on its forehead instantly shooting out two bolts of lightning that directly nullified the opposing attack. Jiang Ning, your speed won't work on me. Thunder Phoenix Bird, Thunder Horn Beast, Thunder Web. In the next instant, the attacks from both beasts coalesced into a vast net of lightning. Dodge it! Jiang Ning panicked at the sight, but in terms of speed, the Thunder Phoenix Bird, amplified by its lightning powers, was no match for Jiang Ning's own speed. Watching his beasts visibly enveloped by the thunderous net. As the net tightened, the next second. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The overwhelming thunderous force was nearly too much even for the lightning-attributed Thunderbird. You've lost, Jiang Ning. If you keep this up, your beast won't fare well. Jiang Ning glanced at Lei Jin, then looked at his own beast. Though his expression darkened, he gritted his teeth and declared, I concede. Woohoo! Bro Jin is awesome. Lei Jin's Thunder Beast is too strong. Brother Jin, please join us and strengthen our military's might. Brother Jin, wipe them out. In an instant, the once quiet arena erupted in a thunderous roar of cheers. Jiang Ning walked back to the rest area with a grim expression, while the other 9 exchanged glances. Who's going? I'll go. A boy stood up, and the others didn't object. The boy swiftly made his way onto the playing field. Lei Jin, long time no see. Long time no see, Yan Kai. You've gotten stronger again. Not bad. You haven't been wasting your time either, have you? Their exchange made it clear they knew each other. Su Ming turned to Zhu Shi, who like Lei Jin hailed from Xihua province, looking puzzled. Yan Kai is second in our Xihua province, while Lei Jin is first. Both scored identically on the major examination. Dual top scorers. Hua Haicheng asked in surprise. Yeah, one wields lightning, the other commands fire. The upcoming battle's gonna be spectacular. Holy crap. A double champion is incredibly rare, it's like a meteor hitting the earth. Hua Haicheng exclaimed excitedly. Yan Kai's tamed beasts emerged a flame demon beast and a flame phoenix bird. Not only are these two evenly matched in strength, but their beasts even look alike. One-on-one, this is a clash of equals. Not only the military academy, but the Haidu Beastmaster Academy was also curious to see which of the two top scorers would emerge victorious. At that moment, Hua Haicheng suddenly stood up. He moved to a spot visible to the audience and began waving his arms vigorously. In an instant, the home field advantage surged to life. Hearing the cheers ringing in his ears, Lei Jin couldn't help but chuckle. Seems I've got the home field advantage today. Chapter 55, 2 against 3. Su Ming steps in. So what if you get to play at home? Flame Demon Beast, attack.
Yan Kai waved his hand, and 2 beast mounts immediately charged forward.
Lei Zhan's lips curved into a faint smile. You're still the same hot-tempered as ever. For beasts clashed, the Thunderhorn Beast versus the Flame Demon Beast, the Thunder Phoenix Bird against the Flame Phoenix Bird. 1 ground battle, 1 aerial duel. With both sides evenly matched, the 4 beasts relentlessly unleashed their skills. Neither side could gain the upper hand. Truly worthy of being twin champions. They've been clashing for over 10 minutes, and still, no clear gap in their strength is apparent. Thunder and fire, the 2 most potent elemental attributes. They're natural rivals. Lei Zhan has home field advantage, but Yan Kai holds the advantage of the follow-up move. They're truly evenly matched. Unless they have other tricks up their sleeves, it all comes down to their beasts' endurance now. Watching the 4 beasts locked in fierce combat, no one could predict the outcome. Yan Kai looked at Lei Zhan and said, Lei Zhan, if this keeps up, it'll be hard for us to decide a winner. Indeed. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? At this, Yan Kai chuckled lightly. How could I face you without a backup plan? The next instant, a beast shrouded in flames slowly emerged from the space beside Yan Kai. A third beast. Besides Su Ming, Hua Haicheng and the others were so startled they jumped to their feet. That third beast seems to be a Lord-level flame war lion, the same species as Hua Haicheng's golden war lion. Hua Haicheng nodded. War lions possess all elemental attributes. My golden war lion is metallic attributed. If it were to face off against Hua Haicheng's flame war lion, I'd be at an elemental disadvantage. It's over. Losing a beast master, especially a Lord level 1, has shattered the balance. While the Great Xiao military headquarters was filled with pessimism, the crowd at the Sea Capital Beastmaster Academy stood with arms crossed, showing not a hint of surprise. Su Ming's gaze shifted toward the Haidu Beastmaster Academy. At that moment, Yan Xiao also looked at Su Ming. Their gazes locked, and Su Ming could sense the extraordinary hostility emanating from the other. Luo Qianxue, is your partner sick? He's acting like I owe him millions. Ha! Luo Qianxue glanced at Yan Xiao in the distance, offering a helpless smile. She did want to explain that because Su Ming had secured the top scholar position, Yan Xiao would receive fewer resources from the academy. To say Su Ming had snatched millions from Yan Xiao wasn't entirely without merit. Watching the 2 banter, Yan Xiao, who already harbored hostility toward Su Ming, clenched his fists in silent fury. On the field, Lei Zhan watched the flaming war lion before him and shook his head with a smile. Yan Kai, so you were waiting for me here. Yan Kai met Lei Zhan's gaze, a smug smile spreading across his own face. Lei Zhan, don't hide it. I know you have one too. You know me well, Yan Kai. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a beast shrouded in lightning slowly emerged from Lei Zhan's side. Holy crap, a thunder war lion? Do these 2 have such perfect synergy with their contracted beasts? Thunder war lion, if you tell me these 2 don't have something going on, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. What kind of something are you implying? Dog head warning. The moment Lei Zhan's third beast appeared, it was Haidu's side that was left in disbelief. Lei Zhan actually contracted a war lion as his third beast too? Those 2 really have some kind of mystical synergy. At this point, it's just a matter of who can hold out longer. Lei Zhan and Yan Kai exchanged a knowing smile as their 3 beasts charged toward each other once more. The audience couldn't help but cheer at the intensity of their battle. After nearly an hour of relentless combat, both beasts collapsed simultaneously, utterly spent. This battle was practically as if Lei Zhan and Yan Kai had fought each other directly. Recalling their beasts, both men returned to their respective teams' rest area. Lei Zhan let out a wry laugh. Ah, both top-ranked disciples know way to break through their moves. That was intense, brother Zhan. The other team's top-tier advantage is gone. Now it's our turn. Lei Zhan and Hua Haicheng had taken down both of their opponents' top-tier beast tamers. With that, the advantage High City once held with an extra top-tier player was now gone. As Su Ming stood up, another boy charged forward. Wu Zhou, the runner-up in the Central Province's Grand Examination, possessed formidable strength. High City countered with an equally formidable female beast tamer. The battle between the 2 sides was extremely fierce. Wu Zhou emerged victorious by a narrow margin. In the subsequent battles, neither side's top-ranked beast tamers entered the fray immediately. The others mostly maintained a 1-for-1 exchange, continuing until only 2 remained. On the field now stood a beastmaster from Haidu, also a top-ranked graduate of the Grand Examination. Off the field stood Yan Xiao and another top-tier figure. The Great Xiao military command knew Yan Xiao's strength surpassed both of them. For Su Ming and Luo Qianxue, at least one of them would need to take down 1, or even 2, opponents just to achieve a draw. Sorry, everyone. I didn't manage to take out one of his beasts for you. Just as Luo Qianxue was about to rise, Su Ming interjected, Luo Qianxue, I'll go first. Luo Qianxue glanced back at Su Ming, then nodded. All right. Su Ming swiftly made his way to the competition arena. At that moment, the spectators from the Great Xiao military headquarters felt utterly disheartened. Losing on their home turf would be utterly humiliating. 2 against 3? That's a losing battle no matter how you look at it.
The enemy has 3 top-tier beast tamers.
But in terms of sheer numbers, would Su Ming even care?
But his numbers are just insects. If those insects were dragon beasts instead, even Haidu and the rest combined wouldn't stand a chance against Su Ming.
Let's hope Su Ming and Luo Qianxue can pull off a miracle. Go Su Ming! Don't give up, brothers! Go Su Ming! Go Su Ming! Go Su Ming!
The thunderous cheers reached Su Ming's ears.
Spotting Su Ming, Kong Peng chuckled lightly. So you're that top scholar from Haidu the beast tamer who plays with insects? That's right. Unbelievable. How could Yan Xiao have lost to you? Maybe his strength was just a bit lacking.
Su Ming remained utterly unfazed.
Kong Peng then pointed a finger. Enough talk. Summon your beast.
Let me see what kind of strength it takes to snatch the top scholar title from Yan Xiao.
You'll find out. A faint smile touched Su Ming's lips. The next second, the beast summoning space behind him opened, and a dense swarm of insectoid beasts poured out like a tidal wave.
Seeing such a vast swarm of insect-type beasts, Kong Peng showed no fear. Instead, he exclaimed excitedly, "They're just grunts."
Even if there are countless rabbits, could they possibly overpower a lion? Hearing this, Su Ming chuckled lightly. My insect beasts aren't rabbits, and you certainly aren't a lion. Chapter 56, The Bet True Dragon's Blood. Is that so? You really are confident. Kong Peng also possessed 3 lord-level beasts, 2 of which were flying mounts.
Su Ming watched the 2 beasts in the sky, a thought flitting through his mind. The winged blade insects behind him flew out like ghostly apparitions.
Su Ming's insect army now numbered over 4,000.
Its amplification had reached 10.4 times. Though the winged blade insects weren't considered top-tier among lord-level beasts, under Su Ming's innate talents.
His 5 winged blade insects swiftly encircled the enemy's 2 flying beasts.
On the ground, the main army of blade insects surged forward like a tidal wave. Amidst this swarm, Su Ming's bloodthirsty demon beetles were also intermingled.
A bunch of clowns, what good are they, no matter how many there are? Just a bunch of insects. Is that so? No sooner had Su Ming spoken than all the insect beasts launched their attacks simultaneously. The winged blade insect's blinding speed caught Kong Peng completely off guard.
Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty demon bug, which had been lurking on the winged blade bug's back, seized the opportunity and leaped directly onto Kong Peng's beast mount. Almost simultaneously, the bloodthirsty demon bugs on the ground also attached themselves to Kong Peng's beast mount. Instantly, the bloodthirsty demon insects, now empowered by the strength boost, surged like engines revved to full throttle, swiftly draining the blood from Kong Peng's mount. Witnessing this scene, Kong Peng's pupils instantly contracted. What are you doing? Ignoring Kong Peng's demand, Su Ming replied with a mocking tone, if you don't surrender, your beast companion will die.
Hurry up, my bloodthirsty demon insects, work fast.
Watching his beast rapidly wither at a visible pace.
Before Kong Peng could react, Yan Zhao's voice suddenly rang out from the sidelines. Kong Peng concedes.
Ignoring Yan Zhao's words below, Su Ming turned to Kong Peng on the field and said, he's conceding for you.
Do you accept? Stop. Stop sucking it. I surrender. Kong Peng was truly terrified. His once robust beast master was being sucked dry into a desiccated corpse in under a minute. In a one-on-one battle, if the bloodthirsty demon insects couldn't attach themselves to an opponent's beast, then even a blade insect could easily dispatch him. But once the bloodthirsty demon insect latched on, even a beastmaster at the sovereign level could have half its life drained away. Su Ming smiled faintly and nodded. Why didn't you just admit defeat earlier, big lion of our Haidu Beastmaster Academy? You! Kong Peng's eyes blazed crimson, rage etched across his face. Just then, a hand rested on Kong Peng's shoulder. Turning, Kong Peng saw Yan Xiao had arrived on the field. Yan Xiao! Alright, Kong Peng. You were too careless. His beast is a bloodthirsty demon insect. Once it latches on, it's extremely difficult to shake off. Moreover, this particular insect is exceptionally powerful. Ordinary bloodthirsty demon insects simply don't possess such formidable suction capabilities. Yan Zhao's words eased the fury in Kong Peng's eyes considerably. After recalling his own beast, he retreated directly to the sea capital's rest area. Judging by this battle, Kong Peng's beast would struggle to recover its full combat strength within a month without external assistance. Yan Xiao observed Su Ming's insect beast and couldn't help but chuckle. Now I understand why you defeated me and claimed the top spot in the sea capital. Yan Xiao paused before adding, you've got a lot of junk here. When it comes to grinding low-level beasts, I can't keep up with your speed no matter what. I'm a pro at grinding minions, but when it comes to the big bosses, I take them down with ease too, Su Ming replied. Yan Xiao looked up, his gaze still dismissive. Su Ming, wanna make a bet? Bet? We each put up a wager. Whoever loses, forfeits their stake. Su Ming glanced at the school leaders from both sides watching from afar. Seeing no objections, he was more than happy to oblige. Since someone's offering to hand over their money, it'd be unreasonable not to take it. So, what's the wager? Yan Zhao's lips curved into a smile at the words. I know you possess a drop of Phoenix Essence blood, and I happen to have a drop of True Dragon Essence blood. Whoever loses hands over their essence blood to the winner. Hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help but glance back at Luo Qianxue.
Clearly, Su Ming didn't believe Yan Xiao could possibly know he possessed Phoenix Essence blood. This was clearly a long-planned scheme. But the line between hunter and prey was blurred. Luo Qianxue, meeting Su Ming's gaze, immediately felt a pang of guilt. Lei Xin observed Su Ming's gaze, then glanced at Luo Qianxue beside him. A trace of contempt now flickered in his own eyes. Very well. Su Ming produced the Phoenix Essence blood. Bathed in sunlight, it shimmered with a radiance that seemed to echo the cry of a phoenix. At the same time, Yan Xiao retrieved his true dragon's essence blood from his storage ring. A single drop of golden glowing true dragon's blood seemed to carry the echo of a dragon's roar. Since you two are so eager, I shall serve as the witness. Wu Gong then took the essence blood from both of their hands. With Wu Gong acting as witness, reneging would be impossible. Resources were always strongly privatized. Since neither Su Ming nor Yan Xiao objected, the academy would not interfere with such actions. Su Ming glanced at Yan Xiao and chuckled softly. Seems you're after my Phoenix Essence blood, huh? I just happened to find out about it. Besides, I feel like these friendly matches have gotten a bit dull. Adding some stakes makes things more interesting. You're quite confident in your abilities? Su Ming studied Yan Xiao as a stream of information appeared before his eyes. Name, Yan Xiao. Level, 22. Talent, Dragon Warfare enhances combat power of dragon-type tamed beasts. Each contracted dragon beast increases combat power by 1x. Beasts, Eternal Night War Dragon Lord, Sky Realm War Dragon Lord, Twin-Headed Flame Dragon Lord. A threefold boost. Is that the extent of your confidence? Su Ming chuckled inwardly. 3 subspecies dragon beasts, a 3x boost. Is that all you've got? At that moment, Yan Xiao spread his hands, activating the Beastmaster space behind him. 3 dragon beasts of exceptionally pure bloodline slowly emerged. The Eternal Light War Dragon and the Sky Realm War Dragon were both land-based war dragons incapable of flight, while the twin-headed flame dragon possessed a pair of wings blazing with fire. 3 dragon beasts? And their bloodline purity is likely over 50%? That's terrifying. Acquiring these beasts isn't the most frightening part. What's truly terrifying is being able to contract them and cultivate them to this level. That's incredibly rare. Even for tamers, keeping powerful beasts like dragons under the same tamer's command. Coexist peacefully under the same master. Binding one dragon beast only to attempt binding another, not only will the already bound dragon resist, but the newly targeted dragon will resist as well. To successfully contract 3 dragon beasts consecutively speaks volumes about Yan Xiao's prowess. Chapter 57, Crushing. Yan Xiao, ready to explode with rage. Yan Xiao's face bore no trace of concealing his confidence. His head held high, his nostrils practically pointed at Su Ming. Well, Su Ming? Does my beast mastery meet your standards? Yan Xiao's smug grin made Su Ming feel a wave of nausea. He glanced back at Luo Qianxue, his expression clearly saying, "Is this idiot really your boyfriend?" Hua Haicheng scoffed disdainfully, who knows what Yan Xiao is trying to pull. 3 sub-dragon beasts? That's enough to make anyone arrogant. This guy's already cocky, yet he still has to put on airs. Su Ming shook his head with a smile. Enough talk. Let's begin. As you wish. Yan Xiao swept his arm, and the 3 dragon beasts shot forward like arrows released from a bow, plunging into Su Ming's army of pet beasts. Witnessing the scene, Lei Xin couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Ah, these 3 dragon beasts are likely too powerful. Though Su Ming has his insect horde, his pursuit of quantity means most of his insect beasts are low-tier species. These dragon beasts charging in will be like tigers among sheep. Luo Qianxue's emotions were deeply conflicted at that moment. She didn't want her boyfriend to lose to Su Ming, yet she also didn't want the military command to lose to the sea capital. This internal conflict left Luo Qianxue completely unable to focus on the match. Everyone, be careful. These insects aren't just numerous, they possess considerable offensive capabilities. Yan Xiao was equally serious. The 3 dragon beasts glanced back at him and nodded in response. Su Ming's lips curved into a faint smile as he waved his hand. Let the 3-headed dragon beast witness what sheer numbers can achieve. Roar. The 3-headed dragon beast roared furiously toward the sky. The 2-headed flame dragon even unleashed a torrent of fire from the sky toward the ground. Shield beetles, tiger armor beetles, and armored beetles charged to the front, directly absorbing the brunt of the attack. Some shield bugs couldn't withstand the heat and were instantly incinerated. The air thickened with the acrid scent of burning flesh. Su Ming, your insect beasts might actually taste pretty good roasted. Yan Zhao's lips curved into a faint smile, clearly satisfied with his beastmaster's recent assault. Su Ming's gaze turned cold as thousands of blade insects surged toward the 2 dragon beasts on the ground. Seeing this, Yan Xiao remained utterly unflustered. Take them down. Both wyverns unleashed their abilities simultaneously. The ground cracked rapidly, erupting into dozens of earthen pillars. In an instant, dozens of blade insects were impaled to death. Yet this attack failed to halt Su Ming's charging blade insects. That this strike only inflicted such damage was something Yan Xiao hadn't anticipated. How could this be?
Stop them. Knife insects, surround them. Amidst the swarm, the bloodthirsty demon insects had already gone into hiding, awaiting the moment to deliver the fatal blow.
Above, the winged blade insects had already surrounded the two-headed flame dragon.
With Su Ming's tenfold power amplification, the winged blade insects could now rival the two-headed flame dragon, whose bloodline purity reached 50%.
Yan Xiao, perhaps you still don't understand. Others' beasts are low-tier species, but mine are not. My swarm of insect beasts is not something two sub-dragons like yours, not even purebred, can hope to contend with.
Yan Xiao chuckled lightly.
I stand by my words.
Would a dragon truly fear a swarm of insects? Is that so?
Then try it. And don't forget one thing, you and I are not on the same level.
What? Yan Xiao's pupils suddenly contracted.
This was something he had consistently overlooked, indeed, something everyone had overlooked. Su Ming had already broken through to level 26, while even Yan Xiao, who led everyone else in level, was only at level 22.
Take them out.
Su Ming swept his arm in a commanding gesture. The blade insects paid no heed to death. Those that fell were immediately replaced by others surging forward. Yan Xiao's two dragon beasts stood back to back, but Su Ming's swarm of insect beasts was overwhelming in number, closing in from all directions. At that moment, several crimson figures flashed by.
They landed directly atop the two dragon beasts. Got him. A faint smile touched Su Ming's lips.
Once his bloodthirsty demon insects latched onto their prey, they would disrupt the victim's combat effectiveness.
Combined with his tenfold amplification, the blood-sucking demon's feeding speed skyrocketed. Damn it! Yan Xiao's expression darkened. Despite all his precautions, he hadn't anticipated Su Ming's bloodthirsty demon insects.
Su Ming shook his head with a smile.
Yan Xiao, once my bloodthirsty demon insects latch onto you, even if you manage to remove them within a minute, how will you face my entire insect army?
Su Ming spread his massive hand. To Yan Xiao's eyes, the army of blade insects now seemed endless. Above, the twin-headed flame dragon had one of its heads severed cleanly by a winged blade insect. Whoosh! Su Ming sucked in a sharp breath. Losing one head of that twin-headed flame dragon meant regrowth would be no easy feat. While resources existed in this era to regrow the head of a lord-class beast, but the resources required might be enough for Yan Xiao to contract a new beast altogether.
I concede.
Yan Xiao raised his hands. If he didn't concede now, his dragon beast might be completely slaughtered. He'd struggle to recover his strength anytime soon.
Gazing at the dragon head on the ground, Su Ming offered an awkward apology. Sorry, Yan Xiao.
I lost control of my insect beast. Yan Xiao picked up the dragon head from the ground, glaring at Su Ming with resentment. His eyes burned with murderous intent.
Yan Xiao, hand over the twin-headed flame dragon immediately. There's still a chance to save it.
The team leader from the Sea City Beastmaster Academy, who had been observing the match, swiftly rushed onto the battlefield.
Yan Zhao's eyes turned bloodshot as he glared at his leader. Teacher, my beast was nearly killed. I know.
The priority now is to reattach your two-headed flame dragon's head. At that moment, Vice Principal Wu Nian's figure also landed on the field. His gaze swept over the two-headed flame dragon on the ground, then briefly landed on Su Ming. He then declared, "Leave him to me. I'll restore him to his former state." Yan Xiao looked taken aback, but their team leader immediately stood up, clasped his fists, and said, "Then we'll trouble you, Mr. Wu." Just as Yan Xiao was about to leave, Su Ming spoke up, "Wait a moment.
Haven't you forgotten something?" What? Yan Zhao's eyes burned crimson. If he could, he would kill Su Ming right now. You demanded the wager. You're not going to back out now, are you?
Su Ming crossed his arms, utterly unconcerned that he had nearly killed Yan Zhao's dragon beast moments ago. Hearing this, Yan Xiao clenched his fists so tightly his fingers dug into his flesh. "Yan Xiao, this is no time to waste." Their leader urged impatiently. "Here." A transparent jade bottle flew from Yan Zhao's hand, the force clearly intended to prevent Su Ming from catching it.
But in the next instant, a dark shadow flashed, and the jade bottle containing the true dragon's essence blood appeared in the winged blade insect's grasp.
Su Ming caught the vial, gazing at the essence within it. Seemed as though a true dragon still roared within its depths. A faint smile touched his lips. With this true dragon's essence blood, his strength would surge significantly. Chapter 58, Blood Essence secured, auction immediately. Like Phoenix Essence blood, true dragon essence blood was also a hot commodity. Dragons were inherently lustful creatures, and beasts bearing true dragon bloodlines were the most common among all divine beast bloodlines, followed by phoenixes. This trend led many capable beast masters to contract sub-dragons and sub-phoenixes as their primary beasts. Phoenix Essence blood was still being snapped up, and now he had obtained true dragon essence blood. If he auctioned it off too, the price would surely be even higher than that of the Phoenix Essence blood.
Thanks a lot.
Su Ming tucked away the true dragon's essence blood, not forgetting to express his gratitude to Yan Xiao, who was already heading toward the exit. But Su Ming's gratitude nearly made Yan Xiao spit out a mouthful of old blood.
Su Ming, if I don't avenge the humiliation you've brought upon me today, I'm no longer Yan Xiao.
Lei Jin watched the scene unfold before him, a chill running down his spine. He glanced back at Hua Haicheng beside him and asked, "How do you feel now?"
Thank goodness I'm no match for Su Ming.
Lei Jin smiled faintly. I wonder who it was who wanted to teach Su Ming a lesson back in the demon's lair.
Don't even mention it, Lei Jin. That was utterly humiliating. Hua Haichang gave a bitter laugh.
Meanwhile, Luo Qianxue, seated at her place, watched the direction where Yan Xiao had vanished with concern.
Then, seeing Su Ming on the field, seemingly unaffected by the incident, she felt a surge of anger. After Yan Zhao's departure, Haidu Beastmaster Academy was left with only one female student remaining.
She too was a provincial champion-level beast tamer, possessing formidable strength. Su Ming looked at her, clasped his fists, and said, "Please instruct me."
Su Ming, I hold no ill will toward you. I'm here to exchange knowledge, not to fight to the death. Please don't let your insects kill my beast.
At her show of weakness, Su Ming chuckled lightly.
Don't worry. My insects are all quite weak. Put. That's cutting to the bone, Su Ming.
Good thing Yan Zhao's already gone, otherwise he'd have been so enraged he'd have spat blood.
With real power, you can truly do as you please. The military command is mighty.
If your insects were weak, Yan Zhao's Beastmaster wouldn't have lost his head. In our academy's matches, I wasn't his match, he wasn't yours, and likewise, I could never be yours.
You're quite the tactician. So you're suggesting surrender?
Su Ming frowned at the question.
Not at all. Surrendering would be utterly humiliating. Let's fight with everything we've got.
I'm eager to test whether your prowess as a bug master truly matches the terrifying display I witnessed earlier.
As you wish.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the two clashed. The clash between the beast tamers instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the entire audience. However, after less than 10 minutes and with Su Ming having lost nearly 200 low-tier beasts like his blade insects, his opponent conceded defeat outright. Looking at his battered beast, Lin Shu couldn't help but wryly remark, "They really are relentless. If we just kept killing all these beasts, we'd wear ourselves out."
You could do it too. Hearing this, Lin Shu shook his head. Who could compare to your beast taming space? If I had yours, I'd never have contracted with insects. Can you tell me why your insects are so powerful? I told you my insects aren't ordinary insects.
Lin Shu nodded and led his beast off the field. The spectators below were stunned.
1 against 3, all top-tier champions. Unbelievable. Su Ming is incredible. Su Ming. Su Ming. Su Ming. Cheers erupted throughout the arena.
A smile spread across Su Ming's face. Without a doubt, this exchange match had yielded immense rewards for him.
This true dragon's essence blood must be auctioned off as quickly as possible.
As he walked back to the rest area, the others immediately gathered around him. Victory's joy radiated from every face.
Su Ming glanced at Luo Qianxue, who stood nearby looking somewhat dejected, and couldn't help asking, "Luo Qianxue, why the long face? Aren't you happy about winning?"
At this remark, everyone froze.
Yan Xiao was Luo Qianxue's boyfriend, a fact known to everyone.
Su Ming, you just beat Yan Xiao to a pulp, even snatching that precious true dragon's blood essence.
Even if Luo Qianxue wanted to be happy for the Great Xia military command, it was hard for her to muster any joy. What do you think?
Luo Qianxue's eyes flashed with anger. Su Ming shrugged indifferently. Truthfully, I didn't know he possessed true dragon essence blood. But as for how Yan Xiao discovered my phoenix essence blood and deliberately challenged me to a wager over it, well, it was nothing short of shooting himself in the foot. Luo Qianxue's face drained of color at Su Ming's words. Indeed, if she hadn't mentioned it to Yan Xiao, he wouldn't have risked his true dragon essence blood in that wager with Su Ming.
The current losses wouldn't have been so severe.
With Wugong intervening, the twin-headed flame dragon's life was essentially saved. But the loss of a single drop of true dragon essence blood would severely impact Yan Zhao's future plans for cultivating his beast mount.
If you want it, you can bid for it at the auction. Relying on these underhanded methods isn't a good path to take. With that, Su Ming ended the celebration.
He headed straight for the academy gates. He needed to hurry and list that drop of true dragon essence blood for auction. After the exchange tournament concluded, the members of the Haidu Beastmaster Academy departed the military academy grounds without lingering. Though they hadn't suffered a crushing defeat, they certainly had no desire to linger. Su Ming quickly hailed a cab and, with practiced ease, arrived at the Great Xia auction house.
Upon recognizing Su Ming, the staff immediately went inside to fetch manager Zhu. "Mr. Su Ming, why have you come? The auction deadline hasn't arrived yet, has it? I'm here today to add more items to the auction." Su Ming stated calmly. "Add more items?"
Manager Zhu's eyes lit up instantly.
He approached Su Ming with warm hospitality. "May I ask, Mr. Su Ming, what would you like to auction this time?"
Su Ming didn't beat around the bush. He directly produced the drop of true dragon's essence blood he had acquired not long ago. Upon seeing the object in Su Ming's hand, Manager Zhu's excitement surged.
"This is true dragon's essence blood." "Exactly.
List it for auction alongside the Phoenix blood essence, with a 30-day bidding period."
Zhu nodded immediately upon hearing this. "Understood. I'll handle it right away."
Soon, Su Ming saw the listing for his true dragon's essence blood go live.
Nodding with satisfaction, Zhu Hua then returned to Su Ming's side. Mr. Su Ming, your offerings are truly extraordinary. How did you manage to obtain a drop of true dragon's blood in just a few short days? To this, Su Ming simply replied, it was a gift. Given? Who would be so generous as to give away true dragon essence for free? Chapter 59, The Assault, the closest I've ever come to death. Shortly after leaving the Great Xiao auction, his phone immediately chimed with a series of dings. Su Ming glanced at it. Bids had already begun for his true dragon's blood. Holy crap, who is this seller? Just days ago they bought Phoenix Essence Blood, and now they're auctioning True Dragon Essence Blood. True Dragon Essence Blood, Phoenix Essence Blood, the two most sought-after essences are both in his hands. Could it be some heir from a major clan is short on cash and selling off their family's reserves? Big spender. Big spender. Reading the comments on the auction page, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, very few could actually put Phoenix Essence Blood and True Dragon Essence Blood up for auction. But his identity was easy enough to guess. The person specifically requesting insectoid resources in the notes, it would be hard to find a second such individual in the entire Great Xiao Empire. After setting the auction app to Do Not Disturb mode, Su Ming prepared to select more tasks to complete. The cultivation tasks his master had assigned him, coupled with the contribution points he'd earned from winning this competition, still left him with a significant deficit. Without completing more tasks, it would be virtually impossible to fill the gap. Just then, the sky above suddenly darkened. A sense of foreboding immediately washed over Su Ming. With a thought, the winged blade insects and armored insects swiftly materialized around him, forming a protective barrier. Within mere moments, the open space within hundreds of meters around him was completely sealed off. What is this? Su Ming's expression changed abruptly as a voice suddenly echoed from behind him. This is the ability of the Ghostface Bat Beast Master, the Dark Prison. Any beast master of lower rank or species value than the Ghostface Bat cannot escape this area unless they defeat it. Su Ming turned to see a gaunt, elderly man who had appeared behind him unnoticed. The system interface before him instantly displayed the information of the gaunt old man. Name, Pu Yi. Level, 51. Talent, Ambush. Beasts, Ghost-Faced Bat Master Grade, Shadow Moon Mantis Master Grade, Night Hunter Master Grade. What? Su Ming's heart jolted in shock. The strength of his opponent before him far surpassed his own. He possessed 3 sovereign-level beast tamers alone. Their levels were more than 20 tiers above his own. After a moment of panic, Su Ming regained his composure. He was currently within the Zhengzhou City District, less than 3 kilometers from the academy. As long as he could hold out for a little while longer, reinforcements would definitely arrive. But Su Ming didn't know what exactly was the background of these opponents. Who are you? What do you want? As he spoke, Su Ming unleashed all his insect-type beast tamers. Seeing this, the opponent sneered coldly. Indeed, a unique beast tamer. No wonder I had to come personally to eliminate you. Kill me? What grudge do I hold against you? Only one name echoed in Su Ming's mind at that moment. Yan Xiao. But the exchange match had only just ended. It seemed unlikely they'd already found an assassin to strike so quickly. If it wasn't him, he couldn't think of anyone else he'd crossed. Before I die, can you at least tell me why I'm being killed? Su Ming raised his hand and asked. Is it really that important, kid? Of course it matters. You're over level 50, and you're killing me at level 20-something. I can't think of anyone who'd send you to kill me. It's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Su Ming tried his best to keep his tone as humble as possible. The old man responded with a faint smile. No choice. My mission is to kill you. If you don't die, many people won't be able to sleep. A lot of people? Su Ming frowned, even more puzzled. But the old man offered no further explanation. His beasts surged forward instantly. 10 beasts, all over level 50, including 3 sovereign tier 1s, charged straight into his insect horde. In mere moments, over a tenth of the original 4,000-strong insect horde was lost. Damn it! Do they really think I'm made of clay? Enraged by the sight, Su Ming swept his arm wide. All his insect beasts instantly pounced toward the weakest of the beast tamers. The old man watched with a sneer. A gnat shaking a tree. But if you were truly my equal, this number of beasts would indeed be terrifying. Kill him. The sovereign-level mantis appeared before him in an instant, as ghostly as a phantom. The armored insects beside it charged forward. Yet 2 flashes of blade light sliced through, cleaving the armored insect's once proud carapace as easily as tofu. Green blood splattered all over its body. Is this the end? Staring at the enemy before him, Su Ming had no means to resist. Even with overwhelming numbers, absolute dominance remained elusive. What a pity, my vast insectoid army. The most frustrating protagonist to die, probably no one else but me, not even knowing who my enemy was. Su Ming slowly closed his eyes, awaiting death's arrival. Boom! Crack! Like the shattering of glass, the pitch-black surroundings instantly brightened. Pu Yi, you have the audacity to lay a hand on my student. Above the sky, Shi Xiantian stood atop the azure bird, which now bore a striking resemblance to the azure phoenix. The mantis closest to Su Ming was instantly trampled into the ground by a griffin. Puyi's expression changed upon seeing the arrival. Shi Xiantian, you're here so fast. Puyi hadn't expected that he had already launched his attack on Su Ming at top speed. Yet still, the one who arrived was this swift. Puyi, since you sought to kill my student, today you shall leave your life here. Over a dozen top-tier beasts appeared alongside Shi Xiantian. Su Ming took a deep breath at the sight of this lineup, nearly all of them king-tier beast tamers. His teacher, a king-tier beastmaster, truly was beyond compare. Shi Xiantian, I want to leave. Even if you're a king-level beast tamer, what can you do to me? A black orb instantly materialized in Puyi's hand. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, followed by a cloud of black smoke. In an instant, Puyi vanished without a trace. All his beasts except the bat remained behind at the scene. Seeing this, Shi Xiantian made no attempt to pursue. In less than a few breaths, the beast riders who had seemed so formidable to Su Ming had vanished into thin air. After confirming his own safety, Su Ming finally exhaled a long breath. He collapsed, slumping to the ground. I almost died, Su Ming gasped heavily, his breath coming in ragged bursts. In that moment, he had truly prepared himself for death. Shi Xiantian approached Su Ming, pulling him up. How about that? Scared out of your wits, weren't you? Su Ming nodded. I almost died. If I hadn't exchanged one more word with him, that mantis would have sliced me clean in two. That man is a professional assassin. Almost no new generation beastmaster could have escaped him. You're the first. Su Ming gave a bitter smile. It's just a shame my beasts are nearly wiped out. His gaze swept across the battlefield. Of his original 4,000 insect-type beasts, fewer than 300 remained. The elite wingblade beetles and bloodthirsty demon beetles had been wiped out entirely. Shi Xiantian patted Su Ming on the back. Take your time. As long as you're alive, you can still grow stronger. Chapter 60, Lasians call selling essence blood. Shi Xiantian gazed at the fallen beast corpses before him, gently patting Su Ming's shoulder. Master, is there something I might ask of you? Go ahead. Shi Xiantian nodded. Could you reduce this month's task requirements? My losses have been too severe. Seeing Su Ming's expression, Shi Xiantian couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry. This month's tasks I'll waive them for you. Su Ming nodded. Losing such a large batch of insect beasts meant it would take him some time to recover his strength. Looks like I'll have to hurry up and auction off my Phoenix Essence Blood and True Dragon Essence Blood. Su Ming thought to himself. At that moment, Vice Principal Wu and several other teachers from the academy arrived at the scene. Observing the scene unfolding below, Wu Nian turned to Shi Xiantian and asked, what happened? The Holy Heaven sect has finally made their move against Su Ming. The Holy Heaven sect, it really is them. That bunch of traitorous scum. Wu Nian's voice trembled with fury. Su Ming now recalled the Holy Heaven sect his master had mentioned. He couldn't help but ask, Teacher, is this Holy Heaven sect the same organization you mentioned before, the one specifically hunting down Great Xia's beast masters? Yes. Evidently, your talent has now landed you on their hunting list. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent Puyi to eliminate you. Wu Nian was taken aback. Puyi? He actually came personally? Yes, Master Wu. Thankfully we arrived in time. Any later and it might have been too late. Shi Xiantian still felt a lingering sense of dread. Su Ming inquired, is this person that powerful? Why are you all so shocked? Wu Nian shook his head. He isn't exceptionally powerful, but he's one of the most prolific hunters of young beast masters in our Great Xia. He never misses his mark. Su Ming, you're incredibly fortunate to have survived. Hearing this, Su Ming gave an awkward smile. I managed to stall him with a few extra words. I knew that if I could just hold him off, you masters would come to my rescue. Wu Nian's voice turned furious. These Holy Heaven cultists. It seems we haven't dealt with them in far too long. Before, they only dared to strike covertly in dungeons, secret realms, and demon lairs. Now they've grown bold enough to hunt our people right here in the city. Master Wu, we must teach them a lesson. Can we move on that stronghold now? A teacher nearby inquired. Immediately assemble all teachers at the junior grandmaster level and above. Wipe out every last one of their hideouts. If they resist, kill them all. Yes, sir. In a city corner, Puyi took a few steps before slowly collapsing to the ground. He gasped for breath, relieved to be alive. Then, a figure slowly emerged from the darkness. Failed? Yeah, they were too fast. Assassination less than 3 kilometers from the academy was just too difficult. Puyi shook his head helplessly. With your strength, it should have taken you 10 seconds to kill Su Ming. But you wasted a full minute, that's why you failed. The Shadow's voice grew furious. Facing the accusation, Puyi rose angrily. I lost nearly all my beast tamers. Do you have any idea how powerful that brat is? Those swarms of insects, even with my overwhelming level advantage, I had to clear them out first. We'll replenish your beast tamers. Su Ming must be eliminated before he grows stronger. He's too dangerous. Puyi chuckled lightly. This time, I nearly wiped out all his insects.
Even if his talent allows him to control beasts again, he won't recover his strength anytime soon. If I'm still the one to act, just create an opportunity for me soon.
We'll create the opportunity.
But if you fail again next time, you know what your fate will be. With that, the shadowy figure gradually faded into the darkness. Puyi watched the vanishing shadow and chuckled softly. Ha! If I can't take down a beastmaster in his 20s, I'd want to die myself if I fail next time. After returning to the academy, Su Ming headed back to his dormitory. Thanks to representing the academy in the exchange tournament victory, he had earned another 5,000 contribution points.
He now possessed a total of 23,000 contribution points.
The auction has only just begun, and many scions of prominent families haven't caught wind of it yet.
The bidding hasn't even started to climb. Selling now would be a huge loss.
Su Ming's face instantly clouded with worry.
He was desperately short on funds right now. With the insect beast slain, his current strength was plummeting.
Moreover, he needed to build up his own legion.
Relying solely on the sheer numbers of his blade insects would still leave him at a disadvantage.
If the shield bugs could match the knife bugs in numbers this time, he could prolong the fight significantly. If the production rates of the blade insect and shield insect queens were equal, I could form a balanced offensive-defensive legion.
To achieve that speed, my insect queen's production must reach a rate measured in seconds.
Su Ming muttered to himself as he stared at the deposit and contribution values on his phone.
However, achieving all this would require astronomical resources.
Even selling 10 drops of Phoenix Essence Blood or 10 drops of True Dragon Essence Blood wouldn't be enough.
I'm broke. If only someone would just hand me money right now. Just then, Su Ming's phone rang.
Seeing the caller ID, Su Ming answered with a puzzled look.
Lei Jin? Su Ming, are you okay? I heard about what happened to you earlier. Lei Jin asked with concern over the phone. Yeah, I'm okay. Just lost a lot of my insect beasts. Su Ming nodded, then asked, what's up? Did you call just to console me? Haha, that was one of the reasons. What's the other purpose?
Su Ming smiled faintly.
Nothing happens without a reason. Lei Jin paused before saying, Su Ming, you were the one who released the Phoenix Essence Blood and True Dragon Essence Blood at the Great Xiao auction, weren't you? Yeah. Why? Interested?
I don't recall your beastmaster having bloodlines from either of those divine beasts.
I don't, but my friend does. He mentioned it to me. I know him. I'd like to help him make the introduction. The price is negotiable.
Hearing this, Su Ming smiled faintly.
Is that so? My price isn't exactly low. Price isn't an issue. Besides, you're still seeking resources for insect-type beast tamers, right? My friend's family specializes in beast taming. They can certainly meet your needs. How much is your friend willing to pay?
If it's acceptable, I can sell him these 2 drops of true blood.
Lei Jin immediately replied, alright, I'll contact him right away and have him make an offer. Name his highest acceptable price. I'm not going to haggle. If I'm not satisfied, then forget it. Understood. Rest assured, I'll convey your message.
After hanging up, Su Ming opened the ranking app. He truly needed to sell these 2 drops of essence blood quickly to make up for today's losses.
Chapter 61, A Fortune. 2.2 billion daxia coins. About half an hour later, Lei Jin's call came through. Hey, Su Ming, I've sent you the list.
He provided several options.
Take a look. If you find one you like, I'll have him listed on the app immediately. Alright, I'll take a look first.
Su Ming hung up and a message popped up immediately.
Option 1, 2.2 billion daxia coins. Option 2, 1 sovereign tier insect beast plus 2 lord tier insect beasts. Option 3, 1.2 billion daxia coins plus 1 sovereign tier insect mount.
There were 6 options, but they were essentially identical. The price is fixed at 2.2 billion daxia coins, averaging 800 million daxia coins per drop of essence blood. Typically, a single drop of essence blood can fetch no more than 1 billion daxia coins at most. The seller is asking for 2.2 billion, which is already 200 million above market value.
For people like them, money isn't the issue.
What they truly need is this rare essence blood, something that can only be obtained by chance.
As long as it meant becoming stronger, they wouldn't care whether they paid a little more or a little less.
Although his own clan also dealt in beast tamers, compared to this individual's offer, theirs was utterly insignificant. Opening the bidding status on the app, the current highest bid for a single drop of essence blood stood at 1 billion Great Xia coins.
If left on the market longer, the price could still climb. But it likely wouldn't deviate much from this price.
With that thought, Su Ming immediately dialed Lei Jin's number.
Lei Jin, I agree. Let him bid under my auction. I'll approve it immediately. Alright, Su Ming, which option did you choose? Option 1, 22 billion daxia coins.
Hearing this, Lei Jin paused in surprise.
What do you need that much money for? Wouldn't a sovereign-level beastmaster be better?
They're rare and hard to come by, Lei Jin suggested.
No need. I have my uses for it. But when will his payment be available? Rest assured, any transaction under 10 billion on the Great Xiao auction can be settled immediately. Just link your bank card, Su Ming.
Once you agree to the deal, he can transfer the funds right away.
Alright, then have him place his bid under my auction listing. I'll approve the transaction immediately. Got it.
After hanging up, Su Ming opened the auction app on his phone.
A bid notification appeared. Monkey but red as a peach, Phoenix Essence Blood plus True Dragon Essence Blood bid, 2.2 billion.
Su Ming immediately confirmed the auction with him. The transaction process was straightforward.
After both parties confirmed simultaneously,
the auction item immediately displayed a sold status. The bidding activity that had been ongoing instantly ceased. In less than 10 minutes, his bank account received a tax-free transfer of 2.2 billion.
A faint smile touched Su Ming's lips as he spoke without hesitation. System, convert all 2.2 billion into consumption points. Exchange successful. Acquired 22 million consumption points. 22 million. This is amazing.
Su Ming stared at the 22 million displayed on the system panel.
His earlier gloom vanished instantly,
replaced instead by a look of worry over how to use it.
Two paths lay before him. One was to use these 22 million consumption points to evolve his insect beasts.
This should allow him to evolve 2 insect beasts to the Sovereign Lord tier. The second was to pour all 22 million consumption points into accelerating the breeding speed of his low-tier insect mothers, the blade bug and shield bug. This would allow him to amass a vast insectoid army in a short time. Then, he could leverage the sheer numbers of his insect horde to enhance his own beastmaster prowess. While a sovereign tier beastmaster is crucial, it's not impossible to attain. But if I increase the numbers 10,000, even 100,000, my combat power would surge tenfold, 20-fold. Even low-tier blade beasts and shield beasts would wield terrifying strength. Upon this realization, Su Ming asked without hesitation, if we allocate all 22 million consumption points to boosting the breeding speed of the blade bug queen, what level could we achieve? 19.8 million consumption points available. Blade bug queen breeding speed, 30 seconds per unit. 30 seconds. Su Ming froze for a moment. At that rate, he could produce roughly 3,000 per day.
Consume. Su Ming exclaimed excitedly. Successfully consumed 19.8 million consumption points.
Blade bug queen breeding speed increased to 30 seconds per unit. Still over 2 million left. Pour it all into the shield bug breeding speed. Successfully consumed 2.11 million consumption points. Shield bug queen breeding speed increased to 3 minutes per unit. In an instant, the original 22 billion Great Xia coins were nearly squandered. But Su Ming was still delighted. This way, in less than a week, he would command an army of 20,000 insects.
Far faster than the original requirement.
Thus, the combat strength he had lost would be fully restored in just one day, a mere night's sleep.
Ah, money really is wonderful.
Su Ming laughed heartily, sweeping away the gloom of the day.
By the next evening, news of his ambush by the Holy Heaven sect had spread throughout the entire freshman class.
Many eyes now looked at him with a hint of sympathy. After all, everyone knows that one's strength depends on the number of insect beasts they command. With his forces nearly annihilated, his strength plummeted instantly. Yet, Su Ming's face was radiant with a blissful smile. In just one night, his insect beast herd had already surged past 3,000 once more. While not a complete recovery, it was already close to what he had possessed yesterday. Lei Jin approached at that moment, greeting Su Ming warmly.
Su Ming. Lei Jin.
Su Ming felt quite grateful toward Lei Jin. If not for his introduction to potential buyers, he wouldn't have been able to recover his resources so quickly.
Su Ming, my friend asked me to thank you. Lei Jin spoke first.
Su Ming shook his head.
I should be the one thanking him.
The price he offered was already above market value.
You don't understand, Lei Jin shook his head.
This guy has money, but something like essence blood is hard to buy with cash alone.
Su Ming nodded in agreement.
That much was true, otherwise, such a high price wouldn't have been demanded.
Where are you headed? The dungeon.
Nothing much to do, just grinding some dungeons to earn contribution points.
Lei Jin looked shocked. You're going to the dungeon? Didn't you just get attacked by the Holy Heaven sect yesterday?
I heard almost all your insect beasts were wiped out.
Well, I still have some left. Can't just wallow in despair forever.
Su Ming gave a faint smile, patted Lei Jin on the shoulder, and strode straight toward the dungeon center. Watching Su Ming's retreating figure, Lei Jin couldn't help but mutter, when someone more talented than you works harder, losing to them isn't exactly something to be ashamed of.
Chapter 62, Sovereign Tier Beast Master, Blood Demon War Insect. What? My true dragon essence blood has been sold. Yan Xiao roared in fury upon hearing the news.
Yeah, even the Phoenix essence blood was bundled up and sold. That Su Ming sure moves fast. He just got it and already sold the essence blood. His goal is to quickly restore the beast tamers lost in the Holy Heaven sect's ambush, right?
Exactly.
The Holy Heaven sect has begun hunting down young beast tamers.
Su Ming is the first to report this. Bam!
Yan Xiao, hearing this, slammed his fist hard onto the table. Being targeted for assassination by the Holy Heaven sect first proves Su Ming's talent has already made other nations feel threatened.
Su Ming, I'll make him pay. stealing my true dragon's essence blood, nearly killing my twin-headed flame dragon. The two men beside Yan Shao immediately responded, rest assured. His insect beasts have been nearly wiped out. It'll be difficult for him to recover his strength anytime soon. This period is your chance to surpass him. Your level is far behind Su Ming's. Exactly. I'm heading to the dungeon to grind fierce beasts and level up. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Su Ming's level had now broken through to 29, and his insect beast numbers had reached a truly terrifying scale. Only now could Su Ming truly call his insect horde an army. His insect mounts numbered around 100,000, with the blade insects alone reaching a staggering 90,000, while the shield insects numbered over 10,000. Other types like the armor beetles, winged blade beetles, and bloodthirsty demon beetles had also replenished their numbers. Moreover, within this month, he had earned over 20,000 contribution points. He contracted a brand new Lord tier beast, the exploding bug. This insectoid mount could unleash explosive spores at will. At this moment, Su Ming was heading to his teacher's residence. Yesterday, his teacher had sent him a message stating that the bloodthirsty demon insect had successfully broken through to the sovereign Lord tier. Binding his sovereign tier beast before reaching level 30 was likely a rarity even across the entire Great Xia. The main issue was his low level. At this rank, a beast master would struggle to subdue a sovereign tier beast master without absolute dominance. It was extremely difficult to subdue a beast whose racial value had already reached sovereign lord rank. Even a successfully contracted beast might forcibly break the bond and refuse to obey commands. However, Su Ming had no such worries. He possessed absolute dominance over the insect race. Binding a bug-type beast posed little pressure. Even a king-tier insect beast was within his reach now. Unfortunately, beasts of such racial value were beyond his current means to acquire. Not to mention the price was far beyond his current means. Moreover, king-class beasts were exceedingly rare, typically held by the most elite beast masters. He entered his teacher's residence with practiced ease. There, Su Ming discovered his senior brother had also arrived. Senior brother, it's been a while. Wang Zhushan gave him a faint smile upon seeing Su Ming. Junior brother, I heard about what happened to you. It's fine, senior brother. It's in the past now, and I've recovered completely. Su Ming grinned, and Wang Zhuoxing returned the knowing smile. Let's go. Our master is waiting for you. All right. Upon entering the room, they immediately saw a giant insect beast over 5 meters in length. Su Ming observed the beast before him, sensing no system notification. He had a premonition that this was his bloodthirsty demon insect. Shi Xiantian smiled slightly upon seeing Su Ming. You're here. Take a look your beast. Su Ming approached slowly. With his master present, even if the bloodthirsty demon insect tried to attack him, he would be absolutely safe. Master, how did my bloodthirsty demon insect become like this? The bloodthirsty demon insect had once been less than 50 centimeters in size, but now it exceeded 5 meters. Moreover, it was now a beast over 5 meters tall, its entire body bulging with explosive muscles. This was not merely different from his bloodthirsty demon insect's previous form. It was nothing like it at all. This wasn't evolution, it was downright monstrous. Shi Xiantian gave an awkward chuckle. You added the wrong material during the evolution. While it succeeded, there's likely no path for further evolution now. Hearing this, Su Ming froze. No further evolution? So this beast couldn't evolve? I wonder if my system can help it evolve. The thought flashed through Su Ming's mind, and the system interface instantly materialized before his eyes. Name, Blood Demon War Insect. Race value, Sovereign Class. Description, mutated and evolved from a bloodthirsty demon insect. Blood acts as a stimulant for the blood demon battle insect. A creature devoid of pain, it fights relentlessly until the very end. Attack, 23,921. Speed, 23,131. Consume 100 million EXP points to evolve into Hyper Blood Demon War Insect King tier. 100 million consumption points. Seeing the cost of this evolution nearly choked Su Ming. Judging by the description, this Blood Demon War Insect's combat power had reached a terrifyingly high level. Typical sovereign tier beasts had attack speeds around 18,000. His Blood Demon War Insect could reach 23,000. Master, what materials did you add? Why does my junior brother's beast make me feel a sense of dread? Wang Zhuoxing, having also recognized the Blood Demon War Insect's extraordinary nature, couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiantian smiled with great satisfaction. Su Ming, though this Blood Demon War Insect will likely struggle to evolve further among sovereign-level beasts, it absolutely won't be outclassed by those bearing divine beast bloodlines. During its evolution, I infused it with a drop of essence blood from an unknown beast. While its origin remains a mystery, I can affirm its source was no weaker than those divine beasts. Essence blood from an unknown beast? Su Ming and Wang Zhuoxing couldn't help but look at their teacher with curiosity. Shi Xiantian explained, I obtained it by chance while exploring a secret realm long ago. Since its origin was unknown, I dared not use it. The advantage of insect-type beast tamers is that you can feed them anything, so I took a bold chance. Though its subsequent evolution is difficult, the Blood Demon War insect's power is absolutely terrifying. After finishing, Shi Xiantian added, Su Ming, give it a try.
The Blood Demon War insect is powerful, but equally, we must see if your current level can subdue it.
With that, Shi Xiantian stepped aside.
The Blood Demon War insect gazed at Su Ming,
showing almost no hesitation. It immediately knelt on one knee, its once proud head bowed low.
Su Ming smiled faintly and directly stored it in his beast-taming space.
The next second, the system generated a Blood Demon War insect queen for him.
Blood Demon War insect queen breeding speed, 10 days unit.
10 days to breed one?
Truly a privilege reserved for sovereign-tier beast tamers. With this Blood Demon War insect, he would never be outmatched in combat against others. Combined with his current combat power boost reaching 20x, the Blood Demon War insect would likely become a terrifying presence on the battlefield.
Chapter 63, Demon Tide approaches an opportunity. Master, you're being way too biased. That beast of my junior disciple looks seriously powerful. Wang Zhuoxing suddenly spoke up from the side. Shi Xiantian turned and shot Wang Zhuoxing a withering glance. What? Did you help me obtain the Azure Phoenix's essence blood too? Or were you attacked by the Holy Heaven sect? Master, I want a beast like my junior brothers too.
Hearing this, Shi Xiantian smiled faintly. Sure. If you can secure a spot on the next Great Xia delegation, I'll evolve a beast for you.
Master, if you don't want to, just say so. How could I possibly compete for that?
There are only 3 spots nationwide.
Overhearing their exchange, Su Ming inquired curiously, Senior brother, what are these 3 spots? Junior brother, you don't know? They're the slots for the Blue Star Global Beastmaster Tournament. Every year from freshman to senior year, each academy gets 3 spots. The Global Beastmaster Tournament. Su Ming's eyes lit up.
This was comparable to the World Cup in his previous life, perhaps even surpassing it in popularity. The world's largest Beastmaster tournament, held every 3 years. Every nation sends its most elite young talent to compete. From freshman to senior year, each grade level receives 3 spots to select participants for the competition. But what drew all competitors like moths to a flame was the tournament's prize. The champion team's members would each receive at least a king-tier beast, and some had even obtained beasts with legendary tier species values. It can be said that the Global Beastmaster Tournament is the cradle of future powerhouses. Senior brother, I recall the next Global Beastmaster Tournament is scheduled for October next year, right? Yes, only a year remains. Our national qualifiers should be held around June next year, Senior brother Wang nodded. Shi Xiantian then spoke up, you too, if either of you qualifies for the tournament, I'll grant you one more evolution for your beast. Master, really? Su Ming exclaimed excitedly once more. Of course. If you win the championship at the Global Beastmaster Tournament, your path to becoming a Beastmaster will be significantly shortened. Wang Zhuoxing sighed softly upon hearing this. Senior brother, why the sigh? Junior brother, you possess the strength to compete. I, your senior brother, cannot. Our cohort is filled with monsters. Shi Xiantian nodded in agreement. Your senior brother's generation, their strength could rank among the top 3 in our military command, but if we were to compare them nationally, they'd barely make the top 10. Whoa, is the gap really that huge? Yes. The strongest among our cohort is Xia Qingzhu from the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy. Her Beastmaster talent is utterly extraordinary, comparable even to yours, junior brother. Mine? Su Ming frowned. His innate talent wasn't particularly strong. What made him formidable was the transformation granted by the system. Without the system granting him infinite beast-taming space, contracting an entire insectoid army would have been impossible. Her beast-taming talent is called Divine Awakening. In battle, it grants her the combat power of the divine beasts within her beast's bloodline essence. The higher the rank, the longer it lasts. Pretty insane, huh? Wang Zhuoxing spoke, his face betraying a hint of helplessness toward that power. Su Ming was utterly stunned upon hearing about this talent. Directly extracting the divine beast essence from a beast's bloodline was equivalent to transforming one's own beast into a divine beast during combat. Such combat power, even sustained for just 1 minute, would be devastating. How long can she sustain it now? Su Ming pressed. Close to a minute now. It's terrifying. Fighting like this, battling a true dragon in Phoenix, is like a father fighting his own son. These beast riders also have bloodline suppression. Su Ming nodded. Indeed, this talent was unbeatable. I'm not telling you to compete with her. There are still 2 spots left. Just snatch them up, Shi Xiantian said, his voice tinged with exasperation. Master, those other spots? Those freaks aren't opponents I can handle either. Wang Zhuoxing shook his head, slapping a hand on Su Ming's shoulder. Junior brother, it's up to you. I will. Su Ming nodded. He absolutely had to attend this Global Beastmaster Tournament. Just by going, he could rapidly acquire vast resources. With resources, he could keep growing stronger. There's still about half a year until the qualifiers. You have ample time to prepare. Zhuoxing, your task is to level up. Your Beastmaster combat prowess is already solid. If you have the potential to break into the top 3, I'll evolve a king-class beast for you. Su Ming, your task is also to level up. Aim to acquire as many insectoid beasts as possible before the qualifiers begin. Use your numerical advantage. Understood, teacher. Master, for your promise, I'll give it my all. Wang Zhuoxing stood up at that moment, declaring with solemn conviction. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Ever since learning from his teacher about the Global Beastmaster Tournament, Su Ming had been plagued by a fear of his own inadequacy. Especially after his senior brother mentioned Xia Qingzhu, her innate abilities were truly absurdly powerful. Su Ming asked himself, was his current beast count sufficient to contend with a beastmaster wielding divine beast level power? Still too few. But I shouldn't worry too much, there's nearly a year left before the global tournament. That's plenty of time for my army to break through the 1,000,000 mark. 1,000,000 insect-type beasts? Even if they try to fight them down, they'll exhaust their own mounts to death. Still, Su Ming couldn't be certain what level of combat power those beast tamers matching Xia Qingzhu's strength could unleash. 3 spots. Securing one should pose no problem. As Su Ming pondered, a series of sounds resembling air raid sirens suddenly echoed throughout the entire school. Woo 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 woo. Su Ming immediately dashed out of the dormitory, seeing many classmates already rushing toward the mission center. Senior, what's going on? Su Ming grabbed a sophomore senior and asked. Freshman, this is a demon tide alert. A demon tide has appeared less than 500 kilometers from our military prefecture. Demon tide? What's that? Su Ming looked at him with a puzzled expression. The senior glanced at Su Ming and recognized him instantly. You're Su Ming from freshman year, right? You don't even know about demonic surges? My teachers never covered it, Su Ming replied with a wry smile. We'll talk while we walk. We need to hurry to the mission center. Su Ming nodded, summoned his beast companion, and began running alongside the other. Senior, what exactly is this demon tide you mentioned? A demonic surge is a widespread reaction from demonic dens. Unlike the caves themselves, it doesn't cause collapses, but vast forests teeming with ferocious beasts are affected. It's a prime opportunity to hunt demons and level up, a rare event that happens maybe once a year. Hearing this, Su Ming exclaimed excitedly, Can I go, senior? The demon tide is extremely dangerous. If you're not afraid of dying, then go ahead. Anyway, as long as you accept the demon tide quest, you can leave the city. Then why can't we accept it on our phones? Why must we go to the quest center? The demon tide is random. The mobile app won't update this quest. You have to go to the instance center to claim it. No wonder everyone's rushing to the instance center. Hurry up! This demon tide isn't just for us, even beastmasters from the wider society will flood in. If you're late, you might not even get a taste of the action. Is it really that crazy? Chapter 64, Charging into the Demon Tide Madness. Outside the city, hordes of beastmasters rode their beasts at breakneck speed toward the demon tide's epicenter. Su Ming followed the main group. The person who had just guided him to claim the quest had long since left him behind. His own speed wasn't particularly fast, but fortunately, the winged blade insect could fly, reducing encounters with ferocious beasts on the ground. The demonic tide wasn't too far away, just 500 kilometers. With his winged blade insect, the flight time was only about an hour. From afar, Su Ming could already see a dense, purplish-black demonic aura shrouding the distant forest. Even from over 100 kilometers away, he could sense its overwhelming power. What a sight! So many beastmasters hunting demon-corrupted beasts. It proves that when people can boost their power, they cast all caution to the wind. Within Zhongzhou City itself, besides the military headquarters, there were 5 beastmaster academies. This demonic tide had drawn at least 1,000 beast tamers to participate. Looks like I can't afford to fall behind either, or else I'll just be wasting time. Soon, Su Ming reached the outer edge of the magic tide. Wingblade Beetle, attack! Su Ming chose not to venture deep into the demonic tide, primarily because he couldn't gauge the strength of the beasts affected by it. If he encountered a demon-corrupted beast exceeding level 40, hunting it down would prove quite challenging. Upon landing, the entire forest was saturated with thick demonic energy. So this is the demon tide. This world truly is wondrous. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly, the rustling of leaves echoed behind him. He whipped around to see a newly demonized gray wolf slowly emerging from the foliage. Having not been corrupted long enough, Su Ming could still discern traces of the beast's original gray fur. Name, Corrupted Gray Wolf. Level, 23. Race value, intermediate. Roar. The demonized gray wolf spotted Su Ming and immediately lunged at him. Wingblade insect, take him down. A flash of blade light sliced through the sky, cleaving the demonized gray wolf clean in two. Successful kill, level 23 Corrupted Gray Wolf. Experience plus 920, consumption points plus 920. Awesome. After hunting dungeon beasts for a month, Su Ming now faced demonic beasts. The difference in difficulty was stark. With a thought, a vast swarm of insect beasts surged forth from Su Ming's beast-taming space. Su Ming didn't release them all at once, choosing instead to deploy only a portion of his insect beasts for the hunt.
The demonic tide was teeming with all manner of creatures. Keeping some trump cards in reserve was essential for his own safety. Even so, the number of blade insects he unleashed exceeded 50,000. The dense swarm of blade insects rapidly spread out in all directions. To prevent his blade insects from being mistakenly killed by other beast tamers, each insect squad consisted of over 50 individuals. This way, should combat erupt, he could immediately mobilize his own beasts to intervene. The blood demon war insects, evolved with his master's assistance, remained safely stored within his beast taming space. This was his greatest trump card beyond sheer numbers. With the blood demon war insects amplified 20-fold, Su Ming dared claim he wouldn't be at a disadvantage even against a 40th tier sovereign level beastmaster. Meanwhile, within the Great Xia military headquarters, Qi Xiantian stared at the unanswered call on his phone before switching to call Wang Zhuosheng. Hello, Zhuosheng? I can't get through to your junior brother. Do you know where he is? Ha? I don't know. Maybe he's in a dungeon run? Then what are you doing? Me? Master, I'm preparing to head to the demon tide. I heard this wave is massive. I need to level up too. No sooner had Wang Zhuosheng finished speaking. Both of them almost shouted in unison, did Su Ming go to the demon tide? With all that commotion, my junior brother would definitely know. Given his personality, it's very likely, Master. That kid, what level is he even at? Those beasts in the demon tide can surpass level 60. A single breath could kill him. He was just attacked by the Holy Heaven sect and now he's heading out again? If the Holy Heaven sect finds him, he's in grave danger. Qi Xiantian muttered to himself. Wang Zhuosheng on the other end of the line said, Master, please check the mission center. If junior brother went to the demon tide, he might have claimed a mission. I'll head to the demon tide first and see if I can find him. Alright, go ahead. But your strength isn't at a level where you can act recklessly yet. Be careful. Don't worry, Master. I may not be great at fighting, but staying alive is my top priority. Kixuanshan didn't deny Wang Zhuosheng's words. When it came to the art of escape, even he had to admire his own skill. After hanging up, Qi Xiantian immediately dialed another number. This is Qi Xiantian. Check Su Ming's mission status for me. He's already accepted the Demon Tide mission 2 hours ago. Got it. Setting down his phone, Qi Xiantian shook his head, but the next moment, he broke into a smile. That kid really is fearless like a newborn calf. Fine, go ahead and charge in. If he just obediently hones his strength, he'll never amount to anything. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The demonic tide showed no sign of weakening, instead, its scope continued to expand. During this time, Su Ming had witnessed numerous Grandmaster-level Beastmasters joining the fray. As a mere level 30 advanced Beastmaster, even with these insect hordes, he still felt somewhat inadequate. Still, gaining 1 level in just 3 hours. If this demonic tide lasts another day or two, I could easily climb another 2 or 3 levels. Normally, he could only advance 3 levels in a month, yet within the demon tide, he could achieve that in just 2 days. The primary reason was that the demonic tide not only doubled experience gains but, more crucially, these demon-corrupted beasts embraced a life-or-death mentality. They fought relentlessly without hesitation. In a dungeon, he'd have to spend time searching for them. In the magic tide, standing still meant a never-ending stream of demon-corrupted beasts came to fight him. Just then, Su Ming received feedback from his blade insect. A beast master had attacked his blade insect. Sure enough, someone's attacking my beast. Without hesitation, Su Ming rushed to the scene. The attacked blade insect wasn't too far away. The winged blade insect carried him to the battlefield in less than half a minute. At a glance, a squad of 50 blade insects now numbered fewer than 20. Across the battlefield, a squad of 3 young men continued commanding their beasts. Kill! Kill these damn bugs! Stop! Su Ming roared in fury. The 3 figures in the distance froze. Their beasts halted as well. Don't you understand? Beast riders aren't corrupted by the demonic tide. Your beast? At that moment, the leader of the group turned to Su Ming and demanded. You killed my beast. Are you ready to die? Chapter 65 Instant Annihilation. Blood demon war insects explode with death. What? Did I hear that correctly? Ha 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 ha. You're just one person, a beastmaster barely past level 30. Who gave you the courage? Come on then. We killed your beast tamers, they were nothing but bugs. Hearing Su Ming's words, the 3 men didn't show surprise, instead, they burst into laughter. Su Ming met their laughter with a sneer. Had he not witnessed their strength firsthand, he wouldn't have spoken so lightly. The 3 of them, the male leader was the highest leveled at 36, his primary beast a Lord-tier earth-splitting winged tiger. The other man and woman were both only level 34. Their mounts were also Lord-tier beasts, but they paled in comparison to the earth-splitting winged tiger. With such strength, his insect army wouldn't even need to exert full effort to sweep them aside. You killed my beastmaster's mount and still dare to act so arrogantly? You must be academy students too. Don't you know that killing another beastmaster's mount is forbidden in wilderness combat? And you did it during the demon tide. Su Ming's voice was icy cold, his killing intent palpable. You're an academy student too, right? Level 30? Didn't you train in your first year? Still stuck at level 30 in your second year? With that kind of strength, you actually dared to come to the demon tide to die. Which academy do you attend? I advise you to pack up your insects and leave now. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. In this demon tide, no one would ever notice. In the wilderness, beast tamers slaughtering one another was a common sight. Although the Great Xia Empire strictly regulated conflicts among beast masters, battles in the wilderness were virtually impossible to trace. Thus, most beast tamers chose to settle personal grudges in the wilderness or dungeons. Su Ming sneered coldly. Who told you I'm a sophomore? Speaking of which, you're both sophomores and still at this level. Yet you dare talk big to me? Since you want to kill me, I won't let you live. Su Ming swept his hand and the beast riding space behind him opened. The next second, a tidal wave of blade insects and shield insects poured forth. The expressions of the three individuals who had been smiling moments before visibly shifted upon witnessing Su Ming's seemingly endless beast summoning space. What the hell is going on with this guy? How can he have so many low-level insect beasts? Could his beast control space be truly limitless? Just then, the girl among the trio suddenly screamed. Ah! Her face twisted in horror. It's Su Ming, that monster from the Great Xia Military Command who possesses dual beastmaster talents, capable of contracting insect beasts alone. What? Su Ming? The leader's face paled, his gaze toward Su Ming now filled with fear. So he's only a freshman, level 30. Su Ming listened to their exchange and chuckled lightly. What's the matter? Recognize me? Su Ming, we're from Yuashan Academy, next door, a secondary academy under the military academy. At the end of the day, we're still alumni. Yeah, Junior, we were wrong earlier. We shouldn't have killed your insect beast. The two boys immediately chimed in. The girl chimed in, Junior Su Ming, you have so many insect beasts, losing a few shouldn't matter, right? Let us apologize properly. We'll introduce you to some senior sisters from our academy, they're all stunning, you know. They've heard about your exploits and are eager to chat with you, little brother. As she spoke, the girl fluttered her eyelashes at Su Ming. Su Ming shook his head. I've already wasted too much time with you lot. If I were weak, I'd have to swallow this injustice. In this demonic tide, if we don't die by the feral beasts, we'll die by your hands. Do you really think I'd let you off? Hearing these words dripping with murderous intent, the leader of the group immediately roared in anger. Su Ming, don't think your swarm of insects makes you invincible. They're nothing but a rabble. You think you can take on the three of us? Do you really believe you've got us beat? Is that so? Then let's see. With a flick of his thoughts, Su Ming reopened the beast-taming realm he had sealed. A blood-red humanoid insect beast materialized before the trio's eyes. What is that? The moment the blood demon war insect materialized, the overwhelming pressure of a sovereign tier beast master radiated out. Beasts with higher species values inherently held an advantage over those with lower ones. This was precisely why Su Ming always maintained high breed value creatures within his insect beast army. With the blood demon war insect anchoring their ranks, his lower stat blade insects and shield insects would feel no fear against these lord tier beasts. The one who killed you. Since you sought to kill me, you should have been prepared to die by my hand. You scum of the academy, just die already. No sooner had Su Ming spoken than the blood demon war insect transformed into a crimson blur, charging forward. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as the blood demon war insect, amplified by 20 times its combat power, crushed the head of one beastmaster. How could this be? They feared Su Ming's insect army, but never imagined his individual beast-riding combat power could be this formidable. Kill them! In the next instant, all the blade insects surged forward. Despite their beast tamer's desperate resistance, the sheer mass of the blade insect horde meant that even a single slash from each insect would reduce the opposing beast tamers to bare bones. Run! Run now! One of the boys, unable to bear it any longer, began to run. Su Ming merely shook his head. Run? Running won't save you either. In mere moments, the blood demon war insects slaughtered all three. Not even corpses remained, they were crushed to dust. Witnessing this scene, Su Ming would have vomited on the spot had he not endured countless battles before. After dispatching the three, Su Ming didn't linger. He quickly regained his composure. His immediate priority was to exploit the window before the demonic tide receded, hunting as many demon-corrupted beasts as possible. Tens of thousands of blade insects were once again scattered by Su Ming, dispersing toward the forest's periphery. Su Ming approached the corpses, now nothing but blood mist, and retrieved the 3 storage rings they had dropped. How many consumption points can I exchange for these? 3 storage rings, 239,122 Great Xia coins, exchangeable for 98,324 consumption points. Combined, the 3 storage rings only yield 98,000 consumption points. That's a bit too meager. Su Ming shook his head in resignation, though this did give him another avenue to earn money. But he quickly dismissed the idea. Killing 3 was manageable, but killing too many would bring trouble if caught under Great Xia's laws.
Besides, he hadn't yet reached the point where he could casually hunt other beast masters. But if someone provoked him, he wouldn't refuse taking both the person and their possessions. Chapter 66, The Chaotic Demon Tide, Guilty of Possessing a Treasure. Above the Demon Tide forest, Wang Zhuoxing had now arrived at this location. Looking out at the forest now engulfed by the spreading demonic tide, stretching endlessly beyond sight, he couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. Searching for my junior brother in such a vast area is like looking for a needle in a haystack. But with the blood demon war insects my master gave him to evolve, as long as he doesn't act recklessly, he shouldn't face too much danger. I'd better focus on hunting demons first. This is a prime opportunity to level up. With that thought, Wang Zhuoxing commanded his beast mount and plunged headlong into the forest. Having dealt with the three, Su Ming immediately launched another wave of monster hunting. Over the next few hours, nearly every monster within a kilometer radius was wiped out by Su Ming's army of blade insects. Su Ming could confirm that his current location wasn't yet the habitat of high-level ferocious beasts. This worked to Su Ming's advantage. While hunting high-level beasts yielded greater rewards per effort, the sheer volume of lower-level beasts could compensate for the difference in efficiency over the same timeframe. My luck's holding out. No other beast tamers have appeared to compete for these monsters, Su Ming thought to himself. Just then, an explosion instantly alerted Su Ming. Such devastating destruction could only mean one thing. If it was a beast, it was definitely no small fry. Su Ming immediately sent his blade insects toward the source of the sound, following closely behind. Soon, he reached a small hillock, and the sound had come from below. Su Ming cautiously peered over the crest and discovered a two-person team. Before them lay a beastmaster who had nearly lost all ability to fight. Don't kill me. I'll hand over the demon-taming flower. Please spare me and my beast. The attacked beastmaster pulled a dark purple flower from his storage ring. Su Ming recognized it instantly as the precious medicinal herb known as the demon-taming flower. It was an essential natural treasure for many dark elemental beast tamers when evolving to the sovereign master rank, and this herb only appeared randomly within the demon tide. Due to its rarity and widespread use, the demon ascension flower was classified as a Category B resource in the military command's resource database and the most sought-after Category B resource at that. Its value easily exceeded 10 million great xia coins. No wonder it was being fought over. This thing was truly priceless. Indeed, within this demonic tide, the greatest danger isn't the monstrous creatures themselves, but human nature. Possessing resources isn't terrifying. Possessing resources without strength is terrifying. It's impossible to defend the resources you've worked so hard to obtain. Su Ming couldn't help but think to himself. In this era, incompetence is the original sin. Even if you were killed in the wilderness, as long as it occurred within a controlled area, the Great Xia authorities wouldn't waste manpower investigating your death. Whoosh! Suddenly, a wind blade slashed toward him from behind. A winged blade insect guarding Su Ming intercepted the attack. Turning around, Su Ming saw a swift-winged bird had appeared behind him unnoticed. Friend, if you wish to watch the snipe and clam fight while the fisherman reaps the rewards, you must first possess the strength to be that fisherman. The voice below spoke slowly, and Su Ming realized he had been spotted all along. He stood up, gazing down at the two beast masters below. The swift-winged bird was now entangled by one of his winged blade insects. The moment they saw Su Ming, one of them frowned and said, "Su Ming? You know me?" As fellow students of the military academy, it's hard not to recognize you, the beastmaster who rose to the top through insect manipulation. Hearing this, Su Ming realized the two before him were also students of the military academy. Judging by their ranks, they must be sophomores. As a student of the military academy, blatantly snatching others' resources like this is a bit much, don't you think? Heh, Su Ming, I advise you not to meddle in this matter. If you keep your mouth shut, we can share a portion with you. He has more than just one demon tang flower in his possession. Hearing this, Su Ming was somewhat stunned. The luck of the man before him seemed almost too good to be true. Junior, upholding justice requires strength. Don't get yourself dragged into this. Listening to their blatant threats, Su Ming chuckled lightly. Sorry, but I actually want to be that person. Junior Su Ming, don't push us. Your teacher is the carefree king. We don't want to offend him, but if we kill you, it'll be hard for him to trace it back to us. Hearing this, Su Ming replied with a smile. Earlier, 3 others also said they wanted to kill me, but I killed them all. They were sophomores just like you. Hearing Su Ming's words, the two who had just been spouting threats exchanged a wary glance. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from the distance. Junior brother, so you're here. The familiar voice brought a surge of joy to Su Ming's heart as he looked up ahead. Wang Zhuoxing was guiding his beast mount as it slowly approached Su Ming. Seeing Wang Zhuoxing appear, the expressions of the two below shifted. Wang Zhuoxing. Their voices, of course, did not escape Wang Zhuoxing's ears. Spotting them, he immediately smiled and said, "Why, it's the Li brothers Li Gan and Li Shang. Long time no see. Wang Zhuoxing, are you planning to interfere too?" Li Gan stared at Wang Zhuoxing, his expression guarded. Wang Zhuoxing didn't respond. Instead, he turned to Su Ming and asked, "Junior brother, do you intend to intervene?" "I intend to," Su Ming replied without hesitation. Sorry, but my junior brother wants to get involved.
If you don't make a move, I won't. But if you do, you know my junior brother is more capable than me. He's my master's favorite. If you hit him, I can't just stand by. Otherwise, my master would skin me alive.
Hearing his senior brother's words, there wasn't a trace of jealousy over their master's favoritism toward him. Instead, it revealed the senior brother's deep affection for his junior brother. Brother, 2 against 2, we don't stand a chance.
Let's retreat.
Li Gan gave the two a deep look before replying, fine. We'll have plenty of time in the future.
Leaving already? Won't you stay and chat a bit longer?
Watching them depart, Su Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. Both of them were at the 40th level. He had been a bit overconfident just now. If his senior brother hadn't arrived, he might have really gotten himself into trouble. Junior brother, you're really bold. If I hadn't heard the commotion and come over, the Li brothers aren't pushovers. In this demon tide, beast tamers dying is commonplace. The Great Xia Empire wouldn't bother sending anyone to investigate. I didn't intend to get involved. I was spotted while hiding nearby and dragged into this. Thankfully, you arrived, senior brother.
Good thing I was here.
Just then, the Beastmaster below suddenly called out to Su Ming and his companion, you two, could you come down for a moment? Chapter 67, Harvesting the Demon Riding Flower, the Worrywart Senior Brother.
Gentlemen, could you please come down?
The person below called out to Su Ming and his companion once more. Wang Zhuoxing glanced at Su Ming and smiled faintly.
Let's go.
All right. The two reached the base of the hill, where the man was now huddled close to his beast companion.
TSK, this beast is badly injured. Do you have any healing potions?
Wang Zhuoxing sighed as he asked.
I do. Thank you both so much. Please accept these.
Saying this, the young man retrieved 2 magic vine flowers from his storage space.
Observing the dark purple flowers radiating a demonic aura, Su Ming asked in confusion, what? You're giving these to us?
Yes, giving them to you is far better than having them snatched away later. Without these magic rising flowers on me, no one will target me. Before Su Ming could respond, Wang Zhuoxing had already stepped forward and accepted them without hesitation.
Thanks a lot.
But you're in no condition to go back now.
Do you still have your beast?
Wang Zhuoxing inquired.
Yeah, I still have one beast.
This demonic tide has really cost me dearly. The boy chuckled wryly. Wang Zhuoxing nodded, then turned to Su Ming and placed a demon vine flower in his hand.
Junior brother, let's go.
This demonic tide will likely persist for some time.
We must seize the opportunity to strengthen ourselves.
All right.
Though puzzled by his senior brother's actions, Su Ming followed without hesitation.
Once they were far enough away, Su Ming asked, Senior brother, just taking these demon tang flowers like that, it feels no different from robbery.
It's essentially the same.
But we helped him. If he still had those 2 demon tang flowers, the Li brothers wouldn't have let him go. Now that he doesn't have them, they naturally have no reason to waste their time on him. Possessing such a treasure invites trouble.
Su Ming nodded in sudden understanding upon hearing his senior brother's explanation. Only then did Su Ming remember to ask, Senior brother, did you just arrive at the demon tide?
Yep.
You little rascal didn't even give your teacher a heads up about coming to the demon tide.
Scared the old man half to death.
He kept urging me to hurry over and see if I could find you. Good thing I did.
If the Li brothers had cornered you, you'd be in big trouble.
Wang Zhuoxing chuckled as he walked. Ah. Is the master angry? Su Ming's expression changed abruptly. He hadn't considered that possibility.
I heard the demon tide could help level up and earn contribution points, so I followed the main group out of the city, Su Ming said with an awkward smile. Wang Zhuoxing shook his head with a smile. Junior brother, you really have nerves of steel.
You've already caught the attention of those holy heaven sect scoundrels, yet you dare to venture out alone? How reckless. It should be fine. This forest is huge. They won't find me easily.
At that moment, Wang Zhuoxing stopped.
He looked at Su Ming and asked, what are your plans now?
Hunt monsters like crazy, senior brother.
This is a golden chance to level up. My insect army loves this kind of battle.
If this magic tide lasts long enough, I can level up even faster.
Wang Zhuoxing nodded in agreement.
Then, he pulled a signal flare from his storage space.
Junior brother, take this flare.
If you encounter danger, fire it immediately.
I'll come to your rescue right away.
Su Ming accepted the flare and nodded. Thanks, senior brother.
Right. The monsters I hunt are higher level anyway. Teaming up would actually slow both of us down.
His senior brother's words struck a chord with Su Ming. Accustomed to being a lone wolf, Su Ming felt somewhat uncomfortable even when hunting monsters alongside his senior brother.
Then it's settled. If you encounter danger, fire the flare immediately.
Wear this watch, it's a tracking device.
I'll be able to pinpoint your location instantly.
Alright, senior brother, rest assured. I value my life and won't provoke conflicts lightly. Su Ming obediently slipped the watch onto his wrist as he spoke.
Wang Zhuoxing shook his head. Out here in the wilderness, even if you don't seek trouble, trouble will find you. Let's be honest, being a beast tamer is all about competing for resources. If someone kills you out here to boost their own strength, it'll be nearly impossible to trace who did it. Got it, senior brother. Wang Zhuoxing's eyes still betrayed concern as he reluctantly suggested, why don't you stick with me, junior brother? If I have a bite to eat, you'll have one too. Hearing this, Su Ming shook his head. Senior brother, we're both aiming for those spots. If we travel together, I'll slow you down, and you'll slow me down. Alright, don't worry, senior brother. Just be careful. If anything happens, fire the signal flare. Got it. Watching his senior brother's receding figure, Su Ming glanced down at his wristwatch, a warm wave of emotion washing over him. Both his teacher and senior brother had been nothing but kind to him. Alright. Time to start grinding monsters. Su Ming composed himself and immediately summoned his army of blade insects. Slay all monsters. In the next instant, tens of thousands of blade insects scattered into the forest. Deep within the demon tide forest, Leijin, Hua Haicheng, and their small squad had also arrived at this location. Leijin, why didn't you bring Su Ming along? With him here, we'd feel much more confident. Hua Haicheng, ever since that time Su Ming beat you up, you've been praising him like crazy. With Leijin and Luo Qianxue in our squad, what's missing? Hearing this, Hua Haicheng shook his head. Then tell me, is Su Ming strong or not? Plus, his insect beasts can help us scout for monsters, avoiding so many dangers. Old Hua, you think I don't want to team up with Su Ming? I just can't get in touch with him. I bet he's already here. Leijin said with a hint of resignation. Right. Then let's hurry and find Su Ming. Luo Qianxue turned her head and shot Hua Haicheng a glare. Are you out of your mind? This demon tide forest is vast. We're here to hunt monsters, not search for Su Ming. Just then, Leijin abruptly halted. Everyone, be careful. There seems to be a high-level monster up ahead. Get ready for battle. Whoa! Running into a big one right off the bat? Don't panic, everyone. Let me go scout it out first. Without waiting for the others' response, Hua Haicheng commanded his golden war lion to charge forward. After sending his insect beast back into the forest, Su Ming's vision was once again flooded with kill notifications. Successful kill, level 21 corrupted gray wolf. Experience plus 840, consumption points plus 840. Successful kill, level 18 corrupted porcupine. Experience plus 720, consumption points plus 720. Successful kill, level 24 corrupted crimson tiger. EXP plus 1440, consumption points plus 1440. Chapter 68, The Holy Heaven Sect Strikes Again, Old Scoundrel Puyi, prepare to die. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Su Ming sat wearily beneath a giant tree. Over the course of this day, his insect beast army had. His level had surged to 31, and crucially, his consumption points were rapidly accumulating. With consumption points, he could accelerate the production of his insect beasts. This demonic tide shows no sign of receding. It truly seems like an opportunity. Su Ming relished such environments. For him, it meant not only leveling up but also accumulating consumption points, killing two birds with one stone. Young man, you've kept me searching high and low. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, causing Su Ming's heart to tighten instantly. Immediately after, the sky began to darken once more. Again! Su Ming was furious now, but he remained calm enough to fire the signal flare his senior brother had given him. He immediately summoned all his insect beasts back to his side. Whoosh! The moment the crimson flare shot skyward, the dark curtain closed completely. Surveying the insects gathering around him, Su Ming was relieved that most remained close due to his rest period. Roughly 70% of the deployed insects had returned to his side. You holy heaven cultists are truly like ghosts that won't go away. Su Ming's gaze fixed intently on the front. The next second. In the darkness, that gaunt figure reappeared before his eyes. I, Puyi, have never failed to hunt down young beast tamers like you. Without Qi Xiantian and his crew to protect you this time, I can slowly torture you to death. Puya's raspy voice finished speaking, followed by a chilling, cackling laugh. Su Ming sneered coldly. A bunch of rats living in the shadows. I have no idea where you get your confidence. Relying on resources gained through spying, and at your age, you're still only at this level? Give me a year, and I'll beat the crap out of you. Instead of anger, Puyi laughed at Su Ming's tirade. Exactly. It's you so-called geniuses who, relying on your family's resources, strip us ordinary people of everything. How are we supposed to cultivate? But I'll take your bet. Give me another year, and I won't be strong enough to hunt you down. Too bad you won't live to see tomorrow. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the space behind Puyi opened. Several beasts surged forth once more. However, Su Ming saw at a glance that the once sovereign-level beasts had all been downgraded to lord level. It seemed Puyi hadn't had time to replenish his beasts after his master had slaughtered them all. Is this all you've got? A few lord-level beasts? Do you really think that's enough to hunt me down? Su Ming no longer felt the initial tension.
With the sheer numbers of his own army, even if these lord-level beasts held a rank advantage, they still couldn't guarantee victory against him. They're more than enough to kill you, boy. Don't think those worthless creatures can save you. You're nothing but a bunch of ants. Su Ming laughed at Puya's words. Seeing Su Ming laugh only deepened Puya's bewilderment. What are you laughing at? Because you're laughable. Just how powerful must I become before you stop looking down on my insect beasts? Don't underestimate my insects, you bastard. Su Ming roared, unleashing a tidal wave of thousands of blade insects toward Puya's beast mount. Ha 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 ha. Ridiculous. What kind of waves can a bunch of insects possibly make? Kill them. Kill every last one of these insects. Puyi swept his arm, sending all his beasts to attack Su Ming's swarm. At that moment, behind Su Ming, the beast summoning realm opened once more. Who told you my insect beasts were limited to these? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a torrent of insect beasts formed from countless blade insects and shield insects surged forth from the beast summoning space, joining the fray. Faced with the dense swarm of insect beasts, Puyi froze in shock. It had been barely over a month since he had slaughtered Su Ming's insect beasts, yet the number before him now exceeded 70,000. How could there be so many? Su Ming sneered coldly. I've always been wary of threats against me, so I never released my entire horde. Little did I expect you'd actually come, and compared to before, you've grown weaker, while I've grown stronger. Puyi could clearly see that Su Ming's blade insect army had not only grown in numbers but also in the ferocity of their attacks. A 20-fold increase meant even his most useless blade insects could now tear flesh under such amplification. Puyi sensed something was terribly wrong, but it was already too late. Puyi, today I'll sacrifice every last insect beast to kill you. The Holy Heavens sect, I'll root them out completely. You even dared to target my master. Do you really think I'm made of clay? Hearing Su Ming's furious tirade, Puya's panicked expression instantly turned cold and composed. Puyi, I've investigated. Once this black curtain is raised, even you yourself cannot lower it again unless the appointed time arrives. No sooner had Su Ming finished speaking than he swept his arm wide. An army of blade insects surged forward in a dark, overwhelming wave. Meanwhile, high above the demon-tide forest, a figure flashed swiftly through the air. Faster! 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 Urging his beast mount to accelerate was none other than Su Ming's senior brother, Wang Zhuoxing. Damn it! Faster! Faster! Within the dark veil, Su Ming had already lost a significant number of blade insects. Yet, for the vast army of tens of thousands, the loss of a few thousand was insufficient to fundamentally weaken their ranks. Crucially, many of Puya's beasts had sustained injuries of varying severity. Su Ming's combined army of blade insects and shield insects, however, was at peak combat strength. Watching the scene unfold, Puyi knew that if this continued, Su Ming's insect beasts would not be wiped out before his own beasts were slaughtered. To catch the thief, first catch the king, take out Su Ming. The next instant, a black bat darted out from behind Puyi. In the blink of an eye, it vanished into thin air once more. Su Ming's brow furrowed. Suddenly, a chill crept up his spine. A faint smile now played at the corners of Puya's mouth. I told you, what good is sheer numbers? You're nothing but a rabble. Die. Swish. A flash of crimson light streaked through the air. Su Ming stood rooted to the spot. Behind him, a massive figure now pinned Puya's black bat down with an iron grip. What? The sudden turn of events caught Puyi completely off guard. Who told you I only have these beasts? I've been waiting for you. The black bat was a sovereign-level beast, and the blood demon war insect was also sovereign-level. Though the black bat surpassed the blood demon war insect by 20 levels, Su Ming possessed a 20-fold combat power boost. Add to that the mysterious essence blood infusion the master had bestowed upon the blood demon war insect. The blood demon war insect's combat prowess could be said to rival even those divine beast bloodline beasts of the same rank and species. The black bat, however, was merely an ordinary sovereign-level beast. Despite its level advantage, it couldn't immediately overpower Su Ming's blood demon war insect. Puyi, you old bastard. Today is the day you die. Chapter 69, If you won't speak, then be silent, slay Puyi. Old bastard Puyi, if I don't finish you off today, I'll change my surname to yours. The swarm of blade insects gradually overwhelmed Puyi's few beast mounts. His strongest black bat was now entangled by Su Ming's blood demon war insects, unable to break free. Puyi's eyes were hollow as his body involuntarily retreated backward. Impossible. How could this be? This makes no sense. Puyi retreated while refusing to believe what was unfolding before his eyes. Impossible. How could you possibly have amassed so many beasts in such a short time? How could there be so many? Su Ming sneered coldly. Nothing is impossible. Didn't you say resources are unevenly distributed? If I had those resources, I could have killed you. When you were at my level, if I'd given you resources, could you have killed your current self? No. Impossible. This is all an illusion. Puyi roared, his voice already tinged with madness. The injuries inflicted upon his beasts grew worse by the moment, constantly redefining his understanding of what it meant to be a beast master. Su Ming knew he had to finish Puyi quickly.
Though the Blood Demon War insect amplified his combat power, the sheer 20-level gap between them meant even a 20-fold boost couldn't bridge the divide. His own insect beasts kept getting slaughtered. The longer this dragged on, the worse it would be for him. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Take him down. Su Ming pointed his finger, and hundreds of blade insects broke away from the main force, charging toward Puyi with reckless abandon. Save me! Save me! Puyi screamed, but all his beasts, though still capable of fighting, were entangled by Su Ming's insects and couldn't break free.
Killing a beastmaster was difficult, but eliminating the beastmaster himself was surprisingly easy. This was precisely why Su Ming always kept battle-ready beasts close by. He feared a sneak attack on his home base. In a life-or-death struggle, reason held no sway. Any means justified the ends simply to eliminate the opponent. No! Don't! Su Ming, spare me! I have money, lots of money. I can give it all to you. Puyi screamed, begging for mercy. Is that so? Then let's see how much you really have. The moment Su Ming finished speaking, Puyi, his throat already pressed against the blade, felt as if a great pardon had been granted. Order your beasts to halt. Otherwise, I can't guarantee mine will behave. Yes. 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 Puyi exclaimed excitedly. The next second, all of Puyi's beasts ceased their resistance. Seeing this, Su Ming chuckled softly before taking control of all the beasts. Speak. How much money do you have? 10 million great xia coins, can that buy my life? Puyi exclaimed excitedly. 10 million? Seems your life is only worth 10 million. Seeing Su Ming remained unmoved, Puyi pressed on, 3 million. 30 million. After speaking, Puyi looked at Su Ming with hopeful eyes. 30 million great xia coins was already a considerable sum. Su Ming, however, chuckled lightly and said, if that's all you've got, then you can go die. Wait. 30 million is still too little, Puyi said bitterly. Is it that you've never seen money, or that you think I haven't? You've killed so many young beast masters. Those guys overseas wouldn't have paid you peanuts, would they? But I still need to cultivate, Puyi protested, sounding aggrieved. Cultivate? So you can come kill me after you're stronger? No, no, no. Absolutely not. I wouldn't dare kill you, no matter who I kill. Puyi looked utterly dejected. He'd seen people improve their strength before, but never someone like Su Ming who could boost it so rapidly. Where's the money? I don't have time to waste on you. I deposited it in a foreign bank. Then I still can't get it. You can get it, I can transfer it. Puyi hurriedly replied. Hurry up and transfer it. Su Ming was already showing signs of impatience. But Puyi just smiled and said, I need to ensure my safety before giving you the money. Otherwise, what if you kill me after getting it? Seeing Puyi's smile, Su Ming nodded. Fine. Then die. Before Puyi could offer any further explanation, the blade pressed against his throat sliced cleanly through his head. His wide-open eyes seemed frozen in disbelief at Su Ming's ruthless decisiveness. You really talk too much. Now that you're dead, I'm sure I can get your money. When a beastmaster perished, the beast bound to them by contract would also die alongside their master. Such was the fate of tamed beasts. Only through the strength of their beastmaster could they themselves be powerful. If the beastmaster perished, they too would perish. After disposing of Puyi, Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Had he not been able to kill Puyi outright to end the battle, he would likely have prevailed in the end. But the cost would have been the vast majority of his insect beast army. Given the level disparity, even with the 20x combat boost from his blade insects, their attacks could wound Puyi's beast but not deliver a fatal blow. It was the sheer numerical superiority that allowed his insect beasts to effectively tie down Puyi's beast. With the black bat's demise, the dark veil swiftly dissipated. Su Ming approached Puyi. A man like this would undoubtedly place immense value on resources. All their important possessions were undoubtedly carried on their person. Su Ming removed his storage ring and scanned its contents with his mind. He gained a rough idea of the resources inside. Puyi really did stash away quite a lot of resources. This must be his overseas assets. A black card now appeared in Su Ming's hand. He kept Puyi's black card while converting all resources from the storage ring into consumption points. Successfully converted 3,329,339 great xia coins, crimson root. Gained consumption points plus 265,634. Converting these resources into consumption points yielded over 200,000 points. As for the funds on this black card, Su Ming wasn't sure if there was any way to access them. Just then, a shout echoed from the sky above. Junior brother. Su Ming looked up, it was his senior brother. Senior brother, I'm here. Su Ming waved to Wang Zhuoxing, who soon landed nearby. The moment he touched down, Wang Zhuoxing approached Su Ming and gave him a thorough once-over. Junior brother, you're unharmed. I almost was, but I managed to defuse it. What happened? What kind of danger? Wang Zhuoxing frowned. Su Ming then pointed to Puyi's corpse nearby. The Holy Heaven sect sent men to hunt us down. This time, though, his beast control failed and I turned the tables on him. Hearing this, Wang Zhuoxing walked over to Puye's body in disbelief, then glanced at the battered beasts that had been sacrificed alongside him.
You did this? Su Ming nodded. Yeah, just got lucky. Holy cow.
If our master found out you took down Puyi single-handedly, he'd probably go mad.
What's wrong, senior brother? Is there a problem?
Su Ming asked, puzzled.
Chapter 70, Hidden Secrets. The feud with the land of cherry blossoms. Senior brother, is there a problem? Su Ming was puzzled. Wasn't it good that he was strong?
Senior brother Wang sighed bitterly. Junior brother, your strength is undeniable. But this only makes the Holy Heaven Church more aware of your potential. They'll send even more powerful assassins to hunt you down.
Whoa, you're right. But senior brother, I've already killed the person. Su Ming gave a bitter laugh.
It seemed that if he wanted peace, he'd have to wipe out the Holy Heaven Church.
Wang Zhuoxing approached Pu Ye's corpse.
After pondering for a moment, he said, after the demon tide ends, when we return, we'll claim that Pu Yi was killed by both of us. That way, they won't have a clear understanding of your strength. Even if they send assassins later, you'll be able to handle them yourself, junior brother.
Hearing his senior brother's words, Su Ming nodded.
Thank you, senior brother.
I'm just sorry you made the trip for nothing, wasting your cultivation time.
Su Ming's face was filled with regret.
He hadn't realized he possessed the strength to kill Pu Yi.
Even after commanding 100,000 insect beasts, he hadn't truly fought a hard battle. He still lacked a clear understanding of his own strength.
As long as you're safe, junior brother.
Honestly, securing one of the 3 spots is incredibly difficult.
The focus is on participation, but you have a chance. Junior brother, you absolutely must enter the Global Beastmaster Tournament.
When you face those from Sakura Nation, hold nothing back. If you can kill them, don't just wound them. Hearing his senior brother speak with such ruthless determination, he couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief.
Sakura Nation was a small island nation situated near the Great Xia Empire.
Precisely because their territory is small, yet when the game merged with the world, their nation didn't experience many beast mutations. Consequently, their beast tamers could develop steadily. This gave them a solid foundation of strength, and behind the Holy Heaven sect stood the backing of their nation. They even grew dissatisfied with their own territory and sought to invade Great Xia to seize more land. Alas, the moment they set foot on Great Xia's soil, their beast masters were annihilated.
This incident cemented the bitter enmity between Great Xia and Sakura Nation.
Those bastards from Sakura Nation, no need for you to tell me, senior brother. I'll kill every last one I see. They're the ones who put the Holy Heaven sect on my tail. Su Ming nodded, immediately agreeing. But now, his senior brother's eyes burned crimson as he declared, no. It's not just about our hatred for them, it's for our senior brothers and sisters.
Our senior brothers and sisters? What happened to them?
Senior brother Wang suppressed his grief, slapping Su Ming's shoulder.
Do you know why you only see one of my disciples here at the academy?
Senior brother, you mean our seniors were killed by the Cherry Blossom Nation?
Su Ming guessed. Yes.
Senior sister Zhua was killed by a beast master from the land of cherry blossoms. Senior brother Shao also perished at the hands of their alliance with the land of bamboo.
Hearing this, Su Ming instantly boiled with rage. How dare that Cherry Blossom Nation? Who gave them the audacity?
Senior brother Wang sighed. Alas, though our Great Xia is powerful, it has drawn the united hostility of other nations.
At the global tournament, we stand utterly alone.
Senior brother, rest assured.
At the global tournament, I will eliminate every single competitor from Sakura Nation and Bamboo Nation in my bracket. Not a single one will survive. Alright, I'm counting on you, junior brother.
At that moment, Su Ming recalled the black card he had obtained from Pu Yi.
Senior brother, is there any way to withdraw the funds from this foreign black card?
Saying this, Su Ming produced the black card. Wang Zhuoxing examined the black card in his hand, asking in surprise, junior brother, where did you get this? From him, Su Ming pointed at Pu Ye's lifeless body.
It won't be easy, but if there's a chance, I'll try when I get back. Alright, we'll split it evenly then. Su Ming grinned. Wang Zhuoxing chuckled too. That'd be taking advantage of you.
Senior brother, you came all this way to save me. It's only right that junior brother covers the travel expenses.
Ha ha, alright. Let's get it out first. Su Ming nodded.
With the Holy Heaven sect's pursuit resolved, he wouldn't face any major dangers in the near future. His senior brother could depart with peace of mind. After seeing his senior brother off, Su Ming surveyed his fallen insect beasts. In less than 10 minutes of combat, his blade insects had also suffered losses nearing 10,000. Seems like the numbers are still too small, and the levels are too low. After gathering his thoughts, Su Ming realized there weren't many more monsters left for him to hunt in this area.
He must venture deeper. At this rate, even if the demon tide hasn't ended, the affected monsters will be wiped out completely.
Every moment counted now, as he raced against other beastmasters for the chance to hunt these creatures.
Blood Demon Warworm, let's go.
The next instant, the Blood Demon War insect lifted Su Ming directly.
At breakneck speed, they vanished into the forest. Deep within the forest, the 5-member squad led by Hua Haicheng stood drenched in cold sweat. Before them stood 3 tiger crocodiles, each exceeding level 40 and possessing species values reaching the lord tier. These beasts were not only formidable in base stats but also hunted in packs. Influenced by the demon tide, their power was now even more terrifying. It's all your fault. Who told you to charge in like a reckless fool? Now look what happened. Hua Haicheng's face twisted in bitterness. How was I supposed to know? The Golden War Lion charged at that tiger crocodile the moment it saw it. I never expected its parents to be following right behind. Enough with the blame game. We're outmatched in level, but we have the numbers advantage. Running isn't an option, those tiger crocodiles are lightning fast. Our only chance to survive is to kill all 3 of them. Lei Jin immediately stepped in to steady the others' nerves. Luo Qianxue spoke up from the side, I'll distract one. Can the rest of you team up and take down the other 2? No. I caused this trouble. If anyone should distract it, it should be me, Hua Haicheng insisted. Are you stronger than me? Do you want your battle lion killed by monsters too? Luo Qianxue snapped. For a moment, the usually reckless Hua Haicheng fell silent. Lei Jin looked at Luo Qianxue, their gazes locking. Alright, leave it to us. You're under too much pressure. If you can't hold on, call for us. Agreed. Luo Qianxue nodded. Immediately, the 5 of them began directing their beasts. Luo Qianxue led the charge, drawing out the most formidable tiger crocodile. 2 weaker ones remained. Spotting their chance, Lei Jin and the others shouted, perfect opportunity. Hua Haicheng, Li Mi, have your beasts coordinate with us. The 2 of us will take down one first. Zhou Jing, you distract the other. Got it. Chapter 71, Friend, need some help? Tiger crocodiles resembled tigers in form, yet their bodies were covered in the hard scales of crocodiles. Not only were they fast and possessed high attack power, but they also boasted formidable defensive capabilities. Though lacking divine beast bloodlines, this didn't prevent it from being the top choice for many beast masters when selecting a lord tier beast. After being demonized, the tiger crocodile stats skyrocketed exponentially. Combined with the disparity in levels. Even with Lei Jin and his companions each controlling 3 beasts, 9 beasts ganging up on the weakest tiger crocodile. They still found it a struggle. Damn it! This tiger crocodile's defense is a real pain. Hua Haicheng roared in frustration. A single strike from his Golden War Lion would have torn the flesh of an ordinary lord tier beast to shreds. Yet the tiger crocodile only bore a few claw marks on its scales. Lei Jin was equally anxious. All 3 of them were still below level 30. Fighting an enchanted tiger crocodile of the same lord level while being 11 levels below. They held little advantage. Focus your attacks. This tiger crocodile's defense is impressive, but it's not invincible. Got it. Their 3 beasts attacked simultaneously. The combined force of 9 beast strikes instantly blasted a gaping wound through the tiger crocodile's hide. Roar! The tiger crocodile's agonized roar instantly drew the attention of the other 2, even more formidable crocodiles. Realizing they were being held back, the 2 immediately tried to rush back to protect their comrade. Hurry up! I can't hold them off much longer. Zhou Jing shouted. Luo Qianxue beside her added, I can't hold him off either. I can't stop him. Watching the scene unfold, Lei Jin sighed helplessly, if only Su Ming were with us. His insect army could hold off these 2 tiger crocodiles with ease. Just then, from the surrounding forest, a dense swarm of black blade insects suddenly appeared on their battlefield. Those insects. It's Su Ming. Hua Haicheng instantly recognized Su Ming's blade insects. Then, from the nearby grasses, the blood demon war insect carrying Su Ming appeared before everyone. Lei Jin, missed me that much? Su Ming gazed at them with a broad smile. Looks like you're in a bit of a pickle. Su Ming, cut the sarcasm. We're dying here and you won't help. Lei Jin shouted back. Su Ming leaped down from the blood demon war insect. He stared at the 3 tiger crocodiles before him, startled. A level 45 Lord Tier Tiger Crocodile, a level 43 Lord Tier Tiger Crocodile, and a level 41 Lord Tier Tiger Crocodile. You guys are so fierce. I wouldn't dare provoke all 3 of them at once. Brother, I can't hold out much longer. Please help. Zhou Jing, bearing the heaviest pressure, was on the verge of tears. Her beast mount couldn't withstand the tiger crocodile's relentless assault. The level gap is too vast, and with their base stats not differing significantly, the demonic tiger crocodiles possess even greater combat prowess. Even with their formidable beast-taming talents, they struggled to overcome this massive disadvantage. Su Ming glanced at the blood demon war insect beside him and silently commanded it, take all 3 tiger crocodiles. The next instant, the blood demon war insect charged directly at the already wounded tiger crocodile. Zhou Jing watched the scene unfold before her, instantly dumbfounded. Su Ming, over here. I'm the one who needs help. Not far away, Luo Qianxue faced an even tougher challenge, battling the highest level tiger crocodile whose impact was far more devastating. Su Ming called out, coming right up. I'll send my elite troops to take care of the crippled one first. My foot soldiers will come assist you.
In the next instant, a formation of hundreds of blade bugs and shield bugs charged toward Zhou Jing and Luo Qianxue respectively. Roar! Both tiger crocodiles roared simultaneously, attempting to intimidate these low-tier insect beasts. But how could Su Ming's blade insects possibly fear a mere lord-level tiger crocodile that didn't even possess a bloodline? They had just defeated a team that included several lord-tier beasts. With Su Ming joining the fray, Zhou Jing and Luo Qianxue finally found some relief from the pressure. Meanwhile, the blood demon battle insect transformed into a crimson shadow, relentlessly pounding the tiger crocodile's body. Its formidable attack power tore several bloody holes directly into the tiger crocodile's body. Su Ming's beast? I've never seen one like it. Lei Jin watched the blood demon war insects assault with shock. The combined might of their three beasts couldn't match the power of Su Ming's single blood demon war insect. But this wasn't because they were weak. After all, they were already among the strongest of the young generation in Great Xia. Yet Su Ming's blood demon war insect wasn't merely sovereign tier, its combat power was amplified by a staggering 20-fold. In terms of rank, it far surpassed all of them. Thus, the blood demon war insect's combat power wasn't overpowered, it was the result of a reasonable enhancement. The tiger crocodile roared incessantly. Despite its incredible agility, it appeared clumsy and cumbersome before the blood demon battle insect. Seeing this, Lei Jin turned to the other two and said, "We're not needed here. Go help Zhou Jing and Luo Qianxue." But just then, Hua Haichang gave a wry smile. "Looks like they don't need us over there either." Lei Jin turned his head in confusion to look in the other direction. Su Ming had already expanded the insect horde to over 1,000. Employing an attack strategy that feared no death where every slash landed was a gain, Su Ming swiftly claimed the lives of over 1,000 insect beasts. Yet in return, the two high-level tiger crocodiles were now covered in wounds, their bodies drenched in blood. Though not yet fatal, their combat effectiveness had already diminished compared to the start of the battle. Meanwhile, Su Ming's insect horde remained seemingly endless. Watching the scene unfold, Lei Jin felt his scalp tingle with dread. The others felt goosebumps rise all over their bodies. Such overwhelming numerical superiority! If it came down to one-on-one combat between equals, who could possibly stand against Su Ming? At the very least, none of them possessed that confidence. Luo Qianxue watched Su Ming's beast-riding combat prowess, her eyes filled with complexity. Ever since that exchange match, her boyfriend Yan Xiao and Su Ming had been locked in a feud. Yet witnessing Su Ming's combat prowess now, she couldn't fathom how her boyfriend could possibly defeat him. A minute later, a notification flashed before Su Ming's eyes. Successfully defeated level 41 corrupted tiger crocodile. Experience plus 3,280, consumption points plus 3,280. While slaying high-level beasts yields more EXP and consumption points, if I weren't strong enough to dispatch them effortlessly, the gains would actually be slower compared to hunting weaker monsters. Su Ming thought to himself. However, the remaining two tiger crocodiles were already on their last legs under the relentless assault of Lei Jin and the others. He silently instructed his blood demon war insects to secure the final kills, as only the last strike granted experience. These two tiger crocodiles could yield nearly 7,000 experience points. He wasn't about to hand them over for free. 10 minutes later, two pieces of information flashed almost simultaneously in Su Ming's eyes. Successfully killed level 43 demonized tiger crocodile. Experience plus 3,440, consumption points plus 3,440. Successful kill, level 45 demonized tiger crocodile. Experience plus 3,600, consumption points plus 3,600. Su Ming, you've snatched all the experience for yourself this time, Lei Jin remarked with a hint of resignation as he looked at Su Ming. Heh, I can't help for free, right? I'm not taking advantage here. When I arrived, these three tiger crocodiles were nearly at full health. Su Ming's words left the others speechless. Indeed, without Su Ming's assistance, they wouldn't have perished, but they would undoubtedly have lost their beast companions. That much was certain. Chapter 72, Demon Tide, Beast Tide. Su Ming, wanna team up? More hands make light work. Su Ming shook his head at Lei Jin's invitation. No thanks. I'm better off alone, it gives me more freedom. Besides, if you guys come with me, you won't be able to kill the monsters. Lei Jin fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Su Ming smiled faintly. I heard commotion nearby and came out of curiosity. Didn't expect it to be you lot. If it were anyone else, I'd wait for the tiger crocodile to tear their beast riders apart before stepping in to reap the rewards. I'm off. The tiger crocodile's demon crystal is yours. Stay safe out here, the wilderness is a real mixed bag, far too chaotic. But just as Su Ming turned to leave, a beastly roar echoed through the forest. In an instant, countless flying beasts took to the skies from the forest, while the ground beneath began to tremble violently. Su Ming's brow furrowed. Whatever creature had just let out that furious roar was undoubtedly powerful. At that moment, Lei Jin's voice trembled as he exclaimed, Go! Hurry up and leave. Ha? What's wrong, Lei Jin? Where are we going? We just got here. Hua Haichang asked in confusion. We have to leave now, or it'll be too late. We must get out of this demonic tide. Lei Zhan's face was still etched with terror. Lei Zhan was usually very calm, but now he was clearly losing his composure. Evidently, he knew the secret behind that beast's roar.
Lei Zhan, do you know something? What's really going on?
Lei Zhan looked at Su Ming, then in the next instant, grabbed Su Ming's body with both hands.
It's a beast tide. The beast tide is coming. We have to leave now. If we don't leave, we'll all die here. A beast tide. Luo Qianxue was also shocked. She looked at Lei Zhan and asked, Lei Zhan, are you saying a beast tide is about to hit this place? The very words sent shockwaves through everyone. Beast tides represented the most devastating assault beasts could unleash upon humanity. Beast tides varied in scale.
A small one comprised thousands of beasts of varying strength, forming a torrent that swept through everything in its path. Houses collapsed, no one could stand against it.
A large-scale beast tide could easily wipe out an entire city.
Since the beastmasters of Great Xia had established their foothold on this land, no beast tide had appeared for a very long time. My father once told me that within a demon tide, a most powerful leader demon emerges, one capable of commanding all the demons within.
That roar just now, it must have been that demon. How could that be?
The Great Xia experiences at least 10 demonic surges annually. I've never heard of a demonic surge accompanied by a beast tide, Hua Haicheng questioned doubtfully.
It depends on the demon within the demon tide.
Some leader demons are slain before they can unleash the tide, while others choose not to activate it at all.
Lei Zhan looked at the others urgently. Regardless, we must retreat to safety immediately. This beast tide is beyond our level to handle. Alright, let's move quickly.
The others began retreating, but Su Ming remained rooted to the spot. Seeing this, Lei Zhan shouted, Su Ming, hurry up.
If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. You guys go ahead. I'm going to take a look. Are you crazy? That's a beast tide. Su Ming grinned. Haven't you heard the saying? What saying?
The rougher the storm, the pricier the fish. Lei Zhan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him at those words.
Su Ming, don't be foolish.
The monsters in this tide range in power.
Even with your swarm of insect beasts, you won't last against so many. Relax, I'm not done living yet. I'll go check it out. If it's too much, I'll just run away.
Without waiting for their response, Su Ming leapt onto the winged blade insect and moved toward the source of the sound. Watching Su Ming's retreating figure, the others froze, unable to move.
Let's retreat.
Su Ming is far stronger than us, and with all those beast mounts protecting him, following him would only slow us down. Lei Zhan sighed deeply before leading the others up the steep slope. Meanwhile, high above, Su Ming had already spotted the billowing dust clouds in the distant horizon. Holy, he's serious. As far as the eye could see, a convoy stretching over 3 kilometers swept toward them like a bulldozer. At that very moment, high above the clouds, a tiger's head emerged from the clouds.
The next instant, dozens of beasts of the highest bloodlines appeared in the sky. Upon each beast's back stood a master beast tamer.
Most of these individuals were familiar to Su Ming, for they were the instructors of the Great Xia Military Academy, all formidable beast tamers whose cultivation had reached the king level. A blue bird appeared before him. That blue bird, already taking the form of a Qingluan, was none other than his own teacher's beast. Shi Xiantian seemed to sense Su Ming's gaze. Turning his head, he met Su Ming's gaze. Their gazes met only briefly before Qi Xiantian charged forward with the main force toward the beast tide.
Su Ming was stunned.
He hadn't expected this beast tide to draw reinforcements from so many king-level beast masters.
I need to hurry over there.
Otherwise, when my teacher and the others attack, I won't even get a taste of the spoils.
The beast tide was massive.
Though his teacher's group was numerous, they could never possibly slaughter every single one of these demonic beasts.
He had to be the one to pick up the scraps.
With good luck, he could even snag a decent haul of magic crystals. Those could be exchanged for a hefty amount of contribution points. Meanwhile, within the Beastmaster contingent assembled from Zhengzhou City's various academies, Vice-Chancellor Wu Gong of the Great Xia Military Academy had unquestionably assumed command. Everyone, we must annihilate this beast tide within the forest. If they breach the city walls, it will be devastating for our city.
Yes, sir. Leave that Earthcore demon dragon, ranked over 80, to me. Your task is to eliminate every demon beast.
Yes, sir. No sooner had the words left his mouth than all the Beastmasters ascended above the surging tide of beasts. The relentless tide stretched over 3 kilometers across the region, a testament to its terrifying scale. This wave is too massive. We must split it up. Old Nan, it's time to let your beasts stretch their legs. Leave it to us. Several men nearby laughed heartily.
The next instant,
several colossal beasts simultaneously emerged from their beast summoning spaces.
Boom!
A thunderous roar echoed as 5 colossal beasts, each over 30 meters tall, materialized on the ground.
Each stood like a miniature mountain, instantly blocking the beast tide's advance. Once the beast tide started, it couldn't be stopped. Stop, and the beasts behind will trample you into mincemeat.
Upon encountering an obstacle, the beasts would swiftly split into multiple paths if unable to pass. After splitting the beast tide into 6 streams, over 10 more beast riders landed, further diverting the flow.
Chapter 73, Senior Brothers Plan Manipulating the Beast Tide. Splitting, endlessly splitting. The once massive beast tide, like a river, was split into countless small tributaries. Su Ming, who had been observing from the sidelines, gazed at the scene before him. He marveled at the wisdom of the commander. This way, whoever faced the beast tide would feel much less pressure. Just as Su Ming was engrossed in the spectacle, a hand suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. Su Ming whirled around to find his senior brother standing behind him, having appeared without notice. Senior brother. What brings you here? You're something else, kid. Everyone else is running from the beast tide, yet you dare get this close? This isn't something to joke about. Wang Zhuoxing looked at Su Ming and chuckled. I wanted to see if I could snag any monsters others missed. I haven't had my fill of kills yet, Su Ming grinned. Then he asked, Senior brother, how did you find me? You forgot? You still have the tracking watch I gave you. Su Ming looked down at the watch on his wrist and suddenly understood. Just then, Wang Zhuoxing spoke up, Junior brother, how about we pull off a heist? A job? What do you mean? Look, this beast tide has split into several streams now, and the flow has slowed considerably. Let's find an unguarded branch and clear every demon creature off that path. Su Ming's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Senior brother, you handle the high-level beasts in the tide. My insect beasts will harvest the low-level monsters. Exactly. What do you say? Though we're only two brothers, I think it'll be enough. Su Ming didn't hesitate, agreeing immediately. No time to waste. Senior brother, you're saying this, so you must have a plan. Which path should we take? Wang Zhuoxing smiled faintly, then led Su Ming charging toward the beast tide. Meanwhile, Qi Xiantian, locked in fierce combat, seemed to sense something. Turning his head, he saw Su Ming and Wang Zhuoxing streaking across the skyline. Those two little bastards, they really have some guts. Qi Xiantian made no move to stop them. Beast tamers weren't delicate flowers grown in a greenhouse without risk, there could be no reward. To stand out, talent alone wasn't enough, hard work was equally indispensable. Under his senior brother's guidance, Su Ming now led a newly separated stream of beasts charging toward the distant horizon. After multiple splits, this current, now less than 10 meters wide, was manageable for the two of them. Junior brother, hurry up. Others will be here soon to get their share. Got it. Su Ming nodded and plunged straight toward the ground. He swiftly outpaced the beast tide without hesitation, as countless insect beasts surged in like a tidal wave. Su Ming swept his arm wide. Hold back these fiends. Tens of thousands of blade insects swiftly blocked the advancing beasts. Those behind them couldn't halt their momentum. Many perished not by Su Ming's hand, but under the feet of their fellow beasts. Because they had halted, many beasts did not charge down the side path where Su Ming and his senior brother stood. Su Ming and his senior brother exchanged a glance, both springing into action almost simultaneously. The monsters, now utterly frenzied, began roaring as they charged toward Su Ming's insect beasts. Their levels varied, their species differed, but their purpose was singular, to break through their defenses and press forward. Blood Demon War Insect, this is your feast. Slay to your heart's content. No sooner had Su Ming spoken than the Blood Demon War Insect transformed into a crimson shadow and charged forth. Immediately, a flurry of kill notifications flashed before Su Ming's eyes. Successful kill, level 14 magical porcupine. Experience plus 560, consumption points plus 560. Achievement, killed level 34 demonized tiger rhinoceros. Experience plus 2040, consumption points plus 2040. Successfully killed level 34 demonized bull lion. Experience plus 2040, consumption points plus 2040. Within a mere minute, over 100 kill notifications flashed before Su Ming's eyes. Such a pace instantly leveled Su Ming up. Awesome. This is the feeling kill. Maintaining this pace would allow him to level up at the fastest possible speed. Meanwhile, Lei Jin and the others, now safely in the secure zone, watched the distant tide of beasts. It seemed to have quieted down. Looks like the academy instructors have intercepted this wave, Lei Jin remarked. Should we go take a look? I've never seen a beast tied up close before. An indescribable longing flickered in Hua Haiqing's eyes. Lei Jin glanced at the others, who were equally filled with curiosity and excitement. Each of them was a beast tamer blessed with top-tier talent and elite backgrounds. Growing stronger was equally what they craved. Alright, let's go. If we happen to run into Su Ming, that would be the best outcome. Little did they know that at that very moment, Su Ming was charging relentlessly through the beast tide alongside his insect beast. Senior brother, this is so exhilarating. Nothing but experience points. Junior brother, I don't quite understand it, but the sheer number of your insect beasts is downright terrifying. Hearing his senior brother's praise, Su Ming grinned. Heh, senior brother, that's just my talent. Otherwise, why would those guys from the Holy Heaven sect keep trying to kill me time and again? Wang Zhuoxing remained silent. He knew for certain that if they had known his junior brother possessed such terrifying talent, they wouldn't have sent merely a 51st level Puyi. At the very least, they'd likely send a Grandmaster level Beastmaster. However, the fierce battle left Wang Zhuoxing little time for deep thought. Though he could easily defeat even the strongest of the demons here.
The critical issue was their sheer numbers. Despite the terrifying insect horde of his junior disciple Su Ming holding them back, they seemed to be endless. An hour later, Su Ming too felt the terror of the beast tide. His insect horde, which had once numbered nearly 100,000, had plummeted to less than 50,000 in just 1 hour. Though he had slain thousands of monsters, the losses among his insect beasts still outweighed his gains. This was understandable, however, as his insect horde wasn't merely hunting these demons, it was also tasked with blocking the relentless tide of new arrivals. He and his senior brother were determined not to let a single demon creature pass through this passage. Consequently, a significant portion of Su Ming's insect beasts perished under the relentless onslaught of the hordes. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind him. "Su Ming!" He turned to see Lei Jin and the others. "What are you standing around for? Come help!" Su Ming shouted. Hearing this, Lei Jin and the others snapped into action. Their beasts joined the fray, bolstering the defense against the surging tide of beasts. Chapter 74, Frenzy of Slaughter, Raging Ascension. Is this what a beast tide feels like? It's so exhilarating. Hua Haicheng yelled as he watched the experience gain notifications flash before his eyes. It was real, and they didn't even have to hunt for monsters themselves. Monsters were being delivered here in an unending stream. Su Ming, I regret it. I should have followed you from the start. I missed over an hour of hunting these monsters. Lei Jin shouted back. Su Ming smiled faintly. It's good you're here. My senior brother and I were struggling to handle this entire wave of beasts on our own. This is like a buffet. These monsters aren't that strong. The powerful ones are handled by senior brother Wang, and the even stronger ones are intercepted directly by our military academy instructors. It's absolutely thrilling. Seen this way, the beast tide doesn't seem so terrifying after all. The others relaxed considerably, and Su Ming and Wang Zhuoxing breathed a sigh of relief. With Lei Jin and the others joining in, clearing this wave of beasts became significantly easier. The number of Su Ming's insect beasts rapidly decreased, shifting to a slower decline. This development brought Su Ming considerable relief. I wonder what kind of demonic creature could unleash such a massive beast tide. Su Ming murmured to himself. His senior brother beside him explained, a beast tide this massive? Its level must have surpassed 90. Level 90. That's already beyond the king tier. Senior brother Wang nodded. According to the level classification system, every 10 levels constituted one tier. Beyond level 60, starting at the Grandmaster tier, each tier spans 20 levels. Those surpassing level 90 possess strength beyond the king level tier, rendering them beyond the reach of ordinary king level beast masters. Compounded by the combat boost from demonic transformation, most king tier beast tamers struggle to defeat demonic beasts above level 90. I just saw that Master Wu has arrived. There shouldn't be any major issues. Master Wu is here too. With him being a legendary tier expert, we should be fine. Senior brother Wang nodded, his gaze shifting to the beast tide. Their speed has slowed. Not many beasts seem to be heading our way. Once we clear this area, we'll continue upstream. Agreed. The group responded in unison with renewed vigor. Eager to level up, everyone spared no effort in slaying the monsters before them. Successful kill, level 14 Corrupted Porcupine. Experience plus 560, consumption points plus 560. Successfully defeated level 34 Demonized Tiger Rhino, EXP plus 2040, stamina plus 2040. Successfully defeated level 34 Demonized Bull Lion. Experience plus 2040, consumption points plus 2040. Awesome. In just 3 hours, I've jumped 2 levels straight to 33. At this pace, even globally, few could match me, Su Ming thought confidently. The demonic beasts before them had been nearly wiped out, and the magic crystals were all collected during the hunt. They could return to exchange them for corresponding contribution points. My level just broke through 28 2 levels in a row. Lei Jin shouted excitedly. The others echoed his excitement, me too. I broke through 2 levels and hit 27. Hua Haicheng stared at his stats in delight. Nearly everyone had broken through at least 2 levels. Su Ming, however, had leaped from level 30 to level 33, a staggering 3-level breakthrough. Moreover, the experience points required for Su Ming to achieve these 3 levels were several times that of the others. Yet none found this surprising. During the beast tide, the vast majority of the low to mid-tier monsters had been hunted down by Su Ming. But equally, Su Ming's insect beast losses were immense. His army of nearly 100,000 insect beasts had dwindled to under 50,000 in just 3 short hours, a loss of more than half his forces. To say he wasn't heartbroken would be a lie. Yet Su Ming didn't dwell on the loss. He knew he could replenish this number of insect beasts within days. The main factor was that the level increase brought an overall enhancement to the strength of his entire beast army. With a flick of his thoughts, Su Ming's consumption point information appeared before his eyes. Consumption points, 2,378,320. Over 2 million consumption points equated to more than 200 million Great Xia coins. This was his haul from this expedition.
This was largely due to the conversion of consumption points earned from hunting demonic beasts.
He still held a demon tang flower worth over 10 million, which could be exchanged for roughly 100,000 consumption points. Thinking of this, Su Ming felt a surge of joy. He could now accelerate the reproduction rate of his blade worms. Once it reached 1 second, he would immediately halt the breeding of the blade insect queen. Instead, he would accelerate the reproduction of other queen insects.
This was all about balanced development.
After all, as his level gradually increased, the role of the blade worms would become increasingly minor. More than anything, they would simply provide legion numbers to bolster his combat power.
Let's go, junior brother. Fellow juniors, let's head forward and see if there are any more monsters to hunt.
No sooner had senior brother Wang finished speaking than a violent explosion erupted in the distant sky. Everyone looked up to see a purple-black demon creature now surrounded by several tamed beasts. Each beast blazed with searing flames.
That's Wu Gong.
All top-tier fire attribute beasts, one of the strongest fire attribute beast masters in our great Xia. A battle between legendary tier beast tamers.
Su Ming watched the powerful energy fluctuations in the sky. With his current strength, even a billion insect beasts would be reduced to ashes by a single flame from Wu Gong's beast. It's the Earth Core Demon Dragon beast. He's not dead, he's hiding near our Zhengzhou city. At that moment, senior brother Wang recognized the demonic beast and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Earth Core Demon Dragon beast? Senior brother, what's his background? Indeed.
When the Earth Core Demon Dragon first ascended to King Tier, it was Wu Gong who led the hunt to slay it.
You must understand, King Tier beasts are strictly forbidden within 500 kilometers of our city.
Their presence poses an extreme threat. Back then, Wu Gong hadn't yet broken through to legendary rank. After he and his team severely wounded the Earth Core Demon Dragon, it vanished without a trace. We assumed it perished, but now it's alive and even stronger.
So it seems Lord Wu and this Earth Core Demon Dragon are old enemies now. Indeed.
This time, the Earth Core Demon Dragon won't escape. Above, a sea of flames engulfed the sky, threatening to dye the entire heavens crimson. The temperature in the air kept rising under Wu Gong's beast riding attacks.
We must leave this place quickly.
The attacks of a legendary tier beastmaster are too powerful.
Your levels are too low, you'll be affected.
Seeing this, senior brother Wang immediately urged everyone to retreat. Su Ming, however, was utterly transfixed. His thirst for power had reached its peak.
Chapter 75, Rich Rewards, 60,000 Contribution Points.
Lost in the spectacle, none noticed the figure suddenly appearing behind them.
You lot.
Suddenly, a voice rang out behind them. Su Ming whipped his head around to see his own teacher, along with the teachers of everyone else except Luo Qianxue, appearing behind them.
Well done, lads.
You've hunted down quite a haul of monsters. At that moment, Lei Zhen's teacher, Lei Wang, surveyed the mountain of fallen monsters before him and couldn't help but praise. Qi Xiantian smiled faintly, glancing toward Wang Zhuoxing, who was preparing to sneak away nearby.
Everyone, since that's the case, please take your respective students away.
As for Qianxue, Lei Wang, I'll leave it to you to take her.
Agreed. Soon, all the others were led away by their mentors.
Only Su Ming and Wang Zhuoxing remained behind. Standing there, they resembled children who had done something wrong, awaiting their teacher's judgment.
Speak up. Whose idea was this? Did you think the beast tide was a joke?
Teacher, it was my idea, Wang Zhuoxing spoke up first.
It was my suggestion, teacher, Su Ming quickly chimed in. Master, don't blame my junior brother. It's my responsibility. I was too eager to level up.
Master, I don't blame my senior brother. It was my suggestion.
I was eager to level up.
Watching the two vie for blame, Qi Xiantian slowly raised his hand.
I never said I'd punish you. There's no need to fight over it.
Hearing this, the two immediately stopped their argument.
Master, you should have said so earlier. You scared the life out of us. Qi Xiantian smiled faintly, but his expression suddenly hardened as he asked sternly, Su Ming, who gave you permission to sneak out? Do you even understand the demon tide?
The holy heaven sex hunt for you hasn't ceased, yet you dared to venture out alone.
I'm sorry, master. I just panicked. Su Ming hung his head, immediately admitting his mistake.
As the saying goes, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. Su Ming knew exactly how to play his teacher's soft spot.
All right. At least you two are safe now.
It's truly surprising that the Holy Heaven sect hasn't come after you. Qi Xiantian spoke, but seeing Su Ming and Wang Zhuoxing fall silent, his expression darkened.
The Holy Heaven sect came? Su Ming nodded. Who? The same one Puyi. What?
Su Ming looked up, sounding somewhat helpless.
I don't know how he tracked me down, but rest assured, master. I've already killed him.
It's all thanks to you. Last time you wiped out all his beast tamers. This time he didn't have many left, so I got him. Oh, and master, that blood demon battle insect you evolved for me is way too powerful. Su Ming rambled on, oblivious to the shift in Qi Xiantian's expression. You killed Puyi all by yourself.
Yes, master.
At that moment, Wang Zhuoxing, who had remained silent, spoke up. Master, here's what I propose. We should announce to the outside world that my junior brother and I killed him together. Otherwise, if the Holy Heaven sect learns that my junior brother could slay a level 50 Puyi at level 30, they might even send a grandmaster to hunt him down.
Qi Shintian nodded. So be it.
Just as Su Ming thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, his master suddenly roared angrily, "Both of you get back here immediately.
Without my permission, you are forbidden from entering the wilderness for training." Ah. Master, how am I supposed to level up then? Go farm dungeons.
Several hours later, Su Ming was escorted back to the academy by his instructor. Shortly after, the military academy announced the news that he and his senior brother had jointly slain Puyi of the Holy Heaven sect.
The Holy Heaven sect must be furious now that they know. We have to hurry and get stronger, then we'll wipe them out.
Su Ming was now heading toward the dungeon center of the military academy. His storage ring was already overflowing with magic crystals. He needed to exchange them for contribution points immediately. Entering the instance hub, he arrived at the Intelligent Exchange Center.
Su Ming verified his mission details. Welcome, student Su Ming. Currently detecting one active quest, Demon Tide Monster Hunt. Magic crystals may be exchanged for contribution points. Contribution points exchange rates for magic crystals by grade.
1. Low-tier race crystals level 10 or below, 1 contribution point per crystal. 2. Medium-tier magic crystals level 10 or below, 2 contribution points per crystal. 3. High-tier race crystals, level 10 or below, for contribution points per crystal. Please place your acquired magic crystals onto the scanning conveyor belt before you. Su Ming looked at the conveyor belt before him, then without hesitation, opened the space of his storage ring.
The next second,
magic crystals rapidly tumbled out, their sheer number impossible to count at a glance. Crystals of every size and shape spilled forth. The clatter of falling crystals instantly drew the attention of those around him. It took about 30 seconds before Su Ming had emptied every last magic crystal.
The conveyor belt's inspection was swift. Within 3 minutes, the results appeared on the display screen.
Student Su Ming, your magic crystal inventory is as follows. 1. Low-grade magic crystals level 10 or below, 164 pieces. 2. Medium-grade magic crystals, level 10 or below, 211 pieces. 3. High-grade magic crystals, level 10 or below, 123 pieces. Magic crystals can be exchanged for contribution points, totaling 59,876.
50,000. To be precise, just over 100 short of breaking 60,000.
Su Ming stared at the number before him with excitement. This contribution value was enough to exchange for 2 more insect beasts from the military command's beast ranch.
59,876 contribution points have been deposited into your account. Please verify receipt.
If you have any objections to the contribution point exchange, you may immediately request a review.
Su Ming didn't request a review.
His magic crystal holdings were roughly equivalent to this amount.
Requesting a review would only waste his time. He immediately opened his mobile app and stepped out of the instance center.
A campus bus bound for the beast farm was already waiting right in front of him.
Without hesitation, Su Ming boarded the bus. During the ride, Su Ming contemplated which 2 insect beasts to contract. I've already contracted the exploding bug.
For the remaining slots, I'll exchange for the Earth Titan bug and the Wind Shadow bug.
Su Ming murmured to himself.
He made his decision during the trip and immediately spent his contribution points to exchange them.
60,000 contribution points were instantly deducted. The moment he entered the contract room, Su Ming couldn't wait to say, "I've already exchanged for the Earth Titan bug and Wind Shadow bug. Please bring them over. I want to contract them." Both at once?
Yes, both at once.
It saves time. Alright, please wait a moment.
While waiting, Su Ming began mentally cataloging the members of his insect beast legion. He organized them by species tier. Low tier, blade bug, shield bug. Mid tier, mad blade bug, giant shield bug, tiger armor bug. High tier, tiger head armor bug. Superior class, anomalous armor bug. Lord tier, exploding beetle, winged blade beetle, bloodthirsty demon beetle, earth titan beetle, wind shadow beetle. Supreme lord class, blood demon war beetle. Among these, the number of insect beasts from intermediate to transcendent tiers was already dwindling. This was especially true for the frenzied blade beasts and giant shield beasts. Due to his primary focus on breeding blade beasts and shield beasts, their numbers within his legion were now practically zero. The tiger beetles were in a similar state. However, this aligns perfectly with Su Ming's strategy, supplementing lower-tier insect beasts to boost combat power through high racial value beast tamers. Most crucially, low-tier insect beasts required far fewer consumption points to accelerate their breeding pace. Chapter 76, The Great Xia Military Headquarters moves to pour resources in. What? Puyi is dead. Yes. Puyi was killed while hunting Su Ming. He was ambushed by Wang Zhuoxing, who arrived on the scene and joined forces with Su Ming to eliminate him. We've already investigated the location. The bodies of Su Ming's insect beast, along with Puyi and his own beast, were indeed found there. That Su Ming really has a lucky streak.
Last time it was Qi Xiantian, and now it's his senior brother.
Within the Central Plains branch of the Holy Heaven sect, Su Ming was their primary target.
2 consecutive failures had left the branch leader furious.
Qi Xiantian has now forbidden Su Ming from leaving the military headquarters without authorization. It seems Su Ming will likely confine himself to dungeon training from now on.
Copies. That's a problem.
All copies held by academies in Great Xia are strictly vetted by the state, and many are exclusively accessible to academy students. We simply can't gain entry. If Su Ming continues to level up and secures a ticket to the Global Beastmaster Tournament, it will pose a significant threat to other major sponsor nations.
Sir, let our undercover agents make their move.
We've invested so much in cultivating them, it's time they delivered. Hearing his subordinate's words, the branch director's eyes lit up instantly. Yet the next moment, he shook his head. They are our future seeds to infiltrate the heart of Great Xia.
Unless absolutely necessary, we cannot expose them. We must wait for another opportunity.
Su Ming is not yet worth such a heavy price.
Understood.
Within the Haizhou Beastmaster Academy, Yan Xiao, who had just returned from dungeon training, saw the call from Luo Qianxue.
He excitedly called her back. Hey Qianxue, I just got back from the dungeon training. Yan Xiao's mood was clearly upbeat.
Luo Qianxue remained silent on the other end for a moment, and Yan Xiao noticed something was off.
He immediately asked again, Qianxue, what's wrong? Is it because I didn't answer your call right away? No, Yan Xiao, I just wanted to say, could you please stop competing with Su Ming all the time? Luo Qianxue's words came through the phone.
This instantly furrowed Yan Xiao's brow, dampening his previously high spirits.
By now, almost everyone knew that Su Ming was his forbidden topic. No one would ever mention him in front of Yan Xiao.
Why?
I saw him in battle. He's too strong. Hearing this, Yan Xiao on the other end of the line burst into an angry laugh. You think I'm no match for him? After Yan Xiao asked this, Luo Qianxue on the other end of the line finally replied after a long pause, yes. Impossible, Qianxue.
Su Ming nearly killed my twin-headed flame dragon and stole my true dragon's essence blood.
This isn't over.
I'll prove to you that I'm stronger than Su Ming. Right at the Global Beastmaster Tournament qualifiers, I'll defeat him and kill his beast.
Then, Yan Xiao abruptly changed the subject. Have you fallen for Su Ming? Just because I lost to him?
At these words, the previously composed Luo Qianxue erupted in fury.
Yan Xiao, what do you take me for? Have you seen Su Ming's current power?
I have.
Tens of thousands of insect beasts, swarming densely. Could you possibly defeat him? Do your dragon beasts possess enough strength to crush his insect beasts?
From what I know of Su Ming, he shows no mercy to anyone who crosses him.
If you continue to challenge him, I can't predict what the future holds. Luo Qianxue's passionate words instantly cooled Yan Xiao's raging fury. Yet he countered, tens of thousands? That's impossible. Where could he possibly get that many insect beasts? Do you even know his innate talent? No one does. Why was Su Ming able to defeat you? Because his innate talent is formidable. Only a fool would choose to contract insect beasts. Luo Qianxue tried to persuade Yan Xiao to abandon his conflict with Su Ming. At least for now,
Yan Xiao had no chance of winning.
Yan Xiao, listen to me. Revenge can wait a decade. Only when our beast tamers surpass Su Ming in both rank and bloodline can we utterly crush his insect beasts. Fighting him now is futile.
On the other end, Yan Xiao fell silent for a long moment before replying slowly, Qianxue, there's nearly half a year left until the Global Beastmaster Tournament qualifiers. I'll train relentlessly these 6 months to boost my strength. I'll do everything in my power to defeat Su Ming.
A bug tamer? I refuse to believe my contracted dragon beast could lose to him. Impossible.
After hanging up, Luo Qianxue stared at her phone and spoke aloud. Yan Xiao's original plan to return home was abruptly halted, and he instead headed straight for the dungeon center. Meanwhile, Su Ming, the subject of widespread attention, had successfully contracted 2 brand new Lord-tier beasts. After all, his spatial realm was boundless. Contracting more insect beasts was essentially a way to accelerate the growth of his insect army. It's just a pity that with my current resources, I still can't accelerate your breeding speed simultaneously. Otherwise, the thought of 100,000 Lord-level insect beasts is thrilling.
A faint smile touched Su Ming's lips.
Since his master wouldn't permit him to leave the military headquarters, he needed to rethink his future cultivation path. At his age, only 3 spots were available. After clashing with the Haizhou Beastmaster Academy, he knew many of their peers held the potential to become his rivals. But none posed a truly fatal threat. It was simple, if they couldn't defeat him at the outset, his rate of improvement would far surpass theirs. They certainly won't be able to catch up. As for the so-called mightiest academy, the Great Xia Academy, I've never interacted with its students. The Polar Beastmaster Academy's strength likely wouldn't differ much from that of the Sea Capital Academy. Still, with only 3 spots available, I couldn't afford to be overconfident. I had to push myself to the limit and elevate my strength to its absolute peak. A few days later, as Su Ming returned from completing a dungeon quest, he was bombarded by a barrage of calls from his teacher and senior disciples. Seeing so many missed calls, he knew they must need him for something. He immediately called his teacher back.
After a few rings, the call connected. Hello, master? You needed me? You're back? Yeah, just got back from the dungeon. Why did you and my senior brother call me so many times? Is it urgent? Yes. Since you're back, come see me. Give your senior brother a call and have him come along too. Okay.
Su Ming hung up and immediately called his senior brother.
Hey, senior brother, I'm back from the dungeon. Master wants both of us to come see him. Alright, I'll be there in an hour. At that moment, Su Ming asked in confusion, Senior brother, what's going on?
Both you and the master have called me several times.
It's big news.
Our military headquarters is preparing to secure spots for the Global Beastmaster Tournament.
Master's summoning us must be about that.
Word is, our headquarters is pulling out all the stops this year. They're throwing resources at it to secure at least 4 spots.
Chapter 77, The Black Card Decrypted, Extraordinary Funds. Moments later, at the master's residence.
Su Ming and his senior brother had already arrived before their master. After they sat down, Shi Xiantian looked at them and said, You should both know by now that the military academy's goal for this global Beastmaster tournament is a minimum of 4 spots, aiming for 5, and ideally securing 6. Master, there are only 12 spots total. If the 4 great academies split them evenly, that leaves just 3 for us.
Junior brother, you're mistaken. There are 16 spots in total. Each year group can bring 1 substitute.
However, this substitute can only enter the competition if the original participant loses their combat ability, Wang Zhuoxing explained at this point.
However, since the Global Beastmaster Tournament is next year, first years aren't included.
So your count of 12 spots isn't entirely wrong either, Wang Zhuoxing added, shifting his tone.
Qi Shentian leaned back, slumping into the sofa. Su Ming, the number of spots isn't crucial. All you need to do is secure a top 3 finish.
Right now, the military command is selecting those capable of competing for these spots to provide them with resources for cultivation.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
With the military command's resources supporting your cultivation, you'll achieve twice the result with half the effort, and your beast-taming skills will advance rapidly. At this moment, the senior brother who had always appeared detached and unambitious began to show signs of urgency. Master, please stop beating around the bush.
What are the selection criteria for the military command? Is there a cap on the resources provided?
Qi Xiantian smiled faintly, looking at the two of them. I'm not entirely sure about the resource limits yet, but I can assure you it will benefit your beast tamers.
This includes purifying your beast's bloodlines.
As long as you awaken the divine beast talents within your beasts, it will transform their combat power.
Divine beast talents are unique abilities possessed only by ancient divine beasts. Typically, divine beasts like true dragons and true phoenixes possess more than one such talent. However, due to bloodline limitations, even a beast with 100% purity can only possess one divine beast talent at most. These innate gifts, when activated, grant the Beastmaster's mounts terrifying new power. This is precisely why people relentlessly pursue purifying their beasts' bloodlines. Only then can they awaken the divine beast talents within their mounts. Well, in that case, I guess I'm not much use, Su Ming chuckled bitterly. None of my insect beasts possess divine beast bloodlines. Insect beasts do possess divine beast bloodlines, but his own currently did not. That's not a problem. You can acquire others. Regardless, this unprecedented additional resource support from the military command is an opportunity for you all. Then, teacher, how will they be evaluated? Su Ming pressed on. First comes the Demon Suppression Tower. We'll see how many floors you can reach. Your floor count will determine eligibility. Of course, there are level restrictions for current freshmen through juniors. Freshmen must reach level 27 before entering, sophomores must reach level 45, juniors must reach level 55. Both of you meet these requirements. However, only 7 students per year will be selected from the Demon Suppression Tower. The second round will test your actual combat strength, and ultimately, only 4 will remain. The teacher's words made it clear this competition would be brutal. But for Su Ming, the pressure wasn't overwhelming. He was already the strongest among the freshmen, and even if he entered the Demon Suppression Tower, he would still be the strongest. Shuoshang, I have no worries about your junior. I know his capabilities well. Of course, I know yours too. While you currently rank among the top 3 in the military academy, your strength remains unstable. You must give it your all. Rest assured, Master. I won't let this opportunity slip through my fingers. Qi Xiantian nodded, observing the two. Very well. According to my intelligence, the official notice will be issued no later than tomorrow, possibly as early as today. The assessment begins in 3 days. Prepare yourselves accordingly and arrive in peak condition. Yes, Master. After leaving their master's quarters, Su Ming turned to his senior brother beside him. Senior brother, give it your all. Right. By the way, junior brother, I had someone crack the card you gave me. There's quite a bit of money in there. Hearing this, Su Ming's eyes lit up. Really? You managed to crack it with just 1 card? I'd given up hope. Wang Zhuoxing gave a faint smile. What's so difficult about that? After all, it's Puya's money. If anyone's to blame, it's Puyi for actually using his real name to deposit it. Otherwise, it would have taken a bit more time. His account holds 300 million total. I'll have it transferred to yours shortly. 300 million. Senior brother, you've done me such a huge favor. Let's split it evenly. Otherwise, I'd feel too guilty to accept it. Su Ming immediately refused. Without his senior brother's help, he wouldn't have gotten even a fraction of that, not even a single penny. No need. I'm not short on money. I can see you're in dire need of funds. Is your talent somehow tied to money? Or do you need to purchase certain resources? Looking at his senior brother, Su Ming knew his secret couldn't be kept absolutely confidential. All he could do was try to refine it as much as possible. After all, in this world, anything could happen. They wouldn't be able to detect his system anyway. In any case, everything could be attributed to his talent. Yes, senior brother. But this secret still needs your protection. Senior brother Wang smiled faintly. Rest assured, I understand. Alright, I should go prepare. Unlike you, I haven't secured a spot yet. Then you'd better give it your all, senior brother. Let's go conquer Sakura country together. Yeah, I should really step up my game too. Less than 10 minutes after parting ways with senior brother, 300 million great xia coins appeared in his account arranged by senior brother. Staring at the dazzling sum, Su Ming promptly converted it into consumption points. 300 million daxia coins equaled 3 million consumption points. 3 million more consumption points. Should I accelerate the breeding of blade bugs and shield bugs, or enhance the blood demon war bugs, or perhaps other insect beasts? For a moment, Su Ming hesitated. 3 million consumption points, not an overwhelming amount, yet certainly not insignificant either. But how to use them? He couldn't decide right away. Accelerating the blade beetles now consumed over 1 million points each time. The shield beetles were manageable, but 3 million consumption points wouldn't significantly boost them either. The actual selection process is still far off. I don't need to rush to enhance my high-stat insect beasts. 6 months is ample time to accumulate more consumption points. I can save these 3 million. Perhaps if I evolve a king-class insect beast, it could become my ultimate trump card during the selection. With that thought, Su Ming decided to leave his 3 million consumption points untouched for now. Combined with his previous savings, he now possessed over 4 million consumption points. Chapter 78, Selection begins, back into the Demon Suppression Tower. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the Great Xia Military Headquarters Instance Center, 3 long queues had already formed. Nearly 10,000 individuals prepared to participate in the selection competition announced by the military headquarters. Though most knew the spots weren't meant for them, they still came to try their luck. No one would turn down free resources, even if they knew these resources weren't meant for them. Wonder what resources our school will offer the selected candidates. Must be quite a lot, right? I heard they're rewarding a king-tier beastmaster and even divine beast essence. Holy crap, if that's true, the academy really went all out. Our military academy only secured 2 spots in the last 2 selections. Even though our Great Xia has consistently ranked in the top 3 at the Global Beastmaster Tournament these past years, our casualties have been heavy. The other nations on Blue Star practically ganged up on us. This year, our military academy is out for revenge. It's not just our military academy, the other 3 major academies are the same. It's a government directive. If they're confirmed to participate in the Global Beastmaster Conference, I can't even imagine the terrifying level of training the Great Xia government will push them to in such a short time. Other nations aren't pushovers either. With so many countries ganging up on us, we're literally surrounded on all sides. Just talking about it makes me furious. Those tiny nations Cherry Blossom Country, Bamboo Country are daring to challenge us. I'd love to send troops to wipe them off the map. Annihilating them would be easy enough. But our western border is the primeval forest, and within our borders lies the world's largest demonic lair. Both require vast numbers of beastmasters to guard. If we truly took action, chaos would erupt across the globe. Ultimately, our greatest enemies right now are still the demons and ferocious beasts. Su Ming stood among the crowd, waiting for his turn in the queue. The person standing before him turned and recognized him, immediately smiling. Su Ming, let's swap places. You go first. No need. I'll just wait in line. Su Ming waved his hand in refusal. The other person smiled and insisted, you go first. You'll definitely get a spot. I'm just here for the fun of it. You go ahead. Without giving Su Ming a chance to refuse, the man stepped behind him and swapped places. And then, the person in front of him did the same. In an instant, Su Ming, who had been at the back of the line, found himself catapulted to the very front. Seeing Su Ming thrust to the front, with Lei Jin now directly ahead of him, the people in line began to discuss. So, who do you think will make it through the first round to the second? It's obvious. Su Ming, Lei Jin, and Luo Qianxue are guaranteed spots. The remaining 4 are up for debate. They're all fairly evenly matched. Hua Haicheng, Zhou Jing, Lu Yingrun, and Yi Shanhu are the most likely candidates. I won't argue with the top 3, but the last 4 are debatable. None of them are slacking off, there's real competition. But with only 4 spots left, Su Ming and his group have already secured 3. The remaining one will be fought over by Hua Haicheng and the others. For this selection, the military headquarters dungeon center had specially opened 6 dungeon portals directly connecting to the Demon Suppression Tower. The Demon Suppression Tower is a single-player challenge instance with no capacity limitations, so there's no need to worry about exceeding the number of participants. Su Ming, how far do you plan to advance this time? Lei Jin asked with a smile. No idea. As far as I can go, I guess. Might as well earn some contribution points along the way, Su Ming replied with a faint smile. You're something else. I can't tell if you're being modest or boastful. Give it your all, this chance is truly rare. You bet. I won't just hand over the top spot to you. Seeing Lei Jin's eager expression, he nodded and added, yeah, you better give it your all. Without any competition, I really do feel lonely. You little. Soon, it was Lei Jin and Su Ming's turn. Before entering, Lei Jin called out to Su Ming, Su Ming, I might not lose to you. Is that so? Seems you're fired up. Well, you'd better give it your all. Absolutely. The next second, both of them entered the Demon Suppression Tower simultaneously. The moment they stepped inside, a familiar voice echoed in their ears. ID 1213899527, welcome to the Demon Suppression Tower. Shall we begin the trial? Yes. No sooner had the words left their mouths than rustling sounds came from the grass ahead. The next second, a giant-eared rabbit leaped out of the grass. A level 10 giant-eared rabbit? The first time he entered the Demon Suppression Tower, the first floor had level 1 giant-eared rabbits. This time, it started at level 10. Alright, the challenge begins. Su Ming's mind flickered and his beast-taming space activated. Countless blade insects instantly materialized around him. In less than a breath, the giant-eared rabbit was slain. Challenge successful. Proceed to the second floor. A glowing ring materialized before him. Stepping into it, Su Ming vanished instantly. When he reappeared, he found himself in a grassy field. Meanwhile, in the desert, a sand scorpion crawled out of the sand. A level 10 sand scorpion. Seeing the scene before him, a faint smile touched Su Ming's lips. It seemed that aside from the difference in levels, this challenge was essentially identical to his first time entering the Demon Suppression Tower. For Su Ming, lingering even a second longer in a challenge of this level was a waste of time. Meanwhile, in the conference room on the second floor of the Instance Center, the headmaster of the Great Xia Military Academy, both vice principals, and most of the King-tier instructors were all present. Before them, they could not only monitor each participant's progress but also view their actual combat footage. These young beast masters are putting in tremendous effort. Among the first batch to enter, the highest has already reached the 30th floor. The resource subsidies we've offered this time are unprecedented. Naturally, they're giving it their all. Let's wait and see. It's been over 3 months since the freshman tournament. I'm also eager to observe how much these young talents have truly evolved. The principal's gaze was fixed intently on the numbers before him. At that moment, Vice Principal Wen Yan turned to Qi Xiantian, seated in a corner. Old Qi, was that Xingtian Sexpuyi truly killed by Su Ming alone, or was it, as you claimed, a joint effort with Wang Zhuoxin? Qi Xiantian glanced at the instructors present, pondered for a moment, then said, to be honest, Master Wu, Su Ming did indeed kill Puyi single-handedly, though luck played a part. A beastmaster around level 30 defeating a level 50 professional hunter, that's far beyond mere luck. The principal turned to face Qi Xiantian. Old Qi, this student of yours is a talent well worth cultivating. Securing a spot based on his strength shouldn't be too difficult. The rest is up to him. Qi Xiantian was in high spirits as well. Responding to the principal's praise, he spoke with confidence. Su Ming once told me that with adequate resources, he could become even stronger. Haha, with the right resources, even a beastmaster wouldn't be far behind. Chapter 79, Breaking Records, Dominating the Buzz. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Every beastmaster participating in the selection had now battled for at least 2 hours, even the latest entrants. By now, the results were largely clear. This freshman's performance truly stands out. Su Ming has already reached the 126th floor. That must be the best result our military command has ever seen. It's approaching the national historical best. The national record? That was set by our own Lord Xia. Lord Xia, the mightiest beastmaster of Great Xia, is rumored to have attained the legendary god-tier rank. He commands a divine beast-tier beast. Of course, these were all rumors, as no one had seen Lord Xia in action for a very long time. But when battles require Lord Xia's intervention, they're already on a scale capable of destroying an entire nation. Master Xia achieved this feat when he broke through to the legendary tier in the Demon Suppression Tower. He cleared 138 floors before advancing further, where the beasts encountered were said to be of divine beast caliber. If our military command could produce another powerhouse of Lord Xia's caliber, then the dire straits our Great Xia currently finds itself in, besieged on all sides, would vanish in an instant. It's still too early to say. But now that Su Ming has been placed on the Holy Heaven Sex Hunt list, what about this achievement?
Once it's made public, the bounty on Su Ming's head will likely be far greater than anyone imagined. At that moment, a king-tier instructor voiced his concern.
Old Shi, Su Ming is your student. What will you do? I think we should announce it. There's nothing to fear.
The Holy Heaven sect is nothing but a bunch of parasites.
Su Ming needs some pressure to push him forward faster. Too much stability isn't good for him. Qi Shantian remained utterly composed as he spoke. If even Su Ming's teacher said so.
The others naturally had little to add. Meanwhile, Su Ming, facing increasingly monstrous beasts, now felt immense pressure.
Now we've already encountered a dragon-like beast.
If we continue down this path, we'll likely face a true divine beast. Su Ming dared not dwell on it. Divine beasts felt too distant this time. If he could engage one in battle, he might finally grasp the true horror of these legendary creatures. But even the current dragon was already exhausting him. The gap in level and species stats was nearing its absolute limit. Many of his insect beasts had already been slain. Though within the demon's sealing tower, the death of a beastmaster's creature did not mean true death. They would be sealed away in the beastmaster's beast space, unable to rejoin the fight. The longer the battle dragged on, the weaker his combat effectiveness became. On the 127th floor, the moment that ferocious beast appeared before him, Su Ming was utterly dumbfounded. A dragon and a phoenix stood before him. Though not true dragons or phoenixes, their species values both reached the terrifying legendary tier. Needless to say, on Blue Star, those who possessed legendary tier beasts were invariably the world's most powerful beings. Now he faced two, both exceeding level 50. A wave of helplessness washed over him. What the hell is this? All Su Ming could see was a sea of flames filling the sky, interwoven with thunderbolts powerful enough to obliterate everything. His entire insect beast army collapsed instantly. Is this absolute annihilation? The next instant, Su Ming was flung out of the instance's entrance. Though unharmed externally, he lay on the ground, still reeling from the force of the battle. That overwhelming force had left him utterly powerless. My insect beasts aren't numerous enough, nor are they strong enough. If I could amplify my power 100-fold, 1,000-fold with billions upon billions of insect beasts, even those true dragons and phoenixes wouldn't stand a chance against me. Even if my pets lack divine beast bloodlines, I can still evolve them to super god level through the system. With this thought, Su Ming sprang to his feet. By now, the vast majority of people in the hall had emerged from the demon suppression tower. Only a few stragglers remained. Feeling the gazes of everyone present, Su Ming felt his face flush crimson. He seemed to have lain on the ground a bit too long just now. As he approached Lei Jin and the others, he noticed their gazes had already shifted. What are you all staring at me for? Su Ming waved his hand in front of them as he asked. You monster. You're a complete monster. Su Ming, do you even realize what you've done? Huh? What's the big deal? Su Ming looked at them in confusion. Lei Jin was so furious he could have strangled Su Ming right then and there. He'd seen people show off before, but never someone this shameless. How many floors have you cleared in the demon suppression tower? Level 127. It's way too strong, I can't beat it. Su Ming shook his head, sounding somewhat resigned. You're bragging. Su Ming, if I could beat you, I'd beat you to a pulp. Do you realize you've already broken our school's historical record? You're almost breaking the national record. The national record? Su Ming hadn't realized his progress would set a record. However, the upcoming stages were indeed beyond the capabilities of ordinary players. Just then, the principal and several others emerged from the second-floor conference room. The entire crowd fell silent. Students, I trust you've all seen the results of the first round of selection. Your performance was indeed commendable, and everyone has made significant progress. However, with this level of strength, participating in the Beastmaster tournament would be little different from walking into a death trap. The principal's opening remarks followed the traditional pattern of first praising, then discouraging. His intent was clear, to shatter everyone's confidence and spur them into intense training. Su Ming was already well accustomed to this routine, taking it all in stride. The 7 representatives for each year group have been selected. Our requirement is that the final 4 must secure the school's resource support. Now, we'll move to the martial combat arena. Without a moment's rest, everyone was ushered into the martial arena. In the blink of an eye, the arena's seats were filled to capacity. What a lively scene! Our academy students sure are quick to gather for a spectacle. This battle represents the strongest fighters from every year of our military academy. To be honest, since we entered the academy, we haven't sparred with each other. Su Ming turned to Lei Jin, who had spoken, and said, Lei Jin, I hope you're the first one I face. At those words, Lei Jin's expression instantly darkened. Whoever faced Su Ming first would essentially be disqualified from the competition. Lei Jin, Su Ming, I'm going first at 8 a.m. Chapter 80, my suggestion. Su Ming secures his spot. For the competition, let's have the freshman from the first-year cohort take the lead. Once everyone had gathered, the principal, who had already taken his seat at the podium, began assigning participants for the first round.
The rules are simple, cross-match victories earn 1 point, while surrendering yields 0 points. The 4 students with the highest scores will secure the final spots.
As he spoke, Principal Chao Hongshou glanced toward the 7 waiting students, including Su Ming.
Since there are only 7 of you, each of you will draw lots directly. Because there are 7 participants, 1 person will receive a bye. As soon as the principal finished speaking, Su Ming prepared to step forward for the draw. At that moment, Lei Jin, standing behind Su Ming, slowly raised his hand. Principal, I have a suggestion. Student Lei Jin, what is your suggestion?
Su Ming halted his steps, and all eyes turned to Lei Jin.
Principal, I believe Su Ming should be directly confirmed as the first spot within our freshman group. I truly cannot defeat him.
The 127th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower, I dare not even think about it. Let him secure his spot, and the rest of us can compete for the remaining positions.
Lei Jin's words drew a smile from the principal. Lei Jin, is this your own idea, or do the other 6 share it? It's my own opinion, Lei Jin replied. The principal looked at the other 5 students, excluding Su Ming, and asked, what about you? Do you also support Lei Jin's suggestion to let Su Ming directly secure the spot? I agree. I can't beat him anyway. I agree too. Fighting Su Ming would just end up with all our beasts injured. That'd be a huge loss. I agree too.
In the blink of an eye, all 6 people except Su Ming agreed to grant him the spot outright. This turn of events caught most people off guard.
Very well. Since none of you object, Su Ming will be granted 1 spot immediately.
The remaining 6 of you will compete in a round-robin tournament to determine the final 3 spots. After the principal finished speaking, he turned to Su Ming and said, "Congratulations, Su Ming.
You may go rest now." Seeing Lei Jin's mischievous grin, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle.
This guy had been holding back a trick up his sleeve. But he was happy to take it easy, so he simply returned to his seat. The spectators in the stands were utterly stunned by this turn of events.
Whoa, you can actually do that? Locking in a spot like that? That's awesome. If you're so confident, why don't you try it? See if Lei Jin and the others will tell the principal to give you a spot. Yeah, the spot's being chosen from just the 7 of them. As long as the other 6 don't object, it's a done deal.
Su Ming's skill level was already in a league of its own compared to them anyway. It all comes down to raw strength.
This is what they call winning without a fight.
In the sophomore group, Old Wang, your junior disciple, is impressive. His strength has earned the recognition of all of them.
Wang Zhuoxing smiled faintly. My junior securing a spot in the Global Beastmaster Tournament is a given. Nothing surprising there. So confident? The scions of the great families at Dasha Academy aren't pushovers. With 16 spots per tournament, the first-year group is out of the question. They usually take 2 out of every 4 spots.
From the second to 4th-year groups, they grab 4 to 5 seats. Only the remaining 7 or 8 spots are up for grabs among our few academies.
We won't even bother competing with Great Summer Academy.
Located in the imperial capital, it's home to nearly all the nation's most powerful and established beastmaster clans. They don't need the academy's resources to cultivate formidable beastmasters. Even those with lesser talent can succeed. The world of beastmasters isn't fair to begin with. After that, Wang Zhuoxing shifted his tone. Still, even so, my junior brother should be able to secure a spot.
It's just a matter of ranking. Let's hope so. I'd really like to see your junior brother enter the Global Beastmaster Tournament.
With his vast insect beast collection, he could be a tremendous asset to any team.
We'll see. I have full confidence in my junior brother. Those bastards from Sakura Country and Bamboo Country, if I can't deal with them, my junior brother certainly will.
Su Ming, seated in the rest area, also turned his gaze toward the battle stage.
Without his own suppression, Lei Jin and Luo Qianxue's strength also stood head and shoulders above the other 4. In reality,
in the first-year group, the 3 spots secured by Su Ming and his team were already confirmed.
The remaining spot would be contested by these 4. Lei Jin secured his spot first, followed by Luo Qianxue.
The final spot in the first-year group went to Hua Haicheng, nicknamed Mad Dog. His strength might not have been the greatest among the 4, but he was undoubtedly the most reckless in battle. While the other 3 held back to preserve their beast companion's strength for the round-robin battles, Hua Haicheng gave his all in every fight. Ultimately, he achieved the highest score. Once the freshman division roster was finalized, the arena's giant screen promptly displayed the publicly released information about Su Ming and his team.
Very well.
The 4 students below are tentatively selected as our military command's representatives for next year's national qualifying tournament of the Global Beastmaster Competition, Division 1. They will receive full resource support from the military command.
Some of you may feel resentful. Why do they get military command support while I don't?
Principal Chao Hongshou paused, his commanding gaze sweeping across the entire hall.
Let me tell you this now, set aside your inner resentment.
The world of beastmasters knows no fairness. If you want resources, prove your strength and talent. Any first-year student here who believes they can defeat these 4 step forward and defeat them. The spot will be yours. The moment his words fell, the entire hall fell silent.
Then, the principal turned to Su Ming and his 3 companions, of course. Don't harbor any illusions that having the military house's resources guarantees your success. The military house conducts strength assessments every fortnight. If you fail to meet the standards, your resource supply will be revoked immediately. The military command's sole purpose in doing this is to cultivate several beast masters powerful enough to vie for the supreme honor reserved for young beast masters. Alright, now it's time for your second-year group to step forward. The principal concluded and returned to his seat. As senior classmate Wang Zhuoxing passed by Su Ming, their eyes met and they shared a knowing smile. Senior brother, let's do this. Don't worry, I'll get it done. Glancing at the second-year group, Su Ming turned to Leijin, who was busy gathering intel, and asked, Leijin, my senior is in the second-year group. Where do you think he ranks in terms of strength? Senior Wang Zhuoxing? He should be in the top 3, but he probably can't beat the number 1. Who's number 1 then? Leijin looked surprised. You don't know? Yuan Tian. He has a giant ape that wields weapons extremely powerful. Chapter 81, Securing Spots, Private Conversations. Yuan Tian? He's the undisputed top fighter in our second-year class at the military academy. As Hua Haicheng spoke, the expression on his face and the gaze he cast toward Yuan Tian in the distance were distinctly different. Their beast-riding combat styles were similar, clearly indicating Hua Haicheng held Yuan Tian in high regard. Su Ming nodded. Beasts that wield weapons? That's indeed rare. A giant ape wielding weapons. Su Ming's mind instantly conjured the image of the victorious Buddha, clad in purple gold armor and riding the cloud of agility. If his beast companion truly was that, it wouldn't be merely divine beast tier, it would be super divine beast tier. After all, even true dragons and phoenixes were defeated by Monkey King. Soon, the sophomore group's match commenced with a single shout of begin. Seated in the stands, Su Ming's gaze darted back and forth between his senior brothers and Yuan Tian's battle arenas. His senior brother's talent, absolute defense, was self-explanatory. His tamed beasts were renowned for their defensive prowess, primarily those that mastered earth and metal elements. His combat style was actually rather monotonous. Most of the time, he was on the defensive, taking hits. However, among his beasts were those with bloodlines like the purple gold Baimon. When controlling earth and metal elemental beasts in battle, the power unleashed by these creatures was not to be underestimated. On the other side, Yuan Tian fought with even greater ferocity. To Su Ming's delight, Yuan Tian's giant ape beast truly wielded a stone club. In battle, it resembled the conqueror Buddha from his past life's memories, swinging that stone club, slaying gods who dared to stand in its way and demons who dared to oppose it. So powerful. If I could reach senior Yuan Tian's level, I'd be perfectly satisfied. Hua Haicheng gazed at Yuan Tian with the adoring eyes of an 18-year-old girl experiencing first love, almost as if he were falling for him. The sophomore division's matches proved far more thrilling than the freshman groups. The battles were fiercer too. His senior brother also made it through unscathed, securing a spot as the 3rd seed. The juniors also drew lots. Su Ming scanned the crowd before him but found no particularly outstanding beast tamers. This puzzled Su Ming. What's going on? Why do the seniors in the 3rd-year group seem less formidable? Hearing Su Ming's question, Leijin, seated beside him, leaned in. Su Ming, didn't you see? In the last Global Beastmaster tournament, our great Xiao only managed 3rd place. The reason was that our competitors were targeted by a coordinated effort from beastmasters of other nations. Several of our beastmasters were even permanently eliminated from the tournament, including your senior brothers and sisters. Su Ming immediately made the connection upon hearing Leijin's words. It was those cherry blossom country and stick country bastards. Rage flared in Su Ming's eyes as his senior brother's words echoed in his ears. It was them, but they couldn't have done it alone. They had the backing and support of several other major powers. I know. The White Eagle faction and the rest. This tournament, if I face any of them, I won't hold back. The flames of rage within Su Ming's heart were already burning fiercely. What was the purpose of cultivating and growing stronger? It was to avoid being bullied. I may not bully others, but I won't tolerate being bullied myself. The mentors watching from the stands couldn't help but be moved by the sight of the 3rd-year team members battling on the field. The previous Global Beastmaster tournament remained a painful memory for many. Shi Xuantian's eyes were now brimming with tears. When it came to losses, 2 of his students had not returned from that tournament. Our students have recovered well. If not for what happened 2 years ago, our team would still be the most competitive one this year. Wu Gong slammed his fist on the table in fury, clearly still reeling from the immense losses the military command had suffered in that battle 2 years prior. The battle raged from daylight into the late night, with every light in the arena now blazing. The 3rd-year group's matches were arguably the most intense. Every participant had pushed themselves to their absolute limits, with many of their beasts fighting to the brink of death. It's over. Watching the contest unfold, Hua Haicheng slumped back in his seat, his body feeling utterly drained. The sheer intensity of the matches demanded their full concentration. Maintaining such intense focus for an extended period was mentally draining. Principal Chao Hongshou rose slowly, the spotlight shifting to illuminate him. The martial arts arena plunged almost entirely into darkness. Just as Su Ming was intently watching the principal on the field, Lei Jin tugged at his sleeve. Su Ming, let's go. Guided by others, the four stood at the very center of the martial combat arena in the darkness. Fellow students, a day has passed. I imagine you are all weary, but those who participated in the selection process are even more exhausted. After 2 rounds of screening, 12 individuals have been chosen. They will receive special resource support from the Great Xia Military Headquarters. I hope that with these resources, you will train diligently and strive to represent our Great Xia Military Headquarters in securing a ticket to the Global Beastmaster Tournament. Let us congratulate them. As the principal's words faded, spotlights simultaneously illuminated Su Ming and his companions now standing on the arena. The thunderous applause and cheers from nearly 100,000 spectators roared like a tidal wave, deafening in its intensity. Immersed in this fervent atmosphere, Su Ming felt his own blood boil with excitement. Alright, I will now announce the list of students confirmed to receive special resource support from the Great Xia Military Headquarters. Freshman Group, Su Ming, Lei Jin, Luo Qianxue, Hua Haicheng. Second Year Group, Yuan Tian, Sun Inheo, Wang Zhuoxing, Yang Ruoxue. Third Year Group, Du Mao, Miao Jia, Song Yen Dance, Zhuahaoxi. Once again, congratulations to all 12 students. Early the next morning, Su Ming was jolted awake by the urgent ringing of his alarm. Having returned to the dorm late the previous night, each of the 12 students was required to meet individually with the academy leadership to confirm their resource selections, as per the academy's instructions. As the top student in Group 1, he would be the first to meet with the academy leadership. Su Ming hurriedly got up, quickly washed up, and rushed to the administrative building where the academy leadership was located. Since the address had been provided in advance, finding the location proved relatively straightforward. Arriving at the conference room door, Su Ming glanced down at his watch. 8:50 in the morning, 10 minutes before the required 9 o'clock. Good, I'm not late, Su Ming thought with relief. Knock knock knock. After knocking 3 times on the conference room door, the familiar voice of Director Wu immediately called out from inside. Come in. Su Ming heard the voice and cautiously opened the conference room door. His gaze swept quickly across the room. The conference room was large, a standard configuration. The principal and 2 vice principals sat on one side, along with his advisor, Qi Xiantian, 4 people in total. Upon seeing Su Ming, all 4 of them smiled almost simultaneously. Su Ming, please take a seat. Wu Gong smiled faintly. Su Ming immediately nodded and replied, yes. Chapter 82, Super Resource Subsidy, 40 billion. Su Ming, did you rest well last night? You seem a bit tired. Chao Gong's concerned smile made Su Ming feel a bit nervous. After all, the person sitting before him was a legendary tier beast tamer of immense power. I'm fine, I'm fine. Qi Xiantian beside him kept giving Su Ming meaningful glances. Wu Gong then spoke up, Su Ming, we've called you here privately for a reason. Each beastmaster specializes in different beasts, so one resource won't suit everyone. Since we've undertaken this task, our goal is to cultivate you into the strongest among your peers. Su Ming nodded. I understand, Master Wu. Good. Since you understand, Su Ming, do you know your current beast-taming specialization and your resource requirements? Principal Chao Gong looked at him and asked. This question required almost no thought from Su Ming. He needed resources any resources would do, as long as they were the most expensive and the rarest. Second, he needed insect beasts. Without the constraints of a beast-taming space. If he wished, he could contract countless insect beasts, forming a vast army encompassing all types. After a moment's pause, Su Ming spoke slowly, Mr. Chao, you should know that my beast-riding prowess primarily stems from my insect beast army and the combat boost they provide. It's this overwhelming numerical advantage that allows me to crush my opponents. Lord Chao raised his hand. Su Ming, allow me to interrupt. There's something I've been meaning to ask. Does your talent possess specific conditions that could accelerate the replication speed of your beast taming? Meeting the expectant gazes of the others, Su Ming nodded without hesitation. Yes. My beast taming space functions much like a stomach. As long as resources are continuously fed into it, it not only expands my space but also accelerates the replication speed of my beasts within it, though this applies exclusively to insectoid beasts. Su Ming slightly modified his explanation of the system's capabilities for the principal and the others. This explanation wouldn't arouse their suspicion, while also allowing him to naturally obtain the vast resources he needed. What an extraordinary talent! Geniuses truly come in all shapes and forms. The fact that your talent acts upon the beast taming space is indeed rare. Vice Principal Xia Sha, standing nearby, expressed her deep admiration. A system that acts upon a beast taming space? I've never encountered such a thing in my entire career. Yet nothing in this world is perfect. If you could replicate even more powerful beasts, your talent would be beyond description. Su Ming smiled faintly. With a talent like this, I'm already quite satisfied. Then, Su Ming, what resources can your beast taming space accept? Any resources will do, money included. It's not picky, the more expensive, the better. Hearing this, the others' faces lit up with smiles.
We were troubled about how to provide resources for you, since your beasts are all insectoid creatures without divine bloodlines.
We couldn't help refine their bloodlines either.
But since you put it that way, based on our current resource allocation, the total value cap per student can reach 30 billion. Given the uniqueness of your talent, if you're willing to accept Great Xia currency, we can add an extra 10 billion on top of the 30 billion as your cultivation resources.
Furthermore, any insect beast within the academy that you have the ability to contract is yours to take.
Hearing this, Su Ming's heart surged with excitement beyond description. 40 billion daxia coins could be exchanged for 40 million consumption points. Selling the True Dragon and True Phoenix blood essence had earned him 22 million consumption points, greatly boosting his strength.
Now, receiving 40 million consumption points outright was like taking off on a rocket. Seeing Su Ming hadn't responded, Vice Principal Xia pressed, "Su Ming, do you accept this resource allocation?" "Su Ming!"
Shi Xiantian bellowed at that moment.
His shout instantly snapped Su Ming back to reality. "Su Ming, do you accept this allocation?" "I accept. Of course I accept. But..."
Principal Chao Hongshou, having discerned Su Ming's hesitation, inquired, "Su Ming, if you have any requests, now is the time to voice them." Su Ming hesitated awkwardly, his voice tinged with embarrassment.
"It's nothing major, really.
It's just that, as you mentioned earlier, I can contract any insect beast within the academy. But a couple days ago, I already spent 60,000 contribution points to contract 2 Lord-level insect beasts."
"Ah, I thought it was something serious. Fine, I'll refund your contribution points. How about that?" "Yes."
Su Ming grinned widely. Immediately, Chao Gong and the others burst into laughter as well. Stepping out of the room, Su Ming found Lei Jin and the others waiting at the doorway.
Seeing him emerge, they eagerly asked, "So, Su Ming, what resources did you get?" "You'll find out once you go in.
Anyway, everyone's situation is different. The school only controls the value of the resources. What you need is up to you." Hearing this, the others' eyes lit up instantly. They all asked curiously, "So what did you choose, Su Ming?"
"That's confidential, of course. If I told you, wouldn't you just sneakily surpass me behind my back?" "Su Ming, just you wait, I'll definitely surpass you."
Su Ming merely shook his head.
"I know you're eager to surpass me, but don't rush it.
Don't push yourself too hard."
With that, Su Ming ignored Lei Jin's murderous glare and walked straight out of the building. 40 billion? 40 million consumption points. I'm genuinely at a loss for how to decide right now. 40 million consumption points was already an absurdly high figure.
Second-tier breakthrough directly achieving second-tier status, or perhaps advancing several more revered Lord-tier insect beasts. 40 million consumption points wouldn't even be enough for his Blood Demon Battle Insect to break through to the King tier. After all, his Blood Demon Battle Insect required 100 million consumption points to reach the King tier. For a moment, Su Ming found himself deeply conflicted. Should he continue saving? He was still over 50 billion points short of the 100 million mark. However, with nearly half a year remaining, he could potentially achieve it with focused effort. A King-tier Beastmaster, combined with his own combat power boost, would make the evolved Blood Demon Warbugs possess truly ferocious strength. In terms of quantity, I currently breed around 3,000 per day. Half a year would be enough to amass a massive army of hundreds of thousands of insect beasts. But if I invested all 40 million consumption points into accelerating the breeding rates of the Blade Beasts and Shield Beasts, I could likely exceed 10,000 per day. Su Ming had been calculating all along, yet he still hadn't arrived at a definitive conclusion. Just then, his account received a transfer from the military headquarters, 40 billion Great Xia coins.
Seeing that figure, Su Ming's brain instantly short-circuited. Just use it. Why save? Spend it and earn more.
It's only 10 billion Xia coins and 100 million consumption points. I refuse to believe my insect army can't generate 100 million consumption points in half a year.
Chapter 83, producing 20,000 insectoid troops daily unstoppable. Boom! Slamming the dorm room door shut, Su Ming immediately sat down on the living room floor.
With a thought, the system's transparent numerical panel appeared before his eyes. System, convert all 40 billion Great Xia coins into consumption points. 4 billion Daxia coins successfully converted. Consumption points plus 40 million. Display consumption point balance. Consumption points, 40,425,352. With 44 million consumption points, the system spent 20 million to increase the breeding speed of shield bug queens to 10 seconds per individual.
24.8 million consumption points spent.
Shield bug queen breeding speed, 10 seconds per individual. Use all remaining consumption points to increase the breeding speed of the blade bugs.
Consumed 19.9 million consumption points. Blade bug queen breeding speed, 5 seconds per unit.
Gazing at the nearly depleted consumption points, Su Ming felt as if his soul had been drained.
40 billion gone in mere seconds. This was faster than a trip to the casino. Even burning 40 billion would take a long time.
At that moment, Su Ming couldn't help but marvel at how powerful the system was, yet also how incredibly money-hungry. But Su Ming immediately sat up straight.
He needed to calculate how many low-tier insect beasts he could obtain in a single day. 66024 plus 126024 is equal to 25,920.
Adding in the creatures bred by his other insect mothers, he surpassed 26,000 creatures per day.
Over half a year, he could accumulate nearly 4.5 million insect beasts.
At that scale, his pet beasts could form dozens of legions. 4,500,000 that would represent a 34-fold increase in combat strength. This was a truly terrifying figure. For a sovereign tier beastmaster, such an increase would mean facing even a king tier beastmaster of equal rank without fear.
My plan for a billion-strong insect army should be achievable before I graduate from university. Su Ming felt a surge of satisfaction, though his next goal was to save up resources.
Each subsequent acceleration of the blade bugs and shield bugs would require over 1 million consumption points. Such expenditure was no longer worthwhile, as he had already achieved acceleration within 10 seconds. He could now shift his focus to accelerating other, higher-tier insect beasts. Once his strength grew further and he gained access to more resources, he could always enhance the blade bugs and shield bug speed later.
At dusk, Su Ming and Wang Zhuoxing arrived at their teacher's residence. "Teacher, did you summon us to arrange our next cultivation plan?" Wang Zhuoxing spoke up first. "What? Confident about securing a spot now?"
Qi Xiantian raised an eyebrow, his gaze teasing as he looked at Wang Zhuoxing. "Heh, the academy has given us so many resources.
If we don't bring back a few spots for the academy, we'd be embarrassed." Wang Zhuoxing chuckled, scratching his head.
Looking at his two students, a look of satisfaction flashed in Qi Xiantian's eyes.
"All right, back to business. I called you here tonight to discuss your upcoming cultivation plans. Though time remains, for you, it's actually running short.
To secure those final spots, you must understand the level you need to reach."
Hearing this, Su Ming lifted his head.
Those who could participate in the Global Beastmaster Tournament were undoubtedly among the strongest of the younger generation, in every aspect.
Take you, Su Ming, for example.
You're competing in the senior division. By the national qualifiers in the second half of the year, you must break through to at least level 42, ideally reaching level 45. Secondly, among your opponents, there will undoubtedly be those who have contracted with king-tier beasts. Moreover, they will likely have at least 5 beasts under their command, some may even have 6, 7, or 8.
It's not unheard of.
Each of them will possess 1 or 2 king-tier beasts, with the rest being sovereign-tier beasts. Hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath.
These beasts, they couldn't possibly have acquired them on their own. Must be family backing, right? Qi Xiantian sneered coldly.
Background is power too, a decisive factor in a beastmaster's strength. There's no such thing as a poor man's noble son in this profession. Just as Wang Zhuoxing was about to speak, Qi Xiantian shifted his tone. "I know your junior brother is an exception. But even so, without resources, he too would be unable to compete with those family scions." Su Ming didn't deny this. Cultivation was 3 parts talent, 7 parts resources. His system merely adjusted those proportions. "Su Ming, I'll prepare a king-tier beast for you. My golden horned demon insects are nearing breeding season.
Timing-wise, I can have you contract one before your selection.
Though your insect army will reach terrifying numbers, most will be low-tier species. Facing king-tier beasts without a king-tier beast to withstand their pressure will leave you at a severe disadvantage."
"Master, you're giving me your golden horned demon insect?" Su Ming exclaimed in delight. "Didn't you become my disciple precisely because you had your eye on this golden horned demon insect?" "Master, that was the beginning. Now I'm completely captivated by your personal charm."
Su Ming began buttering him up. Wang Zhuoxing, standing nearby, immediately turned to Qi Xiantian with a smile, whining slightly. "Master, you've given my junior brother a king-tier beast. The pressure on our third-year group is even greater now. I'm really afraid they'll pull out legend-tier beasts."
"How about you get me a legend-tier beast too, Master? Do I look like I would?"
Qi Xiantian frowned, his gaze toward Wang Zhuoxing brimming with the urge to slap him. If I could contract with you, Master, then forget about taking on the third-year group. I'd even dare to challenge the fourth-year group."
"Looks like you're itching for a beating." With that, Qi Xiantian drew his belt, making a move to strike.
Wang Zhuoxing immediately raised his hands in surrender. "Sorry, teacher. Just kidding, just kidding." Qi Xiantian buckled his belt back on, his voice tinged with impatience. "I don't have a legendary tier beast master, but with some effort, I could help you evolve a king tier one. Don't think king tier beasts are commonplace. The competition you're facing is the absolute pinnacle of global beastmaster tournaments, no contest. The stakes are enormous, and no nation's beastmasters will take this lightly. Even so, a king tier beast is practically the ceiling for this event."
"Legendary tier beasts? I want one just as badly as you do. Master, how should we proceed with our cultivation next?" Su Ming inquired.
Facing this question, Qi Xiantian merely smiled faintly. "There's no specific method.
Simply enter instances to hunt ferocious beasts.
If you're fortunate enough to encounter demonic tides or demonic lairs during this period, it could significantly accelerate your leveling progress.
Chapter 84, The Holy Heaven Sect's Bounty 100 Billion. After leaving their master's residence, Su Ming and his senior brother parted ways to rest separately. Early the next morning, Su Ming headed to the Academy's beast pasture. Hello, I'm Su Ming. The principal mentioned I can contract any insect-type beastmaster creatures within the Academy. Is that correct? He handed over his student ID. After verifying his information, the staff member looked up and replied, yes, it's noted in the system. Then please send all of them from low-tier species to legendary tier beasts to my contract room. Student, we don't have any legendary tier insect tamers here. We don't even have any sovereign tier ones. We only have one lord tier insect tamer left. Hearing the explanation, Su Ming smiled faintly. I know. Just give me all the insect beasts you have. I'll contract them all. Understood. Please wait in the contract room. We'll deliver them immediately. Su Ming nodded. Thank you. About an hour later. Over 10 insect beasts, ranging from the smallest low-tier specimens to the largest lord-tier specimens, were laid out before him. For a single species of beastmaster, having only 10 specimens from low-tier to lord-tier was hardly what one would call a large number. Is that all? Seeing Su Ming's puzzled expression, the staff member gave a wry smile. Student, in the Great Xia military command, no one else would choose to contract insect beasts except you. These were all captured incidentally while hunting other beasts. Alright, thanks. Su Ming gave a wry smile, sounding somewhat resigned. Alright, best of luck with your contract. After the staff member departed, Su Ming's gaze swept over all the insect beasts before him, including the Academy's last remaining lord-tier insect beast, the cleaving blade insect. 3 lower-tier insect beasts, 2 mid-tier insect beasts, 2 high-tier insect beasts, and 1 extraordinary tier insect beast. Su Ming didn't pay much attention to their abilities. After all, once the contract was formed, they would simply serve to bolster the numbers of his insectoid army. As for their specific uses, he would figure that out later. Within 10 minutes, Su Ming departed the beast herding ranch. The next step was to find a suitable quest and dive straight into the instance to start grinding. Next up, single-mindedly hunting down the dungeon's beasts. Meanwhile, in a room within Zhengzhou City, 2 figures clad in full armor, their faces completely concealed, stood ready. What is it? Calling me out in this situation? I heard Su Ming broke your Great Xia military headquarters demon suppression tower record yesterday, 127 floors. That's right. It's caused quite a stir among the high-ranking officials in the entire military headquarters. After speaking, the man exclaimed in surprise, you still want to take action against him? What? Is that a problem? Do you know what position Su Ming holds in the military headquarters now? If you kill him, those old fools like Chao Hongshou will go berserk. The man's voice trembled uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. Do you even know how much the bounty on Su Ming is on the external network? No matter the amount, we can't touch him. That's a death sentence. 100 billion. At those words, the man, who had been trembling with fear, suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. 100 billion. He's worth every penny. So, are you in or out? I need to think it over. The man continued. The other man smiled and replied, that's up to you. Right now, many within our Holy Heaven sect want to hunt down this Su Ming. Frankly, I don't care who kills him or how, as long as Su Ming is dead. Fine, I'll wait for news. Don't think it's easy. Even a king-level beastmaster would struggle to take Su Ming down, let alone all the others eyeing him now. That's not my concern. Just kill Su Ming. 1 month later. Su Ming returned to his master's residence, fulfilling the requirement to report back after a month and review his progress. Primarily, it was to report his recent progress to his master. Since his senior brother was still training in the dungeon, he was alone today. Master, over the past month, I've broken through to level 35. At this pace, even though the experience required for each subsequent level increases, you should be able to surpass level 45 by the time of the selection. Shi Shantian nodded, clearly pleased. Su Ming's leveling speed had left him in a class of his own, far outpacing nearly all other first-year beastmasters. This level advantage would significantly impact a beastmaster's combat effectiveness. Teacher, I'll continue training in dungeons to push my level higher. Yes, that's crucial. But also, prioritize your safety within the dungeons. Don't worry, Master. Even though the beasts in the instances I face are higher level than me, none of them pose a threat. Su Ming grinned, utterly confident in this matter. What I'm referring to isn't from the beasts. Ha? Not the beasts? Then it must be people? Qi Shantian replied tacitly, exactly. Do you know how much bounty the Holy Heaven sect and others have placed on your head in the outer network? How much? Su Ming's curiosity piqued. In response, Qi Shantian slowly raised a single finger. Su Ming stared at the finger and guessed, 100 million Great Xia coins? You're selling yourself a bit cheap, aren't you? Then, 100 billion? Qi Shantian smiled faintly and nodded. Whoa. Am I really worth that much? 100 billion could buy a king-grade beastmaster. Exactly. It shows how much those nations fear you. That's precisely why you must remain vigilant even within the Academy's exclusive dungeons. The Holy Heaven's sex agents are everywhere. Though we've dismantled several of their strongholds, their operatives remain scattered across the land. The Holy Heaven sect sounds like an organization, but it's really just a network of assassins issuing bounty orders. Whoever kills you can claim your bounty by finding someone from the Holy Heaven sect. For some people, that temptation is just too great. Moreover, within the instance, it's nearly impossible to trace who attacked you. Even if you could, confirmation would likely be impossible. There are no surveillance systems inside. For some, this is an opportunity. Understand? Su Ming nodded. I understand, teacher. I'll be cautious during my training. But don't worry too much. Outsiders can't enter the academy grounds.
The only ones you need to guard against are those within, including fellow students like yourself. They could just as easily target you.
Got it. Alright, go practice. Don't let their bounties hinder our cultivation.
Yes, sir.
Chapter 85, The Hidden Members of the Holy Heaven Sect within the Military Prefecture.
The next day, Su Ming headed to the dungeon center early.
Besides Su Ming, others like Lei Jin were no different. They practically lived in the instance around the clock.
No sooner had he entered the instance than he heard someone calling his name from behind.
Su Ming! Su Ming!
Su Ming turned to see a familiar figure striding toward him.
Su Ming, long time no see.
The boy before him was none other than Yu Manghai, also from Haidu City. Back then, they had even arrived at the military headquarters together on the same transport aircraft.
Long time no see. You're here grinding dungeons this early too?
Su Ming replied politely.
Yeah, but I'm here waiting for you. Waiting for me? Why?
Su Ming asked, puzzled.
Su Ming, look at my level. I'm only at 27 so far. This pace is way too slow.
You're the highest level freshman in our year.
I want to tag along with you. Seeing Yu Minghai's pleading gaze, Su Ming just smiled and shook his head. Why not, Su Ming? Old you, it's not that I don't want to take you along, it's that I genuinely can't.
If you follow me, you won't gain a single point of experience.
Huh? Why? Yu Manghai looked utterly confused.
Looking at his first friend since joining the military command, Su Ming patiently explained, when my insect beast army enters a dungeon, it's like a swarm of locusts. I don't care about their casualties, I just need to kill those ferocious beasts to gain experience and level up. If you train with me, your beast riding won't stand a chance against my insect horde snatching any beasts.
So you're better off training on your own. Honestly, just find a suitable instance and keep hunting beasts.
There's no special technique. Once your strength improves, everything else will fall into place.
Then can I join you on a dungeon run?
Seeing Yu Manghai's eager gaze, a flicker of doubt crossed Su Ming's eyes before he quickly regained his composure.
He gave a slight smile. Alright then. Suit yourself.
Great, thanks. Yu Manghai beamed with delight. Soon, the two completed the entry procedures for the instance.
As the dungeon entrance opened, they vanished from sight.
This time, Su Ming chose a level 40 hard desert instance.
Though the desert environment was harsh, the number of ferocious beasts here far exceeded that of some forest instances. Su Ming, what should we do next? Yu Manghai asked curiously as he followed Su Ming. If you're following me, please don't interrupt my cultivation.
You can have your beast companion hunt alongside my insect beasts. Any beasts you manage to kill will count as your own achievement.
Alright. Su Ming nodded.
With a flick of his thoughts, countless insect beasts surged out of the beast-taming space.
Without needing verbal commands, they instinctively began searching the dungeon's interior for traces of ferocious beasts. Watching the overwhelming number of insect beasts, Yu Manghai couldn't help but swallow hard.
Holy crap, where am I supposed to go with this?
Su Ming smiled faintly. That's not my problem.
With that, Su Ming leapt onto the back of a winged blade insect and soared skyward. Watching Su Ming grow distant, Yu Manghai summoned his own beasts and casually directed them to follow Su Ming's insect horde.
Standing high above, Su Ming watched Yu Manghai below. He could tell that Yu Manghai's gaze kept drifting in his direction. As if worried I might run away.
I'll see if you're exactly what I think you are. Su Ming mentally commanded his insect horde. There was no way he'd let Yu Manghai gain a single shred of experience. A full day passed, and the number of ferocious beasts the two had hunted in this desert instance had reached a terrifying figure. Of course, after a full day, Yu Manghai's beast riding skills hadn't managed to snatch even a single beast's experience point from Su Ming's insect horde.
Well, old you? Told you so. Following me isn't doing you any favors. You bastard, you really aren't being polite. You won't let me get a single bit of experience from these beasts.
Yu Manghai was panting heavily. He didn't have a flying beast, so during this entire process, he had been chasing after Su Ming almost the entire time.
Why would I let you gain experience? So you can get stronger and come kill me?
No sooner had Su Ming finished speaking than the winged blade insect seized control of Yu Manghai.
Yu Manghai's beast mount was likewise subdued by Su Ming's swarm of insect beasts.
The sudden change caused a strange expression to flicker across Yu Manghai's face.
Su Ming, what do you mean by this? Ignoring Yu Menghai's fury, Su Ming turned his gaze toward the desert surroundings. If you want to kill me, show yourself. Your sense of smell is remarkably keen.
A woman's voice laughed as she emerged from beside a sand dune. Su Ming studied the woman before him, yet she held no familiar memory. Beside him, Yu Menghai spotted the newcomer and immediately cried out, "President, save me."
President? You're the president of the Mutual Aid Association?
That's correct. I'm Zhuo Lin of the Great Xia Military Command Mutual Aid Association. Zhuo Lin walked toward him at a leisurely pace. Before Su Ming's eyes, Zhuo Lin's information appeared.
Name, Zhuo Lin. Level, 53. Talent, Lifelink. Beast Tamers, Three-tailed Firefox Honored Master, Withered Treant Honored Master. Mutual Aid Society President? I don't think that's your true identity. You're from the Holy Heaven sect, aren't you? Su Ming answered while backing away, shielding himself behind his swarm of insect beasts.
Yu Menghai shouted from the side, "President!
Save me! Kill Su Ming! Kill him and you'll claim the bounty!" Shut up!
Never imagined you'd be part of the Holy Heaven sect too, Su Ming roared in fury.
Ha 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 ha! Why not? Why can't the Holy Heaven sect do it?
You've taken all the resources I need to cultivate too. Yu Menghai screamed hysterically at Su Ming. Useless fool. All you know is blaming others, Su Ming sneered with contempt.
Yu Menghai grinned. Exactly, stealing resources from you. 100 billion. Su Ming glanced at Yu Menghai beside him. The next second,
the winged blade insect swung its single arm, cleanly severing Yu Menghai's head.
You think you deserve my bounty?
You're just a pawn being used by others, yet you think it's your achievement. After eliminating Yu Menghai, Zhuo Lin had unnoticed approached within 100 meters of Su Ming.
You've brainwashed quite a few members of the Mutual Aid Society, haven't you?
Su Ming challenged Zhuo Lin with his gaze.
That's none of your concern.
The dead don't need to know such things. Su Ming stared at Zhuo Lin.
Even if you kill me, do you think you can escape? That's none of your concern.
The Mutual Aid Society exists within the military command because of my capabilities.
Hearing this, Su Ming's pupils suddenly contracted.
Zhuo Lin's meaning was crystal clear. Within the military command, there existed figures of even higher standing members of the Holy Heaven sect. Chapter 86, A Powerful Enemy, Su Ming's True Strength.
Su Ming, I know you're quite capable. You've even fought opponents above your level before. I wonder if my strength is enough to take you down.
Su Ming looked at Zhuo Lin.
He had indeed defeated opponents of higher ranks before.
But his victory over Pu Yi had largely been due to the low racial stats of his beasts.
Zhuo Lin, while lacking a king-tier beast, wielded an entire squad of lord-tier beasts.
Su Ming mentally tallied his insect beast numbers. After a month of development, his insect army now numbered nearly 900,000.
His amplification factor could reach 29x.
A 29x amplification, an 18-level disparity, and a clear numerical advantage.
The enemy has 13 sovereign-grade beasts, while I have 5. My 5 can neutralize 4 of their sovereign-grade beasts.
As for my Lord-grade beasts, I now have 127, including bloodthirsty demon beetles and winged blade beetles, which are more than enough to counter the remaining 8 sovereign-grade beasts.
After mentally calculating the odds, Su Ming's previously tense heart relaxed. Seems you're quite confident in your strength? Su Ming's gaze fixed on Zhuo Lin. Behind Zhuo Lin, the Beast Master's face activated.
Her 13 sovereign-level beasts materialized before her. Though lacking any sovereign-level beasts, the imposing presence of the three-tailed firefox at the forefront, despite still being only sovereign-level, was already infinitely close to sovereign-level. If I can't defeat you after 2 more years of cultivation, I'll admit your talent far exceeds the 100 billion bounty.
Is that so? Then let's see.
With a flicker of thought, Su Ming activated his own beast-taming space. Unlike the beast-summoning spaces of others, a portal over 10 meters tall now loomed behind Su Ming. In the next instant, countless insect beasts poured out like a tidal wave from the pitch-black portal. Sword beasts, shield beasts, and more. Gazing at the endless horde of insectoid creatures before him, a faint smile touched Su Ming's lips. Zhuo Lin, who had previously believed victory was assured, did not feel fear upon seeing such a vast number of insect beasts. However, when Su Ming's 5 blood demon war beasts materialized beside him, her expression abruptly changed.
What's going on? Why do you have 5 identical sovereign-level beasts? Zhuo Lin couldn't help but demand. My talents are beyond your comprehension. Since you wish to kill me, be prepared to face death at my hands. Attack! Su Ming swept his arm, and countless insect beasts instantly surged toward Zhuo Lin. Seeing such a densely packed horde of insect beasts charging toward her, even Zhuo Lin felt a chill run down her spine. Quick, get me up there! Zhuo Lin leapt onto the back of a flying mount, swiftly ascending into the air to ensure she wouldn't be ambushed by Su Ming's low-tier insect beasts. Meanwhile, Su Ming's 5 blood demon war beasts now clashed with Zhuo Lin's 5 sovereign-level mounts. Among all sovereign-level mounts, the blood demon war beetles ranked above average in combat prowess. With the combat power boost, their level disadvantage was largely compensated for.
Though still at a slight disadvantage, Su Ming's strength lay in the fact that his blood demon war beetles did not fight alone. His reckless blade beetles and shield beetles relentlessly disrupted Zhuo Lin's beast control tactics. Meanwhile, Su Ming's squad of lord-level beasts swiftly encircled Zhuo Lin's remaining sovereign-level beasts. Su Ming, do you truly believe these low-tier beasts can defeat my sovereign-level beast? Many have questioned the strength of my insect beasts. Those who doubted me either fell to my blows or met their end. Kill. Su Ming's eyes held no trace of emotion. He knew he held little advantage against a beastmaster of Zhuo Lin's caliber. He might very well meet his end here. Placing himself in such peril was not by his own choice. But it was clear, if he didn't resolve this matter soon, an endless stream of holy heaven sect hunters would come to hunt him down. Their lack of understanding about his true strength severely limited their ability to act against him. Kill Su Ming. These insect beasts will be useless otherwise. Zhuo Lin knew as well that killing the beastmaster would end everything. And the beastmaster was precisely the weakest link in the beast riding chain. Receiving the command, the beasts attacked Su Ming's position with frenzied ferocity. Su Ming wasn't about to back down either. Dozens of winged blade insects had already surrounded Zhuo Lin. Zhuo Lin, let's see if your beasts kill me first or if mine kill you. Ridiculous. I can't possibly kill all your insects. Do you really think your insects can stop my beast from killing you? The next instant, a torrent of scorching flames swept toward them. The terrifying heat felt like a ferocious beast lunging directly at them. The next second, a fierce wind swept through, and Su Ming's body vanished from where he stood. The one who rescued Su Ming was none other than the wind shadow bug he had recently contracted. Well done, wind shadow insect. Meanwhile, the blood demon battle insect seized the moment the three-tailed firefox attacked and delivered a crushing punch to its body. The immense force nearly shattered the three-tailed firefox's spine. However, this strike also inflicted significant damage on Zhuo Lin's strongest beast. Yet she had no spare attention to spare for assessing her beast's condition. Su Ming's winged blade insect, though a lord-tier beast, was a lord-tier beast amplified by 29 times. The number also exceeded 30. This terrifying quantity directly compensated for their disadvantages in level and base stats. Too many bugs bite, that's no empty saying. Su Ming's lips curved into a faint smile. This was the true strength of his insect beast legion. In life or death combat, the fastest way for both beastmasters to end the fight was to eliminate the opposing beastmaster directly. This ensured a swift and decisive outcome. Su Ming knew he too must end the fight swiftly. Though he possessed amplifications, his insect beasts were low in base stats, compounded by the level disparity. The enemy's sovereign tier beast could unleash a single breath of flame or a single icy blade, and a large portion of his insect beasts would perish. The longer the battle dragged on, the weaker his amplification abilities would become. At that moment, the bloodthirsty demon insects concealed within the winged blade insects simultaneously lunged toward the beast beneath Zhuo Lin. Swish! In an instant, 5 bloodthirsty demon beetles clung to Zhuo Lin's beastmaster creature. Seeing this, Su Ming's spirit soared. Strike while the iron is hot. Kill! Kill! Su Ming roared, for the spirit of a beast follows its master's will. Feeling Su Ming's frenzied battle intent, all the insect beasts were filled with murderous rage. They showed no fear of the formidable power of the enemy's sovereign-level beast. Shield beasts charged at the forefront, wave after wave, perishing only to be replaced by fresh reinforcements. Like waves, they surged forward endlessly. As Zhuo Lin sensed the combat strength of her beasts rapidly dwindling, panic seized her. Quick! Quick! Shake these insects off. Zhuo Lin, my bloodthirsty demon beetles aren't so easily shaken off. Chapter 87, Slaying Zhuo Lin, the Teacher's Consolation Prize. Shake them off! Zhuo Lin screamed hysterically. Her beast-riding abilities were already carrying her, severely limiting her movements. But it was a sovereign-tier beast after all. The bloodthirsty demon insects clung to him for less than 3 minutes before being shaken off. Yet those 3 minutes proved sufficient. 5 bloodthirsty demon insects. 3 minutes was all it took to drain this sovereign-level beast of its strength. Kill her! Wingblade beetles swarmed toward Zhuo Lin from all directions. On the ground, not a single one of Zhuo Lin's beasts could be withdrawn at this moment to protect their master. Despite having given their absolute all, Su Ming had done everything within his power to block these beasts from reaching Zhuo Lin. He practically wove his insect horde into a vast net to block their path. In return, his insect beasts were dying at an exponential rate. Kill! Su Ming stood on the ground, watching as the winged blade insect's sharp edge sliced clean through Zhuo Lin's body. Swish! A flash of crimson light erupted as Zhuo Lin's body shattered into fragments under the winged blade insect's assault. Her beast companion, in the very instant of her death, shut down like a system crash and perished simultaneously. Thud! Zhuo Lin and her beast companion both crashed to the ground. Su Ming watched the scene unfold before him, then slumped down in exhaustion. Though he had won, the victory had been brutal. Nearly 900,000 insect beasts had been slaughtered, more than half of his army. Had the battle dragged on any longer, death might have claimed him instead. This battle made Su Ming realize his beast roster sorely lacked flying mounts.
The wingblade insect was decent, but still inadequate. Its base stats were too low. At the very least, he needed a beastmaster of the sovereign rank to meet the demands of his upcoming battles. Despite the heavy losses among his lower-tier insect beasts, Su Ming remained relatively unperturbed. After all, it would only take a month to restore them to normal condition. Gazing at the fragments of Juelin scattered on the ground, Su Ming let out a cold laugh. He immediately led his remaining insect beasts to continue hunting ferocious beasts. He had chosen a 7-day window for hunting ferocious beasts. Until that time was up, he couldn't leave the instance. 6 days later, at the instance hub. The moment Su Ming stepped out of the instance, he pulled out his phone and immediately dialed his teacher's number. "Hello, Professor. I was attacked inside the instance." "Attacked? Who did it?" Qi Xiantian on the other end of the line immediately grew agitated. It was Zhuo Lin from the Mutual Aid Society. Members of the Mutual Aid Society, many of them have likely been brainwashed. And there must be other high-ranking officials in our military command who are part of the Holy Heaven sect. Even within the dungeon center itself, there must be someone. She dared to follow me directly into the dungeon. If she succeeded, there must be someone from the dungeon center helping her erase her dungeon entry records. These past days, Su Ming had been constantly reflecting on the Holy Heaven sect. Unless he uprooted the Holy Heaven sect, he would never have a moment's peace. Your analysis makes perfect sense. Come to my place immediately. I'll have the Academy seal off all Mutual Aid Society members right away, including graduates. Few at the Instance Center have the authority to erase records, so this investigation won't be difficult. Su Ming nodded. Understood, Master. I'm exhausted. I'll head to your quarters to rest. Alright, come to my place first. After hanging up, Su Ming immediately dashed to his teacher's residence. The moment he saw Su Ming, Qi Xiantian began a thorough examination. How are you, Su Ming? No injuries? No, Master. I've already killed Zhuo Lin. And there's also Yu Menghai. The Mutual Aid Society members must be thoroughly investigated. Don't worry, Su Ming. I've already informed the principal and action has been initiated. Qi Xiantian nodded. After Su Ming sat down, Qi Xiantian looked at his utterly exhausted student and suddenly smiled. Teacher, what are you laughing about? I'm proud to have such an outstanding student. I've just learned of Zhuo Lin's strength, and you already possess the ability to defeat her. At the very least, you won't face any major setbacks in the upcoming selection process. Teacher, I dare not be complacent. My advantage still lies in my insect beast legion, but high-tier beast tamers like the blood demon war insect you helped me evolve are still lacking. Su Ming shook his head. While he possessed the ability to fight opponents of higher tiers in life or death battles, the true measure was who could eliminate the other's beastmaster. But in a formal competition, that simply wouldn't be possible. If the battle dragged on, he wasn't certain he could eliminate all of Zhuo Lin's beasts. His insect horde might be depleted before he could eliminate any of her beasts. Without combat power amplification, his blood demon war insect stood no chance against her sovereign tier beasts. It's good you recognize this. Is there anything I can help you with? Su Ming nodded. Yes. Resource support would be most welcome. I lost over half my troops in this battle. Hearing this, Qi Xiantian asked in confusion, didn't the Academy just give you 40 billion? Did you use it all up? Teacher, my beast taming space is a bottomless pit. No matter how much you give it, it'll never be satisfied. Su Ming gave a wry smile. Qi Xiantian pondered for a moment before replying, I'll request additional funds from the Academy provided we eliminate a significant number of Holy Heaven sect members this time. Thank you, Master. Qi Xiantian smiled faintly, took out his phone, and began tapping away. Check your phone. Su Ming pulled out his phone to find a text message displayed before him. Your Great Xia bank account has received a transfer of 500 million Great Xia coins from Qi Tian. 500 million. Teacher, what is this? Su Ming stared at his teacher in shock. It's for you. Consider it compensation for failing to protect you properly. But Master, this is far too much. Su Ming felt a bit embarrassed. This really made his teacher seem overly partial toward him. As if sensing Su Ming's hesitation, Qi Xiantian replied calmly, Don't worry. Your senior brother won't feel resentful. His family is wealthy enough he doesn't need this small favor from me. Ha! But he's been asking you to help him evolve his beast all along. That's a different matter entirely. Few can evolve a royal grade beastmaster, and securing their services isn't easily done with money alone. Naturally, your senior brother would think of me first. Oh, I see. Thank you, Master. Qi Xiantian nodded. Rest well. You're safe here. I must assist the military command in apprehending these traitors who sold out their masters for personal gain. As students of the military command, they actually engaged in such treachery. Over the years, who knows how many young beast tamers' blood they've trampled upon to achieve their current power. Teacher, there must be members of the Holy Heaven sect within our military academy's upper echelons. What about them? That requires thorough investigation. Digging deeper shouldn't be too difficult. Chapter 88, Nation in Upheaval. No more king-class beastmasters. Su Ming didn't dwell on what would happen next.
What remained was not his concern. He simply found a guest room at his teacher's place and collapsed into sleep. While Su Ming slept, the entire outside world descended into utter chaos. The Mutual Aid Society had existed within the military headquarters for many years. Its members included beast-tamers stationed on the front lines and instructors at various universities. Now, with the Mutual Aid Society in turmoil, within less than 12 hours, dozens of its members had been apprehended for participating in the Holy Heaven Sect's hunt for young domestic beast tamers. The implicated personnel had directly alarmed the entire high command of Great Xia. After a night's sleep, Su Ming awoke to the news and was utterly stunned. He had suspected many were involved, but never imagined the scale would be this vast. Among them were even king-tier beast masters. Consequently, within a short span, several clashes erupted between king-tier beast masters across Great Xia. Battles of this caliber could be described as earth-shattering. The destructive power unleashed could easily obliterate an entire major city. Senior brother was also summoned by Qi Xiantian. Meanwhile, my own teacher remained occupied with dealing with those students or faculty members confirmed to be members of the Holy Heaven Sect. Junior brother, you've really outdone yourself. The Holy Heaven Sect has been dealt a devastating blow and our Great Xia, their very foundations have been shaken. Facing his senior brother's praise, Su Ming gave a wry smile. Senior brother, don't laugh at me. I suspect it's not just the captured Holy Heaven Sect members, now those overseas are even more determined to eliminate me. Well, since it's happened, we might as well make the best of it. I never imagined Zhuolin was part of the Holy Heaven Sect. No wonder she tried to recruit you back then, she must have planned to corrupt you from within. Su Ming nodded. Yes, thank goodness you warned me. But thinking about it, their actions do make a certain kind of sense. Compared to what I could gain on my own, the resources available to them are indeed minuscule. Facing Su Ming's confusion, Wang Zhuoxing knew he had to immediately correct the uncertainty within him. Otherwise, a confused Su Ming would severely hinder his future cultivation. Junior brother, if you give them your resources, will they become stronger than you? Undoubtedly, no. Since that's impossible, why give them anything? Our situation isn't absolutely secure yet. We can't afford to prioritize equality when survival itself is uncertain. Where would equality even come from? Yes, I understand, senior brother. The Holy Heaven Sect is merely an intermediary. To resolve this completely, we must utterly subdue or even annihilate those nations opposing us. Wang Zhuoxing nodded in agreement upon hearing Su Ming's words. Exactly. Then let's start with the Global Beastmaster Tournament, senior brother. Alright, let's crush them. The storm of pursuing Holy Heaven Sect members raged for months. Some beastmasters even smuggled themselves out of Great Xia, fleeing to other nations for refuge. However, Great Xia also possessed its own hunting squads. Once targeted, even if they fled to the ends of the earth, death would still find them. 4 more months passed in the blink of an eye. All candidates preparing for the selection process had spent this time pushing their limits to level up. Su Ming was no exception. Securing a spot posed little difficulty for him. But his ambitions extended far beyond that. Inside the instance, Su Ming sat resting on a boulder after finishing a hunt. Leaving the dungeon this time is to prepare for heading to the Imperial capital and participating in the selection for the Global Beastmaster Tournament. With my current strength, securing a spot shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? With a flick of his thoughts, his personal information appeared on the system's semi-transparent panel. Name, Su Ming. Level, 44. Talent, Leader. Beasts, Blood Demon War Insect Lord Tier, Swift Wind-Winged Insect Lord Tier, Winged Blade Insect Lordship Tier. Number of insects beasts, 3,642,320. Boost multiplier, 33.64x. Consumption points, 378,900. Over the past few months, besides leveling myself up, I've been accelerating the breeding pace of my insect beasts. Additionally, I evolved one Wind Shadow Insect to the Sovereign Master Tier, bringing my total to 6. This ensures I won't be at too great a disadvantage in aerial combat. Sovereign Tier pets breed at a rate of 1 every 10 days. My Blood Demon Battle Beetles now numbered a staggering 17, enough to form a squad capable of holding its own against a King Tier Beastmaster. With this kind of combat power, saying I can barely take first place is actually being modest. Su Ming surveyed his insect horde. This was his greatest confidence. This was precisely why he had chosen to contract insect beasts. While he wasn't limited to contracting insect beasts, if he had contracted a sub-dragon type beastmaster, he wouldn't have been able to benefit from the insect queen provided by his system. He couldn't achieve mass breeding. While the individual combat strength of blood demon battle insects might not match that of wyvern type beasts, one was never enough. He had 2, 3, countless. This was the true power granted by his system. At this thought, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle to himself. At that moment, a powerful force suddenly descended upon him. The next instant, Su Ming's body vanished from the dungeon. In the blink of an eye, he found himself at the exit in the dungeon's center. The moment Su Ming stepped out, he saw his senior brother standing there.
Senior brother, what are you doing here? Waiting for you. Come on, the master is waiting for you. Oh, okay. Su Ming nodded. With less than a week left before the selection began. As required, they needed to travel to the imperial capital in advance.
The teacher summoning him now surely meant he had something important to instruct him.
Back at the teacher's residence, Shi Xiantian scrutinized Su Ming from head to toe.
His eyes brimmed with approval.
Impressive. Level 44. There shouldn't be anyone who can surpass you in rank.
With all these insect beasts I have, if my level were lower than others, I'd be the laughingstock, Su Ming grinned, aware of his natural advantage in hunting ferocious beasts. But now, Su Ming noticed something peculiar about his teacher's expression. He asked, Master, you had seen your brother meet me at the dungeon center.
Is there something you need to discuss with me? Shi Xiantian nodded. That's right, Su Ming.
The golden horned demon beetles we plan to produce this month, well, we can't proceed with production just yet. Hearing this, Su Ming instantly understood his master's reasoning. Without a king-tier beast master, he'd be at a disadvantage in any confrontation with others. But for Su Ming at this moment, it didn't pose much of a problem.
No problem, master.
Even without a king-class beast, I can still secure a spot. I promise you I'll take first place.
Chapter 89, the competition approaches, fierce rivals.
Master, even without a king-class beast, I can still secure this spot. Su Ming's words were unwavering, backed by his own formidable strength.
Junior brother, if only I had your level of confidence.
Wang Zhuoxing, standing nearby, couldn't help but sigh upon hearing Su Ming's words.
Su Ming smiled faintly. Senior brother, I've just assessed my strength.
Even if my opponent has a king-level beast tamer, I can still hold my own.
In that case, I can rest assured. From the intelligence I've gathered so far, none of your competitors are pushovers.
Shi Xiantian nodded, his eyes still filled with concern.
Master, do you have any intelligence on them? Su Ming couldn't help but ask curiously. That's precisely why I summoned you both. As the saying goes, know thy enemy and know thyself, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Understanding your opponent's strengths beforehand gives you a clear advantage. With that, Shi Xiantian turned to Wang Zhuoxing beside him. Zhuoxing, activate the projection. Yes, master.
The projection screen rose as Shi Xiantian connected his laptop to the projector.
Let's start with Su Ming.
Based on my understanding of you, Su Ming, I've categorized potential threats to your spot into 2 tiers, dangerous opponents and potential opponents.
There are 7 potential opponents and 4 dangerous opponents. As he spoke, a PowerPoint slide projected onto the screen displayed not only portraits but also highly detailed information. First, Lei Jin, you should know him well.
The reason he poses a threat is simple, his talent is formidable, and his background is no slouch. Based on my assessment, he's definitely contracted a king-tier beast master. Su Ming had never doubted Lei Jin's status or strength. He had always been formidable. If not for Su Ming himself, Lei Jin would have been the undisputed leader of the military academy.
The second is Luo Qianxue from our academy. Her situation is similar to Lei Jin's. Moreover, her teacher is our legendary tier vice principal.
Never underestimate her strength. I know her well, she wouldn't accept an ordinary student.
Glancing at Shi Xiantian, Su Ming couldn't help but ask, Teacher, you and Vice Principal Xia Xia, did you two have a history? Whoa.
Hearing this, Wang Zhuoxing beside him instantly widened his eyes, glancing fearfully at Shi Xiantian.
Youngster, don't ask questions you shouldn't. With that, Shi Xiantian switched to the third slide. Third is Yan Kai from the coastal city.
His strength rivals Lei Jin's and poses a potential threat to you.
The seventh is Su Yuhan from the Polar Beast Master Academy.
From what I understand, she has already contracted a king-class sub-dragon beast.
She won't be any less of a threat to you. Su Yuhan.
Su Ming heard the name and felt both familiarity and strangeness. It had been far too long since that name had graced his ears.
Su Ming, as far as I know, this Su Yuhan is your uncle's daughter, right?
Shi Xiantian asked, looking at Su Ming.
Yes. But back then, because I contracted an insect beast, my parents and I fell out with the family. If I run into her, it'll definitely be a major showdown.
Su Ming spoke without a trace of tension, instead carrying a hint of anticipation.
Anticipation about what level his cousin had reached now.
Shi Xiantian nodded and continued, the 7 I mentioned earlier shouldn't pose a significant threat to you. However, the next 4 individuals, each of them could potentially snatch your spot. With that, a slide appeared on the screen. Su Ming chuckled upon seeing the photo. Su Ming, I know Yan Xiao lost to you in the exchange tournament, but times have changed. His strength makes him a formidable contender for the spot.
Like Su Yuhan, he contracts dragon beasts, but compared to her, his power is far more terrifying.
The quality of his beast control is several tiers above hers.
Seeing Su Ming's unconcerned expression, Shi Xiantian immediately cautioned him. Yes, teacher. I won't underestimate him. Right.
Next is Wu Tianxian from the Great Xia Academy.
He possesses a family-inherited beast, a white tiger. A white tiger? Could it be the divine beast white tiger? Su Ming asked, visibly shocked. Qi Xiantian shook his head. No.
If it were the divine beast white tiger, you wouldn't stand a chance against him. But this white tiger possesses the pure bloodline of the divine beast, making it incredibly close to the real thing. Moreover, his innate talent, white tiger's divine might, will pose a significant threat to you.
Tiger might? What kind of innate talent is that? Su Ming furrowed his brow, though the name itself hinted at its nature.
It amplifies the oppressive aura of his tiger-type beasts. Su Ming, your insect beasts have such low species values, his tiger might will exert immense pressure on them. After finishing his introduction of Wu Tianxiang, Qi Xiantian switched to the third slide.
Next is Xiong Tianba from the Polar Beastmaster Academy.
Like Wu Tianxiang, he commands a polar mammoth also possessing the pure bloodline of the ancient mammoth divine beast.
This is their most formidable beastmaster mount and the most challenging one for you to handle. I'm curious, teacher. Who do you have saved for last?
Hearing this, Qi Xiantian smiled faintly.
The final person, his surname is Xia.
As he spoke, the PowerPoint slid to the final slide.
Xia Lin, a direct descendant of the Xia King, the mightiest warrior of our great Xia. His beast mastery is beyond reproach, representing the absolute pinnacle. Though the Xia King did not bestow a divine beast bloodline upon his family, Xia Lin earned his top placement because he possesses the same innate gift as the Xia King, divine revelation.
Tianqi. Senior brother Wang Zhuoxing exclaimed, divine awakening.
No way, master. Someone else has awakened this talent?
Yes, the heavenly revelation talent. It grants one the combat power of the divine beast within the bloodline's origin. The higher the rank, the longer the duration.
The Xia King's bloodline is too powerful.
Currently, besides Xia Lin, only Xia Qingzhu has awakened it.
Xia Qingzhu. Isn't that the one you mentioned last time, senior brother?
Su Ming looked at his senior brother, his voice tinged with excitement.
Exactly. They're both direct descendants of the Xia family.
Both have awakened this talent. Its sheer power speaks for itself, no need for me to elaborate.
Su Ming, your opponents are no ordinary foes.
While they lack your vast insect beast army, each of their tamed beasts possesses the strength to fight 1,000.
Su Ming nodded, jotting down the information about the few individuals. Each capable of fighting 1,000? Then I wonder if they could hold off 10,000.
Su Ming thought to himself. His teachers were unaware of the true size of his insect beast army. If they knew, perhaps they wouldn't worry so much about him.
Qi Xiantian held no concerns for Su Ming, so he wouldn't press him about his current beastmaster status. Alright, Zhuoshang, now it's your turn.
Compared to your junior brother, I've selected 30 dangerous opponents for you.
Whoa. Chapter 90, Setting Out for the Great Xia Capital.
The next day, Su Ming, having packed his belongings early, waited at the military airport. Accompanying him were Lei Jin, Hua Haichang, and 3 others. The members of the second and third groups, however, arrived late, exuding an air of seasoned veterans. Hua Haichang stood nearby, his deliberately dyed golden hair giving off a punk vibe. Old Lei, we've finished our selection here. What about the first-year group? How will they choose theirs? They'll be selected directly based on their college entrance exam scores.
The National Joint Examination will determine the 4 Beast Masters. I see. I've been wondering how they'd handle the selection process.
3 teams, 12 individuals gathered, all dressed in crisp military uniforms. The crisp uniforms accentuated the dignified bearing of all 12. Facing the 8 members of the second and third year groups, Hua Haichang adopted a more subdued demeanor. Su Ming, you freshmen better step up your game and aim to secure 2 spots.
At that moment, Yuan Tian from the sophomore group called out to Su Ming.
Senior Yuan Tian, you'd better secure all 4 spots yourselves.
Haha, we'd love to, but our opponents aren't pushovers.
As they exchanged words, 2 vehicles pulled up in front of them. Outstepped Principal Chao Hongshou, Vice Principal Xia Xia, Lei Jin's advisor Lei Wang, and Su Ming's advisor Qi Xiantian.
Holy crap, no way the principal and the others are coming with us?
Hua Haichang exclaimed in shock upon seeing the arrivals. Lei Jin smiled faintly. This competition is so important, naturally the principal and vice principal would accompany the team.
Vice Principal Wu didn't come last year because someone needed to stay behind.
Wow, this instantly amps up the prestige. Principal Chao Hongshou scanned the group, nodding approvingly.
Excellent. Everyone looks in great spirits. With that settled, let's skip the grand declarations. Give it your all, this is for your futures. Let's go.
One crucial reason the principal and the other 3 were accompanying them was to ensure the safety of these 12 individuals.
Should the Holy Heaven sect attack them en route?
If all 12 were to fall, the loss would extend far beyond the military academy's talent pool. It would be a loss for the entire Great Xia. With 2 Legend-tier Beast Masters and 2 King-tier Beast Masters as their escort, their convoy could practically strut across the entire Great Xia. As the transport plane soared over Zhongzhou City, several figures below watched its departure. If we could eliminate every single one of those little ones on that plane, the bounty alone would be enough to propel us to King-tier Beast Masters.
Then go ahead.
If you can take on Chao Hongshou and his crew, go for it.
Well, I was just saying.
Their security is incredibly tight, a legendary beastmaster personally escorting them. Zhongzhou wasn't too far from the imperial capital, and the transport plane was fast. It would only take half a day to reach it. As the transport neared the imperial capital, Su Ming, seated by the window, couldn't help but peer outside. A colossal structure, like a giant dragon coiled upon the earth, loomed before them. The surrounding city walls soared to 100 meters in height, forming a formidable barrier that shielded everything within the imperial capital. Zhongzhou City and Haizhou City were already immense, yet they paled in comparison to the imperial capital.
So this is the imperial capital? Truly the heart of Great Xia. Su Ming, is this your first time in the imperial capital? Lei Jin asked with a puzzled look. Su Ming nodded and looked at the others. Have you all been here before?
The group nodded in unison.
Su Ming couldn't help but grin wryly.
Well then, it seems I'm the only country bumpkin visiting the city this time.
After entering the city, the transport aircraft began steadily descending. A large airport soon came into view. Daxia Academy Airport? Are we heading to Daxia Academy? Hua Haicheng called out.
Yes, every qualifying round we hold takes place within the Great Xia Academy. Now, aircraft from academies across the nation have arrived, and it's unlikely they'll be able to land anytime soon. Shi Xiantian patiently explained. Sure enough, the Great Xia Military Academy's transport aircraft circled in the air for nearly 20 minutes before finally landing smoothly. As soon as they disembarked, a shuttle bus was waiting at their exit.
Hello, which academy are you from? The driver in charge of transportation approached Principal Chao Hongshou and asked. The Grand Xia Military Academy. Oh. Alright, please board the vehicle. I'll take you to your accommodations. A flicker of surprise crossed the driver's face, but he quickly regained his composure. After everyone boarded the vehicle, shuttle buses from various academies could be seen along the entire route. So many academies. It's practically a grand gathering of learning institutions.
Like Su Ming, Hua Haicheng gazed around curiously. Of course. Each academy must send 12 representatives to the selection tournament.
This ensures we select the absolute strongest from their respective cohorts.
That's true, the driver chimed in with a smile, picking up the principal's thread.
But in reality, it's always the students from the 4 major academies competing. Rarely does anyone from outside those 4 break through. No one present disputed this observation.
The 4 great academies monopolized nearly all the nation's top talent and received the lion's share of government subsidies. Their formidable strength was only to be expected. Just then, a shuttle bus sped past them from behind. A figure inside the vehicle instantly caught Su Ming's attention.
That's someone from the Polar Beastmaster Academy. Lei Jin spoke up first, and Su Ming also spotted Su Yuhan in the vehicle. Similarly, Su Yuhan spotted Su Ming in the vehicle. Yuhan, what are you looking at? The boy sitting beside Su Yuhan asked curiously. Nothing. But the boy didn't stop what he was doing. He glanced back at Su Ming's car before turning his head again and asking, that's the Grand Xia Military Command, right? I heard Su Ming is your brother? Your family's genes are really something. Many major clans can't hold a candle to you. He's not my brother. Ha! Even the most clueless guy could sense something was off, so he didn't press further. Soon, the shuttle bus delivered everyone to their lodgings. Is this where we'll be staying during our studies? A massive villa estate came into view. Adjacent to theirs was the Polar Beastmaster Academy, while the Sea City Beastmaster Academy stood beside it. Unlike Su Ming and his group, the others were unfazed. This villa estate was built with our own funds. Ha! Built by yourselves? Yes. Since we come here every year, the 3 major academies requested a plot of land from the Great Xia Academy to build this residence. It makes it convenient for us to rest during the annual competitions. Come on, go pick out your own rooms. Chapter 91, Xia Lin, the Abnormal Beast Tamer. Shortly after selecting their rooms, the headmaster gathered everyone together. Students, the competition begins in 2 days. I know your training has been grueling these past months. Use this time to rest well and explore the splendor of the imperial capital. Oh yeah. I've been going crazy these past 6 months. If I didn't stop, I'd fear turning into a bloodthirsty maniac. Hua Haicheng shouted first. Alright, you're free to go. But try not to wander alone. The imperial capital isn't entirely safe either. Yes, headmaster. Soon, everyone began pairing up and leaving the gathering point. Even his own senior brother dashed out. Su Ming knew a bit about this. His senior brother's girlfriend was supposedly from the Great Xia Academy, so he was likely heading to find her. Among the 4 from Group 1, Luo Qianxue had also left early. That left only Su Ming, Lei Jin, and Hua Haicheng. Just the 3 of us left. Lei Jin, old Hua, are you familiar with the imperial capital? Hua Haicheng shook his head. I only visited once as a child. Lei Jin nodded. I've only been here twice myself. Not very familiar with it. Hey, how about we head to the competition venue at Daxia Academy? That's definitely where the matches will be held. Great idea. Let's go check it out. The 3 made up their minds and dashed out swiftly. Transportation within the Great Xia Academy was extremely convenient.
Autonomous vehicles lined the roads. Simply input your destination, and they would take you to any corner of the academy. The entire Daxia Academy had 5 competition venues.
There are 5 competition venues here. Which one should we go to?
The biggest one. Can't go wrong with that, Leijin suggested.
Right, let's head to the biggest one.
In the blink of an eye, the trio arrived outside the martial combat arena of the Great Xia Academy. Gazing at the martial combat arena before them, a structure rivaling their own military headquarters in scale yet radiating opulence. Truly befitting the favorite academy of our Great Xia, they've got deep pockets.
Our military academy isn't too shabby either, right? Chatting, the trio entered the arena.
Upon reaching the spectator stands, they discovered the arena contained only one massive competition field.
Its surface area likely exceeded that of 8 football fields combined. What an enormous arena! Is this where we'll be competing? Likely so. Beastmaster battles are large-scale affairs, requiring expansive arenas.
It's only natural that all 3 groups would share the same arena. Leijin nodded in agreement.
That's good.
It'll give my insect army plenty of room to maneuver, Su Ming remarked with a faint smile.
Su Ming, how many insect beasts do you have now? Surely not over 100,000?
Leijin cautiously probed. Old Lei, no need to guess.
If we meet in the qualifiers, you'll find out. Pfft, I wouldn't want to face you anyway.
As the 3 chatted idly, a shout suddenly rang out from behind them.
Hey! Who are you? How did you get in here?
The trio turned to see 6 or 7 figures standing behind them, led by the short man who had questioned them earlier.
We came through the main gate. What's the problem? Seeing the trio turn around, one of them spoke up. Are you from the Great Xia Military Command? Yes, what's the problem?
Su Ming looked at the man who had spoken, and the system panel appeared in his eyes.
Name, Xia Lin. Level, 42.
Talent, Apocalypse. Beast summons, Howling Moon Wolf King tier, 9 Palaces Thunder Dragon King tier, Heavenly Flame Tiger Lord tier.
Woe to King tier beasts.
Su Ming thought to himself, never expecting that the figures before him were the main force of the first group from the Great Xia Academy. Xia Lin, a direct descendant of the Great Xia's most powerful clan, possessed a Beastmaster setup that could only be described as extravagant. 2 King-tier beasts exerted immense pressure on Su Ming.
Is this the caliber of the national selection tournament? The pressure is truly off the charts.
His teacher had clearly underestimated Xia Lin. This guy actually had the ability to contract 2 King-tier beasts. However, it seemed that to contract 2 King-tier beasts, Xia Lin had sacrificed some of his own beast space. Currently, he only had 4 beasts, 2 King-tier and 2 Sovereign tier.
This was wrong. At his level, he should be able to contract at least 6 beasts. Right, you're from the Great Xia Academy, aren't you?
Hua Haicheng crossed his arms, showing no fear toward the people before him. Leijin tugged at Hua Haicheng's sleeve before replying, I don't believe your academy has any regulations prohibiting our entry.
Indeed there isn't. However, we're about to begin our training. As our upcoming opponents, it wouldn't be appropriate for you to watch.
The shorter man spoke up again. Meanwhile, Su Ming and Xia Lin's gazes remained locked in a fierce exchange.
Xia Lin suddenly smiled faintly. Since you're from the military command, is there someone named Su Ming among you?
Su Ming, your name has reached the imperial capital. Hua Haicheng looked at Su Ming with a smile.
Their gazes met once more.
Xia Lin spoke again, I hear your beast riding space is vast. I look forward to facing you in combat.
We'll have our chance.
I'm equally eager to witness your talent to truly grasp just how formidable the talent of the Xia King truly is.
Su Ming responded without backing down. So you're Su Ming, that freak who only contracts insects?
The short beast master spoke up again.
Hua Haicheng couldn't hold back upon hearing this. Shorty, I've put up with you long enough. Looks like you're asking for trouble. I hate it when people call me short. Who are you? Got the guts to fight? Get behind me.
Suddenly, Xia Lin's voice rang out. The short man who had just spoken instantly turned to look at Xia Lin. But upon meeting Xia Lin's gaze, though the anger remained on his face, he obediently retreated to the back. Xia Lin gave a slight smile. Since you all wish to watch here, we shan't disturb you. We look forward to facing each other in the selection tournament.
MHM.
Su Ming nodded, his gaze fixed on the short guy. Just as Xia Lin and the others were about to leave, Su Ming suddenly spoke up, Hey, shorty, what's your name? Though he already knew the man's name through his interface, Su Ming asked again.
What? In the selection tournament, I hope you can hold out until I find you.
The short man paused, then grinned.
Su Ming, I'll be waiting for you.
I don't know what kind of useless trash your military command is, letting some bug tinkerer take first place. If it were me, I'd have slaughtered them all long ago.
Su Ming, that kid's asking for trouble.
Hua Haicheng lunged forward, but Leijin grabbed his arm. After Xia Lin and the others left, Su Ming said calmly, Don't worry. I'll make him understand what true agony feels like.
Chapter 92, The Tournament Format Death Hunt. Yuhan, why have you been so gloomy? Is it because of that Su Ming from the military house? Xiong Tianba's imposing frame stood beside Su Yuhan, his concern evident. Su Yuhan remained silent. Xiong Tianba pressed on, I know about the conflict between you two. Rest assured, during the selection tournament, I'll make sure to teach him a lesson. No need.
I'll defeat him myself. Su Yuhan shot Xiong Tianba a piercing glance that instantly froze him in place.
Watching Su Yuhan walk away, Xiong Tianba shook his head helplessly.
Even if you're not blood siblings, it doesn't have to come to this figuring out who's stronger.
Though puzzled, Xiong Tianba quickened his pace to catch up with Su Yuhan.
Meanwhile, nearly all participating academy members had arrived at the Great Xia Academy.
The entire academy instantly fell under a tense, oppressive atmosphere.
Every live streaming platform in Daxia had long prepared promotional activities for the selection tournament. The viewing frenzy reached unprecedented heights. The only event that could surpass this competition's fervor was likely the Global Beastmaster Tournament. Even the Grand Beastmaster examination could only match it. The largest live streaming platform in Daxia, Tiger Shark. Even though the competition hadn't started yet, the platform was merely broadcasting live footage from the Great Xia Academy. It had already drawn over 10 million viewers.
Instant noodles are stocked up.
Once the competition starts, not even the King of Heaven himself could drag me away from this livestream.
I'm all in, all in.
I've waited 3 years just for this day. My girlfriend says she can handle ice-cold drinks. I wouldn't even take her out. The fervor for online matches pales in comparison to offline events.
Ticket prices have skyrocketed to astronomical levels.
Nighttime, within the residence of the Daxia military headquarters. Following the principal's instructions, they were not permitted to spend the night outside for safety reasons.
It's insane. My entire extended family is bombarding me, begging for offline tickets.
Tickets are now over 1 million credits each, and those are just the worst seats in the house. This qualifier's hype rivals the Global Beastmaster Tournament itself. I heard that every academy has basically arrived. This time, each group has over 4,000 participants, a number that surpasses any previous tournament.
The pressure's intense.
Our sophomore group is packed with geniuses. I'm starting to doubt our chances of securing a spot. Su Ming glanced at his senior brothers.
All 12 of them were now poring over their opponents' profiles. In every division, there seemed to be an insurmountable mountain waiting. The principal entered from outside. Everyone immediately stood up.
Chao Hongshou waved his hand and said, "Sit down, everyone."
I overheard your conversation outside. Honestly, don't overthink it, just get it done.
Deputy Principal Xia Sha and I have just confirmed the format for this selection tournament. It's the same as previous years. The first round will eliminate over 99.9% of participants, leaving only 16 to compete for the spots.
Hearing this, the group immediately asked curiously, Principal, what exactly is the format for the first round? Is it a dungeon hunt for ferocious beasts, or a demon lair hunt for monsters? Neither.
Vice Principal Xia Sha stated calmly, this time, your competition format is a pursuit battle. There's no time limit, it continues until only 16 contestants remain.
Doesn't that mean we can team up? Hua Haicheng couldn't help but shout. The principal smiled faintly. If you can find teammates, you may. Moreover, the first round of the Global Beastmaster Tournament follows the same principle as ours, simulating real combat scenarios.
All of you may face attacks from 2, or even multiple, top-tier Beastmasters. In such situations, if you can't hold your ground, you'll just have to accept your fate.
Damn it, that's ridiculous. If you get ganged up on by a dozen people, even a god couldn't win.
Qi Shentian chimed in, honestly, this is exactly what China faces in the Global Beastmaster Tournament. During the competition, you'll be hunted down by teams from other allied nations. Prepare yourselves, everyone. All electronic devices will be rendered useless. Beyond that, your adversaries aren't just competing teams, they're also the ferocious beasts lurking throughout the dungeon. In short, the first round is designed to weed out those who can't survive the combined assault of multiple teams. The principal's words caused a look of tension to flicker across everyone's faces. Vice Principal Xia Sha continued, there's one more thing I haven't told you. It's certain that the tournament committee has already arranged for the final 10 teams to form hunting squads to hunt you down. So once you enter the instance, if you find teammates, never split up. Damn it, what kind of bull is this? They're pushing us toward certain death. Exactly. They're pushing you toward death. The tragedy of last year's global competition absolutely cannot be repeated with you. The principal's words jolted everyone awake. Yes, the Global Beastmaster Tournament was this brutal. If the selection process wasn't ruthless enough, those who advanced would face opponents even more formidable than these. Su Ming, you have to find us during the competition. At that moment, Leijin threw his arms around Su Ming. Seeing this, Hua Haicheng also embraced Su Ming and said, Brother Su Ming, I want to make it into the final 16 too. You have to find me. Hey! What are you two doing? Su Ming was startled by this sudden display. Su Ming, you have so many insect beasts. When the time comes, release them and make sure to bring them to find me. Yeah, Su Ming, you have to find us. Watching the three of them acting a bit silly, the others all laughed.
However, the headmaster interjected, Su Ming, they have a point.
Your insect beasts are small and numerous. Once you release them to find them, the four of you must do everything to regroup.
That way, you won't be picked off individually.
If you can unite early in the first round and eliminate members from the other three major academies, your chances of securing a spot in the second round of elimination will be much higher. Indeed, the first round is crucial. Once you advance to the second round, securing a spot becomes almost certain.
Regardless, focus on reaching the second elimination round first. Chapter 93, The Strongest King Xia.
Overall, this first round tests both your individual strength and your ability to locate your teammates. As long as the four of you can regroup, even if you face ambushes from 2 or 3 other teams, you still have a chance to escape. Although your starting positions are randomly assigned this time, teams from the same academy won't be placed too close to each other. Over the next period, the principal and others began strategizing with Su Ming and his group for the first round of selection. Similarly, every academy scheduled to participate in the selection had already received notification from the organizers. This selection method was unprecedented in history. Naturally, it also posed an unprecedented test of the participants' abilities. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the grandest martial arena of the Great Xia Academy, vehicles from various live broadcast teams had already filled the parking lot. Colorful banners fluttered everywhere, while drones captured live footage from multiple angles across the entire venue. One after another, the vehicles of Dacia's top elites rolled by. Within the live broadcast, each tycoon's entrance ignited a wave of excitement. Qualifying rounds ordinary king-tier beast masters couldn't even enter the exclusive VIP boxes. The moment a figure appeared on screen, the entire Great Xia fell silent. Even the live chat fell momentarily silent. A man clad in a black Zhongshan suit slowly stepped out of the vehicle. The moment he stood there, every camera lens turned toward him. King Xia. He is the pillar of our Great Xia. The mightiest beastmaster, His Majesty the Xia King. Lord Xia. Lord Xia. Whether at the scene or watching the livestream, everyone was calling out to King Xia. This man's importance to Great Xia was self-evident. Without him, it could be said that Great Xia would not hold its current standing on Blue Star. As the Xia King entered the venue, the entire event was about to commence. Inside the venue, the host had already begun announcing the entrances. One by one, the representative teams from various academies slowly walked out, holding their respective academy flags. Now approaching us is the representative team from Sunrise Academy of Haizhou Province. Now entering is the Storm Academy team from the northern 3 provinces. Now approaching us is the Polar Beastmaster Academy, hailed as one of the 4 great academies of Great Xia. Now approaching us is the Great Xia Military Academy, hailed as one of the 4 great academies of Great Xia. As the voice of the Great Xia Military Academy faded, Su Ming and his comrades, clad in military uniforms, marched forward. Leading the way at the very front was Du Mao, captain of the 3rd year squad. The Great Xia Military Academy is also the only academy directly under the command of the military headquarters. Now approaching us is the Sea City Beastmaster Academy, hailed as one of the 4 great academies of Great Xia. Now approaching us is the Great Xia Academy, hailed as one of the 4 great academies of Great Xia. Just as Su Ming and his group halted, the Sea City Beastmaster Academy and the Great Xia Academy emerged simultaneously from 2 separate passages. Why are they the ones closing the show? Are we inferior to them? Hua Haichang looked utterly unconvinced. Closing the show, it was as if they were saying the Great Xia Military Academy was inferior to these 2. Lei Jin shook his head. There's no point arguing. In terms of overall strength, those 2 academies are indeed superior. Their performance in the last competition proved it too. Each academy's banner fluttered proudly in the wind, each holding its rightful place. Feeling the atmosphere of the venue, everyone's emotions were stirred. Why strive to become stronger? Each person's pursuit might differ. But standing before billions of eyes, representing one's nation in an international competition, that is the romance every patriot craves. This is so thrilling. I'm already pumped up. Hua Haichang rubbed his hands together excitedly. At that moment, the announcer's voice echoed through the venue. All contestants have now entered the arena. Let's welcome our Great Xia's guardian deity, His Majesty the Xia King, with the warmest applause as he delivers his address. The Xia King. It's the Xia King. The entire arena erupted in cheers. Even Su Ming couldn't maintain his composure. This man, who had arrived through a legendary journey, hailed as the strongest beastmaster on Blue Star, he now slowly made his way onto the stage. The sight of the middle-aged man in his Zhongshan suit, standing there alone, radiated an overwhelming aura of dominance. In ancient times, this would have been the very aura of an emperor. Greetings to all beastmasters of Great Xia. His deep voice echoed out, and with just those words, the entire arena erupted in cheers. King Xia! King Xia! Hua Haichang, standing beside Su Ming, shouted at the top of his lungs. Luo Qianxue shot Hua Haichang a disapproving look. Could you please be quiet? Luo Qianxue, haven't you ever seen someone idolizing someone? The Xia King is my idol. Hua Haichang shot back before resuming his shouts. Today, we see our young beast masters of Great Xia, each full of vitality and vigor. The future of Great Xia rests on your shoulders. I hope you will fully demonstrate your abilities in the upcoming selection tournament. As soon as the Xia King finished, the host took the microphone. Thank you, King Xia, for your encouragement to our young beast masters. We believe they will demonstrate their abilities in the upcoming competition. Next, contestants from the freshman, sophomore, and junior divisions, please proceed to the first, second, and third dungeon centers of the Great Xia Academy respectively to prepare for entering the competition dungeons. Su Ming and the others had already been informed of these arrangements beforehand. This venue was primarily designated for the second round of elimination matches. On the way to the instance, while Haichang was still buzzing with excitement from meeting King Xia, Su Ming spoke up at this moment. The competition is about to begin. Once we enter the instance, I'll release my insect beasts to locate you. As soon as you spot them, follow them immediately. This way, we can regroup at the fastest possible speed. Got it. Don't worry, Su Ming. We've seen your insect beasts before, we won't mistake them. Su Ming nodded and glanced at Luo Qianxue, who had remained silent. What's wrong, Luo Qianxue? Lost in thought? Nothing. Luo Qianxue shook her head hastily. Soon, the group arrived at the first dungeon center of the Great Xia Academy. The live broadcast followed them here as well. Each team had its designated position, ensuring orderly proceedings. Beside Su Ming and his group stood members of the Polar Beastmaster Academy and the Sea Capital Beastmaster Academy. As the 4 members of the Sea City Beastmaster Academy passed by them, they suddenly stopped. Su Ming, last time you defeated me. This time, I'll repay you in full. Hearing Yan Zhao's threat, Su Ming smiled faintly. Is that so? Do you still possess true dragon essence blood? If you do, I wouldn't mind severing the head of your Beastmaster Dragon once more. I hope you'll still be so confident when we actually fight. Their verbal sparring was broadcast live without any censorship. Chapter 94, Entering the Dungeon, the Strongest Scout. Holy crap! Is Haidu going head-to-head with the military command? This is awesome. Love seeing the 4 great academies clash. They're the strongest, and their fights are the most spectacular. Fight! Fight! The spectators and the bullet comments instantly erupted in cheers. The staff member in charge of this instance center stepped forward, glancing at the time. Students, the competition will commence precisely at 9 o'clock. Please prepare yourselves. The instance center has made arrangements to ensure all participants enter the instance within 1 minute. Contestants from the same academy must not enter the same instance portal. Soon, the order of the participants was disrupted. As the clock struck 9, everyone was positioned at dozens of instance portals, ready to go. The competition begins. All participants enter the dungeons immediately. The moment the words left his mouth, all contestants visible across the 3 live feeds began rushing toward their respective instance portals. Su Ming glanced at the other 3, now separated from their original team. After exchanging glances, they immediately entered the instance portal. The live streams for the 3 groups were split across 3 separate channels. Most viewers had set up 3 devices to watch all 3 qualifying matches simultaneously. Once the competition commenced, since this selection round didn't involve scoring points but only counted who could survive until the end. Therefore, the current scoreboard displayed the remaining members from each academy. Each academy fielded 4 participants per group. The qualifying rounds commenced. For Su Ming, who had practically made the dungeons his home over the past 6 months, the initial discomfort of entering them had long since faded. With a flick of his thoughts, Su Ming swiftly summoned his army of over 10,000 blade insects. Go! With a soft command, all the blade insects scattered in every direction the next second. The live stream camera cut perfectly to capture this action. So many insect beasts. Does his beast control space have no limits? Is he cheating? He seems to be Su Ming, the one with the dual beast-taming talent. Rumor has it his beast-taming space is extraordinary. Holy crap, he just released thousands of insect beasts at once. Doesn't he need beast tamers to protect himself? To pull this off, he must have a massive reserve of insect beasts. A beastmaster who uses low-level beasts? Has the Great Xia military command really sunk this low? 10,000 low-tier insect beasts attacking your beastmaster. Just cleaning up the mess will take time. Stop spouting big talk here. In an instant, online discussions about Su Ming surged, instantly propelling him to the top of the trending topics. Meanwhile, in a private viewing room at the Great Xia Academy, the door swung open, and everyone inside immediately stood up. King Xia entered slowly, his expression softening into a smile as he surveyed the room. It's been a long time, everyone. Truly a rare opportunity to gather like this. Your Majesty, you protect our Great Xia. It is truly an honor for these young people that you could spare time today to watch the competition. King Xia smiled faintly. No need for flattery. Please, everyone, take a seat. Before them were 3 display screens, each showing matches from the freshman, sophomore, and junior divisions respectively. Due to the current buzz, the freshman group's feed remained fixed on Su Ming's page. Upon seeing Su Ming, King Xia expressed some surprise. Young man, which academy do you represent?
Your Majesty, he is a student from our June Academy. His name is Su Ming. Chao Hongshou stood up to answer. Old Chao, what's the deal with Su Ming? Why are his tamed beasts all low-level insect beasts, and why does he have so many? Even the well-traveled King Xia couldn't help but feel astonished upon seeing Su Ming's beasts. Chao Gong smiled faintly. Your Majesty, you may not be aware Su Ming possesses dual talents. One of his talents affects the beast-taming space. As for why he contracts insect beasts, it's because his other talent is that of a leader. The leadership talent, the one where the more beasts you command, the greater the enhancement? King Xia pressed. Precisely. Moreover, Su Ming's beast-taming space is extraordinary, capable of replicating contracted insect beasts. That's why he can only contract insect beasts. Hearing this, many present were struck by its novelty. Even the heads of the other academies were hearing this explanation for the first time. King Xia nodded slightly. Remarkable. These two talents seem destined to converge upon Su Ming. I truly look forward to witnessing this young man in battle. King Xia, Su Ming's strength is the strongest in our Great Xia Military Academy's first division. Moreover, he nearly broke the record you set back in the Demon Suppression Tower. My record? What was it? Time has blurred my memory. King Xia chuckled softly at his own words. You reached the 138th floor, while Su Ming reached the 127th. I remember now. He reached the 127th floor? King Xia asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Yes. Hearing this, a flicker of delight suddenly crossed the Xia King's eyes, who had previously seemed unconcerned. But it was fleeting, and no one noticed. Ladies and gentlemen, as heads of various academies, I'll be watching the competition here today. I haven't had time to observe our Xia dynasty's younger generation, so please tell me about the abilities of these young talents. It would be our pleasure, King Xia. Having already released 10,000 insect beasts, Su Ming still felt their numbers insufficient during the operation. He promptly unleashed another 90,000. 100,000 blade insects began advancing discreetly in all directions. They served as Su Ming's eyes. Though his beasts couldn't provide direct vision, Su Ming received their sensory feedback. Without points, I'll just have to find a way to hunt down other opponents as quickly as possible. The competition placed no restrictions on evasion. Surviving until the end was a skill in itself. Shortly after Su Ming released his 100,000 blade insects, they were hunted down by several beast tamers. This instantly gave Su Ming a target. Since that's the case, and you're all going to be eliminated anyway, you'll be the first to go. With that thought, Su Ming summoned his winged blade insects and swiftly headed toward the area where most of his insect beasts had perished. The target was close, less than 5 kilometers away. Su Ming spotted a spirit wind wolf hunting his blade insects. Dozens of blade insect corpses littered the ground. Hey, if you just go around killing other people's beasts, their masters will come after you with a vengeance. Chapter 95, Hunting Beast Masters. The battle begins. Who are you? The other party stared at Su Ming, their eyes filled with confusion. Those insect beasts you've killed, they were all my beasts. Your beasts? I've killed at least dozens of them. How big is your beast space anyway? You're just spouting nonsense. But the moment the words left his mouth, it was as if something had clamped down on his throat. Staring at Su Ming, he uttered in disbelief, You're Su Ming from the Great Xia Military Command, the one who contracts insect beasts? Correct. Your reward is a ride home. Su Ming smiled faintly, yet the smile felt eerily unsettling. I'll take you up on that. Let's see if this so-called prodigy is truly as formidable as the rumors claim. Is that so? With a flicker of thought, Su Ming summoned the Blood Demon battle insect to his side. Seeing the Blood Demon war insect, the opponent pressed on. Didn't the rumors say you win battles by sheer numbers of insect beasts? Why are you only deploying a single sovereign-level beast against me? It's enough. How laughable. What use is a single sovereign-level insect beast? I may not be a powerful beastmaster, I'm just here for the fun of it, but I'm certainly not so weak that I can't defeat even one of your sovereign-level creatures. Su Ming shrugged helplessly. Let's see. Spirit Wind Wolf. Boom. The moment the words left his mouth, a thunderous explosion erupted beside him. The powerful shockwave sent him flying over 10 meters. Everything happened too fast. By the time the opponent slowly got back up, he found Su Ming standing right before him. Looking up, he saw his spirit wind wolf tossed aside like trash by the humanoid insect beast. Hand over your teleportation crystal. If you're just here to make a cameo, don't risk your beastmaster life. But considering you just slaughtered dozens of my pets, your beast won't be combat ready for half a year without special medication. Hearing Su Ming's words, a powerful sense of oppression washed over him. So this is the mightiest power of the 4 great academies? The boy muttered to himself as he produced his teleportation crystal. Shattering this crystal would force the participant out of the competition instance. Each participant had received one before entering the exam grounds. Each person possessed one, and it was said that every single teleportation crystal was worth 100,000. The financial and material resources mobilized for this selection process were unimaginable. Take your beast back with you. The boy dejectedly recalled his beast.
He had known he would fail, but the sheer magnitude of the power gap left him momentarily stunned. Before the other could react, Su Ming tossed the teleportation crystal directly to the blood demon war insect. Crack! A shattering sound echoed, and in the next instant, the boy's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. To prevent accidental breakage, teleportation crystals were crafted from materials beast tamers couldn't crush by hand. Having dealt with his first opponent, Su Ming resumed his hunt for prey. As the principal had mentioned, this instance's area wasn't particularly large. With over 4,000 people crammed inside, it was essentially like playing a battle royale game from his past life. They were bound to cross paths sooner or later. His 100,000 insect beasts had already suffered 1,000 casualties in the blink of an eye. And still, no location information had been received from Lesion and the other two. The teleportation points at this instance's entrance have scattered us far too widely. Su Ming shook his head in resignation, turning instead to hunt the others. Meanwhile, on the other side of the instance, a figure darted swiftly through the forest. Damn it, where the hell did this instance drop me? There are people everywhere. This person was none other than Hua Haichang. Not far ahead of him, a beastmaster was fleeing at full speed, riding his beast. Bro, stop running. You won't get away. Hua Haichang shouted, but the other party didn't pause for a moment. The same situation befell Lesion. Having just landed not long ago, he too encountered other beastmasters. Here, any encounter inevitably led to a battle. Nearly half an hour into the competition, participants had already been eliminated across all three groups. However, no major favorites had been eliminated yet. Nevertheless, both overt and underground gambling rings across Great Xia were already placing bets on which 12 contestants would ultimately secure spots in the Global Beastmaster Tournament. In Linhai City, Haidu Province. Within the Su family estate, Su Tianhu was also watching this nationally watched competition. He knew that both Su Ming and Su Yuhan had made it into the selection pool. Witnessing Su Ming's opening performance only deepened his resolve to die. Ah, why was I so foolish back then? If Su Ming still recognized our Su family now, I can't even imagine how far our family could have gone. Father, even without Su Ming, your granddaughter Yuhan can still uphold the Su family legacy. Hasn't she also made it into the selection? Su Yuhan's mother, standing nearby, remained unconcerned about Su Ming. Su Tianhu offered no reply, his gaze fixed intently on the competition. Meanwhile, Su Ming's parents had already moved into the residence prepared for them by Linhai, where the environment was significantly safer. Seeing their son's performance in the competition, they, as parents, were naturally filled with immense pride. Who would have thought my seed was so good? Honey, why don't we have another one? We could call it contributing to the nation. What are you talking about? You're being ridiculous. Su Ming's mother flushed crimson at the remark. Although advancing in Beastmaster rank didn't directly enhance human strength, it did extend lifespan. Thus, though Su Ming's parents were over 40, their physical condition remained largely unchanged from their 20s. Oh dear, our son's fine. We should try harder and raise another one for the country. What are you doing? Before they knew it, an hour had passed. Su Ming's insect beast had now gathered a wealth of information and relayed it back to him. Though they still hadn't found any trace of Lesion and the other two, they had detected the presence of personnel from the Polar Beastmaster Academy, the Sea Capital Beastmaster Academy, and the Great Xia Academy. Su Ming hesitated. Should he eliminate a few first, preparing for the second round of assessments? His insect beasts functioned like his own eyes, aiding him in gathering intelligence. But just then, a signal from a blade insect suddenly surged into Su Ming's consciousness. A telepathic bond existed between Beastmaster and Beast, and soon a stream of information flooded his mind. Su Ming, half a year has passed, and I never imagined you'd still be using this worthless beast. Come on, I'm waiting right here. I know you know exactly where I am. Boom! The next second, the blade insect was slain. That familiar presence. Su Ming didn't need to guess who it was. Yan Xiao, since that's the case, then bring it on. Su Ming's figure flickered, and he immediately charged straight toward Yan Xiao's location. Chapter 96, The Battle of the Two Favorites, a Sensation. At the same time, Yan Xiao tossed Su Ming's blade insect onto the ground with utter contempt. Gazing at the blade insect on the ground, his determination to defeat Su Ming reached its peak. He remained put, waiting for Su Ming's arrival. At that moment, the live broadcast camera switched to focus on Su Ming and Yan Xiao. Su Ming's path led directly toward Yan Xiao's position. In an instant, the entire livestream exploded with excitement. No way! It's barely been an hour, and two top contenders are about to clash? If they collide now, regardless of who wins or loses, one of them is guaranteed to miss the Global Beastmaster Tournament. This is intense. We saw they didn't get along from the start, but I never thought they'd clash this quickly. I heard that when Yan Xiao from Haidu went to the military headquarters for an exchange, Su Ming nearly killed one of his dragon beasts. He also lost a bottle of priceless true dragon essence blood to Su Ming. Looks like they've got plenty of grudges to settle. Are they planning to use this qualifier to do it? A deluge of comments flooded the screen, completely obscuring the broadcast. The live stream immediately locked onto Su Ming and Yan Xiao, refusing to switch angles.
After all, even before the competition began, Su Ming and Yan Xiao had already been listed as the top contenders among the first-year beast tamers for securing a spot. King Xiao watched the two on the live feed and couldn't help but turn to look at the two principals from the sea capital and the military academy. What's going on with these two young men? Is there some conflict between them? The two exchanged glances, both momentarily speechless. At that moment, Chao Hongshou couldn't help but speak up. It's really nothing major. During an exchange between our two schools earlier, Su Ming severed one head of Yan Zhao's twin-headed flame dragon. Thanks to timely treatment, there was no lasting damage. However, Yan Xiao also lost a drop of true dragon's essence blood to Su Ming. Upon hearing Chao Hongshou's explanation, the Xia King nodded. These two youngsters are certainly full of youthful vigor, quite fitting for their age. It's a pity, though. One of them is destined to miss the Global Beastmaster tournament. Indeed, Su Ming and Yan Xiao were not far apart. In less than 10 minutes, Su Ming had ascended above Yan Xiao. The moment both Su Ming and Yan Xiao appeared on the same screen, the entire live broadcast exploded with excitement. Everyone flooded into the live channel to witness the impending clash between the two. Su Ming, I knew you'd come, Yan Xiao said with a faint smile. Su Ming looked down at Yan Xiao from above and asked, you knew I was nearby and still didn't run? Was the lesson from last time not enough? Are you willing to gamble your spot in the Global Beastmaster tournament again? Yes, I lost that bet last time. I underestimated you. This time, I'm betting again the stakes are a spot in the Global Beastmaster tournament. I'm confident both of us have the skill to secure a spot, but I don't want to be on your team. I'm sure you feel the same. Rather than causing friction on the global stage, let's settle it here, decide who's more suited to go. Listening to Yan Zhao's words, Su Ming crossed his arms, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. His feud with Yan Xiao was, in truth, nothing much. Still, his willingness to speak so frankly at least proved his emotions were straightforward. Since the other had made his move, he couldn't afford to fall behind. Your reasoning holds merit, but you overlook one crucial point: you stand no chance against me. How can you know before we've even fought? Last time, I underestimated you, Su Ming. This time, my preparations far exceed your imagination. With that, Yan Xiao activated the beast summoning space behind him. One after another, dragon beasts burst forth from the space. That's a twin-headed flame dragon. A silent extinction spirit dragon. That's a king-tier dragon beast. That's an earth spirit dragon among sovereign-level beasts. It boasts the highest defensive capabilities. Good heavens! What level is Yan Xiao that he can summon 7 dragon beasts, including a king-tier one? On the ground, Yan Zhao's dragon beasts formed a semicircle behind him. The sovereign-tier spirit dragon of extinction alone stood over 50 meters tall, towering like a small mountain. Its body radiated the unparalleled aura of a king-level beast. This was the first time Su Ming had ever experienced the crushing pressure of a king-class beast up close. Su Ming, I wonder if my array of beasts can defeat you. But even if you realize it, it'll be too late. Today, only one of us will remain here. Hearing Yan Zhao's unwavering words, Su Ming nodded. You've spoken my mind. Then let's cut the chatter. Summon all your beasts. Agreed. The moment Su Ming's words faded, the beast summoning space behind him opened. Countless blade insects and shield insects poured forth like a tidal wave. Among them, his lord tier and sovereign tier beasts took flight. Over a dozen blood demon war beetles and nearly 10 swift wind wing beetles. The moment Su Ming's insect beasts appeared, even Yan Xiao, who had mentally prepared himself, couldn't help but feel a tightening in his chest. The sheer number of Su Ming's beasts seemed to far exceed his expectations. Holy crap, how many are there? Hundreds of thousands? The entire area within hundreds of meters is filled with Su Ming's insect army. My god, my trypophobia is kicking in. This is way too many. Now I finally understand why Su Ming is called the strongest in the military command. With this many insect beasts, it'd be hard to be weak. Even the worldly King Xia, upon seeing an insect beast army of this scale, couldn't help but exclaim, Su Ming's talent is truly terrifying. That the word frightening came from the Xia King's mouth spoke volumes about just how many bugs Su Ming's system contained. The Xia King continued, with the boost from his leader talent, Su Ming's insect beasts likely gain over 10-fold combat power. Whoa, no wonder Su Ming fights with such unshakable confidence. A 10-fold combat boost? Even the lowest tier insect beasts, empowered like that, could snatch something from higher tier beast tamers. From this perspective, Su Ming's odds of winning are significantly higher. Yan Xiao is 3 levels below Su Ming, and aside from that king tier dragon beast, he holds no real advantage. Don't underestimate Yan Xiao. He also possesses combat power amplification. Moreover, the dragon beast's aura is something these insect beasts can't possibly withstand. We'll just have to wait and see. The outcome between these two should be decided soon. Even the elders began debating the two combatants' strengths. The most tense individuals, however, were undoubtedly the principals of the two academies. Whichever side was eliminated would face utter annihilation within this group. Chapter 97, Yan Xiao eliminated. Is the favorite doomed? Is this your insect beast? Yan Xiao asked, surveying the scene before him. Yes. Well, are you satisfied?
Su Ming spread his hands with a smile, still showing no regard for Yin Xiao.
Not bad. The numbers match my estimates. Then let's cut to the chase.
As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, the insect beast surged forward under his command, launching a frenzied attack on Yin Xiao's flying mount. Seeing the swarm of insect beasts surging like a tidal wave, Yin Xiao quickly mounted his flying beast and soared skyward.
Su Ming knew his insect horde could only inflict minimal damage on Yin Xiao's dragon mount. Killing them would be impossible with just this swarm.
The next instant, the blood demon war insects and over 100 lord-class mounts charged toward Yin Xiao's dragon mount.
For Yin Xiao's king-grade dragon beast, the Annihilation Spirit Dragon,
Su Ming accorded it the utmost respect. 10 blood demon war beetles and 5 swift wind-wing beetles encircled it, ensuring his attacks wouldn't decimate his insect beast legion en masse. His main force, to put it plainly, served primarily to amplify the combat power of his high-tier insect beasts. After all, his amplification factor still couldn't enable a low-tier beastmaster to directly kill a sovereign-level dragon beast. This was precisely Su Ming's advantage, overwhelming numerical superiority combined with combat enhancement to compensate for racial disadvantages. In an instant, every one of Yin Xiao's dragon beasts found itself surrounded by at least 10 of Su Ming's beasts. Though these tamed beasts were one tier lower in species value than the besieged dragon beasts, Su Ming's sheer numbers proved overwhelming. Even the beast beneath Yin Xiao's seat found itself unable to escape the encirclement. Moreover, several blood demon war beetles maneuvered alongside Su Ming. In terms of numbers, Yin Xiao could find almost no advantage.
Su Ming, let's see what you've got. Yin Xiao roared with fury.
In just a moment, he had been pushed into a disadvantage.
Silent Extinction Spirit Dragon, Silent Extinction Dragon Breath. Roar. A dragon's roar echoed out. This dragon beast, possessing an extremely pure bloodline, unleashed its power after that roar. All his insect beasts couldn't help but shiver. Seeing the dragon's might take effect, Yin Xiao's previously uneasy heart instantly calmed considerably. Ah, Su Ming, this is the difference between my dragon beast and your insect beasts. Is that so? But did you see my insect beast retreat? Blood demon war insect, take him down. Tough talk, huh? Annihilation Spirit Dragon, slaughter these insect beasts.
The clash of the strongest beastmasters on both sides erupted. A torrent of dragon's breath roared directly at the 2 blood demon war beetles facing him. The scorching breath instantly caused the armor plating on the blood demon war beetles' bodies to show signs of melting.
But the next second, roar! The Annihilation Spirit Dragon let out an agonized howl. On its other body parts, Su Ming's blood demon war beetles' attacks remained formidable. Blood seeped continuously from its body. Yin Xiao, witnessing this scene, exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? Even if your sovereign-level beast is higher rank than mine, it shouldn't be able to break through my Nirvana Spirit Dragon's defenses so effortlessly. It's not just your talent that can be amplified. My amplification far exceeds what you imagine." Su Ming's lips curved into a faint smile as he continued directing his insect beast, unleashing a torrential assault upon Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao dismounted his dragon beast, for only then could he unleash his beast's full combat potential. Su Ming refrained from having his beast attack Yin Xiao. Before the assessment began, the headmaster had warned them all they were forbidden from initiating attacks against other beast masters during the trial, and should avoid killing their beasts whenever possible. After all, this was a DCA assessment, not a confrontation with beastmasters from other nations. Had it been another nation, the headmaster's words would likely have been, "If you can kill them, leave no survivors." Therefore, Su Ming held back from delivering a fatal blow. Su Ming, this must be why you've always contracted insect beasts. They provide powerful augmentations. The sheer number of your insect beasts is merely a diversion. Your true strength has always lain in these few high-breed value beasts. Facing Yin Xiao's question, Su Ming merely smiled and replied, "You're half right. As long as my insect army grows larger, my blade insects can slay dragons too." At that moment, Yin Xiao recalled the words Luo Qianxue had once spoken to him. He couldn't help but smile, though it was more self-mockery than anything else. The next instant, Yin Xiao retrieved his own teleportation crystal from his storage space and tossed it toward Su Ming. Su Ming watched the teleportation crystal trace a graceful arc through the air. A familiar pet caught it smoothly and promptly delivered it into his hands. Stop. The moment he caught the crystal, Su Ming instantly halted his insect beast's attack. Yin Xiao, in turn, was able to recall all his dragon beasts back into his beast-taming space. I don't know why, but losing to you actually makes me feel a lot lighter. I finally understand why Qianxue warned me not to compete with you back then. Su Ming smiled faintly at the remark. Yeah, if you'd listened back then, we might actually have made it to the Global Beastmaster Tournament together. But Yin Xiao let out a long sigh instead. Forget it. You go ahead. You're worth 10 men. With you there, I'll rest easy. Cut the act. You just stay home and watch me dominate the international stage. Su Ming and Yin Xiao shared a knowing smile. It seemed this battle had revealed much to both of them. Yin Xiao no longer insisted on defeating Su Ming, though the cost had been too great. Goodbye. Su Ming murmured softly. Goodbye. I'll be counting on you both from here on out. Yin Xiao nodded. Su Ming tossed the teleportation crystal. His blade insects leapt forward, and with a crack, the shattering sound of the crystal echoed through the livestream. Everyone felt a momentary daze. As Yan Xiao vanished into the dungeon, only 3 members of the Haidu Beastmaster Academy remained. Xiao Hongshou, tense with anxiety, watched the scene unfold and silently exhaled in relief. Turning to the principal of Haidu Beastmaster Academy standing nearby, he found himself at a loss for words. Any words now would sound like gloating over misfortune. Staring at the spot where Yan Xiao had vanished, Su Ming shook his head helplessly. Why bother? Truthfully, he hadn't been without thoughts of sparing Yan Xiao. But this was a selection process. Their battle was destined to end with one of them withdrawing. Had he lost, he would have faced the same fate as Yan Xiao. Victory for the victor, defeat for the vanquished, that had always been the main theme of cultivation. Meanwhile, the livestream room erupted in commotion. The elimination of Yan Xiao, one of the top favorites, shot straight to the top of the trending charts in milliseconds. Chapter 98, Don't thank me, your boyfriend got knocked out. Holy crap, she got eliminated just like that? That was way too smooth, I didn't even have time to react. Is this what they call the favorites curse? But the guy Yan Xiao lost to was also a top contender. The online uproar didn't disrupt the ongoing selection tournament. The competition continued in full swing. Although over an hour had passed, only a few hundred people had been eliminated. It would still take a considerable amount of time to eliminate everyone. After eliminating Yan Xiao, Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his quick reflexes had prevented Yan Xiao's dragon beast from inflicting significant damage on his blade insects. After all, while he could breed over 20,000 insect beasts daily. But similarly, suffering excessive losses in a short period would be extremely detrimental to his long-term strategy in this competition. Moreover, his greatest rival wasn't Yan Xiao. It was Xia Lin from the Great Xia Academy. His 2 king-tier beasts would pose immense difficulty when the time came. Just then, the 100,000 insect beasts I had previously released finally detected my teammate's signal. Luo Qianxue, I didn't expect to find you first. Su Ming's lips curved into a faint smile as he calculated the distance. Even from his current location, it would take roughly an hour to reach her. If Luo Qianxue knew he'd already eliminated her boyfriend, he wondered what expression she'd wear. His blade insects were quite swift indeed. Meanwhile, Luo Qianxue stared in surprise at the blade insect approaching her. You found me so quickly? Quick, there's someone over there. A voice echoed through the forest. Luo Qianxue whipped her head around to see a trio of beastmasters closing in, now less than 500 meters away. Facing 3 opponents was clearly a disadvantage, no matter how you looked at it. Yet, upon seeing Su Ming's blade insect, Luo Qianxue didn't choose to flee. Instead, she waited for the 3 to approach her. You saw us and didn't run? The leader of the group was taken aback by Luo Qianxue's composure. Boss, she's Luo Qianxue from the Great Xia Military Command, one of the top contenders for the spot. Who'd have thought we'd land such a big fish so quickly? The trio visibly perked up with excitement. Luo Qianxue instantly recalled the principal's warning. This selection event would include teams sent to hunt them down. The next moment, their beasts emerged from their beast summoning spaces. Though lacking any king-tier beasts, their combined master-tier mounts numbered over 15. Moreover, these 15 master-tier beasts were no ordinary creatures. Each possessed the bloodline of a divine beast. Watching the trio, Luo Qianxue couldn't help but frown. Although she had contracted a king-tier beast, her total number of beasts was still only 5, not particularly impressive. Moreover, her level was only 39, placing her in the lower middle tier among the top contenders. Her decision to pause stemmed from knowing Su Ming was nearby. He could certainly back her up. Are the 3 of you so certain you can defeat me? Luo Qianxue asked the trio. If the 3 of them aren't enough, what about adding us too? At that moment, 2 more beast masters emerged from behind Luo Qianxue, observing the scene before them. Deep down, Luo Qianxue couldn't help but feel a surge of tension. Deep down, she desperately hoped Su Ming would arrive soon. At the same time, Su Ming sensed Luo Qianxue's predicament through his blade insect. 5 against 1. Looks like the principal's encirclement has begun. Without hesitation, Su Ming urged his swift wind-winged insect to accelerate. Half an hour later. Luo Qianxue, you're probably the hottest target in our hands right now. On the ground, beasts lay scattered in every direction. Nearly every beast had lost its ability to fight. Beside Luo Qianxue, only her sole royal grade beast remained, the cold ice nether phoenix. However, the ice nether phoenix's condition was far from optimistic. In the viewing chamber, King Xia observed the scene and couldn't help but ask, where did these squad members come from? Your Majesty, these individuals were selected from various academies. Their personal strength alone wouldn't have secured them a spot. Therefore, we chose them as hunters to eliminate these contestants, simulating as closely as possible the scenarios they might face during the Global Beastmaster Tournament. Indeed, some pressure like this is necessary. King Xia nodded, fully approving of this decision. But what fuels their relentless drive? The headmaster of Haidu Academy inquired. Hunting more naturally comes with resource rewards.
But I believe the greater motivation is their desire to defeat these geniuses they couldn't defeat before. Ha ha ha. Instantly, laughter echoed throughout the entire room. The elite standing at the pinnacle of Great Xiao laughed, but whether it was the first-year group, the second-year group, or the third-year group, those being hunted down certainly weren't so amused.
Elimination meant no second chances. Unexpected defeats were far from rare.
Meanwhile, Yan Xiao, already eliminated by Su Ming, had taken his seat in the spectator area. Watching his girlfriend being surrounded and attacked, his hands clenched uncontrollably.
Su Ming, hurry up, you jerk. If you save Qianxue, I won't hold your elimination against me.
Su Ming's blade insect had already been killed, and he had no idea what the situation on the battlefield was like now.
Luo Qianxue, you have to hold on.
The destination appeared before him, a forest ravaged by the beast riding battle.
Looks like this is the place. The swift wind-winged insect flapped its wings and swiftly flew toward Luo Qianxue's location.
Meanwhile, Su Ming's blade insects continued to emerge from the ground. Su Ming had preemptively mobilized insect beasts near Luo Qianxue's location to provide support, aiming to delay the enemy for as long as possible.
Why are there more and more of these low-level insects here? No idea. This dungeon shouldn't have any insect beasts in it.
As they spoke, the leader suddenly paled, as if struck by a thought.
Quick! Grab Luo Qianxue's teleportation crystal.
What's the rush? She's already a lamb led to the slaughter.
Why the urgency? You idiot! Su Ming is here. These insect beasts are his advance party. Su Ming, the top-ranked talent from the Great Xia Military Academy.
The others immediately caught on they'd all researched these top contenders. Su Ming's strength was undeniable, he was a sure bet to secure a spot.
The insect beasts were his signature.
But just as they prepared to strike, several blood-red shadows plummeted from the sky. In the next instant, their beasts were all attacked.
Gentlemen, ganging up on a general of the Great Xia Military Command like this is rather excessive, don't you think? Chapter 99, The Polar Academy's Plight adding insult to injury. Su Ming.
The leader whipped his head around, glaring up at Su Ming in the sky. But the very next moment, Su Ming activated the beast riding space behind him, unleashing a torrent of insectoid beasts. Without a single word of warning, they instantly surrounded the beasts under their command. Escape was utterly impossible. In less than 10 minutes, the group stood straight before him.
Speak. Were you lot specifically arranged for the selection tournament?
Yes.
Then what are your backgrounds?
Su Ming looked up at the strongest-looking boy and asked.
Lei Hai Academy. Yang Yi. We're from the same academy as you in Zhengzhou City.
Su Ming frowned, turning to the others.
Are you all beast masters from ordinary academies too?
Yes.
We teamed up to hunt down geniuses like you. Too bad we didn't bring more people this time.
Otherwise, we might have been able to take you both down in one fell swoop. One of them said regretfully.
Su Ming ignored him and pressed on. I want to know just how many of you are hunting us?
We don't know either, but one thing's certain, there are many.
Su Ming nodded and stood up. So if you hunt us both down, how much resources would you get? Resources worth 300 million, and we can choose whatever we want.
Hearing this, Su Ming remained largely unmoved.
300 million was an astronomical sum for the vast majority of people.
But for him, it was merely a single expenditure.
You're all quite skilled, just unlucky. Maybe we'll cross paths again someday. With that, Su Ming crushed the 5 members' teleportation crystals.
After they departed, Su Ming turned to look at Luo Qianxue, who appeared somewhat disheveled.
Luo Qianxue, why didn't you run when you saw those people?
With your strength, it wouldn't have been easy for them to catch you.
Hearing Su Ming's questioning, Luo Qianxue replied, I could handle 3 of them. I just didn't expect there to be 2 more. That made it a bit too much for me.
Su Ming shook his head helplessly. Luo Qianxue bit her lower lip and murmured, Thank you, Su Ming. Hearing the thanks, Su Ming immediately raised his hand.
Don't thank me. You wouldn't want to. Why? You did help me. Why can't I say thank you? It's my manners. Seeing Luo Qianxue's earnest expression, Su Ming replied calmly, Before coming to rescue you, I just eliminated Yan Xiao. Ha? Luo Qianxue was momentarily lost for words. Yan Xiao, your boyfriend. Yan Xiao. I've already eliminated him. Hearing this, Luo Qianxue felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. How could that be? How could you have eliminated Yan Xiao? He practically handed himself over. If I hadn't eliminated him, I would have been the one eliminated. Su Ming shrugged. He felt a bit sorry about it, but it didn't weigh on his conscience. After all, Yan Xiao's elimination was entirely his own doing. A few minutes later, Luo Qianxue sighed. I told him long ago not to compete with you anymore, but he wouldn't listen. Su Ming smiled faintly. Seems your warnings weren't forceful enough. But after this, he should learn his lesson. Then, turning to Luo Qianxue, he asked, So, knowing all this, do you still want to work with me? Of course. Why wouldn't I? He's been eliminated, but I'm still here. I'll carry on with his will. Su Ming paused, then smiled faintly. Alright, let's go. I wonder how Lei Zhen and Hua Haichang are faring. My insect beasts still haven't detected their trail. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Su Ming froze in place once more. Noticing his reaction, Luo Qianxue approached with a puzzled look. Su Ming, what's wrong? Nothing. Just noticed something interesting. Want to come along? To do what? Luo Qianxue eyed Su Ming suspiciously. Su Ming gave a mysterious smile. To kick them while they're down. Soon, on a grassy field. But this grassland had been ravaged by dozens of beasts battling, turning it into a wasteland. Forget grass, the earth itself had been torn up several meters deep. At the center of this devastated area, 3 beast tamers were surrounded. They were surrounded by as many as 10 other beast tamers. Too bad. If Xiong Tianba were here, all of you from the Polar Beast Master Academy would be wiped out right here. Bull. If Brother Xiong were here, all of you would be finished. A male student from the Polar Beast Master Academy shouted. Ha! Where are they then? I don't see them anywhere. At that moment, Su Ming's figure appeared in the sky not far above them. Captain, there are 2 more over there. Buy 3, get 2 free, perfect. We'll rake in a fortune now. Send some men to capture them. In the next instant, several beasts flew toward Su Ming and his companion. On the ground, Su Yuhan and her 2 companions, already looking rather bedraggled, gazed at the distant figures and couldn't help but sigh. Ah, if only Brother Xiong were here. We didn't find Brother Xiong, but these guys found us first. As they sighed, several loud crashes echoed as the beasts that had been chasing Su Ming were all smashed to the ground. As the approaching figure drew nearer, Su Yuhan, who had been feeling somewhat despondent, couldn't help but stand up. Su Ming? How did he get here? Su Yuhan's words left the 2 beside her equally puzzled. Su Ming? Could it be Su Ming from the military command? Su Yuhan nodded. By then, Su Ming had already approached the group. Su Ming, Luo Qianxue? The leader of the group recognized them immediately upon seeing the pair. Su Ming smiled faintly. Well, you've certainly done your homework. Of course. Each of you has a different price tag. Su Ming, you're the big prize. If we eliminate you, we could split resources worth 200 million. 200 million. I'm worth quite a bit, huh? What about the one beside me? Su Ming feigned surprise. As for Luo Qianxue? She's only worth 100 million. Su Ming glanced at Luo Qianxue with a smile and nodded. Carry on. I'm just passing through. Won't bother you. Hey, Su Ming. We're all from the 4 great academies. You can't just stand by and watch us get hunted down by these guys. At that moment, someone from the Polar Beast Master Academy shouted at Su Ming. Su Ming merely shook his head. If they eliminate you, it's only beneficial for the Great Xia Military Academy. We're competitors now. Ha 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 ha. Su Ming, no need to kick someone when they're down. None of you are leaving here today. The leader of the group laughed loudly, his gaze fixed on the others as if he could already see billions of resources beckoning to him. Chapter 100. If I spare you, I'm a saint. Take out the 3 from Polar Academy first. The rest of you hold Su Ming back. The leader shouted, and the others followed his orders without hesitation. Su Ming watched the beast tamers charging toward him, while others among them had already moved to seize the teleportation crystals from Su Yuhan and her companions. He sighed helplessly. Well, it seems I can't reason with these damned fools. I only came to watch the spectacle, but they're practically forcing me to eliminate them. Su Ming shook his head, and at that moment, the beast-taming space behind him activated. The insect horde surged forth once more. The Blood Demon War insect and the Swift Windwing insect, both sovereign-level beasts, led their respective armies, a contingent of lord-level creatures and vast numbers of blade insects and shield insects charging toward the beast-tamers of the hunting squad. Within moments, nearly 1 million insect beasts poured forth, instantly crowding the once open grassland. What? How could this happen? The male leader, witnessing the scene before him, was utterly dumbfounded. The sheer number of insect beasts seemed utterly absurd. Run! Run now! The hunting team leader didn't hesitate, immediately abandoning the others and attempting to flee. But Su Ming wasn't about to let him get away that easily. Bring him back! The swift wind-winged insect transformed into a blur, swiftly materializing before the hunting squad leader. Behind it, the Blood Demon War insect followed suit. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a cloud of dust. The captain and his beast were slammed to the ground by the Blood Demon War insect's fist. Su Ming walked over slowly, observing the captain of the hunting squad lying on the ground, nearly unconscious. He shook his head. Tell me, why did you have to be so stubborn? The next instant, a blade insect plucked the storage ring from his finger. With a flick of Su Ming's mind, a teleportation crystal appeared in his hand. No, don't. Ignoring the captain's desperate pleas as he writhed in agony on the ground, Su Ming remained unmoved. He tossed the teleportation crystal onto the ground. Boom! The Blood Demon War insect promptly crushed it underfoot.
The others, witnessing their captain nearly wiped out instantly, followed suit like a defeated army, collapsing at the slightest touch. Witnessing this scene unfold before him, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. If they truly organize to fight us to the death, our losses will be substantial. It would take the sacrifice of hundreds of thousands of low-level insectoid beasts to take them down. Now, with only tens of thousands lost, they've taken down this hunting squad. This was clearly a profitable deal, and it wouldn't affect my strength. If you don't want your beasts to be mistakenly killed by mine, throw out your teleportation crystals. Otherwise, if my insectoid army slaughters them, don't blame me for lacking comradeship. No sooner had Su Ming spoken than several of those who had been resisting immediately tossed out their teleportation crystals. Others hesitated for less than 3 seconds before following suit. You're quite quick. Without further ado, Su Ming commanded his insect beasts to crush their crystals. After sending all the members of the hunting squad away, Su Yuhan and her 2 companions, now utterly drained of fighting strength, were relieved to have been given a second chance. Thank goodness someone came to help. Otherwise, we would have been eliminated. That was close. The 2 boys expressed their relief, while Su Yuhan simply stared at Su Ming without speaking. Su Ming approached the trio, his victorious demeanor unmistakable. At that moment, the headmaster of the Polar Beast Master Academy smiled at Chao Hongshou and remarked, "Mr. Chao, your academy has truly cultivated a student of noble character. To think he would save beast masters from other academies in such a situation." Before Chao Hongshou could respond, others chimed in, "It's not over yet." Frankly, if Su Ming had let them go, that would have been sheer stupidity, releasing a tiger back to the mountain only to face it as an enemy later. Exactly. At the end of the day, only the 4 from our academy are teammates in this simulation. Everyone else is still competitors. Being too saintly will only get you hurt on the battlefield. While the leaders debated, the live chat exploded with heated arguments. Whether Su Ming should spare the 3 from the Polar Beast Master Academy had clearly become the central topic of discussion. Su Ming, thank you for your help. Otherwise, we would have been eliminated for sure. A male student from the Arctic Beast Master Academy stood up, extending his hand to shake Su Ming's. But the next second, Su Ming replied coldly, "When did I ever say I saved you?" The boy's outstretched hand froze mid-air. He stared at Su Ming in utter disbelief. "Su Ming, you're not joking, right? Didn't you just save us from that hunting squad? But I never said I wouldn't eliminate you. Hand over your teleportation crystals, all 3 of you." "What?" The 2 boys stared at Su Ming in shock, while Su Yuhan beside them watched him silently. Su Ming responded calmly, "Yuhan, you might as well persuade your classmates to hand over their teleportation crystals too. Even at your peak, the 3 of you combined wouldn't pose any threat to me." Su Ming's words were supremely arrogant, yet none of the 3 could refute them. A single man had taken down a 10-person hunting squad, something the 3 of them combined couldn't even manage. Su Yuhan sighed. "We've lost. Hand them over." Though the 2 boys were unwilling, they silently retrieved the teleportation crystals from their storage rings under Su Ming's gaze. Moments later, all 3 crystals landed in Su Ming's grasp. At that moment, Su Yuhan also stood up. Stepping before Su Ming, she declared, "Su Ming, it seems grandfather truly erred back then. You are far more worthy of cultivation than I ever was. His decision to cultivate you was already a blessing for the Su family. I'm no longer part of the Su family, don't associate me with them. You're quite talented, but don't compare yourself to me." Su Ming's words, reaching Su Yuhan's ears now, no longer stung as they once had. After a year of cultivation, Su Yuhan seemed to have gained a lot of perspective. She nodded. "Do your best. I hope to see your performance at the Global Beastmaster Tournament." "I will." Su Ming tossed 3 teleportation crystals at his insect beast's feet. Crack! The sound of shattering crystals echoed as the 3 were instantly forced out of the instance. Luo Qianxue, who had been observing the entire time, approached Su Ming and asked, "Why didn't you spare them? Let them off? Luo Qianxue, are you even listening to yourself? If this were the Global Beastmaster Tournament arena, they'd be competitors from other nations vying against us. In that scenario, if any of them survived my hands, it'd only be because my mercy ran deep." Chapter 101, Special Beast Master, Cyclops. Before Luo Qianxue could react, Su Ming recalled most of his insect beasts into his Beastmaster space. Lu Qianxue, stung by Su Ming's rebuke, seemed to snap out of her daze. "So what are we doing now?" "Find Lei Jin and the other 2, of course. Though my insect beasts haven't pinpointed their exact location yet, I've narrowed down their general area. We must ensure all 4 of us advance to the elimination rounds. If luck's on our side, getting 2 spots would be a win." Su Ming continued, "Right now, aside from the Great Xia Academy, we hold the greatest advantage. I've already taken care of Haidu's leader, Yin Xiao. The polar trio was just wiped out by me. Only their captain remains, fighting alone. The question is how many of their members haven't been eliminated yet. If someone's hiding, won't that make them hard to find?" Luo Qianxue asked doubtfully. Su Ming shook his head with a smile. "Don't worry. I don't believe the selection tournament would let anyone hide indefinitely.
These hunting squads definitely have ways to track us down, I just haven't bothered to ask. Besides, I don't want to actively hunt down those contestants.
If they get eliminated by the hunting squads, they can still earn resources.
Why not?
My only goal is to ensure the three of you and I advance to the second round of the elimination tournament. With that, Su Ming completed the recall of his beast. He hopped effortlessly onto the swift wind-winged insect's back and called down to Luo Qianxue, let's go find Lei Jin and the others.
Alright. On the other side of the dungeon, Hua Haichang was still searching the forest alone for traces of Su Ming's insect beast. What the hell was that teleportation for? Why hasn't Su Ming's insect beast come looking for me yet? He had no doubt about Su Ming's abilities. But he was utterly bewildered.
In terms of strength, every participant in this selection process was a formidable opponent.
He couldn't match Su Ming's ability to fight multiple opponents at once.
Therefore, Hua Haichang had completely changed his reckless attitude. Even when he spotted an opponent, he tried his best to avoid conflict.
Snap!
A sharp crack echoed through the air. Already on edge, Hua Haichang spun around instantly.
Who's there?
A figure slowly emerged from the forest.
Recognizing the figure, a smile instantly spread across Hua Haichang's face. So it's you, Shorty. How long have you been tailing me?
Appearing behind him was none other than the Shorty from the Great Xia Academy who had clashed with them earlier.
What a small world. Since I've run into you, if you know what's good for you, hand over the teleportation crystal now.
That way, your beast companion can avoid some pain.
Shorty, I've never known the meaning of surrender in my entire life.
With a flick of his thoughts, Hua Haichang activated the beast-taming space behind him. His several beast companions materialized beside him.
One last time, I'm not a Shorty. My name is Shi Lang. And you know very well who sent you packing. Fine.
Then I'll see just how strong this Shorty really is. Everyone says students from the Great Xia Academy are the strongest among the 4 great academies, but I'm not buying it. Shi Lang's words instantly ignited the pent-up frustration within Hua Haichang.
You'll find out. Come forth, Cyclops.
Immediately, a massive beast summoning portal opened behind Shi Lang. A 50-meter-tall colossus materialized before Hua Haichang.
Thud.
Gazing at the colossal creature before him, Hua Haichang's previously composed demeanor instantly soured.
Well, my beast companion isn't short, is it?
Seeing Hua Haichang's astonishment, Shi Lang felt immense satisfaction.
He relished seeing the other party's expression of utter helplessness. It certainly isn't short.
But the more lacking a person is in something, the more they seek to compensate through other means. Your beast companion certainly compensates for that little dwarf inside your heart.
You bastard! Shi Lang's face flushed with fury at the remark.
His height had been the reason people had mocked him since childhood. Hua Haichang was undoubtedly pouring salt on Shi Lang's wounds and then sprinkling chili powder on top.
A fierce battle between the two seemed imminent.
The intense confrontation drew the attention of the surrounding beast masters. Meanwhile, on the ground, a blade insect slowly approached the edge of the battlefield. Soon, within Su Ming's consciousness space, he received a message from his blade insect.
Found it. What? In the sky, Luo Qianxue looked at Su Ming with confusion. Found what? We found Hua Haichang. Really? Where is he? Northeast direction. He's in rough shape. We need to hurry, if we're late, he might get eliminated. Alright.
The two swiftly headed toward Hua Haichang's location. Before they knew it, an hour had passed. Hua Haichang watched his severely wounded, combat-incapacitated beasts with unbearable anguish. Shi Lang's beasts were also injured, but by comparison, his own side suffered far greater damage. That 50-meter-tall, one-eyed giant proved to be a formidable opponent. Shi Lang had defeated him relying solely on this one unique beast. Well, Hua Haichang, the giant sneered, hand over your teleportation crystal. Or I'll slaughter your beasts one by one. The Cyclops gripped Hua Haichang's golden war lion in its hand, its threat hanging heavy in the air. Seeing the pain etched across his golden war lion's face, Hua Haichang felt an agonizing internal conflict. The bond between a beastmaster and their beast was profound, even though the beastmaster's death wouldn't affect the beastmaster. But the golden war lion had fought alongside him through so many battles, and their bond had grown profound. Stop. Let go of my beast. Heh, that's more like it. Hand over the teleportation crystal and get out of here. Remember, if you don't have the strength, keep your mouth shut. Shi Lang burst into laughter. Is that so? Then you can shut your mouth too. At that moment, Su Ming's voice echoed from the sky. Hua Haichang immediately looked up in surprise, gazing toward the sky. There, Su Ming and Luo Qianxue had already appeared behind Shi Lang. Seeing the two suddenly appear, Shi Lang was utterly bewildered. Su Ming? What are you doing here? Do I need to explain? Though I never would have guessed you're not tall, yet your beast mount is enormous. Su Ming had spotted this colossal beast from afar, though he hadn't bothered to scrutinize Shi Lang's beastmaster details at the time. The combat prowess of this one-eyed giant was indeed formidable. No wonder Hua Haichang was no match for him. You're just in time. This saves my squad leader and the others from having to intervene.
I'll take care of your entire Great Xia military command all by myself. Hearing Shi Lang's words, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. I truly don't know, does this single Cyclops really give you such immense confidence? Did you even think before saying that? Chapter 102, The Noble Control Class, Unbeatable Synergy. Su Ming, you're just playing with a bunch of insects. My Cyclops could crush a whole swarm with a single stomp. Though inwardly panicked, Shi Lang refused to concede defeat with his words. Su Ming nodded, then immediately activated his beast control space. An army of insect beasts surged out frantically. Shi Lang watched them pour endlessly from the beast control space, seemingly boundless. His earlier smirk slowly faded. He'd heard rumors about Su Ming's vast insect horde, but no one had ever mentioned it being this immense. There must be over 1 million of these things. Is this really a beastmaster my age? Or is he some ancient monster who's become immortal? Shi Lang, already panicking, felt his heart sink completely upon witnessing Su Ming's vast horde. All he could think now was to exhaust Su Ming's insect beasts as much as possible before he was eliminated. If his teammates encountered Su Ming, they might stand a chance. Take out his beast. Su Ming swept his arm, and the entire insect horde surged madly toward the Cyclops. Cyclops, laser beam! Shi Lang bellowed, and a crimson laser suddenly blasted from the Cyclops' single eye. It instantly swept across Su Ming's ground forces. In an instant, over 1,000 of his insect beasts perished. Su Ming was startled by the strike. Cyclops, trample these insects to death. At that moment, Luo Qianxue beside him also activated her own beast control space. Su Ming, I'm here to help you. All right. Su Ming nodded. Defeating Shi Lang was no problem for him, but he didn't want to lose too many of his insect beast army. After several hours of rest, Luo Qianxue's beast control abilities had nearly fully recovered. Blood Demon War Insect, target his head. Frost Phoenix, freeze his legs. Their coordination was flawless. The Ice Nether Phoenix truly lived up to its royal grade status. The extreme freezing not only immobilized the Cyclops' legs but also froze many of Su Ming's insect beasts. Hey, sis, you're not exactly picking sides here. Can't blame me, Su Ming. The Ice Nether Phoenix's attack is area of effect. With so many bugs, collateral damage is hard to avoid. Crack! At that moment, the frozen legs of the Cyclops began to tremble violently. Su Ming knew this freeze wouldn't last long. He must crush it immediately. Blood Demon War beetles, Swift Wind Wing beetles, and other Lord-level insect beasts had already converged on the Cyclops' head through various means. The bloodthirsty demon insects no longer needed to worry about where to attach themselves. The Cyclops giant possessed formidable combat strength. But he was undeniably clumsy. Damn it! 2 against 1? That's not fair! Shi Lang shouted. Su Ming chuckled, who's talking about fairness? If this were a real battlefield, I wouldn't hold back our beasts at all. With only one beast contracted, you'd be decapitated in seconds on a life or death battlefield. Indeed, due to the nature of the qualifying tournament, direct attacks on the Beastmaster themselves were prohibited. But come the Global Beastmaster tournament? Forget all those rules. Killing a Beastmaster? If you have the strength, you kill them. That was the brutal reality of the Global Beastmaster tournament. 2 against 1, Shi Lang had no chance of winning. Though the Ice Nether Phoenix could only immobilize the Cyclops for a brief moment, once it thawed. The Ice Nether Phoenix would freeze it again. Its control was relentless, leaving the Cyclops utterly immobilized. Before long, Shi Lang retrieved his teleportation crystal from his storage ring. Crack! Without hesitation, Shi Lang violently lifted a boulder and smashed it down. The teleportation crystal shattered with a loud crack, and Shi Lang promptly recalled his Cyclops into his beast-taming space. You win. But I'm merely the weakest among our academy's representatives. With our captain still in the competition, you'd better pray you don't face him in the first round. With Shi Lang eliminated by Su Ming, this meant that among the participants from the other 3 academies in the selection process had been eliminated by Su Ming. Su Ming is ruthless. That insect horde will give him a massive advantage in the Global Beastmaster tournament. His insect horde can detect his own allies and act as scouts to probe enemy sightlines. If Su Ming chooses, no one could possibly spot him because he'd spot them first. Thankfully, Su Ming's combat prowess is formidable. If he were eliminated, it would feel like a massive loss. Seeing Hua Haicheng looking somewhat disheveled, Su Ming couldn't help but tease him. If we'd arrived just a little later, you would have been eliminated. Thanks to you, Su Ming. I'm so glad you were here. That Cyclops from Shi Lang was way too tough for me to handle. At that moment, Hua Haicheng inquired, what? Still haven't found Lei Jin? Not yet. I've already sent out over 200,000 insect beasts to search. I just fear he might have been ambushed by a hunting squad that would be troublesome. Hunting squads? I've encountered them too. But I ran fast, they didn't catch me. Haicheng still felt a chill at the memory. Luo Qianxue took out a jade vial and said, give each of your beasts a little of this. It'll help them recover faster. I doubt this first elimination round will wrap up anytime soon. Alright. Hua Haicheng didn't hesitate.
If he didn't quickly regain his combat strength, he'd only slow down Su Ming and the others.
Alright, next we'll go find Lei Jin.
Besides, the three of us together can form a hunting squad to take down other competitors.
Let's wrap up this first round of selection early. Hell yeah! Finally, it's our turn to gang up on the weak. Hua Haichang leapt to his feet.
The past few hours of dodging and hiding had been more than enough for him. The data panel now clearly displayed the number of eliminations each contestant had achieved. Xia Lin truly lives up to being a direct descendant of His Majesty Xia.
His elimination count is already far ahead of everyone else.
Xia Lin alone had already eliminated over 30 people.
He had single-handedly wiped out multiple hunting teams and academies. Following closely behind him was Su Ming.
With 19 eliminations, he held the second position. The rest of the participants have eliminated around 10 people each, with most having taken down just 1 or 2.
With fewer than 500 contestants remaining, the final elimination phase is about to begin.
The freshman group's progress is faster than I anticipated. They've actually surpassed the sophomore and junior group's pace.
Xiao Wang couldn't help but marvel at the information displayed on the screen.
The strength of this year's freshman group is truly remarkable. Several individuals possess abilities that are in a league of their own. If not for being eliminated by Su Ming, Yan Zhao's skills would have been equally unmatched.
Chapter 103, Lei Jin's Trail, The Hunter's Pursuit. Each wave surpasses the last. That's how it should be. Only then will the strength of our great Xia Beastmasters continue to grow.
After speaking, the Xia King rose to his feet.
Alright, everyone. I won't be watching the rest of the matches. I'll return to the venue for the finals. Understood.
All the elders rose in unison, watching as the Xia King exited the room. The moment the Xia King departed, the anchor holding everything steady vanished. The academy headmaster, who had already been harboring resentment, immediately spoke up. Lord Chao, your military academy is utterly unreasonable. Taking advantage of the situation, that's not the conduct befitting a soldier. The first to speak up was Han Yanbei from the Polar Beastmaster Academy, another legendary top-tier beastmaster. Lord Han, had this occurred on the battlefield, they would have been Su Ming's enemies.
Killing them would not have been excessive.
Merely eliminating them was the most lenient outcome.
Chao Hongshou remained unimpressed.
Su Ming had done nothing wrong. Anyone in his position would have acted the same. With Master Han leading the charge, others quickly joined in condemning the excessive brutality of the other academy students. A verbal battle among a group of legendary and king-tier beast masters would surely seem unbelievable to the public if witnessed. After all, they had always projected an image of lofty, unreachable grandeur to everyone. The live broadcast camera kept switching angles, and Lei Jin appeared on screen for the first time.
The Thunder King, upon seeing his student, exclaimed in surprise, "Lei Jin? Why is this his first appearance now?"
Qi Shantian studied the scene carefully before shaking his head.
Thunder King, look at your student's current position. He's on the Lake Island. No one else has been teleported here. Unless someone arrives, it's unlikely anyone will clash with Lei Jin. This is his chance to shine. Why is he hiding here? He should go out and fight the other contestants. Others would be thrilled if their students could skip combat and advance to the next round. But you, of all people. Qi Shantian shook his head, but the camera cut away. On the cliff above the Lake Island, several figures had already appeared above. Is it here? That's right. According to the Mother Crystal's detection, a beastmaster is hiding on this Lake Island. The little bastard's pretty crafty. This island is over 10 kilometers from any mainland. Unless you deliberately come here, it's hard to spot. It really is a great hiding spot. But his luck's running out. We've got the teleportation Mother Crystal. As long as he's carrying his teleportation crystal, we'll find him. Bet he's still dreaming of sneaking through to the final 16. Let's go. Give this kid a little surprise. Meanwhile, Lei Jin, safely on the island, remained completely at ease. He hadn't detected any other contestants yet. Surely they won't let me coast through to the second round like this? If that's how the selection works, it seems pretty easy. Just then, a mocking voice echoed above Lei Jin. What the hell are you thinking? You actually expect to coast into the second round? Hearing the voice, Lei Jin snapped his head up. Above him, a dozen figures had materialized out of nowhere. Holy! Faced with the scene before him, Lei Jin couldn't help but curse. Kid, thinking you could hide here and reap the rewards? That's wishful thinking. Gazing at the small squad before him, Lei Jin immediately recalled the hunting team the principal had warned them about. Do you have something that can pinpoint my location? Otherwise, there's no way you could find me so precisely. Lei Jin asked tentatively. But the other party completely ignored Lei Jin's question. Lei Jin, you're actually a top-tier target. Your bounty is 100 million. Eliminating you means each of us gets nearly 10 million worth of resources. The squad leader exclaimed excitedly. This undoubtedly gave the other members of the squad a shot of adrenaline. Kill. Lei Jin's pupils contracted sharply as the beast-taming space behind him instantly activated. A flash of lightning erupted. Lei Jin's figure vanished from his original position.
When the others abruptly looked up, they realized Lei Jin had already sprinted far ahead.
Damn it, I underestimated him. Chase him.
Lei Jin glanced back at the hunting squad pursuing him, a sneer curling his lips.
You lot. If I were to fight you head-on, I might not win against your numbers. But when it comes to speed, you'll never catch me.
Lei Jin moved swiftly, yet he knew escape was impossible.
The enemy possessed technology to pinpoint his location.
Even if he managed to shake them off, they would quickly detect his whereabouts again. His only option now was to eliminate the entire hunting squad to secure his own safety.
I wonder where Su Ming is.
If we find him, the two of us together could take care of these dozen or so men in no time. Lei Jin never let the hunting squad gain distance on him. His goal was to find Su Ming. Meanwhile, Su Ming and his two companions were hunting other competitors.
Just then, Su Ming sensed another transmission from his insect beast. What is it, Su Ming? Found another contestant's location?
The other two, unfazed by such occurrences, immediately inquired. No, my insect beast seems to have detected Lei Jin's beast companion.
But it's too far away to confirm.
Su Ming shook his head.
Lei Jin? Where is he? He's heading this way.
Let's go check it out. According to the intel my beast is relaying, he's being hunted by the hunting squad and there are quite a few of them.
Alright.
While fleeing, Lei Jin, who was swiftly following Su Ming, scanned the surroundings from atop his own beast rider.
Su Ming, where the hell are you? I need help.
After chasing Lei Jin for over an hour, the dozen or so members of the hunting squad had reached their limit.
Captain, this isn't sustainable.
Our beasts can't keep up with him.
Flank him. Surround him. We can't let him lead us by the nose.
Once we engage him, he won't be able to escape.
Soon, several members broke away from the pursuit.
Seeing this, Lei Jin immediately grew alert. But when he turned to look ahead, 3 figures appeared in the distance.
No way, 3 more.
Meanwhile, the pursuing squad also spotted Su Ming and his 2 companions.
3 more? Are they here to snatch them? Highly likely. We'll struggle to catch up to Lei Jin.
Whether we flank them from both sides or not, as long as we eliminate them last, they won't stand a chance. But as the distance closed, Lei Jin's worried expression suddenly gave way to one of pure joy.
Su Ming! Holy crap, I finally found you guys. Chapter 104, The 4 unite, sweeping away the hunting squad. Su Ming, I'm right here. Lei Jin stood up and called out loudly to the 3. The pursuers behind them heard Lei Jin's call and murmured in confusion, is the person Lei Jin is calling out named Su Ming? Seems like it.
But it's a bit far away, hard to make out clearly.
Su Ming, isn't that the top recruit from the Grand Xia Military Academy's 1st Division?
The squad leader muttered under his breath, then snapped his head up.
Oh no! Run! Those 3 are from the Great Xia Military Headquarters. What?
Seeing the hunting squad members trying to flee, Hua Haicheng shouted, Lei Jin, hold them off.
Don't let them escape. Lei Jin glanced back. The pursuers were now turning tail and fleeing. He burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha.
You've been chasing this young master for so long, now it's my turn to chase you. Su Ming glanced at the 2 beside him and said, don't let this hunting squad off.
Eliminate every last one of them. Don't worry, Su Ming. Not a single one will escape.
Luo Qianxue and Hua Haicheng immediately flanked them from both sides. Su Ming swiftly closed in on Lei Jin. As they sped forward side by side, Lei Jin turned his head to look at Su Ming.
Su Ming, how did you find me? My insect beast recognized your beast companion and alerted me. I suspected it was you. But you sure didn't hold back, you even brought gifts.
Su Ming said, and the 2 shared a knowing smile.
Lei Jin shook his head. I was hiding perfectly on the lake island.
I never thought these hunting teams could pinpoint my location.
There are just too many of them. I've been leading them around this instance for over an hour. Take them out.
Grab the locator devices from them. With the 4 of us together, there's no one in this entire instance who can stand against us.
Agreed.
The 4 moved swiftly, quickly surrounding the entire hunting squad. The squad leader watched the scene unfold before him, panic rising.
How is this possible? How did all 4 of you manage to gather together?
According to projections, it would be nearly impossible for contestants from the same academy to assemble within a single day. Yet in less than half a day, the Great Xia Military Academy team had already assembled completely. Heh, you should take a look at who our captain is. Hand over the teleportation mother crystals you're holding, or else your beasts will suffer. Lei Jin chuckled darkly.
Forget about the transmission crystals, you're not getting them. Attack! Hold on. The sky isn't the place for this fight. Let's take it to the ground.
Our squad wants to see what the Great Xia Military Headquarters is made of.
Su Ming nodded. Agreed.
Only a fraction of his insectoid army could fly, so aerial combat held no real advantage for him. After landing, the members of the hunting squad stared at the 4 who had surrounded them.
There are only 4 of them. If we all charge together, someone is bound to break through. They had no doubt about their strength. For against 12 they stood no chance against Su Ming and his team.
The squad leader gave a helpless chuckle.
Escape?
We can't outpace their beasts in speed, and we're vastly outnumbered. Just look at this guy, his beast count alone exceeds the combined beasts of every participant in the first to third year selection rounds.
Then why even fight? Surrender now or wait until your beasts are beaten to a pulp? Some murmured.
Cherish this moment.
It might be the only chance we ever get to face them. Once it's gone, it's gone. Damn it. Didn't the ancients say, are kings, lords, generals, and ministers born of a special breed? I refuse to believe we can't take down even one of their beasts. Right. Let's gang up on just one of their beasts. At least we won't let them have an easy time. Su Ming glanced at the other three.
After exchanging glances, they simultaneously activated their beast master spaces. But the moment Su Ming's insect beast legion appeared, those witnessing it for the first time couldn't help but freeze in place.
Su Ming's insect beast army never ceases to astonish me.
At this rate, his future achievements will be truly boundless.
Indeed, it's practically unbeatable.
This explains why those traitors from the Holy Heaven sect have repeatedly attempted to assassinate Su Ming, even offering 100 billion credit bounty. After this selection, Su Ming's bounty will likely rise to a point where even king-level beast masters will be tempted. 100 billion has already tempted some king-tier beast masters, but Su Ming has been confined to the academy lately, so no one has had the chance to act. Chao Hongshou rubbed his temples.
After the selection, Su Ming's safety would become another matter he'd need to address.
When the live feed cut back to Su Ming's group, the battle had already concluded. A crystal several times larger than a teleportation crystal appeared in Su Ming's hand. Unlike a teleportation crystal, this mother crystal was a mirror surface that displayed flickering points of light. These marked the locations of teleportation crystals.
This is the master teleportation crystal.
It can mark any teleportation crystal within 50 kilometers. The captain of the hunting squad explained, standing beside Su Ming.
Got it. Thanks a lot. Only by fighting you can I truly grasp the gap between us.
Su Ming, the Global Beastmaster tournament depends on you. Give it your all.
Alright, rest assured. We won't let you down. Su Ming nodded.
Immediately after, the dozen or so members of the hunting squad crushed their own teleportation crystals and were transported out of the instance. The four who had obtained the mother crystal mirror gazed at the dim black dots surrounding them.
Hua Haicheng asked, what's going on? Is the mother crystal malfunctioning? Why aren't any points showing?
You idiot, it's obvious there are no more teleportation crystals around here. Besides, there are still 4 points, they're just clustered together.
Luo Qianxue shot Hua Haicheng a withering look. Oh, I see. But there's no one within 50 kilometers?
That's ridiculous. Su Ming shook his head.
Not at all. Clearly, the selection tournament is nearing its end. The density has thinned out, most participants have been eliminated.
I don't know how many are left now, but the selection could stop at any moment.
We still need to be cautious. The only threat remaining for us is the Great Xia Academy. What should we do now? Keep searching for people? Lei Jin asked next.
Su Ming shook his head.
No.
We've fought continuously, and your beast riding burdens are significant. Especially Old Was Beast hasn't fully recovered from its injuries, and it just endured another battle.
Rest here. Most of those remaining likely possess teleportation mother crystals.
The four of us together, if they wish to, they'll find us.
Chapter 105, The End? Lying down for round 2? Su Ming, it's been over 3 hours. Aren't we just lying in wait for the second round?
Su Ming and the others leaned against a tree to rest.
Hua Haicheng couldn't help but ask. Isn't this better? Conserve your strength. If you exhaust yourselves fighting them now, how will you face the second round?
Lei Jin waved his hand dismissively. He was all for lying low in the second round, that way, they'd have peak combat strength to face off against those who'd survived the first round.
Su Ming sighed helplessly. Let's wait 2 more hours. If it hasn't ended by then, we'll head out. Dragging this out isn't a solution. We can't let 1 or 2 people keep holding us back. Agreed.
The other two didn't object, nodding their agreement. An hour later, a mysterious force suddenly descended upon the 4 of them. For these 4, who had entered dungeons as routinely as drinking water over the past half-year, they knew exactly what this force signified.
We're being teleported out of the instance. Looks like the final 16 have been decided. Otherwise, they wouldn't force teleport us out. Yes.
This means all 4 of us from the academy have made it to the second round. In the next instant, Su Ming and his 3 companions vanished from the dungeon.
Simultaneously, the remaining 12 contestants were also transported out.
A roster landed in the hands of the selection tournament's chief official. Chao Hongshou, observing the proceedings, also received a copy of the list. First year group first round qualifiers. Great Xia Military Academy, Su Ming, Lei Jin, Luo Qianxue, Hua Haicheng. Great Xia Academy, Xia Lin, Wu Tianxian, Lin Yuyan.
Haidu Academy, Yan Kai, Zhang Ning. Polar Academy, Xiong Tianba.
Northern Academy, Chang Shuebing, Jiang Chenghao. Southern Academy, Zhuang Jingsheng.
Purple Pole Academy, Xine, Jiang Gu. Sun Academy, Ningbu.
The 4 major academies swept all 10 spots, marking the lowest proportion in recorded history. For the poor performance of Polar Academy and C Capital Academy in the freshman division, Su Ming was undoubtedly the main culprit. 3 members of Polar Academy were wiped out by Su Ming, while the captain of C Capital Academy was eliminated by him within 2 hours of the competition starting. At this moment, all 16 contestants simultaneously materialized within the first instance hub of the Great Xia Academy. Xiong Tianba scanned the area, searching for the other 3 members of his academy.
No way, am I the only one left?
Similarly, the 2 from the Coastal Academy were searching for Yan Xiao.
Yan Zhao's been eliminated? How could this happen?
Jiang Ning and Yan Kai both found it hard to believe what they were seeing. The happiest of all were the 6 individuals outside the 4 great universities. After all, snatching a second round spot from among the 16 representatives of the 4 great academies was an incredibly difficult task. At that moment, 3 tournament officials appeared before the 16 contestants. Congratulations to all of you on advancing to the second round of elimination.
The competition will commence one day after the first round of both the sophomore and junior divisions concludes.
You may now return to your respective university's rest area to prepare and await further notice regarding the start time of the second round. Su Ming glanced at the 3 beside him and said, "Let's go." But as the group stepped out of the dungeon center, they were immediately met by a barrage of camera flashes and microphones practically shoved into their faces.
Su Ming, can you share your thoughts right now? Su Ming, what are your thoughts on consecutively eliminating 5 members from the 3 major academies Haidu, GD, and Dixia?
Su Ming, all 4 members of the Great Xia Military Academy have advanced to the second round.
Are you confident in securing all 4 spots? Xiong Tianba and Yan Kai, representing Haidu and GD academies respectively, emerged alongside them.
Upon hearing the reporters' questions, their eyes widened as they stared at Su Ming.
Xiong Tianba even charged straight up to Su Ming and demanded, "Su Ming, was it you who eliminated our Polar Academy members?"
Yes, all 3 of them were eliminated together.
Su Ming nodded in confirmation.
Xiong Tianba's gaze seemed capable of murder upon hearing Su Ming's answer. The reporters, of course, wouldn't let such an opportunity slip by, their flashes relentlessly illuminating the 2 men's faces.
Su Ming, we'll settle this in the second round.
All right. Meanwhile, Yan Kai and Jiang Ning stood nearby, watching the triumphant Su Ming.
Shook their heads helplessly. Who would have thought that even with Yan Xiao training so hard, he still couldn't match Su Ming? Let's go back and ask him what's going on.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the remaining 3 from the Great Xia Academy also knew who had been eliminated. Who would have thought Shi Lang was eliminated by Su Ming too? Su Ming single-handedly propelled those academy students into the second round. Shi Lang was like a one-eyed giant.
To be honest, Su Ming's insect beasts were a perfect counter to him.
He didn't lose unfairly.
Xia Lin and Wu Tianxiang exchanged glances. Su Ming's strength clearly made them both feel threatened. Just then, a vehicle pulled up at the entrance of the dungeon center.
Shi Shantian and Lei Wang stepped out. Su Ming, let's go.
Spotting their teachers, the 4 immediately broke free from the reporters' encirclement, leaping into the car and swiftly escaping the press blockade. Inside the car, the 4 breathed a sigh of relief at having narrowly escaped.
Teacher Qi, thank goodness you arrived so quickly.
Otherwise, we really wouldn't have known how to extricate ourselves.
Shi Shantian smiled faintly.
The principal specifically instructed us to pick you up, anticipating just this kind of situation.
All 4 of you handled yourselves exceptionally well this time.
The first round of selections for the second year and third year groups will conclude by tomorrow morning at the latest.
You have 2 days to rest and recover. Make sure to replenish your energy. The second round is where the real test of strength begins. We really owe it to Su Ming. His insect beast spotted us early.
For the next few hours, we basically coasted to victory.
No one came looking for a fight.
Lei Zhen promptly deflected all the credit onto Su Ming. At this point, Lei Wang interjected, "We're not worried about Su Ming. But for all 3 of you to secure spots? That's impossible. If just one of you manages to grab another spot, we'll be over the moon."
All right, old Lei. They're in high spirits right now. Don't dampen their spirits just yet.
Shi Shantian finished speaking and turned to the 4 of them. The principal and vice principal are already waiting for us at the villa.
Next up is the second round of selection.
Regardless of whether you secure a spot, give it your absolute best effort to achieve the highest possible ranking.
Su Ming then asked, "Teacher, what's your impression of Xia Lin and the others?"
They're formidable, far stronger than we were at the same stage. Su Ming, your opponents are no pushovers.
But the second round's format is different. Relying on luck to secure a spot? That's practically impossible. The format? What kind of format? Lei Zhen asked curiously. Swiss system. We'll discuss it back at the base. This is the first time we're implementing this format. Chapter 106, Second Stage of Selection Tournament, Draw Ceremony.
Upon returning to the villa, the principal and vice principal were already waiting inside. Seeing the 4 of them return, everyone smiled spontaneously. The first round of selection saw the entire freshman group advance to the second round, an undeniably exciting start.
Congratulations, all 4 of you. I know you're tired now. We're here to brief you on the upcoming challenges and provide information about your opponents.
Principal Chao Hongshou finished speaking and gestured for the 4 to sit down. Qi Xiantian then stepped to the projector and displayed the prepared information on the selected candidates.
Everyone, the second round will use a Swiss-style tournament format to determine the quarter-finalists. All 16 of you will be randomly paired for head-to-head matches. The first to win 3 matches advances to the quarterfinals, while those who lose 3 consecutive matches are immediately eliminated. After 3 matches, the remaining 14 participants excluding the 2 who advanced will be randomly paired again based on their win-loss records. Naturally, if a draw results in a rematch with an opponent they've already faced, they will be switched to an opponent they haven't yet played. The presentation on the PPT was vivid and clear, and the 4 quickly grasped the rules. Clearly, while the number of matches increased, this format avoided the issue of the top 2 contenders potentially meeting in the round of 16. Under standard elimination rules, one of them would inevitably be eliminated. Such an outcome would render the selection tournament meaningless. The goal remains selecting the 4 strongest and most suitable candidates to represent Great Xia in the Global Beastmaster Tournament. Principal, does the quarterfinal follow the same rules? Leijin raised his hand to ask. Yes, the quarterfinals will also follow a Swiss system. However, securing a spot requires only 2 wins. Therefore, to earn a place at the Global Beastmaster Tournament, each of you will need to fight at least 5 matches, and at most, 8. After speaking, the principal glanced at his watch. He turned to Vice Principal Xia Sha and said, Xia Sha, you'll take over and analyze their opponents with these 4. I need to return to monitor the other 2 groups. Understood. After the principal left, Vice Principal Xia Sha turned to Qi Xiantian. A PowerPoint presentation containing the other tamers' information appeared before them. Su Ming recognized this information instantly. It was exactly what his teacher had shown him before. However, this time, it included additional information on those who had advanced to the second round. For the 4 of you, or rather, the 3 of you excluding Su Ming, whether you secure a spot depends largely on luck. Vice Principal Xia Sha addressed Lei Jin and the others. Your current opponents Su Ming, Xia Lin, Wu Tianxiang, and Xiong Batian. Unless one of them gets unlucky and eliminated, the remaining 12 of you are essentially just making up the numbers. Seeing their heads droop instantly, Xia Sha smiled wryly. I know this is crushing to your confidence, but it's the reality. If Su Ming hadn't eliminated Yan Xiao in the first round, there'd be one more name on that list. In any case, try to gather information on opponents other than these 4. The higher your ranking, the more rewards you'll receive. Rewards? At the mention of rewards, the 3 immediately perked up. There will definitely be rewards. Based on your rankings, the rewards you receive will vary. So if you want to become stronger, you need to prove you have the ability to do so. The next day, the first elimination round for the sophomore and junior groups also determined who would advance to the second round. Among the sophomores, 3 from the military academy advanced, while only 2 made it through from the juniors. However, this outcome seemed to align with the principal and others' expectations. According to the tournament schedule, they still had 1 more day to rest. Over these 2 days, everyone focused on restoring their beasts that had sustained injuries during the first round. The second round matches would proceed in order, starting with the freshman group and progressing through the sophomores and juniors. The freshman group's matches would determine the 8 quarter-finalists within the first day alone. Consequently, the competition schedule was exceptionally long, starting at 8 a.m. and continuing until the final 8 were determined. This intensive schedule was designed to align with the Global Beastmaster Tournament. By that stage, the field will have narrowed to 32 competitors, but the battles will continue non-stop in rapid succession. The true test lies in how long a Beastmaster can sustain peak combat effectiveness during consecutive battles. Once the second round matches were confirmed, tickets for live attendance skyrocketed to several times the price of the first round. Tickets became so scarce they were practically impossible to obtain. That evening, all participating contestants, alongside high-ranking officials and top-tier powerhouses from the Great Xia government, gathered in the Great Xia Academy's Grand Hall. Following protocol, the draw for the first Swiss round matchups would take place that evening. The draw process was also broadcast live in its entirety. Often, the outcome of the draw itself drew far more audience attention than the actual match results. Each academy had designated seating. I'm so nervous. I wonder who I'll draw for my first opponent. Hua Haicheng clasped his hands together, praying to the heavens for a favorable draw. Su Ming scanned the area, a chill running down his spine. He turned to see Xiong Tianba, standing not far away in the Polar Academy section, glaring at him with vicious intent. Seeing the look in this guy's eyes, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. Xiong Tianba sure holds a grudge. You knocked out 3 of his Polar Academy guys, and now he's dead set on getting even with you. Lei Jin also noticed Xiong Tianba's gaze, which seemed capable of devouring Su Ming. Su Ming merely shook his head. We'll see what the draw brings. If we get matched, we fight. Su Ming shrugged. At that moment, the lottery box was carried onto the stage. A figure slowly stepped forward. When everyone saw who it was, they all stood up. Holy crap, is the one drawing the lots King Xia himself? King Xia himself is drawing the lots? A few people couldn't help but speak up.
Meanwhile, on the live stream's comments section, the sight of Xiao Wang appearing at the draw site.
The chat exploded with excitement. Great! With Xiao Wang drawing the lots, there won't be any shady dealings.
With King Xia drawing, every single lot will be fair no matter how it's done.
True randomness, this is the only way to test their real strength. King Xia's gaze swept across everyone present, his regal aura emanating effortlessly from his presence. This was the aura born of absolute power, something no one else in Great Xia possessed.
Unless, of course, one's power surpassed the Xia King's. Everyone present, all beast tamers across the nation, I shall conduct today's draw.
It's been a while since I last did this, so I'm a bit rusty.
You've just finished a battle and are undoubtedly exhausted.
We won't waste your precious rest time.
Let's get the draw done quickly so you can rest well and prepare for the upcoming elimination rounds.
Chapter 107, Luck at its peak, 6 updates votes sought.
After speaking, the Xia King turned to the official beside him.
Which one is Group 1? Your Majesty, it's the one on the far left.
The lottery slips were stored inside metal balls, 16 of which were placed within a transparent glass dome. Xiao Wang approached the Group 1 lottery box, plunged his hand inside, and swirled it rapidly.
After about 3 seconds, he withdrew a metal ball.
Opening the sphere, he first examined it himself. Then, with a slight smile, he announced, Grand Xia Military Command, Leijin.
Hearing his name, Leijin's previously relaxed mood instantly turned tense. Very well.
Now, let me see who Leijin's opponent is. The Xia King promptly retrieved another metal sphere from the glass case.
After opening it, the slip of paper was immediately displayed for all to see.
The Xia King glanced at it and announced, Northern Academy, Jiang Qinghao. Seeing this opponent, Leijin, who had been tense, instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to others, especially those not from the 4 great academies, this was the best possible draw.
After the first pair of opponents was drawn, the large screen displayed their match details.
Without pause, the Xia King swiftly retrieved a metal ball from the glass case.
Great Xia Academy, Xia Lin. Haidu Academy, Yan Kai.
Yan Kai's expression darkened the moment he heard his name.
Xia Lin's prowess was undeniable.
This first match is practically handed over, Yan Kai muttered with a wry smile. At that moment, the third pair of opponents was also drawn by the Xia King.
Great Xia Military Academy, Su Ming.
Southern Academy, Zhuang Jingsheng.
Upon hearing his opponent was Su Ming, Zhuang Jingsheng was overcome with excitement.
For them, securing a spot was impossible. The chance to face off against someone like Su Ming was precisely what they had hoped for. The Xia King's pace quickened as he drew 2 metal balls at once. The subsequent draws for the Great Xia Military Academy were Hua Haicheng vs Wu Tianxian, Luo Qianxue vs Xiong Tianba. Their draw couldn't be called bad, it was downright disastrous. Of the 4 top contenders, excluding Su Ming, their military headquarters had drawn 2. This first round draw isn't exactly favorable for us, Qi Xiantian observed, but Jianxue, Haichan, don't dwell on it too much. Losing in the first round isn't the end of the world. Opponents with a 0-1 record will be easier to handle. Try not to go all out in the first round. If you can concede defeat, do so immediately. Save your strength for the battles ahead. Qi Xiantian addressed the pair. As for Su Ming and Leijin, if they couldn't defeat their opponents, they'd have no place in the military command. Next, King Xia drew the matches for the 2nd year and 3rd year groups. Su Ming saw the matchup displayed, senior brother Wang Zhuoxing vs Xia Qingzhu. The top-tier figure in the sophomore group. Senior brother, your connection with Xia Qingzhu is truly uncanny.
Junior brother, don't gloat over my misfortune.
I burned incense and prayed yesterday, begging not to face that Xia Qingzhu before the quarterfinals. Never imagined I'd run into her in the very first round.
Wang Zhuoxing's expression was now more bitter than if he'd eaten a bitter melon.
Su Ming chuckled upon hearing this.
Guess what you fear most is what tends to happen.
Ugh, what rotten luck. Might as well just give up the first round. On the way back, the group from the Great Xia military headquarters chose to walk. Just then, someone suddenly tapped Su Ming on the shoulder. A young man appeared before him. Su Ming, I look forward to tomorrow's battle with you. I hope you'll give it your all. Su Ming recognized the speaker. It was Zhuang Jingsheng from the Southern Academy. Facing the challenge, Su Ming shook his head.
I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Why not? If I were to go all out, your beasts would all die. As soon as Su Ming finished, the others burst into loud laughter.
Hua Haicheng then wrapped an arm around Zhuang Jingsheng.
Bro, if you were challenging me, asking me to fight at full strength would be fine.
But asking Su Ming?
I don't get what you're thinking. Let's be real, you two aren't even on the same level when it comes to strength. Zhuang Jingsheng sighed helplessly. I finally made it to the 2nd round and just wanted to face off against these top-tier beast tamers. I guess I forgot about that part. Prepare well. If things go south, just surrender. After all, you still have at least 2 more matches to go. If you go head-to-head with Su Ming, even 1,000 beasts wouldn't stand a chance against his insect horde.
Yeah. Thanks, bro. Senior brother then wrapped an arm around Su Ming.
Junior brother, your opponent's already come to challenge you.
Are you really going to hold back? Well, since he didn't provoke me, there's no need to go all out. Just defeating him will suffice. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye.
999 ceremonial cannons blasted across the stadium perimeter as spectators streamed into the arena early. Su Ming and his group had also arrived at their respective academies' rest areas, waiting for the competition to begin. Though only a few academies had members advancing to the second round, every academy's designated section was packed to capacity. Even though they had been eliminated, this battle represented the pinnacle of strength for the entire Great Xia, spanning the freshman to junior classes. No Beastmaster could resist witnessing it. Su Ming glanced toward the Polar Academy section. Xiong Tianba still glared at him with pure venom. Luo Qianxue, you'd better be careful. Since Xiong Tianba didn't draw me as his opponent, he'll definitely take it out on you to avenge me eliminating his Polar Academy members. Su Ming cautioned Luo Qianxue beside him. Yeah, I know. I anticipated this when I drew him yesterday. But I'm not made of clay. Then it's up to you. If you can defeat him, perhaps this guy won't necessarily secure a spot after all.
The first match is Leijin.
Leijin, get ready. Vice Principal Xia Sha stood up and addressed Leijin.
Yes. Leijin nodded.
His opponent was relatively average compared to the others, so he didn't feel much pressure. The host stood atop a flying bird, microphone in hand.
Good morning, everyone both here at the venue and watching online.
Today marks the second stage of the Global Beastmaster Tournament qualifiers, the freshman group selection matches. Our first contest pits Leijin of the Great Xia Military Academy against Jiang Qinghao from Northern Academy.
Time is tight, so the matches will be fast-paced. Don't miss a moment of the action.
The first match begins in 5 minutes. Get ready! Let's welcome the contestants for the first match, Leijin from the Great Xia Military Headquarters and Jiang Qinghao from the Northern Academy. Chapter 108, the knockout stage begins. The Tyrant Thunder Beast. Leijin and his opponent stood on the martial arts arena, their every move watched by the eyes of hundreds of millions of Great Xia citizens. Though not a clash between top contenders, the opening match's intensity was enough to capture everyone's attention.
The match begins. Both Beastmasters, please summon your beasts.
Leijin and Jiang Qinghao nodded, simultaneously activating the beast summoning spaces behind them. The moment the beasts appeared, the entire arena erupted in enthusiastic cheers. What surprised Su Ming was that although Jiang Qinghao wasn't a student of the 4 great academies, one of his beasts possessed a species value reaching the king class tier.
It seems even non-academy students possess strength that shouldn't be underestimated.
Although Jiang Qinghao's king class beast was relatively weak even among king class beasts, a king class beast was still a king class beast, something a lord class beast simply couldn't compare to. I heard there's a king tier breeder at the Northern Academy, apparently Jiang Qinghao's teacher. This king tier beast is likely that breeder's masterpiece.
A king level breeder? That would explain it. Leijin showed no surprise at Jiang Qinghao's king level beast.
He had already learned about it the night before, so he was mentally prepared. Comparing the two king tier beasts, Leijin's Tyrant Thunder Beast far surpassed Jiang Qinghao's Crimson Flame Fox in combat prowess. Moreover, in terms of quantity, Leijin's 6 beasts outnumbered Jiang Qinghao's 5 by 1. Then there was the level disparity. Leijin was level 40, while Jiang Qinghao was level 39. In every aspect, Leijin surpassed Jiang Qinghao.
You're quite strong. Have you considered forfeiting?
With your abilities, you could make it into the top 8. Leijin looked at Jiang Qinghao.
Ha, Leijin, you just don't want to risk a mutually destructive battle with me, do you? Cut the nonsense.
I fought hard to make it into the top 16, there's no way I'm withdrawing. As Jiang Qinghao finished speaking, the beast beside him bristled with battle intent. Leijin paused, taken aback. Then a smile touched his lips. In that case, there's nothing more to say. Let's fight.
Exactly my thoughts.
6 against 5, the beast tamers held an overwhelming advantage. Jiang Qinghao's beasts are all fire attribute, just like Yan Kai, Leijin's archrival.
Leijin attacks fire attribute beasts with even greater ferocity.
Jiang Qinghao's made a foolish mistake.
At this rate, Jiang Qinghao will likely forfeit the rest of his matches outright.
Over at the Great Xia military headquarters, everyone watched the battle unfold without much concern. Winning the match was assured, but Leijin's beast must not suffer serious injury, lest it severely impact future battles. Scarlet Flame Fox, don't get tangled up with him. Take out his sovereign-level beast. Jiang Qinghao shouted, and one of his sovereign-level Blazing Fury Tigers replaced the Crimson Flame Fox, engaging the Tyrant Thunder Beast in combat.
Leijin, be careful.
He's trying to force your beast to its limits.
Su Ming yelled, and Leijin suddenly understood.
This Jiang Qinghao wasn't here to win at all, his sole purpose was to weaken Leijin's combat strength.
The Crimson Flame Fox held an absolute advantage against any of Leijin's sovereign-level beasts. He's courting death. Tyrant Thunder Beast, take down his Crimson Flame Fox. Leijin's fury boiled over. Jiang Qinghao's intentions were painfully obvious. What's this guy playing at? Even if he takes out one of Lei Zhan's beasts, what's the point? He'll never stand a chance against him afterward, Hua Haicheng remarked, equally perplexed. Probably clearing obstacles for others, Luo Qianxue remarked coolly. Among our first-year group, Lei Zhan has the strongest chance of securing a spot. Dishonorable. Is this considered targeting? It's standard practice. If you reach the Global Beastmaster Tournament, you'll likely encounter more of these suicidal battles. Qi Xiantian crossed his arms, his expression unusually composed. He showed little surprise at the unfolding battle. Boom! Dark clouds instantly gathered overhead. Boom! Countless bolts of thunder crashed down, like a sea of lightning engulfing the arena. What is Lei Zhan doing? Won't his own beasts get hit too? Su Ming shook his head and replied to Hua Haicheng, no, Lei Zhan's beasts are all lightning attributed. They possess significant immunity to lightning attacks. Some can even absorb that lightning energy to fight. So cool. That's the power of a king-tier beast. Watching this strike unfold before him, Su Ming couldn't help but let a look of worry cross his eyes. His insect army was most vulnerable to such wide-area assaults. If Lei Zhan's Tyrant Thunder Beast struck his own beasts, tens of thousands of insect beasts would likely perish in a single blow. Moreover, in the battles to come, more and more beasts capable of such wide-area attacks would emerge. My numerical advantage must translate into combat superiority. Numbers need to grow, and I must continue enhancing my Beastmaster racial value. Preparing for the future and maintaining a constant sense of vigilance were the only ways to continuously address my shortcomings. This strike lasted nearly a minute, significantly draining the Tyrant Thunder Beast's strength. After this strike, all of Jiang Qinghao's beasts, except for the Crimson Flame Fox, lay fallen on the ground. Take it down. Lei Zhan pointed, and the Tyrant Thunder Beast and others simultaneously attacked the Crimson Flame Fox. Wait! I surrender! Jiang Qinghao shouted, halting his already charged attack abruptly. We won! The crowd from the Great Xia military headquarters erupted in cheers, joined by the entire stadium. After stepping down from the arena, Lei Zhan's face broke into a smile. His master, Lei Wang, immediately approached Lei Zhan and asked, how's the beast control? It's fine, master. No major injuries. I should have a few hours before my next match, enough time to recover. No, you must be in peak condition. Who do you think your next opponent is? Even at your absolute strongest, you might not stand a chance against any of Su Ming's group. Lei Zhan chuckled, Master, if only I drew Su Ming. I could just surrender right then and there. There's no way I could win anyway. I'm definitely not going to fight against my own people. Listen to me. What if your opponent is Yan Kai? Yan Kai? He won't face me in the second round. Does he think he can beat Xia Lin? Lei Zhan chuckled. Their match was scheduled for the next round. He knew Yan Kai's strength all too well. There was no way he could stand a chance against Xia Lin. The first match concluded, and the second match commenced immediately. First match of the freshman division round of 16, Lei Zhan of Daxia Military Academy wins. Let's welcome the contestants for the second match, Xia Lin from the Great Xia Academy versus Yan Kai from the Sea Capital Academy. Chapter 109, Total Domination, Match Strategy. The moment they stepped onto the stage, Yan Kai's expression turned bitter. The match begins. Both Beastmasters, please summon your beasts. The moment Xia Lin activated his Beastmaster space, Yan Kai raised his hand. Referee, I request to concede defeat. Surrender? Just like that? Instantly, boos erupted throughout the entire competition arena. Xia Lin is reputed to be the strongest in the freshman division. Yan Kai isn't weak, but he's no match for Xia Lin. This must be about conserving strength for the quarterfinals. But this is just too embarrassing. Embarrassing? As long as he wins, it's all about strategy. Spectators in the arena began shouting in unison. Su Ming and his group, however, weren't particularly surprised. This was exactly what they'd expected. When opponents are evenly matched, especially in a decisive round, they'd never choose to fight to the bitter end. The referee inquired again, Yan Kai of Haidu Beastmaster Academy, are you certain you wish to concede? Yan Kai nodded. I do. Though deeply reluctant, it was indeed the only choice. Yan Kai, the king of Xia Lin, withdrew the beast he had already partially summoned back into the beast-taming space. The referee then announced the match result. I declare the winner of the second match in the freshman division's round of 16, Xia Lin of the Great Xia Academy. Let us welcome the contestants for the third match, Su Ming of the Great Xia Military Academy versus Zhuang Jingsheng of the Southern Beastmaster Academy. Hearing his name called, Su Ming rose to his feet. Good luck, junior brother. Go, Su Ming. Lei Zhan chuckled, even with his eyes closed, Su Ming couldn't lose this match. If he really tries hard, he'll crush Zhuang Jingsheng to smithereens. Don't get cocky. Upon hearing their words, Qi Xiantian immediately sternly cautioned. Su Ming nodded and stepped onto the martial arts arena. Compared to Su Ming's composure, Zhuang Jingsheng across the ring was visibly more excited. As soon as he entered the arena, he began waving and greeting those around him. The combat arena was vast, with both combatants positioned at their respective sides of the arena on the Beastmaster designated seating areas. Go Su Ming! This cheer left Su Ming utterly bewildered. Many spectators were bewildered by this unexpected cheer for the opponent. What's going on? Zhuang Jingsheng is actually cheering for his opponent. Does he want Su Ming to beat him to a pulp? Cheering him on?
The referee intervened. Mr. Zhuang Jingsheng, please maintain your composure.
Yes. After confirming Zhuang Jingsheng had calmed down, the referee addressed both sides. Does either contestant wish to concede? Receiving no response, the referee declared, the match begins. Both beast masters, summon your beasts. Su Ming, bring it on. I won't surrender.
Su Ming gave a faint smile, offering no reply to Zhuang Jingsheng. The beast summoning space behind him opened, releasing several blood demon war beetles. The swarm of insects instantly covered the entire combat arena before Su Ming. Zhuang Jingsheng had 6 beasts, none of them reaching the sovereign tier. Surprisingly, they were all level 41. Still, compared to Su Ming's 44, it was a bit lower. Wow, it's just as the rumors describe. Su Ming, your insect army is truly spectacular. Zhuang Jingsheng showed no fear or tension, instead radiating immense excitement. His beasts were all wolf-type creatures, many of which possessed divine beast bloodlines. Moreover, some of his wolf beasts possessed elemental attribute bonuses. His strength was certainly not lacking. Su Ming, from this perspective, it seems like if you didn't have this insect horde, our combat strengths would be on par with each other. Zhuang Jingsheng remarked with a smile. Hearing this, Su Ming nodded. Alright then, I'll fight you using my sovereign tier insect beast. Really? Zhuang Jingsheng's eyes lit up with excitement. Of course. Su Ming nodded, recalling all his insect beasts except the blood demon war beetle and swift wind-winged beetle into his beast-taming space. Since you're letting me win, I won't hold back. Zhuang Jingsheng immediately commanded his beasts to attack Su Ming with fervor. But the very next second, the swift wind-winged insect and the blood demon battle insect simultaneously appeared before his beasts. Boom! A thunderous explosion sent all 6 of Zhuang Jingsheng's beasts crashing to the ground. So fast, so powerful. The audience was stunned by this sudden strike. With just one strike, Zhuang Jingsheng's 6 beasts suffered severe damage. How could this happen? Zhuang Jingsheng exclaimed in disbelief. Su Ming was puzzled. Didn't Zhuang Jingsheng know his own talent? But Su Ming didn't dwell on it. He ordered the blood demon war insects and swift wind-winged insects to finish the fight quickly. Whether in speed or strength, Su Ming's enhanced beasts were now far beyond what Zhuang Jingsheng could match. After enduring a one-sided beating for less than 3 minutes, Zhuang Jingsheng quickly pleaded, "Stop. I'll die if this continues. I surrender." Su Ming promptly recalled his insect beasts to the beast control space. The referee simultaneously announced, "I declare the winner of the 3rd match in the freshman division's round of 16, Su Ming of the Great Xia Military Academy. Now, let's welcome the participants for the 4th match, Lin Yuyan from the Great Xia Academy versus Xine from the Sun Beastmaster Academy." Back on the sidelines, several teammates slapped Su Ming on the shoulder in celebration. Qi Xiantian then turned his gaze toward Hua Haicheng and Luo Qianxue, who had yet to compete. What are your thoughts? Forfeit or fight? They had discussed this very issue 2 days prior, yet neither Hua Haicheng nor Luo Qianxue had revealed their intentions. Facing Qi Xuantian's question, Luo Qianxue pressed her lips together, still offering no answer. Hua Haicheng, however, grinned and said, "Teacher Qi, I'm definitely fighting. Making it to the top 8 versus staying in the top 16, I don't think it'll make much difference. I've decided to give it my all. Maybe I can weaken the opponents a bit. If Su Ming and Leijun get matched up, it could even help them out. At this point, defeat is inevitable. But in the 0-1 match pool, as long as you concede without being matched against Yen Kai, the other opponents won't stand a chance against you too." Qi Xiantian analyzed at this point. "But teacher, even if we win one match, a bunch of guys will come down in the 1-1 bracket. I still won't stand a chance. Let's just go all out. I want to test how strong this top-ranked favorite ahead of Su Ming really is." Seeing Hua Haicheng's persistence, Qi Xiantian said no more. He then turned to Luo Qianxue. "What about you, Qianxue? What do you think?" Before Luo Qianxue could speak, Su Ming interjected, "Luo Qianxue, I think you should concede. You're no match for Xiong Tianba. That guy won't go easy on you because I eliminated his Polar Academy. If possible, keep him in the 1-0 bracket. If you draw him, it's better to let me handle him." Hearing Su Ming's words, Luo Qianxue hesitated. Others began to urge her as well. After a moment, Luo Qianxue nodded. "All right. I'll concede when the time comes." Chapter 110, the next opponent drives Lin Yuyan to the brink. The subsequent battles were essentially one-sided rout. Hua Haicheng's strategy was sound to do his utmost to take down one of the opponent's beasts. Yet the disparity in their respective strengths proved simply too great. Wu Tianxiang defeated Hua Haicheng in a near-total rout. Moreover, all of Hua Haicheng's beasts were severely injured. Subsequent battles would likely end in surrender, making the round of 16 a foregone conclusion. This was precisely why the round of 16 elimination matches could be concluded in a single day.
Because if opponents refused to concede, the first match alone would likely leave evenly matched combatants both crippled. Meanwhile, Luo Qianshui of the Great Xia military command chose to concede defeat outright, leaving Xiong Tianba eager to exact revenge on the Great Xia military command with nowhere to channel his frustration. The first round concluded in under 3 hours. The 8 fighters with 1-0 records and the 8 with 0-1 records were then assigned to 2 separate pools of opponents. The draw was still conducted manually, but this time it wasn't the Xia King himself who drew the lots. Instead, it was conducted by the headmaster of the Great Xia Academy. The process remained swift, and opponents for the second round were swiftly drawn. Group 1-0, Su Ming vs Lin Yuyan, Leijin vs Wu Tianxiang, Xiao Lin vs Jiang Ning, Xiong Tianba vs Jiang Gu. 0-1 match group, Yan Kai vs Shuang Jingshang, Luo Qianxue vs Xane Ningbu vs Hua Haicheng Cheng Shuebing vs Jiang Qinghao. The moment the pairings were revealed, most spectators had already guessed the outcomes of the matches. Xiong Tianba, however, saw that his opponent was still not Su Ming and banged his chest in frustration. Seeing this, the Great Xia military command's people couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. Su Ming, it seems if you and Xiong Tianba face off, it's bound to be a brutal fight. Su Ming gave a wry smile. What can I say? I nearly wiped out the entire Polar Academy. Fair enough, fair enough. Su Ming's gaze drifted toward the distant position of the Great Xia Academy. Lin Yuyan, his next opponent. This young woman had just faced Cheng Shuebing from the non-4 great academies in her match, utterly crushing her with sheer power. She had revealed very little of her true power. 6 tamed beasts, none at the sovereign rank, all at the master rank, level 39. Lin Yuyan's strength should be on par with Lei Jin and his group, perhaps even slightly stronger. What left Su Ming somewhat speechless was that Lin Yuyan, both in figure and appearance, was the epitome of a mature, commanding woman. Yet her Beastmaster talent and chosen beasts created a striking contrast. Beastmaster talent, Earth Spirit Power. Earth attribute beasts can draw upon the Earth's energy during combat. This power grows stronger as the Beastmaster's level increases. Theoretically, as long as the battle took place on land, her beast would possess an inexhaustible source of combat power. It also provides a certain combat power boost. To defeat her, one must overwhelm her with lightning-fast, decisive force, never allowing her to drag the battle out. However, Earth elemental beasts are generally known for their defensive capabilities. From another perspective, Lin Yuyan was actually somewhat unbeatable. This is precisely why she secured a spot in the competition at the Great Summer Academy, a place teeming with formidable competitors. If she had a king-tier beast under her command, her combat prowess would be even more formidable. After the draw, Su Ming and Lin Yuyan of the first match group swiftly entered the combat arena. The cheers from the crowd grew louder and louder. Because in the 1-0 match group, every contest would be a fight to the death. Do either contestants wish to concede? The referee asked, but neither responded. He then declared, I hereby announce the commencement of the first match in the Freshman Division's round of 16, Group 1-0. Both beast tamers, summon your beasts. The moment the words left his mouth, both contestants activated their beast summoning spaces without hesitation. As their beasts emerged, thunderous cheers and roars of encouragement echoed throughout the arena. Su Ming, however, held no concern over the boost Lin Yuyan's Beastmaster talent might grant her beast. When it came to combat power enhancement, who among the present could compare to him? When it came to protracted battles, his vast insect horde of over 3 million, hundreds of Lord-tier beasts, and dozens of sovereign-tier beasts. Endurance battles were precisely his forte. This time, Su Ming did not underestimate his opponent. Lin Yuyan's 6 Earth attribute beasts, the savage bull-horned rhinoceros, the subspecies behemoth, the rockhorn dragon, the 100-segmented stone snake, the earth demon elephant, and the giant rock rhinoceros. Each beast stood as a colossal representative among its tier. His own insect beast seemed dwarfed in comparison. Seeing this, Lin Yuyan's strength is truly terrifying. It feels unbeatable. Absolute defense. If Lin Yuyan had even one more king-tier beast, her strength could rank among the top 3. Lei Jin stared at Lin Yuyan. Such Beastmaster talent combined with such beasts was truly terrifying. However, equally true was that while her defense was top tier, her offensive power remained somewhat lacking. But for Su Ming's low-tier blade beasts and shield beasts, it made no difference whatsoever. A single stomp could crush them. This was one of Su Ming's frustrations, though fortunately, he hadn't neglected cultivating his high-stat insect beasts. Lin Yuyan's 6 beast companions stood side by side. Su Ming seemed to realize something and immediately began recalling all his low-tier insect beasts. But Lin Yuyan's beasts had already moved. All 6 charged forward simultaneously, forming an impenetrable barrier as they swept toward his insects. Fortunately, Su Ming reacted swiftly, recalling most of his low-level insect beasts first. Even so, he still lost tens of thousands. Su Ming watched Lin Yuyan at the command console, his eyes igniting with battle intent. It had been a long time since anyone had presented him with such a challenging battle. You struck first. It would be too polite of me not to retaliate. Blood demon war insects, swift wind-winged insects. Su Ming didn't call them out aloud, swiftly organizing his plans in his mind. 2 plus 1 equals 22 blood demon war beetles, 1 swift wind-winged insect, and 20 lord-level insect beasts formed a squad. They launched a direct assault on Lin Yuyan's 6 tamed beasts. With overwhelming numerical superiority, coupled with his 33-fold combat power boost and a 5-level advantage in rank, the combat power unleashed by the Lord-tier insect beasts had long surpassed that of Master-tier beasts of the same level. Su Ming's coordinated insectoid assault instantly overwhelmed Lin Yuyan. Though Earth attribute beasts were renowned for their formidable defense, they couldn't withstand the relentless barrage of Su Ming's swarm. The blood demon war beetles punched right through the earth shield she erected. The bloodthirsty demon insects clung to her beast, steadily sapping its combat effectiveness. Seeing her beast master now unable to fight back, Su Ming unleashed nearly 100,000 more blade beetles, relentlessly harassing and disrupting her beast master's combat effectiveness. The battle raged on for about half an hour. Suddenly, Lin Yuyan screamed, "Ah! You're so annoying, Su Ming!" Chapter 111, Round 3, Xiaolin vs Xiong Tianba. "Ah! You're so annoying, Su Ming!" Lin Yuyan screamed. By now, her beast mount was riddled with holes, and the ground was littered with the corpses of Su Ming's insect beasts. But Lin Yuyan knew full well that the deaths of these beasts had barely scratched the surface of Su Ming's strength. She hadn't defeated many of Su Ming's primary combat forces. This utterly lopsided battle was pushing Lin Yuyan to the brink of collapse. Her combat strategy relied on wearing down her opponent, striking when their beasts weakened. But now, Su Ming's beasts attacked relentlessly in waves, showing no signs of fatigue. All 6 of her beasts, renowned for their sturdy defenses, were now bleeding profusely. The crowd below the arena heard Lin Yuyan's shrieks of despair. Couldn't help but laugh out loud. Well, Su Ming's driven another one to the brink. Sigh, you can't beat him in a fight, and you can't outlast him in a war of attrition. It's just frustrating. That's the worst part about fighting Su Ming, you get exhausted just trying to kill all his beasts, and the worst part is, they're actually really strong in combat. Lei Jin and the others covered their mouths, trying hard not to show their teeth. Su Ming, however, was completely thrown off by Lin Yuyan's sudden outburst. But the next second, Lin Yuyan addressed the referee above, "I concede." Su Ming immediately ordered his beasts to cease their attack. Watching Lin Yuyan recall her beast, Su Ming simultaneously began recalling his own. Cleanup personnel swiftly rushed onto the arena to begin clearing away the insect beasts that had perished with Su Ming. In this battle, he had lost nearly 80,000 blade beetles and shield beetles. 10 of his lord-tier beasts had perished, though none of his sovereign-tier beasts had fallen. Both the blood demon war beetle and the swift wind-winged beetle had sustained injuries, but fortunately, they were not severe. With some medicinal treatment, they would recover soon. After stepping off the arena, the members of the Great Xia military headquarters rose to greet Su Ming, returning victorious. "Su Ming, you really don't know how to treat a lady gently, do you?" Facing the laughter of the crowd, Su Ming sighed helplessly. She is indeed quite beautiful, but her beast is no delicate flower. With that remark, no one could argue. Indeed, none of the beasts resembled the kind of girl like Lin Yuyan would contract. "Lei Jin, go for it." Su Ming looked toward Lei Jin, who was preparing for the match. But Lei Jin just smiled and shook his head. "What's there to cheer for? I'm forfeiting." "Give up? Why?" Lei Jin's strength wasn't actually that far behind Su Ming and the others. But it was true that his odds against Wu Tianxiang were only 40-60. "I don't do things I'm not confident about. I'll go to Group 1-1, the opponents there will be easier. I'll avoid the 4 of you first and try again in the quarterfinals." Su Ming nodded in agreement. This strategy was sound, ensuring a smooth path to the quarterfinals. As soon as he stepped onto the field, Lei Jin chose to forfeit. As Lei Jin walked off the field, Hua Haicheng remarked, "Sorry about that, Lei Jin. If I'd taken out one of his beasts in the first round, you might have pulled it off." "Old Hua, I don't even know how to respond to that. Why are you apologizing?" "Ah, I just felt compelled to say it. I didn't concede in the first match precisely to give you 2 a fighting chance. Honestly, if I'd pushed harder, you might have had a shot at winning." Noticing the heavy atmosphere, Su Ming quickly changed the subject. Alright, let's not dwell on it. Old Lei's decision isn't a big deal. Making it to the quarterfinals shouldn't be too much of a stretch." In the remaining 2 matches, Xiaolin and Xiong Tianba also secured their victories without any surprises. Thus, the 4-2-0 winners were precisely the quartet the outside world had predicted as the most likely to secure spots before the tournament began. Now, everyone's attention turned to the next round, the draw for the 2-0 contenders' opponents. Those who ended 1-0 still dominated their 0-1 opponents. Weaker opponents either surrendered or, like Hua Haicheng, fought so fiercely in their first match that they were unable to continue. With that, the 2 rounds concluded. The 16 contestants' abilities were now clearly divided into 3 tiers, 4-8-4. This ranking largely matched the pre-tournament assessments of their strengths. The 2-0 draw is truly thrilling. Su Ming, I wonder who you'll draw. Just don't draw Xiaolin. If you 2 face off now, it'd be like a red star colliding with a blue star. On the competition floor, the draw box was brought forward. Su Ming crossed his arms, showing little nervousness about the potential opponents awaiting him. Everyone held their breath.
This time, the one drawing the lot was none other than Chao Hongshou, their own principal.
Principal, you absolutely must draw a favorable lot. The next second, 2 balls were swiftly drawn. The first name was revealed, Xiong Tianba of Polar Academy.
The second name was revealed shortly after, Xiao Lin of the Great Xia Academy. Seeing these 2 names, Xiong Tianba let out a loud exclamation.
Damn it!
It was unclear whether he was frustrated at drawing Xia Lin or angry at not drawing Su Ming. The last 2 balls belonged to Su Ming and Wu Tianxiang. Since the strength of the teams in Group 1-1 was largely comparable, the draw for opponents was equally tense. The principal moved swiftly, drawing all 4 groups within a minute. Lei Jin drew his old rival, Yan Kai. The 2 were destined for a battle that would leave both battered and bruised.
Luo Qianxue, however, had better luck drawing Jiang Gu as her opponent. The Group 0-2 matches certainly drew far less attention.
As expected, these 4 were essentially just points for the other teams. The draw made little difference, it merely determined whether they'd exit the tournament 1 round earlier or later. By the time the draw concluded, it was already 2 p.m. After this round, 2 players would secure their spots in the quarterfinals. Xia Lin and Xiong Tianba both stood among the most elite 19-year-olds in Great Xia. Comparing their stats, Xia Lin had 2 fewer tamed beasts than Xiong Tianba, but 1 more king-tier beast. In terms of beast quality, both of Xia Lin's king-tier beasts were top-tier. In terms of beastmaster talent, Xia Lin's divine revelation surpassed Xiong Tianba's wild bloodline. In terms of rank, the 2 were evenly matched. Therefore, overall, Xia Lin's strength still surpassed Xiong Tianba's. When combat strength and beast quality are comparable, the decisive factor becomes beast-taming talent. Xiong Tianba's wild bloodline is also an exceptionally formidable talent, allowing him to temporarily burn his bloodline power to gain a massive combat boost. From a certain perspective, this talent shares similarities with Apocalypse, but the key difference is that wild bloodline carries side effects after all, it involves burning bloodline power. Consequently, Xiong Tianba selects more feral beasts for his taming, such as his strongest, the Arctic mammoth. Such beasts could withstand the demands of Xiong Tianba's innate abilities. Chapter 112, Descendants of the 5 Kings, A Battle Beyond Measure. Xia Lin's fanbase far outnumbered Xiong Tianba's. As the 2 entered the arena, the crowd erupted in almost one-sided cheers for Xiong Tianba. Does either contestant wish to concede? The referee asked mechanically. Receiving no response, the referee continued, the match begins. Both beastmasters, please summon your beasts. Xia Lin and Xiong Tianba locked eyes. As their beast spaces opened, both creatures emerged simultaneously. Huge! The moment the polar mammoth appeared, everyone gasped in surprise. They had never seen Xiong Tianba summon this beast during their previous battles. Now facing Xia Lin, he dared not underestimate him in the slightest. Xia Lin, likewise, gave his all. The moment his 2 sovereign tier beasts, the moon-howling celestial wolf and the 9 palaces thunder dragon, appeared, the entire arena erupted. The 9 palaces thunder dragon was a traditional Chinese dragon, its body stretching to a terrifying 30 meters in length, and it already possessed the ability to soar through the skies. The howling moon wolf was equally massive, its body exceeding 10 meters. The divine wolf bloodline within it radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. Boom! 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 The polar mammoth refused to be outdone, stomping its massive hooves against the ground, instantly causing the surrounding earth to tremble. It must be noted that this martial arena was specifically constructed by the Great Xia Academy for combat. The mere fact that it could cause tremors here was proof enough of the polar mammoth's terrifying strength. Roar! The 9 palace thunder dragon and the howling moon celestial wolf roared in defiance, declaring their dominance over the Arctic mammoth. At that moment, within the private box above the arena, the presidents of various academies sat here observing the battle. A figure hurriedly approached. Good thing I'm not late. The figure of the Xia King appeared before the crowd, and the legendary beastmasters all rose to their feet. Your Majesty, King Xia. King Xia nodded and smiled. Please be seated, everyone. The match hasn't started yet. It just started. This match is Xia Lin versus Xiong Tianba. Hearing this, the Xia King nodded. Xiao Xiong's Arctic mammoth must be the Northern Bear Clan's hereditary beast. Its power is truly formidable. I once sought to contract one myself, but the Bear King would never agree. Young Bear has essentially inherited all the talents of his great-grandfather, the Bear King. The future of the Bear King's lineage looks promising. King Xia shook his head with a smile. Bear King was the strongest among the 4 northern provinces. Though his power couldn't match the Xia Kings, he still ranked among the top 5 in all of Great Xia. Across the Great Xia, a peerless powerhouse presided over each of the 5 cardinal directions: east, west, north, south, and central. These 5 were known as the 5 Kings of Great Xia, with the Xia King, stationed in the imperial capital, being the most powerful. The Bear King of the north, the Zhao King of the east, the Ling King of the South Sea, and the Su King of the west. Within the Great First Group, only Xiong Tianba and Xia Lin were direct descendants of the 5 Kings. Thus, this contest also represents a clash between the descendants of the Xia King and the Bear King. The buzz around this event is off the charts. Your Majesty, Xiao Lin's beasts are no slouches either, the 9 Palace Thunder Dragon and the Howling Moon Wolf. Those are the beasts that have accompanied you all along. Hearing this, the Xia King nodded and said, originally, there was only one offspring of the 9 Palaces Thunder Dragon and the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf. Unexpectedly, Xiao Lin obtained both of them, while his sister, Xiao Qingzhu, didn't get a single one. Even without these two beasts, Xiao Qingzhu's strength remains unmatched in the second year group. King Xia nodded. The main reason is that the children of the Lin family and others are no longer in university. The other children haven't awakened their beast-taming talents yet, and their inherited beasts still haven't found successors. It is precisely because of the 5 kings that Great Xia maintains its position as the world's largest absorber of resources on Blue Star. The praise whispered in his ear held no exaggeration. Without the Xia King and the other 4 kings, Great Xia would only be a mid-tier power. It was the existence of the 5 kings that forged the Great Xia of today. Roar! A furious roar erupted as the battle between the two was about to commence. Su Ming stood at the edge of the arena. The first clash between their beasts unleashed a powerful shockwave. At that moment, the aura emanating from Xiao Lin's 4 beasts surged dramatically. In that instant, Su Ming glimpsed a thunder dragon amidst a sea of lightning, a celestial wolf devouring the moon, a fire phoenix scorching the heavens, and a mountain moving azure ox. Is this the Xia King's innate talent, the heavenly revelation? This sudden surge in power had surged more than tenfold in an instant. Ha 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 ha. Well played. So this is the heavenly awakening. Just as the rumors say, utterly monstrous. It awakens the divine beast bloodlines within the tamed beasts. But you're only level 40. How long can you sustain this? You're not the only one capable of awakening bloodlines. Arctic Mammoth, crush him underfoot. Xiong Tianba roared, and the Arctic Mammoth's front leg lifted high before crashing down. Thud. A violent tremor erupted as equally savage power surged within the Arctic Mammoth's body. Its already colossal frame swelled once more, reaching a terrifying 50 meters in height. Even the Cyclops they had encountered before would be defeated by this polar mammoth standing before them. Is this what a battle between realms feels like? It's terrifying. Su Ming, your opponent Wu Tianxiang and his team are facing the same pressure. Can your insect beast withstand this? I don't know. Faced with others' inquiries, Su Ming himself was uncertain now. The combat power boost they both received was at least 10-fold to 20-fold. Though it hadn't surpassed his own 33-fold increase. But the inherent racial advantage and the additional boost from awakening the divine beast bloodline, these were intangible factors. His true advantage, however, remained sheer numbers, absolute numerical superiority. If one couldn't stand against him, then 10, 20. He could still take on the enemy's king-class beast. Only by cheating could one match their combat prowess. It must be said, they truly live up to the name of prodigies. This apocalypse and wild bloodline, truly the talents possessed by the 5 kings. Come on, Xiao Lin. Let's see whose talents are stronger. Xiong Tianba roared, while Xiao Lin remained as calm as ever. A grasshopper trying to stop a cart. Do you truly believe sheer size alone is enough? 9 Palace Thunder Dragon, 9 Dragons Heavenly Thunder. Arctic Mammoth, Absolute Zero. Thunder clashed with ice. The 2 top-tier sovereign class beasts, amplified by their master's beast-taming talents, surged with overwhelming power. Damn, this is just the freshman group's strength? They're way too fierce. This year's freshman group is way beyond expectations. Truly worthy descendants of the 5 kings, they're the ones carrying the banner. 2 colossal forces collided, 4 versus 6, 2 versus 1. Spatial fluctuations. Who would have thought their battle could actually cause spatial disturbances? Within the spectator area, several Grand Master level experts and above witnessed the space beginning to ripple like water, leaving them utterly stunned. Spatial ripples? That's a phenomenon only possible in battles between Grandmasters. These two's strength is terrifying. Chapter 113, Surrender. A free victory. If this continues, the damage from this energy buildup will overwhelm even their beast mounts. At that moment, Yuan Tian from the second year group observed the battlefield and remarked. Both beasts unleashed their skills simultaneously. Though Xiao Lin held the upper hand, he couldn't completely redirect this massive energy assault towards Xiong Tianba's beast. The energy spheres continuously coalescing in the air had now reached an utterly terrifying magnitude. It's over. We've reached the limit. This is going to be a mutual destruction. Wang Zhuoxing added. Suddenly, several figures appeared in the sky. Simultaneously, on the battlefield, Xiao Lin and Xiong Tianba sensed the impending explosion of the energy sphere before them. Charge, Arctic Mammoth. Boom. A violent explosion erupted, sending a powerful shockwave sweeping across the arena. Just then, figures abruptly materialized before all spectators, as well as Xiao Lin and Xiong Tianba on the battlefield. Thud. Another series of booms erupted, yet all Su Ming could see was pitch blackness. A minute later, the Beastmaster who had shielded everyone finally soared into the air. All eyes turned simultaneously to the Beastmaster within the arena. The combat arena, forged from diamond-hard granite. Now, pitted and scarred. Holy crap, that was brutal. Wang Zhuoxing swallowed hard. He couldn't believe such a battle had been fought by just two freshman teams. At that moment, the four beasts still standing on the battlefield, all belonging to Xiaolin, were barely holding themselves upright. Meanwhile, all six of Xiong Tianba's beasts, including the Arctic mammoth, now lay sprawled on the ground. Looks like Xiaolin pushed that energy sphere a bit closer to Xiong Tianba's beasts at the last moment. Otherwise, with that level of explosion, neither pair of beasts would have survived. What a brutal fight. Xiong Tianba's going to have a rough time now. It'll be hard for him to recover quickly. Not necessarily. The next battle is still some time away. As a descendant of the Five Kings, healing elixirs won't be scarce in this tournament, and his beasts possess exceptional regenerative abilities. Even so, both men are severely weakened. Junior brother, your chance has come. Wang Zhuoxing turned to Su Ming. My chance? What do you mean? If you can maintain 80% of your strength to reach the quarterfinals, no one here will stand a chance against you. Su Ming smiled faintly. Let's get past Wu Tianxiang first. To be honest, without a king-tier beast, I'm feeling a bit uncertain right now. Oh? That doesn't sound like something my junior brother would say. At that moment, the referee announced the match result. I declare the winner of the 17th match in the freshman division round of 16, Xiaolin of the Great Xia Academy. Let us welcome the contestants for the 18th match, Su Ming of the Great Xia Military Academy versus Wu Tianxiang of the Great Xia Academy. Hearing his name called, Su Ming made his way onto the field. Go Su Ming! Got it! Reaching the Beastmaster's position on the field, Su Ming studied Wu Tianxiang across from him and once again assessed his opponent's beasts. 6 beasts, 1 sovereign grade, 5 lord grade. Apart from the number, this was essentially the standard setup for other top contenders. Wu Tianxiang's king-tier beast possessed combat strength equivalent to Xiong Tianba's Arctic mammoth. The divine beast White Tiger, one of the 4 symbols, specialized in slaughter and conquest. Without a doubt, all of Wu Tianxiang's beasts possessed formidable offensive power. All 6 beasts were exclusively tiger-type mounts. He would accord this divine beast, the White Tiger, the utmost respect. 18 blood demon war insects. I would deploy 18 of my own to meet them. 9 swift wind-winged insects remained. He would lead his lord-tier insect beasts to confront the enemy's 5 sovereign-tier tiger beasts. Wu Tianxiang's innate White Tiger divine might primarily focused on weakening opponents' combat strength. While it also slightly boosts the combat power of tiger-type beasts, the enhancement effect only ranges from 5 to 10 times. Contestants, does either contestant concede defeat? I concede. Just as everyone anticipated a fierce battle between Su Ming and Wu Tianxiang suddenly raised his hand. Surrender! Did I hear that right? Why is Wu Tianxiang surrendering? The gap in strength between him and Su Ming shouldn't be that obvious yet. Why surrender? Hard to fathom? But at that moment, Qi Xiantian observed Wu Tianxiang on the field and remarked, this Wu Tianxiang is quite clever. Teacher Qi, he's already surrendered. Su Ming might not win if he fights him. Hua Haichang asked in confusion. At that moment, Wang Zhuoxing beside him also grasped Wu Tianxiang's strategy and explained, this Wu Tianxiang is indeed quite calculating. By surrendering now, he can't guarantee a spot in the top 8, but with his strength, he'd face no opponents in the 2-1 bracket. Moreover, most competitors in the upcoming 1-1 bracket are evenly matched. They'll surely fight each other to exhaustion. Then he can advance unscathed to the quarterfinals. Oh, I see. Now that Xiaolin and Xiong Tianba have fought each other to exhaustion, if Wu Tianxiang and Su Ming who are evenly matched with them enter the quarterfinals at full strength, the match avoidance principle means he can't be drawn against Su Ming again. Even if he faces Xiong Tianba or Xiaolin, his beast's condition will far surpass theirs. Lei Zhen exclaimed in sudden realization. Exactly. What a deep scheme. This way, he's practically guaranteed a spot. There's almost no chance of any surprises. Wang Zhuoxing added, moreover, even if he didn't surrender, he'd never stand a chance against my junior brother. While his white tiger beast, fueled by its bloodline, is indeed formidable, my junior brother's massive army is something a lone fighter like him would dread facing. Xiaolin and Xiong Tianba's beasts are the ones that truly counter my junior brother. Even if he fought with everything he had, it'd be hard for him to achieve mutual destruction with my junior brother. There are simply too many of my junior brother's beasts. Damn! That's some serious scheming. Is this a contest of strength or of cunning? Hua Haichang shouted. Strategy is strength too unless your power is so overwhelming that no one can strategize against you. Su Ming, still strategizing his battle plan, was momentarily stunned. But upon reflection, he instantly understood Wu Tianxiang's approach. When Wu Tianxiang looked at Su Ming, a faint smile touched his lips. It felt like a celebration between victors. Indeed, he had smoothly advanced to the quarterfinals. Even if his next opponents were Xiaolin or Xiong Tianba, neither would stand a chance against him. Simply reaching the semifinals would already be a victory. Did I just get handed a spot on a silver platter? Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. This seemed almost too easy. Chapter 114, quarter-finalists confirmed, spots gradually taking shape. Su Ming slowly walked off the court and approached his teammates.
Everyone looked at him and began to applaud. Congratulations, Su Ming. You've essentially secured your spot in the next round. Opening champagne in the second half shouldn't be a problem, right? Absolutely no problem.
Even if we face Xiaolin and Xiong Tianba consecutively in the quarterfinals, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Upon hearing this, everyone froze for a moment and turned to look at Hua Haicheng, the speaker. He realized his words had indeed sounded a bit too arrogant. Hua Haicheng hastily explained, I was just trying to express my joy that Su Ming is indeed securing a spot. The next match would be the battle between Lei Jin and Luo Qianxue for a spot in the quarterfinals. While Luo Qianxue's opponent should pose little threat, she was expected to win her match. But Lei Jin was in trouble. Surrendering to two opponents would be extremely difficult. But as things stood, if Lei Jin and Yan Kai continued their fight, the outcome would be even more brutal than the battle between Xiaolin and Xiong Tianba. Why don't you just surrender, Lei Jin? Someone suggested. Lei Jin shook his head at the suggestion. Impossible. I wouldn't surrender to old Hua, let alone Yan Kai. The two had competed since childhood, both rare provincial top scholars. To this day, neither had definitively proven superiority over the other. Soon, it was time for Lei Jin and Yan Kai to face off. The moment they stood on the field, an inexplicable sense of destiny hung between them. If these two want to make it into the top 8, one of them will have to concede defeat. There's no other way. At that moment, the referee addressed them, both beast tamers, is there anyone willing to concede? Before the words had fully left his mouth, Yan Kai slowly raised his hand. I concede. Yan Kai. Why are you conceding? Lei Jin shouted the moment he heard the words. Yan Kai responded calmly, rather than fighting you to the finish, I'd rather fight for a chance to compete in the Global Beastmaster Tournament. Moreover, within the 2-1 bracket, there were already two beast tamers of a completely different tier, Xiong Tianba and Wu Tianxiang. Although Xiong Tianba's beast was severely injured, he could still exert immense pressure on the others. Opting to advance directly into the more favorable 1-2 bracket was actually a far wiser choice. After his victory, Lei Jin felt less joyful than expected. Lighten up, Lei Jin. If you two want to settle things, find a place after the qualifiers and go head-to-head. Yuan Tian's words instantly broke the earlier somber mood, drawing laughter from the crowd. Even Lei Jin couldn't hold back his laughter and burst out laughing. The subsequent matches drew even less attention. Two pairs of beast masters, focusing on strategy, chose to concede defeat, thereby entering the 1-2 bracket. As for the 4-0-2 teams led by Hua Haicheng, old Hua couldn't be bothered to fight anymore and simply conceded defeat. His beast, thoroughly battered by Wu Tianxiang, still hadn't recovered. Thus, after 3 rounds of competition, Su Ming and Xiaolin secured their spots in the quarterfinals. Hua Haicheng and Jiang Chenghao were eliminated, their hopes for the quarterfinals dashed. The next round saw the remaining 12 contestants divided into 6 groups. Among the 6 in Group 2-1, Xiong Tianba and Wu Tianxiang drew Lin Yuyan and Jiang Ning respectively. Surprisingly, Xiong Tianba unexpectedly chose to concede defeat, allowing Lin Yuyan to advance directly to the quarterfinals while he entered the pool of contestants in Group 2-2. This outcome left everyone stunned. Lin Yuyan and Wu Tianxiang both advanced to the quarterfinals, meaning all 3 contestants from Daxia Academy had now secured spots in the final 8. Lei Jin was matched against Luo Qianxue. Both aimed to secure the other's spot in the quarterfinals, but due to their respective strengths, Lei Jin advanced directly while Luo Qianxue entered the 2-2 pool to compete for the final 3 spots. In Pool 2-2, Xiong Tianba, Yan Kai, Luo Qianxue, and Jiang Ning were now competing. After 2 rounds of recovery, Xiong Tianba had regained his fighting strength. Yan Kai and his team, however, had essentially coasted through by conceding matches and picking on the weakest opponents, essentially picking persimmons like grandmothers. Their beast-taming skills weren't particularly problematic. Among these 4, one was destined to be eliminated. In the subsequent draw, Jiang Ning and Xiong Tianba were paired together, effectively sealing Jiang Ning's fate. What left Xiong Tianba speechless, however, was that Jiang Ning, a top-tier beast tamer, proved to be just as formidable in combat. The desperate battle only compounded the injuries already plaguing his beasts. After barely securing victory, his own beast suffered near catastrophic damage. Fortunately, after the quarter-finalists were selected, there was still 1 night left for recovery. The other 2 spots were predictably claimed by Yan Kai and Luo Qianxue. With that, the 8 spots for Group A were finally confirmed. Among them, 3 from the Great Xia Academy, 3 from the Great Xia Military Academy, 1 from the Polar Academy and 1 from the Sea Capital Academy. The quarterfinals being dominated by the 4 major academies was hardly surprising. The allocation of spots clearly favored the Great Xia Military Academy and the Great Xia Academy. In the Sea Capital Academy's rest area, Yan Xiao, eliminated by Su Ming in the first round, gazed at the lone representative left on the field. To say he felt no regret would be a lie. But regret came too late. It was now 8 o'clock in the evening. The referee announced to all spectators here and those watching the live broadcast, the top 8 of the freshman division have been determined. Tomorrow, the final battle for the top 4 will take place, securing the 4 spots for the Global Beastmaster Tournament.
As soon as the matches concluded, the participants were swiftly escorted back to their respective academies by their instructors.
The draw for tomorrow's matches had yet to commence. Therefore, they had to use this time to heal their top 8 competitors to peak condition. Upon returning to the villa, Su Ming found he had barely engaged in combat today, rendering any healing unnecessary.
Unbelievable. That's the sheer pressure of overwhelming power. Your only fight was against Zhuang Jingsheng?
Hua Haiqing couldn't help but tease Su Ming as he looked at him. Su Ming responded with a faint smile, "Old Hua, this is winning people over with strength.
If you're capable, you can achieve the same subduing the enemy without fighting."
A single night passed in the blink of an eye, less than 12 hours. The next day dawned, and the familiar competition grounds were once again the scene.
Once all participants had entered, the most thrilling part began: the draw. Chapter 115, Guaranteed Spots? The final 4 confirmed. Su Ming, Lei Jin, Jianxue, you 3 can rest assured. I performed a ritual last night. Your draw will definitely be the best possible. Hua Haiqing patted his chest, guaranteeing the 3. At that moment, Xiao Wang reappeared at the draw venue.
King Xia sure is making frequent appearances at this selection tournament. Seems King Xia is genuinely invested in the outcome of this tournament. As King Xia's names were drawn one by one, Hua Haiqing's previously cheerful expression instantly turned bitter. First round of the quarterfinals: Su Ming vs Xiong Tianba, Xiao Lin vs Wu Tianxiang, Luo Qianxue vs Lei Jinyan Kai vs Lin Yuyan.
It couldn't be called good, it was downright terrible. Wait, this is the good draw you mentioned? Guaranteeing one person into the 1-0 pool? Lei Jin asked Hua Haiqing. I don't know either. This Xia King draw is just too abstract.
Hua Haiqing looked utterly helpless. Su Ming, the first contestant, swiftly ascended the martial arena after Xiao Wang departed. Gazing at Xiong Tianba in the distance, Su Ming couldn't help but speak up. "Xiong Tianba, you got your wish this time.
You can try to avenge your academy now."
But at this moment, Xiong Tianba seemed to have shed his earlier ferocity when looking at Su Ming. Instead, he appeared calm and composed as he addressed the referee. "My apologies, referee. I choose to concede defeat." Hearing this, Su Ming froze in surprise.
"Are you kidding me, Xiong Tianba? You're conceding?"
"Of course. You fought yesterday, and compared to me, you're in much better shape now.
Even if we fought right now, I wouldn't stand a chance."
Su Ming immediately recognized the logic in his words. But this meant he'd only fought one of his 4 scheduled matches.
And that was against Zhuang Jingsheng. If no one wants to fight me, they'll think I'm a total loser.
Yet, even a victory handed to him on a silver platter wouldn't be seen as mere luck by anyone. In the first round of the elimination tournament, Su Ming had single-handedly eliminated 5 players from the 3 major universities. This feat alone had already proven his formidable strength. Even after leaving the arena, the crowd remained stunned.
"Su Ming, I seriously doubt you're just getting lucky. Another forfeit? Junior brother, if I had your luck, my spot would be as good as guaranteed." Responding to the teasing, Su Ming could only laugh helplessly. "I don't know either.
It's not that I don't want to fight, they just never give me the chance.
Strength is no match for luck."
The second match pitted Xiao Lin against Wu Tianxiang, a clash between the top 2 students from their respective academies.
The intensity was equally palpable. Wu Tianxiang stepped onto the stage brimming with fighting spirit.
"Xiao Lin, I may win unfairly, but regardless, this time I will defeat you."
In response to Wu Tianxiang's words, Xiao Lin sneered coldly, "As long as I'm here, you'll forever be second."
When Xiao Lin's beast appeared, its near full health state stunned everyone.
How is this possible? How could it recover so completely in just one night? It's as if yesterday's battle with Xiong Tianba never happened.
Meanwhile, in the VIP viewing section, the Xia King remarked, "This is actually a minor ability of the Tianqi talent, granting faster recovery to beasts within the Beastmaster's space." Still, Xiao Lin likely used medicinal aids as well. This makes the match all the more exciting. Wu Tianxiang watched the scene unfold, his surprise fleeting as he quickly regained his composure. "I don't believe he recovered that well in just one night."
"If you don't believe it, then try it. White Tiger, attack."
Wu Tianxiang didn't back down from this battle, but the fight seemed to be one-sided from the very start. Xiao Lin's beast rider had indeed recovered to peak condition. Already no match for Xiao Lin, Wu Tianxiang quickly conceded defeat after being overwhelmed, seeking to cut his losses. This move was meant to preserve his chances of winning future battles. Despite this, Wu Tianxiang's beasts were still wounded by Xiao Lin.
2 of his sovereign-level beasts were critically injured.
This severely compromised Wu Tianxiang's beast riding combat capabilities moving forward. Before even stepping onto the battlefield, Lei Jin and Luo Qianxue began politely deferring to each other regarding who would concede defeat.
"Luo Qianxue, you conceded once in the last round. This time, let me concede."
"No, Lei Jin, your strength surpasses mine. You only need one more victory to represent the Great Xia military command at the Global Beastmaster Tournament."
At Luo Qianxue's words, Lei Jin, who had been yielding, froze in place.
Everyone fought so hard precisely for that darn competition spot.
Seeing Lei Jin swayed by her words, Luo Qianxue continued, "It's fine, Lei Jin. No matter what, one of us has to lose. Only a truly powerful beast tamer should go to the global beast tamer tournament. Thank you, Lei Jin murmured, his voice trembling slightly. After deciding who would concede, Lei Jin successfully advanced to the 1-0 bracket. In the final match between Lin Yuyan and Yan Kai, an Earth-type versus Fire-type battle, Lin Yuyan also secured her victory. With that, the 1-0 and 0-1 pools were finalized. The subsequent draw paired Su Ming against Lei Jin and Xia Lin against Lin Yuyan. These two internal matches guaranteed that at least one participant from each academy would advance to the semifinals, securing a spot in the Global Beastmaster tournament. Lei Jin and Lin Yuyan, however, chose to concede defeat outright. This left Su Ming utterly bewildered. He had secured his spot after fighting only one completely pressure-free match. Teacher, it seems getting a spot really isn't that difficult after all. You little brat, don't get cocky after getting lucky. You're the first person in history to snag a spot this effortlessly. Qi Shantian was equally astonished by Su Ming's performances over the past 2 days. These matches, which were practically guaranteed wins, would have raised suspicions of match fixing if not for the presence of the Xia King overseeing them. What stunned everyone was that Wu Tianxiang and Xiong Tianba clashed in the 0-1 bracket. Moreover, Wu Tianxiang, who had been virtually guaranteed a spot, was defeated by Xiong Tianba and eliminated outright. This left everyone stunned. Even Wu Tianxiang himself, after losing to Xiong Tianba, couldn't accept this reality. Su Ming looked at Wu Tianxiang, recalling the victorious look in his eyes just yesterday. He shook his head helplessly. Looks like the script he had planned yesterday. I ended up getting it instead. Plotting against others, only to be outmaneuvered by fate itself. As for the battle between Yan Kai and Luo Qianxue, it concluded with Luo Qianxue emerging victorious. The final 2 spots were to be chosen from among Xiong Tianba, Lin Yuyan, Lei Jin, and Luo Qianxue. Xiong Tianba faced Lei Jin, while Lin Yuyan battled Luo Qianxue. In both matches, Xiong Tianba defeated Lei Jin to claim the 3rd spot, while Lin Yuyan defeated Luo Qianxue to secure the 4th. This outcome seemed both logical and unexpected to everyone. Chapter 116, Whispered Secrets, Mountain Sea Secret Realm. The 4 spots were finally confirmed: Su Ming, Xia Lin, Xiong Tianba, and Lin Yuyan. Among the 4 great academies, only the Sea Capital Academy failed to secure a spot in the freshman division. Su Ming, you're probably the easiest person in history to secure a competition spot. Luo Qianxue and the others smiled as they looked at Su Ming. Though the 3 of them hadn't secured spots, it would be untrue to say they felt no regret. However, the formidable strength of their opponents truly left no room for them to secure one of the limited spots. Maybe it really was divine intervention that let me snag a spot so effortlessly. Su Ming shrugged helplessly. At that moment, the host on stage announced, the representatives for our Great Xia Empire in the second half of the Global Beastmaster Tournament have been selected. Let us welcome the 4 young Beastmasters to the stage. They are Xia Lin from the Great Xia Academy, Su Ming from the Great Xia Military Academy, Xiong Tianba from the Polar Academy, and Lin Yuyan from the Great Xia Academy. The moment the words left his mouth, the entire arena erupted with chants of their names. Each had their own dedicated fan base. Stepping onto the stage, the 4 stood side by side. Xiong Tianba, standing beside Su Ming, muttered with a hint of reluctance, "Too bad we won't get a chance to fight. Your legends are even more numerous than Xia Lin's." "Is that so? There will be an opportunity." Su Ming smiled faintly. At that moment, several figures approached from the stands. Leading them was none other than His Majesty King Xia, the foremost of the 5 kings. When the Xia King reached Xia Lin, he nodded approvingly. "Well done." "Thank you, great-grandfather," Xia Lin replied with a smile. Earning the Xia King's approval filled him with equal excitement. When the Xia King approached Su Ming, their gazes locked. In that instant, Su Ming felt as though he were gazing upon a colossus. So powerful. Su Ming thought to himself. King Xia suddenly placed a hand on Su Ming's shoulder, his face bearing a look of regret. "Su Ming, it's truly unfortunate we didn't witness your full strength in battle these past 2 days. As a Beastmaster, you may be the only one of such exceptional caliber in all of Great Xia. I believe your potential is immense. I hope you will train diligently. A single man is an army unto himself. If every Beastmaster in Great Xia possessed your talent, the ferocious beasts and demonic creatures would surely have been eradicated by now." The king's praise left everyone stunned. King Xia actually holds Su Ming in such high regard. Su Ming is a genius, after all. Among these 4, his background is the most ordinary. Su Ming! Su Ming! Su Ming! The arena erupted with shouts of Su Ming's name. Overwhelmed by the sudden attention, Su Ming hastily responded, "Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. I will train diligently and ensure that during the Global Beastmaster Tournament, we thoroughly defeat those nations opposing us." At Su Ming's words, even Qi Xiantian in the audience froze in shock. This was a live broadcast watched by billions across the entire Blue Star, and he just blurted it out so casually. It must be noted that other nations were also watching the qualifiers to gauge the strength of the Great Xia competitors. Their citizens were almost universally glued to the broadcast. Though no specific nations were named, everyone knew exactly who he meant. Ha, excellent. I'm looking forward to it. You're absolutely right, knock them flat.
King Xia laughed heartily, slapping Su Ming on the shoulder before turning to Xiong Tianba. Little bear, you've truly inherited your great-grandfather's talent. I believe you'll surpass him in the future. Xiong Tianba gazed at King Xia, his eyes brimming with admiration. My great-grandfather has always been the goal I strive to reach.
Good.
King Xia nodded, then approached Lin Yuyan.
Yuyan, it's been a long time. Grandfather Xia. Lin Yuyan responded shyly. King Xia said no more, instead turning to address the entire audience. All beast masters of Great Xia, you are all watching, aren't you?
Behold our future, talented beyond measure, surpassing even my own abilities back in my day.
The future belongs to them. The future of Great Xia is bright.
I hope all of you young beast tamers will train diligently. This world is vast, and the stage for you to shine is equally vast. The host immediately picked up where King Xia left off. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your words to us young beast masters. May you grow ever stronger, for only when you are strong can Great Xia be mighty.
After stepping off the stage, the selection tournament for the second-year group commenced.
Su Ming and his 3 companions, who had already secured their spots, were summoned away immediately after leaving the stage.
Soon, the 4 arrived together outside a private room within the martial arena.
Enter. His Majesty the Xia King awaits you. The door opened to reveal not only the Xia King but also the presidents of their 3 academies inside. They greeted the 4 with smiles upon their arrival.
Please take your seats.
4 seats had already been prepared. No sooner had they sat down than the Xia King spoke. Congratulations on securing your spots in the Global Beastmaster Tournament. You should be aware of what lies ahead, correct?
Understood, Your Majesty. Rest assured, we'll give those clowns from Sakura Nation and Bangzi Nation a thorough thrashing, Xiong Tianba declared first. Su Ming added, Your Majesty, if possible, I intend to eliminate them outright during the competition.
Hearing Su Ming's words, Xia Lin and the others looked at him with surprise. King Xia's eyes lit up and he looked at Su Ming with immense admiration.
Actually, Su Ming is correct. In the Global Beastmaster Tournament, if you can eliminate them, don't hold back.
The current tournament format mirrors ours, but if you settle matters outright in the first round, it saves a great deal of trouble.
Why do we need your younger generation to fight in the Global Beastmaster Tournament?
Frankly, we want to fight, but if we did, the entire world would be in trouble.
That's why we need you to step up. Of course, you don't need to hold back. Just get the job done. Don't carry any psychological burden. Countless great Xia Beastmasters have fallen at their hands.
King Xia's words were brutally straightforward, leaving Su Ming feeling a stark contrast.
Naturally, the nation won't send you into battle for nothing.
As your reward, you shall enter the most mysterious secret realm of Great Xia to obtain a beast tamer.
A secret realm? Your Majesty, are you referring to the mountain and sea secret realm?
Little bear, it seems your father has mentioned this to you.
Indeed, this matter is only disseminated among the nation's highest echelons.
This secret realm is a crucial factor in our Great Xia's might.
The beast tamers within possess divine beast bloodlines.
It is said that true divine beasts dwell there, though one may only enter once in a lifetime.
Even I never obtained it. Divine beasts.
At these words, Su Ming lost his composure.
Chapter 117, Divine Beasts Swarm, Choice Overwhelms. Indeed, it's said divine beasts exist there.
Yet over the years, many have entered the mountain sea secret realm, only to contract beasts with bloodlines merely approaching divine beast status. King Xia nodded in agreement. Even so, Su Ming and his companions couldn't help but feel excited in the face of this mountain sea secret realm, no matter how composed they usually were. The reason we summoned you here alone is to send you to the mountain sea secret realm to contract mythical beasts that belong to you.
Why go now? Shouldn't we wait for the second year and third year groups? Xiong Tianba asked in confusion. After you contract your beasts, what awaits you is cultivation.
The rank of a beast master is a crucial factor influencing the power of your beast.
The Polar Academy's principal explained to Xiong Tianba.
4 of you, from this moment onward, you have embarked upon the fast track to becoming beast masters. Whether you wish to cultivate and grow stronger or not, it will be extremely difficult to step back now. Xia Wang's words caused the 4 to exchange glances.
The next moment, as if reading each other's minds, they rose simultaneously and declared, We have long been prepared.
Soon, the 4 were discreetly escorted out of the Great Xia Academy. The headsmasters of the 3 great academies and the Xia King accompanied them on the journey. Such an entourage was formidable enough to command respect anywhere on Blue Star. Thus, Su Ming and his companions had no need to worry about their safety. What surprised Su Ming, however, was that they weren't leaving the imperial capital. Instead, they were steadily approaching its very center.
Could this mountain sea secret realm be located within the imperial capital? Su Ming asked incredulously.
Of course. The imperial capital was chosen precisely because the mountain sea secret realm resides here.
Whoa, I'm really looking forward to this. But I can only contract insectoid beasts. Are there any insect-type divine beasts within the mountain sea secret realm? The moment Su Ming uttered those words, the entire group fell silent. Of course there are. It's just that no one contracts insect-type beasts. In the Mountain Sea Secret Realm, I've never seen anyone choose them either. King Xia immediately interjected.
Meanwhile, Su Ming's mind was already racing through the 10 ancient he knew of. Among them were the 100-eyed demon lord, the 9-headed insect, the 6-winged golden cicada, and others. These were the pinnacle of malevolent insects in primordial myths, holding their own even against true dragons and phoenixes. This realm was called the Mountain and Sea Secret Realm. He wondered if it had any connection to the classic of mountains and seas, the ancient text documenting primordial beasts from his previous life. Soon, protected by the 4 Xia kings, Su Ming and his companions arrived before the tower standing at the heart of the imperial capital.
This is the Imperial Tower, explained one of the guards.
Legend has it that it was originally built to commemorate the beast-tamers who perished in battles against monstrous beasts and demons. Indeed, the entrance to the Mountain and Sea Secret Realm lies within this Imperial Tower. King Xia nodded, turning to look at Xiong Tianba, who had spoken. Seems Bear King has shared quite a bit with you. Haha, truth be told, I pestered my great-grandfather until he shared these stories with me. Few young people truly understand the origins of the Imperial Tower. Chao Hongshou sighed in agreement.
Enter now. Make haste. Though seemingly unguarded, the Imperial Tower was secretly protected by countless top-tier beast masters lurking in the shadows. Led by the Xia King, they proceeded unimpeded all the way to the entrance of the Mountain Sea Secret Realm within the Imperial Tower. Who would have thought this Mountain Sea Secret Realm lies beneath the Imperial Tower? King Xia chuckled. It's not really a secret. But this secret realm is right here without permission. Who do you think would dare come? Indeed, attempting to infiltrate the Imperial Tower of the Great Xia capital alone would require either a complete loss of sanity or a death wish. Otherwise, such a notion would never even cross anyone's mind.
Entering the subterranean palace, the entrance to the Mountain Sea Secret Realm resembled those of other secret realms he had encountered before. Between two massive stone pillars, ever-shifting rainbow-colored lights swirled, radiating an aura of profound mystery.
The Mountain and Sea Secret Realm holds no special secrets. The beast suited to you will choose you themselves, no need to search. However, each of you may only contract one beast. Therefore, choose the one most fitting for you. Understood.
The 4 nodded in unison before striding toward the entrance of the Mountain and Sea Secret Realm. Gazing at the entrance before him, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a surge of nervousness. The moment he stepped inside, an overwhelming suction force swept him in, leaving no room for resistance. Endless darkness enveloped him, stripping away all 5 senses. He had no idea how long he remained in that darkness. Su Ming finally emerged into a forest. When Su Ming finally regained his senses and stood up, he found no trace of the other 3. King Xia said we didn't need to search for them, they would come find me themselves. Su Ming scanned his surroundings, but no beast riders appeared.
No way. Surely I haven't been left without a beast to choose?
But the next moment, a golden cicada with 2 wings appeared before him. A piece of information also appeared before his eyes at that moment.
Name, twin-winged golden cicada. Level, none. Species value, sovereign tier. Divine beast bloodline, pure 6-winged golden cicada. Bloodline purity, 100%.
The very moment the 2-winged golden cicada appeared, a monstrous insect with 3 heads materialized before their eyes.
Name, 3-headed insect. Level, none. Species value, sovereign class. Divine beast bloodline, 9-headed worm. Bloodline purity, 100%. 100% bloodline purity? That makes it a legendary Pokemon, doesn't it? Su Ming was stunned. If it were a pure-blooded divine beast, he wouldn't need to evolve, he could simply keep growing and eventually become one himself. Holy crap! 2 divine beast larvae stood before him, vying for his attention as if competing for favor, each eager to form a contract with him. Just as Su Ming hesitated over which to choose, a sudden ribbit echoed from behind him. He whipped his head around to find a golden toad perched on his back, its eyes fixed intently on him. Name, Sky-devouring golden toad. Level, none. Race value, sovereign class. Divine beast bloodline, swallowing heaven golden toad. Bloodline purity, 100%. Another legendary beast. Could the system be summoning them? With so many divine beast larvae choosing to contract before him, Su Ming could find no other explanation besides the system's intervention. Meanwhile, the 4 individuals outside were equally curious about the beasts Su Ming and his companions had managed to contract. Those 4 must have contracted pets with bloodline purity exceeding 96%. Hard to say. It's unpredictable. The higher a divine beast's bloodline purity, the more difficult it becomes to increase it by even 0.01% afterward. As long as it exceeds 95%, that beast's combat prowess will be among the absolute elite within its tier. Chapter 118, Contracted Divine Beast Golden Cicada with Twin Wings. At the same time, different young beasts appeared before the other 3. Their innate talents had likewise attracted numerous descendants of divine beasts with exceptionally pure bloodlines.
Lin Yuyan gazed at the colossal turtle before her, as massive as a small mountain, and said, "Xian turtle, would you consider forming a contract with me?" A low growl echoed from the Xian turtle. The moment its body touched Lin Yuyan, a beast-mastering contract was instantly formed between them. At the same time, Xiong Tianba gazed at the colossal bear before him, his face lighting up with excitement. "Blizzard Bear Lord! Bind yourself to me!" Roar! At Xia Lin's location, a azure dragon floated in the air. It's not a pure-blooded azure dragon divine beast. Xia Lin felt a pang of disappointment, but among all the beasts willing to contract with him before him, only this azure dragon possessed the purest bloodline. After the three successively formed contracts with their beasts, they were teleported out of the mountain and sea's secret realm. Seeing the trio emerge from the secret realm, King Xia and the others eagerly rushed to greet them. "How did it go? Did you contract any beast spirits?" "Lord Xia, I have fulfilled my mission." Xiong Tianba clasped his hands together, his face beaming with joy. "Quickly, quickly! Summon your beasts for us to see." Without hesitation, the three complied. Simultaneously, the beast summoning spaces behind each of them activated. 3 top-tier beasts emerged from the spaces. It's the Xian turtle, possessing the bloodline of the divine beast Xuanwu. It's the Snow Bear Lord, possessing the bloodline of the divine beast Togu. It's the Azure Celestial Dragon, possessing the bloodline of the divine beast Azure Dragon. The 3 beasts drew gasps of astonishment from the 3 school principals. King Xia nodded with great affirmation. Their bloodline purity all exceeds 96%. Xia Lin's Azure Celestial Dragon even reaches 98%. You 3 have chosen excellent mounts, they suit you perfectly. Thank you, Lord Xia. Thank you, great-grandfather. The 3 spoke in unison. Strange. Why hasn't Su Ming come out yet? Does he really need that long to choose? Chao Hongshou kept glancing toward the exit. Not seeing Su Ming emerge after so long, he too began to feel anxious. He shouldn't be in any danger, right? Just then, a figure suddenly emerged from the secret realm's exit. Recognizing the familiar figure, Chao Hongshou cast aside his status as principal. He hurried over to Su Ming. "Su Ming, how did it go? Did you contract a beast?" "Yeah, there were too many beasts. I was spoiled for choice, but unfortunately, I could only contract one." Su Ming shook his head with a hint of resignation. Xia Wang and the others approached as well. "Su Ming, what beast did you contract? Show us." Xiong Tianba asked curiously. Su Ming glanced at the 3 beast tamers behind them and nodded. "The beasts you've contracted are truly impressive." "Indeed. But did you contract a bug beast with divine beast bloodlines?" Xia Lin chimed in. Su Ming shook his head. "You're not quite right there. It's not divine beast bloodline. No way. Could there really be no insect-type divine beasts within the mountain and sea secret realm?" This question drew the king of Xia's attention as well. Chao Hongshou pressed even more urgently. "Then Su Ming, what exactly did you contract?" Su Ming no longer feigned mystery. With a flick of his thoughts, the beast-taming space behind him opened. A golden cicada with 2 wings flew out from Su Ming's beast-taming space. Its size was modest, measuring only about 8 meters. "A golden cicada? Is this the beast you chose, Su Ming?" Xiong Tianba asked in confusion. Yet King Xia and the others instantly recognized its extraordinary nature. Turning to Su Ming, they inquired, "Su Ming, this golden cicada of yours?" "Yes, your majesty King Xia. It is a juvenile divine beast." At these words, everyone present, including King Xia, was utterly astonished. "Su Ming, you're not joking, are you? This is a divine beast?" Xiong Tianba was baffled, unable to comprehend how an insect could be a divine beast. Su Ming smiled faintly. Once mature, the 2-winged golden cicada would become a 6-winged golden cicada, one of the 5 great monstrous insects of the primordial chaos. Its exoskeleton was incredibly hard, impervious to blades and spears. Its mouth could devour any living creature. Moreover, the 6-winged golden cicada was the precursor to the golden cicada spirit. While the 2-winged golden cicada couldn't match that level, once matured and bolstered by his system's enhancements, it would stand unmatched among other divine beasts. Indeed. By bloodline, I can confirm this golden cicada is indeed a divine beast cub. Who would have thought that our great Xia would finally have someone contract a divine beast again? Truly, heaven blesses our great Xia. Chao Hongshou stared at Su Ming's 2-winged golden cicada, utterly transfixed. King Xia suddenly turned to the group and declared, "The matter of Su Ming contracting the 2-winged golden cicada must not be revealed until after the Global Beastmaster Tournament concludes." Understood. Feeling the sudden shift in the Xia King's aura and the pressure he exuded, there was no doubt that if other nations learned Su Ming had contracted a divine beast, countless individuals would spare no expense to eliminate Su Ming in the short term. Su Ming turned to King Xia and asked, "Your Majesty, if divine beasts cannot evolve, how do they reach maturity?" To this question, the Xia King explained, "Focus on raising your own level. Though divine beasts are powerful, even if you reach level 100, it won't be enough to bring it to maturity." "Whoa, not even level 100?
How high can a beast master's level actually go? Lin Yuyan inquired.
The current tier system is based solely on the highest levels achieved by known beast masters. As for how high a beast master can actually ascend, no one knows yet. King Xia patiently explained to the four.
A divine beast. Even an insect-type divine beast is still a divine beast.
Xiong Tianba stared at Su Ming's golden cicada with wings, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. After the initial excitement subsided, King Xia addressed the group seriously.
Next, it's time for you to advance your ranks.
We've selected 4 isolated training sites for you.
Each of you may choose one location to cultivate. Wow, King Xia, you've been so thoughtful. Upon hearing this, the 3 university presidents couldn't help but chuckle.
You won't be so amused when you see what's coming. At these words, the 4 individuals who had been smiling moments before froze in their tracks. That such words could come from their mouths meant the situation was far worse than they had imagined.
Don't be nervous.
These are all places I've carefully selected suitable for your current level and strength to cultivate and capable of maximizing your level advancement. As he spoke, a virtual projection screen appeared before everyone. Xiao Wang swiftly tapped the semi-transparent panel before him. An image materialized before Su Ming and the others. Alright, the first training ground, Hell Tier Instance, Lava Lands.
Duration, 60 days. You cannot leave before time is up. Chapter 119, Hell Tier Training, Demon's Den.
Your first training ground, Hell Tier Instance, Lava Lands.
Duration, 60 days. Departure is impossible before time is up.
No sooner had King Xia finished speaking than Xia Lin raised his hand. Great-grandfather, as far as I know, the beasts in this Hell Tier Lava Land all exceed level 50. Moreover, their species values surpass even Lord-tier beasts, and even King-tier beasts exist there.
Correct.
But this dungeon boasts the densest concentration of beasts. With 60 days of dedicated cultivation and provided you survive, your levels are guaranteed to break through by at least 3-4 tiers.
Whoa, that's literally training with your life on the line.
King Xia smiled faintly, offering no reply.
Instead, he continued, alright, let's take a look at the second one.
The screen shifted, revealing a solitary island before them.
Located within the Great Xia's maritime territory, Beast Island is another suitable place for your cultivation. Beast Island? That's even more terrifying than the lava lands. You couldn't even run away if you wanted to. Xiong Tianba grimaced. Next, the third option, the primordial beast forest to the west. The domain of ferocious beasts, your majesty. What kind of places are these? The pressure is overwhelming. Xiong Tianba sighed helplessly. Everyone could handle the exhaustion, but the constant threat of losing their lives even for those with exceptional talent was terrifying. King Xia offered no reply, instead revealing the fourth location. This is the greatest demonic lair in all of Great Xia. Exactly. This is the annihilation level demon lair where countless demon lords are sealed.
After speaking, the Xia King looked at the 4 of them and said, alright, for cultivation sites.
Which one are you ready to go to?
I'll take the demon lair.
Su Ming claimed it without hesitation.
Though it was the most perilous, it was also the place where one could most easily advance in rank. Seeing the abyss claimed by Su Ming, Xia Lin chose the western primordial beast forest. Then I'll take the lava fields, Lin Yuyan said softly. Seeing all 3 locations claimed, Xiong Tianba shrugged.
Guess I'm left with no choice.
I'll take the 10,000 Beasts Island.
King Xia nodded. Very well.
There's no time to waste.
Depart immediately. Ah, leaving right now? Isn't that a bit too rushed? Rushed? I think it's perfect. Let's go. Cultivation isn't about enjoying the journey.
After the 4 were led out of the Imperial Tower, 8 masked figures appeared before Su Ming and his companions. You 4 just follow them. They're absolutely reliable. Su Ming turned to his headmaster and said, Headmaster, please inform my teacher that I'm heading off to cultivate now.
All right. Stay safe. Su Ming nodded.
At that moment, the 2 masked beast tamers before Su Ming summoned their beasts. Without hesitation, Su Ming stepped directly onto one of their beasts and flew off into the distance.
Everything happened too quickly.
Su Ming felt as though it were all unreal. One moment he was competing for a spot, the next he was already heading to the demon's lair to fight. The sense of disorientation was overwhelming.
The 2 masked figures remained silent throughout the journey. The path to that cataclysmic level demon's lair wasn't particularly long.
At their pace of beast riding, it would take only 5 hours to reach the imperial capital.
5 hours passed in the blink of an eye.
A thick wave of demonic energy washed over him, causing Su Ming to spring to his feet.
Suddenly, the masked figures began a rapid descent.
In less than 3 minutes, they plummeted from 10,000 meters to the ground. As soon as Su Ming dismounted the masked beast master's mount, the scene before him was nothing short of horrifying. As far as the eye could see lay countless ruins and shattered walls. It was clear how magnificent this city once had been. Before the annihilating power of the demonic lair, everything was gone. And this was merely the outermost perimeter of the demonic lair. Even so, the density of demonic energy here was no less intense than the demonic tide they had encountered last time.
Su Ming, this is something Lord Xiao Wang asked me to give you. Please take it. As a peculiar glowing orb was placed in his hand, Su Ming asked in confusion, what is this? If you encounter danger, shatter this orb immediately. His Majesty King Xia will appear at your side at the fastest possible speed. You can think of it as a device that provides coordinates to His Majesty. Lord Xia himself would come to the rescue. Su Ming froze. With this, he could practically strut through the demon abyss. Of course, there's also this. The masked Beastmaster produced a wristwatch. Is this also for calling for help? Yes. Per His Majesty's orders, we cannot accompany you into the demon's lair. However, should you encounter danger provided it's not an absolute emergency, press this, and we'll arrive at your side in the shortest time possible. Hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help but remark, King Xia really has thought of everything. However, Su Ming, you have only one chance to use this. If you activate it, we will bring you back immediately, as this environment is unsuitable for your cultivation without guaranteeing your safety. Understood. Thank you both, seniors. The rest are all the resources King Xia had prepared for you in advance: food, clothing, beast-taming supplies, healing potions, and more, all stored within this ring. Truly motherly care. Su Ming accepted the ring and slipped both it and his watch onto his wrist. The light orb was carefully stored inside his storage ring. Thank you both, seniors. Keep up the good work in your cultivation. We look forward to seeing you take down a few more beast tamers from those countries that oppose ours, like Sakura Nation and the Korean Peninsula, at the Global Beast Tamer Tournament. Hearing this, Su Ming grinned. You can count on it. After the two departed, Su Ming gazed at the ruined town shrouded in demonic energy. A thought flashed through his mind. Countless blade insects and shield insects poured out from his beast taming space. They swiftly scattered in all directions, gathering intelligence. Meanwhile, the other three had each arrived at their respective cultivation zones. Back in the imperial capital, the Xia King and his group had already returned to the competition grounds. The round of 16 elimination matches for the second-year group were still underway. When Qi Xiantian saw the headmaster return but did not see Su Ming, he knew his student had been sent off to cultivate somewhere unknown. Su Ming, he said, I look forward to the day when we meet again, and your strength has undergone a complete transformation. The three academy principals looked at the Xia King and said, Your Highness, might you be setting the bar too high? Gentlemen, if this were merely about preparing for the Global Beastmaster Tournament, there'd be no need for these young ones to train under such perilous conditions. But their ambitions extend far beyond that. Though all seems calm now, dangers are gathering relentlessly, awaiting a single flashpoint to erupt en masse. When that moment comes, our current reserves of powerful beast tamers will prove woefully inadequate. Chapter 120, Hunting Monsters, Killing Two Birds with One Stone. Soon after, the Beastmaster tasked with escorting Su Ming to the demon's lair returned to report to King Xia. Your Majesty, Su Ming has successfully entered the demon's lair. Has the news been disseminated? King Xia nodded. Word has likely spread. But is this too dangerous? A destruction-level demon lair, Su Ming cannot withstand being hunted down by both the monsters and the Holy Heaven sect. Principal Chao Hongshou also wore a look of concern. Su Ming's current standing within the Great Xia military command was practically that of a national treasure. He certainly didn't want Su Ming to lose his life over such a reckless training method. It was merely the King of Xia's command, and he had no choice but to obey. King Xia smiled faintly. Old Chao, I understand your concerns. Rest assured, I've provided Su Ming with a means to call for help. Choosing the demon's lair was the riskiest path among the four, yet it holds the greatest potential. His capabilities are boundless. I know this feels rushed, but I want him to grow quickly. Great Xia needs beast tamers like him. You mean his insect horde? Chao Hongshou frowned and asked. Yes. Su Ming is exceptionally unique. A talent like his might not be seen again for another 100 years. King Xia's voice trembled with excitement. Just imagine, if Su Ming were already at level 100, with billions of insect beasts in his Beastmaster's realm. Even if they were all low-tier creatures, such overwhelming numbers could slay even a true dragon. Level 100? That seems so distant. If Su Ming is so crucial, why expose him to the world? Wouldn't it be better to cultivate him in secret? Chao Hongshou continued, I've reported this before, given sufficient resources even capital Su Ming could grow stronger. Why not mobilize the nation's strength to aid his advancement? King Xia gazed at Chao Hongshou, shaking his head with a smile. The nation isn't solely under my command. Besides, how could we stake everything on one individual? We've already done more than enough for him. Cultivators can't grow by relying on handouts. Some things must be earned by his own efforts, not granted by us. Otherwise, given my status, Xia Lin wouldn't need to go through such elaborate competition for this spot. Seeing this, Chao Hongshou said no more. Meanwhile, Su Ming had already spent over 4 hours within this small town, now engulfed by demonic energy. He gazed at the demon wolf he had just slain lying on the ground. The two-winged golden cicada by his side, having received Su Ming's permission, swallowed it whole. After consuming the demon wolf, the golden cicada's stats increased by another 0.0001%.
If I keep hunting enough demonic beasts for the golden cicada to consume, its own growth combined with my innate talent boost will yield terrifyingly high stats. This was one of the reasons he had chosen the golden cicada. It could enhance its own strength by devouring other creatures. This ability bore some resemblance to the power granted by his own system, yet they did not conflict with each other. By hunting ferocious beasts, he gained consumption points and experience, while the corpses and demon crystals were fed to the golden cicada. Such a win-win situation was naturally something Su Ming was eager to pursue. Most of the remaining magical beasts within this town had also been swept away by him. Gather all the corpses together. Su Ming immediately ordered. His scattered insect beast squad swiftly gathered the monsters he had hunted, converging before him. In moments, hundreds of diverse monsters were gathered before him. The golden cicada with twin wings hovered in midair, its saliva already pooling at the corners of its mouth. But without Su Ming's command, it dared not devour the demon corpses on its own. Eat. They're all yours. No one's taking them from you. Upon hearing the command, the golden cicada instantly opened its massive jaws. Despite its 8-meter body, its mouth could stretch over 10 meters wide. Within less than 30 seconds, the golden cicada had devoured every last one of the hundreds of monster corpses. Seeing its seemingly insatiable appetite, Su Ming murmured, just as the classic of mountains and seas described you, one of the 5 insects of antiquity, can devour anything. After devouring these demonic corpses, the golden cicada's combat power surged by roughly 30%. One cultivation session yielding twofold gains. Anyone would gladly make such a trade. Su Ming's heart leapt with delight as he gazed upon the highway connecting this town. Without a moment's hesitation, he led his insect beasts forward, cautiously making their way in. With his insect army, he needn't worry about ambushes ahead. Thousands of insect beast squads charged in from all directions. This was no solitary cultivation. If his cultivation level were higher, it would be like leading an army to sweep through the area. Now that I've emerged, though I possess means to protect my life, it's impossible to say whether members of the Holy Heaven sect are already seeking the bounty on my head. Su Ming knew that the moment he left the protection of his headmaster and teachers, the Holy Heaven sect would surely come for him. But when they would come, and what level they would be, he couldn't be sure. King Xia and the others must know this situation could happen. Could they be using me as bait? Beyond that, Su Ming couldn't think of any better reason to convince himself why King Xia and the others would make such a decision. Meanwhile, within the various branches of the Holy Heaven sect across Great Xia, news had also reached them that Su Ming and his 3 companions had been dispatched by the Xia King to various locations for cultivation. The Demon's Den, Beast Island, the Western Wilderness Forest. King Xia doesn't seem the least bit concerned about their safety. Should we intervene? If these 3 are killed, the entire Great Xia might be thrown into turmoil. Xia Lin and Xiong Tianba are descendants of the 5 kings, and Su Ming's current innate abilities make him a prime target for them. The Xia King is clearly baiting us into a trap to wipe us out all at once. Spread the word, let whoever wants to go, go. Our core members absolutely must not fall for this. Across the vast ocean, Sakura Nation, a neighboring country of Great Xia, was merely a tiny island. Facing a colossus like Great Xia, they had no choice but to seek support from the more distant Eagle Nation. For years, they dared not act openly. Only in tacitly accepted arenas like the Global Beastmaster Tournament did they dare join forces with other nations to challenge Great Xiao's Beastmasters. Now, with the conclusion of the first-year group selection involving Su Ming and his peers, they had obtained first-hand intelligence. In a small courtyard, a place known as a dojo in Sakura Nation, a man swiftly crossed the rooms to stand before a young man deep in meditation. Lord Yamada, the participants representing Great Xia in the Global Beastmaster Tournament have been selected. Here is the intelligence we gathered on your potential opponents. The man slowly opened his eyes, revealing pupils that resembled those of a snake near vertical slits. The information on Su Ming and his 3 companions lay neatly arranged before him. With a single glance, the man sneered dismissively, it seems the rumors of Great Xia's declining fortunes are true. Even a beastmaster who summons insects can represent them in the tournament. Lord Yagami, though Su Ming's insect beast is bound by contract, our intelligence indicates his talent is terrifying. He possesses an infinite beast-taming space. Even the Xia High Command remains unaware of the true number of insect beasts under his command. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the man called Lord Yachi rose slowly. A bone-chilling aura suddenly emanated from the pitch-black room behind him. The next instant, 3 purple serpent heads materialized on the man's back, fixing their gaze intently on the messenger. Is that so? Even if he commands 1,000,000 insect beasts, they're nothing but worthless trash. Staring at the serpent heads on the boy's back, the man trembled. Truly worthy of being the only beastmaster in 100 years of the Yamada clan to earn the recognition of the great Yamada serpent. Chapter 121, Demon's Lair Supply Point, Invitation to Team Up? Achoo! Su Ming, hunting monsters deep within the demon's lair, suddenly felt an itch in his nose. Looks like someone really has it out for me. I haven't stopped sneezing all day. Su Ming shook his head in resignation. When you're swamped with enemies, you stop feeling the sting. With so many already out to get him, a few more unknown foes hardly mattered. As Su Ming ventured deeper into the lair, he discovered numerous traces of beast tamers who had been active within. But upon reflection, it wasn't surprising. As the nation's largest cataclysmic-level demon lair, spanning an area larger than a major city, the core area was even guarded by legendary and royal-tier beast tamers. At that moment, Su Ming's insect beast detected a fortress containing extensive activity data from beastmasters. Upon receiving this intelligence, Su Ming immediately concluded this must be a supply outpost established within the lair. For a cataclysmic-level demon lair, its sheer size was immense, and the reproduction rate of its monsters far exceeded that of ordinary ferocious beasts. Many beastmasters chose to remain within the demon lair year-round to hunt these creatures. This supply point was essentially their lifeline. After pondering for a moment, Su Ming decided to head to the supply point to scout the situation. His insect beast could continue scouting for information from outside. The nearest supply point lay less than a kilometer away, and Su Ming reached it swiftly. Enclosed by walls towering nearly 10 meters high, the supply point covered an area comparable to a small town. Beastmasters guarded the interior, and upon recognizing another beastmaster, they granted passage without question. Thus, Su Ming entered the supply point without much difficulty. Yet upon entering, the scene inside left Su Ming utterly astonished. The bustling crowd of beastmasters made it hard to believe this was part of the Demon's Den territory. Unlike the city, however, riding beasts was permitted here without restriction. These beast tamers, constantly teetering on the edge of death, possessed fiery tempers. Su Ming had heard tales of this long ago. "Young man, entering the Demon's Den at your age, are you here to make your fortune?" Su Ming turned to see a rugged-looking man, his muscular frame covered in scars. Responding to the man's question, Su Ming said, "I just arrived here and am still unfamiliar with the Demon's lair." "Ha ha ha, that's normal. I chose to enter the Demon's Den at your age too. For those of us without talent or resources, the only way to carve out a future for ourselves is to fight our way through the Demon's Denver." Su Ming looked at the man, whose information appeared before his eyes. Name, Luoxian. Level, 49. Age, 39. Beastmaster talent, none. Beasts, Swiftwind Wolf Honorable Master, Iron Eater Beast Lord. Level 49, with only Lord tier beasts as his best mounts. But for a beastmaster without beast-taming talent, reaching this level is already the ceiling for many. Su Ming thought to himself. "Senior, how did you tell at a glance that I'd just entered the Demon's lair? Ha ha ha. Who here isn't covered in scars? Which adventurer entering the Demon's lair would have skin as fair as yours? I see. Truthfully, I've just arrived too. I'm here to train for a while, but I'm unsure where the densest demonic beasts are." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Luoxian immediately replied, "You've come to the right person. Judging by your attire and strength, you're clearly a beast tamer with some resources and talent. You're here to push your limits, right?" Su Ming nodded. "You're quite perceptive. But why say I have some resources and talent? Where do you think you are? This is the nation's largest cataclysmic-level demon Denver. With tens of thousands of dens of all sizes here, those with resources and talent wouldn't choose such a place. Why would anyone come here unless they were desperately craving to test their strength?" Luoxian's words struck a chord with Su Ming. People like him were indeed rare these days. He was straightforward and honest in his dealings. "Senior, is there a place to sit? I'd like to buy you a drink. Could you tell me where I can hunt demons?" "A drink? Sounds good. Follow me." Luoxian's eyes lit up at the mention of a drink. He promptly led Su Ming into a tavern where dim lights mingled with a complex blend of aromas. "Landlord, 2 pitchers of beer." The two found a spot to sit. Luoxian was clearly a regular here. When the server brought the drinks, he couldn't help but tease Su Ming, tricking another naive young beast tamer into joining your crew, "Are we? Get lost." Su Ming froze at the remark. Luoxian, seeing his reaction, explained with a laugh, "In the Demon's Den, most folks are like us, no background or special talents. Everyone comes here hoping to get stronger, so they can snag a decent job back in the city. That's why most choose to form squads. I'm no different. I have a small team of 7, but every member is elite." No sooner had Luoxian finished speaking than 2 figures strolled past, chuckling. "Luoxian, you've got some nerve bragging about your crappy little squad." Turning to Su Ming, they added, "As for this kid, if he wants to survive in the Demon's Den, choosing the right people is key. Our team leader is a level 54 beast tamer with 3 sovereign tier beasts under his command. Among the teams here, we rank among the strongest. If you tag along with that good-for-nothing Luoxian, you could lose your life in any demon lair you enter." At this, Luoxian stood up. "Lin Yao, cut the nonsense. What's wrong with my team? I'm still better than you, aren't I?" Lin Yao chuckled. "So what? Kid, wanna join our squad? Don't follow that fool Luoxian to your death." At that moment, Su Ming looked up at Luoxian and said, "Brother Luoxian, could you please explain the situation here to me?" At this request, Luoxian's face lit up with delight. He immediately retorted, "Get lost. Can't you see this young brother doesn't want to deal with you? Fine." Lin Yao gave the two a long, meaningful look before walking away.
No sooner had Luojian sat down than he eagerly pressed, "Young man, rest assured join my team. You won't regret it." Su Ming shook his head. "Brother Luojian, I won't be joining any team. I came here to train alone." The word training instantly made Luojian realize Su Ming's true nature. After all, only young people with real strength would choose to enter the demon's den as a form of training. "I see. But since we've met, I'll tell you everything you want to know about this place." "Thank you." Chapter 122, Demon's Lair Branch, D12. The two remained in the tavern for about 2 hours. Su Ming also purchased a map of the nearby demon's lair from Luojian. The intelligence contained within was quite thorough. This would help him avoid pitfalls. After all, if the demon lair boss here was too powerful, going in alone might be futile. "Su Ming, are you really not joining us? Even if you're here for training, we could team up. We could watch each other's backs." Su Ming smiled and shook his head. "No thanks, brother Luojian. I prefer training alone." "Alright then. Remember, this dungeon isn't like the city. People's intentions here are unpredictable and there are no laws to restrain them." Su Ming nodded. "Thanks for the warning, brother Luojian. I'll be careful." After bidding farewell to Luojian, Su Ming didn't linger and left the supply point immediately. He had come here to cultivate. Having obtained information at the supply point, he naturally needed to seize the moment and continue his training. After leaving the supply point, Su Ming held the map Luojian had given him. According to the map's markings, the closest demon lair suitable for me to farm should be D12. The strength of these demon lairs was categorized by level, ranging from S to H 90 tiers in total. A D-level lair corresponded to a 40-level demon boss. Moreover, it was less than 10 kilometers away, a distance he could cover swiftly. With a thought, the swift wind-winged insect flew out from his beast-taming space. Su Ming leapt effortlessly onto its back. "Let's go." In the blink of an eye, Su Ming arrived above the D12 demon cavern. Gazing down at the collapsed demon lair below, its diameter exceeded 3 kilometers, plunging into an abyss of unfathomable depth. Without hesitation, Su Ming plunged straight into the abyss. The pitch-black abyss radiated a chilling, eerie aura. Without hesitation, Su Ming activated his beast control space. A vast swarm of insect beasts poured forth, including his own exploding beetles. "It's too dark in here, exploding beetles." Hearing Su Ming's command, the exploding beetles frantically hurled spore bombs forward. The pitch-black first layer of the demon lair instantly ignited. The moment the cavern ignited, countless demonic creatures were now less than 100 meters away. Seeing the sheer scale of the demon lair, Su Ming's face lit up with delight. "Ha! Perfect timing. Kill. Not a single demon creature shall be spared." Su Ming roared with laughter. At this moment, he wasn't afraid of too many monsters, he was afraid there wouldn't be enough to kill. In an instant, his vision filled with a flurry of monster slaying notifications. Successfully slain level 34 demon horned ox. Experience plus 1,360 consumption points plus 1,360. Successfully killed level 39 demon-tailed fox. Experience plus 1,560 consumption points plus 1,560. Successful kill, level 38 demon spiny pig. EXP plus 1,520 consumption points plus 1,520. Half a day later, at the supply point. Before Luojian, 7 beastmasters stood ready for action. "Everyone, today we're heading to Demon Cavern D9. Our goal is to reach the 3rd layer." "A D-class demon lair? Isn't that too risky, boss?" Among the 7, only 3 had reached level 40, while the remaining 4 hovered in their 30s. Responding to his team's concerns, Luojian explained, "I feel hunting lower-tier demon lairs yields too little reward. Mainly, the demon crystals from lower-level lairs aren't worth much. It's the monsters from higher-tier lairs whose crystals hold real value." Everyone had come to the demon lair to earn money for cultivation, so they all agreed with Luojian's reasoning. To ease their concerns, Luojian added, "Don't worry too much. We'll only advance to the 3rd layer at most. The beasts there are manageable for us. If things go south, we can retreat immediately." "Alright, we're with you, boss. As long as you lead us to get stronger, that's all that matters." "Yeah, I just spotted a house in town. Once I earn enough to buy it, I'm done with the demon's lair, I'll start a business in the city." "Alright, I'll lead you to make that money." No sooner had Luojian and his group left the supply point than Lin Yao appeared, leading a squad of men in pursuit. Meanwhile, within a single day, Su Ming had already fought his way to the deepest part of this D12 demon's den. A level 52 demon horned rhino lurked here. The demonic energy was most concentrated at the dungeon's base, and the more powerful the demonic creature, the more it preferred to dwell there. This is why the demons at the bottom are called bosses. Only the mightiest creatures in the entire lair could survive within these depths. Seeing the intruders, the demon-horned rhino summoned all its minions in fury. Surveying the horde of monsters behind it, Su Ming's lips curved into a faint smile. When he first entered the demon lair, he had needed Lei Jin and the others to help him fight the lower-tier bosses. Now, he no longer needed them. The insectoid army at his command was more than sufficient to suppress the horned rhinoceros's demonic horde. Charge! With just that single word, all the insect beasts charged toward the demon horde. Beside him, the twin-winged golden cicada was already itching to join the fray. Seeing the golden cicada beside him, now significantly larger, Su Ming couldn't wait to witness its true power. Golden cicada, you've devoured quite a few demon corpses today. Show me what you're capable of. At Su Ming's command, the golden cicada immediately charged toward the demon horned rhinoceros. With a powerful flap of its wings, it shot forward at incredible speed, like a flash of yellow light, appearing before the demon horned rhino in an instant. The next instant, the golden cicada opened its enormous jaws. Swoosh! Without pause, the over 20-meter-long demon horned rhinoceros was swallowed whole. It all happened too quickly, even Su Ming himself hadn't fully processed it. Yet the swallowed horned rhinoceros did not die immediately. It kept thumping against the golden cicada's belly, and for a moment, Su Ming saw a bulge repeatedly forming on the twin-winged cicada's belly. The golden cicada paid no mind whatsoever, continuing to devour the magical beast raw. In less than a minute, the demonic horned rhinoceros seemed to be completely digested. This is insane. This is the power of a divine beast cub. Even at the king tier level, it's incomparable to ordinary king tier beasts. Although he was currently level 45, a full 7 levels above it. However, his innate talent boost combined with the enhancement gained from the demonic creature carcasses the golden cicada had absorbed throughout the day. This level gap was completely erased. Originally, Su Ming had estimated the battle would last over half an hour, but it was resolved in a mere 10 minutes. This was largely due to the golden cicada's intervention, which drastically shortened the battle's duration. A royal-grade divine beast cub is truly terrifying. Thankfully, I have one too. Chapter 123, Locusts sweeping through, leaving nothing behind. Soon, Su Ming burst skyward from beneath the earth. The demonic creatures within this demonic lair had been utterly annihilated by him. However, being a Class D demonic lair, the concentration of demonic energy within would soon attract other demonic creatures to come and take over. Though the demons here were constantly hunted down, they seemed endless. Like spring onions, one crop after another would grow back. Of course, Su Ming understood the reason. The demons reproduced rapidly, and the demonic energy accelerated their growth, drastically shortening their maturation period. Opening the map, Su Ming scanned it. For D-class demon lairs, D09 is relatively close to me. Luozhen noted that it's been 3 months since this lair was last purged. It should be fully stocked by now. With that thought, Su Ming immediately set off for demon lair D09. After about an hour, he arrived at the location. Gazing down at its scale, even larger than D12's, Su Ming felt not fear but excitement. Swiftwind wingworm, charge down. Don't let anyone else beat us to it. Upon entering the first layer of the demon lair, Su Ming promptly replicated his previous method, having the exploding insects ignite the surrounding environment. Surveying the teeming horde of monsters, Su Ming's excitement surged. Today I'll level up again. Hundreds of thousands of insectoid beasts surged forth, sweeping through the enemy like a tidal wave, charging directly at the horde of monsters. For hours after Su Ming entered Demon Dungeon D09, Luozhen arrived with his team. Everyone, get ready. We're descending into the demon lair. Luozhen turned to look at the group. Just then, one of them spoke up. Captain, it seems someone got here before us. The raging flames within the lair were proof enough. Seeing this, Luozhen exclaimed with delight, perfect. Someone's already done the legwork. We'll just reap the rewards. Agreed. The others didn't object. In the demon lair, if you could find a big shot clearing the way. The ground was littered with magic crystals that the big shots wouldn't bother to waste their time picking up. Leveling up was essential for them, but if they could obtain large quantities of magic crystals to exchange for resources, they would undoubtedly choose the latter. The 8 quickly descended to the first level of the demon lair. Staring at the barren ground, they all froze in surprise. Are there no monsters here? How come we can't even find a single monster corpse? Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Monster corpses aren't worth much. No one would bother clearing them away, that'd take enormous storage space. The team members stared at the battlefield before them, which looked as if it had been ravaged by locusts, utterly perplexed. Luozhen pondered for a moment before addressing the group. Perhaps this team was exceptionally powerful. Let's descend 2 more levels. If we still find nothing, we'll move on to other demon lairs. No one objected, and they immediately followed deeper into the dungeons underground. Shortly after their entry, Lin Yao arrived with his own squad. Seeing the spotless ground, where not a single monster remained after the battle, Lin Yao couldn't help but feel utterly contemptuous. Those cheapskates, scavenging even monster corpses? They're broke out of their minds. But then again, how did they manage to move so fast? How long has it even been? Lin Yao looked at his teammates behind him with confusion. Probably not their doing. Their strength wouldn't be enough to achieve this in a Class D monster den. Then it seems someone entered this lair ahead of us. They must have started the fire. Lin Yao deduced. That makes sense. Luozhen probably took his men to collect the leftover magic crystals. In that case, let's pursue them. If they want to salvage, we'll make sure they don't get their way.
Lin Yao grinned, then swiftly led his men in pursuit. Meanwhile, Su Ming, now familiar with the lair, hunted with increasing speed. He unleashed over 1,000,000 insect beasts to sweep through the area. He didn't count the ones that died in the process. His only goal was to clear this demonic lair as quickly as possible. That would be a win for him. The previous D12 lair had taken him roughly 8 hours. Su Ming estimated he could clear this lair in about 6 hours. He had now reached the lowest level of the lair, having spent just over 6 hours since entering. The boss's level came as no surprise to Su Ming. The monsters in this dungeon reached level 54, 2 levels higher than the previous one. Golden cicada with twin wings, these are all yours. Led them into battle. At Su Ming's command, the twin-winged golden cicadas charged once more toward the demons before them. Meanwhile, on the 5th level of the demonic lair, the abyssm's floor remained impeccably clean, leaving Luozhen and his team questioning their sanity. Which team did this? How could they clean it out so thoroughly? Captain, we really shouldn't go any further down. There's no way there could be any demon crystals here. The ones ahead are already completely gone. Yeah, Captain, let's pull out. Facing his teammates, please, Luozhen nodded. You're right. We can't waste time here. Let's retreat. Retreat? Where to? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Luozhen spun around, his eyes widening in surprise. Lin Yao. What are you doing here? But the next second, Luozhen realized. You've been following us? Lin Yao nodded with a smile. Very clever. But no reward. Leave everything you're carrying behind. Otherwise, we'll have a hard time explaining ourselves back at headquarters. You want to rob us? Luozhen, you're no rookie at supply points. Here, you rob me, I rob you, it's just how things work. Hand over your stuff quietly, and you might just make it back alive. Luozhen looked at the men Lin Yao had brought and their strength, clearly intending to take advantage of him. Fine, we'll hand it over. Luozhen glanced at his teammates. Without hesitation, they handed over their storage rings. Here you go. Watching Luozhen toss 8 storage rings into the air, Lin Yao swiftly caught them. You know how to play it smart. With that, Lin Yao handed the rings to the person behind him. Can we go now? No. You can only leave when I say you can. Luozhen instantly flew into a rage. We handed over the storage rings. By the rules, we should be able to leave now. Did you make the rules? I am the rule now. Lin Yao sneered coldly. Just then, the inspector behind them shouted, Deputy Captain Lin, these 8 storage rings are all empty. There are no resources inside, just some clothes and food. Hearing this, Lin Yao immediately snapped at Luozhen. Luozhen, you dare to trick me? Who's tricking you? We never got anything in the first place, one of the team members shouted indignantly. It was common knowledge that when operating within the demon's lair, no one carried valuables once they left the supply point. No loot? Of course the storage rings would be empty. Impossible. A dungeon this vast and no loot? You're pulling my leg. Hand over your stashed storage rings, or none of you are leaving. Chapter 124, I'm not the boss, you're my boss. Hand over the rings, or you'll stay here. Lin Yao's fierce gaze swept over Luozhen and the others. But facing Lin Yao's glare, Luozhen retorted with equal fury, we already gave you the rings. Our concessions weren't meant to let you push your luck. If it comes to a fight, do you really think your men won't tear us both to shreds? Luozhen, long time no see. Your temper's grown fiercer. Suddenly, a figure stepped out slowly from the crowd. Lin Yao recognized the newcomer and immediately addressed him respectfully, Big brother, what brings you here? I hear you want to deal with Luozhen. With just this handful of people, you think you can go toe-to-toe with Luozhen? Luozhen's expression shifted noticeably upon recognizing the figure. Su who? Why you? Ha, Luozhen, you seem to have forgotten how I dealt with you before. Now that you've seen my men, do you still dare resist? Faced with Su Hu's pressing interrogation, Luozhen could only reply in a low voice, we've already handed over all the rings. Haven't we cooperated enough? This is D09 hellhole. As far as I know, no squad from the supply point has been here. It's spotless. How could you possibly be empty-handed? Because they're all with me. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. Everyone turned to see Su Ming standing at the entrance, observing them. Brother Su Ming! Luozhen exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the figure. Lin Yao, upon seeing Su Ming, exclaimed in astonishment, Big brother, it's him. I invited him to join our squad and even mentioned your name, but he didn't seem to care at all. Su Wu pushed aside the chattering Lin Yao, ignoring Luozhen's attempts to stop him, and strode directly to Su Ming's side. Su Wu stood well over 2.5 meters tall, making Su Ming appear quite petite in comparison. Which clan's disciple are you, daring to come here alone? Is that any of your business? Su Ming sneered coldly. Having just defeated the boss, he heard the commotion here on his way back. Curiosity had drawn him to investigate, only to find Luozhen, the man who'd aided him, now targeted. Don't think I won't touch you just because I don't know your identity. Here, even if you die, no one will ever trace it back to me. Su Hu's vicious words were meant to intimidate Su Ming. But Su Ming only sneered coldly.
Is that so? Then I'm relieved. What? Are you trying to kill me? Su Ming asked, looking at Su Hu. If you cooperate, I might consider sparing you hand over everything you've acquired these past days. Su Hu sneered coldly. Su Ming shook his head. How can modern society still harbor bandit-like thinking like yours? If I hand it over, will you really spare me? Are you a 3-year-old child, or do you take me for one? So you're saying you want to fight us? I never intended to let you leave here alive in the first place. No sooner had Su Ming finished speaking than the beast-taming space behind him activated. Su Hu roared with laughter at the sight. Men! Not a single soul here escapes today. Kill them all. Yes, boss. Lin Yao and the others shouted excitedly, and immediately, everyone's beast control spaces opened as well. Luozhen shouted at Su Ming, Brother Su Ming, you must leave. This has nothing to do with you. Leave? Leave where? None of you will escape. Lin Yao roared with laughter. Su Ming shook his head. You're either brainless, how else would you have survived this hellhole this long, or you're clever. I just don't understand why you'd choose to court death. Seeking death? Kid, do you know who you're talking to? Su Ming didn't respond. Insects from his beast space began crawling out, their numbers steadily increasing. Within a minute, everyone before him was surrounded by his blade insects. Forgot to mention I'm here because I've already cleared out the demons below. Su Ming's calm words caused Su Hu's expression to darken. The sight of these insect beasts sent a jolt through Su Hu's mind. I remember now. You're Su Ming from the Great Xia Military Command. You recognize me? Su Ming raised an eyebrow in question. Su Hu forced a bitter smile. I know you? I watched your matches. I just felt like I'd seen you somewhere before. Never imagined you'd be the military command's prodigy. Big brother, who is Su Ming? Lin Yao looked at Su Hu with confusion. Luozhen also looked puzzled at his teammates behind him. Do you guys know who Su Ming is? Bro, you didn't watch this year's Global Beastmaster Selection Tournament, the team members exclaimed in surprise. No, I haven't. I haven't left the Demon's Den these past few months. He's Su Ming, the one who made it into the senior division of this year's Global Beastmaster Selection Tournament. I wasn't sure when I first heard you mention his name. Wo selected? That means he'll represent Great Xia in the Global Beastmaster Tournament. Luozhen's eyes widened. Having lived this long, he knew exactly how valuable that status was. Su Hu, too, now realized he'd bitten off more than he could chew. But Su Ming had no intention of letting them off. With a cold sneer, he said, looks like you've done this sort of thing before. Since that's the case, you two might as well stay right here. It's a nice spot perfect for a long rest. No. Su Ming, there must be some misunderstanding between us, Su Hu protested, frantically waving his hands. There's no misunderstanding. Luozhen is my friend. If you're targeting him, you're targeting me. Seeing Su Ming's unyielding stance, Su Hu suddenly snapped, Su Ming, I'm giving you face. Don't push your luck. So what if you're a contestant from Great Xia? Do you really think you can beat us? Then go ahead and try. I didn't even get a chance to fight in the qualifiers. I'm afraid I might actually be no good. Several blood demon war beasts materialized beside Su Ming. Kill them. The moment Su Ming finished speaking, all the insect beasts moved in unison. These beast masters, trained in the demon caverns, were formidable within their own ranks. Yet against him, they offered little resistance. In mere moments, Su Hu's squad was completely wiped out by Su Ming's insect horde. Su Ming approached Lin Yao, who now trembled uncontrollably. Is this the squad you wanted me to join? Hearing Su Ming's words, Lin Yao, whose spirit was teetering on the brink of collapse, shouted out in an instant. Su Ming sneered coldly. These people possessed neither remarkable strength nor exceptional talent, yet they still bullied the weak. After dealing with the two, Su Ming approached Luozhen. A smile still played on his face. Brother Luozhen, I never expected we'd meet so soon. Hearing Su Ming's words, Luozhen hurriedly replied, No, don't call me brother. You're my elder brother. Chapter 125, Frenzied Hunt, Class C Demon Lair. Having single-handedly wiped out Su Hu's entire squad, Luozhen dared not accept the title of Su Ming's elder brother. Su Ming could only offer an awkward smile in response. Brother Luozhen, if it weren't for the map you gave me, I'd probably still be wandering around in the wilderness. Luozhen gave a wry smile. If you'd revealed your identity, a map wouldn't have been a problem at all. This thing only costs 1,000 daxia coins. Regardless, Brother Luozhen, you've helped me. I can't very well refuse to help you in return. Glancing at the corpses on the ground, Su Ming said, you should leave this place quickly. There won't be any monsters in this lair for a while. And what about you, Su Ming? Where do you plan to go? Luozhen inquired curiously. I'll definitely keep hunting monsters. Just haven't decided which Class D lair to head to yet. Well, good luck to you. Yeah, you guys stay safe too. Su Ming nodded briefly, not lingering long before the others. Time was running short for him. Leveling up was his most urgent task now. Watching Su Ming's departing figure, Luo Zhen's teammates exclaimed excitedly, "Boss, you actually know Su Ming?"
As long as he survives, he's bound to become one of the top powerhouses in Great Xia.
Yeah, boss. We should have latched onto him right then.
Hunting monsters with him, he gets the meat, and we'd get the broth.
Luo Zhen shook his head.
We're worlds apart from him.
Following him won't get us any scraps.
True.
With all those insect beasts he has, how could we ever compete?
Luo Zhen then shifted his gaze to the corpses of Su Hu and the others.
Go get their rings. There's bound to be something valuable. Right. And Su Hu's inheritance, how could we have forgotten about that?
Su Ming, having left Dungeon D09, glanced back over his shoulder and realized they hadn't followed.
He felt a little relieved.
Indeed, bringing others along on his training journey would greatly hinder his cultivation progress. Before he knew it, over a month had passed. During this period, Su Ming had traveled between multiple supply points. His level had now reached 48. Leveling up 4 times in just over a month, this pace was beyond fast. The consumption points gained solely from hunting monsters had already surpassed 10 million. The bonus from the double-winged golden cicada devouring monsters had also reached around 7.8 times. Meanwhile, unfamiliar teams began appearing at various supply points throughout the demon caverns. According to intelligence, Su Ming should be training in a nearby demon lair right now. A month ago, he slaughtered a squad led by a man named Su Hu in Demon Lair D09. Su Hu was already at level 52 at the time. The fact that Su Ming could kill him effortlessly suggests he must be around level 60. Only a beastmaster of that caliber could possibly take him down. His insect beasts are too numerous and troublesome to deal with. If we find Su Ming, we must surround him completely and not let him escape. With a bounty of 300 billion, who cares what his background is? Blame it on that kid's outstanding performance in the selection tournament. What started as a 10 billion bounty was inflated to 30 billion. The escape route was planned long ago. Now, we're not the only ones tracking Su Ming. We must find him quickly before someone else beats us to it. At that moment, inside Demon Dungeon D03. Having just slain the lair's boss, Su Ming crossed off another D-class lair on the map. Over this period, he had already exterminated 10 demon lairs, 7 D-class and 3 E-class. The nearby dungeons were also nearly wiped out by him. With my current level and the golden cicada wings, I should have a good chance challenging a C-class lair now. Opening the map, Su Ming fixed his gaze on the nearest class C lair. Only by hunting high-level monsters can I level up faster. With that thought, Su Ming immediately flew toward Demon Lair C78. Back in the capital of the Great Xia Empire, the selection tournament had long concluded, restoring the city center to its usual bustling scene. Amidst the Emperor Xia's official duties, a masked beastmaster suddenly appeared before him. Your Majesty. What is it? Over 30 teams have gathered near the demon's lair, intent on hunting Su Ming. The strongest leader among them has surpassed level 70. Should we intervene? No, observe further. I have confidence in Su Ming's strength. Unless his life is threatened, do not interfere with his training. Understood. After sitting down, King Xia inquired, what about the others? How are they faring? Lin Yuyan is proceeding normally. Being inside the instance makes her the safest right now. She just broke through to level 43. Xiong Tianba's situation on Beast Island is dire. A few days ago, he challenged a 65-level King Tier Beastmaster, the Horned Lion King. His Beastmaster is now severely injured, though not yet in immediate danger. Xia Lin's situation is similar to Su Ming's. Over 30 hunting squads have entered the forest from all directions, intent on hunting him down. Xia Lin has also broken through to level 46. Upon hearing this, King Xia nodded. Continue surveillance. These aren't major threats. It seems they've caught on to our bait. Let's wait a bit longer. No need to rush to eliminate them. Apply some pressure to these young ones so they understand that unless they grow stronger, such hunts will never end. Understood. After the first person departed, the second masked beastmaster appeared. Report. What is the current status of the 4 from the sophomore group? Yes. Su Ming, who had entered the C-class demon's lair, felt a surge of excitement. Most of the monsters here were over level 50, and their species values were exceptionally high. Even the weakest ones were likely intermediate tier. Without his innate combat enhancements, his insect army would be little more than suicide entering such a lair. Su Ming chose to enter the C-class demon lair not only for cultivation, but also to evade the hunters. He had been in the demon lair for over a month. It was impossible that the Holy Heaven sect members were unaware of his whereabouts. Though he couldn't gauge the strength of those hunting him. One thing was certain, they would pursue him with every ounce of strength at their disposal. After all, this was a last-ditch effort. The C-class demon's den, they'd never dreamed he'd end up here. Exploding beetles, begin. Several bombs lit up the lair. Staring at the monsters within, Su Ming took a deep breath. Insect beast army, attack. Chapter 126, thinking of surrendering? Too late. Upon entering the Class C demon lair, the quality of the monsters had indeed improved significantly. Their average minimum level exceeded 40, and their species stats were also quite high. No wonder this cataclysmic tier lair was so terrifying, it required legendary and king tier beast masters to guard it long term. This was merely a Class C demon's lair. When it came to Class A or S demon's lairs, only legendary and king tier beast masters would be able to enter. However, despite the significant increase in the quality of monsters in the C-class lair, they offered little resistance. They charged forward without regard for casualties, willing to trade 3 for 1, or even 10 for 1. His sole objective was clear: hunt down the monsters. The deaths of low-level insect beasts were insignificant. His immediate task was to accelerate the breeding rate of the golden cicada with 2 wings in his possession. As a divine beast tier mount, its breeding cycle was daunting. A full 3-year cycle. By the time the second golden cicada emerged, he'd have graduated from university. No matter what, he had to compress the breeding cycle of the golden cicada to under a year. But saying it was easy, doing it was incredibly difficult. The total resources required to shorten it from 3 years to 1 far exceeded what he had acquired in the past year. Moreover, he still needed to evolve the blood demon war insect in his possession. Su Ming was particularly fond of this insect beast. Its combat power was explosive. Though he never knew what divine beast's blood his master had used to evolve this insect beast to the sovereign lord tier, it was undoubtedly a savage beast. Su Ming had a strong premonition that investing in the blood demon war insect's evolution would be an absolute bargain. The gap here amounted to at least 200 billion great xia coins. Hunting demonic beasts yields consumption points at a decent rate. In just over a month, I've already earned over 13 million points converted to daxia currency. That's a billion. Staying here for a year, under ideal conditions, he could indeed break through the 100 million consumption point barrier. Several hours later. Damn it, someone beat us to it. Which squad was it? Didn't we make it clear this dungeon is exclusively for our Dominator Tigers? Suddenly, a voice from behind made Su Ming turn around. A group of over 20 Beastmasters strode confidently toward them. The leader was a level 57 Beastmaster, and his mod was no slouch either, a king-tier Beastmaster beast, the tiger-winged rhinoceros. Su Ming recognized this beast. It possessed the bloodlines of 3 divine beasts, the white tiger, the phoenix, and the rhinoceros. However, the tiger-winged rhinoceros possessed only a faint trace of these 3 divine beast bloodlines. While it had reached the king-level rank because of them, it wasn't particularly outstanding among king-level beasts. Nevertheless, within this demonic lair, it represented a formidable beast-tamer. The newcomers swept a glance over Su Ming and the insect beast still locked in combat. You must be Su Ming, the young man who secured a spot in the Global Beastmaster Tournament. Zhao Wu asked, fixing his gaze on Su Ming. Yeah, what's up? Do you have any idea how much you're worth right now? How many teams out there are after your head? Never imagined I'd run into you here. Those fools are still searching for you in the DE-class demon lairs. Zhao Wu stared at Su Ming like a tiger eyeing its prey. Hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help but think to himself, so they've come after all. These guys really are like a shadow that won't fade. However, Su Ming was certain that the true members of the Holy Heaven sect hadn't shown up yet. These beast tamers hunting him were likely just bounty hunters lured by the reward on his head. Using others as their weapons, quite the clever scheme. How much am I worth now? Su Ming asked with interest. Zhao Wu slowly held up 3 fingers. 300 billion. What do you think? At this price, it's truly hard for us not to be tempted. By now, the monsters on this floor had been mostly cleared by his insect beasts. He could now turn his attention to the group before him. Su Ming slowly backed away, with the blood demon war insects and others blocking in front of him. Battles in this demon lair were nothing like the selection tournament. In the wild, beast tamers fought to kill each other. As long as the beast tamer was dead, even if they possessed a divine beast, even legendary beast masters couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't be reckless enough to leave his vulnerable position to so many of them. Seeing Su Ming's move, Zhao Wu roared with laughter, men, kill Su Ming, and each of you gets 1 billion great xia coins. Whoa! Instantly, every beastmaster present was electrified with excitement. 10 billion was indeed an astronomical sum to them. Immediately, 20 individuals simultaneously activated their beastmaster spaces. In an instant, the vast demonic lair was filled with beasts from both sides. Zhao Wu looked at Su Ming and said, Su Ming, I must admit, you possess the strength worthy of representing our great xia in this competition. Fighting 20 of us alone, even if you perish, you can hold your head high. Ha! Only your tiger-winged rhinoceros catches my eye. The rest aren't worthy of fighting me. Su Ming sneered coldly. Even a sovereign tier beast, one currently 10 levels above his own. After all, his combat power boost now approached 40-fold. A single punch from his blood demon war insect could instantly obliterate any lord-level beast below level 50. How arrogant! Every man here has walked through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. This isn't some child's play from your school. Zhao Wu roared in fury at the words. Su Ming wasted no words. With a flicker of his thoughts, all the insect beasts surged forward like a tidal wave. It's like a mantis trying to stop a cart.
A bunch of low-level insects, what good is sheer numbers? Zhao Lai roared with laughter as the colossal tiger wing rhino charged headlong into the swarm, trampling everything in its path. Watching the scene unfold, Su Ming remained unhurried. The beast-taming space opened once more, and the twin-winged golden cicada slowly emerged. The overwhelming aura of a divine beast's bloodline instantly swept across the entire demon lair. The terrifying divine beast's aura instantly made Zhao Lai's eyes widen. Staring in disbelief at the massive golden cicada beside Su Ming, his expression abruptly changed. "You don't have a king-tier beast?" Zhao Lai shouted in alarm. "Oh? So you've watched my matches then? But I didn't have one during my matches, why should that prove I don't have one now?" Su Ming sneered coldly, and Zhao Lai's face turned deathly pale. Though he couldn't discern the twin-winged golden cicada's species value, the sensations transmitted through his tiger wing rhinoceros made it crystal clear. The golden cicada before him, even if not a divine beast itself, was undoubtedly a descendant of one with exceptionally pure bloodlines. "Su Ming, let's back out. Pretend we never saw anything. We promise not to spread word of you being here," Zhao Lai immediately shouted. His confidence in challenging Su Ming stemmed from his own king-tier beast tamer. Without that advantage now, he stood a high chance of falling here. "You want to surrender now? Too late." Chapter 127, The Hunting Squad in Danger? An hour later, the golden cicada with twin wings devoured the last beast tamer's corpse. Not a single corpse of the beast tamers remained untouched. Having dealt with Zhao Lai's group, Su Ming knew that the number of people outside trying to find him was likely terrifyingly high. But with the ability to summon Xiao Wang at any moment, he naturally had no cause for concern. With that thought, Su Ming turned his attention back to leading his insect beasts and sweeping through the demonic creatures within this lair. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. At the supply point, the squad leaders tasked with hunting Su Ming gathered together. 3 weeks have passed, and still no sign of Su Ming. Where the hell is that kid hiding? Yeah, we've combed through every DE class, even F-class lair in the vicinity. No sign of Su Ming. Could he have known the wind and fled? Impossible. If he'd fled, we'd have found him. He must still be here. If we haven't found him in the Def-class lairs, what about the C-class ones? At this suggestion, everyone abruptly looked up. They hadn't considered searching Class C lairs, mainly because they believed Su Ming wouldn't risk entering such a high-level lair. Right. How could we have forgotten? Class C demon lair's Su Ming's strength defies ordinary beast tamer logic. His insect army is entirely capable of storming through a lair of this level. A squad leader stood up and declared. Another suddenly recalled something and spoke slowly. "I heard that 7 days ago, Zhao Lai's dominant tiger squad entered Demon Cave C78. It's been a week, and they still haven't returned. Could it be Su Ming is there?" The captains exchanged glances, a powerful premonition washing over them. "Capture Su Ming, and the bounty is split evenly. Let's find him first." Immediately, the squad leaders led their teams toward the location of Demon's Lair C78. By the time they arrived, 5 hours had already passed. Upon entering the lair, they surveyed the empty chamber and the traces of fierce combat that had taken place there. "This place is way too clean. There are battle scars, but no monster corpses, no beastmaster remains, not even human bodies. Could it be that Zhao Lai and his team cleared this lair before moving on to another? No, this must be Su Ming's doing. I'd been to D12 Demon Lair, it was just like locusts had swept through, leaving nothing behind. So that means Su Ming is definitely in a Class C lair. Search! Search all nearby Class C lairs. Alright, split up and search." Hearing this, the captains were so excited they wanted to rush out and find Su Ming immediately. The temptation of 300 billion was enough to make anyone lose their cool. "Hold on. What is it, Yang Tian?" The others turned to the man who spoke, their eyes filled with confusion as they asked in puzzlement. "I think we're better off staying together. If Su Ming is still hunting monsters in this Class C demon lair, he won't be moving too fast. He can't get away. If we split up, there's a good chance he'll escape or even turn the tables on us." "Yang Tian, you're overthinking this. No matter how skilled Su Ming is, he's still just a 19-year-old beastmaster at the end of the day." "Yeah, Yang Tian, we're not beastmasters of Zhao Lai's caliber." Despite the other's words, Yang Tian remained composed. "I still think we should stick together. If the Xia King allowed them to act alone, he must have left them some means to survive." "Exactly. Maybe the Xia King is baiting us. Come on, like the Xia King would even bother fishing for you? If he knew your whereabouts, wouldn't it be easier to just eliminate you outright?" Soon, the group erupted into an argument. One of them shouted, "I don't care what you think. I'm killing Su Ming and getting the hell out of here. King Xia be damned. 300 billion? I'd never earn that much in a lifetime, even if I worked myself to death." With that, the man led his squad straight out of dungeon C78. Seeing someone take the initiative, the others feared Su Ming might be snatched away first and swiftly flew out one after another. Before long, only 2 teams remained by Yang Tian's side. "Yang Tian, what are your thoughts?" "None. But I can say for certain that hunting Su Ming is extremely risky.
He's a talent the great Xiao worked hard to cultivate. They wouldn't just let us hunt him down so brazenly. Everyone knows this is a blatant trap, but 300 billion credits. Yang Tian didn't deny it. Without this bounty, he wouldn't have taken on this hunt where the odds of survival were less than 10%. Our two teams should combine forces. If we find Su Ming first, ignore his beast tamers, just kill him outright. Then, before the Xia King and his men can react, we'll quickly leave Great Xia and flee to Sakura Nation or Big Stick Nation for refuge. Yeah, let's do it. At this moment, Su Ming was unaware that other hunting squads had already tracked him down. He had long anticipated that his presence here would be discovered sooner or later. He would meet force with force, water with earth. He was determined not to die here. The only question was how many suicidal fools would come looking for him. Clearing a Class C demon den typically took about 6 days. Larger dens required even more time. And the losses among his insect beasts were considerable. Despite his ability to breed over 20,000, approaching 30,000 insect beasts daily. But equally, the number of insect beasts killed by monsters in battle was also considerable. It's almost a balanced state. My queen's breeding rate is slightly faster, but only slightly. Nevertheless, the gains were immense. If I keep training like this for 6 months, my level should break through to around 53. By this calculation, the speed of his leveling up could no longer be described as merely fast. This thought lifted Su Ming's spirits considerably. Breaking through the 50th level meant he had finally entered the ranks of mid-tier beast masters. Just then, a series of figures suddenly flashed through Su Ming's mind. It was intelligence gathered by the insect beast he'd left hidden outside the demon's lair. A small squad, 16 members strong. Though he couldn't confirm their exact levels, based on what his insect beast sensed, they shouldn't be beyond his ability to handle. Su Ming now had to be on high alert, ready to fight at any moment. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to call upon the Xia King for help. After confirming no pursuers followed, Su Ming immediately prepared for battle. Meanwhile, the squad entering the demonic lair surveyed the unusually clean ground ahead. Su Ming must have been here. He might still be around, they exclaimed excitedly. Everyone stay on high alert. Our fortune hinges on today. Chapter 128, The Hunters Arrive. Hunter or prey? A dozen men marched boldly deeper into the demon lair. Though they remained cautious, their movements were swift. They didn't want other teams to discover Su Ming's trail, hoping to claim his bounty alone. Meanwhile, Su Ming had already scouted out the perfect battlefield. A wide open area spacious enough for all his insect beasts to charge into battle. Captain, why is Su Ming worth so much? Why? If you could get me to lead a dozen men to hunt you down, you'd be worth every penny too. As the squad leader, Wu Meng's emotions were the most complex at this moment. Facing Su Ming, he dared not claim victory was assured. But seeking backup from other teams? That was practically impossible. 300 billion, it seemed like a lot. But if split among multiple teams, it suddenly seemed meager. They had ventured to hunt Su Ming precisely to make a fortune. With no monsters to obstruct them, the dozen or so people quickly reached the designated waiting spot. When Su Ming's solitary figure appeared before them, Wu Meng's heart skipped a beat. Su Ming? You've been looking for me? Su Ming surveyed the group as their information appeared before his eyes. Wu Meng, the leader, was level 61 and commanded a low-tier king-class beast. His strength was indeed formidable. The rest of his teammates were also formidable, with the lowest level member at 45 and over 7 members exceeding level 50. However, none possessed a king-tier beast, which eased some of Su Ming's pressure. So it really is you. Were you waiting for me? Wu Meng's face broke into a smile upon seeing Su Ming. From the moment you set foot in this demonic lair, I knew. I'm here waiting for you too. Oh? You knew we were coming for you, yet you didn't run? Su Ming sneered coldly. I'm confident I can handle your small squad of over a dozen. The next instant, countless eyes opened in the pitch-black surroundings. Su Ming's vast swarm of insect beasts materialized, forming layer upon layer of encircling rings. Seeing these low-tier blade insects, Wu Meng smirked. Killing these low-level insect beasts is no different than swatting ants. Is that so? Su Ming shook his head with a smile. Wu Meng frowned. What are you laughing at? Nothing. I just wonder what limits your intelligence. Why does every person who comes to kill me seem to have no understanding of my true strength? What do you mean? If these insect beasts of mine were mere decorations, I wouldn't have survived this long. Frankly, your horizons determine your vision and judgment. Su Ming knew full well that a beastmaster who only contracts insect beasts had never existed in the entire history of beastmasters. They naturally had no benchmark for such power. Their inability to accurately gauge my combat prowess was understandable. The moment the blood demon war insect and other high-stat insect beasts appeared, an invisible pressure instantly swept over the squad led by Wu Meng. Everyone, don't panic. Our captain has a king-class beastmaster, and his level has reached 61. One team member shouted, injecting a shot of confidence into his comrades. But before the words had fully faded, beside Su Ming, the golden cicada with twin wings slowly materialized. The divine beast's overwhelming aura struck, causing Wu Meng's eyes to widen in disbelief as he stared at the insect beast before him.
What kind of insect beast is this? Why does it possess such overwhelming pressure?
Su Ming surveyed the group before him, determined to deliver the heaviest blow.
Its name is the twin-winged golden cicada. As for its species value? Divine beast tier. Divine beast level. You've got a divine beast cub.
Wu Meng's voice grew shrill, unwilling to believe the scene before his eyes.
Su Ming nodded. Got lucky and snagged one.
You guys chased me all this way, you should see the empty demon's lair by now.
That's all his doing. And let me tell you, the more it devours, the stronger it gets.
In that instant, Wu Meng's pride in his combat prowess was utterly shattered.
Divine beast level beasts?
They'd only ever heard of such creatures in legends.
We've been tricked. We've been tricked. We're just cannon fodder for someone else. Yang Yun, I was wrong. I should have brought you all along.
Gazing at the dozen or so shattered figures, Su Ming let out a cold laugh.
All the insect beasts swarmed forward.
Compared to killing Zhao Lai, Wu Meng was actually dispatched even faster by his hand. With their Dao hearts shattered, they were slain almost without resistance. Gazing at their corpses, Su Ming shook his head in resignation. His bounty was indeed tempting, but as a hunter, failing to understand the strength of his prey. One might delude oneself into thinking they're the hunter, only to find themselves becoming the prey when faced with their target. Such a crushing blow could indeed shatter some people completely. After sweeping through yet another hunting squad, Su Ming strode confidently out of this demon lair and moved on to another Class C demon lair.
Another 2 weeks passed. Inside a brand new supply point,
Yang Yan looked at the 3 people before him and said, "In 2 weeks, we know of 8 hunting squads. Su Ming has already taken care of 4 of them.
Do you still think Su Ming, the beast tamer representing Great Xia in the global beast tamer tournament, is just an ordinary 19-year-old beast tamer?"
The 3 fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. The sheer number of insect beasts he commands, even if all 8 of our teams combined stood there letting him kill us, we couldn't eliminate them in a short time. That's precisely why I want us to unite. By combining our strongest forces, we'll forge the sharpest spear to pierce Su Ming's defenses, bypass his insect beast army, and kill him directly. Yang Yun's words solidified their resolve.
Yang Yun, tell us what to do. We'll follow your lead. We can't endure this any longer. Life in this hellhole is unbearable. Let's do it. Even if it means dying, we'll take down Su Ming. A 19-year-old beastmaster? He really thinks he can rule the world. Yang Yun nodded.
All right. Though we don't know if others are hunting Su Ming too, our 4 teams combined can definitely take him down.
Based on current intel, I've pinpointed his location to Demon Cave C-24. No way, that close? Yeah, it's less than 40 kilometers from C-35. Would he really be here?
Demon Cave C-35 was precisely the location where Su Ming had just eliminated a hunting squad.
Yang Yun nodded with a smile. He must be here. Haven't you noticed? He's not seeking lairs to hide from us, he's hunting monsters. He'd choose the closest one.
Timeline-wise, it's impossible for him to clear an entire Class C lair within 3 days.
Alright. Let's do this. Chapter 129, Calling for Reinforcements, the Grand Xia Imperial Guards.
Several hours later. He's already wiped out 4 hunting squads.
He should be keeping a lower profile now.
Inside Demon Lair C-24, Su Ming had now reached the midpoint of the lair. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, outside the lair, 4 hunting squads had already positioned themselves at the entrance.
Look! These are definitely traces of Su Ming's activity.
To illuminate his path, Su Ming had instructed the blast beetles to ignite the entire lair upon entering.
Yang Yun nodded. Exactly. Our assessment was correct.
I'm certain Su Ming is still down here.
Let's go. Kill him. The 4 squads charged downwards in a mighty procession.
Meanwhile, Su Ming, who had already set up surveillance, received the intelligence immediately.
Over 60 hunters. These bastards actually know to band together now. Su Ming was taken aback.
Facing such numbers, even he wasn't sure he could handle it.
In a life or death struggle, a single lapse could mean death.
With that thought, Su Ming retrieved the signal transmitter from his storage ring, the very one given to him by those 2 masked beast tamers. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the button. The 4 teams that had located Su Ming within this demonic lair now rushed at top speed toward his position in the middle section.
Spotting the silhouette of Su Ming's insect beast, everyone burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Run. Why aren't you running now?
I'll see just how far you can get.
Su Ming, today is your day of reckoning. We're taking your head.
Seeing them appear before him, Su Ming's heart skipped a beat. Among the 4 leading beastmasters, 1 had reached level 69. The other 3 were all above level 60. If it came down to a real fight,
his insect beasts might not withstand their combined assault. After all they needed to do was kill him.
Therefore, Su Ming was inwardly relieved that he had activated his distress signal in advance. Otherwise, he might genuinely need to call upon the Xia King to rescue him now. You've certainly gone to great lengths, he remarked coldly.
Sacrificing so many lives just to kill me.
Su Ming sneered coldly.
Heh, I warned that group not to go solo. But they still acted alone for your hefty bounty. Guess they deserved it. Killing me, do you think you can escape? I'm representing Great Xia in the Global Beastmaster Tournament. Don't you fear being hunted down by the Xia King?
Facing Su Ming's threats, the group showed no fear.
Honestly, I fear poverty more.
With your bounty money and the proof of killing you, I'll be welcomed with open arms in any other country.
Hearing Yang Yun's reply, Su Ming nodded. True. At your age and rank, it's indeed hard to be valued in Great Xia. But those who choose to be lackeys never end well. That's not your concern. You won't live to see the aftermath. Even if we die, trading our lives for yours would be worth it. Wouldn't you agree, future legendary Beastmaster? Yang Yun's words drew laughter from the other three. Yeah, so that means we can actually kill a legendary Beastmaster now, huh? Even if this deed won't earn us eternal glory, infamy is still a kind of fame. Su Ming glared at them, clenching his jaw.
These guys were nothing but a bunch of reckless daredevils.
Swapping one life for theirs would be a huge loss. Move fast. He must have some means to save himself. Everyone, be careful. Don't worry, he can't escape. Even if the Xia King comes to rescue him, he's as good as dead.
In the next instant, everyone's beasts were summoned simultaneously. The moment hundreds of diverse beasts appeared before him, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a wave of awe wash over him. In that instant, he thought he understood how others must feel when they saw his vast insect horde. Kill Su Ming. Ignore his insects. Yang Yun gave a sweeping gesture, and all the beasts charged forward simultaneously. Before Su Ming, countless insect beasts instantly formed a barrier, blocking all the summoned beasts outside. High-tier insect beasts like the blood demon war insect charged to the forefront of the battle. The moment the golden cicada with twin wings appeared, Yang Yun and his three companions froze. Yang Yun, who had seen much of the world, immediately exclaimed, Su Ming, you've entered the mountain and sea secret realm. Oh? You're quite knowledgeable. Su Ming replied with a hint of surprise. This was a secret known only to the top beast tamers of Great Xia. So, the best beast mounts all end up in the hands of you guys. Responding to Yang Yun's fury, Su Ming replied coldly, qualifications speak for themselves. If you have the ability, you can go get one too. Enough talk. Kill him. Golden cicada with twin wings, these are all your food, eat your fill. The twin-winged golden cicada let out a low hum and charged toward the 4 king-class beasts of the opposing side. 1 against 4. How arrogant. Whether it's reckless or not, you'll find out soon enough. Even if his species value is still only king class now, he's a genuine divine beast. The golden cicada's armor was exceptionally thick. The simultaneous attacks from 4 king class beasts failed to breach its defenses. Su Ming sneered coldly as the golden cicada opened its massive jaws once more. Yang Yun's pupils suddenly contracted as he shouted, retreat. Retreat. What? One of the royal class beasts, caught off guard, was swallowed whole by the golden cicada. My Azure Thunder Fire Lynx. Inside the golden cicada's belly, the Azure Thunderfire Lynx still struggled desperately. Seeing this, Yang Yun immediately shouted, his beast is weakened, now kill it. Su Ming was startled as well. The golden cicada, now burdened by the Azure Thunderfire Lynx within its belly, could only defend passively. At that moment, from the corners on both sides. Unnoticed, the beast hidden in the darkness suddenly materialized behind Su Ming. Kill Su Ming. The next second, 2 beasts leaped out simultaneously. Su Ming whipped his head around, staring in shock at the beasts now mere inches away. The 2 blood demon war beetles beside him strained to shield Su Ming behind them. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, accompanied by a massive cloud of dust and a powerful shockwave. A colossal stone statue materialized before Su Ming's eyes. Here they come. Though he hadn't seen the arrivals, Su Ming knew for certain that the reinforcements he'd called for had arrived. Who's there? Yang Yun was startled. How long had it been? Had someone already come to rescue Su Ming? Ready to die? The dust cleared, revealing the statue's full form before Su Ming. An overwhelming sense of pressure instantly engulfed his entire body. Perched atop the statue's shoulder stood a masked beastmaster. It's the Imperial Guards of Great Xia. The Xia King actually sent you to protect Su Ming. Yang Yun exclaimed in shock upon recognizing the figure. The masked beastmaster replied, then added, kill them all. Chapter 130, Return to the Imperial Capital, 100 billion reward. The ensuing battle required no intervention from Su Ming. The masked beastmaster single-handedly swept through the 60-plus beastmasters before him. Su Ming had indeed heard of the Great Xia's Imperial Guard. They were the Great Xia's elite official assassin group. Every beastmaster possessed king-tier strength, some even approaching legend tier. After dispatching these foes, the masked beastmaster approached Su Ming. Su Ming, according to the rules set by the Xia King, since you sought our assistance, your demon cave training ends here. But I haven't finished clearing this demon lair yet. Can I finish it before returning? A pleading look appeared in Su Ming's eyes. The masked beastmaster pondered for a moment before nodding. Make it quick. Thank you.
2 days later. After clearing the remaining monsters from the lair, Su Ming followed the Great Xia Imperial Guard back to the capital. Looking back at the demon lair, Su Ming felt a sense of defeat wash over him. Why do I feel like I've failed? It felt like he was leaving this place in defeat, and in truth, that seemed to be exactly the case. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. Upon returning to the imperial capital, Su Ming was immediately brought before the Xia King. Despite his busy schedule, the king still granted him an audience. Su Ming, you've been in the demon's lair for about 3 months now, haven't you? Yes, your majesty. Unfortunately, the hunters targeting me proved too formidable for me to handle alone, forcing me to call for reinforcements. Su Ming's face darkened with regret. Had he been able to cultivate for just 2 more months, he could have broken through another 2-3 levels. King Xia smiled faintly. Very good. In just 3 months, you've advanced 6 levels. At 19 years old, with a cultivation level of 50, I was nowhere near your caliber at your age. Impressive indeed. Su Ming's eyes lit up at the king's praise. King Xia observed Su Ming and continued, you seem to have something to say. My time is limited, so if you have questions, you'd better ask quickly. Your Majesty, Su Ming began, his tone urgent. Why did you bring me back? I did call for help, but I didn't lose any of my beasts. I still had the ability to survive in the demon's denver. Su Ming's tone grew urgent. This request had puzzled him throughout the journey. Since you used your emergency call, it proves your situation was beyond your control at that moment. This indicates you'd struggle to adapt to the upcoming battles. I cannot have guards protecting you indefinitely. Furthermore, once this training phase concludes, less than 3 months remain before the Global Beastmaster Tournament begins. You must prepare your own Beastmaster configuration. Beastmaster? Su Ming looked at Xiao Wan with confusion. My beast lineup is already quite strong. I have a young divine beast of the king tier, and my number of sovereign tier beasts has reached 50. With this setup, I'm not afraid to face their king tier beasts. According to intelligence I've obtained, the opponents you'll soon face are no simple foes. Nearly every nation has a beastmaster who has contracted a divine beast level mount. Therefore, you must further enhance your own capabilities. Hearing the Xia King's words, Su Ming replied calmly, Your Majesty, improving my beastmaster abilities is actually quite straightforward, I just need resources. My beastmaster space can accelerate the breeding speed of my beasts based on the resources I feed it. I've heard your headmaster mention this before. Does that include Great Xia currency as well? Su Ming nodded, unconcerned about revealing his system. Truthfully, his system was merely a different form of innate talent. Their lack of understanding didn't matter. After all, in this world, beast-taming talent was inherently an inexplicable phenomenon. What an extraordinary talent! Though I'd love to mobilize the nation's funds to strengthen you and we can print Great Xia currency without limit, doing so would inevitably devalue the currency. That's simply not feasible. I understand, Your Majesty. Whatever you can provide is sufficient. I won't be picky. Su Ming grinned. King Xia smiled faintly, raised a thumb, and asked, How about 100 billion? Great! With 100 billion, even if they all ganged up on me, they wouldn't stand a chance. 100 billion? You're quite ambitious, lad. Even if I approved it, this nation isn't entirely under my control. King Xia sighed helplessly. Su Ming scratched his head and chuckled, I get it. 100 billion is already generous. It'll take my strength to the next level. If you can demonstrate your full potential at the Global Beastmaster Tournament, I'll submit a report for you. How about I allocate the nation's resources entirely to your cultivation? Really? Su Ming shot to his feet. National resources allocated to his cultivation? He could create legendary tier, even divine tier beasts in no time. Of course. But you must prove yourself, show us that the entire nation can stake its future on you. Right now, I don't see it. I understand, Lord Xia. I'll give the competition my all. Very well. Go. I'll have the funds transferred to your account immediately. Thank you, Your Majesty. Su Ming nodded and stepped out of the office. After Su Ming departed, several elderly men emerged from the room. So, Xia Yan, you've truly made up your mind? No, it's just that Su Ming's talent is truly extraordinary, unprecedented in history, and likely unmatched for generations to come. Perhaps he could be our wild card. It's not yet time to stake the nation's fortune on him, even if he truly deserves it. It's far too early. Let's observe these youngsters first. Forcing growth prematurely requires careful consideration. King Xia smiled faintly. In any case, I won't agree to it. After leaving the Xia King's office, he returned to the villa owned by the military command within the Great Xia Academy. Now he was alone. For the time being, he didn't need to return to the military headquarters. Staying within the Great Xia Academy would suffice. 100 billion had been transferred to his account the moment he entered his room. Gazing at the zeros trailing the 1, a smile spread across Su Ming's face. This was precisely why he had made no effort to conceal his talent, indeed, why he had openly declared it. If the Xia King hadn't known he possessed this ability, how could he possibly have gifted him 100 billion?
To a vast empire, such funds might seem insignificant.
Yet as a personal reward to a single individual, it was an astronomical sum. Even the Xia king could grant it without hesitation. It was precisely his abilities that convinced them he was worth this 100 billion investment. If the entire nation truly dedicates its resources to my cultivation, as the Xia king suggested, then creating 2 or 3 more divine beast-level mounts should be well within reach. Su Ming mused silently to himself. Upon receiving the 100 billion, Su Ming immediately converted it all into consumption points. Next, it was time to spend on his system. Chapter 131, Super Blood Demon War Insects 6 Updates Seeking Votes. System, convert all the great Xia coins in my possession into consumption points. Exchanged 100.30404 billion great Xia coins for 1.030404 billion consumption points. With a thought, a translucent information panel appeared before his eyes. Su Ming glanced at his current consumption points. Consumption points, 148,328,400 consumption points. System, I wish to evolve my Blood Demon War Insect. Consume 100 million consumption points to evolve the Blood Demon War Insect into the Super Blood Demon War Insect King class. Yes. Su Ming didn't hesitate, immediately expending 100 million consumption points. The next second, a randomly selected Blood Demon War Insect within the beast-taming space was chosen to evolve into a Super Blood Demon War Insect. Compared to the Sovereign Tier Blood Demon War Insect, its physique was actually slightly smaller. However, its entire body radiated a more potent aura of power. Moreover, its originally pitch-black skin had now transformed into a blood-red hue. A terrifying aura radiated from its entire being. This evolution has boosted the Super Blood Demon War Insect's combat power by at least tenfold compared to the Blood Demon War Insect. Moreover, the Super Blood Demon War Insect's capabilities had become more comprehensive. It was practically a super soldier. I'm starting to wonder if Master infused my Blood Demon War Insect with Super Scion bloodlines. It's uncannily similar to a Super Scion. Su Ming couldn't help but wonder inwardly. With a flicker of thought, the data panel for the Super Blood Demon War Insect appeared before his eyes. Name, Super Blood Demon War Insect. Race value, King class. Level, 50. Abilities, Blood Rage, Power Frenzy. In a certain sense, the combat prowess of one's Ultra Blood Demon War Insect could even rival that of one's twin-winged golden cicada. After all, the twin-winged golden cicada is a divine beast cub. Though it was now at the king tier level, it was far beyond what ordinary king tier creatures could match. What frustrated Su Ming, however, was the Super Blood Demon War Insect's breeding rate, a mere half-year per offspring. Such a pace could hardly be described as anything but slow. Speed up, speed up. Consume all my consumption points to accelerate the breeding rate of the Super Blood Demon War Insect. Consume 30 million consumption points to increase the breeding speed of the Super Blood Demon War Insect Queen to 90 days per individual? 30 million consumption points only doubles the speed? Su Ming froze. His own queen breeding speed had always increased exponentially. A mere doubling requires 30 million points. The numbers needed later would likely be astronomical enough to mortgage the entire Great Xia Empire. Even that might not get the Super Blood Demon War Insect breeding speed down to seconds. Seems I spoke too soon. This Great Xia's pricing might genuinely struggle to meet my demands. Su Ming suddenly felt his system was a bottomless pit. But then he thought about it. King-tier beasts reaching second-level combat speed. Millions, even tens of millions of king-tier beast masters, such combat power could scarcely be described as terrifying. Just as Su Ming was fretting over the vast resources he'd need in the future. His phone rang. Seeing an unfamiliar number, Su Ming answered with a puzzled look. Hello? Hello, Su Ming? It's Xiong Tianba. I heard you're back too. Yeah, just got back. What's up? Su Ming asked, puzzled. You're at the Great Xia Academy, right? Yeah, what's up? Spit it out. Come to the martial arena right away. It's important. Before Su Ming could refuse, Xiong Tianba hung up. Staring at the phone in his hand, Su Ming pondered for a moment before deciding to go. After all, they were still his teammates. Su Ming didn't want to create too much distance between them. But even if Su Ming used his little finger to think, he knew exactly why Xiong Tianba was summoning him. He was definitely challenging him to a duel. When Su Ming arrived at the martial arts arena, Xiong Tianba, Xia Lin, and Lin Yuyan were already there. Several selected members from the sophomore and junior groups were also present. Only upon returning did Su Ming learn his senior brother hadn't made the final roster, which left him somewhat disappointed. Spotting Su Ming, Xiong Tianba exclaimed excitedly, Su Ming, come on over. He kept waving him over. Su Ming walked over with a sigh. Xiong Tianba, you called me over. You're not planning to challenge me to a duel, are you? Ha? How did you know? Xia Lin gave a wry smile. Su Ming, you're the last one back. This guy's been nagging about rematching the games he didn't get to play in the previous qualifiers. Is that really necessary? Absolutely. You know, knowing your enemy and yourself. Su Ming, we don't know our teammates' strengths. How are we supposed to coordinate during the matches? Hearing Xiong Tianba's words, Su Ming nodded thoughtfully. Alright, let's have a match. At that moment, Xia Qingzhu from the sophomore group exclaimed in surprise, Su Ming, you're already level 50? Sister Xia, you have sharp eyes. Su Ming nodded. What? You're level 50. Xiong Tianba, who had been walking up the steps, halted abruptly. 3 months of training in the Demon's Den have indeed brought tremendous progress in cultivation level. I'm somewhat surprised myself. Xia Lin's eyes flashed with envy as she added, too bad I'm not as brave as you. When great-grandfather mentioned those spots, I wanted to go, but I hesitated because of the danger. Ah, who would willingly go there unless forced? During this time, I've slain dozens of those hunters. Su Ming stated this matter-of-factly. Xia Lin nodded in agreement. I was chased too. In the end, 3 teams teamed up against me. I had no choice but to call for backup. Same here. I just finished a fight when a group of hunters suddenly appeared. My beast riding state hadn't even recovered yet. I couldn't fight at all. Xiong Tianba spoke with indignation, as if finding a kindred spirit. Lin Yuyan shook her head. I haven't encountered any. I've been pretty safe in the dungeon. Su Ming turned to Xiong Tianba and challenged, come on, let's have a match. Su Ming, you're already level 50. I don't think we need to compare, the gap's too big. I'm only level 45. Ha? Su Ming paused, glancing at Xia Lin and the others' levels. The highest, Xia Lin, was only level 47. Xiong Tianba was level 45 and Lin Yuyan was just level 44. The level gap was simply too vast. Xia Qingzhu smiled faintly. Su Ming, don't be surprised. Xia Lin and the others' levels are perfectly normal. Yours is just exceptionally advanced. When the competition starts, you'll give the other country's competitors quite a shock. That's not bad either. It'll be a surprise tactic. Su Ming smiled faintly and turned to Xiong Tianba. So, are we still fighting? Xiong Tianba gritted his teeth. Fight. Losing won't be a disgrace. Come on, let's see if you're really as formidable as the rumors say. Chapter 132, Golden Horned Demon Insect, Strength Enhanced Once More. Half an hour later, inside the martial arena. Xiong Tianba waved his hands. No more. No more. What the hell is that king-class beast of yours? How can it be this strong? The super blood demon war insect stood on the arena floor like a war god. Its terrifying power was capable of directly clashing with Xiong Tianba's own. Of course, neither was fighting at full strength. Xiong Tianba knew well that within Su Ming's beast-taming space lurked an even more terrifying divine beast cub. But everyone remembered King Xiao's warning: before the selection tournament began, Su Ming's beast must remain hidden. After the two descended, Xia Lin curiously inquired, Su Ming, this king-tier beast of yours resembles your previous blood demon war insect. Did it evolve? Yes, it is. Su Ming nodded, choosing not to elaborate on the evolution process. They didn't press him further. Whoever spread the rumor that insect beasts are weak in combat, I'd really like to beat them to death, Xiong Tianba muttered, somewhat speechless. Xia Qingzhu offered a faint smile. It's not that the insect beast is strong. What's truly formidable is Su Ming's innate talent. Senior sister Xia, you're too kind. Su Ming quickly responded with humility. After everyone sat down, they began chatting casually. Su Ming, how do you plan to cultivate next? Still aiming to level up? Well, what else is there to do? I don't have the materials for evolving my beast either. That's true. Leveling is the foundation. Once your level is solid, your beast taming strength will naturally improve. Xia Qingzhu chimed in from the side, Su Ming, your opponents this year will be exceptionally formidable. You must hold your ground under the pressure. I know. So what? The Cherry Blossom Nation has a contract with a young cub of their national divine beast, the Yamata no Orochi. And the Stick Nation has someone contracted to a young cub of their national divine beast, the Tai Chi White Tiger? Xiong Tianba chuckled, showing no sign of pressure. At the end of the day, those two tiny countries? Their so-called divine beasts aren't even as strong as our nation's demigods. Xia Lin also shook his head dismissively, not taking these opponents seriously. Xia Qingzhu interjected, that may be true, but we still need to be cautious. We can't underestimate our opponents. Don't worry, sis. We'll be careful. After chatting for a while, everyone headed to the dungeon center to continue their training. With less than 3 months until the tournament began, the time left for their cultivation was growing short. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Su Ming had just returned to his residence after exiting the dungeon. Upon opening the door, he found his master and senior disciple already inside. Master, senior brother. Su Ming's face lit up with joy. He hadn't seen either of them since the qualifying tournament ended. He had missed them dearly. Junior brother, it's been a while. You've grown stronger again. Wang Zhuoxing approached Su Ming, slung an arm around his shoulder, and pulled him before Qi Xiantian. Master. Qi Xiantian appraised Su Ming, then nodded approvingly. Impressive. Level 51. At your age, that's the absolute ceiling. No one can surpass you. Level 51. Holy moly, junior brother, you must be a demon.
Wang Zhuoxing was also startled. The gap between his own level at the same stage and Su Ming's was nearly 10 levels. I trained intensively in the demon's den for 3 months, so I made significant progress, Su Ming explained with a modest smile.
By the way, master, are you here on official business? Su Ming asked curiously.
Wang Zhuoxing gave a mysterious smile before declaring with pride, Junior brother, your teacher and I are here to cheer you on.
Rest assured, master and senior brother. During the Global Beastmaster tournament, I won't let them off the hook. Su Ming nodded firmly, his gaze unwavering.
Ah, junior brother, our cheering is different. Your teacher has brought something that can boost your combat power.
Upon hearing his senior brother's words, Su Ming's mind instantly grasped the answer. Master, could it be the golden horned demon insect breeding? Exactly.
Wang Zhuoxing snapped his fingers, his voice brimming with delight.
Su Ming looked at his master, and Qi Xiantian nodded in confirmation.
Then master, let's release the golden horned demon insects and see them.
This place is too small. The golden horned demon beetle is far too large. Let's go to the martial arena at the Great Xia Academy.
The area there is sufficiently spacious.
Alright.
In the blink of an eye, the three arrived at the martial combat arena, a vast competition field. A massive golden insect materialized before them. Resembling a giant beetle, the golden horned demon insect measured over 20 meters in length, with a long golden horn protruding from its head. That's huge.
Su Ming gasped in astonishment, his mouth agape. Su Ming, contract it.
It'll surprise you. Su Ming nodded and approached the golden horned demon insect.
Sensing Su Ming's presence, the golden horned demon insect showed no resistance whatsoever, appearing remarkably docile. Witnessing this scene, Wang Zhuoxing couldn't help but remark, junior brother truly lives up to his reputation as a beastmaster who contracts insect beasts. This creature is as docile as a kitten around him. That's talent innate.
Minutes later, after successfully contracting the golden horned demon insect, Su Ming discovered its size had increased to 30 meters.
It was a colossal beast. Su Ming, though the golden horned demon insect bears gold in its name, it's actually an earth attribute insect beast.
In battle, besides its massive size and top-tier defense, its attacks rely on earth attribute magic. It can both withstand damage and deal it.
Master, where did you acquire this golden horned demon insect back then? It's so well-rounded, Su Ming asked in astonishment.
Beasts like this can only be obtained within secret realms. You've explored far too few realms thus far. Once you gain the ability to fight independently, you should venture into more unknown realms. Su Ming, the mysterious blood you fused with your blood demon war insect was also something I obtained from a secret realm back then. Hearing this, Su Ming couldn't wait to say, Master, I have a surprise for you. With that, Su Ming released the Super Blood Demon Battle Insect. The moment the Super Blood Demon War Insect appeared before Qi Xiantian, the king-level breeder instantly recognized its extraordinary nature. He could also confirm that this was an evolved form of the Blood Demon War Insect. Su Ming, is this the evolved form of the Blood Demon War Insect? Yes, Master.
Its name is the Super Blood Demon Battle Insect.
It's a king-class beast tamer that evolved on its own. I suspect it was triggered by the mysterious blood you infused into it. Su Ming didn't mention that he had used his system abilities to evolve it after all, that was far too bizarre. It was even more absurd than his ability to evolve the Beastmaster's realm itself.
How's its combat strength? Powerful. Su Ming answered without hesitation.
Based on my assessment, disregarding any Beastmaster talent bonuses, the combat prowess of the Super Blood Demon War insect rivals that of king-tier beasts possessing divine beast bloodlines and specifically those with highly concentrated bloodlines.
Chapter 133, The Global Beastmaster Tournament.
It seems I truly stumbled upon a treasure back then.
Autonomous evolution, I've only ever heard of such a thing in divine beasts. Qi Xiantian remarked with some surprise.
Haha, Master, this nameless bloodline got a bargain with my Blood Demon War insect.
Su Ming grinned.
Though his Super Blood Demon War insect wasn't a divine beast, its combat prowess was still formidable.
Quite right. It's been put to excellent use.
Junior brother, with this, you now possess 2 sovereign-tier beasts, Wang Zhuoxing remarked with a smile. Su Ming and Qi Xiantian exchanged glances. Though Qi Xiantian didn't know what beast Su Ming had obtained in the Mountain Sea secret realm. It was certain that if Su Ming couldn't even speak of it now, it must be a divine beast. That was the only plausible explanation for why King Xia and the others had forbidden Su Ming from revealing the divine beast's existence prematurely. After sharing a meal, the master and senior disciple prepared to return to the military headquarters.
Junior brother, fight well. I'll be cheering for you back home.
Alright, rest assured, senior brother.
I won't disgrace you. Su Ming nodded.
Qi Xiantian said no more, merely patting Su Ming's shoulder. Everything was understood without words. Watching his master and senior brother's receding figures, Su Ming knew the match was imminent. This battle, concerning the nation's honor, left no room for error.
There's still time. Give it your all and level up one more time.
Su Ming turned and plunged headfirst into the dungeon. A month later, the young generation from nations across the world had long since prepared for battle. In Great Xia, the recently concluded martial arts examination had selected representatives for the Group A contingent in the Global Beastmaster Tournament. The 16 gathered in the office of the Xia King within the imperial capital. Members of the 4 teams stood in perfect formation before the Xia King, as if awaiting inspection. The Xia King surveyed the group, adjusting each member's attire. This competition represents our Great Xia. Victory or defeat concerns our honor. I expect you to give your all, bring glory to the nation, and secure greater cultivation resources for yourselves. After the king of Xia spoke, 2 figures emerged from the room. One was Su Ming, the headmaster of the Great Xia Military Academy. The other was the headmaster of the Polar Beastmaster Academy. Some of you may already be familiar with these two. They will be leading the team to the Global Beastmaster Tournament. With that, the 2 principals smiled and greeted the crowd. Students, over the next month, will be fighting side by side. Principals, are you competing too? Xiong Tianba quipped. Hearing this, Bai Tianzi, the principal of the Polar Beastmaster Academy, chuckled. If you're capable enough to provoke other nations' beastmasters into such fury that their team leaders want to eliminate you, well, then we'll see if it's time to step in. Absolutely. Rest assured, principal, I guarantee there will be a time for you to step in. Ha ha ha. After the laughter subsided, the previously tense nerves of everyone present relaxed considerably. King Xia then addressed them. Students, during the competition, hold nothing back against your opponents. Kill them if you can, cripple them if you must, wound them if necessary, and never let them escape. Of course, you 4 in the freshman group needn't worry about this. Your tournament schedule is simpler than theirs, minimizing the chance of conflict. Go ahead and eliminate them. The nation stands as your strongest backing. Yes, sir. In the land of cherry blossoms, 16 figures clad in their nation's distinctive attire each bore a long sword strapped to their backs. Though these blades served only as adornments, each man still considered himself a swordsman. Gentlemen, the White Eagle Nation has pledged its support. If we unite to eliminate the Great Xia Nation's beast masters, we can join forces and seize control of Blue Star's destiny. Eagles, Fran, Big Stick, Monkey Nation, and others have confirmed their alliance against Great Xia. You must coordinate with them when the time comes. To Xia? Do we really need so many nations to unite? We can handle them ourselves. At that moment, a voice from the crowd sneered with disdain. Exactly. Didn't we eliminate 2 of their beast masters last session? I see Great Xia as nothing but a hollow facade. Sir, we can handle this ourselves. We don't need other nations' help. Hearing his countryman's words, the lead official hurriedly cautioned. Last year, Great Xia underestimated us. Precisely because we eliminated their 2 beast masters then, they will launch a frenzied assault this year. Everyone must not underestimate them. Rest assured, sir. We'll wipe them all out this year. Within the Great Stick Nation, their competing team was similarly geared up and ready to go. Remember, all actions must follow White Eagle Nation's directives. Your mission is to support them in the competition. Yes, sir. Within the Goose Nation, the participants also received their orders. For this competition, your role is to maintain stability. If Great Xia falls behind early, we hold our position. If the match becomes deadlocked, we assist Great Xia. Yes, sir. 1 week before the tournament commenced, beast tamers from nations across the world had all assembled. Within the Great Xia Academy, the 16 contestants were fully prepared. A farewell ceremony had already been held in the imperial capital to send them off to the competition. Except for the freshman group, no one else needed to participate in the first round of large-scale team battles. The 2nd year to 4th year groups must first draw lots to determine their first round battle locations. The competition venues were situated within neutral territories. Following the global upheaval, numerous nations collapsed. Those like the Great Xia Empire that swiftly rebuilt their strength afterward remained few and far between. Consequently, many weaker nations, blessed with favorable geography, remained untouched by the ravages of beasts and monsters. They chose to become neutral territories. The beast tamers in these neutral nations were extremely weak, necessitating assistance from other nations to handle matters like demon lairs within their borders. As the undisputed strongest nation on Blue Star, Great Xia holds garrison rights in all existing neutral nations. This year's Global Beastmaster Tournament was pre-selected to be held within the territory of one such neutral nation, the Republic of Rue. Over 100 people boarded the flight to Rue Kingdom. This constituted a complete entourage system, including over 20 royal tier bodyguards. Among the legendary tier beastmasters were not only the 2 school principals but also 2 commanders of the Great Xia's Imperial Guards. Such a formidable contingent could easily overthrow a small nation. We're going abroad. I've never been overseas in my entire life. I hear that because of their weaker strength, many cities abroad still suffer daily harassment from ferocious beasts. Is that so? I really must see it for myself. Chapter 134, Arrival at Rue Kingdom, Solitary Leaf Island. 1 day later. Over the largest airport in Rue Nation, aircraft from various countries circled in the sky.
The Xia aircraft, already over Ruegwa airspace, had its pilot inquiring about landing clearance. In the lounge, Zhao Hongshou slowly rose to his feet and made his way to the cockpit. What's going on? Why haven't we landed yet? Sir, Ruegwa says we're arriving later. Aircraft from Sakura Nation and Big Stick Nation need to land first. Hearing this, Zhao Hongshou erupted in anger. We're behind them, can they even handle that? Descend immediately. Let's see who dares block our path. Without hesitation, the Great Xia pilot picked up the intercom and declared, Tower, our aircraft will immediately land on runway 3. Clear all aircraft ahead for landing immediately. With that, the pilot ended the transmission. At the Swiss Air Traffic Control Tower, they watched as the massive Xia transport aircraft descended straight toward runway 3. Sakura Nation, which had been preparing an alternate landing, hadn't yet grasped the situation. Then came the voice from the tower. Increase altitude immediately to avoid the Xia aircraft. What? The next second, the Great Xia transport plane swept past them. The distance between the two aircraft could be described as mere inches. Watching the Xia transport land smoothly, the Sakura Nation's team leader seethed with rage. Has White Eagle Nation arrived? Not yet. Fine. Let Great Xia gloat for now. We'll settle the score with them once the competition begins. As the fighter jet touched down, Su Ming and his crew were filled with excitement. This was the confidence born of strength. If you don't mind waiting in line, go ahead. Let whoever wants to wait in line do so. If you don't like it, try me. After disembarking, personnel stationed in Rui Nation were already waiting for them. Old Chow. Old Bai. So you two are leading the team this year? The commander stationed in Rui Nation was also a legendary beastmaster, clearly acquainted with the two school principals. Old Hua, these young ones just arrived. Are their resting quarters ready? Let them rest first. They've been ready for ages. Nice work just now. Those Sakura Nation snobs? They don't even deserve to be in front of us. Wagong's voice carried loud and clear. The Sakura Nation group, who had just disembarked, heard this blunt expression of contempt. They had no rebuttal. In Rui Kingdom, the accompanying personnel sent by Great Xia possessed formidable strength, and numerous Great Xia beast tamers were stationed within Rui Kingdom. They were nowhere near capable of challenging the Great Xia. They could only exchange a meaningful glance before being led away from the airport by Rui Kingdom's personnel. Lord Hua's gaze swept over the assembled crowd. A look of approval appeared on his face. Our young people from Great Xia seem even stronger this year. Of course. How else would we maintain Great Xia's standing on Blue Star? Wagong laughed heartily at the remark. Exactly. You must fight well this year and show those small nations the consequences of opposing Great Xia. Yes, sir, the group answered in unison. Shortly after, Su Ming and his group were escorted by Lord Hui of the Rui Nation garrison to the finest hotel within the Rui Nation's imperial capital aboard military vehicles. Old Chow, rest assured. We've reserved the entire place for you. Understood. Chao Gong and his companion nodded in satisfaction. With the entire hotel reserved by the Great Xia, Su Ming and his group could freely choose any room they desired. Each person had a presidential suite exceeding 100 square meters. At that moment, Su Ming's phone rang. It was a call from Xia Lin. Hello, Xia Lin. Su Ming, Chao Gong and the others have asked us to be in our rooms by 8 p.m. They're probably preparing to brief us on the intelligence regarding our competitors from other countries. Got it. At 8 p.m. sharp, Su Ming, having had a good night's sleep, arrived at Chao Gong's room door. Xia Lin and the other two were already waiting at the door. Spotting Su Ming, they waved immediately. What took you so long? I slept so soundly, I took a nap. The door was ajar, not locked. Hearing the voices of the four, Chao Gong's voice came from inside. What are you four doing standing at the door? Come in. Hearing the voice, the four immediately entered. Close the door. Inside Chao Gong's room was a large conference hall. The moment they entered, they saw over a dozen people already seated in the conference room. These individuals were all part of their accompanying entourage. Among them were analysts and others. Take a seat. We've just briefed the first group on the situation they'll face next. You'll be facing the same. We'll now explain in detail the circumstances you're about to encounter. Yes. After the four sat down, Chao Gong looked at the analyst and nodded. Per His Majesty King Xia's instructions, he wishes for Su Ming to serve as your squad leader. Do any of you object? Chao Gong spoke first, his gaze sweeping across the group. Su Ming paused, then Lin Yuyan spoke first. I have no objections. Su Ming's insect beast army provides the most comprehensive combat intelligence. During the selection tournament, he was the only one to lead an entire academy team into the second round. He's well suited for the role of captain. I have no objections, Xia Lin shook his head. Xiong Tianba shrugged indifferently. I'm fine with anyone. I'm not cut out for leading anyway. After all, during the qualifying rounds, as captain of the Polar Beast Master Academy, his 3 team members had been eliminated, and he hadn't even known until the very end. Chao Gong nodded and turned to Su Ming.
Su Ming, in that case, you will be the captain of the first year group.
All right.
Su Ming nodded without refusal.
Hesitating now would only seem overly contrived. The first thing I need to explain to you is the competition venue.
As soon as Chao Gong finished speaking, the analyst swiftly opened a video. The location depicted was an island of immense expanse, though calling it an island felt somewhat of a stretch. By area alone, it could easily be called a continent. This is Solitary Leaf Island, spanning 3 million square kilometers. It's one of the permanent venues for the Global Beastmaster Tournament. Your second year group has drawn it, so it will be the location for your first round matches.
Uninhabited, it's a paradise for ferocious beasts.
The beasts here range from level 1 to level 80, and even include king-class beasts.
Then, Mr. Chao, how will the competition be scored? Will it still be based on the number of eliminated participants?
Xia Lin pressed further.
Yes, but with a twist. The finals have 32 spots. 2 of those spots are reserved for the 2 competitors who eliminate the most opponents.
So, if the final 32 include those 2 top eliminators, they advance directly.
If not, 2 more eliminations are required to complete the first round. Chao Gong's explanation was immediately understood by the 4. Chapter 135, The Cthulhu Beast, Yamada no Orochi? There are 412 participants worldwide.
Scatter yourselves across this 2 million square kilometer area.
The density is quite low. Only 412 people? Each nation sends only 4 participants.
Globally, we've managed to gather 103 participating nations. That's already quite impressive.
Chao Gong nodded. Exactly. With such a small number and sparse distribution, it's highly likely none of you will reunite by the end of the competition.
No, we will find each other. Su Ming spoke up, drawing everyone's gaze toward him.
Hua Gong,
seated nearby, remarked, Su Ming, you're that genius beast tamer, the only contracted insect master our great Xia has, right?
Yes, Lord Hua. My insect beasts can traverse 2 million square kilometers within 2 days. If everyone can hold out for 2 days, I will definitely pinpoint your location.
You all know what my insect beasts look like. If you spot them, approach immediately.
Rest assured, Su Ming.
The 3 nodded in unison, and Lord Chao smiled with relief.
Good. With that settled, what you must face next is your adversary.
At this, a look of deep concern spread across Lord Chao's face.
The expressions of Lord Hua and Lord Bai also darkened. Su Ming, the pressure on the 4 of you is immense.
Understand this, in this competition, we are virtually isolated and without support.
Even nations leaning toward us will remain spectators. They won't actively attack our adversaries, but those hostile nations will certainly target you.
Hua Gong's words made the 4 realize that in this global tournament, Great Xia was essentially fighting multiple opponents alone.
Bring it on. Who says we're not strong? I absolutely love that feeling of standing tall and facing the cold. Xiong Tianba waved his hand dismissively, showing no fear whatsoever.
Xia Lin added, I relish this feeling of standing against the world.
A mighty tiger walks alone, only jackals form packs. Lin Yuyan waved her hand. If they aren't afraid, neither am I. Su Ming declared, there are certain people I absolutely intend to kill. Even if it means elimination, I will kill them.
Upon hearing the 4 speak, Chao Gong and the others swallowed their earlier worries.
Then, the analyst opened the information on their first opponent.
The opponents we're introducing now are all on par with your strength.
The first one to note is our strongest rival, Monroe from the White Eagle Empire.
He's the captain of the Empire's Group 2 and the most powerful among the 4. Su Ming looked up at the information before him.
Name, Monroe. Nation, White Eagle Empire. Age, 19. Level, 47.
Beastmaster talent, King of Cthulhu.
Talent description, the White Eagle Empire's divine beasts primarily originate from the Cthulhu mythos. Monroe's talent perfectly complements his contracted Cthulhu-type beasts.
His ability allows him to absorb combat power from himself and even nearby Cthulhu-type beasts to enhance his own strength. The more he absorbs, the greater his enhancement. Known intelligence indicates that 3 sovereign-tier Cthulhu-type beasts above level 40 can double his combat power. Monroe contracts 10 beasts, 4 sovereign-tier and 6 lord-tier. A conservative estimate suggests a 10-fold combat enhancement. Beast information, Tugya Cthulhu Mythos Divine Beast Cub, King Tier Yathul King Tier Yafu King Tier. Tugya Royal Class Divine Beast Cub, in the Cthulhu mythos, a flame-wielding giant. Yathul King Class, a beastmaster bearing the bloodline of the Cthulhu mythos' divine beast Phadron, possessing immense stature and known as the Terror of the High Mountains.
Combat threat level, S. Everyone spent over 10 minutes reviewing Monroe's information.
By the end, the 4 still felt somewhat unsatisfied.
Chao Gong smiled as he looked at them and asked, so, what do you think of Monroe's strength? Average, Xiong Tianba replied indifferently. He then turned to Xia Lin, Su Ming, and the others, you agree, right? He's just average. Are the Cthulhu mythos entities really stronger than the divine beasts in our mountain and sea mythology?
The divine beasts within our mountain and sea mythology are the strongest known to exist. That's precisely why the 5 kings, led by Lord Xia, can uphold our great Xia, Lord Hua stated calmly.
Exactly.
A divine beast from a weaker mythos system, though we three lack pure-blooded divine beast cubs, dealing with him poses no great challenge. His talent is roughly on par with ours among the four of us. After hearing Xiong Tianba's words, Lord Chao turned his gaze to Xiaolin and Su Ming.
I don't think he's as terrifying as the data suggests.
Yu Yan isn't his match, but if he were to face the three of us, he wouldn't hold the advantage, Xiaolin analyzed calmly.
Su Ming nodded.
If he encounters me first, I'll slaughter him. Seeing their confidence, Chao Gong smiled faintly.
Individually, I have no concerns about any of you. My worry is when they team up.
One-on-one you're fine, but one against many puts you at a disadvantage. With that, Chao Gong had his attendant open the next individual's file.
Name, Yamaki Takeshi. Nationality, Sakura Empire. Age, 19. Level, 45. Beastmaster talent, Yamada. Talent description, serpentine talent that enhances the combat power of one's serpentine beast tamers. Higher levels increase the combat power multiplier. Currently known to provide a 5x combat power multiplier.
Beast information, Yamada no Orochi Sakura Empire Divine Beast Cub, King Tier Yaman King Tier Twin-Headed Dragon Serpent King Tier.
Yamada no Orochi Sakura Nation Divine Beast Cub, King Class, an 8-headed serpent, a Divine Beast Cub, currently possessing only 3 heads.
Yaman King Tier, descendant of the Divine Beast Yamangade, with bloodline purity exceeding 80%.
Combat threat level, S. A 5-fold combat power boost? Is this talent even worth showing off?
Any talent from Great Xia would surpass this, yet they give it such a pretentious name. Su Ming chuckled, don't be surprised. That place is so small, just gathering talents of this caliber is already quite impressive.
Chao Gong nodded.
His strength lies in beast mastery. The Divine Beast Cub compensates for that combat power boost.
When it comes to divine beasts, ours are his ancestors. Chao Gong, you rated him S, that's overestimating him, isn't it?
Seeing the four grow overly confident, Chao Gong and the others quickly cautioned, never underestimate your opponents. Last tournament, 2 beast tamers were killed in the first round precisely because of that. At this, the 4 men instantly regained their seriousness. Xiong Tianba fumed, don't let me cross paths with him.
I'll have my snow bear lord devour his snakes like spicy snacks. The beast masters from the land of cherry blossoms? No question, beat them to a pulp. Chapter 136, Too Many Threats? The match begins. Name, Neil. Country, Fran Empire. Age, 19. Level, 45. Beastmaster talent, Black Dragon Blood. Talent description, a Western dragon-type beastmaster talent that enhances combat prowess with dragon beasts. Similar to the wild bloodline, it temporarily awakens the divine beast bloodline within Western dragon beasts. Beastmaster information, Nidhogg King Tier Flame Demon King Tier Giant Mountain King Tier. Nidhogg King Class, Divine Beast Black Dragon Nidhogg Bloodline, purity at 95%. Flame Demon King Tier, Divine Beast Fafnir the Flame Dragon Bloodline, 75% purity. Combat threat level, S. How do Western dragon beasts compare to our own mountain sea dragons? Lin Yuyan asked curiously. Ours are definitely stronger. Can their dragons even be called dragons? They just breathe fire. Ours can change the very heavens. Xiong Tianba declared proudly, arms crossed. Don't let your guard down, don't let your guard down.
Don't underestimate these beast tamers with divine beast bloodlines, Chao Gong continued to warn.
The proceedings stretched on until the wee hours of the night.
Only then did the 4 leave Chao Gong's quarters, each additionally receiving a separate dossier. According to the threat ratings in Chao Gong's assessment, the number of individuals posing a threat to them exceeded 16. All were rated S tier. Essentially, their beast tamers either had contracts with divine beast cubs, possessed extremely pure bloodlines, or were top-tier beast tamers with exceptional talent. Another critical factor was that these threats to Su Ming and his companions were confirmed to be opponents they would face on the competition field. These opponents would undoubtedly strike if given the chance. Therefore, Su Ming and his team must clearly identify their adversaries. If they encounter any of these threats alone, they absolutely cannot let them escape. If all these individuals gathered together, they could deliver a devastating blow to Su Ming's group. However, it was certain that as long as they avoided being outnumbered, even someone with slightly weaker abilities like Lin Yuyan could at least guarantee a safe retreat. In the blink of an eye, their time in the imperial capital of Rui Nation had flown by. Within an ancient coliseum, competitors from various nations appeared before a global audience, each dressed in their national attire. Flag bearers marched at the forefront, holding their respective national flags. Within the Great Xia Empire, cheering sections had been set up in various academies, hoping to give strength to the distant Great Xia Beast Masters. Master, it's my junior brother. He's over there. I didn't know where your junior was. Where else would he be? Qi Xiantian cast a lazy glance at Wang Zhuoxing, but his gaze promptly shifted to Su Ming on the live broadcast screen. The teams from 103 nations stood in orderly formation. Due to differing groupings, only the first-year group remained within the ancient arena to battle. After their initial assembly, the remaining 3 groups would simultaneously head to their respective competition sites.
Among the three groups, only the second-year group would battle on solitary Leaf Island. The third and fourth-year groups would both enter the dungeon. To ensure the randomness of transportation, legendary tier beast masters wielding space attribute beasts directly forged a random teleportation channel to solitary Leaf Island. This passage was only confirmed for use after thorough inspection by representatives from all nations. After all, solitary Leaf Island served as the permanent venue for every global Beastmaster tournament. Such a passage had long been verified through repeated testing. After the team split up, Su Ming and his group could now clearly see the representative teams from other countries' sophomore divisions. Su Ming memorized the faces of every person listed on the roster prepared by Chao Gong and his team. As if sensing Su Ming's gaze, many turned to look at him. Su Ming gave a faint smile, his tone utterly devoid of politeness. "What the are you laughing at? I'll kill you in a minute." Due to language barriers, they had no idea what Su Ming was saying. Meanwhile, the Xia viewers watching the livestream were doubled over laughing at Su Ming's remark. That Su Ming is so mean, taking advantage of the fact they don't understand our great Xia language. He's basically telling you outright he's going to kill you, and you're still laughing. Su Ming turned to the three behind him and asked, "Have you all memorized their faces?" "Don't worry, we remember them perfectly. If we see them, we kill them." Xiong Tianba patted his chest emphatically. "Once we're inside the instance, I'll release 500,000 insect beasts to track you down. The moment you spot my creatures, head straight for me, especially you, Lin Yuyan. Stay extra vigilant. If things get too dicey, just hide." "Got it." Soon, the four of them arrived at the teleportation portal, guided by the livestream. Gazing at the colossal portal before them, Su Ming couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. A space attribute beastmaster could actually excavate such a massive passageway. Rumor has it that it took several spatial attribute beast tamers 2 years to carve it out. Digging it was the easy part, the real challenge is maintaining its stability. If it collapses, that's no laughing matter. Xia Lin explained. Legendary tier beast tamers almost all possess teleportation abilities. Their strength is beyond our current level to comprehend. I believe it won't be too far off for us. Su Ming smiled faintly. Meanwhile, beast tamers from numerous nations were eyeing Su Ming with keen interest. As if they wanted to etch the faces of Su Ming and his three companions deep into their memories. Those four from Great Xia are still laughing here, even as death approaches. This time, they'll die whether they want to or not. With 16 nations joining forces to attack them, I refuse to believe the four of them can survive. Watching their beastmasters die on global broadcast, what a splendid spectacle that will be. The four from Sakura Nation watched Su Ming's group, their voices filled with excitement. Suddenly, Su Ming's gaze fell upon the four. That bone-chilling gaze seemed to kill them instantly. Terrifying. That look in the Great Xia captain's eyes, why does it feel like it could kill me? Me too. This guy is terrifying. No wonder the intel says it takes at least 3 captain-level beastmasters teaming up to stand a chance against him. Please don't let me cross paths with him. However, their thoughts were not unfounded. In Su Ming's eyes, they were already dead men. He lingered his gaze on them only to ensure his insect beast army wouldn't overlook these worthless scum during their reconnaissance. Attention all second-year contestants. During spatial teleportation, you will temporarily lose your senses. Do not panic. Upon arrival, we recommend resting for several minutes. This spatial portal differs from instance portals. While it possesses stability, your low levels make it harder to endure. Should you experience any discomfort during transmission, remain calm, it is entirely normal. Chapter 137, The Big Stick Nation Contestants' Most Humiliating Death. All contestants, enter the portal. The moment the words were spoken, all teams began rushing into the portal in order. Su Ming glanced back at the three others. Their eyes met, and he gave a slight nod as silent acknowledgement of trust between teammates. The moment I plunged through the portal, my senses were once again stripped away. It felt exactly like entering the Mountain Sea's secret realm back then. After an unknown span of time, Su Ming was ejected, his senses gradually returning. When he stood up, he found himself on a sandy beach. Judging by this location, I must have been tossed onto the eastern coast of solitary Leaf Island. Su Ming murmured softly. But without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly summoned his insect beast. Go! Find them! 500,000 blade beetles and shield beetles began charging relentlessly in every direction. They had no fear of death, their sole purpose was to pinpoint enemy locations. Even if killed, Su Ming could instantly track their positions. Within 3 minutes of the blade insect's departure, they detected a beastmaster less than a kilometer away. Though he didn't know which nation they belonged to, Su Ming wouldn't pass up any opportunity to hunt down a beastmaster from another country. They charged swiftly toward that location. Without the slightest concealment, Su Ming appeared directly before the competitor. He had only just regained his senses after their temporary loss. He saw the flag of the Big Stick Nation emblazoned on the opponent's clothing. A faint smile touched Su Ming's lips. My luck really is quite good. When the opponent regained his senses and saw Su Ming suddenly materialize before him, he was startled. You're Su Ming of Great Xia. Oh? You know me?
Though he couldn't understand the rest of the man's words, the name Su Ming was clearly spoken in the Great Xiao language. The man's face twisted with terror. Their leader had certainly warned them about Su Ming's strength. One-on-one, there was almost no chance of victory. Meanwhile, within the live broadcast feed, Great Xiao viewers who spotted Su Ming identifying the Great Stick Nation's contestant first erupted into cheers. "Take him down, Su Ming! Those bastards from the Big Stick Nation who knows how many disgusting things they've pulled off to disgust us while the world's in chaos. Take him down, Su Ming! Su Ming, you're boosting our national pride." In stark contrast to the Great Xiao's jubilant crowd, the Big Stick Nation felt as if the sky had fallen upon seeing their contestant captured by Su Ming. The match hadn't even lasted 10 minutes. With a flicker of thought, Su Ming summoned his super blood demon war insect and other insect beasts to his side. Run! At that moment, the only thought in the Great Stick Nation competitor's mind was this. He hadn't even processed how disastrously his opening had gone. Seeing his opponent flee, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. With skills like that, you dare enter this competition? Only White Eagle Nation could brainwash fools like you into opposing our Great Xia. Su Ming muttered under his breath. Then he declared, "Oppose Great Xia? You'll die. It's payback time." Su Ming's voice boomed, though his opponent couldn't understand his words. The live broadcast provided real-time translation. He wanted not only the Great Xia to see, but these minor nations to witness the consequences of fighting a stone with an egg. Whoosh! The super blood demon war insect appeared almost teleportatively above the Great Stick Nation contestant's head. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as the Big Stick Nation contestant was instantly obliterated into a blood mist. He was killed before even summoning his beast. Such a humiliating demise quickly became the first trending topic since the tournament began. Fran Empire, what a pathetic way to go. Even if you can't win, you should at least die standing. Why would you run away? White Eagle Empire, is this the ally we chose? Seriously, did the higher-ups get kicked in the head? What good is an ally like this besides being a joke? Goose Empire, hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Great Xia Empire, Su Ming doesn't need to prove his strength by killing this loser, but I need this kill to face off against you. Big Stick Nation, come face off with me. After eliminating a Big Stick Nation player, Su Ming secured the first elimination point. On the leaderboard, Su Ming's single kill record shot straight to the top. Under normal circumstances, eliminating an opponent doesn't require a kill, simply forcing them to surrender is enough for the tournament to record the elimination. Eliminated Beastmasters would then be escorted away by nearby aerial referees assigned by the tournament organizers. As for eliminating opponents through kills, the competition rules did not explicitly prohibit it. In reality, over 70% of eliminations in the tournament were achieved through kills rather than forced surrenders. After all, both sides were fighting for national honor. In such a competitive environment, courtesy goes out the window. If you can kill them, you absolutely won't hold back. His blade insects swiftly scanned the surroundings for opponents. Similarly, Su Ming was well aware of this ability. Their analysts would have certainly briefed them beforehand. Perhaps the moment they detected his insect beast, they would evade before it noticed them. This could have skewed his judgment. Therefore, the 500,000 blade bugs and shield bugs Su Ming released would remain in nearly the same location, conducting multiple searches within a 3-minute interval before departing. Keep going. Keep going. Su Ming summoned the swift wind-winged insect to his side. It leapt directly onto his back, and he advanced toward the direction his insect beast had probed. His current position was rather remote. He had to hurry toward the central area. But less than 10 minutes into his flight, a giant python suddenly burst from the forest, lunging to swallow both him and the swift wind-winged insect whole. Fortunately, the swift wind-winged insect was incredibly swift, narrowly avoiding the bite by a hair's breadth. Looking to die? With the thought, Su Ming summoned the super blood demon war insect and the blood demon war insect directly from the beast control space in midair. A single punch smashed down. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as the giant serpent slammed into the ground, yet it still hadn't died. Su Ming had no intention of letting it off the hook. In this contest, the attacks of the ferocious beasts were equally a crucial factor influencing the outcome. He needed to avoid direct confrontations with top-tier beasts to conserve his own forces. His low-tier insect beasts served as perfect scouts. Losing 10,000 was no heartache. Losing 100,000 was acceptable. Even if all 500,000 insect beasts he sent out perished, the impact on his combat strength would be negligible. After slaying this level 57 forest giant python, Su Ming once again received intelligence from his scouting insect beasts. He had pinpointed the location of a beastmaster from the land of cherry blossoms. He deliberately memorized the faces of all 4 of them and transmitted the image to every insect beast through the bond between beastmaster and beast. This Sakura Nation, no matter what, he would not spare a single one of them. Though you're not a captain-level competitor, I'll start with you to deliver a sweet treat to the seniors you killed last tournament. Chapter 138, Slaughtering Sakura Nation Contestants Again, Unleashed. Seeing Su Ming's flight path, the Great Xia populace erupted. Holy crap, Su Ming is going after that Sakura Nation contestant. Su Ming is so badass.
This insect beast scout unit was practically tailor-made for this tournament pinpoint strikes. I'm already thrilled. Best if he wipes them all out. Last tournament, those Sakura Nation bastards dared team up with other nations to kill 2 of our competitors. Before long, Su Ming charged once more before the Sakura Nation contestant.
Spotting him, the opponent recognized Su Ming instantly.
Su Ming, I knew you'd come.
The slightly stiff Great Xia language came out of the opponent's mouth. After speaking, he tossed the corpse of one of Su Ming's blade insects toward him. He tried to flee, only to find Su Ming's blade insects swarming around him from every direction.
One-on-one? He'd seen Su Ming's combat footage.
6 months ago, Su Ming was already beyond my reach. Now, after 6 months, his power must be even more terrifying.
So you're saying you're prepared to die? No.
I didn't run because I wanted to test myself against you, the strongest fighter in Great Xia at just 19 years old. Su Ming sneered coldly. His opponent, wielding what they called a katana, activated the beast-taming space behind him. One by one, beasts emerged from the space.
Su Ming, my name is Watanabe Taro. I humbly request your guidance.
No need for introductions.
I'm not interested in the names of the dead.
Behind Su Ming, the beast-taming space opened simultaneously. The super blood demon war insects and golden horn demon insects slowly emerged. The appearance of these 2 king-tier insect beasts immediately brought immense pressure.
You only have 2 king-class beasts? Do I need more to deal with you?
Su Ming sneered coldly.
Though his opponent possessed 3 king-tier beasts, what significance did that hold in Su Ming's eyes?
With a 40-fold boost in combat power, the super blood demon war insect delivered a crushing blow.
The opponent's king-tier beasts were utterly bewildered. How could this happen?
Watanabe Taro stared in disbelief at his beast, now crippled by a single punch.
Simple. You're not on my level. How do you want to die?
Not a trace of pity could be seen in Su Ming's cold gaze.
I haven't lost yet. You're speaking too soon. Fine.
Su Ming shrugged helplessly.
Some people just wouldn't learn until it was too late. The next instant, a sharp blade pierced through Watanabe Taro's body.
Slowly turning to look, he saw that it was merely Su Ming's lowest-grade blade insect that had pierced his own body.
How could this happen? This is a life-or-death battle. Who said we're having a man-to-man duel? If you don't mind wasting my time, I certainly do.
With Watanabe Taro's demise, only 3 contestants from the land of cherry blossoms remained. Since Su Ming's senior disciples had been ambushed and killed by them in the first round, then he would absolutely ensure this group met their end in the first round as well. They're not fighting by the rules. I'm filing a complaint. The Great Xia contestants lack sportsmanship. The Sakura Nation team leader shouted his protest from the Rue Nation delegation's viewing area. But Chao Gong and his group stood there, arms crossed, watching them as if they were clowns.
A protest? Even if it succeeds, who are you going to send to punish me? I advise you to keep quiet. This is only the beginning. Not a single one of you Sakura Nation contestants will make it to the second round.
Last tournament, you killed 2 of our beast masters. You lot who love being someone else's cannon fodder should be prepared for the consequences.
As Lord Bai spoke, the entire arena fell deathly silent.
Back in the Great Xia tournament, 2 of their beasts were killed in the first round, yet they still managed to break through in the second. By making this declaration, Great Xia had laid all their cards on the table.
This global Beastmaster tournament? We're not here to compete. Our target is to eliminate your promising young beast tamers.
Of course, other nations harbor similar intentions. This cycle of decline and growth means that even the mightiest empire will eventually crumble without the cultivation of top-tier, naturally gifted beastmasters. If you wish to wear Great Xia down, you'll have to ask its prodigies whether they'll stand for it. Meanwhile, a female beastmaster from the White Eagle Empire summoned a tree-like beast. The tree-like creature plunged its roots into the ground. In the next instant, countless roots began to spread. Within this forest-like environment, any nearby movement would be difficult to conceal from the trance detection. However, its maximum detection range was only 10 kilometers. Yet, it was precisely because of this ability that she had been specially selected for this 4-person team. They also needed a beastmaster with abilities like Su Ming, someone who could swiftly gather their teammates. Having eliminated 2 beastmasters, specifically the 2 national-level beastmasters he most wanted to take down, Su Ming's mood was exceptionally high at this moment. Yet he still hadn't located his 3 teammates, and this began to worry him. What if the opponents had hidden abilities? If they managed to gather enough people to surround any one of the 3 of them, that would be extremely dangerous. Though their combat prowess was formidable, they feared being overwhelmed by sheer numbers. We must speed up the search for them, or find their captain-level beastmaster and eliminate them. That's the key. In their nations, only captain-level beastmasters posed a genuine threat to the trio. Killing a captain-level player would deal a massive blow to any nation's future prospects. Su Ming recalled Yamada, the captain from Sakura Nation, before the tournament began. Those snake-like eyes. We must find them and eliminate them. Su Ming's figure shifted, moving once more toward the center of Gai Island. Meanwhile, Lin Yuyan and her 2 companions were also searching for traces of Su Ming's insect beast. Xia Lin had barely begun his pursuit when he encountered a competitor from the Fran Empire. Though it wasn't their captain, Neil, Xia Lin showed no mercy. After a decisive kill, he continued his search for Su Ming's insect beast. Xiong Tianba also made his move, eliminating a competitor from the Fei Ho nation. Lin Yuyan also eliminated a competitor from a non-hostile nation. She chose not to kill him, instead forcing his surrender and expulsion from the arena. With all four players striking simultaneously across multiple fronts, nations planning to encircle Great Xia grew increasingly anxious. They were itching to call and reveal Su Ming's group's location, urging them to rally their forces immediately. If Su Ming and his trio managed to regroup, it would be the so-called 16 Nations Alliance that would suffer the consequences. 3 hours into the match, the 500,000 blade insects Su Ming had unleashed had dwindled to just 40,000. 100,000 had perished in just 3 short hours, many killed by other ferocious beasts. Of course, some contestants had also taken action, but as long as they weren't from rival nations, Su Ming had no immediate plans to interfere. Just as Su Ming was fretting over not finding Xia Lin and the other two, a figure appeared within the sight of his blade insects. Seeing this person, a smile spread across Su Ming's lips. Finally caught you, Park Gut Chang, captain of the Big Stick Nation. Chapter 139, Assemble Xia Lin, the Ultima Team. Damn it! This Guaya Island is huge. Hiding over 400 people here is like looking for a needle in a haystack, you know? Park Gut Chang, clad in his Big Stick Nation uniform, was utterly frustrated. 16 nations had agreed to unite against Great Xia, yet now he was stuck on solitary Leaf Island for the competition, unable to locate his teammates. He also had to constantly watch out for encountering Great Xia's beast masters first. Wonder if those 4 from Great Xia have been captured yet. Best if they're all eliminated saves me the trouble. Looking for us, Park Gut Chang? Who's there? Park Gut Chang jolted in surprise, whirling around to find Su Ming hovering above him, arms crossed, a smirk playing on his lips. Su Ming. The name was uttered in broken Great Xia. Su Ming let out a cold laugh. Only your parents would be ignorant enough of Great Xia culture to give you such an idiotic name. Anyone with even a basic understanding wouldn't have done that. How did you get here? Park Gut Chang stared at Su Ming in terror. In terms of strength, facing Su Ming now was tantamount to courting death. Run, that was the only thought racing through his mind now. Though neither could understand the other's words, Su Ming grasped Park Gut Chang's intent. The guy looked at him like a mouse seeing a cat. And up until now, he still hadn't summoned his beast companion. The super blood demon war insect stood beside Su Ming, poised to charge forward at his command. The next instant, a 2-winged white tiger emerged from Park Gut Chang's beast riding space. The colossal tiger, exceeding 8 meters in length, exuded an undeniable sense of oppression. Among the 16 threatening beast tamers, Park Gut Chang's strength barely scraped into the ranks. It was essentially Chao Gong giving face to the captain of this Big Stick Nation. But in terms of actual strength, he certainly posed no real threat. Seeing Su Ming now gazing at him with a smile. Fight, and you're doomed. Run, and you might just survive. Park Gut Chang understood that Su Ming would never spare his life. If Su Ming caught him, and he couldn't fight back or outrun him, death was certain. As Park Gut Chang attempted to flee, the super blood demon war insect beside Su Ming swiftly materialized before the twin-winged white tiger. Though both were king-tier beasts, the aura emanating from the super blood demon war insect caused the 2-winged white tiger, a king-tier beast renowned as the king of all beasts, to instinctively step back. 2-winged white tiger, let's go. Think you can escape? Did I ever say you could? Within the forest, the golden horn demon insect surged forth, its body as massive as a small mountain. Seeing these 2 overwhelmingly imposing king-level beasts appear, Park Gut Chang grew even more tense. Yet he had no desire to engage Su Ming now. His sole focus was fleeing. If he could find an ally during his escape, he might just force Su Ming back. Life was precious, and he refused to risk it. But then, the golden horn demon insect began violently shaking the ground. The next instant, earthen walls shot up from the ground, swiftly forming a protective dome that enveloped them inside. The live broadcast could only show a massive rock dome over 500 meters in diameter. The battle within remained entirely hidden. After roughly 20 minutes, the rock dome erupted with a thunderous explosion. Su Ming's insect army scattered in all directions, while Su Ming himself stood atop the swift wind-winged insect, soaring back into the sky. Park Gut Chang and his Beastmaster Corps lay scattered across the ground. Captain Level. The first Captain Level Beastmaster is dead. A Captain Level Beastmaster from the Great Stick Nation is dead. Holy crap, that was way too fast. Are Great Xia's captains really that formidable? The news sent shockwaves across the internet. The Great Stick Nation's Beastmaster even chose to deactivate their account. After losing 2 consecutive contestants to Su Ming, their pillar-level captain has now also fallen to him. Group A's competition was now completely out of reach for Big Stick Nation. After taking down the Big Stick Nation's captain, Su Ming's mood lifted considerably. At least, his gains since the start of the match were quite substantial. His insect beasts now covered 30% of solitary Leaf Island. Even if they hid deep in the mountains, he could still track them down.
Undoubtedly, some contestants would attempt to hide. 2 million square kilometers of land was vast. Hiding a single person was easy. However, according to the rules, if the final person remained undiscovered for an extended period, rankings would be determined based on the number of eliminations. Hiding was no solution at all. Therefore, no one would choose to hide. As Su Ming continued flying toward the central region, he suddenly received another useful message transmitted by the insect beast. The location of one of his teammates, Xiao Lin, had been pinpointed. At the same time, Xiao Lin, who had spotted Su Ming's blade insect, showed a look of joy on his face. "Su Ming, I'm here." The blade insect nodded and, under Su Ming's control, scrawled two highly abstract characters on the ground. "Wait for me." On the live stream, the audience erupted as they saw the two were about to reunite. In terms of strength, Su Ming and Xiao Lin were undoubtedly the strongest among the four. If they joined forces, any beastmaster daring to challenge them would need at least 4, if not more, to surround and attack them. Only then might they stand a chance. They're unstoppable. Once they merge, no one in the entire arena stands a chance against them. They'll sweep the competition. The second-year group can practically pop the champagne early. Who could possibly stand against them now? The forums of Great Xia exploded, and the same happened on foreign networks. Especially for rival nations' beastmasters, watching the pair steadily advance felt like the sky was falling. Chao Gong and his two companions exchanged glances, smiles spreading across their faces. At least for now, they didn't need to worry about the four from the second-year group. Su Ming and Xiao Lin, working together, could sweep aside any individual beastmaster. While Lin Yuyan and Xiong Tianba were surrounded by others. They were at a distance and not opponents they couldn't handle. Soon, Su Ming spotted Xiao Lin waiting for him at the designated spot. Upon seeing Su Ming, Xiao Lin rushed over excitedly. "Su Ming, that was way too fast. We've already reunited." Xiao Lin's face radiated excitement. This was a competition arena spanning 2 million square kilometers. I sent out plenty of insect beasts to search for you. Thankfully, you weren't too far from me. But I still haven't found Lin Yuyan and Xiong Tianba. I was worried they might be on the other side, which would have cost us a lot of time. Hopefully they can meet up first. The two of them didn't have a better solution at the moment. "Hey, Su Ming, have you eliminated any opponents yet?" Xiao Lin pressed. "Not bad. I took out 2 from Big Stick Nation, including their captain who I just finished off. I also killed a contestant from Cherry Blossom Nation." Hearing Su Ming's words, Xiao Lin took a deep breath. "Now I finally understand why all 4 of you advanced to the second round in the qualifiers. You're terrifying. Otherwise, why would His Majesty King Xia hold me in such high regard?" Chapter 140, Battlefield Situation Critical. After reuniting, Su Ming began briefing Xiao Lin on the current locations of their detected opponents. "Currently, my scouting insects have pinpointed 54 opponents. Among them are 15 beast tamers from those 16 nations. Who should we take out first? Doesn't matter. We're taking them all down anyway. The order doesn't change anything. Let's start with the closest ones." Xiao Lin stood up, his expression relaxed. "You're something else. But with the two of us teaming up, we can practically walk all over this arena. Though so far, I've only spotted one captain-level player, Park Gukchang. Could the other 15 all be concentrated in the northwest? Hard to say. These teleportation portals spawn randomly. Then it'll be tough for Xiong Tianba and the others over there. We need to hurry over. Su Ming, can your insect beast go any faster?" Xiao Lin nodded and inquired. Su Ming sighed helplessly. "Bro, my insect beast is already going as fast as it can." Alright. Let's just get moving." After standing up, the two flew toward the nearest opposing beastmaster. Su Ming and his group's direction now drew the attention of all the foreign beast tamers watching from outside. In the Rui Kingdom's viewing section, the team leaders from all 16 nations watched the direction Su Ming and his partner were flying and couldn't help but stand up. This isn't a competition, it's like the King of Hell taking attendance. Su Ming and Xiao Lin, if they team up with Xiong Tianba and Lin Yuyan, the 4 of them combined would be nearly impossible to defeat decisively by any team under 8 members. Chao Gong and his 2 companions chatted leisurely. Watching the 2 figures on the screen, they felt immensely at ease. They had little need to worry about the situation in the first group. Meanwhile, on the other side of Guy Island, 2 beast tamers, 1 man and 1 woman had gathered. The male beastmaster was none other than Monroe, captain of the White Eagle Empire. "Commander Monroe, I've finally found you." "Well done, Lorraine. Have you located any Xia beastmasters or other targets?" "Not yet. Thankfully we found you. What should we do now?" The blonde woman shook her head, her eyes fixed on Monroe as she awaited his orders. "Keep searching. If we can't find the Great Xia Beastmaster, we'll look for our allies. Gather everyone first. Then we'll sweep across this entire competition arena. It's Lord Monroe." The conversation between the two on screen was naturally captured in its entirety by the live broadcast cameras. This greatly lifted the spirits of the White Eagle Empire's team leader. Now that 2 beast masters from our White Eagle Empire have joined forces, it's anyone's game from here on out. Lord Bai now revealed a look of concern. Xiong Tianba and Lin Yuyan are in a very dangerous position right now. At this pace, if they can't move closer to Su Ming and the others within 6 hours, they will definitely be found by the White Eagle Empire's beast masters, joined by those from other nations, before Su Ming can locate them. This is indeed a troublesome situation. For now, we can only hope Su Ming and Xia Lin can converge quickly. Chao Gong shook his head. It's hopeless. Given the situation, Su Ming and Xia Lin will inevitably have to eliminate nearby opponents first. Even if they rush over, though that White Eagle Empire female Beastmaster's search speed is slower than Su Ming's, by the time he arrives, they'll likely have organized a squad of at least 4. In an instant, the Great Xia Empire's advantage seemed to plummet. Public sentiment across the outer network swiftly reversed. Many were already singing de Xia's funeral dirge. At this moment, Lin Yuyan, now in the most perilous position, realized she hadn't even glimpsed Su Ming's blade insects. The likelihood of missing him was slim. The only possibility was that her current position was extremely distant from Su Ming. In that case, it would be extremely difficult for her to find her other 2 teammates on her own. Should I hide or keep moving forward? That was the question. One wrong move could mean death. Xiong Tianba, however, lacked such meticulous thinking and continued to charge recklessly through the forest. Though neither side had actively detected the other, the current situation was extremely delicate. Should one side spot the other first, it could ignite a massive battle. Similarly, other nations' teams were using this global Beastmaster tournament to vent the hatred between their countries. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Su Ming and Xia Lin had teamed up to eliminate over 10 competitors, all hailing from the 16 participating nations. Yet his insect beast still hadn't located Lin Yuyan and the others. Still haven't found them? No. My insect beast has already searched nearly 65% of the island's area. Su Ming shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his expression. Xia Lin pressed, could they have slipped through? That's highly improbable. I'm conducting a thorough, systematic search. My insect beasts cover a substantial area, the odds of missing them are virtually non-existent. Then, it couldn't be. Xia Lin didn't finish his sentence, but Su Ming understood what he meant. He shook his head firmly. No way. There's no way they'd be caught that easily. We're leaving immediately. Where? Xia Lin asked, puzzled. We can pinpoint their approximate location now. We'll head over immediately. If they happen to be in danger, we can provide immediate backup. All right. With that thought, the 2 swiftly dashed toward the northwest of Gai Island. Their speed was extraordinary. The Beastmasters on the ground, upon spotting them, chose to ignore them almost immediately. They didn't want to invite trouble. Meanwhile, on the external live broadcast feed, Lin Yuyan's situation had become extremely perilous. Multiple Beastmasters were closing in around her. If the encircling continued to tighten, Lin Yuyan would find it increasingly difficult to evade their detection. On the White Eagle Empire's side, Monroe had assembled a squad of over 5 members. They were steadily closing in on Xiong Tianba's location. From Chao Gong and the others' god's eye view, both Lin Yuyan and Xiong Tianba's situations were now extremely perilous. Finally, Su Ming and Xia Lin have caught on. But will they make it in time? Let's hope so. Su Ming, hurry. Some had even created analytical models of the 3-way standoff. Within the Great Xia military headquarters, multiple colored red dots represented the real-time battle status of Team 2. Currently, our Great Xia forces Lin Yuyan and Xiong Tianba are both trapped in encirclements. While Lin Yuyan appears most endangered, the Beastmasters surrounding her aren't exceptionally powerful. Xiong Tianba, however, is surrounded by a 5-member squad led by the White Eagle Empire's captain. That squad now includes 2 additional captain-level Beastmasters besides him. Xiong Tianba is in the most critical situation. A young man wearing glasses spoke eloquently. What's the solution to break the stalemate? Chapter 141, Lin Yuyan surrounded emergency. How do we break the stalemate? The students of the military academy inquired. First, if Su Ming and Xia Lin arrive in time, their combat prowess alone could secure the rescue even if they can't turn the tables. The second option, though uncertain, involves the 2 squads near Xiong Tianba, the Goose Empire, and the Aber Empire. Especially the Goose Empire, which has already assembled 2 members. If they reinforce Xiong Tianba, they could hold out for quite some time. The Aber Empire's squad is led by their captain, whose strength is equally formidable. That seems rather difficult. Both factions are currently holding back, and they might not even know Xiong Tianba's location. Everyone objected to the second plan. Locating Xiong Tianba isn't hard. Once the fighting starts, the commotion caused by their combat power will be enormous. They're bound to notice. The real question is whether they're willing to help. Is there a third option? No. Both these options are essentially leaving it to fate. The real problem is that the locations they were deployed to are simply too poor. Hearing this, everyone felt utterly helpless. Watching the unfolding situation on the screen, they felt intensely tense. Since the tournament began, over 200 participants had already been eliminated. The current situation had reached an extreme level of tension.
Su Ming and his partner, who were just finishing out that area, couldn't be certain whether their two teammates had already been surrounded by opponents.
Su Ming, have you spotted anyone from other nations? We might be able to track down Xiong Tianba and the others through them.
Yes, but it doesn't look promising. I've already had my insect beasts track them from multiple angles, but so far, there's no sign of Xiong Tianba and the others.
Damn it. It can't be the worst-case scenario, can it?
Xiao Lin cursed angrily, and Su Ming's brow furrowed deeply. Perhaps they shouldn't have paused to hunt those people earlier.
My fault.
I should have prioritized finding them before regrouping to take on our opponents.
Hunting those people wasted our time. Don't blame yourself, Su Ming.
The situation changed too quickly. No one could have predicted they'd be so far from us.
Luck wasn't on our side. Xia Lin offered comfort. Su Ming declared, as the leader, failing to bring them out alive is my failure.
If they really were killed, no matter which team did it, I'll make sure every last one of them dies here.
With that, Su Ming urged his remaining double-winged golden cicada forward.
To make up for lost time, Su Ming opted for the faster double-winged golden cicadas.
Tension spread across the globe. The once-vanished Great Stick Nation beast tamers reappeared on major foreign forums.
They even stormed into the major forums of Great Xia to directly confront them. They incessantly taunted the two beast masters from Dasha's second-year group were about to be taken down again.
Within the military headquarters, Wang Zhuoxing looked at his teacher and asked, "Teacher, can they make it in time?"
It's difficult. It all depends on whether those two can hold out.
Shi Xiantian shook his head. It's difficult. The distance is too great. The tense atmosphere persisted for half an hour.
Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from the live feed. Lin Yuyan had encountered the beastmaster from another country ahead of schedule. Meanwhile, Su Ming's insect beast, which had already arrived nearby, immediately drew closer upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing the combatants, it instantly relayed the information to Su Ming.
Recognizing the familiar figure, Su Ming's heart leapt with joy, yet Lin Yuyan's precarious situation sent a chill down his spine. Su Ming, what's wrong? Did you find her? I've found Lin Yuyan. Su Ming replied. Lin Yuyan? Where is she? How is she? She just got into a fight.
My insect beast heard the commotion and rushed over, only to discover it was her.
Hearing Su Ming's words, Xiao Lin immediately grew anxious. They're already fighting? How many people? 1-on-1? 3 against 1. We need to hurry. There aren't enough insect beasts near me to help her. Hearing this, Xiao Lin urged his beast mount to accelerate even further. As the battle erupted, Shi Xiantian let out a long sigh. Wang Zhuoxing immediately asked in confusion, "Teacher, you seem more relaxed?"
Actually, I haven't mentioned it before, but the solution to breaking the stalemate lies right here.
Lin Yuyan absolutely must engage these opponents.
That way, the commotion will immediately attract the scouting beasts dispatched by Su Ming, helping him and his partner pinpoint their location swiftly.
Fortunately, Xiong Tianba's location hasn't been discovered yet.
If they found him in his current state, it would be disastrous.
Kixwanti shook his head at this.
As for Xiong Tianba, it depends entirely on whether the Goose Empire and the Aber Empire are willing to rescue him.
If they do, they can definitely hold out until Su Ming finds them and reinforcements arrive.
But if they refuse to lend a hand, Xiong Tianba will be discovered within 2 hours at the latest.
Whoa!
At that moment, beast tamers across the nation watched Su Ming and his companion racing toward the battle site and shouted, "Go, Su Ming!
Hurry! Hurry up! This is a race against the Grim Reaper. Whoever wins the race wins the battle. Hurry up!"
Meanwhile, Lin Yuyan faced 3 beast masters closing in on her. Among them was the captain from Feiho, one of the 16 S-rank threats. His S-rank combat rating was largely due to the captain's bonus. We actually found a female beastmaster from Great Xia. Kill him, they'll be furious.
Ha 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 ha.
Gritting her teeth, Lin Yuyan glared at the group. Suddenly, a bug beast appeared behind Lin Yuyan without warning.
Lin Yuyan, who had been intensely focused, whirled around. The moment she saw the insect beast, her heart surged as if injected with adrenaline.
Now that the insect beast had arrived, Su Ming would surely know of her predicament.
Kill her. The 3 beastmasters simultaneously summoned all their beasts, preparing to surround and kill Lin Yuyan with full force. Lin Yuyan had nowhere to retreat.
Silently, she prayed, "Captain, you'd better hurry."
Watching the battle unfold, Su Ming was consumed by anxiety. Damn it, double-winged golden cicada. With 6 wings, couldn't you sprout 2 more? What good are just 2 wings?
Sensing Su Ming's urgency, the twin-winged golden cicada pushed its speed to the absolute limit. Neither spoke along the way, nor did they concern themselves with the other. Whoever was faster would simply get there sooner. However, Su Ming and Xiao Lin were evenly matched in speed, neither able to outpace the other.
Chapter 142, Fei Ho, you're asking for it.
Lin Yuyan watched the 3 figures, her mind racing with plans to buy more time.
But the enemy didn't give her much time to think.
They simply overwhelmed her with sheer numbers, charging at her beasts. Each of her beasts now faced a 3 against 1 pressure. Though her beasts excelled in defense, they were powerless against such overwhelming assault. At that moment, one of the beast masters from the land of cherry blossoms declared, "Stop attacking her beasts. Just kill her outright." Kill her outright? I was hoping to have a little more fun. Captain Fei Ho grinned. As the strongest among the three, he held the ultimate authority. However, the next second, he sighed and said, "Forget it. Let's hurry up and kill her. We still need to find the others. Those 3 male beast tamers from Great Xia are the toughest to deal with." The next instant, a beast charged straight at Lin Yuyan. Seeing its master about to be killed, the black tortoise went berserk, lunging in front of Lin Yuyan to block the attack. Gazing at the black tortoise before her, Lin Yuyan's eyes instantly filled with tears. Xian Gue. Witnessing this scene, Captain Fei Ho smiled wryly. This beast master is quite perceptive. Too bad they all have to die. Immediately, multiple beasts began surrounding and attacking the black tortoise. Faced with a breach in their defenses, Lin Yuyan's 8 beasts ceased all resistance. Instead, they huddled together, exposing their strongest defenses outward. They shielded Lin Yuyan firmly beneath their collective bodies. Feeling the pain her beasts endured, Lin Yuyan's eyes were already brimming with hot tears. "Captain, where are you? My beasts are dying." Every beast master of Great Xia watching the live feed was filled with outrage. "That damn fey monkey, if I ever catch one, I'll kill it. Damn it, these bastards are deliberately torturing Lin Yuyan's beast. They won't finish it off in one strike, just keep inflicting new wounds. Ah! I can't take it anymore. Why aren't Su Ming and the others here yet? Kill them. Flay them alive." Within the Great Xia military headquarters, Shi Xiantian slammed his fist on the table as he watched the unfolding scene. "Damn it! Even that filthy monkey dares to treat our beast tamers like this? Master, why aren't we deploying troops against these bastards? With our combat strength, wiping them out would be as easy as flipping our hands." Responding to Wang Zhuoxing's question, Shi Xiantian sighed and said, "Our primary enemies remain the demonic beasts and ferocious creatures. If we were to withdraw our beastmasters to destroy their nation, it would certainly be possible. However, the entire world would condemn us. These bastards. They're asking for death." King Xia watched the scene unfold before him, seething with fury. His gaze fixed on the phone on the table, he picked it up without hesitation. Moments later, the call connected. "Hello, is this King Lin?" "Yeah. You watched the match, right?" "I did. Teach those Filipinos a lesson. Let them know what real pain feels like." "I know. I've already sent men. If we don't take out a few of their legendary tier beast masters, it won't do justice to the tiers of our beloved Great Xia's beast masters. If Lin Yuyan dies, I won't let them off." King Lin's furious voice echoed. King Xia responded in kind before hanging up. Watching Lin Yuyan's beast endure relentless torment on the screen, the rage in his heart refused to subside. At that moment, Xia Lin urgently inquired, "Su Ming, what's the current situation?" "Not good. Lin Yuyan's beast is shielding her inside, but that captain from Feiho, along with 2 contestants from Sakura Nation and Ingji Nation, are brutalizing her beast." "Damn it! I'll kill them." "Almost there. Golden Cicada, hurry up." For the first time, Su Ming shouted furiously at his beast. Sensing its master's rage, the beast itself grew equally furious. Meanwhile, the English contestant, seeing Lin Yuyan's beast now drenched in blood, addressed the pair, "Had enough? Time to wrap this up. We've already wasted an hour. Not playing anymore?" Captain Feiho asked them. The Sakura Nation competitor shrugged. "I'm fine with it. Getting a bit bored. These beasts are undeniably tough still alive after all we've put them through. Fine, this is boring. I'm not done yet. Let's finish them off with all 3 of us." Meanwhile, Lin Yuyan remained safe under the protection of her own beast. Had long since broken down into a tearful mess. Su Ming's blade insect remained steadfastly by her side. Gazing at Su Ming's blade insects, Lin Yuyan couldn't help but embrace them. "Captain, where are you? My beast is dying. I can't hold on much longer." Hearing their words, Lin Yuyan seemed to make a decision. Slowly rising to her feet, the beast-taming space opened behind her. In the next instant, all her beasts were slowly drawn into the beast-taming space. Seeing the scene unfold before them, Feiho and the others froze in surprise. "What's going on? Does she intend to fight us alone?" The trio exchanged glances. Lin Yuyan glared at them, her voice filled with fury. "I won't let my beasts die before me. If you want to kill me first. My captain and my teammates will avenge me and you'll die too." "I understand a little of what she's saying," remarked the beastmaster from Sakura Nation. "What did she say?" At that moment, Lin Yuyan stood like a lamb awaiting slaughter, waiting for the trio's verdict. "She said she wants to die in front of her beastmaster and that her teammates will kill us too." Hearing this, Feiho burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. You weren't counting on Su Ming and his crew, were you? I've known about you lot all along. But when the time comes, it'll be you who die. With the 16 nations united, we'll wipe out your entire Great Xia second squad right here on Guy Island." Feiho roared with laughter, then bellowed, "Since you crave death, I'll grant your wish." Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from the ground.
A massive cloud of dust billowed upward. What the hell? Fei Ho and his two companions froze in shock.
As the dust settled, the form of the golden-horned demon insect gradually came into view.
A bug as a mount?
The trio murmured in unison, then suddenly realized something.
You wanna play? We'll play with you. Fei Ho, you're asking for it. Chapter 143, one crisis follows another. Fei Ho, you're asking for trouble.
A furious shout sent shivers down their spines. They snapped their heads up to see Su Ming and Xia Lin hovering in midair, their icy stares fixed on the trio. Their piercing gaze, penetrating to the soul, required no words. The murderous intent radiating from them was palpable. The timely arrival of Su Ming and Xia Lin brought immediate relief to the great Xia Beastmasters watching the livestream.
Thank goodness. Su Ming and the others finally made it. My goddess won't be bullied by Fei Ho and his crew anymore. Su Ming, avenge my goddess. Kill them. Kill them. Skin them alive.
The livestream comments were already brimming with countless gruesome tortures. Within the borders of Rui Kingdom, Chao Gong and his two companions saw the scene and instantly breathed a sigh of relief.
Thankfully, we made it in time. We're safe now. With these two here, that's enough.
Meanwhile, the leader of the Fei Ho group stared at the scene before him, his eyes instantly becoming hollow and lifeless. From a god's eye view, the three before him had already been sentenced to death.
It's over. It's over. It's over.
Meanwhile, Lin Yuyan, seeing the two emerge, had tears welling in her eyes. Though it had been less than 2 hours, witnessing her beast guardian being brutally mauled to protect her.
Her emotional endurance had reached its absolute limit. Captain, Xia Lin, you're finally here. The two landed swiftly.
Xia Lin approached Lin Yuyan, reaching out to steady her as she swayed on the verge of collapse.
You've been through so much. We're sorry we're late.
Su Ming slowly turned to face the three figures before him. From their attire, Su Ming recognized which country the three hailed from.
Su Ming, Xia Lin.
Seeing them, Fei Ho in the middle was startled.
How did you two end up here? The three of them, upon seeing Su Ming and Xia Lin, couldn't help but step back.
Just as Su Ming was about to act, Xia Lin coldly interjected from behind him. Su Ming, leave the one in the middle to me.
Xia Lin had already moved to Su Ming's side.
Turning to glance at Xia Lin's murderous expression, then at Lin Yuyan behind him.
Su Ming nodded. All right. It's being broadcast worldwide. Don't go easy on him. Don't worry. I'll make you regret ever being born.
The next instant, a massive azure dragon slowly stepped out from behind Xia Lin, emerging from his beast summoning space.
Its terrifying dragon aura approached that of a true dragon. Gulp. What do we do?
The three exchanged glances. They wanted to flee, but escape was utterly impossible now.
Fight.
There's no escaping now. Su Ming chuckled coldly. Fei Ho, looks like you've drawn the short straw. Without hesitation, Xia Lin commanded his beast to attack Fei Ho's beast. The remaining two opponents naturally fell to Su Ming.
Watching them, Su Ming's thoughts shifted and his beast-taming space opened. You three, if you want to compete, go ahead. But making the only girl on our team cry? Tell me you're not asking for trouble.
As if you'd ever let us off easy if you got your hands on us, retorted the Japanese Beastmaster indignantly.
The Sakura Nation's Beastmaster retorted indignantly.
Su Ming abruptly lifted his head, his gaze locking onto him.
Well, you seem to know me pretty well. Fine, since that's the case, you two can join him on his journey. 2 against 3. The fight didn't last long.
Su Ming took down both of them. Having mastered the art of Beastmaster duels, Su Ming now saw no point in wasting his own beast to kill another Beastmaster's creature. He simply held them off, leaving the rest to his blade insects. Outnumbered, they simply didn't have enough beasts to spare for protecting their own tamers. Fei Ho, however, met a grim fate. Xia Lin systematically slaughtered every single one of his beasts before having his azure dragon crush the leader to death with a single stomp. Watching the captain of the Fei Ho faction reduced to a pulp, Su Ming shook his head helplessly. Fei Ho, he sighed. Why did you have to provoke Xia Lin? It's like shining a lantern in a dung heap asking for trouble. After dealing with the three, the pair approached Lin Yuyan. Lin Yuyan had calmed down considerably by now. How are you, Lin Yuyan? Are your beasts okay? Su Ming inquired. No life-threatening injuries, but it's still recovering. Lin Yuyan nodded in response. Xia Lin then retrieved healing potions from his storage ring and said, hurry and give them these. The battle isn't over yet. Alright, thank you, Lin Yuyan nodded. Su Ming approached his blade insect, patting its head. Good work. By the way, Yuyan, have you found Xiong Tianba? Xia Lin asked. No, I've been moving constantly. But the density of beast masters here feels incredibly high. I've already eliminated several people along the way. Lin Yuyan glanced at Su Ming nearby and asked doubtfully, hasn't even the captain's insect beast been found yet? Not yet. Just then, Su Ming called out to them, Xia Lin, Lin Yuyan, we're ready to go. Where to? My insect beast detected a trace. Xiong Tianba might be in that direction. Alright. Hearing this, the two nodded in agreement without a moment's hesitation. Su Ming mounted his golden cicada with twin wings, while Lin Yuyan stood rooted to the spot, looking somewhat at a loss.
Yuyan, ride with my beast. Your own is still injured and shouldn't venture out. Lin Yuyan nodded. Alright, thank you. The three immediately flew toward the direction where Xiong Tianba might appear. Half an hour earlier, Monroe's group, who had already detected Xiong Tianba's trail, had now located him. He was in the midst of eliminating a contestant from the Big Stick Nation. Xiong Tianba's brows furrowed instantly at the sight of the 5 approaching figures. Monroe, Yamada, Neil? Despite the sudden appearance of 3 captain-level opponents behind him, Xiong Tianba showed no sign of panic. Looks like I'm in luck. I get to take out 5 people at once. Still talking tough when death is upon you? Truly worthy of being the Bear King's descendant. Hearing this clumsy Great Xia language, Xiong Tianba instantly roared with fury, my great-grandfather? Is he someone you lot can even speak of? Come on then, let me see what you're made of. Kill. In the next instant, the 5 beasts charged forth simultaneously. Xiong Tianba roared defiantly, showing no fear. His own beast charged straight into the fray. Meanwhile, on 2 separate fronts of the battle, 2 groups of people watched the fight unfold. Should we intervene? Bear Tianba of Great Xia is formidable, but he won't last long. If we intervene, we might become collateral damage. What we bear on our shoulders is our nation. If reinforcements from Great Xia arrive Su Ming or Xiaolin, we could stand united with them. We rise and fall together. But if Monroe's forces wipe out Great Xia, what good will come to us? Chapter 144, The Great Goose and Old Man Empire enter the war. The 2 from the Goose Empire were still wavering. Just then, amidst the battlefield teetering on collapse, a colossal sand beast charged forward. It's Captain Mute from the Aber Empire. He's actually come to aid Great Xia. The Aber Empire has always had issues with the White Eagle Empire, though they weren't as overt as the Great Xia's. This battle clearly signals they're ready to test their strength against the White Eagle Empire. Xiong Tianba was utterly astonished. However, the moment their gazes met, the tacit understanding between men needed no words. So Mu Div from the Aber Empire has arrived too? Excellent. Now I can deal with both of you troubles at once. Monroe's lips curved into a faint smile. The battle between the 2 sides was immense, with a combined total of 5 captain-level fighters engaged. Xiong Tianba and Mu Div braced against the assault of 5 opponents. Initially, they held their ground, but as time wore on, the wounds on their beasts grew more numerous. Damn it! Are we going to die here? Xiong Tianba seethed with frustration, yet he couldn't fathom who might come to their rescue. Su Ming's insect beast remained undetected. It was certain that the captain and himself were as far apart as heaven and earth. Kill those 2, and our next battle will be easier. Monroe roared with laughter. Xiong Tianba roared, come on, you bastards. Your old man Xiong is right here. Yamada no Orochi, slay him. Just as Yamada no Orochi lunged at Xiong Tianba under Yamada no Orochi's command, 2 colossal ice bears crashed down from the sky. Seeing the summoned beasts appear, Monroe needed no time to think before guessing who had arrived. The twin brothers of the Great Goose Empire you're meddling to? Great Xia is our ally. Sorry, but we couldn't just stand by when we saw you. Arriving from the Goose Empire were its strongest twin brothers. Individually, they might be weaker, but together, they could match the combat power of a top-tier captain. You too! Xiong Tianba exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight. The latter smiled faintly, we've long had our eye on the White Eagle Empire. They love banding together to gang up on others. Ah, you're absolutely right. They're all snakes and rats in the same nest. Xiong Tianba roared with laughter, feeling his beastmaster's fighting spirit surge. The massive beast, still covered in wounds, let out another earth-shaking roar. Friends! This is what true friends are made of, standing by each other in times of trouble. This way, even if we can't win, we might just hold out until Su Ming finds them. I've already downed a whole bottle of emergency heart medicine just watching this match. How come they just saved Lin Yuyan, and now Xiong Tianba is surrounded by them again? Su Ming, you guys need to react fast. Bai Gong and the other 2 wore expressions of helplessness. The 2 were indeed in a dire situation, but thanks to the assistance from the Old Man Empire and the Big Goose Empire, Xiong Tianba was currently safe. Chao Gong raised his wineglass in a toast to the team leaders of the 2 nations beside him. The White Eagle Empire's leader sneered coldly, rest assured, Monroe will take care of them before Su Ming and his crew even arrive. On the battlefield, the 4 against 5 fight seemed to have reached a stalemate. We can't waste time on these few. We must eliminate them quickly. Monroe addressed the 4 beside him, you 2 hold off Mud and the Goose Brothers. I'll take care of Xiong Tianba from Great Xia first. Understood. Moments later, the beasts of the 3 comrades fighting alongside him were pinned down by the opposing 4. Xiong Tianba's beast was instantly isolated. Even the 4 of them were now exposed within the range of Monroe's beast's attack. Bear Lord, hold them off. Roar. 3 massive bears roared in unison. The temperature around them plummeted at that moment.
Monroe stepped forward, bellowing, "Cthulhu, Lord of Flames, accept this offering from your subjects." With a chanting roar, the Cthulhu-bound beasts originally controlled by Monroe and the female beastmasters of his White Eagle Empire. At that moment, over 10 Cthulhu-type beasts had their combat power absorbed by Thugya. Thugya itself grew visibly larger at a rapid pace. A colossal flame-covered monster appeared before them, towering over 50 meters tall. It might even have reached 100 meters. Now, having absorbed their power, Thugya lived up to the name of Monroe's talent. He was the king of Cthulhu. The intensely burning flames instantly raised the surrounding temperature. Xiong Tianba swallowed hard, glancing at the three beside him. "Sorry, everyone. I'm holding you back. We haven't lost yet. Don't talk like that." Mu De roared, instantly snapping the despondent Xiong Tianba back to reality. "Yeah, I haven't lost yet. So what if he's got a bigger head? I ain't scared of you." Meanwhile, Su Ming and his two companions, who were searching for Xiong Tianba, suddenly witnessed a colossal flame-covered creature rising in the distance. "That looks like the Cthulhu-like beast from the White Eagle Empire's Menlo, Thugya, right?" Xia Lin gazed into the distance and spoke slowly. Su Ming immediately exclaimed, "Let's go now." "What? Are we going to destroy Monroe right now? Xiong Tianba must be there." Su Ming bellowed. "Captain, how can you be so sure?" Lin Yuyan asked, puzzled. Both urged their beasts to accelerate as Su Ming explained, "On this battlefield, few can provoke Monroe into unleashing his innate ability. That size alone couldn't be achieved by Monroe's Cthulhu beast alone. It means his Thugya has absorbed more than 2 Cthulhu beasts. This guy's talent is monstrous, no less than Xia Lin's. Who do you think could possibly force Monroe to unleash his full power?" Su Ming's words jolted both of them awake. Meanwhile, Xiong Tianba, facing Tula with the amplified power of 2 Cthulhu beasts, was struggling immensely. The White Eagle Empire's female beastmaster, Rolling, suddenly appeared beside Monroe, her expression alarmed. "Sir, 2 beasts are rapidly approaching our position." "2? Are you certain you didn't misjudge?" "No, my observers stationed on the high mountain confirmed it 2 beasts and 3 beastmasters." Hearing this, Monroe's brow immediately furrowed. Clearly, this number matched Su Ming's group perfectly. "How far are they from us now?" "Too late. They'll reach us within 10 minutes. "Damn it." 10 minutes seemed like an eternity, but with Xiong Tianba and his 3 men still in sight, they couldn't just stand by and watch them escape. Moreover, if they attempted to flee, the pursuit by Su Ming and his group would make escape utterly impossible. In that case, let's fight. I'm eager to see if Su Ming and Xia Lin truly match their records if they can stand against my Thugya. Chapter 145, All's Fair in War, Survival is King. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. The 2 strongest teams in the first-year division are about to clash. The big battle's about to start. Holy crap, once this fight ends, the entire second-year competition will be over. At this moment, the entire world was buzzing with excitement. Watching a competition is undoubtedly about witnessing the strongest battles. Clearly, as Su Ming and Xia Lin drew closer, the intensity of the spectators' excitement only grew. Before Su Ming and his 2 companions could draw near, a figure appeared in the air. Su Ming! Xia Lin! Hearing that awkward shout, Su Ming and Xia Lin exchanged a glance. A faint smile touched their lips. Looks like he's ready to settle this once and for all right here. Xiong Tianba must be here. Let's go. This battle is unavoidable. Lin Yuyan spoke up then, I can join the fight too. All right. Su Ming didn't refuse. Lin Yuyan's beast-taming abilities were undoubtedly impossible to restore. But given the current situation, her involvement was essential. Xia Lin opened his mouth to speak, but the words died on his lips. Meanwhile, Xiong Tianba, struggling desperately below, finally broke into a smile. Su Ming, Xia Lin, you're here. Moments later, Su Ming and his 2 companions arrived at the battlefield. The fighting had expanded the battlefield to cover an area larger than dozens of football fields. With Su Ming and his companions joining the fray, the others who had been locked in fierce combat paused their fighting. Su Ming, Xia Lin, Lin Yuyan, you're all here. Xiong Tianba hadn't expected to be the last one found. Su Ming smiled and waved down at Xiong Tianba below. He also spotted the 2 from the Big Goose Empire and Mu De from the Old Man Empire. It seems that without their help, we might not have made it in time to save Xiong Tianba. Yeah, fighting alone really sucks. Xia Lin nodded in agreement. Monroe crossed his arms, watching Su Ming and the others. Let's go. Despite the awkward phrasing, Su Ming and his companion understood perfectly. The 2 exchanged a knowing smile. Su Ming spoke calmly, I'll handle that Yagami Takeshi. All right. Xia Lin nodded in agreement. Now, the numerical advantage had suddenly shifted. Su Ming's side now had 7 members, outnumbering Monroe's 5. However, the combined combat strength of Lin Yuyan and Xiong Tianba still fell short of either of their peak levels. Ignoring Monroe's group, the 3 approached Xiong Tianba and his men. Are you okay? Thank goodness you're here. Otherwise, we really wouldn't have been able to hold out much longer. Xiong Tianba, unusually, acknowledged his dire predicament. We're here now.
Can you still fight? Absolutely.
Xiaolin approached the trio from the Goose Empire and the Old Man Empire.
Thank you, all three of you. We're friends.
At that moment, Monroe called out to Su Ming and the others, "Hey!
How long do you plan to chat?"
Su Ming turned his head and glanced at the others beside him.
Are you ready?
Oh! The group let out a collective shout and a faint smile touched Su Ming's lips. The beast summoning space behind him opened, and countless insect beasts began pouring out. The others simultaneously recalled their own beasts.
Monroe, witnessing this, shouted, "Engage!"
In mere moments, both sides' beasts formed two opposing lines, facing each other. Su Ming's insect horde encircled all the other beasts. The two armies stood ready to clash, the scene unfolding like a magnificent war painting. Charge! The cry rang out, its origin unknown, and instantly, both sides plunged into a chaotic melee.
In any battle involving Su Ming, there was never a shortage of beasts.
Now, amidst the chaos of over a dozen combatants, the number of beasts excluding Su Ming's own surpassed 100. Beasts clashed everywhere, filling the sky and earth. Su Ming's golden cicada wings and Xiaolin's azure dragon clashed against the now enhanced Tugya. As for the Yamata no Orochi, he sent his super blood demon war insect to sever its head.
How laughable. You've sorely underestimated my Yamata no Orochi.
The language of Sakura Nation was nearly identical to that of Great Xia, though it had become distorted during its transmission.
Su Ming could understand much of the written language.
To this, Su Ming only sneered coldly, "To slay this little snake of yours, do I truly need my divine beast to step in?"
Su Ming, you will pay for your arrogance. Is that so?
Su Ming sneered coldly. Perhaps his super blood demon war insect truly lagged behind the Yamata no Orochi, now a divine beast cub, in terms of bloodline. But the magnitude of his combat power boost was something Yama no Orochi could never comprehend. With nearly 40-fold combat enhancement, even a pig could devour a tiger raw. Meanwhile, Su Ming's lower-tier insect beasts began moving toward the periphery of the battlefield.
Su Ming's objective was crystal clear, yet there was no solution.
His objective was clear: decapitation. No matter how powerful a Beastmaster's mounts were, if the Beastmaster died, even divine beasts would perish.
This was a life or death battle, not some friendly sparring match.
His goal was to secure victory with the least possible losses. By the time Monroe and the others realized this, it was already too late. With both sides evenly matched in numbers, they had no spare beasts to spare for defense.
Yamata no Orochi. Yagami felt the threat of death and instantly widened his eyes.
But the super blood demon war insect would never allow his beast to retreat to save him. What he lacked least were beasts. Even if it meant dragging them down with 100,000 or 500,000 insect beasts, he would hold them back and eliminate their beastmasters first. Meanwhile, the spectators watching the scene instantly split into two factions.
Sakura Nation Beastmasters, that Great Xia Beastmaster shows no respect for the spirit of Bushido. Why resort to ambush using superior numbers instead of a fair duel? Great Goose Empire Beastmaster, this is a fight to the death. Who cares about your samurai code?
That kind of spirit is only good for restraining younger children during their make-believe games.
Aber Empire Beastmaster, ha ha, exactly. This is a fight to the death. The goal is simple: you die, I live. Who cares how I survive to kill you? Great Xia Beastmaster, so what if Su Ming has more beasts? What are you gonna do about it? Bite me? Online insults flew thick and fast, while the on-site team leaders grew increasingly anxious. The Sakura Nation leader's voice trembled. Great Xia leader, are these the Beastmasters you've trained? In the heat of battle, they resort to outright ambushes. Bai Gong shot him a cold stare. In an instant, the trembling hand retracted sharply. Cao Cao nodded. Su Ming is remarkably composed. Choosing him as captain was indeed the right decision. This is a life or death battle. What rules matter? The dead have no dignity left to speak of. Hua snorted coldly, his disdain evident as he continued, "If they're dissatisfied, let's have another match right here. I'd love to see how high they can jump." Chapter 146, the top 32, match results. Su Ming, you can't do this. You just can't. On the battlefield, Su Ming's swarm of insectoid beasts had already surrounded the 5 men, leaving no escape. A single thought from Su Ming would instantly slaughter all 5. Witnessing this scene, the 3 from the Goose Empire and the Aber Empire felt a wave of relief wash over them. Thankfully, they had chosen to rescue Xiong Tianba, rather than standing by as mere observers. It seemed they had now boarded the great ship of the Great Xia. Su Ming smiled faintly. This is a life or death battle, not child's play. If you die, the fight ends. No, Su Ming. All 5 feared death. Possessing such extraordinary talent, how could they accept such an ordinary end? Yet Su Ming watched the scene unfold before him with cold detachment. When fighting me, as long as you're my equal, the one who dies will always be you. This was the advantage of overwhelming numbers and the inherent flaw of a beastmaster. Kill. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming uttered the icy command. The 5 men had no time to react before being simultaneously pierced through by the blade insects. The beasts, deprived of their masters, fell like kites with severed strings, dying instantly.
Su Ming showed no mercy. Among them were two divine beast cubs.
For his own golden cicada with twin wings, these corpses were a tremendous nourishment. After devouring all their beasts, Su Ming exhaled deeply.
The most pressing issue was now resolved, and all 4 members were accounted for.
The next step was to proceed steadily, reducing the remaining personnel to just 32.
Su Ming stepped before the trio, extending his hand.
Thank you for your help. Without it, Xiong Tianba might already be dead. It's what friends do.
Su Ming smiled faintly. There shouldn't be any overly powerful beast tamers ahead.
You should join us.
Your beasts sustained significant injuries in the recent battle. Hearing Su Ming's invitation, none of the 3 hesitated to accept. Meanwhile, Group 2 under Su Ming's command had secured an absolute victory after eliminating several key combatants from the White Eagle Empire. At this moment, Chao Gong and his 2 companions could finally breathe a sigh of relief. We've finally taken care of one threat, but the situation with the 3rd and 4th groups remains unclear. Compared to Su Ming's Group 2, Groups 3 and 4 were progressing much more slowly. This was largely due to Su Ming's insect beast army, which had directly accelerated the conclusion of the battle.
1 day later,
the 32 members of the sophomore division were finally confirmed. The 4 members of the Great Xia faction smoothly advanced to the top 32. This had become a foregone conclusion after the 5 members of the Monroe faction were eliminated. Of the 16 nations captains who had planned to form an alliance, only the captain from the Yingji Empire advanced to the top 32. The other 15 had all been eliminated on Gai Island without exception. The battles within the second-year group had lost all suspense after the first round concluded. Back in Great Xia, celebrations erupted for what could be called a monumental victory. Upon returning to Ruegwa, the group immediately headed back to the hotel to rest. Bai Gong, however, brought his men back to look after the 4. After all, these 4 had just defeated the top talents from so many nations. One could never be too sure if someone might be tempted to take action against them. The 4 entered Bai Gong's quarters, where he greeted them with a smile.
Truly unexpected.
We had the highest hopes for your second-year team, but never imagined you'd execute it so flawlessly. Now it's those other nations' turn to feel the sting. It's mostly thanks to the captain. If he hadn't found us in time, Yu Yan and I would probably be dead by now.
Xiong Tianba shrugged.
Lin Yuyan nodded in agreement.
That's right, Bai Gong.
When I saw those 3, I felt like the sky was falling and escape was impossible. But the moment I saw the captain's blade bug appear beside me, I knew he and the others must be nearby. At their praise, Su Ming waved his hands hurriedly.
You too, don't flatter me like this. Come on, Su Ming, you're still being modest.
After this battle, I'd never want to face you as an opponent. There's simply no chance of winning.
Xia Lin shook his head, still visibly shaken. Fighting Su Ming?
Unless you have an overwhelming advantage, once his blade bugs and shield bugs close in, how do you defend? As long as our beastmasters are held off by Su Ming, he'll always have extra beasts to kill our beastmasters.
An opponent like that is terrifying.
Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine.
Our fight against Monroe and his crew wasn't even a fair match. Monroe absorbed the power of both his own Cthulhu beast and that female beastmaster's Cthulhu beast. That flame Cthulhu was truly terrifying. But no matter how terrifying it was, it didn't matter. Su Ming's insect beasts just snuck in and destroyed it. Xia Lin rambled on, clearly shaken by Su Ming's combat style.
Bai Gong nodded in agreement.
Exactly. That's why King Xia declared Su Ming's talent a gift to our great Xia, unparalleled in history and unlikely to be matched in the future. On the battlefield, Su Ming's abilities are truly terrifying.
Beastmasters may have enhanced physical strength beyond ordinary humans, but they offer no resistance against his beasts.
We are beastmasters.
If our beasts cannot protect us, we are essentially just stronger ordinary people. That's precisely why Su Ming was hunted down by foreign organizations so early on. Su Ming listened to their words and felt a bit embarrassed.
You're flattering me so much, I'm getting embarrassed. By the way, Bai Gong, what about our senior brothers and sisters? How are their battles going? Xiong Tianba asked curiously at this point.
After returning, they hadn't watched the livestream. Bai Gong had summoned them privately.
Hearing this, Bai Gong sighed.
Well, the third-year group is holding up okay. They've lost one member so far, but no casualties. However, Yan Xinyue from the fourth-year group has fallen in battle.
What? Senior sister Yan is dead? Xiong Tianba jumped to his feet.
Yan Xinyue was a student of the Polar Beastmaster Academy.
Bai Gong sighed, yes.
She was ambushed by forces from the White Eagle Empire.
With no reinforcements, she was killed in battle. Damn the White Eagle Empire.
Once I've cultivated to true power, I'll wipe you out. In an instant, the four men's triumphant joy vanished, replaced by profound despondency.
Seeing this, White Lord immediately tried to console them. In battle, sacrifice is inevitable.
As beast tamers, you must be prepared for this. Prepare to die at any moment. This global beast tamer tournament has only just begun.
You still have many challenges ahead. But for now, you can be happy. At the very least, none of you will face each other in the second round. If things go smoothly, reaching the top 8 will bring substantial rewards. By then, your strength will have taken another leap forward. Chapter 147, Abyssal Secret Realm, Demon Corrupted Beast Masters? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyan inquired, Master Bai, I've heard that the winner of the Global Beastmaster Tournament receives a reward from the Tournament Foundation. The prize varies each year. What is it this year? Mr. Bai smiled slightly at Lin Yuyan's question. He then turned his gaze to the other three. Nodding, he replied, that's correct. The rewards are actually pooled together by each of our nations. As prizes for your competition, they are indeed quite lavish. Take last year's top 3 finishers in your second year group as an example. Each received a legendary grade beast egg worth 300 billion resources. Of course, this value could also be converted into funds. Second place received 200 billion, and third place received 100 billion. Whoa! But isn't it also possible to enter the Abyss Secret Realm? Xiao Lin pressed. Bai Gong nodded. Seems you've all done your research. Yes, you can enter the Abyss Secret Realm, but only national team members ranked in the top 3 can go. The entry order is determined by your team's final ranking. The Abyss Secret Realm? What is that? Su Ming asked in confusion. Xiao Lin asked in surprise, Su Ming, you don't know about the Abyss Secret Realm? I don't? Do you guys know? Seeing the 3 nod, Su Ming smiled wryly. Seems I'm a bit out of the loop. The Abyss Secret Realm, it occurs every 3 years. The Global Beastmaster Tournament is largely fought over this very Abyss Secret Realm. What's the benefit of this Abyssal Realm? Is it also about contracting divine beasts? Su Ming inquired doubtfully. Bai Gong shook his head. There are no divine beasts within the Abyss Secret Realm. In fact, you won't be able to contract any Beastmaster creatures at all. If we can't contract any beasts, how does it help us Beastmasters? The 3 fell silent, waiting for Bai Gong's explanation. Su Ming, you fought against demonic beasts before. How would you rate their combat strength? Very strong. After becoming demonic, their combat power increases several-fold. After Su Ming finished, Bai Gong wore a meaningful smile. Su Ming snapped to attention, exclaiming in shock, Lord Bai, could this be the Abyss Secret Realm? Exactly. It can enhance your beast's combat power, and it's precisely what you understand as demonic transformation. Demonization. Won't my beast companion attack me then? Su Ming asked, taking a deep breath. Bai Gong shook his head. Once a beast is bound to you by contract, it won't betray you. If it could betray you, it wouldn't have been contracted in the first place. There's a bond between you. If you die, it dies too. Monsters aren't fools. As is well known, our beasts remain unaffected by demonic energy during demonic surges. However, within the Abyssal Secret Realm, they can be corrupted. The method to achieve this is by hunting and consuming demon-corrupted spirits within the realm. The more you absorb, the greater your corruption becomes, and the more your combat power increases. Of course, you can become corrupted by staying within the Abyssal Secret Realm, but only by consuming these corrupted spirits can your beast gain greater enhancement. Corrupted spirits reach a peak accumulation every 3 years. This is what our years of research have revealed. That's precisely why we chose this approach. Each team has 12 hours to enter. Only after the first team exits can the second team enter. Therefore, securing first place grants the most opportunities. Bai Gong's words stirred excitement within Su Ming. Yet he immediately realized something and asked, are we grouped with the 3rd and 4th year teams? How can we possibly compete with them? The demonized spirits aren't mere decorations, they possess combat strength. Each of your 4 teams will be teleported to demonized spirit zones with varying levels of power. That's precisely why the competition is divided into 4 groups. Oh, I see. Su Ming nodded, satisfied with the explanation. But the reward Bai Gong mentioned had him already salivating. After all, he commanded an entire insect beast army. This meant his entire insect beast army could grow stronger. Su Ming, you stand to gain the most from entering the Abyss Secret Realm. With all your insect beasts undergoing demonic transformation, their combat power could at least double. Truly terrifying. Xiong Tianba realized this too, looking at Su Ming with a touch of envy. Xiao Lin nodded in agreement. Su Ming, I can't help but feel like the gap between us just widened again. Su Ming's talent is truly terrifying. Bai Gong observed the group and smiled knowingly. He stood up and said, alright, you all go rest now and prepare for the next round of competition. While I have confidence in the 4 of you, you still can't afford to be careless. If the 4 of you can secure the top 4 spots in the second year group, then we'll at least guarantee a top 3 finish for our team. Can our first year group alone determine that? Su Ming asked doubtfully. Bai Gong responded with a faint smile, our first year group secured 1st and 3rd in the top 4, while 2 others placed 7th and 10th. Whoa, that's incredible. Indeed. Our young generation in Great Xia is growing ever stronger. Great Xia will grow mightier alongside you. Bai Gong exhaled deeply, unable to suppress his admiration. Xiong Tianba asked curiously, who was that first place finisher? The descendant of the Lin King. This revelation caused everyone to suddenly understand.
After that, the four lingered in by Gong's quarters, pulling him into more details about the secret realm before reluctantly returning to their own rooms to rest. Compared to the Xia team's bountiful harvest at this moment, the situation for the other nations was looking grim. Most nations opposing Great Xia saw their second-tier teams not merely eliminated in the first round of the tournament, but outright slaughtered by Su Ming and his men. Not a single one of them had survived to leave Gai Island. These were their nation's elite combat forces. Especially individuals like Monroe and Yagami Takeshi, both were beast masters who commanded national divine beasts. Not only were the men killed, but Su Ming also slaughtered their divine beast cubs and fed them to the twin-winged golden cicadas. A disgrace. A disgrace. I will kill that Su Ming. Impossible. Chao Hongzhou and Baitanza have arrived from Great Xia, and Rui Nation still hosts Great Xia's garrison forces. If we act now, we'll give Great Xia an opportunity. We'll all die here, and our remaining young members from the senior, third year, and fourth year groups will be buried with us. We absolutely cannot act. Exactly. The Great Xia is just waiting for us to make a move. They'd have a reason to attack us. Absolutely not. Are we just supposed to swallow this humiliation? This matter requires careful planning. For now, we can only watch them celebrate. The second year group has no choice but to concede. Damn it. Our entire plan was ruined by this competition site. It's too vast, scattering everyone too thin. Isn't there a saying in Great Xia? It's all about timing and fate. Chapter 148, Round 2, a match without suspense. 2 days later, the first round matches for the third year and fourth year groups concluded. Daxia had 4 participants advance to the top 32 in the third year group and 3 in the fourth year group. Currently, only one Daxia Beastmaster from the fourth year group had been eliminated in the first round. Following their conclusion, the second round of the sophomore group where Su Ming competed commenced immediately. Consequently, the top-tier beast tamers from various nations, especially those at the captain level who had been hunted down by Su Ming and Xia Lin during the first round, were now nearly wiped out. The participants advancing to the second round's top 32 still possessed respectable strength, but most had not reached captain level. Consequently, the second round featured a relatively ordinary lineup of competitors. In the stands, since the event was held in Western nations where monarchies still endured, numerous royal family members had come to watch the matches. Chao Gong and his companions stood in the Great Xia rest area, arms crossed, their faces showing no trace of tension. This is likely the weakest second round in the history of the Global Beastmaster Tournament for the second year group. Gong responded with a faint smile. Just Su Ming and his 3 teammates alone have eliminated a staggering 28 captain-level Beastmasters. That's true. By the end, Su Ming and his team were killing with a bloodlust. They eliminated anyone who wasn't from a nation confirmed to be friendly to us, never choosing to simply disqualify them. Bai Gong also wore a bitter smile. Su Ming's group had turned nations that were once somewhat neutral into even more resentful enemies of the Great Xia Empire. But to the Great Xia, it hardly mattered. A few more fleas wouldn't cause much discomfort. After all, lice don't kill people. Among the current 32 participants, excluding Su Ming's group, fewer than 10 possess strength approaching or even touching the level of a captain. Most nations' captains fell far short of the combat strength Xia required for that rank. That is, a level exceeding 45, a beast rider with a divine beast descendant whose bloodline purity surpasses 95%, and no fewer than 3 royal grade beasts under their command. Fewer than 20 individuals meet all 3 criteria. Even counting those who fall short in some areas, the total number barely reaches 50. Therefore, this round of 32 elimination matches posed little difficulty for Great Xia. They needn't even worry about their final ranking in the tournament. Due to the national avoidance principle, Su Ming and his 3 companions could not possibly be drawn as opponents. In fact, with favorable draws, the 4 could potentially meet directly in the finals. This would allow the Great Xia to claim the top 4 spots in the senior division. According to the rules, the 4 would be considered joint first place. The sophomore division would consequently earn more team points. Su Ming scanned the list. Currently, there were virtually no threats to their position. Su Ming and his 2 teammates were all quite strong, with only Lin Yuyan being slightly weaker. The Goose Empire twins, split apart, weren't particularly formidable either. The main concern was William, the captain of the Yingji Empire, whose strength surpassed Lin Yuyan's. As long as Lin Yuyan didn't draw him, the rest should be manageable. Now, it all comes down to the draw. Su Ming and his 2 companions turned to look at Lin Yuyan beside them. She muttered with a hint of frustration, "Even if I draw him, I'm not afraid." Amidst their banter, the draw results were revealed. Seeing that they hadn't drawn William, Lin Yuyan and Su Ming's group all breathed a sigh of relief. The second round of matches would still follow a round-robin format. With no evenly matched battles to speak of, what should have been a highly anticipated contest now paled in comparison. Within the Great Xia military headquarters, Wang Zhuoxing arrived early at his teacher's residence. Seeing his teacher leisurely enjoying breakfast, Wang Zhuoxing couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Teacher, the matches for my junior brothers have started. Aren't you going to watch? What's there to see? Monroe and the others have already been eliminated."
With teammates avoiding each other, who could possibly pose a threat to your junior disciples now? I suppose you're right. Wang Zhuoxing paused, realizing his master's words held undeniable logic. But watching wouldn't hurt, right? I do enjoy seeing my junior brother dominate the weak. But just then, Qi Xiantian turned his head, his gaze fixed on Wang Zhuoxing. Teacher, please don't stare at me like that. It's making me uneasy. To this, Qi Xiantian merely replied indifferently, Zhuoxing, what level are you now? Level 57. Why do you ask, master? Your junior is already at level 50. He started cultivation just 1 year after you. After this tournament concludes, barring any surprises, once he receives his rewards, you won't stand a chance against him. Hearing this, Wang Zhuoxing replied with a relaxed expression, Master, isn't that only natural? My junior brother's talent far surpasses mine. It was only a matter of time before he overtook me. Su Ming surpassing you is indeed inevitable, but I don't want it to happen too soon. Master, you don't want my junior brother to grow stronger? Wang Zhuoxing's words caused Qi Xiantian to abruptly stand up. I see you need a good scolding, kid. I just want you to get stronger and stop messing around, you're wasting your talent. Hearing his master's words, Wang Zhuoxing's expression darkened. Master, you know I've never liked cultivation. Sigh. If the world were peaceful, I wouldn't demand such strength from you. No matter how powerful your junior brother becomes, it's his strength, not yours. In these chaotic times, though Great Xia is mighty, it's not invincible. Threats from other nations are minor, but when unforeseen dangers strike, will you survive the catastrophe? Listening to his master's earnest exhortation, Wang Zhuoxing nodded. I understand, master. I'll head to the dungeon right away. What dungeon? Go to the demon's den to cultivate. Your junior disciple has been there for 3 months. I ask for little stay there for 3 months before returning. Master, aren't you afraid your disciple might perish in the demon's lair before the catastrophe even arrives? Hearing this, Qi Xiantian lifted his head and said, that would be fine too. Then your master could still collect your remains. After a day of competition, Su Ming and his 2 companions hadn't even broken a sweat. This is absurd. I'm starting to wonder if this is even the level of the Global Beastmaster Tournament. With this kind of strength, they wouldn't even make it into the top 32 back in our Great Xia. Xiong Tianba couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Yuyan gave a wry smile. You should see how many we eliminated in the first round. These were supposed to be the competitors for the second round. Xia Lin added, Yuyan, you don't need to worry anymore. William's been taken out by Su Ming. The 4 of us might actually have a shot at breaking into the top 4. Mentioning this, Xiong Tianba approached Su Ming with a grin. Su Ming, you should have seen the look on the Yingji Empire team leader's face when you took down William. If not for Chao Gong and the others holding him back, I'd bet my life he'd have charged up here and torn you apart. Chapter 149, Sweeping Away All Enemies, Plummeting to First Place. During the second round, Su Ming had drawn William as his opponent. Truthfully, he didn't have to kill this opponent. But to ensure their quartet secured a top 4 spot, Su Ming chose to eliminate this potential threat outright. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about Lin Yuyan drawing this guy. As long as their team secured a top 4 finish, the sophomore division's points would surge far ahead of other nations, compensating for any deficits in other divisions. Ever since learning about the tournament's rewards from Bai Gong, Su Ming now couldn't wait to plunge into the Abyss secret realm and transform his insect beast army. My thinking is actually quite simple. If all 4 of us make it into the top 4, we'll have a very high chance of entering the Abyss secret realm as the top team. Hearing Su Ming's words, the other 3 paused in surprise. Then, with a slight smile, they replied, Don't worry, Su Ming. We definitely won't hold you back. We're all here to grow stronger. There's no question of anyone holding anyone else back. In the ensuing battles, Su Ming held nothing back. For any threat to their rankings, whether from allies or foes, he would beat their beasts into a state where they couldn't continue fighting. And for those he could eliminate, he showed no mercy whatsoever. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chao Gong and his 2 companions watched the final battle unfold with intense excitement. 4 tied for first place. This must be the first time in history. This is fantastic. The second-year group score is likely the highest ever recorded. Bai Gong exclaimed excitedly, exactly. According to the scoring rules, our actual score should be 186 points. But since the maximum per group is capped at 100, we've achieved a perfect score. A perfect score. Quickly send it to the analysis team. Let them calculate our chances of winning the team competition. Got it. Meanwhile, Su Ming and his 3 teammates stood on the competition field, soaking in the cheers from the entire stadium. The expeditionary force of Great Xia's Beast Masters waved their national flags relentlessly from the stands. Su Ming, we did it. Our success was inevitable. Across the Great Xia Empire, as Su Ming and his team advanced to the semifinals, the nation erupted in celebration. Seated in his office, the Xia King watched the 4 figures on the screen, a smile spreading across his lips. At that moment, an aide presented a document to the Xia King. Your Majesty, this is the draft cultivation plan proposal for your review. The Xia King took the document, glanced over it, and nodded. Proceed according to this plan. Implemented immediately upon the return of these youngsters. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, at Su Ming's home, the place was already packed to the brim. Su Ming's parents had no idea when they had acquired so many relatives. Due to Su Ming's importance, the Great Xia had deployed an extensive security detail to ensure his safety and allow him to compete without distraction. I've always believed in this kid, Su Ming. He's truly made something of himself. Su Ming is such a good kid. Su Ming's mom, could you ask him to help coach his younger brother when he gets back? Yes. And his sister could use some guidance too. Su Ming's getting to be a man now. Isn't it time he found a partner? Exactly. Faced with these relatives who had appeared out of nowhere, Su Ming's parents were utterly exasperated. It's true what they say, poor in the city, no one cares, rich in the mountains, distant relatives appear. How did these people even find us? Su's mother sighed helplessly. I have no idea either. Probably relatives of the Su family, though we've never really had much contact with them before. Father sighed and continued, a few days ago, Dad called asking if we could come back for a meal. We should wait until Su Ming returns to discuss this. He was so biased back then. If it weren't for Su Ming proving himself, who knows where he'd be now. Mrs. Su clearly harbored resentment. Whether to forgive the Su family undoubtedly required Su Ming's approval. Father nodded in agreement. That's exactly what I think. I just wanted to run it by you first. Alright, let them go back. If they want to ride on Su Ming's coattails, they'll need our son's consent. Tell them to leave first. Agreed. Within the Great Xia military headquarters, Shi Xiantian watched the image of Su Ming, radiating confidence and vigor. A smile touched the corners of his mouth. 2 photographs were clasped in his hand. Your junior brother did well. He avenged you. The sophomore division matches concluded, giving way to the junior and senior divisions. Compared to the sophomore matches, the battles in the junior and senior divisions were even more terrifying and evenly matched. In nearly every match, the competitors gave their absolute all. In the final standings, Xia Qingzhu's absolute prowess secured her the top spot in the juniors division. However, the other 3 positions in the top 4 were claimed by competitors from other nations, while 5th and 7th places were taken by athletes from Great Xia. The senior division fared even worse, with the top spot claimed by a competitor from the White Eagle Empire. Fortunately, they managed to hold on to 2nd and 3rd place, which wasn't too bad. In the points tally, the Great Xia Empire scored 357 points out of a possible 400. Second place went to the Great Goose Empire, while the White Eagle Empire secured 3rd with only 267 points. The primary reason was that the second-year group had been completely wiped out by Su Ming and his team. They directly earned 10 points from eliminated competitors. First place. First place. Chao Gong burst into hearty laughter. Per the rules, the top 3 competitors from each group would each receive a legendary grade beast egg. Since all 4 members of the sophomore group advanced simultaneously and adhered to the national avoidance principle, they tied for first place. Each received a legendary grade beast egg and resources valued at 300 billion Great Xia coins. That night, the 15 Daxia contestants were gathered together. Undoubtedly, the loss of one member cast a shadow of sadness over their excitement. First, congratulations to Great Xia for winning the Global Beastmaster Tournament. This victory was inevitable, but this time we achieved a resounding triumph worthy of celebration. Though Yan Qingyue fell in battle, this was a competition and a battlefield where casualties are inevitable. The nation will never forget her sacrifice. The main reason I've gathered you is this: according to the rules, the top 3 ranked participants may each select a Beastmaster egg. These eggs are undoubtedly legendary tier, though their quality varies. When choosing, trust your instincts. Su Ming raised his hand at this point. Principal, where did these beast eggs come from? They've been contributed by every nation. Quality varies. Our Great Xia has selected the finest eggs, for we believe in your victory. Likewise, the White Eagle Empire and others who hold themselves in high regard wouldn't present inferior eggs. Yet differences exist. That's why I urge you all to choose carefully and follow your instincts. Chapter 150, The Legendary Beast Egg, the Crimson Holy 8 Spider Demon. How many beast eggs will each nation provide? Xiong Tianba asked curiously. Bai Gong explained, for the first-year group, the reward is a king-grade beast egg, 1 per nation. For the 2nd to 4th-year groups, the winners receive legendary-grade beast eggs. Thus, each nation will provide 3 eggs. We can now share the characteristics of the 3 beast eggs and their current status. However, our Great Xia has performed exceptionally well this time. 7 students are eligible for rewards. Among these 3 beast eggs, who do you think is the most suitable? Chao Gong's words instantly caused Su Ming and the other 6 to exchange glances. Xia Qingzhu responded calmly, Master Chao, may I ask what types of beasts these 3 legendary grade beast eggs contain? The 3 beast eggs contain the decisive flame phoenix, the azure water dragon turtle, and the frozen heaven ox. Their names should give you a clear indication of their nature. Since we're all here among friends, there's no need for formalities or deference.
Whichever of you believes you can maximize the beast's potential through a contract should be entrusted with it. The gazes of the others now turned to the 7 individuals.
Su Ming remained relaxed. I don't need one. I only require insect beasts. If no insect-type beast appears in the eggs, I'll select the best available and bring it back to Great Xia to sell or trade for a legendary insect beast. Hearing this, Yuan Tian from Group 3 exclaimed with delight, Su Ming, if you don't want it, let me see the beast you pick out. Sure, Su Ming agreed without refusal. Xia Lin added, I don't need one either. None of these beasts suit me particularly well, nor are any unsuitable. I'll leave these 3 for others to consider. Lin Yuyan timidly piped up, actually, I really want this azure water dragon turtle. At this, Bai Gong looked around and announced, 1 vote for the azure water dragon turtle. Any other students interested? The room fell silent. Master Bai promptly decided, alright, the azure water dragon turtle will be assigned to Lin Yuyan. With that precedent set, Xiong Tianba stood up and declared, I want the ice-sealed heavenly ox. Both my talent and my beast are ice-attributed. Plus, my wild bloodline requires this type of beast to withstand its power. Very well, this beast egg is yours. Xia Qingzhu shook her head. Senior classmate Xin Yuqing spoke up, then I'll take the Cash-of-Flame Phoenix. Alright, the ownership of the 3 beast eggs is thus decided. Since we were the first to choose, there's no risk of them being snatched away. We'll provide you with the characteristics and photos of the beast eggs shortly. Su Ming raised his hand, a hint of confusion in his voice. Mr. Chow, what about the remaining beast eggs? Will they be returned to each country? Return them? That's wishful thinking. Based on the team competition rankings and distribution ratios, a nation like Great Xia will receive 30 legendary grade Beastmaster eggs. Do you understand what a fortune that is? Otherwise, why do you think everyone covets the results of the global Beastmaster tournament so fiercely? Bai Gong's words drew laughter from the crowd. This meant some nations would essentially be operating at a loss. Knowing it's a losing deal, why did they still bring Beastmasters to participate? Su Ming pressed. Bai Gong chuckled lightly. Su Ming, this tournament is called the Global Beastmaster Competition. If they don't participate, they won't get a share of anything that comes after. Hearing this explanation, Su Ming suddenly understood. This essentially served as an entry ticket. If you didn't pay, you couldn't blame top powers like Great Xia for not looking out for you when things went wrong later. Alright, everyone. That's all there is to it. The competition is over, so you can relax now. I also hope that tomorrow, all of you award winners will be able to select a beast egg that suits you. The next day, at the ancient Colosseum in Ruegua, the arena buzzed with excitement. Compared to the competition day, today's crowd was still packed to capacity. With the competition over, the moment contestants truly anticipated had finally arrived. Contestants from every nation had gathered in their respective rest areas. Many nations arrived with 16 competitors now, only single digits remained. Some nations, having secured no rewards, had simply abandoned their attendance at the venue and returned home early. Chao Gong and the others had already informed Su Ming and the others last night that when selecting beast eggs, the order of receiving rewards would follow the rankings from the team competition. Thus, it came as no surprise when their names were called. As the Great Xia delegation stepped onto the stage, hundreds of top-tier beast eggs came into view. It's hard to believe every single one of these laid out before us is a legendary grade beast egg. Everyone, choose freely. This is our moment. Hearing this, Su Ming and his companions couldn't contain their excitement, swiftly moving among the beast eggs. Lin Yuyan and her 2 companions, however, had a very clear objective, to locate the 3 legendary grade beast eggs that Great Xia had prepared for themselves. Below the stage, watching the Great Xia beast tamers freely selecting their mounts, the feeling in their hearts could only be described as worse than eating. Information about each beast egg flashed before Su Ming's eyes. Name, Starfall Claw Lion. Not an insect beast. Pass. Name, Golden Cicada Sunburst Dragon. Not this either. Pass. After examining dozens of beast eggs, he still found no trace of insect beasts. No way. Did they really not prepare any insect-type beastmaster eggs for me? A chill instantly gripped Su Ming's heart. At that moment, a message appeared before his eyes. Name, Crimson Sacred 8 Spider Demon. Species value, legendary. Bloodline, Primordial 8 Divine Spiders. Description, possesses 99% pure bloodline of the Primordial 8 Divine Spiders, inheriting their formidable combat prowess. Its 8 spider legs can shatter all things in this world. It's actually an insect beast with immense combat prowess, a beastmaster with 99% pure bloodline. No mistake about it. You're the one I choose. Without hesitation, Su Ming scooped up the Crimson Sacred 8 Spider Demon beast egg and walked off the stage. Seeing the beast egg in Su Ming's arms, the crowd immediately gathered around. Su Ming, are you selecting this beast egg? Yep, I can confirm it's a bug beast inside. Meanwhile, the nation that had contributed this beast egg watched in stunned silence as Su Ming took the Crimson Sacred 8-legged Spider Demon away. No way! How could anyone choose the Red Sacred 8-legged Spider Demon? We planned for everything, but never anticipated Great Xia would produce a beastmaster who only contracts insectoid beasts. This is just the worst luck. It's a legendary grade beast with 99% bloodline purity. Even as an insect beast, its combat power is terrifying. We planned to leave it for last, knowing we wouldn't want it. Chapter 151, Selection Ends, Abyss Realm Choice. Xiao Gong and his two companions approached, staring at the beast egg with equal confusion. I'm not sure about the origin of this beast egg either. At that moment, Lord Hua smiled faintly. Though its origins remain unknown, I can assure you some nation is in for a world of trouble. What happened? I just saw the leader of the Gui Kingdom team looking gloomy over there. This beast egg must have been prepared for them. No one chose the insect beast, but they never expected Su Ming to snatch it away. Ha, fate and luck, perhaps that's just how it works. Everyone burst into laughter. Though it was incredibly infuriating, the other nations could do nothing about it, no matter how angry they felt. Soon, the others returned with the beast eggs they deemed suitable. Everyone examined them with keen interest. Su Ming also used his system to analyze their beast information. Though lacking his system, their choices proved sound thanks to their beast master intuition. Xiao Gong then reminded them, though you've obtained the beast eggs, you must wait for them to hatch before forming a contract. Placing the eggs in your beast space can accelerate the incubation process. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately activated their beast master spaces. Since the eggs were already considered beasts, even without a formal contract, the spaces wouldn't reject them. With everything settled, the group relaxed as they watched other contestants take the stage to select their rewards. By the end of the first segment, every single legendary grade beast egg had been claimed. Great Xia had truly made a fortune. Next, they would head to the Abyss Secret Realm, the destination everyone had been eagerly anticipating. Since the competition had concluded here, the location of the Abyssal Secret Realm would be guided to by the respective national team leaders. The nations eligible for this reward immediately set off for the Abyss Secret Realm after the competition concluded. The Abyssal Secret Realm lay upon a solitary continent in the middle of the ocean. This land was deemed a godforsaken place by nations worldwide, for it harbored neither humans nor beasts. Not even vegetation thrives here. Only endless Gobi Desert stretches across it, and it was here that the Abyss Secret Realm was jointly discovered by various nations. Amidst this barren wasteland stood an immense fortress. Standing atop Xiao Gong's beast mounts, Su Ming and his companions gazed at the monumental fortress before them and couldn't help but marvel. Is it really necessary to build something this massive for just a secret realm? All 103 nations have dispatched beastmasters to station here. Tell me, is such grandeur truly necessary? The size of this fortress was comparable to a small city. Upon entering the fortress, Su Ming and his companions, guided by Xiao Gong and his two companions, met the great Xia Beastmaster stationed there. A beastmaster whose power had reached the king tier. Your humble servant greets Lord Xiao, Lord Bai, and Lord Hua. Lin Yu, our great Xia has secured the first batch of qualifications to enter the Abyss Secret Realm this year. We'll be counting on you to lead these young people there. Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded. I've already received word. Though I knew securing first place for Great Xia was as easy as taking candy from a baby, hearing the news still fills me with excitement. By the way, this year's Abyss Secret Realm is teeming with demon-corrupted elves. Even here, we've spotted their presence. Xiao Gong and the others were startled by this revelation. You mean the demonic elves within the secret realm have appeared inside the fortress? Yes. Though their numbers are very small, it is indeed true. Lin Yu nodded, confirming the report. Has this been reported to the Xia King and the other 4 royal lords? It has been reported. The 3 exchanged glances. King Xia has been keeping this hidden for quite some time. He never mentioned this matter at all. But this is good news for our cohort of students. Su Ming and the others had heard everything clearly. Lord Qiao, does this mean we might have a chance to further enhance our beast tamers? Yes, Lord Qiao. If the number of demonic spirits increases, our chances will grow too. Everyone, give it your all, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. The group encouraged each other excitedly. But Lord Bai poured cold water on their enthusiasm. You only have 12 hours. How much you gain depends entirely on your own luck. Get ready. The White Eagle Empire's forces have already arrived. Should we proceed directly? Yes, sir. Lin Yu nodded. As the guardians of the secret realm, they were, in a sense, the supervisors. Soon, the group arrived at the secret realm's entrance, located at the fortress's center. Standing before the colossal entrance, Su Ming observed the swirling purple-black energy glow emanating from it, an aura of profound mystery. Suddenly, a strange black creature burst forth from the secret realm's entrance. It landed directly before Su Ming. Its appearance resembled a butterfly, yet it was significantly larger, entirely purple-black in color, and translucent. This is a demon-corrupted spirit, though the weakest kind. A demon-corrupted spirit in this form could be crushed with one hand. The demon crystals within them can be directly absorbed by your beasts. You can collect them later to concentrate on strengthening your strongest beast, Lin Yu said, grabbing the creature. Su Ming asked in confusion, is there any difference between this magic crystal and the ones we obtain from slaying monsters within the demon lair? Of course there is. The magic crystals from the demon lair are already matured. Your beasts cannot absorb the demonic energy within them.
Only the crystals from demonic sprites are like immature forms.
Your beasts can directly consume them to gain demonic energy.
Lin Yu's explanation provided some clarity to the group, who were encountering these demonic spirits for the first time.
Sir, shall we proceed inside now? Proceed. The sooner we enter, the sooner we advance. Yes.
Lin Yu immediately directed the Great Xia personnel to open the entrance to the secret realm. Everyone, you must enter through the passage corresponding to your level. The combat strength of the demonic spirits varies by passage. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Choose one that suits your strength. The passages ahead were marked below level 30, level 40, level 50, level 60, and level 70. Su Ming, your level has surpassed 50, but I still recommend you choose the 40 level path.
It's safer.
Chao Gong advised Su Ming as he watched him.
Su Ming shook his head.
Principal, I still wish to enter the 50 level path. Seeing this, Chao Gong nodded with resignation.
All right.
Subsequently, aside from Su Ming, Xia Lin and the other two entered the level 40 passage. The 4 from the 3rd year group and the 3 from the 4th year group all entered the level 60 passageway.
Only Su Ming chose the level 50 passageway.
Chapter 152, The Terrifying Amplification Effect, Bloodlust.
After everyone entered the secret realm, reports began pouring in from various nations.
Su Ming's choice of the level 50 passage was actually based on his own calculations. Given the number of insect beasts he commanded, entering the level 40 passage would inevitably lead to a resource scramble with Xia Lin and his group.
Su Ming was acutely aware of his own capabilities.
This combat environment, in particular, seemed tailor-made for him. If he unleashed his entire insect horde, even if Xia Lin and his group were exceptionally powerful, they would be completely drained by the sheer absorption of his insect army.
Given that, he was better off entering the level 50 secret realm.
With his current strength, he was fully capable of handling it, and it wouldn't slow down his cultivation progress.
Doubling the combat strength of his low-tier insect beasts wouldn't make much of a difference.
Even doubling or tripling the strength of his millions of low-tier insect beasts wouldn't change the fact that they were powerless against overwhelming might. What he needed to do was focus his efforts on enhancing the elite combat power at his disposal. The million-strong army served to provide combat power boosts and assist in clearing minor foes.
After watching Su Ming and his 15 companions enter the secret realm,
Lin Yu asked in confusion, Sir, I don't understand why we didn't stop that beastmaster.
He's only level 50. Entering that secret realm is far too dangerous. Chao Gong is Su Ming's mentor. He should know. Chao Gong nodded in agreement. I believe I understand Su Ming's reasoning. He doesn't want to share this large number of demonic spirits with others. His insect beast army requires vast quantities. If he entered the same secret realm as Xia Lin and the others, given the strength of Su Ming's insect horde, Xia Lin and his two companions, though capable, would likely only get scraps. That's true, but isn't a level 50 secret realm too risky for Su Ming? Let him go. That kid is cunning as a fox. He won't squander his innate talents for nothing.
King Xia wants them to grow faster.
Judging by Su Ming's cultivation pace, that growth might actually accelerate.
Word is the King of Xia has already prepared the next phase of training for these youngsters.
The nation intends to directly intervene in cultivating this cohort of young beast tamers. That's for the best. Our academy must ultimately consider other students. With direct state cultivation, their strength will grow much faster. Chao Gong and the other two chatted animatedly.
Lin Yu, standing nearby, listened with a bewildered look.
He knew little about Su Ming and the others. Sir, what exactly is this Su Ming you're talking about? And what's this insect army business? I'm afraid I'm completely lost. Ha, Lin Yu, here's Su Ming's dossier. You can take a look.
First came a pitch-black state. As Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, Su Ming found himself in a place resembling a demonic lair. Gazing at the countless demonic spirits before him, their forms varied wildly, some small, some large, their combat prowess differing greatly. It felt much like being in the demonic lair. Upon spotting Su Ming, they swiftly converged upon him. A purplish-black glow emanated from their bodies, and Su Ming could see the demon crystals within them. He felt no fear whatsoever, only a surge of excitement. With a single thought, Su Ming held nothing back this time. Every insect beast poured out in full force. Millions of insect beasts surged forward like a raging river, charging directly at the demon-corrupted elves. Gazing upon the vast army before him, Su Ming couldn't help but exhale deeply. I now possess the 300 billion I just acquired. Converted into consumption points, that's 300 million. This amount is by no means small. It can help me evolve 3 to 5 king-tier beast masters or significantly boost the breeding speed of my beast masters. I truly must prepare for my upcoming cultivation. Su Ming murmured to himself. He was now a sophomore, and graduation was fast approaching. Moreover, potential rivals were already emerging. Though Great Xia was the world's strongest power, it was undeniable that the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be struck by the wind. Nations like the White Eagle Empire were all plotting to unite and topple the Great Xia from its pedestal. The threats at the national level were manageable, but the Holy Heaven sect, the Demon's Den, and the ferocious beasts all posed potential dangers. Fortunately, within my own country, there are no sworn enemies. Even if there were, they would likely think twice about seeking revenge against him now, considering the people backing him. Yet Su Ming remembered the words spoken to him by the Xia King with crystal clarity. His innate talent was destined to become a formidable weapon on the battlefield. I already possess a considerable number of top-tier insect and beast combat forces. While king-tier beasts are important, at my current breeding rate, I can produce 4 king-tier beasts in a single year. If I accelerate the breeding of lower-tier insect and beast forces, my combat strength could increase by 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold. That would be far more worthwhile. Su Ming weighed his options, without much hesitation or conflict. He ultimately chose to accelerate the breeding of his lower-tier beasts, thereby increasing the multiplier of his combat strength growth. While Su Ming was still pondering, his army of beasts was already relentlessly advancing against the demonic elves. In the blink of an eye, over 300 demonic elves had been slain. Surveying the collected magic crystals, Su Ming didn't hesitate, feeding them all to the 2-winged golden cicada. As a divine beast cub, it indeed held this privilege of priority consumption in Su Ming's care. After consuming over 300 magic crystals in an instant, the aura of the golden cicada began to shift. A purplish-black energy fluctuation began to emanate from its entire body. This transformation was swift, concluding in the blink of an eye. Su Ming immediately accessed the system interface to examine its details. Name: Twin-winged golden cicada. Species tier: Sovereign divine beast. Status: Demonized. Demon-infused amplification: 0.79x. Devouring amplification: 13.8x. Gazing at the enhancement stats of the golden cicada with twin wings before him, he couldn't help but swallow hard. This is insane. I absolutely love this place. If I could stay here for a year, I might even dare to challenge the Summer King himself. In just this brief moment, it had amplified by 0.79 times. 12 hours. Who knew how much more it could amplify? This thought sent Su Ming into a bloodthirsty frenzy. Quick! Kill! I don't care about casualties, I only want the magic crystals inside those demon-corrupted spirits. Chapter 153, Return to Great Xia, 300 million consumption points. 12 hours passed in the blink of an eye. All Great Xia personnel were simultaneously teleported out of the secret realm. Smiles lit up every face. This battle had clearly yielded substantial rewards. So, Su Ming, how many demonic elves did you hunt down? Shong Tianba approached Su Ming with keen interest. Not bad. Didn't count exactly, but looks like you did pretty well yourself. Heh, yeah. My combat strength is way stronger than before. If I ever face that kind of situation again, I could hold out solo until you guys show up. Looks like everyone's made some serious gains. Just then, Chao Gong and the other 2 joined the group. Seeing the spring in your steps, I knew your gains were substantial. This is a permanent enhancement. Indeed, Lord Chao. I didn't rest for a single minute during those 12 hours, determined to hunt down as many demonic spirits as possible. Alright, our session here is over. It's time to return to Great Xia. We've been out here long enough. Chao Gong spoke up. Understood. After bidding farewell to Linyu, the group returned to Great Xia. Along the way, Lord Hua detoured back to Rue Kingdom. As Lord Hua had informed them, they would remain stationed in Rue Kingdom for the time being. On the flight back, everyone closed their eyes to rest and recharge. In Su Ming's mind, he began to tally the gains from this journey into the Abyss Secret Realm. The most significant gains were: the Super Blood Demon War insect saw a 12-fold increase in combat power, while the Golden Horn Demon insect gained an 8-fold boost. The remaining insect beasts each saw combat power increases ranging from 2 to 5 times. Nearly all the level 50 demonic spirits had been slaughtered by him within these 12 hours. Subsequently, the Great Goose Empire entered in sequence. Some chose the level 50 passage as well. The few remaining demonic spirits left for Su Ming required no 12-hour battle to eliminate. But having chosen this path, there was no turning back now. When the White Eagle Empire's participants later entered this passage, they were startled to discover the demonic sprites inside had vanished without a trace. Not a single one remained. Damn it! This is outrageous! The Great Xia and the Great Goose have gone too far. Not a single one left. They've slaughtered them all. Damn it! My chance at the Abyss Secret Realm. This is just treating people like monkeys. Su Ming could already hear the wails of despair from those who would follow him down this passage. But that was none of his concern now. Once he got back, he'd have to quickly put the rewards he'd obtained to good use. If he could successfully hatch the legendary tier Crimson Sacred 8-legged Demon Spider, his current level 50 status, combined with the innate talents of his contracted insect beast, he would be able to contract even legendary tier beast tamers. This way, he wouldn't just have more elite combat power at his disposal, but also a larger pool of lower tier forces. Combined with his current level, he could now stand on his own 2 feet. He now possessed both the capability and the strength. Regarding the Holy Heaven sect, Su Ming was determined to handle it personally. Traitors could never be completely eradicated, for their betrayals were driven by self-interest. As long as other nations continue infiltrating and offering bounties, there would be an endless stream of beast masters joining the fray. However, Su Ming had yet to decide on his next course of action. He would return to rest for a while. Over the past year, his cultivation regimen had become excessively demanding. The plane landed smoothly at the Imperial Capital Airport. As the vehicle slowly passed through the water archway, Su Ming and his companions were greeted by the enthusiastic welcome of the entire nation. They returned as absolute victors. The spoils they brought back represented immense wealth for the Great Xia Empire. The moment he stepped off the plane, Su Ming spotted 2 familiar figures in the welcoming crowd. Mom and Dad. Overwhelmed with emotion, Su Ming rushed toward them. Seeing his parents for the first time in over a year, he was filled with unbounded excitement. Mom and Dad, why are you here? His Majesty the Xia King sent people to bring us here. He said you couldn't return for a while and that the coastal city was too small. The imperial capital is safer, so he had us both brought over. Hearing his mother's explanation, Su Ming felt considerably reassured. Yet he sensed something of the King of Xia's plan. This felt like preparations for sending him far away, a journey meant to eliminate all his lingering concerns. What is the King of Xia scheming? Su Ming couldn't quite figure it out. His parents' calls, however, interrupted his thoughts. Son, you've done exceptionally well. We're so proud of you. Su Ming gave a slight smile. Then he followed his parents home. The others also returned to their respective homes, each to their own mother. Chao Gong and the others instructed Su Ming and his group to get some proper rest. They wouldn't be disturbed for quite some time. Upon arriving at the residence prepared for him by the Xia King in the imperial capital, Su Ming was taken aback. The aerial flat spanned over 800 square meters, and the central residential complex even had military personnel standing guard. Standing at the window, Su Ming gazed out at the bustling capital city below. Your Majesty, what exactly are you preparing for? After chatting with his parents for a while, Su Ming rose and left the residence. He had requested that the entire 30 billion resource reward be converted into Great Xia currency. Without a moment's hesitation, he converted it all into consumption points. 300 million consumption points, that was no small sum. His lowest tier insect beasts were currently the blade bug and shield bug, both of which had reached breeding speeds measured in seconds. Unless he had an exceptionally abundant supply of consumption points, he wouldn't spend any more to boost their speed in the near future. His purpose for leaving was straightforward. He needed to purchase several low-tier insect beasts with different functional attributes to adapt to the varying demands of his upcoming battles. However, Su Ming's fame had already reached the point where everyone knew his name. Walking down the street, had he not prepared in advance and donned protective gear, he likely wouldn't have made it out of the beast market alive once recognized. Hours later, after enduring countless fans' relentless pursuit and blockades, Su Ming finally returned home. His parents were startled by his state. Son, what happened to you? Su Ming gasped for breath. I'm fine. It's just that fame brings trouble, and this trip out was far more exhausting than taking down those Monroe guys. Shaking his head helplessly, Su Ming staggered into his room. Mom and Dad, I'm going to rest now. If I wake up for dinner, I'll eat. If not, don't wait up for me. With that, he closed the door. However, Su Ming wasn't resting. He swiftly opened his system panel, preparing to spend the 300 million consumption points he currently held. Purchase 2 different types of low-tier insect beasts. 300 billion points will be enough to accelerate their breeding speed to near instantaneous levels. The remaining points can be used to speed up the breeding of high breed value beasts. Chapter 154, The Summer King Summons, Exclusive Ruins? The 2 low-tier beast companions he had purchased this time were of the bee insect and stealth insect types. The bee insect was purchased by Su Ming specifically to accelerate the deployment of his insect beasts for reconnaissance purposes. Small in size and fast-moving, they were difficult to detect, making them ideal scouts. The stealth insect doesn't possess invisibility. Instead, its venom possesses an extremely potent acidity capable of rapidly corroding anything. A beastmaster's skin struggles to withstand the hidden insect's potent acid venom. Even if not fatal, it's more than enough to make an enemy beastmaster suffer. This was another safeguard Su Ming employed to ensure the successful decapitation of enemy beastmasters on the battlefield. For these 2 low-tier insect beasts, Su Ming spent nearly 60 million consumption points to boost their breeding speed to nearly match that of the blade bugs and shield bugs. This doubled the number of insect beasts he could acquire daily. With nearly 50,000 insect beasts per day, Su Ming couldn't imagine how he could lose with such a massive beast army. The remaining 120 million consumption points were allocated to accelerating the breeding rates of the super blood demon war insects and golden horn demon insects. His original plan had been to boost the breeding speed of the double-winged golden cicada, but 120 million points were insufficient to achieve a year's worth of breeding speed for that species. For the time being, his primary beast forces would still rely on king-tier beasts. The Super Blood Demon War Beetles and Golden Horn Demon Beetles would largely suffice for his upcoming combat needs. As long as their numbers kept pace, he needn't worry excessively about his upcoming battles. Moreover, he still had a legendary tier Crimson Sacred 8-legged spider demon yet to hatch. For the next 3 days, Su Ming mostly stayed at home, primarily because venturing out proved exceedingly difficult. On the third day, Su Ming received a message from King Xia. Upon seeing the message, Su Ming hurriedly headed outside.
Son, are you coming back for dinner? Probably not, Mom. You guys eat. Don't wait for me.
In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the King of Xia's office. Su Ming rushed over. At that moment, only King Xia was present in the office. This made Su Ming's heart skip a beat.
Your Majesty, you requested me? Su Ming, come in and take a seat.
King Xia smiled faintly, rising from his seat to sit in the lounge area.
Su Ming nodded.
An audience with the king alone clearly wasn't about catching up.
So, how was the Global Beastmaster tournament? Are you satisfied with your gains?
Yes, very good. My strength has increased significantly compared to before the tournament.
Su Ming nodded in agreement.
King Xia suddenly burst into laughter.
Su Ming, did you happen to consume that level 50 demonized spirit in the Abyss Secret Realm?
Ha?
How did you know, King Xia?
Su Ming froze, a hint of surprise in his voice.
The White Eagle Empire and the Big Goose Empire were following your trail.
The Big Goose Empire managed to snatch up some of your leftovers, but the White Eagle Empire didn't get a single feather.
Hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh himself. I didn't think that far ahead. I just wanted to farm as much as possible within the time limit.
But your farming spree really screwed over the people who followed your path. Su Ming shrugged helplessly.
Can't blame me for that. They chose it themselves.
After a few more casual exchanges, King Xia turned to the main purpose of the meeting.
Su Ming, I actually summoned you here today because there's a mission I need you to complete. A mission? Am I going alone? Yes, you must go alone.
Among those who meet the criteria, I believe you are the most suitable candidate.
Upon hearing this, Su Ming nodded. Alright, what is the mission? Do you know about the ruins? Ruins?
Su Ming furrowed his brow. King Xia nodded in response. History class touched on it briefly. They said that tens of millions of years ago, our blue star once had a brilliant beastmaster civilization, but it vanished.
Isn't all that just unverified? Looking into Xia Wang's eyes, Su Ming replied with some surprise, is this true?
Yes, it's absolutely true. Beneath the surface of our blue star, ancient ruins have indeed been discovered and in significant numbers. Now that you've returned, I intend to send each of you to explore these ruins separately. We need to uncover what lies within.
Ha? Isn't that incredibly dangerous? Su Ming couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Who knew what lurked within those ruins? He might just get wiped out the moment he stepped inside. Danger is inevitable, the Blue Star King said.
But across the entire Great Xia, I can find no one more suited for this task than you. King Xia shook his head as he spoke.
From what I understand, the ruins hold many ancient treasures. Some might even enhance beast-taming abilities. Moreover, I've heard these ruins were built in ancient times specifically to protect the fire seed.
They placed numerous beast-taming eggs within. After all these years, I don't know if they still exist, but they should still be usable. Originally, I planned that the first person to scout the ruins could keep whatever they found for themselves. Lord Xia King, I believe I should be the one to undertake this mission. For the sake of Great Xia's eternal legacy, I am willing to be the vanguard. Su Ming abruptly stood up, his expression utterly serious.
Su Ming, this ruin is uncharted territory, posing immense danger. Safety cannot be guaranteed once inside. Even I cannot breach the ancient restraints set by the beast tamers of the primordial era, a testament to this ruin's formidable power.
King Xia addressed Su Ming with equal solemnity.
I understand, Your Majesty.
Precisely because of this, I am the one who must go. I have many beasts. Even if I perish, it won't be a great loss. I can explore the ruins at my own pace. Su Ming shook his head, his gaze unwaveringly resolute.
Are you certain? This isn't something to be taken lightly. If you feel uncomfortable accepting, just say so. This isn't a joke. No, I genuinely wish to go. Very well. When do you plan to depart?
King Xia nodded, smiling as he spoke. Your Majesty, you still haven't explained why I was chosen. Because only a level 50 Beastmaster can enter that ruin.
Among all level 50 Beastmasters in the nation, who else but you could possibly qualify? Is it really that strict?
Su Ming froze for a moment. It felt like this had been meticulously planned.
King Xia sighed helplessly. That's precisely what makes this ruin unique. We've discovered no other ruins impose such strict limitations.
Since you happen to be level 50, you are undoubtedly the ideal candidate to enter.
After learning about the relic, Su Ming didn't hesitate. Lord Xia, I can depart at any time. Of course, if given a little more time, I could become even stronger. How long will you need?
King Xia asked, his gaze fixed on Su Ming.
1 month. Very well. Depart in 1 month. Chapter 155, Ancient Ruins, the Magic Sealing Stone Statue. 1 month later, deep within a primeval forest in the Great Xia Empire, Su Ming secretly arrived here with the Xia King. After traversing the dense forest, a well-constructed building came into view. To protect this ancient site, I ordered the construction of this sanctuary and stationed troops here permanently. King Xia explained to Su Ming. Your Majesty, is this where the entrance to the ruins lies? Yes, to be precise, it lies beneath this ground. The passageway leading to the entrance was excavated long ago. Turning to Su Ming, the Xia King added, over the past month, has the number of insect beasts increased again? Nothing escapes your keen observation, Your Majesty. Indeed, the increase has been significant. It is precisely this growth that gives me the confidence to venture into the ruins. Su Ming looked up at the Xia King, unsure how to continue. What's the matter, Su Ming? Hesitation isn't your style. Your Excellency, I have a question. Am I the only one granted the privilege of entering the ruins? What about the others? You needn't worry about them. They are the future pillars of our great Xia. Now is the time for you all to grow swiftly. Some have entered suitable ruins for exploration, while others I have assigned to different paths of cultivation. In short, you must seize every moment to enhance your strength. Our great Xia needs you. The Xia King spoke, his voice trembling slightly. This piqued Su Ming's curiosity. What could possibly terrify this beast master, who stood near the pinnacle of Blue Star? As they walked and talked, they swiftly passed through layer after layer of security checks, arriving at the entrance leading to the ruins. Su Ming, from here on out, you're on your own. Follow this path straight ahead, and you'll encounter an energy barrier. But this barrier holds no power over you. Enter boldly. Everything after that rests entirely on your own shoulders. Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement of the Xia King's instructions. I will explore this ruin to the best of my ability. Good. With that, Su Ming swiftly descended the passageway. After about 10 minutes of descent, he reached the bottom. The passage's end connected directly to the ruin's entrance. At the entrance, a distinct energy flowed. On a stone stele at the entrance, inscriptions were carved in the ancient Xia script. Though ancient, the great Xia script had evolved from these very characters. Su Ming could grasp the gist. The inscription stated that only level 50 beast masters were permitted to pass through this restriction. Forcing entry would cause the entire ruins to crumble to dust. What was the beastmaster who built this ruin thinking, insisting on a level 50 beastmaster? Su Ming shook his head in puzzlement, yet proceeded directly into the ruins. The moment he stepped inside, a bone-chilling cold wind swept over him. Truly befitting a ruin buried for untold centuries, this chill wind is bitterly cold. Su Ming thought to himself, then without hesitation, opened the beastmaster space on his back. A vast swarm of insect beasts surged forward. Su Ming remained standing in place, showing no haste to advance. Soon, his insect beasts had scouted several kilometers ahead. Only after confirming the area was safe did Su Ming proceed with confidence. Even so, the super blood demon war insect remained his personal bodyguard, never leaving his side. Thud! 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 Suddenly, a series of thunderous explosions erupted within the passageway. Before his scouting creatures could react, they were all instantly obliterated. This sudden turn of events made Su Ming even more cautious. Any creature capable of instantly eliminating his scouting insects couldn't be weak. As expected, Su Ming thought to himself. A site like this would definitely have protective mechanisms set up. Su Ming thought to himself, then dispatched another squad forward, closely followed by a reconnaissance team. His goal was to uncover exactly what had annihilated his scouting squad so swiftly. Boom! 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 The moment his insect beasts entered that area, several loud thuds echoed once more. His reconnaissance squad was instantly wiped out, but Su Ming finally saw what had killed his insect beasts. The stone statue actually came to life? Amazing! Su Ming was utterly stunned, yet this was the only path forward. The beast summoning space activated once more, simultaneously releasing a super blood demon war insect and a golden horn demon insect. Behind them followed a group of sovereign-level insect beasts and a large number of lower-tier insect beasts. Clear the obstacles ahead. The vast swarm of insect beasts charged forward in a mighty wave, with Su Ming following closely behind. He was intensely curious how had these ancient relics, these stone statues, come to life and killed his insect beasts? As Su Ming drew near, the golden horn demon insect and super blood demon war insect had already engaged the stone statues alongside their insect beasts. Su Ming now activated his system ability to examine their details. Name, Magic Sealing Stone Statue. Level, 50. Race value, Lord. Description, lacking independent consciousness, exhibits absolute obedience to beast masters. Possesses no lifespan limitations and is commonly employed to guard tombs. These statues are actually Lord-tier beast masters? Upon seeing this information, Su Ming couldn't help but gasp in shock. Immortal, that trait alone felt like a game-breaking glitch. And this was merely the first obstacle he'd encountered. To eliminate these stone statues, they'd have to be completely destroyed.
Compared to battling the more powerful king-tier beasts, these lord-tier stone statues were actually more troublesome. However, their base stats were too low, so they ultimately posed little real challenge. After clearing these stone statues, Su Ming arrived at the area where they had been located. Within this zone, he discovered some ancient Great Xia script. Young beast tamer, whoever you may be, this ruin holds the work of my entire life. I have placed it in the deepest recesses of this site. Go forth and claim it with your strength. Reading these words, Su Ming's already surging excitement grew even more intense. Though the words carried a touch of adolescent grandiosity, they were brutally honest. He admitted he loved this kind of straightforward hint. If you didn't tell me there were treasures inside, why would I risk my life charging in? Without hesitation, Su Ming ordered several teams to continue searching forward. As they delved deeper into the ruins, his insectoid creatures infiltrated every nook and cranny. Gradually, a mental image of the ruin's original structure began to form in Su Ming's mind. The entire ruin formed an inverted cone shape. He was currently only at the topmost layer, with over 5 more layers extending downward. The thing he sought was likely hidden in the deepest, lowest layer of this ruin. If there isn't something truly worthwhile hidden deep within this ruin, I'll start suspecting that ancient Beastmaster had serious issues. Chapter 156, The Death Trap Ruins, White Eagle's Scheme. Great Xia, Imperial Capital. Principal Chao hurriedly entered the Xia King's office. Seeing him, the Xia King smiled and said, "Old Chao, what brings you to the Imperial Capital today?" "Your Majesty, did you grant Su Ming access to the ruins?" The Xia King nodded. "That ruin is currently the most suitable for him. Perhaps he can obtain some unique inheritance. Ruins are a perilous journey where 9 out of 10 perish. Even for Su Ming, are you truly sending him to explore an unknown ruin?" To this, the Xia King smiled faintly. "Opportunities are like that. Had I not stumbled upon that relic back then, I might not be who I am today." The ancient beast masters were truly extraordinary. Each of their legacies was unique, yet without a doubt, they would all reshape the future of beast masters. Hearing this, Chao Gong found himself unable to refute it. "King Xia, I don't disagree with your words, but sending such a young child into the ruins is far too risky. He's entering the Langia ruins. With its level 50 restriction, if he doesn't go now, he'll never get another chance." At the mention of the Langia ruins, Chao Gong froze. The Langia ruins? With all those restrictions, it's bound to be a tough nut to crack. How could you possibly consider this, King Xia? Su Ming's future could impact the very core of our Great Xia's combat strength. Precisely because of that, I'm giving Su Ming the toughest challenge. Rest assured, I have faith in him. Don't you have faith in your own student? After calming Chao Gong, the two sat down face to face in a composed manner. King Xia looked at Chao Gong, now calmer, and said earnestly, "I know I've been pushing too hard, but I truly want them to become pillars of strength as soon as possible. If Su Ming can't get through this trial, I'm not confident he'll make it through the subsequent training plans." After hearing the king's words, Chao Gong rose and headed for the exit. Only as he neared the door did he slowly turn back. "King Xia," he said, "it's been years since our military academy produced a student like this. Don't you dare ruin him with your training." Within the Langia ruins, Su Ming had now reached the second-level platform. Clearly, this ruin wasn't just simple in construction, its passage was equally straightforward. Defeating the magic-suppressing stone statue before him would grant passage. However, the unique characteristics of the magic-suppressing stone statues made the task exceedingly difficult for Su Ming. Upon reaching the second level, the combat power of the magic-suppressing stone statues here had more than doubled compared to the first level. Now, a magic-sealing stone statue loomed before him. Su Ming couldn't help but swallow hard. Damn it, a king-tier statue already on the second floor? Su Ming was so furious he wanted to curse out loud. The combat power of a king-tier statue was no joke. If Lin Yuyan were here to see this type of beast, she'd probably drool all over the place. This type of beast mount possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Golden cicada with twin wings, devour it. The double-winged golden cicada instantly opened its massive jaws, swallowing the king-tier stone statue whole in one gulp. With its triple enhancements, the double-winged golden cicada's combat power was beyond terrifying. Through demonic transformation, devouring abilities, and the amplifications granted by Su Ming's innate talents, the golden cicada's combat power had surged to a terrifying 70-fold increase. With such amplification, Su Ming could scarcely imagine any opponent of equal rank capable of standing against the twin-winged golden cicada. Its belly had become an invincible meat grinder. Though formidable, the king-tier magic-sealing stone statue couldn't last 10 minutes against the double-winged golden cicada at full power. It dissolved into a pool of nutrients, swiftly devoured and absorbed. After dispatching the second-tier magic-suppressing stone statue, Su Ming now stood at the entrance to the third tier. There, he saw a stone pedestal bearing a stone scroll. Clearly engraved upon it were several dozen characters. "Congratulations, you have successfully passed the preliminary trial. The next test will determine whether you are worthy to receive the inheritance. The third layer contains 10,000 magic suppression stone statues, level 50, race value, Overlord. The faster you eliminate them, the greater portion of my inheritance you shall receive.
Conversely, you may perish. You have no option to refuse. 10,000. Damn it!
Before Su Ming could react, he was instantly dropped into the third layer. The moment Su Ming stood up, countless pairs of crimson eyes suddenly blazed to life in the darkness. The next second, the figures of the magic sealing stone statues appeared before him.
Is this supposed to be training? Were ancient beast tamers this insane?
Su Ming cursed under his breath, but his hands never stopped moving.
Every insect beast poured out in droves.
Fortunately, he had delayed his entry into the ruins by a month. The number of low-tier insect beasts had increased by over 1 million, and his royal-tier beast tamers had grown from 2 to 4. His lord-grade beasts now exceeded 500. Otherwise, facing 10,000 magic-suppressing stone statues, any other beast tamer would be exhausted to death if not killed outright. They would have been exhausted to death. In a hidden chamber within the White Eagle Empire, a dozen beastmasters from various nations sat gathered together. At the head of the table sat none other than Charles, the current president of the White Eagle Empire. Gentlemen, you've all witnessed the performance of the younger generation from Great Xia this year. The strength of these Great Xia successors has reached an extremely terrifying level.
If we allow them to develop unchecked, we will have no foothold left on this blue star. The Great Xia's overall strength is too formidable.
Even if all our nations unite, we'd likely struggle to gain an advantage against them. Precisely because of this, we cannot afford to sit idly by. We may not be able to eliminate Great Xia's leadership, but by targeting their young generation, by eliminating them and creating a generational gap within Great Xia, we can create an opportunity for our own younger generation to overtake them.
Even if our plan succeeds, which nation could withstand Great Xia's wrath?
Countries bordering them like our Great Stick, Cherry Blossom, and Monkey Island would likely face their fury in an instant.
This matter leaves no room for further deliberation. Since we've chosen to come here, it means our objectives align.
Our sole target is to eliminate the current generation of young Xia Empire leaders, whether through assassination or open combat. Killing them is all that matters.
I'm in.
Though Sakura is geographically close to Daxia, our nation's strongest young generation was nearly wiped out in this global Beastmaster tournament.
They'll feel the consequences. I join too. I'm in too. Within moments, all participating nations forged an alliance. Just as the meeting concluded, across the vast ocean, the 5 kings representing Daxia's ultimate military might simultaneously receive this intelligence. These fools are courting death. It's time to teach them a lesson. No, I see this as an opportunity we can exploit. Chapter 157, Played? Luxury consumption points. Exploit? What do you mean? Didn't the report say they plan to use the Atlantis ruins as bait to lure us young beast masters into a trap and wipe us out? What, King Xia? Are you suggesting we beastmasters raid his Atlantis ruins? What do you think, everyone?
The ocean has always been the most mysterious place on Blue Star, home to the most formidable beasts.
Atlantis is hailed as a lost ruin, much like the Dragon Palace ruins we discovered. If our beastmasters could obtain the legacy and resources within Atlantis, the White Eagle Empire would likely be furious.
The risk is worth taking, but we must ensure meticulous protection afterward.
At that moment, King Xia spoke slowly. When the time comes, I will go with King Lin.
Since they enjoy playing games, let's join them.
Our current national strength cannot support wars with so many nations. It would weaken our human beast masters' power, which is unwise.
However, I would be delighted to see all their resources concentrated within our Great Xia.
Excellent. It's settled. The first group of beast masters who entered the ruins haven't returned yet, have they? Not yet. It won't be that quick. Let them prepare.
They need a plausible excuse to lure us in.
Inside the ruins.
Panting heavily, Su Ming slumped to the ground, his face utterly devoid of hope.
Over 3 days had passed since he entered this ancient site.
He had just finished the 4th layer's trial, 10,000 sovereign-level magic-suppressing stone statues and 90,000 lord-level magic-suppressing stone statues. After dealing with these stone statues, his nearly 6 million insect beasts were now reduced to less than 3 million. His lord-tier insect beasts had been decimated by more than half. Over half of his sovereign-level beasts had perished, leaving only his king-level beasts intact. Such losses were unacceptable to Su Ming at this moment. The losses were beyond just too much, they were astronomical. It was a loss so colossal it could be described as a total wipeout. Su Ming rose to his feet and approached the stone stele on the 4th level. The inscriptions were clearly visible. Su Ming muttered in utter frustration, "I'll be damned if I don't see what kind of ivory this bastard spits out of his filthy mouth. Holy, you bastard must be cheating. I set such impossible conditions, and you still succeeded? I just wanted to kill anyone who entered the ruins, but you actually want my legacy?" Reading the message, Su Ming's mind buzzed as if it had exploded. Had he been played for a fool? Before Su Ming could react, the ground beneath his feet caved in once more, sending him tumbling directly into the 5th layer. Unlike the pitch-black darkness of the other 4 levels. Instead, it was exceptionally bright. Amidst the entire 5th level, only a stone platform in the center caught his attention. Su Ming walked over, curiosity piqued. Given the warning from the 4th level, the owner of this ruin didn't seem like someone to be trifled with. He still needed to be extremely cautious. However, Su Ming soon realized he'd been overly cautious. The 5th level truly held no traps or mechanisms. The entire space contained only this one empty stone platform. This nearly shattered Su Ming's steadfast Dao heart. No way, is this ruin messing with me? Approaching closer, Su Ming saw the inscription left behind when the ruins were constructed. Beastmaster, the fact that you can see these words proves your strength is truly formidable. However, I have left no inheritance here. Beneath this stone platform lies everything I accumulated throughout my life. You may break the platform and take it away, which may somewhat compensate for your losses in entering this ruin. Reading this, Su Ming hesitated not a moment before commanding his blood demon war insect to smash the stone platform to pieces. The next instant, countless flashes of golden light illuminated his face. Countless gold pieces lay neatly arranged, alongside many precious artifacts he had never seen before all gathered here. It was like a treasure trove. Among them, Su Ming discovered a beast egg shimmering with golden light. After all these years, I hope it hasn't gone bad. Su Ming picked it up, half doubting, half believing, and a stream of information appeared before his eyes. Name, Primordial Radiant Golden Insect. Species rating, Legendary. Status, Alive Unhatched. Description, the metal-attributed primordial beast among the 5 elements beasts. Possesses formidable vitality and can manipulate metallic elements. Collecting all 5 elements beasts will give birth to the divine tier insect beast, the primordial 5 elements beast. So powerful. Though the primordial shining metal insect is merely a legendary tier insect beast, the primordial 5 elements insects are bona fide divine beasts. And judging by the description, it stands on par with the primordial divine dragon. However, gathering all 5 primordial elemental insect beasts is virtually impossible, making the primordial 5 elements insect a creature of legend. Still, obtaining a legendary tier beast egg somewhat compensates for the loss. And it was all thanks to the primordial radiant golden insect's incredibly tenacious vitality. Otherwise, it would likely have perished long ago during those endless ages. Surveying the gold, silver, and jewels before him, Su Ming wasted no words. He had his system converted all into consumption points. Congratulations, host. New consumption points, plus 479 million. What? Over 400 million? Nearly 500 million consumption points. Su Ming froze in shock. He knew the riches here were substantial, but he hadn't anticipated anything this staggering. With this windfall, the losses he'd suffered in the ruins, both the insect beasts and the legendary grade beast egg, were more than compensated for by these nearly 500 million consumption points. With these consumption points, my insect beast army can be strengthened once more. Without hesitation, Su Ming spent 300 million consumption points to reduce the breeding time of the double-winged golden cicada to just 360 days. This meant he could obtain 2 divine beast tier hatchlings within a single year. This pace could hardly be called slow after all. Replicating divine beasts was truly terrifying. With the remaining over 100 million consumption points, Su Ming instead boosted the breeding speeds of his 4 low-tier insect beasts. Now, Blade Beetles bred at 3 seconds per unit, Shield Beetles bred at 3 seconds per unit, Peak Beetles bred at 6 seconds per unit, Stealth Beetles bred at 6 seconds per unit. This meant he could now obtain over 80,000 insect beasts per day. This doubled his previous breeding rate. Awesome. This is exactly what I need to keep strengthening my power. With 2 legendary grade beast master eggs now, once they hatch, my high-end combat strength will be more than sufficient. After carefully calculating the numbers, Su Ming now felt his future was bright. As long as he proceeded steadily, it wouldn't be long before his strength reached terrifying heights. Now, Su Ming finally understood what it meant to tower above all prodigies. He was essentially that now. Chapter 158, Beastmaster's Legacy, Beast's Recompense. After leaving the ruins, Su Ming returned alone to the imperial capital. The distance to the imperial capital wasn't too great, and he arrived in just 6 hours. Before he even reached the capital, the Xia King contacted him. Unsurprisingly, upon my emergence from the ruins, His Majesty was eager to hear about my experiences within. Upon entering the capital, he headed straight for the Xia King's office. The door to the Emperor's office remained open at all times, allowing those seeking him to see his status at any moment. Su Ming knocked on the door. Seeing Su Ming, the Xia King's face broke into a smile. Su Ming, I never imagined you'd return so quickly. Your Majesty, the ruins weren't particularly significant, so I was able to return rather quickly. Su Ming shrugged. Nothing? Then why did dozens of my men fail to emerge from that ruin? What lies within? Hearing the Xia King's words, Su Ming looked thoroughly disheartened. It's just an ancient beast tamer who deliberately constructed this ruin. He set the difficulty extremely high, virtually no one can pass the trials he set. I lost over half my insect beasts before finally managing to reach the deepest part of the ruin. Hearing this, King Xia froze. Then what lies within this ruin? An inheritance? Or something else? Su Ming shook his head. Only a beast egg, thankfully still alive, and some gold, silver, and jewels. I fed those straight into my beast space.
King Xia nodded, a hint of regret on his face. Su Ming, I misjudged this. I assumed such an extraordinarily difficult ruin would hold some great legacy. I never imagined this outcome. Su Ming smiled faintly. It's fine, Your Majesty. This was still a valuable experience. I'm just curious, what could the legacy of us beast tamers possibly be? Beast tamers have no cultivation techniques to practice, nor any other special abilities. Our strength depends entirely on our beasts and innate talent. The legacy is actually inheriting a beast. I once entered a relic myself and obtained an inherited beast there. It was precisely that beast that shaped me into who I am today. Is it that powerful? What makes this legacy beast different? King Xia nodded, his face still bearing traces of astonishment. Ancient beast tamers possessed some unknown method. Though they perished, their beasts remained, surviving within their ruins. Gaining their recognition allows one to contract their beast. At this stage, the beast retains its level. If its level surpasses yours, it rapidly feeds back energy to you, elevating your level while lowering itself to match yours. This is incredible. Reverse nourishment? I never imagined such a concept. Su Ming was startled. If that were the case, one could entirely rely on this feedback to level up. Exactly. It is indeed extraordinary. However, such ruins are rare and hard to find. We've never discovered the basis for their existence. We've studied the technology before, but never obtained any results. Lord Xia, if I were to gain the recognition of a level 100 beast, how much could I advance? Su Ming pressed on, his voice tinged with excitement. After all, the higher the level, the more exponentially the required experience points increased. If he could level up through this feedback mechanism, he'd need to find as many as possible. Conservative estimate, a 20-level boost. Whoa, that's insane. Su Ming took a deep breath. He too wanted to take such a shortcut. Precisely because of this, I sent you to that ruin. I just didn't expect things to turn out this way. Thankfully, you handled it. Otherwise, sending anyone else in would have been a suicide mission. Su Ming nodded. Beyond himself, there was likely no other beastmaster at level 50 who could have succeeded. Well then, Lord Xia, if another ruin appears in the future, I'd like to try again. I enjoy the thrill of taking shortcuts. You little rascal. King Xia smiled faintly. Earning my approval isn't easy. But if you wish to enter a ruin, I do have a place in mind, though it's rather dangerous. Dangerous? That's fine. I'm in. Su Ming grinned, showing no hesitation whatsoever. This ruin isn't within our borders. Not within our borders? So it's abroad? Su Ming paused, then asked, Your Majesty, you wouldn't be suggesting this ruin belongs to another country, would you? Seeing the Xia King nod, Su Ming couldn't help but smile wryly. Your Majesty, whose ruins are these? This must be a national strategic asset, right? Can we really go? Of course we can. They invited us. Wouldn't it be a shame to decline? Whose ruins are these? You know it well, the White Eagle Empire. What do you say? Interested? Hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help but say, the White Eagle Empire? They wouldn't be that generous, would they? Of course not. Their real target is the young beast tamers of our great Xia. However, this ruin is hailed as one of the 3 greatest known ruins on Blue Star. Its sheer scale is so vast it even surpasses the White Eagle Empire itself. Larger than the White Eagle Empire itself? Where could such a colossal ruin possibly be? Su Ming asked in astonishment. Under the sea. The Xia King's words made Su Ming suddenly understand. So, Su Ming, what do you think? Currently, less than 10% of this ruin has been explored. It holds immense potential. Your Majesty, didn't you say they're coming for us? And now you want me to go there? Isn't that like delivering ourselves to them? Fortune favors the bold. It's up to you, Su Ming. Observing the Xia King's words, seemingly meant to provoke him. Though he preferred steady progress, his strength could still grow considerably. But as I've said before, I've never been one to play it safe. If there was a way to rapidly boost my strength, I wouldn't hesitate for a second. When? I don't know. No word yet. It probably won't be anytime soon. Huh? You haven't received word yet, so how can you say it's okay to go, King Xia? Su Ming was dumbfounded. So you were just writing me a bad check? We've already obtained intelligence. They haven't finalized their decision yet, but it's practically a done deal. Your top priority now is to strengthen yourself. If you participate, your opponents could very well be beastmasters far beyond your current level. Given what you did at the Global Beastmaster Tournament, the White Eagle Empire and several other empires' beastmasters won't let you off easily. I understand, sir. Since it hasn't been finalized yet, I'll decide based on my own strength when the time comes. Chapter 159, Team Invitations and the Lure of Ruins. The next day, Su Ming was jolted awake from his slumber by the urgent ringing of his phone. Seeing the caller ID, Su Ming sat up immediately. Hello, old bear? What's up? Calling me this early? You're still sleeping? No way, you're Su Ming. Xiong Tianba sounded genuinely surprised on the other end. Su Ming smiled faintly. Can't I get some rest? What's up? We want to invite you to train with us at the demon's lair. Us? Who else? The next second, the voices of Lin Yuyan and Xia Lin came through the phone.
Xiong Tianba chuckled, our great Xia quartet needs your leadership as captain.
Can't you just go to the demon's lair yourselves?
It's not exactly a dangerous place.
This time we're heading to the Gaoping demon's lair.
According to His Majesty Xia, there's an unknown ruin beneath it. He's given us the lair to explore on our own, but asked us to invite you alone. Having you with us would make us feel much more at ease. At the mention of ruins, Su Ming immediately sat up. If no secret realms were accessible, ruins were equally worthwhile destinations. If they could truly contract the beast riders mentioned by the Xia King and elevate their own ranks, it would be an absolute gain. He could instantly join the ranks of the powerful. Then, the sky would be the limit, and he'd never have to fear assassination by others again.
Are you sure? I'm known as the Iron Broom of the Demon's Denver.
If you train with me, you won't get any special treatment.
Su Ming, relax. This time, we'll each farm our own areas. No one will interfere with anyone else.
The Gaoping Demon's Den has 10 passages, and Grandpa didn't specify which one the ruins are in.
Clearly, he's testing us. Hearing this, Su Ming's lips curved into a faint smile.
This Lord Xia clearly intended to bestow resources upon them, yet deliberately imposed such restrictions,
making sure they wouldn't get it so easily. Alright, I'm in. Where do we meet? Downstairs at your place. We're already here. Got it, I'll be right there.
A few minutes later, beneath Su Ming's apartment building, 3 figures, fully armed, sat inside the pavilion of his residential complex.
Spotting Su Ming's arrival, they immediately waved their hands.
Su Ming approached them and, taking in their outfits, couldn't help but ask, how could you be so sure I'd agree to go?
No idea.
Lord Xia said that if you didn't want to go, just telling you about this would make you go for sure.
Su Ming was momentarily speechless. He was indeed drawn to this ancient site. Alright, you've won me over. Where exactly is this Gaoping ruins?
Lord Xia has made all the arrangements.
A private aircraft will transport us to the demon's lair. Alright. Su Ming didn't refuse. Do you need to go back and prepare? No need. We've been waiting for you. Then I don't need to either. Let's depart immediately. The Gaoping demon's lair was located in the border region of the Imperial State. Logically, a demon's lair of this scale, even on the Imperial State's border, would be swiftly eradicated.
The fact that it remained untouched seemed to suggest it was waiting specifically for Su Ming and his 3 companions. At this moment, Su Ming felt as though he were being manipulated by the Xia King and his group.
Everything seemed to be unfolding according to their plan. After dropping the 4 off, the aircraft immediately returned. The 4 exchanged glances. Xia Lin then looked at Su Ming and asked, Captain, what should we do now?
Before them lay the vast demon lair, its depths plunging into an abyss below.
There are 10 passages here. We'll clear them one by one.
This lair feels like something Lord Xia specially prepared for us.
Even if there really is a relic, it won't come easily. Let's get to work.
Got it. The 4 immediately assigned themselves to their respective passages.
Everyone, stay safe. I'll have my blade insects accompany you for immediate backup. The 3 accepted Su Ming's suggestion without objection.
During the Global Beastmaster Tournament, Su Ming's insect beasts had already proven their reconnaissance capabilities, helping the entire team advance to the second round.
Alright, then we'll meet at the ruins entrance.
The 4 summoned their beasts and charged into their chosen passages. Su Ming assigned a squad of bee insects to the trio, ensuring he could monitor their situation and immediately coordinate rescue efforts with the other 2 should danger arise.
Not long after the 4 entered the demon's lair.
Far away in the imperial capital, King Xia simultaneously received word of their entry into the demon's lair.
These 4 youngsters really can't stand being idle, they've mobilized so quickly. Your Majesty, should we proceed with the plan?
Spread the word. I want to see how many others near our imperial capital still possess such audacity to take such risks. Your Majesty, the combined bounty on their heads already exceeds 100 billion. Such a sum would dazzle even a royal tier beastmaster.
King Xia nodded upon hearing this.
I simply want to see if any royal tier beastmasters will secretly intervene.
This price is indeed too tempting. Even a century-old noble house couldn't possibly come up with that kind of money. Upon entering the demon's lair, a familiar sensation washed over him.
For Su Ming, who had spent 3 months within these caverns, the challenge posed by this demon lair was not particularly daunting. The highest level demonic creatures encountered were only 58th rank. To his insect beast battalion, now fully enhanced through demonic transformation, these creatures were as fragile as common chickens and dogs. However, having neglected leveling up during this period, he truly needed to gradually resume his cultivation. The path of a beastmaster was inherently monotonous, endless days spent hunting ferocious beasts and demons to level up. Su Ming felt little emotion about this. The driving force that kept a beastmaster training relentlessly was likely the exhilaration that came with each new level of power. Similarly, the other three were simultaneously pushing back the demons within their respective lairs. As the battles continued, Su Ming grew increasingly certain that the sheer number of demons here seemed to exceed what was normal. Could this place truly be an artificially created demon lair by His Majesty the Xia King? But what purpose would His Majesty have for such a thing? It hardly seems necessary. Though the monsters were numerous, their strength was unimpressive. Relying on these creatures to train Su Ming and his companions was essentially impossible. Su Ming was utterly perplexed. Could it be that the Xia King had planned this all along, only to be caught off guard by how much stronger the four of them turned out to be? It seemed the only plausible explanation. Yet 3 hours later, the swarm of insects Su Ming had left outside the lair to keep watch swiftly relayed several urgent messages back to him. Chapter 160, The Cherry Blossom Nation Spy, Welcome to the Trap. This is the place. Intelligence confirms it's right here. After lying dormant for so many years, the time has finally come to strike. Fellow comrades, this must be a plot by Great Xia. Yet we have no choice. These young beast tamers from Great Xia have already slain so many of our juniors in the global beast tamer tournament. Even the outstanding young talents of the Yamada clan, along with the descendants of the Yamada no Orochi, have been killed. Our duty is to eliminate them, even if it costs us our lives. We swear undying loyalty to His Majesty the Dog Emperor. Kill. Receiving feedback from his insect, Su Ming couldn't help but startle. The Great Xia Empire actually had beast tamers from the land of cherry blossoms lurking within their ranks. It seemed they intended to engage in a one-for-one exchange. Though only 4 had arrived. But judging by their strength, the leader alone had reached the terrifying king tier, roughly equivalent to an 80-level existence. The other 3 likely exceeded level 70 as well. No matter which of their 4 members faced off against any one of the enemy's 4, they would likely be no match. Damn it. Judging by the passageway the 4 of them entered, the leader was heading straight for me. The other 3 had also found the correct passageway. Damn it, blame Su Ming and his crew for choosing the passages by simply assigning them 1, 2, 3, 4. They'd left these 4 with no room for choice at all. Su Ming was certain this was yet another scheme by the Xia King, using them as bait to lure his prey. The 4 moved swiftly. Su Ming and his group hadn't been in this demonic lair long and hadn't ventured too deep. The 4 beast masters from Sakura Nation located Su Ming's group almost simultaneously. Seeing the king tier beast master appear before them, Su Ming couldn't deny feeling nervous. Meanwhile, the situation of Xia Lin and the other 3 was relayed back to him by his swarm of insects. Su Ming, it's truly a case of searching high and low in vain. You killed my Sakura Nation's junior today, you shall die. The 4 wasted no time on pleasantries. They charged at Su Ming and his companions the moment they appeared. They knew that any delay might prove fatal. Su Ming had intended to stall with some trash talk, but the enemy struck without warning. They left no room for hesitation. But just then, several masked beast tamers reappeared outside the demon lair. Imperial guards. The Xia King really did plant men here, waiting to lure us into the trap. But you guys better hurry up. Su Ming screamed inwardly. Su Ming knew he had to hold out. The combat prowess of a king-tier beastmaster far surpassed his own. All he could do now was hold them off with his insect horde. I hope Xia Lin and the others can hold out too. Su Ming thought to himself. Kill Su Ming. Kill Su Ming. Countless fierce attacks surged toward him. But Su Ming's insect beasts instantly erected a wall of life before him. Seeing the instant demise of 100,000 insect beasts, Su Ming couldn't deny the pain in his heart. Sakura Nation, rest assured I won't die today. But every beastmaster from your country I encounter, I will kill. Sooner or later, I'll toss every last one of you islanders into the sea to feed the deep-sea beasts. Su Ming's eyes burned crimson. Casualties in battle were normal. But he absolutely refused to let such losses go to waste. Heh, you won't get the chance. Is that so? Look behind you. Su Ming sneered coldly. Behind the Sakura Nation assassin at that moment, 3 Jinyui guards had arrived. Despite witnessing everything unfolding before him, the Sakura Nation assassin still shouted, "Kill Su Ming!" Su Ming sneered coldly. This was his only chance to strike. Miss this, and there would be no second chance. Xia Lin and the other 2 had their beast mounts injured, but thankfully the Imperial Guards arrived just in time. Brother, kill this bastard. The Imperial Guards hesitated not a moment, summoning their beasts and charging straight into battle. All 3 Jinyui were king-tier beast masters. King Xiao's preparations were remarkably thorough. However, if it weren't for the 4 of them holding out for a short while, they might still have perished. Meanwhile, in the Xia King's office, Sakura Nation has lost patience and entered the demon's lair. The Imperial Guards are hot on their heels. The battle should conclude soon. Upon hearing this, the Xia King chuckled softly. That cherry blossom nation truly seeks its own demise. Should we ever reach a point where war becomes inevitable and irreconcilable, the first to be annihilated will be this nation that loves to play the vanguard. Resolve this swiftly. With only one guest present, it feels rather sparse. It's just a pity for Su Ming and the others. If they knew they'd become bait, they'd likely find it psychologically unbearable.
King Xia shook his head. Su Ming definitely knows. Don't you understand that kid's fighting style? No matter where or when, he always deploys masses of insect beasts to monitor the situation. When the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's beastmasters entered the demon's lair, he was certainly aware. I see. Then he must be furious by now. They'll undoubtedly face the Sakura Nation beastmasters' assault. First injuries to the beasts are unavoidable. There's nothing I can do about that. It's unavoidable. In the blink of an eye, roughly 10 minutes passed. As for Sakura Nation beastmasters shouted their loyalty to the Dog Emperor, they were instantly slain. All was quiet once more. Even Xia Lin and his companion hadn't noticed the battle. The Imperial Guards had already ended it. The 4 beastmasters from the land of cherry blossoms were slain within the demonic lair. Clearly, they knew an ambush awaited them. Yet despite this, they charged forward without hesitation. This revealed the deep apprehension they held toward both themselves and Xia Lin's group. Ever since his return, the Xia King's moves had come one after another, leaving them no breathing room whatsoever. But Su Ming had no need to worry now. With that heavenly net prepared by the Xia King surrounding the perimeter, all he needed to do was focus on eliminating these demonic creatures. After all, Xia Lin and the others' safety was absolutely guaranteed. With that thought, he realized that training without worry, even if it meant being the bait, wasn't so bad after all. The Imperial Guards did not interrupt Su Ming and his 3 companions as they continued hunting the demons. And seemingly aware that the assassins from the land of cherry blossoms had been utterly annihilated, the hidden killers in the shadows also fell silent. However, the powerful intelligence apparatus of the Great Xia Empire had already detected numerous unusual movements. Even if they didn't directly intervene in the battle against Su Ming and his companions, even the mere thought of it had been recorded in their files. The nation's lethal assets began to eliminate them one by one. The Xia King stood outside his office, surveying the imperial capital below. As the ancient saying goes, to repel external threats, one must first stabilize the interior. To keep other nations in line, we must thoroughly purge the restless elements within Great Xia. Your Excellency, are we to kill them all? Kill. Chapter 161, The 4 Symbols Secret Realm, Vermilion Bird Secret Realm. 3 days later, the 4 men, each bearing their own discoveries, stood before a colossal stone gate. This must be the ruins His Majesty the Xia King spoke of, Xiong Tianba asked, surveying the scene before them. It must be. Let's go. Su Ming and his companions' beasts immediately stepped forward, beginning to push the massive stone gate before them. As the gate swung open, the torchlight within the ruins' passageway flared to life. The 4 exchanged glances before stepping inside together. Wonder what lies within this ruin. I suspect this place has already been visited. It's too clean. Su Ming remarked indifferently. Su Ming, you wouldn't be suggesting His Majesty the Xia King tricked us, would you? I can't say for sure. Let's see what remains inside this ruin. Su Ming shook his head. Everything that had happened these past few days had been orchestrated by the Xia King and his people. This ruin contained no protective barriers. Whoever first discovered it would undoubtedly have explored inside. The passageway offered no resistance whatsoever. Upon reaching the deepest part of the ruins, the 4 discovered 4 keys. Seeing the keys before them, everyone was taken aback. What are these? At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind them. 4 keys represent the qualifications to access 4 secret realms. You 4 may each choose one. What you receive depends entirely on your own choices. The group whirled around to find King Xia standing alone behind them. Your Majesty, the King of Xia. Great-grandfather. The 4 were startled, and by then, the Xia King had already stepped before them. These 4 secret realms are the most crucial domains within our Great Xia. Given your current contributions to the realm, only one person may enter each. So, choose wisely. Your Excellency, you wouldn't be referring to the 4 Symbols Secret Realm, would you? Xiong Tianba exclaimed in surprise. It seems your great-grandfather has mentioned it to you. Yes, he said we would enter the 4 Symbols Secret Realm, but he didn't tell me when. Great-grandfather, what exactly is the 4 Symbols Secret Realm? Xia Lin looked at the Xia King with puzzlement. King Xia's gaze swept over the 4 of them as he spoke slowly. The 4 Symbols Secret Realms refer to the Azure Dragon Secret Realm, the White Tiger Secret Realm, the Black Tortoise Secret Realm, and the Vermilion Bird Secret Realm. Within these realms lie trials set by the 4 divine beasts. Those who pass receive rewards from these beasts, even their young cubs. However, while the rewards are extraordinarily lavish, only one person is permitted to enter each realm annually. Therefore, we exercise extreme caution in selecting this individual. This year, all 4 of you have performed exceptionally well. Furthermore, the seniors who participated alongside you and met the requirements have already entered one of the realms. Therefore, this spot has been reserved for you. Whoa! Each of the 4 keys bore the name of a secret realm. Xia Lin chose the Azure Dragon Secret Realm without hesitation. Lin Yuyan, meanwhile, chose the Black Tortoise. Xiong Tianba glanced at Su Ming and asked, Su Ming, which secret realm do you want? Su Ming shrugged indifferently. I only contract insect beasts. I'm not really into contracting these divine beasts. You pick first. I'm fine with either. Xiong Tianba nodded and selected the White Tiger's secret realm.
Su Ming then picked up the key to the Vermilion Bird's secret realm.
King Xia smiled faintly. Su Ming, though you only wish to contract insect-type beasts, the secret realm holds many benefits. Perhaps you'll gain unexpected rewards.
Su Ming nodded in agreement.
Even if he did obtain a divine beast cub, he could simply sell it off immediately. The system never restricted him from contracting beasts other than insects.
The main issue was Su Ming himself.
While contracting a divine beast would greatly enhance his strength,
but if he were to exchange the divine beast for resources at its true value, it would consume an astronomical amount of resources. Divine beast cubs were priceless treasures, virtually impossible to find on the market.
A single divine beast could bankrupt an entire clan if they tried to purchase one.
Alternatively, he could use the system to continuously increase the number of other insect-type divine beast cubs. Regardless, forging a contract was not the most advantageous deal for him.
Su Ming understood clearly that his current strength stemmed entirely from the system and his innate talents.
To maintain his strength indefinitely, he still needed to rely on the enhancements provided by his system and innate talent. This was precisely why Su Ming had never considered contracting other individual beasts of extraordinary combat prowess.
Not because he couldn't, but because it wasn't worth it. Return now.
The four-symbol secret realm is located in different regions across our Great Xia.
Special arrangements must be made to escort you there.
Yes. 3 days later, within a fortress in the southern reaches of Great Xia, the Vermilion Bird Secret Realm, one of the four-symbol secret realms, was situated here. Upon arrival, Zhu Huan, the commander in charge of its defense, came out to greet them.
You must be Su Ming.
I have received the Xia King's orders to escort you into the Vermilion Bird Secret Realm.
Thank you, Senior.
Su Ming clasped his hands in gratitude, then turned to look at the Imperial Guard who had brought him here.
Senior, I've arrived. What about you?
I'll wait here for you to emerge.
I'll need to escort you back afterward. Su Ming nodded upon hearing this. Thank you for your trouble, Senior.
Zhu Huan then spoke up. Su Ming, when do you plan to enter the secret realm?
Right now. I'm ready. Alright, then follow me.
The Vermilion Bird Secret Realm differs somewhat from the other three symbol secret realms.
We'll discuss it as we go. Understood.
Su Ming nodded, and the two headed toward the entrance of the secret realm. Su Ming spoke first. Senior Zhu Huan, I've learned a bit about the Vermilion Bird Secret Realm from the Xia King.
I'm just wondering what kind of rewards one can obtain within it.
Well, from what I know, the best reward is actually the legendary great beast Jufeng, whose bloodline is extremely close to the Vermilion Bird.
It's immensely powerful and currently in the possession of one of our 5 kings, King Lin. Hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help but exclaim in awe, have you witnessed its power?
Indeed. After a single battle, it engulfed the sky in flames and even vaporized seawater. However, its strength isn't solely due to the beast itself. King Lin's innate talent and level bonuses also play a crucial role.
Su Ming nodded.
The true strength of a beast ultimately depended on its master. Without the master's level and innate talent, a beast's combat potential is severely limited. It's said that within the four-symbol secret realm, one can obtain the young of the four symbols divine beasts. However, no one has ever succeeded in this endeavor. Despite this, the four-symbol secret realm still provides our Great Xia's beast tamers with a vast number of top-tier beasts of king level and above. Zhu Huan spoke with evident pride.
Su Ming nodded. Senior, I've heard the challenge within this secret realm involves the Vermilion Bird endlessly reborn through fire?
Yes, correct. The challenge in the Vermilion Bird Secret Realm is against the Vermilion Bird's phantom form, yet it possesses formidable power. It will gradually test you based on your level. After you defeat it once, the strength of the next Vermilion Bird Phantom will double. Lord Lin Wang once defeated the Vermilion Bird Phantom 5 times and obtained the powerful Vermilion Phoenix Beast. Su Ming, your strength is exceptional among those at your level.
I believe you can also obtain an excellent beast.
Hearing this, Su Ming smiled faintly.
Thank you for your blessings, Senior.
You are the future of our Great Xia. We old folks are past our prime. Honestly, we often lack the will to hunt fierce beasts and demons day after day. But you are different, you still have that drive. Keep training diligently.
Yes, sir. Chapter 162, Vermilion Bird Bloodline, Artificial Divine Beast. Su Ming, it's up to you now.
I hope you can obtain the young of the Vermilion Bird Divine Beast.
Thank you, Senior.
Su Ming nodded and turned to enter the secret realm. The moment he stepped inside, a wave of scorching heat instantly engulfed him. Su Ming snapped his eyes open. Perched atop an ever-burning volcano, a vermilion bird lay with its eyes closed. Yet the moment he appeared, its eyes snapped open. In that instant, Su Ming felt the true might of a divine beast for the very first time. Even if a beast tamer truly possessed a divine beast cub, the creature's true power remained beyond their control. This must be why divine beasts are called divine beasts. Su Ming thought to himself. But then, the vermilion bird flapped its wings and soared swiftly into the sky. The scorching heat instantly made Su Ming break out in a cold sweat.
Name, vermilion bird. Level, 51. Species value, mythical beast. Gulp. Su Ming couldn't help but swallow hard. Facing a divine beast head on that kind of pressure wasn't something everyone could handle. With a thought, the Beastmaster's space behind him activated. Countless insect beasts swiftly emerged, but against a legendary of this caliber, his low-tier creatures were mere cannon fodder. Yet despite this, they would still serve as cannon fodder. Golden cicada with twin wings, you are a divine beast, and so is he. Let's see how many times your amplified strength can defeat it. Hearing Su Ming's command, the double-winged golden cicada grew even more excited. For divine beasts, the chance to battle another divine beast like the vermilion bird was equally thrilling. Divine beasts were warlike creatures too. Super blood demon war insect, golden horn demon insect you to assist. Gazing at the vermilion bird soaring overhead, Su Ming couldn't help but swallow hard once more. Charge! The golden cicada itself possessed over 30 times combat power enhancement. Although Su Ming had lost many insect beasts recently, but now he possessed over 30-fold enhancement himself. A 60-fold combat power boost proved relatively easy for the vermilion bird and other divine beasts to handle, especially against an unboosted opponent. Combined with flanking attacks from several insect beasts like the super blood demon war insect, Su Ming dispatched the first kill in under 30 minutes. As the vermilion bird plunged into the magma moments later, a freshly resurrected vermilion bird reappeared before them. Since no one could die anyway, he just went all out. Su Ming immediately unleashed his insect beasts to attack without restraint. Meanwhile, in the office of the King of Xia, a phone rang. Hello? Your Majesty, the White Eagles are preparing to move. As per the initial intelligence, they intend to open the lost ruins. Understood. Exact timing? 1 month from now. Has White Eagle restricted the age or rank of Beastmasters allowed to enter the ruins? Yes, only Beastmasters under 22 years old may choose to enter. Understood. Once White Eagle's announcement is made public, begin preparing our Beastmasters for entry into the ruins. Understood, sir. A day passed and Su Ming had already defeated the vermilion bird over 6 times. This particular vermilion bird was in its initial state with a 128-fold combat power boost. It instantly wiped out all his insect beasts. Fortunately, they were only illusions and wouldn't truly kill his insect beasts. Even so, his tally remained stuck at 6 kills, though at least that was one more than the Forest King. At worst, it's a top-tier beast like Zhu Feng. Not a bad deal. A faint smile touched Su Ming's lips. Immediately, the vermilion bird before him transformed into 2 glowing orbs that drifted slowly toward him. A line of text appeared above the orbs. Please select 1 reward. Su Ming's gaze swept over, and the details of the 3 rewards appeared on his system panel. Reward 1, Young Vermilion Bird. Name, Young Vermilion Bird. Species value, legendary. Description, one of the 4 primordial divine beasts, possessing the ultimate vermilion bird's flame. Reward 2, Vermilion Bird Essence. Name, Vermilion Bird Essence Blood. Description, upon absorption, grants 100% Suzaku bloodline inheritance. 2 rewards, one grants a direct acquisition of a divine tier vermilion bird cub, while the other provides vermilion bird essence to artificially create a beast rider possessing 100% vermilion bird bloodline. The Suzaku cub itself cannot be taken away, it must be contracted on site. While not a loss, it's definitely not the most profitable option. The vermilion bird's essence blood could be sold, but Su Ming realized that selling it would yield enormous profits. But what if he used this vermilion bird essence directly on his own insect beast? What would happen if he used the vermilion bird's essence blood directly on his insect beast? A creature with 100% vermilion bird bloodline would undoubtedly be a divine beast level existence. Combined with its insect beast identity, he could continuously breed it. Selling it outright would never fetch the price of a divine beast of the insect type. But if he used it directly for his own beast taming, he could absolutely artificially create a divine beast. This way, I would possess 2 divine tier beasts, 2 legendary tier beasts, and 2 king tier beasts. With these 6 insect mothers continuously hatching offspring, from a certain perspective, he had indeed achieved the Beastmaster configuration pursued by over 99.99% of the world's Beastmasters. It's truly astonishing. This must be the reward of absolute innate talent. For anyone else, such a high frequency of resource replenishment would be utterly impossible. National resources were limited. Secret realms like the Vermilion Bird Secret Realm only permitted 1 person to enter per year. Not everyone could emerge from a secret realm carrying a divine beast level cub like Su Ming had. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Ming's heart stirred. His sovereign tier insect beast, the swift wind-winged insect, materialized before him. Gazing at the swift wind-winged insect before him, Su Ming made his choice immediately, the vermilion bird's essence blood. Swift wind-winged insect, this is divine beast grade essence blood, not just a single drop, but enough to completely replace your entire body's blood with vermilion bird essence. Without hesitation, Su Ming allowed the swift wind-winged insect to absorb it all. A colossal surge of bloodline energy instantly flooded the swift wind-winged insect's body.
Within minutes, a crimson orb of light enveloped it entirely. Su Ming knew this was the state a beast entered during evolution.
Excellent. Once the evolution completes, it will possess at least the combat strength of a royal-grade divine beast cub. While it can't match the current amplified double-winged golden cicada, the might of the vermilion bird bloodline speaks for itself. Su Ming's heart surged with excitement. Other divine beasts were powerful, but insect beasts were weak? He had directly grafted the bloodlines of those mighty divine beasts into his insect beast. Let's see whose power truly reigns supreme. Chapter 163, Atlantis, an absolute trap. After selecting his reward, Su Ming was immediately teleported out of the secret realm. The moment he stepped out, Zhu Huan approached him. Seeing Su Ming's state, Zhu Huan couldn't help but speak up. Su Ming, looks like you've made quite the haul.
Thanks to your blessing, senior.
It's been quite good indeed. This is your own strength. Would you like to stay here a few more days? Zhu Huan looked at Su Ming and extended an invitation.
Su Ming shook his head.
No, thank you, senior.
I must return to report to His Majesty the Xia King. This opportunity to enter the secret realm was granted by His Majesty himself.
Well, this chance only comes once a year. If we don't give it to outstanding young talents like you, who else should we give it to? Giving it to others would be a waste. When you grow stronger, Great Xia grows stronger. Keep striving to bring the secret realms of other nations under our banner. We will. After a few more casual words, Su Ming followed the Imperial Guards back to the Imperial capital. The energy from the vermilion bird's essence blood was too potent. Su Ming estimated that his insect beast would struggle to evolve successfully in the near future. Upon returning before the Xia King, the monarch couldn't help but inquire about Su Ming's gains. Su Ming offered no concealment.
I defeated the vermilion bird 6 times and received 2 reward choices, a divine beast cub and divine beast essence blood. Hearing this, the Xia King rose to his feet.
And what did you choose?
Your Majesty, as you know, I would never contract any beast other than an insect beast. Therefore, I chose the essence blood and directly grafted it onto my insect beast.
I intend to create an insect beast with 100% vermilion bird bloodline.
I wonder just how powerful such a beast will be. That's truly insane, but such an approach is exactly what I'd expect from you. This haul was quite substantial. Your strength has increased significantly. Su Ming nodded and continued. However, after the battle in the ruins last time, my current insect beast count has dropped below 3 million. I think I need to focus on replenishing my insect beast numbers next. Otherwise, my combat strength will be severely compromised. Su Ming knew the Xia King had long planned to cultivate them, otherwise, he wouldn't have been allocating resources so frequently. In such a short time, he had already reaped the rewards of 1 ancient site and 1 secret realm. For others, perhaps only one such opportunity might present itself in a lifetime.
Is a month enough time?
Su Ming froze upon hearing this.
1 month?
At his current rate of insect beast breeding, he could produce roughly 2 million more in that time. Combined with his existing stock, that would bring the total to just over 5 million, a 35-fold increase. Falling short by 1 or 2 times the target wouldn't be a major setback.
Su Ming nodded. It's manageable. What's the matter, King Xia? Do you have another plan? King Xia smiled and shook his head.
It's not that I have a plan, the plan has come to us.
Su Ming abruptly stood up. Is it that lost ruin you mentioned before? King Xia nodded.
Su Ming slowly sat back down and said, I understand, Your Majesty. I'll recover my strength and prepare for the ruins in a month. This time, the participants are restricted to those under 22. Many surpass your strength, they're targeting us.
Are you still determined to go?
Looking into the Xia King's eyes, Su Ming chuckled softly.
Without Zhang the Butcher, are we supposed to eat hairy pigs? There's nothing to fear. As long as I can enhance my strength, I'll go. Very well. I'm only discussing this with you.
I haven't mentioned it to Xiao Lin and the others.
Their strength doesn't match yours.
If you can go, I trust you have the ability to protect yourself. Su Ming flushed slightly at the praise.
Your Majesty, I never expected you to hold me in such high regard. Truthfully, this ruin's danger level exceeds 70%. For you, it still requires careful consideration. Only 70%? That low?
Su Ming froze, having expected it to be over 90%.
King Xia smiled faintly.
At that time, King Lin and I will accompany you. That way, they won't dare make any moves outside.
Both kings together. Good heavens! Su Ming jumped to his feet in astonishment. The combined might of King Xia and King Lin alone could annihilate 90% of the nations currently existing on Blue Star.
With both of them accompanying him, the pressure would indeed be minimized to the absolute extreme. The only thing he needed to worry about within the ruins were other high-level beast masters. Su Ming had a clear understanding of his own capabilities. He possessed the capability to fight opponents several levels above his own rank. Moreover, he now commanded 2 divine beast cubs. Within a month, if both beast eggs hatched, his Beastmaster lineup would undoubtedly be the most formidable among all participants. Your Majesty, is there any way to hasten the hatching of these beast eggs?
I currently hold 2 legendary great eggs that have yet to hatch. If they were to hatch, my strength would advance even further. Beast eggs? There's no real solution. After all, we're not their mothers. When they hatch within the beast space is entirely up to them. Hearing even Lord Xia was powerless, Su Ming could only hope the beasts within his 2 eggs would emerge swiftly. Then, Lord Xia, I shall take my leave. Very well. The next day, while still resting at home, Su Ming received a video call from his teacher. Teacher! You little rascal! Haven't contacted me in ages. Have you forgotten about the military headquarters and your teacher? Seeing Qi Xiantian feigning anger on the screen, Su Ming replied with a smile, Teacher, the training regimen arranged by the Xia King is just too packed. I barely have time to rest. Is that so? Looks like you're resting just fine right now. At that moment, senior brother Wang Zhuoxing whispered in the video, he clearly misses his junior brother so much, yet he's putting on an act again. Zhuoxing, have you been slacking off in your cultivation lately? At the threatening tone, Wang Zhuoxing immediately shut his mouth. Su Ming looked at Qi Xiantian and couldn't help but ask, Master, have you been well these past days? Fine, eating like a horse, feeling great. Master, have you forgotten why you called your junior disciple? Prompted by Wang Zhuoxing's reminder, Qi Xiantian finally turned to Su Ming and asked, Su Ming, are you preparing to go to the lost ruins of Atlantis? Ha? How did you know, Master? I just know. Qi Xiantian wore an expression of expected certainty. You can't go. It's far too dangerous. The White Eagle Empire is clearly targeting your group. If you head to the lost ruins of Atlantis, you'll likely face an ambush by several beast masters whose ranks exceed yours by several levels, perhaps even a dozen or more. Seeing Qi Xiantian's anxious expression, Su Ming nodded. Master, I understand all that. But cultivation is about pushing your limits. If I were content with the status quo, returning to the military headquarters to cultivate would be the safest choice. Chapter 164, Peak Combat Power, No Turning Back. So you insist on going? Qi Xiantian stared intently at Su Ming, seemingly hoping he would back down. But Su Ming nodded again. Master, this is a rare opportunity. To abandon it out of fear would be a waste and not my style. Seeing Su Ming's resolve, Qi Xiantian finally sighed. Very well. Since that's the case, Zhuoshang, you will accompany Su Ming. Ah! Wang Zhuoxing, standing nearby, abruptly leaped to his feet, looking at his master in bewilderment. Master, surely you're not joking? Junior brother's current strength might even surpass mine. You two go together. Watch each other's backs. At that moment, Su Ming felt his head spin. He certainly didn't want to drag others into his actions. He hurriedly explained, Master, I know you're worried about me. I'll protect myself. I have insect beasts that will scatter throughout the ruins to provide me with vision. Exactly, Master. Junior brother can handle it alone. If I go too, junior brother might come back alive while I'm left dead out there. Qi Xiantian knew this request was unfair. He nodded and said, all right, then. Su Ming, be extremely cautious when entering the ruins. A genius who survives is a true genius. Do you understand? Understood, Master. After a few more casual words, Su Ming ended the call. Recalling his master's concern for him, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. But there was no other way he had to go. A week later, the crimson sacred 8-legged demon he had obtained earliest hatched from its beast egg. 2 weeks later, his primordial radiant golden insect hatched as well. Just as Su Ming was worrying that his swift wind-winged insect, infused with vermilion bird essence, might not complete its evolution in time. Following the ancient radiant golden insect, the light sphere shattered. A beast insect, its entire body entwined with vermilion bird divine flames, appeared within Su Ming's beast-taming space. Name, Vermilion Bird Divine Insect. Race value, Legendary Divine Beast. Level, 51. Description, the swift wind-winged insect underwent mutation and evolution after absorbing Suzaku's essence. Though not a Suzaku itself, it now possesses 100% Suzaku essence within its body. In an instant, 3 legendary tier beasts were at his command, bringing his strength to its peak state thus far. Moreover, the Vermilion Bird Divine Insect had likely never existed in such a form throughout history. However, after understanding the Scarlet Bird Divine Insect's abilities, Su Ming could almost confirm that it was merely another insect form of the Vermilion Bird. Observing its incubation period, it was actually half a year longer than that of the original Golden Cicada. It seems the Vermilion Bird's combat prowess is truly terrifying. Su Ming couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Now, having reached his peak condition, he awaited only the Summer King's summons. With less than a week remaining until the 1-month deadline. As the Xia King had stated, they would proceed directly to the entrance of the lost ruins of Atlantis at that time, with no plans to arrive early. Thus, the departure time was set for the final day. He examined his newly acquired 3 insect beasts closely. Su Ming grew more and more fond of them with each glance. The primordial radiant golden insect, golden throughout, possessed armor so sturdy it seemed capable of shattering any substance. Its formidable defense could form an impenetrable front alongside his golden horn demon insect.
The crimson sacred eight-legged demon, crimson and black in hue, possessed a colossal form. Its 8 legs alone stretched over 20 meters. Every attack from the crimson sacred eight-legged demon carried potent venom, adding another dimension to his arsenal. The original legendary tier Zhuke divine insect possesses fiery vermilion wings, its entire body enveloped in divine flames. It can wield all abilities of the Zhuke phoenix, exceeding 10 meters in size and serving as the master's primary flying mount. Lord Xiao Wang mentioned that although the lost ruins of Atlantis lie deep beneath the ocean, an energy shield protects the interior. Inside the ruins, conditions are indistinguishable from land. Su Ming murmured to himself, aware his insect mount lacked aquatic combat capabilities. If exposed to water, his combat effectiveness would likely drop to less than 1% of his land-based capabilities. After completing all preparations, Su Ming remained at home awaiting the King of Xia's summons. Several days later, in the King of Xia's office, over 50 people stood assembled here. Su Ming stood among them, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Familiar faces were among them. Many were seniors who had participated in the Global Beastmaster tournament back in their junior and senior years. Of course, there were also some he didn't recognize. You 58 individuals will soon be led by me to the lost ruins of Atlantis. King Lin has already departed ahead of time. I want everyone to understand this clearly. This battle within the ruins is targeted against us. Therefore, you must help each other within the ruins. When facing opponents, show no mercy even on their home turf. King Lin and I will wait for you outside. Kill freely. If they want revenge, they'll have to ask us if we'll allow it. Yes. The group rose and roared in unison. King Xia nodded with great satisfaction, then continued, the lost ruins of Atlantis cover an immense area. We've already sent each of you a map marking all currently known locations of Atlantis temples. These temples are the most crucial sites within the ruins and will undoubtedly be the epicenter of large-scale battles. Each Atlantis temple holds the legacy of the ancient civilization's beast-tamers. Upon hearing this, Su Ming lowered his head and opened the map. Only 5 temple locations were marked on the map. Yet the number of people entering these ruins was likely no less than 10,000. The areas around these 5 temples were bound to run red with blood. These are only the known temple zones. Currently, less than 30% of Atlantis has been opened. We estimate the number of temples in Atlantis to be no fewer than 20, and there is definitely a central temple housing their highest legacy. Though this is the legacy of another civilization in ancient times, it cannot be ruled out that it may be connected to our great Xia civilization. Everyone must strive with all their might. Based on the information uncovered from the ruins so far, the ancient beast-taming civilization was undoubtedly far ahead of our current one. If we can obtain their legacy, the level of ancient beast-taming techniques could even allow us to become kings in one step, legends in one step. The Xia King's words served as a powerful shot in the arm for everyone present. Becoming a king, achieving legendary status, these were the ultimate pursuits of every beastmaster. Everyone, this battle for the ruins will be the most perilous challenge you've ever faced. If any of you wish to withdraw now, do so without hesitation. This is not a guaranteed victory, it is an expedition fraught with immense danger. Chapter 165, Life and Death are indifferent. If you're not satisfied, then fight. King Xia's gaze swept across the crowd. Not a single soul chose to withdraw. Everyone knows that opportunities are fleeting. If you let fear hold you back, one may spend their entire life merely picking up what others have discarded. Even if there's only one slim chance whether you leap through the dragon gate to become a dragon or crash against it, you won't betray the spirit that drives you as a beastmaster. Good. Each of you is a pillar of our Great Xia's future. Great Xia needs you to grow stronger, and you possess the courage to do so. Depart. Over 50 individuals simultaneously summoned their flying beast mounts. Though transport aircraft existed, the distance from Great Xia to the Atlantis Sea was immense. Using their own flying beasts would prove far more convenient. The moment Su Ming summoned his twin-winged golden cicada, the golden light instantly captured everyone's attention. Su Ming, is this your divine beast cub? Someone approached Su Ming with curiosity, their eyes scanning the enormous creature before them. Su Ming nodded. Yes, it's called the twin-winged golden cicada. In its full-blown form, it possesses 6 wings. I see. My understanding of insect beasts used to be garbage. You've completely changed my perspective. Elementary textbooks always said, there are no useless beasts, only useless beast tamers. I never took it seriously before, but seeing you, I'm truly impressed. Su Ming responded to the flattery with a faint smile of gratitude and modest acknowledgement. His strength and standing in the eyes of the Xia King were plain for all to see. Among the 50-plus participants, he was the only one at 19 years old. Most others were 22. This was only because the Xia King and his people had deliberately limited the number of participants. Everyone, are you ready? Ready. The group answered in unison, and King Xia nodded with satisfaction. As all the beast riders took flight, they sped toward the Eastern Ocean. Accompanying the entire group, besides King Xia, were the Great Xia's military forces. As the entire group traversed the sky, the vast swarm of dark shadows cast a profound awe upon the cities below. Though his rank was the lowest, his beast's speed was not the slowest among them. Despite its massive size, the golden cicada's wings granted it tremendous speed. Boosted by a multi-fold increase in velocity, it even charged ahead at the very front. When a beastmaster rode their mount, the beast would actively release an energy barrier, shielding the rider within. This prevented the beast riders from being blown off at speeds several times the speed of sound. Upon entering the East Ocean, most beast riders chose to rest atop their mounts. The Eastern Ocean's area was roughly 3 times that of Great Xia. Traveling from Great Xia to the Atlantis Sea meant crossing nearly the entire Eastern Ocean. Though their mounts were swift, the journey still took over 8 hours. Su Ming was no exception, falling asleep directly on the back of his golden cicada. After a long while, a voice suddenly shouted, "I see it! The Atlantis Sea!" Su Ming's eyes snapped open. Above the Atlantis Sea, countless mounts and their riders were already visible, suspended in the air. Following the route of the Xia King's beast, everyone swiftly converged toward a single direction. There, a small squad of beast tamers had formed what seemed like a restricted zone around them. It radiated an aura of keep out. Suddenly, a figure flew towards Su Ming. As the figure drew near, many gasped in recognition. It was King Lin. Lin Wang, one of the 5 kings. Su Ming looked over. Lin Wang appeared extremely aged. His hair was entirely white, and he sported a long beard. Upon seeing the king of Lin, the king of Xia immediately approached him. After exchanging a few words, the two approached the crowd. King Lin's gaze swept over the crowd. "Greetings, fellow students." "Greetings, Lord Lin." The crowd responded in unison, their voices booming. King Lin laughed heartily several times before continuing, "The lost ruins of Atlantis have yet to be opened. When they are, you will witness a marvel." "A marvel?" Su Ming looked at Lin Wang with confusion. Meanwhile, beast tamers from other nations had already arrived. With the arrival of hundreds of beast masters from the White Eagle Empire above the sea, representatives from all nations were now present. Soon, the leaders of each nation gathered together. With King Xia and King Lin standing there, everyone grew tense. Many nations had sent their strongest fighters, but their absolute elites remained stationed at home, unable to be dispatched lightly. De Xia had brought 2 of their own, yet even so, 3 of their strongest remained stationed at home. When will the lost ruins open? The Xia King's words sounded less like a question and more like a demand. The leader of the White Eagle Empire was also extremely tense, forcing himself to stay alert as he replied, "It's estimated to take another 3 hours. At that time, a massive whirlpool will appear in the sea. All our beast masters must enter within 10 minutes, otherwise, they won't be able to enter at all." "What exactly is the entrance to the ruins?" "The entrance is a vortex energy portal. The lost ruins of Atlantis are vast. It will randomly teleport all entrants to different locations within the city. The portal will only reopen after 7 days, allowing everyone to exit. However, they will only have 1 hour to do so. If they miss that hour, they must wait another year to exit again." "Understood." King Xia nodded and returned to the group with King Lin. "Everyone, the ruins entrance will open in 3 hours. You must enter as quickly as possible. King Lin and I will secure the front positions for you. Once inside, move swiftly. The random teleportation will likely scatter you." King Xia turned to Su Ming. "Su Ming, your insect beast can locate teammates. Once inside, you must continue doing so." "Understood." Su Ming nodded. "One more thing, remember this, the ruins will reopen in 7 days. That is your only chance to exit. If you miss it, you'll have to wait another year." King Xia's words immediately stirred a commotion among the crowd. Then, the Lin King stepped forward and said, "Everyone, over 10,000 beast masters have come this time. Even though the lost ruins of Atlantis are vast, if you're scattered like this, the chances of encountering each other are very high. Everyone must be prepared for battle. Inside the ruins, there's no room for sentimentality. Except for our great Xia's beast masters, no matter which country you're from, attack first and ask questions later." "Yes." Su Ming let out a bitter laugh. Every single one of his nation's elite warriors had tempers hotter than hell. If they didn't like it, they'd fight. Kill first, deal with the consequences later. Chapter 166, Lost Ruins, Unknown Temple. Night slowly descended as the moon rose. The sea reflected the bright moonlight. At the entrance to the ruins, the great Xia contingent had already pushed their way to the front. The representatives from other nations dared not voice their discontent. After all, standing there were even the strongest warriors of Blue Star who would dare to act? Just then, the sea water suddenly churned violently. In the next instant, a massive whirlpool opened up within the water. "It's the entrance to the Atlantis ruins." King Xia and King Lin stood at the rear of the line, their gazes fixed on the beast tamers from all nations behind them. The message was clear: until the great Xia beast masters entered, everyone else had to wait their turn. Su Ming and his group hesitated not a moment, plunging directly into the vortex. Initially, an intense dizziness overwhelmed them. Su Ming tried to hold on to his consciousness, but even his beast companion began spinning along with the vortex. Within a single second, he blacked out. After an unknown period, Su Ming felt his body being jostled. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw the golden cicada with 2 wings persistently scraping at him.
Is this the lost ruins of Atlantis?
Su Ming stood up and quickly surveyed his surroundings. Everywhere lay crumbling stone statues and structures. Unlike modern architecture, these buildings were all constructed from diamond granite of extraordinary hardness. Even so, the ruins now lay in utter ruin. Unfazed by the sight, Su Ming swiftly activated his beast-taming space.
In the next instant, countless insectoid beasts surged out in all directions.
At that moment, Su Ming looked up. The scene before him left him frozen in place. High above, he could actually see the ferocious beasts lurking beneath the sea. A colossal whale, over 100 meters in length, glided slowly overhead. They say the ocean remains a forbidden zone for beast tamers. Even His Majesty the Xia King must proceed with utmost caution when venturing into the deep sea to encounter such colossal creatures. The ocean had remained largely untouched since the world's great upheaval. These beasts had evolved over centuries, and no one knew how many terrifying creatures now lurked in the abyss. And no one dared to venture there lightly. Soon, Su Ming had established insect beast surveillance across a 5-kilometer radius around himself.
Any beast master within his vicinity would be detected.
With preparations complete, Su Ming swiftly unfolded the map granted by the Xia King.
The marked areas were limited.
Su Ming scanned his surroundings, searching for structures that matched the map. However, upon comparison, he realized his current location lay outside these surveyed areas.
Looks like I'll have to feel my way across the river.
Su Ming thought to himself. His current objective was to locate the temples scattered throughout the ruins, for only within these temples could he find the legacy of this ancient civilization. However, after deploying his insect beasts, Su Ming was certain that no living creatures remained visible outside the ruins.
Judging by the timeline, everyone must have entered by now. While my strength isn't the weakest, I absolutely must remain cautious.
Su Ming thought to himself. Soon, through his insect beast's reconnaissance, he discovered a temple.
The temple was smaller than Su Ming had anticipated, its exterior already in a state of ruin. Fragmented stone statues stood guard around its perimeter.
Su Ming studied the stone statues before him. Their grotesque features suggested they were a type of sea beast with exceptionally high racial stats.
Their appearance was peculiar, yet they didn't resemble the Cthulhu-type mounts prevalent in the White Eagle Empire.
The original inhabitants of Atlantis's lost ruins likely also depended on the ocean for survival, and their beasts were all primarily marine creatures. Alongside the Dragon Palace ruins of Great Xia, they were renowned as the world's 2 great oceanic relics. However, entry requirements for the Dragon Palace ruins were extremely stringent, demanding a king tier or higher level to even qualify for permission to enter.
Su Ming knew he couldn't explore the Dragon Palace ruins anytime soon.
Surveying the crumbling temple before him, Su Ming remained extremely cautious, dispatching several insect beast squads to lead the way. He followed closely behind, with his super blood demon war insect and vermilion bird divine insect flanking him on either side to ensure his safety. Should any danger arise, he could retreat immediately. The blast beetles illuminated the entire temple. Though spacious, unlike the multi-layered ruins of Great Xia, locating its core area proved not only difficult but fraught with trials set by the ruins' original inhabitants along the way. The Atlantis temple, however, was different. Its entire space was laid out clearly before them. Due to its state of decay, only the central area remained intact, while the surrounding side chambers had largely collapsed.
How does one obtain this temple's legacy?
Lord Xia never mentioned it. Su Ming wandered through the temple, discovering nothing of note beyond the bizarre sea beast with a human head positioned at its center. Finally, Su Ming halted before the sea beast statue. Gazing at the colossal statue over 30 meters tall, a human head atop an octopus-like body, each arm wielding a different weapon. These foreign beast tamers sure have some peculiar-looking creatures. Foreign beast tamers had a distinct characteristic: they favored weaponry. In contrast, beasts in Great Xia relied primarily on magic or raw physical strength. Differences existed, though Xia also had weapon-wielding beast tamers, just far fewer. Across the entire Blue Star, the Beastmaster system was diverse, with each region's style differing somewhat. The Beastmasters here gave off a vibe more akin to those from the European continent. Just then, the insect beast assigned to surveillance suddenly reported a situation. A Beastmaster was charging toward them at incredible speed. This guy knows about this temple and is charging straight for it. Upon this realization, Su Ming swiftly retracted all his beasts into the beast-taming space. He immediately dashed to the rubble beneath a side hall to hide. Outside, the insect beasts remained concealed deep within the ruins. Being tiny, the bee-like creatures blended in effortlessly. Su Ming left them behind, allowing them to continue scouting the situation for him. Minutes later, the Beastmaster halted outside the temple. Indeed, it is the legendary mythical sea beast, the Temple of Deep Sea Ram. The man charged into the temple and swiftly approached the stone statue. Gazing at the statue before him, he couldn't help but smile.
Perfect. No one has come here before. The legacy of the mythical sea beast, Deep Sea Lamb, will now belong to me, Vincent.
Su Ming watched from the shadows as the man summoned his beast. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded his beast to attack the statue.
Su Ming couldn't help but wonder, attacking the statue? Could the inheritance be inside it?
Watching Vincent's figure, Su Ming swiftly opened the system panel to assess his opponent's strength. Chapter 167, The Mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind.
Name, Jack Vincent. Level, 58. Beastmaster talent, Berserker. Beasts, Dark Flame Dragon Legendary, 8-eyed Wolf Beast King class.
Average strength, yet he managed to obtain the secret knowledge.
Seems this guy has some connections.
Su Ming thought to himself, in no hurry to leave. Since the fellow hadn't detected him, it would be far easier to simply snatch the temple's inheritance once the fellow had uncovered it. As Vincent's beast continued its relentless assault, cracks began to appear in the stone statue.
The inheritance really is inside this statue.
Vincent was now utterly exhilarated, even bursting into laughter.
Ha ha. Obtaining Deep Sea Rum's legacy means this expedition to the ruins won't be a loss. Quick, keep attacking. Amidst the relentless assault, a thunderous crash echoed. A colossal deep-sea beast, entirely blue in color, appeared before Su Ming. The colossal sea beast slowly opened its eyes. Su Ming immediately fixed his gaze upon the beast. Its information appeared on his system panel. Name, Deep Sea Lamb. Level, 100. Species value, Super God Divine Beast. Description, legendary sea beast under Poseidon, the god of the sea, possessing the power to control the oceans. Seeing the colossal beast before him, Su Ming couldn't help but draw a deep breath. At that moment, Vincent, seeing Deep Sea Lamb awaken, quickly spoke up, "Honorable Lord Lamb, I broke the statue. According to the sea god's rules, you should bestow your legacy upon me." Deep Sea Ram slowly lowered its head, gazing at Vincent before it. The next moment, he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. The legacy can only be bestowed upon one. Between the two of you, only the victor is worthy of receiving my legacy. You too? Vincent frowned, instantly confused. Where are the two? There's only me here. Su Ming emerged from the side chamber at that moment. Seeing Su Ming's sudden appearance, Vincent exclaimed in shock, "Su Ming! HM? You know me?" Vincent's surprise at Su Ming's presence quickly gave way to excitement. Ha ha ha! What an unexpected bonus! Killing you will net me 500 billion in resource rewards. Truly killing two birds with one stone. Su Ming looked at Vincent and asked curiously, "Are you from the White Eagle Empire?" "No, I'm from the Yingji Empire." Upon hearing this nation's name, Su Ming nodded. His question had been redundant. He suspected that apart from his own Great Xia Beastmasters, every other Beastmaster here had come to kill Great Xia's Beastmasters. Su Ming said no more. With a flick of his thoughts, his top-tier beast companion appeared by his side. Golden cicada with twin wings, vermilion bird divine insect, primordial radiant golden insect. Upon seeing Su Ming's tamed beasts, Vincent's brow suddenly furrowed, instantly sensing something amiss. You might not be familiar with my beasts. These two may not have reached God tier in species value, but they are indeed divine beasts. These two are legendary tier, and these 5 are royal tier. Through breeding, I now have 3 super blood demon war insects and 2 golden horn demon insects. So what? Your level is lower than mine. Is that so? But this slight level difference is nothing compared to my enhancement. Su Ming sneered coldly before ordering, "Kill him." As his insect beasts charged forward, Vincent's tamed beasts were all immediately pinned down. The next instant, Su Ming's beast space opened once more. A swarm of low-level insect beasts poured out. Their target was Vincent, now completely isolated. Didn't the one who sent you to kill me tell you that to take me down, you'd need more than just a few? Without your beasts, how do you plan to evade? Vincent's face instantly drained of color as he dropped to his knees. No, Su Ming, no. Please, spare me. I don't want this inheritance anymore. He was truly terrified. His own beast was surrounded by Su Ming's insect beasts, unable to protect itself, let alone come to his rescue. Gazing at the swarm of low-tier insect beasts before him, he never imagined he would one day be killed by the lowest-tier insect beasts. Kill! Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming unleashed his swarm. As countless insect beasts attacked, Vincent was torn to shreds, his very remains devoured by Su Ming's creatures. After disposing of Vincent, Su Ming approached Deep Sea Rum. The entire time, the other party had merely observed the battle, never interfering. "Young man," Deep Sea Rum inquired slowly, "may I ask why your beast-taming space can accommodate so many beasts?" Deep Sea Rum inquired slowly. "It's my innate talent. My beast space is boundless. I was hiding in the shadows just now. How did you know I was here?" Deep Sea Rum laughed heartily. "I can sense everything within the temple. This is where my divine power converges." Then earlier he said that according to the rules, you would pass the inheritance to me, correct? Yes and no. If I choose to give it to you, you shall receive it. If I choose not to, you'll have to leave. Hearing this, Su Ming was instantly dumbfounded. Are all the inheritances within these Atlantis ruins this absurd? Seeing Su Ming's astonishment, Deep Sea Rum continued, "But young man, you are qualified to inherit my legacy." "Ha? You've taken a liking to me?" Su Ming asked, equally surprised. Even in my era, a talent like yours has never existed. I cannot foresee your future. I see. Thank you for your trust, Elder. May I ask you a question? Su Ming looked at Deep Sea Rum. Seeing no objection, Su Ming asked, May I inquire about your current state? Are you still alive? I have long since passed away. This is merely my divine power incarnate. The stone statue serves as a vessel to preserve my divine power incarnate. Now that it has been shattered, my divine power incarnate will gradually dissipate. Is this true for the other temples as well? Yes. The legacy is passed on to only one person. Currently, there is no one else within my temple. If you have so many questions that you bring another Beastmaster back in, you will have to fight again. Deep Sea Rum's warning startled Su Ming. He immediately asked, Elder, what is your legacy? My divine power. Your divine power? What exactly is that? Deep Sea Rum answered Su Ming's question, perhaps you could understand it as bloodline. Deep Sea Rum continued, in ancient times, we Atlanteans and the ancient beast masters from your region were two powerful factions. They referred to their divine power as bloodline, while we called what you term bloodline our divine power. How does one inherit it? Su Ming felt a surge of excitement. This was a god-tier existence. He could forge another divine beast. Summon all your beast tamers. If any align with my divine power, I shall naturally pass it on to you. What if none are compatible? Would I then be unable to receive your inheritance? Su Ming panicked slightly, realizing he didn't possess any water attribute insect beasts. You still can, but the effect will be significantly weaker. We are merely relics clinging to life from an ancient era. To us, who inherits it no longer matters. In the distant past, your status alone would have meant certain death upon entering this place. Chapter 168, Absorbing Divine Power, Strength Enhanced. Remnants of the old era, huh? Elder, I'll carry your power forward with me. Su Ming wasted no time, summoning all his various beast companions at once. Deep sea lambsgaze swept over Su Ming's insect beasts. Su Ming's heart raced with tension. Without suitable beast companions, the effectiveness of this inheritance would be severely diminished. Then, lambsgaze settled upon the crimson sacred 8 spider demon. This startled Su Ming. Elder, you wouldn't be suggesting it's the most suitable to inherit your divine power? Ram nodded. Indeed. Though we are not of the same species, your insect beast possesses no specific elemental affinity and, like me, has 8 legs. What will it become after inheriting your divine power? Su Ming couldn't help but ask curiously. Lam pondered thoughtfully, my abilities are actually quite straightforward, manipulating water and possessing formidable physical strength. Your beast will inherit these powers upon receiving my divine might. While it won't match my complete form, it will be more than sufficient for your current stage. Can its species value evolve to the super god tier? Su Ming asked, his voice tinged with excitement. Lamu smiled and shook his head. Impossible. Though it can inherit all my divine power, its base stats are difficult to alter through my divine power alone. Your beast evolved by absorbing the divine power of other divine beasts, didn't it? Ram looked at the vermilion bird divine insect and inquired. Su Ming nodded in agreement. Yes, I was just about to say, why did my beast, after inheriting the essence of a divine beast, immediately ascend to divine beast tier? Though it's still only legendary tier now, as my own level increases, it will surely reach super god tier. Indeed, it has achieved that. Though I cannot identify which divine beast's power it absorbed, I can confirm it far surpasses my own strength. Hearing Lam's words, Su Ming couldn't help but agree inwardly. That's true. It's the vermilion bird, one of the 4 symbols of divine beast among divine beasts. I see. Still, inheriting the legacy of a predecessor is already a tremendous blessing for it. Exactly. While it can't help but break through its racial limitations, after inheriting my divine power, its combat strength makes it the strongest among legendary tier beasts. In the next instant, the form condensed from divine power dissolved into streaks of starlight, sinking into the red sacred 8 spider demon's body. The crimson sacred 8 spider demon, now imbued with divine power, began to undergo a transformation. Suction cups like those of an octopus sprouted from its spider legs, and its original crimson black body began to take on a faint blue hue. The transformation was swift, unlike the vermilion bird divine insect, which had entered an evolutionary state. When Su Ming checked its stats again, it proved exactly as Lam had said. The crimson sacred 8-legged demon now possessed not only immense power to control the ocean, but more importantly, its physical form had also grown significantly stronger. Worth every penny. A faint smile touched Su Ming's lips. After gathering his belongings, he swiftly departed the temple. Shortly after his departure, the insect beast he'd left behind to continue gathering intelligence reported back to him. More beast masters were continuously arriving at the temple. We owe a debt of gratitude to Vincent. Without him, we'd never have known how to unlock this temple's inheritance. This was information even the Xia King hadn't managed to uncover. With his insect beasts conducting wide-area reconnaissance, any beastmaster attempting to approach him would be detected in advance. If he detected an opponent weaker than himself, Su Ming showed no mercy, striking back without hesitation to eliminate them.
Through this approach, Su Ming not only remained unscathed but also gained intelligence. Virtually every beast master from various nations who had received orders to kill Su Ming on sight had been eliminated by him. Even so, within the vast expanse of the Lost Ruins, not everyone's attention was focused solely on Su Ming and the great Xia Beastmasters. The overwhelming majority of Beastmasters were still primarily focused on obtaining the temple legacies scattered throughout the ruins to enhance their own power. Killing Su Ming and other great Xia Beastmasters was merely a side effect. In just 2 days, Su Ming's insect beasts had spread throughout nearly the entire Atlantis ruins. Moreover, Su Ming had mapped out the locations of every single temple. It must be said, however, that Atlantis was White Eagle and his group's home turf. They possessed maps far more detailed than those of Great Xia. The temples marked on their maps allowed them to locate them swiftly and claim their legacies. Ah, if only this had happened a year later. With my current strength, I could have walked all over this ruin with ease. Why must I struggle so now? Su Ming wasn't arrogant enough to think that. Without a second thought for the danger, he charged into the temple. According to the intelligence he'd gathered so far, nearly every temple had been overrun by more than 100 people. The battles raging inside each temple were nothing short of bloody carnage. Nevertheless, Su Ming continued directing his insect beasts to scour every corner of the ruins. For within the temples he had discovered thus far, he had yet to find the rumored temple of Poseidon, the ruler of Atlantis' lost ruins. As the ruler of such vast ruins, Poseidon's legacy must be the most formidable. Yet how to find him now presented a conundrum. Not a single clue. Purely labor-intensive. Su Ming stood up, a vision appearing in his mind. It was transmitted by his insect beast. A temple nearby had been the site of a fierce battle lasting nearly half a day, and the fighting had just concluded. Now was the perfect moment for a third party to reap the benefits of their conflict. Though every temple presented such opportunities, Su Ming dared not loot every one. Others coveted the spoils just as much as he did. Only after confirming no other beast tamers were nearby would he venture inside. Soon, Su Ming landed at the temple entrance. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed into the temple. Inside the temple, corpses were already piled high like mountains. Those still standing here possessed undeniable strength. Su Ming stared at the man before him, his vigilance unwavering. Beastmaster of Great Xia, are you Su Ming? Hearing his name spoken aloud, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh wryly. Am I really that famous? You're the Great Xia Beastmaster with the highest bounty on our list. Killing you would net me more resources than inheriting an entire temple's legacy. You know, I really like a saying from your Great Xia. I even learned your language just for that. The other spoke slowly. Heaven offers you a path, yet you refuse to take it. Hell has no gates, yet you force your way in. Chapter 169, Divine Beasts? I live to hunt them. You could have taken the road to heaven, but instead you barged right into hell. Hearing the words spoken with such perfect Xia pronunciation, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? If you were at your peak, I might not have been able to defeat you. But since I can appear before you now, it means you're already a dead man. No sooner had Su Ming finished speaking than the beast-taming space fully activated. The high-grade beasts all emerged from the beast-taming space. What's the deal with this beast? The opponent stared at the crimson sacred 8 spider demon in shock. Oh? You recognized it? It's not that obvious, yet you still spotted it? Su Ming was somewhat surprised. Though the crimson sacred 8 spider demon had absorbed the divine power of deep-sea rum, its appearance remained largely unremarkable. You actually obtained land's inheritance. Heh, what else would you expect? Nothing much. What a waste squandering an inheritance like that. Su Ming looked at the other party, sparing no further words. Kill him. You're asking for it. At the same time, above Atlantis, King Xia and King Lin remained stationed here. Due to the presence of the Xia King and the Lin King, even the nations that had initially only sent teams led by a few legendary tier beast masters now had their strongest warriors arriving here. They were eager to eliminate the young generation of Great Xia, but equally aware that if both the Xia and Lin Kings simultaneously targeted their own young talents, it would truly decimate their ranks to the point of collapse. King Xia, King Lin. The 3 leaders of the White Eagle Empire approached the Xia King and Lin King with respectful demeanor. The White Eagle Empire operated under a different system than Great Xia. They had 3 supreme leaders, each controlling a vital lifeline of the empire. Their power was roughly equal, and national decisions were made collectively by the 3 of them. King Xia, King Lin, how is it that you two have such free time to personally accompany your nation's beast tamers on this journey? Indeed, King Lin exhaled, his tone dismissive. If we hadn't come, I feared our young beast tamers might attract unwanted attention from certain scoundrels. That would be most unfortunate. Openly rebuked, the trio could only offer forced smiles. How could that be? Opening the Atlantis ruins is precisely to achieve shared prosperity for our Blue Star. When heritage is inherited collectively, only then can our Blue Star grow stronger. By the way, when will the Dragon Palace ruins be opened? Has Great Xia considered allowing our nations to witness that legendary sight?
Rock, who controlled the White Eagle Empire's judiciary, continued.
His voice carried loudly, drawing the attention of all the powerful figures from every nation present.
The Dragon Palace ruins were legendary across the entire Blue Star.
In response, the Xia King nodded and said, "Very well. When the time comes, we will invite everyone to join us in exploring the Dragon Palace ruins and discovering its legacy.
You must not miss it." Hearing this, a chill ran down everyone's spine.
It sounded like an invitation, yet it carried an unsettling quality.
Oh, yes, of course. King Xia and King Lin exchanged a glance.
The three who had slunk away soon joined the other nations. Inside the Temple of Inheritance, Su Ming had now approached the stone statue. Behind him lay the slain beastmaster of the White Eagle Empire.
As for his name? Su Ming couldn't be bothered to remember it.
Smash the statue. At Su Ming's command, the beastmasters launched their attacks.
Moments later, a divine beast's power manifestation appeared before them. Upon seeing Su Ming, the entity's brow immediately furrowed. Who are you? The one who inherited your legacy.
The figure's gaze swept over Su Ming's beasts, pausing briefly upon seeing the Crimson Sacred 8 Spider Demon.
You actually received Lamb's inheritance?
Yes, that elder simply gave it to me without any trials.
Might I also receive your divine power, elder? Hearing Su Ming's blunt question, the other party couldn't help but pause. Do you even know who I am?
Su Ming shook his head.
I don't know.
The other shook his head in response. Your beast-taming abilities cannot bear my divine power.
It's not that I don't wish to grant it to you. Then what should we do? Are you going to let your divine power go to waste? You should leave now.
I have my ways of ensuring the rightful heir to my legacy will come forward.
Hearing this, Su Ming's brows immediately furrowed.
The inheritance he'd worked so hard to obtain, this guy actually wanted to give it to someone else.
Then might you offer me other resources? Otherwise, I'd have labored for nothing. Humph. What do you want?
If you don't leave now, I'll kill you.
You're not a descendant of my civilization.
The fact that you're still standing here alive is already a great mercy on my part.
Hearing this, Su Ming's anger flared. You bastard. I only accepted your divine power inheritance out of respect for you. You're not even in your true form now. What gives you the right to act so arrogant here?
Smash this temple to pieces. Su Ming roared in fury, and all the insect beasts simultaneously attacked the temple's surroundings.
You fool, you seek death. Is that so? What can you do to me?
Since you refuse to give it, I'll take it myself.
Golden cicada with twin wings, devour it.
At Su Ming's command, the golden cicada with twin wings hesitated not a moment, confronting the divine beast head-on.
You are a divine beast, but my beastmaster is also divine. Golden cicada, devour him. In the next instant, the golden cicada opened its massive jaws. Without pause, a terrifying suction pulled its opponent directly into its body.
Witnessing the scene before him, a smile touched Su Ming's lips. He had already realized this earlier from Deep Sea Rum. The inherited divine power was merely an avatar.
Its level and other attributes represented its peak state.
In truth, it possessed little combat power. The divine power entering the double-winged golden cicada's body encountered almost no resistance and was absorbed completely.
Su Ming eagerly checked the enhancement boost gained by the golden cicada after absorption.
Devouring amplification, 30.8. Staring at the number before him, Su Ming froze for a moment. The cicada's original enhancement had been less than 20-fold, yet now it had surged to 30 times.
A divine beast imbued with divine power could increase combat strength tenfold.
If he consumed enough of them, his own golden cicada's combat power would reach terrifying levels. I seem to have discovered a different path. Glancing at the crimson sacred 8-legged demon beside him, Su Ming felt a twinge of regret. He should have devoured the deep sea lamb directly earlier. That would have granted his double-winged golden cicada a 40-fold combat power increase. Combined with other enhancements, it would have reached a 100-fold increase. The sheer magnitude of that figure felt almost unbelievable to Su Ming just to contemplate. Even so, with his golden cicada wings now over 80 times stronger, few beast tamers within the entire ruins could defeat him in a one-on-one battle.
These bastards still want to kill me? White Eagle Empire, White Eagle Empire.
I bet you never imagined my power would surge this rapidly. Chapter 170, The Inner City of Atlantis, Enemies Behind the Scenes.
As long as his combat power increased fast enough, those who sought to kill him
would never be able to gauge my true strength. In that case, those coming to kill me would only be offering themselves up as sacrifices. Su Ming stepped out of the temple.
Moments later, with a thunderous crash,
the temple collapsed in a thunderous roar, leaving only a pile of rubble. Su Ming glanced around, then departed without delay. Su Ming had roughly located the positions of the Great Xia's beast masters. However, their circumstances were far from ideal. All he could do was rescue those he could. Currently, the only creature capable of supporting him in combat against high-level beast masters was a pair of golden cicadas. His advantage wasn't overwhelming. He had to seize opportunities like this battle to secure a kill. This is for the best. No need to agonize over which insect beast should inherit the divine power.
Let the golden cicada devour it outright. My golden cicada's combat prowess will become unparalleled. This way, no matter what kind of battle I face, I'll always have some room to maneuver. With that thought, Su Ming eagerly commanded his insect beast to begin scouting the other temples. Undoubtedly, the battle for the temples was the main event within these ruins. Within the vast lost ruins of Atlantis, there were hundreds of temples. It was unrealistic for anyone to claim every single one. Even Su Ming himself wouldn't dare claim he could walk all over the ruins. Everything about Atlantis exuded an eerie aura. Though he couldn't quite put his finger on it, he felt everything was going far too smoothly. Just then, the message from his insect beast echoed in Su Ming's mind once more. A massive wall blocked their path. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming swiftly flew toward the insect beast's location. King Xia had once told them that the ruins of Atlantis were divided into 3 districts: the outer city, the inner city, and the core city. Their first entry must have landed them in the outer city. The wall they now faced must be the so-called inner city of Atlantis. After devouring the temples of the outer city with his golden cicada wings, he had gained roughly tenfold amplification. If they could consume the divine power of the inner city temples, it would undoubtedly be even more potent. Along the way, using the vision of the insect beast he had deployed in the outer city, he avoided collisions with other beast tamers and arrived directly at the location of the inner wall indicated by his insect beast's feedback. Standing here, Su Ming gazed at the towering wall stretching over 100 meters high in the distance. Beyond it lay a moat over 100 meters wide. The original bridge had long since vanished. To enter the inner city, he would have to fly across. Without hesitation, Su Ming summoned his golden cicada wings and swiftly soared toward the inner city. Though he didn't know if other beast masters had already reached the inner city, he absolutely had to explore it himself. Soaring high, Su Ming reached the wall's summit. The sight of the inner city made him draw a sharp breath. Compared to the outer city's decay, the inner city was even more desolate. As far as the eye could see, not a single intact building remained. What on earth happened here? Su Ming couldn't help but feel stunned. He soared over the high walls and landed within the inner city. Su Ming swiftly released his insect beasts. The inner city covered a considerable area, and to understand everything here, he needed as many eyes as possible. Find the core district, he thought. That way, I might be the first to enter it. The legacy preserved there must be the finest. Su Ming thought to himself. His objective was clear: secure the finest legacy here and depart this ruin safely. With only 7 days remaining, he had already spent nearly 3 days in the outer city. He had only obtained 2 divine power inheritances. While not a small haul, it was far from the outcome he desired. However, if others knew what Su Ming was thinking, they might be furious enough to spit blood. 2 outer city temple inheritances were still not enough. Inside the inner city, forget temples, there wasn't even a single intact building to be seen. This puzzled Su Ming. Where are the temples? Logically, if the outer city has inherited temples, then Atlantis, being within the inner city, should have left some inheritance behind. In a civilization with such star-class divisions, everything within the inner city must surpass the outer city, otherwise, why erect such towering walls to separate them? Boom! Suddenly, a bug beast in Su Ming's mind was killed, startling him. This was an insect beast within the inner city. Clearly, he wasn't alone here. But his insect beast had been hunted down too swiftly, he hadn't even had time to gauge the opponent's strength. Immediately, Su Ming's thoughts raced. He swiftly commanded the insect beasts surrounding him to close in on the area. If he could handle it himself, Su Ming would show no mercy. These creatures sought to take his life and those of other great Xia beast tamers. They had better be prepared to face death at his hands. In an instant, hundreds of insect beasts formed an encircling perimeter several kilometers wide around the site of his fallen creatures, rapidly closing in. At the same time, the beastmaster who spotted these insects showed no hesitation whatsoever. Su Ming's insect beasts were slaughtered almost simultaneously. This made it even harder for Su Ming to gauge his opponent's strength. This guy's strength is no joke. Going head-to-head now wouldn't be a wise choice. Without hesitation, Su Ming swiftly concealed numerous insect beasts around him for surveillance before retreating in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, the beastmaster gazed at the fallen insect beasts on the ground, a smile curling his lips. Insect beasts, so it seems you, Su Ming of Great Xia, have also entered the inner city. That innate ability of yours is truly terrifying. So many low-level insect beasts directly exposed my position. But that's fine, it saves you from being killed by others. Several hours later. After wandering the inner city for a long time, Su Ming could almost confirm that within this inner area, either there were no inheritances to be found, or the temples housing them had been destroyed just like the one he had encountered earlier. Su Ming! Suddenly, a shout rang out behind him, and Su Ming whipped his head around. A blonde beast tamer had appeared behind him without warning. This startled him greatly. How did this guy evade my insect beast detection? Curious, aren't you? How I found you and appeared behind you without a sound. You actually speak Great Xia? Su Ming was genuinely surprised by the fluent Great Xia speech. You are the strongest opponents. If I didn't even know your language, how could I compete with you?
Su Ming's gaze turned cold as he swiftly accessed the system to scan his opponent's information.
Name, Duncan Wright. Level, 70. Talent, Demon Dragon Blood. Beasts, Dark Demon Dragon Legendary Divine Beast, Giant Rock Wyvern Legendary. Chapter 171, Senior Sister, Save Me.
2 legendary tier tamed beasts, 10 king tier tamed beasts. One of the legendary tier beasts was even a divine beast cub.
Holy crap! Su Ming cursed inwardly. This was like being forced into a hell tier dungeon. The level gap between him and his opponent was nearly 20 levels. Even with his current stack of buffs, there was no way he could bridge such a massive level gap. Su Ming swallowed hard. The other party didn't seem in any hurry to kill him. Su Ming, I'll give you a chance.
If you're willing to abandon the Great Xia and join my White Eagle Empire, I'll spare your life. Hearing this, Su Ming froze in surprise.
Thanks for the offer, but I'm not fond of your country. Don't you yearn to breathe the air of freedom?
Some of your Great Xia beast tamers who joined our empire say our air is sweet, and even the moon looks rounder than yours. Clearly, this guy was just trying to disgust him.
But Su Ming merely sneered in disdain. You're comparing me to those spineless cowards? Then why bother offering such a huge bounty to kill me?
In Great Xia, we deal with trash by sending it where it belongs.
Ha!
Just as the files described, not only are you powerful, but your tongue is equally sharp. Just then, another vision flashed through Su Ming's mind. Upon seeing this, Su Ming immediately commanded his insect beast to approach. Meanwhile, after taunting Su Ming several times, Light no longer felt like exchanging further words. What a pity! Great Xia is losing a talented individual, and to be killed by me right before the legendary strongest warrior of Blue Star. He'll probably die of rage.
Is that so? But I have a feeling it won't be me who dies this time. Su Ming now appeared utterly at ease. Seeing his state, Wright couldn't help but laugh.
I truly don't understand where you get this confidence.
I've always had confidence. Then where does your confidence lie?
Su Ming smiled faintly.
My confidence lies behind you. Light frowned and instinctively turned his head.
There, atop an ice phoenix, stood a breathtakingly beautiful beastmaster who had appeared behind him unnoticed.
Xia Qingzhu. What are you doing here? La was startled upon recognizing the figure. Su Ming shouted, Senior Sister Xia, save me.
At that moment, a swarm of insects slowly emerged from beside Xia Qingzhu. The moment Light saw the insect beast, he understood everything.
La, your opponent has arrived.
Our senior sister Xia's strength is truly formidable. Ever since his insect beast detected Xia Qingzhu's entry into the inner city, Su Ming knew that as long as he could stall until she arrived, his safety would be assured.
Fine by me.
Eliminating 2 young beast masters from Great Xia at once means I'll get even more resources.
Yet Wright showed no sign of nervousness. Instead, his arrogance only grew. Xia Qingzhu responded coldly, you don't know when to quit. The next instant, the beastmaster slowly emerged from behind Xia Qingzhu. Su Ming couldn't help but check her information. Name, Xia Qingzhu. Level, 64. Talent, Apocalypse. Beasts, Ice Phoenix Legendary Divine Beast, Blazing Fire Dragon Legendary. Seeing Xia Qingzhu's tamed beasts, Wright couldn't help but swallow hard. Truly worthy of the Xia King's lineage, your beast control is extraordinary.
Let me witness the legendary talent of the Xia King. Les swiftly commanded his beasts to charge at Xia Qingzhu. Xia Qingzhu remained silent throughout, simply directing her beast to counterattack. Despite Xia Qingzhu being 6 levels lower, she showed no signs of the level-based suppression one would expect against Light's attacks.
Damn it!
Xia Qingzhu turned her gaze towards Su Ming. Understanding her intent, Su Ming immediately summoned his insect beast. Thousands of insect beasts suddenly materialized behind Light. In that instant, Light felt a chill run down his spine.
Damn it! How could I have forgotten about you, you little thing? Little thing, huh?
Then you'll die by the beast mastery of the little thing in your mouth. Su Ming sneered coldly. Without an overwhelming advantage, a beastmaster facing a coordinated attack was in the most perilous situation.
A beastmaster without their beast's protection was no different from a chicken in the face of other beasts.
Yet at this moment, only a single king-class beast guarded Light's side. Lei glared at Su Ming and snarled, with just this one beast, I can kill you.
Is that so?
Golden cicada of twin wings, devour him. In the next instant, the twin-winged golden cicada materialized before Light, its king-class beast interposing itself between them. The golden cicada opened its monstrous jaws, its terrifying size leaving Light stunned. The terrifying suction left his beast no chance to escape, swallowing it whole. Everything happened too fast for Light to react. What the hell? Sensing his beast was still alive, he roared, kill it. Rip open its belly and get it out. But by then, the Ultra Blood Demon War insect and other beasts had already appeared before Light. I don't know if it can get out, but you won't be seeing it anymore. Damn it! What the hell kind of beast is this? Light exclaimed in confusion. Su Ming, don't waste your breath on him, kill him. Xia Qingzhu shouted at that moment. Su Ming knew full well that the power of this man before him, Light, was terrifying. Xia Qingzhu was holding off all his beasts head-on, under immense pressure.
Sorry, but a fortune teller once told me I'd live an exceptionally long life. You won't be able to kill me.
As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, his beast attacked swiftly. With no other beast masters to protect him, Light was instantly slain by Su Ming's creatures. With the beastmaster's death, his beasts seemed to lose their power instantly, all perishing simultaneously.
Su Ming then turned to Xia Qingju and asked, Senior Sister Xia, may I have the corpses of these beasts? Ha? What do you need them for?
Su Ming gave a mysterious smile. Immediately after, the golden cicada with twin wings swiftly devoured all the beast corpses into its belly. Seeing Su Ming's handling of his beast, Xia Qingju's expression remained largely unchanged. At that moment, Su Ming immediately approached her.
Senior Sister Xia, thank goodness you arrived. Otherwise, I truly would have met my end.
Xia Qingju smiled faintly.
You're quite brave, charging straight into the inner city alone. Most of them are still fighting over the temple inheritance in the outer city. Once they all rush into the inner city, where will you run then?
Senior Sister Xia, I deployed my insect beast here for reconnaissance.
It'll be fine. Oh? Is that so? Then how did this lead find you?
If I hadn't arrived in time, you might truly have met your end by now.
Chapter 172, Xia Qingju's Style, Core City District.
After Xia Qingju said that, Su Ming felt a bit awkward. I don't know how he bypassed my insect beast surveillance either. But now that he's dead, I can't improve my surveillance system. Su Ming's tone grew slightly regretful.
Xia Qingju shook her head and asked, you arrived first. Did you find any traces of the legacy? Nothing, Senior Sister. The inner city was utterly destroyed, not a single intact building remains. My insect beast scoured every corner, yet found no trace of any legacy.
Su Ming held deep respect for this senior sister before him. If not for her, he might truly have perished.
Hundreds of temples remain preserved outside. There's no reason the inner city should be any different.
The Atlantis civilization was said to be incredibly splendid in its heyday, with exceptionally powerful beast tamers.
The temples outside contain legacies of divine beasts.
The inner city and core district should hold legacies of beast tamers.
As they walked and talked, Su Ming ventured another guess. Could their burial grounds lie beneath these ruins? Not necessarily. I'm not entirely sure either.
After all, this isn't a ruin under our control.
There's much we don't understand. Have you found a way into the core district yet? Xia Qingju pressed.
Su Ming shook his head.
No. My insect beasts haven't detected any walls resembling those of the inner city.
If only we had a complete map, then I could pinpoint the core district of this Atlantis ruin.
Have any new beast masters entered the inner city?
Suddenly, Xia Qingju asked.
Su Ming nodded.
Yes, Senior Sister.
What's the matter? We don't know, but others might. The White Eagle Empire sent hundreds of people in. We just killed one of them. I refuse to believe they won't infiltrate the inner city.
Hearing this, Su Ming realized with a start and immediately said, Senior Sister, I can confirm this guy is from the White Eagle Empire.
Good. Follow me. We're going to get him to talk.
Yes, Senior Sister.
An hour later,
a White Eagle Empire beastmaster knelt before the two, his appearance utterly ravaged by torture.
Well, is there anything else you know? Nothing. Truly nothing. Please, just kill me. Kill me already.
Xia Qingju nodded, her gaze shifting to her own beast.
The next instant, the Ice Phoenix stomped down, granting the White Eagle Empire beastmaster his wish.
Su Ming stood by, watching Xia Qingju's ruthless decisiveness.
For a moment, he couldn't reconcile this image with her gentle appearance. What's wrong? Nothing.
I was just thinking, thank goodness I'm not your enemy, Senior Sister.
Being your enemy must be truly painful.
Xia Qingju abruptly halted her steps, bending down to come face to face with Su Ming. The full, snow-white curves before him nearly overwhelmed Su Ming, a young man brimming with youthful vigor.
So, you're saying I'm fierce? No, absolutely not.
Su Ming took a step back, creating distance between himself and Xia Qingju.
Put. Seeing Su Ming's flustered state, Xia Qingju couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Then she immediately resumed her distant, unapproachable expression. Alright, as that person just said, the core district is right in the center of the inner city.
Let's head straight there. Alright. Su Ming nodded.
Soon, the two arrived at the center of the inner city. At first glance, it appeared no different from other areas. But according to the White Eagle Empire's beastmaster, Atlantis had concealed the core district to protect it.
Senior Sister, there doesn't seem to be any kind of device here. How do we enter the core district? I don't know either. Xia Qingju shook her head. Just then, the earth shook violently.
The ground beneath Su Ming and Xia Qingju instantly transformed into a black abyss, swallowing them whole before they could react. Simultaneously, all the legacies within the outer city's temples were fully absorbed. They had also heard the tremendous roar emanating from the inner city while in the outer city. Could it be that the passage to the core district has opened? Quick! The core city's inheritance is the key. Hurry to the core city. In an instant, the remaining beast masters charged toward the inner city like madmen. After an unknown span of time, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes.
Before him lay Xia Qingzhu's exquisite features. Senior sister. You finally woke up. If you hadn't, I was about to take matters into my own hands.
Xia Qingzhu stood with one hand on her hip, looking somewhat exasperated. Su Ming slowly rose to his feet, surveying his surroundings.
He was utterly dumbfounded.
Technology, the future world he had always dreamed of. The entire city was deserted, yet it still hummed with activity. Drones patrolled the skies, driverless cars glided at low altitudes, everything radiated sheer wonder. Su Ming looked at Xia Qingzhu in confusion.
Senior sister, I'm not mistaken, right? This is the inner city of Atlantis?
Yes, I believe it must be. Preserved so perfectly, it seems the collapse of this civilization was anticipated long ago.
Xia Qingzhu nodded, while Su Ming continued to gaze around in utter bewilderment.
Where should we go? You have all those insectoid creatures, right? Summon them and have them search around.
This city is vast.
I suggest we focus on those isolated mansions. Their heritage might be preserved within their homes.
Xia Qingzhu's words struck Su Ming like a bolt of lightning.
He quickly replied, that fall must have knocked the wits out of me.
I'll get right on it.
Soon, a vast swarm of insect beasts scattered in all directions to search.
Xia Qingzhu mounted her beast and said,
Su Ming, we'll split up from here. If you encounter danger, use the signal flare.
Understood, senior sister.
Watching Xia Qingzhu depart, Su Ming set off in another direction. The overwhelmingly technological atmosphere around him made Su Ming reluctant to believe this was the world of beast tamers.
Why does this Atlantis ruin radiate such an eerie atmosphere?
The outer and inner cities are ordinary structures, yet the core district is this futuristic tech city. Su Ming shook his head. Just then, a bug beast signal alerted him, and he immediately dashed toward it. Moments later, a stone-built structure emerged within the city. Externally, it resembled a temple. But when Su Ming saw the stone statue standing outside this building, he was taken aback. This statue was none other than the deep-sea Ramu, the divine power inheritance he had obtained earlier. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming pushed open the door and stepped inside. If his judgment was correct, the owner of this place should be Deep-Sea Ram's Beastmaster.
Chapter 173, Future City, a different kind of advancement. The entire house was spacious, yet no signs of hidden mechanisms were apparent.
Upon entering, Su Ming discovered that while the exterior was constructed of ancient stone, all the interior facilities remained in a modern state.
As Su Ming stepped into the living room, the previously dormant equipment suddenly burst into light.
Startled, Su Ming froze. A blue projection materialized before his eyes. Seeing this strange blue-skinned being before him, Su Ming couldn't help but frown. The other party, upon seeing him, seemed somewhat disappointed.
So, no descendants have been left behind after all?
The projection spoke, but Su Ming's gaze remained fixed on it.
Young man, what is your name? Unable to understand the language, Su Ming replied, I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. You are a descendant of the Great Yu civilization. Hearing the name Great Yu civilization, Su Ming froze. The projection before him could actually switch languages on the fly.
Then, the man continued to speak to himself, indeed, they are the powerful ones. They managed to preserve their civilization.
Elder, are you referring to the Great Yu civilization from your own era? Surprised by Su Ming's question, the other replied, You don't know the Great Yu civilization?
Su Ming shook his head.
The other suddenly laughed and said, It seems there are still secrets you don't know. Indeed, the Great Yu civilization I just mentioned was a Beastmaster civilization that existed in the same era as our Atlantis civilization. Unfortunately, neither of us survived that catastrophe. However, we both preserved our civilizations as much as possible through other means. The pity is, we failed to pass down our bloodline, whereas the Great Yu civilization succeeded. Su Ming's curiosity piqued. He asked, Are you a Beastmaster from the Atlantis civilization?
Well, why wouldn't it be?
It doesn't.
Your technology here is far too advanced, even surpassing modern science. At the mention of technology, the other shook his head.
What does that matter?
It still pales in comparison. Though spoken softly, Su Ming caught the words.
Then, the other person looked up and asked, Young man of the Great Yu civilization, what brings you here? To obtain your legacy, Su Ming replied without hesitation. Our legacy? Your Great Yu civilization never gave us the time of day back then. Now your descendants want our legacy too?
The other person burst out laughing at this, as if it were some incredibly amusing notion.
To this, Su Ming replied, As long as it makes me stronger, I'll accept any legacy without hesitation. Exactly.
Had we known this back then, we wouldn't have clung to our ways until our own destruction?
Elder, you keep mentioning this. What exactly happened back then that led to the annihilation of all your beast masters?
A truly formidable presence. You beast tamers of this era must train diligently, otherwise, our present will become your future. It was all Greek to him, but the man refused to spell it out clearly. Seeing Su Ming's impatience, the other person merely shook his head with a smile.
It's not that I don't want to tell you, it's that I don't know either. All I can say is your opponents are formidable.
Only by growing stronger can you hope to survive. Since the other party didn't wish to elaborate, Su Ming saw no point in pressing further.
He then asked, Elder, how might I obtain your legacy?
The stone statue at your entrance appears identical to a legacy Beastmaster artifact I acquired earlier. As he spoke, Su Ming released the crimson holy eight-legged demon. The moment the eight-spider demon appeared, the aura of Lamb surged forth from its body.
The elder gasped in astonishment, Lamu. You've actually obtained his divine power inheritance too?
Yes. It offered it directly, so I accepted.
Su Ming grinned.
The other party then remarked that Lamb once sailed the seas with me.
How nostalgic. Su Ming asked curiously, Elder, I haven't asked your name yet. Me? A member of the Atlantean royal family. Just call me Haroon. Senior Haroon, I'm unaware of your lineage.
At Su Ming's persistent inquiries, Haroon smiled faintly and nodded.
I see.
Since Ram's divine power has chosen you, I shall choose you as well.
Ha? So hastily? Won't you test me before passing down your legacy? My legacy is mine to bestow as I see fit. What need is there to test you, little one? I'm sending you to avenge me, can you handle it?
This ancient beastmaster's words left Su Ming momentarily speechless. Su Ming then waited expectantly to see what kind of inheritance he would receive. 3 factors determine a beastmaster's strength: innate talent, level, and beast mastery. In this regard, your Great Yu civilization nearly dominated all 3, making its beastmasters the most formidable in history. Our Atlantis civilization, however, places the greatest emphasis on the strength of the tamed creatures themselves. Generally, a creature's base stats determine the upper and lower limits of its combat power, but in many cases, these base stats are difficult, if not impossible, to alter. Therefore, our civilization acquired certain legacies from other civilizations, altering the state of some beasts. This allowed them to become even more powerful than their original base stats would suggest. Hearing this, Su Ming exclaimed in astonishment, Elder, what did you do? Beast armor. Beast armor. You mean equipping the beasts with weapons and gear? Su Ming asked in surprise. What? Is that not acceptable? Why can't beast tamers be equipped with weapons? Must they solely rely on their physical strength and magical abilities to fight? Mechanical ascension can also lead to greater power. No. I'm genuinely curious about this technology, Senior.
But how is it even possible?
Most conventional weapons and armor are inferior to the beast rider's innate physical capabilities.
Wouldn't equipping them actually hinder the beast rider's combat effectiveness? Harlan smiled in response.
It's precisely because we discovered this unique material that all this became possible.
What material? Liquid gold. What is that? The name sounds rather peculiar.
At that moment, a new projection appeared beside Harlan's image. It displayed a piece of metal that swiftly adhered to the beast's exterior like flowing water. It instantly formed armor, weapons, or other such items.
This instantly caught Su Ming's attention.
If his insect beast were equipped with such gear, being called a legion would truly be fitting. Su Ming could no longer contain his inner ecstasy.
He exclaimed excitedly, Elder, may I inherit this legacy of yours?
Chapter 174, Receiving the Legacy, Treasure Hunting in the Dump.
Elder, may I receive your legacy?
Su Ming was visibly agitated. This inheritance felt almost too good to be true, yet it suited him perfectly.
Haroon observed Su Ming's eager expression and nodded.
Since you found me and obtained Ram's divine power inheritance, I see no reason not to grant it to you.
Really, Senior? Won't you test me first? Test? Not necessary. You won't receive my entire legacy, only a portion of it. Haroon continued.
Hearing this, Su Ming felt puzzled. Haroon explained, this place was originally created so that when future generations enter, we can bestow some of our own essence upon them, allowing them to rapidly enhance their strength.
You are not the first to see me, nor will you be the last. Su Ming nodded in understanding. Thank you, Senior Haroon.
Su Ming wasn't greedy. Their strategy was clearly to cast a wide net and catch as many fish as possible. After all, any junior capable of reaching this place couldn't be too shabby.
They might as well give each one a little something.
After all, there were numerous legacies here, and each person could obtain multiple ones, so it wasn't a bad deal.
Next, a storage ring was delivered to him by a robot. Examining the storage ring before him, Su Ming inquired, Senior, is everything contained within this? Yes, everything I can give you is inside.
It contains 1 set of divine armor, 3 sets of demon armor, and 5 sets of ghost armor. The divine armor is the strongest when worn by a beast rider. It can increase combat power by 15 to 25 times. The demon armor is next, boosting combat power by about 10 to 15 times. Finally, the ghost armor is the weakest, offering an increase of around 5 to 10 times.
Thank you, Senior.
Su Ming excitedly took the storage ring and eagerly slipped it onto his finger.
Then, Su Ming asked curiously, Senior, is there any type of golden armor that only boosts combat power by 1 or 2 times?
Such armor does exist, but its effect when worn by a beast is rather insignificant. It only provides a slight combat power boost, and some might even only offer a slight defensive enhancement. These pieces are typically failures or scraps from the production of divine, demonic, or ghost armor.
What do you need them for? Haroon asked in puzzlement.
Su Ming rubbed his hands together with a smile.
Senior, these items don't exist in our era. If you're not passing them down as your legacy, would you consider giving them all to me?
I don't have many, perhaps 3,000 to 5,000 sets at most. If you want them, they're all yours.
Hearing this, Su Ming nodded excitedly. Thank you, Senior.
Shortly after, the robot handed him another storage ring. These are the lowest grade armor sets. They have no names, we simply call them scrap armor. I just counted them, there are over 4,700 sets.
If you sell them, you should be able to make a profit. Su Ming nodded. Understood. Thank you, Senior.
Haroon seemed to think of something else and added, if you're interested, head to the eastern part of the city. All the scrap armor from the core district used to be sent there. You might find hundreds of thousands, even millions of sets.
That many. But isn't there flowing gold within the scrap armor? With such a quantity, couldn't we extract enough to forge a great deal more?
Haroon shook his head with a smile. It's not that we lack the raw material for liquid gold, it's the manufacturing technique. That craft has been lost. There's no one left in all of Atlantis who knows how to do it. So those scrap suits are worthless to us.
The technique is lost.
Su Ming felt a surge of frustration. Such a remarkable technique, if brought back to the Great Xia Empire, it could instantly elevate their strength to a whole new level.
Such an exceptional technique is lost? Haroon nodded.
Yes. It's truly regrettable that this technology cannot be passed down, but there's nothing we can do about it.
Alright, Su Ming, you may leave now. If you want these scrap suits, head to the junkyard east of the city. You'll find what you need there. Understood. Thank you, Elder. Su Ming clasped his hands together in a respectful salute, showing the utmost reverence to this ancient beast master.
Without pausing, Su Ming flew toward the eastern part of the city as Haroon had indicated.
Meanwhile, the remaining beast masters had largely entered the core city district.
The moment Su Ming dashed out, his insect beast relayed the locations of all the beast masters scattered throughout the area.
They're moving fast. Looks like a fierce battle is inevitable.
Su Ming swiftly traversed the entire core district, arriving at the eastern city dump Haroon had mentioned. Surveying the vast expanse of mechanical scrap before him, Su Ming knew he had come to the right place.
All manner of scrap materials piled up into small hills dozens of meters high.
Finding treasure here seems a bit difficult, Su Ming thought to himself. Entering the dump, Su Ming scanned his surroundings, hoping to locate a pile of the golden scrap armor. Fortunately, the landfill was clearly organized, with signs labeling every type of waste. The entire landfill covered an immense area, and once inside, these small hills resembled a maze. Su Ming immediately released his insect beast to search. 10 minutes later, his insect beast finally located the site of the golden armor scraps. Before him lay mountains of discarded golden armor, discarded piece by piece.
Su Ming picked up a piece.
The defining feature of the golden armor was its ability to transform freely, possessing immense elasticity that allowed it to adapt to the wearer's physique. Facing this vast quantity of discarded golden armor, it was utterly impossible to count how many pieces lay before him. This means my insect beast is now strong enough to wear this golden armor. Though the enhancement might only double or triple their strength and in some cases not boost combat power at all, it would still elevate his insect beasts regardless. Consider that the number of his insect beasts has now reached the staggering figure of 5 million. Such a massive increase in numbers could directly trigger a qualitative change.
Gather them all up first.
Without hesitation, Su Ming opened his storage ring and began frantically gathering the discarded armor. A small mountain, 2 small mountains. In less than an hour, he had gathered the vast majority of the scrap armor. I must admit, with such a massive quantity, gathering it all was quite the effort. Su Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead. Suddenly, Su Ming whipped his head around. The insect beast guarding the entrance reported that a beast master had entered the scrapyard.
Could they also be here for the golden scrap armor?
Though he didn't know their purpose, he had to pick up the pace.
Chapter 175, More Rivals, Rescue.
Despite Su Ming's swift pace, he couldn't complete his task before the beastmaster found him. Their eyes locked. Su Ming hadn't expected to encounter a beastmaster from the land of cherry blossoms here. Noticing the storage ring in Su Ming's hand and the nearly barren scrapyard of golden armor fragments behind him, the other party had already figured out what was going on.
Hand over the goods. You bastard, you think you can give me orders? Su Ming snapped angrily.
No need for idle chatter. When it came to the beastmasters of Sakura Nation, he had only one thought upon seeing them. Kill. Seeing Su Ming summon his beast, the other man laughed.
So it's Su Ming of Great Xia. I was wondering who it could be. Looks like you've got your eye on these worthless golden armor scraps too.
But since you crossed paths with me, you'll hand over your life as well.
You idiot.
Su Ming sneered coldly as his insect beast appeared.
Kamamarakuma froze in shock.
At this moment, all his insect beasts, the double-winged golden cicada, the ancient radiant golden insect, and the rest had been fully clad in flowing gold battle armor. The sole divine grade golden armor now adorned his most formidable creature, the twin-winged golden cicada.
The golden armor held no flashy embellishments outwardly, it resembled ordinary armor. Apart from its aesthetic appeal, no one would associate it with amplifying the combat power of tamed beasts. Murakuma exclaimed upon seeing this, "You've actually obtained the inheritance of the golden armor." "What? Haven't you?"
Su Ming's words were nothing short of cutting to the bone.
Murakuma sneered coldly, "Kill you, and this will still be mine." "Is that so? I truly don't know where you get your confidence from." At that moment, Murakuma summoned all his beast tamers. A massive white serpent slithered out, and Su Ming recognized it instantly. This was the legendary divine beast, a young Yggdrasil. Even so, its body stretched over 100 meters. Among all of Murakuma beasts, this was the only one truly worthy of being called formidable. "Is this the pride you boast about? It's enough to kill you." Murakuma was only level 59, a mere 8 levels higher than himself, a gap not too significant.
It was well within his controllable range.
Moreover, the combat power boost from his dual-winged golden cicada now exceeded 100-fold. Golden cicada with twin wings, devour it. You want to swallow my Jormungandr? You've got another thing coming. Watching his golden cicada open its massive jaws to devour it, Jormungandr didn't flee. Instead, it simultaneously attempted to swallow the golden cicada whole. But in the next instant, Jormungandr's colossal body was swallowed whole by the golden cicada, as easily as devouring a spicy snack. Murakuma, witnessing this scene, was utterly dumbfounded. "What the hell? My Jormungandr was just swallowed by your two-winged golden cicada." Su Ming sneered coldly, "Who gave you the confidence not to dodge?" He didn't give Murakuma much time to react. Su Ming's other beasts simultaneously pounced. The lower-tier insect beasts, their targets clear, charged Murakuma without regard for casualties. Boom! Boom! Boom!
With each thunderous impact, the golden battle armor the Kamamara bear had somehow acquired shattered into pieces. The golden armor primarily amplified combat power rather than offering exceptional defense. Before long, it was slain by its own insect beasts. His beastmaster was also completely devoured by his own twin-winged golden cicada. After disposing of Murakuma, Su Ming immediately returned to retrieve the remaining scrap armor into his storage space. Meanwhile, chaos erupted throughout the entire core district. Once Su Ming had gathered everything, he swiftly departed the junkyard. If even Murakuma recognized the value of these scrap armor pieces, others would surely come looking too. Even if not for personal use, selling them would yield a substantial profit. Sure enough, shortly after Su Ming departed, several beast masters entered the junkyard searching for the golden scrap armor. The insect beasts he had left behind in the dump reported this development to him. Su Ming's next objective remained the same, to acquire as many pieces of the golden armor as possible. Having experienced the boosts the armor provided, this additional enhancement was undoubtedly the most hassle-free option for any beastmaster. It required no effort to achieve. Su Ming's objective was crystal clear. Based on the intelligence he'd gathered from Haroon, the inheritance within this core area was highly likely to follow the same pattern as his approach. By waiting for those who had entered the chambers to exit, he could then enter himself and likely claim another inheritance. However, most inheritance portals were now engulfed in chaotic battles involving multiple individuals or even entire nations. While Su Ming was still searching for a suitable inheritance, a signal flare suddenly burst into the sky. Su Ming recognized it instantly. It was prepared by the Xia King. Its purpose was to enable the Great Xia's beastmasters to assist one another within the ruins whenever possible. A Great Xia beastmaster is in danger. Su Ming summoned nearby insect beasts to investigate. Soon, streams of information flooded his mind. They're surrounded. Su Ming dared not hesitate. Based on the feedback from his insect beasts, at least 3 Great Xia beastmasters were surrounded by over 10 beastmasters from other nations. If he didn't go to their aid, they would surely perish. Meanwhile, beastmasters from Great Xia stationed elsewhere had also spotted the distress signal flares. Without a moment's hesitation, they all dropped what they were doing and charged toward the signal flares. At that moment, the 3 besieged Great Xia beastmasters gazed upon the nearly 20 beastmasters from various nations approaching them. Their eyes held not a trace of fear. Instead, they radiated an aura of readiness to face death. Killing a Great Xia beastmaster yields a 30 billion resource reward. Kill them all. They've already sent out a distress signal. Given the Great Xia beastmaster's style, reinforcements must be arriving from all directions. We must end this battle swiftly. Kill them. Hold nothing back. Hearing the cries of the other beastmasters, the 3 Great Xia beastmasters roared in unison, "My friends, to have fought alongside you today is a privilege. Even death is worth it." Death? I haven't decided yet. But if I must die, I'll take a few with me. Come on. We the Xia beastmasters were born to be surrounded. Hold firm. Our reinforcements will arrive soon. The two sides collided swiftly. In the chaotic melee involving hundreds of beasts, the sheer numerical disparity left the 3 Great Xia beastmasters utterly defenseless. They were immediately overwhelmed and unable to retaliate. Their beasts could only brace their bodies against the relentless barrage to shield their masters.
Damn it, if I survive this, I'll hunt down every single person from those nations one by one. Chapter 176, Great Xia reinforcements arrive, counterattack. Survive? You still want to survive? One by one, the beast tamers fell. The protective barrier built from their beasts' bodies, which had seemed capable of holding out for a long time, was crumbling at a visible pace. Su Ming's insect beasts watched the unfolding scene from the shadows, their perception streaming directly into his mind. Damn it! Double-winged golden cicada, hurry up! At that moment, Su Ming's insect beasts, scattered throughout the area, appeared on the battlefield. With no time to spare, Su Ming immediately commanded his insect beasts to attack the beast tamers. Seeing the sudden appearance of these low-level insect beasts, the beast tamers from various nations who were well acquainted with the Great Xia forces instantly recognized this as Su Ming's handiwork. Kill these annoying bugs. I have no idea how that kid managed to cultivate to that level just relying on these worthless insects. Beast masters from Great Xia are on their way to reinforce us. We must hurry. Quick! Kill, kill! Amidst the chaos, one beast master in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Summon our own beast masters here too. We'll ambush them all in one fell swoop." You mean we become bait right here, lure all of Great Xia's beast masters over, then wipe them out in one fell swoop? Exactly. Wouldn't that be perfect? In terms of numbers, we have absolute dominance. The Great Xia has at most 50 people here now, while we can easily gather 200 or 300 beastmasters. Right. Let's do it. Those Great Xia beastmasters must already be on their way. They wouldn't abandon their own kind. In less than a minute, several Great Xia beastmasters appeared above the battlefield. Among them were Xia Qingzhu and other elite combatants of Great Xia. Meanwhile, the three under siege had fewer than 6 beasts left, averaging just 2 per person. You've really grown tired of living, thinking we're made of clay. At that moment, Su Jinja Sr. from the 4th year and currently the strongest combatant in Great Xia spoke. He was a descendant of Su Wan, one of the 5 kings. Su Jinga. The beast tamers from various nations were startled to see him arrive. Xia Qingzhu wasted no time, summoning her beast and charging straight at the attackers below. Amidst the chaos, someone shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. Our reinforcements are on their way. They only have 4, while we have 20. What is there to fear? Kill! Kill!" Buoyed by this rallying cry, many beast tamers shed their fear and charged at Su Jin's group. Meanwhile, Su Ming, who had arrived at the edge of the battlefield, observed the distant fighting. Though his combat prowess wasn't the weakest, joining this battle wouldn't be too difficult. But this massive conflict had already spread across hundreds of kilometers. Beasts and riders filled the skies and the earth. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Eliminate their beast masters, and victory is ours. Su Jinjij's beasts were currently tying up most of their opponents' beasts, presenting the perfect opportunity to strike at their base. A faint smile touched Su Ming's lips as a group of beast masters at the sovereign level and above materialized beside him. Each beast would target a single beast master more than enough. The reason he hadn't deployed his lower-tier insect beasts was that in this kind of battle, their group of beastmasters had more than enough beasts to spare. If the initial ambush failed and they had to recall several beasts for reinforcements, it would severely hinder his efficiency. Meanwhile, Su Ming's insect beasts scattered throughout the area reported the approaching beastmasters converging from all directions. This battle was likely to escalate into a full-scale conflict involving Great Xia and several other hostile nations. Precisely because of this, Su Ming knew that Great Xia, already at a numerical disadvantage, must eliminate some of the enemy before the main battle commenced. Seeing the perfect opportunity, Su Ming hesitated not a moment. Charge! Kill those beastmasters! All the insects and beasts that received the command shot out like arrows released from a bowstring. The golden cicada's wings beat with blinding speed. With combat power amplified over 100-fold, they transformed into a yellow flash, appearing behind the beastmasters. A terrifying suction force struck them directly. What the hell is that? But by the time they reacted, multiple insect beasts had already closed in. Damn it! Help me! Quick, recall your beasts! The beasts currently locked in combat with Su Jinj's group suddenly went berserk, desperately trying to return to rescue their masters. Su Jinjij noticed this too, and everyone simultaneously blocked their beasts from retreating. The insect beasts, having received Su Ming's kill command, showed no mercy whatsoever. In the first wave of attacks, nearly 20 beastmasters were instantly killed, more than half of them. A faint smile touched Su Ming's lips. The few who evaded this lethal strike were only saved because their beasts charged desperately to block the attack. But Su Ming's insect beast wasn't a mere ornament, only bullying the weak. By the second wave of attacks, the once advantaged beastmasters were reduced to fewer than 3 survivors. Their numerical advantage vanished completely. Other beastmasters rushing to the scene began arriving one after another. Seeing the field littered with the corpses of beast tamers, everyone present was struck with shock. Within a short time, a group of over 30 beastmasters had gathered here in Great Xia. After eliminating the first wave of beastmasters, Su Ming swiftly brought his own beasts to the rear of Su Jinj and the others. Su Ming, you did exceptionally well. The sheer number of your beasts allowed you to directly eliminate these enemy beastmasters. Su Jinj looked at Su Ming and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up.
In response, Su Ming could only chuckle and say, if I were to join the battle myself, my contribution wouldn't be that significant. I saw their beastmasters were unprotected by their beasts, so I figured killing the beastmasters would take care of it.
Exactly. Taking out the beastmasters is key. This isn't about proving who's stronger, it's a fight to the death.
Any dirty trick goes as long as it kills the enemy. At that moment, the beastmasters from various nations had gathered over 60 members, more than double the number of Great Xia's forces, surveying the fallen beasts and their tamers strewn across the ground.
Everyone, be extremely cautious during the upcoming melee. Keep at least 2 beasts by your side for protection. Their beastmasters will target us directly. With our numbers, we could also hunt down their beastmasters. That's utterly un-samurai-like.
I demand one-on-one combat, retorted the beastmaster from Sakura Nation with disdain.
Lacking gentlemanly conduct. I will defeat them in open combat. If they resort to underhanded tactics to kill us, that is their problem. I cannot stoop to such actions.
For a time, several nations remained steadfast in their resolve, determined to defeat Great Xia in open combat.
Chapter 177, Overwhelming Numbers, Great Xia's Allies.
Facing the sheer scale of the enemy before him, Su Jin's face could hardly be called calm.
We're severely outnumbered.
Even if they only outnumber us 2-1 right now, we still have to guard against them targeting our beastmasters for elimination.
We're already at a disadvantage. While their numbers aren't overwhelming yet, let's seize the moment and strike another blow against them. Yes, let's strike now. Su Jinj scanned all the enemy members and nodded. Su Ming, can your beast join the fight? No problem. My high-stat insect beast is ready.
I'll have my lower-level insect beast seize opportunities to take out their beastmasters.
Su Ming nodded. After receiving his confirmation, Su Jinj. He immediately turned his gaze forward.
Everyone, King Xia and King Lin are still waiting for us outside.
We can't die here. Ha!
The group roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. The beasts behind them instantly unleashed terrifying combat power. Su Ming stared at the enemies before him, his tension reaching its peak.
Just as tensions reached a boiling point,
more beastmasters appeared from all directions.
Su Jinj.
In a battle of this magnitude, not a single beastmaster of Great Xia can be missing. We're here. Slaughter these clowns and show them who truly rules this blue star. In an instant, the remaining 20-odd Xia beast tamers joined the ranks. Similarly, beast tamers from other nations had also arrived. In terms of numbers, their ranks had already surpassed 200. Such staggering numbers meant that for every Daxia beastmaster, there were 3 opponents. It must be understood that without overwhelming combat power, beastmasters facing numerical inferiority had almost no chance of survival.
We're too few.
A voice of resignation echoed from within the ranks of the Great Xia beastmasters.
What? You scared? What's there to fear about being outnumbered? We'll still take them on.
The beastmasters of the White Eagle Empire, witnessing the vast disparity in numbers, couldn't help but laugh aloud. Wiping you all out this time will probably make your Xia King genuinely regret it.
Just then, the number of beastmasters surrounding them continued to grow.
They belonged to neither side, yet their numbers had swelled to over 100. They stood to the side, silently observing the confrontation between the Xia Empire and the multi-nation alliance of beastmasters led by the White Eagle Empire.
What do you mean by this? The beastmaster leading the White Eagle Empire frowned and demanded. Nothing much. Just spectators. We're here to see how you'll outnumber and outmaneuver the smaller force. You're here to help Great Xia?
To this question, the other party merely shook their head.
It's not that I am here to aid Great Xia. You want to be our enemies? Better to face you than the Great Xia Empire.
Meanwhile, above the ruins, with only 2 days left until the end, no one knew what was happening inside.
Old Xia, are Su Jinj and the others okay? Our numbers are too small.
King Lin voiced his concern. Though these beast tamers weren't all of Great Xia's reserve talents, their loss would still be a severe blow to the nation.
King Xia nodded reassuringly. Rest assured, most of them will emerge alive. Really? Your Majesty seems so confident. The Atlantis ruins are fraught with danger, anything could happen.
At that moment, the 3 representatives from the White Eagle Empire approached once more, smug smiles gracing their faces. Behind them stood a host of their lackeys, the Cherry Blossom Nation, the Big Stick Nation, and others. They all stood smugly before King Xia and King Lin. So it seems you're quite confident our Great Xia's beastmasters will meet their end in there. King Xia remained unperturbed, his smile unchanged as he inquired.
We cannot say for certain. But exploring ancient ruins, anything can happen. We all understand that, don't we? Indeed.
After all, the lost ruins of Atlantis are relics of ancient times. It would be entirely plausible for terrifying beast-tamer creatures to lurk within. Should Great Xia suffer heavy losses among its beast-tamer masters, King Xia and King Lin, you two mustn't feel too heartbroken. Watching their smirking faces, King Lin clenched his fists. But the next moment, King Xia remarked indifferently, true. Yet the danger won't befall only our great Xia beast tamers.
Since these are relics of antiquity, they won't single out our tamers while sparing yours.
As the Xia king spoke, leaders from numerous nations had silently gathered behind him.
The Aber Empire, the Great Goose Empire, and others, their numbers were in no way inferior to the White Eagle Empire's allies. Witnessing this scene, the White Eagle Empire froze in shock.
They clearly remembered these nations had pledged neutrality. The Xia king shook his head and smiled.
We have our own allies too.
Within the core city district, everything within hundreds of kilometers had been obliterated. Thousands of beast riders' corpses lay scattered haphazardly across the ground. Amidst this wall-like wasteland, only 100 or so beastmasters remained standing.
Who would have thought King Xia could persuade the beastmasters from these nations to fight alongside us within the ruins? Yeah, without their participation, we'd have been severely outnumbered. Fortunately, we emerged victorious.
Now it's the leaders of the White Eagle nations who must be feeling the pinch after all. These were their elite combat forces. Su Jinj now led Su Ming and the others to stand before the beastmasters of the other nations. Both sides suffered heavy losses in this battle. 10 of Great Xia's beastmasters had perished, while the assisting nations had lost another 20 to 30 of their own.
Thank you. Without your help, we would have struggled to break free.
The leaders of the other nations offered Su Jinga a faint smile in response to his outstretched hand.
It was our duty. You've suffered considerable losses this time.
I will certainly report the situation to our Xia king, and we will definitely pursue deeper cooperation with you in the future.
Machem, thank you.
Surveying the scene before him, Su Jingwa turned to Su Ming beside him and said, Su Ming, go ahead. These beastmaster corpses are all yours.
Huh? Really? Su Ming was taken aback.
He had been pondering how to feed these beast corpses to his two-winged golden cicada.
Su Jingwa smiled faintly. I've heard about this before.
These corpses will just rot if left here.
Better to let your beasts consume them, it'll even make them stronger. Su Ming nodded.
However, he didn't intend for all his beasts to consume them. He kept the beasts and beastmasters who belonged to the Great Xia Empire or had aided it.
Chapter 178. Then let the war begin until the nation falls. With the key personnel eliminated, the remaining inheritance in the core city district
were almost entirely claimed by the Great Xia and other nations. Some remaining beast tamers from nations like White Eagle, having learned the news early, fled in advance.
Those bold enough to remain and plunder the legacy within the core city.
Naturally, they too faced the joint assault of the Great Xia and its allied nations. The conflict between the two sides had reached a point of no return, with enemies meeting and their hatred intensifying.
Any possibility of reconciliation had vanished. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. A massive vortex reappeared above the ruins, an opportunity to escape.
If trapped here, the next opening might not come for a year or even several years.
For a young beast tamer, this would severely derail their cultivation journey. No one hesitated.
Even those who had yet to obtain their inheritance chose to leave the ruins.
Above the ruins at that moment,
all the beast tamers stood ready for battle, with multiple nations having brought large contingents of their own tamers. It seemed that the moment this group of young beast tamers departed the ruins, the moment war would erupt. The Xia king and the Lin king both fixed their gaze intently on the vortex exit. Suddenly, several beastmasters charged out ahead of the others. They were beast tamers from nations like the White Eagle Empire and the Land of Cherry Blossoms. Their numbers were few, yet they were the swiftest to emerge.
Haha, it's us, the beastmasters of the White Eagle Empire. The beastmasters of our Sakura nation are still alive. The beastmasters of our Great Club nation are still alive too. Listening to the excited voices of several national leaders, King Lin's eyes blazed with fury. Old Xia, we can start the battle now. Hold on, it's not over yet. The number of beastmasters they've sent out is still in the single digits.
King Xia gestured for King Lin to calm down. Immediately after, beastmasters from other nations began pouring out. 3 minutes after the exit opened, over 100 beastmasters had emerged. Countries like White Eagle had fewer participants, but still fielded over a dozen. Yet not a single beastmaster from Great Xia or its allied nations appeared.
Ha, looks like we've won, exclaimed the leader of the White Eagle Empire excitedly.
At that moment, the few beastmasters from the White Eagle Empire returned to their ranks, their expressions anxious.
You lot, come here. The White Eagle Empire's leader beckoned to them.
Where are the others?
Why haven't they come out yet? Are they still searching for the legacy inside?
His voice boomed so loudly that it echoed across the vast sky, carrying the words of the commander who led the White Eagle Empire's forces.
The others?
What others, sir? The White Eagle Empire's beastmasters, only a few of us remain.
What? Did you say that?
At the same time, beastmasters from other nations like Sakura who had returned from the ruins gave nearly identical responses.
The next second, dozens of figures burst forth from the vortex. Were they not the beastmasters of Great Xia, along with their allies? Following these dozens of beastmasters, a vast number more trailed behind. Among them were those from Great Xia, its allied nations, and neutral factions, yet nowhere were the White Eagle Empire or its allies to be found. What is going on?
The president of the White Eagle Empire glared angrily at the surviving few, demanding answers. Your Excellency, many of our men perished in the outer districts. Even our allied forces clashed while vying for the inheritance. Upon reaching the core city, the fighting continued. Our force of over 200 attempted to ambush the Great Xia, but they had allies. We suffered a crushing defeat. Everyone perished. We couldn't reach the battlefield in time. This information comes from a beast tamer from Sakura Nation who escaped the battlefield. We were still searching for the inheritance in the outer districts at the time. Hearing this, the three supreme rulers of the White Eagle Empire erupted in fury almost simultaneously.
These were the pillars of our White Eagle Empire's younger generation. All dead. The young generation of my Sakura Nation. The young generation of my Empire of Inji. King Xia, your beastmasters slew ours. We opened this ruin to you, yet you slaughtered our young beastmasters. King Xia, are you trying to provoke war between our two nations? King Xia, you must give us an explanation.
Our young beastmasters cannot have died in vain. A chorus of condemnation erupted toward the Xia King. Su Ming and the others glared angrily at the Xia King.
Your Excellency, they attacked first.
Without our allies' help, we would have faced certain doom.
I know all this.
That's precisely why I secretly coordinated with them beforehand to guard against them. King Xia smiled faintly, as if everything unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. At that moment, the leaders of nations like White Eagle also understood.
Great Xia clearly knew this was a trap, a counterattack against them. However, the loss of so many young successors, while not enough to sever a lineage, would undoubtedly leave them at a disadvantage in the future.
King Xia, if you do not hand over the beast responsible for killing the young beast tamers from our nations today, you will not be permitted to leave. Upon hearing this, the King of Lin suddenly stepped forward to block the way. King Lin stood with his arms crossed, perched on the back of his beast, one of the divine beasts, the Qiangqi.
What? By the tone of your words, are you suggesting you wish to declare war on Great Xia?
I'd be curious to see how you intend to prevent our departure.
The three envoys of the White Eagle Empire exchanged glances. As if they had planned it all along, the next second, a signal flare shot into the sky. Since you refuse to hand over the murderer, we won't let our young beast tamers die in vain. King Xia now approached King Lin. By now, over 1,000 beastmasters had gathered above the ocean. They had divided into 3 groups. 2 groups were led by the Great Xia and the White Eagle Empire respectively, while the third group stood by, watching the conflict unfold. Among the nations present, the White Eagle Empire clearly had more representatives, but in terms of raw strength, the Great Xia Empire was undoubtedly the most formidable. This dynamic was largely due to the nations aligned with the White Eagle Empire, countries like Sakura Nation, Big Stick Nation, and Monkey Nation, all of which were geographically very close to Great Xia. Were it not for their historical enmity, they too might have aligned with Great Xia. The nations supporting Great Xia, however, were all drawn by its overwhelming comprehensive strength. Our true enemies are the ferocious beasts and monstrous creatures. I had no desire for excessive friction with you. However, the growing presence of Holy Heaven sect members within our Great Xia in recent years has made me realize that certain matters must be addressed first before we can focus wholeheartedly on other concerns. You seek vengeance? Very well. Let us wage war until one nation is utterly annihilated. Chapter 179, The Battle That Decides Blue Star's Future. If that is the case, then let us fight. Fight until our nations are destroyed.
The Xia King's words echoed across the vast ocean, lingering in every ear like an unshakable reverberation. The Xia King represented the supreme authority of the Great Xia. His words amounted to a direct declaration of war. Just as the White Eagle Empire prepared to speak, the Xia King shot them a cold glance.
Nothing more to say. Let the battle commence. It's time to end this dispute. That's not what we meant. The White Eagle Empire's president's voice suddenly dropped significantly.
Their objective had always been to eliminate the younger generation of Great Xia, to weaken the combat strength of this new breed of beast tamers. They had never intended to wage war against Great Xia. In terms of allies, Great Xia was not lacking. In terms of the strength of those allies, Great Xia's were no weaker than theirs. In terms of combat strength, the Great Xia's might was undeniably the strongest. Should war break out, nations closest to the Great Xia such as the land of cherry blossoms and the land of the Big Stick would all face devastating blows from the Great Xia. Each of the 5 kings of Daxia, commanding their legions of beastmasters, possessed the might to level an entire nation.
That's not what we meant? Then what do you mean? Do you want the lives of our young beastmasters? Do you think we don't know what you're thinking? Since we dared to come here, do you think we'd fear your schemes? Who's scheming against whom?
Every word spoken by the Xia King sent a chill down everyone's spine. Su Ming stood behind the Xia King. This was the absolute authority born of sheer power. You may disagree, but you dare not interrupt me while I speak, let alone challenge my words.
We do not wish for war. Once war begins, the beasts and demons will rejoice. Yet our conflict is now irreparable.
King Xia continued, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. The White Eagle Empire and others stood frozen, unsure how to respond.
They dared not accept the Great Xia's declaration of war. We don't want war either.
The president of the White Eagle Empire spoke slowly.
You don't want war? Then we'll leave?
King Xia sneered coldly. Suddenly, the White Eagle Empire's military commander stepped forward and shouted, "No! You've killed so many of our young people, how can you just walk away like this?
Then stop talking nonsense and just start the war. If you want to begin fighting now, we're ready."
With that, the beast control space behind the Xia King activated. The immense beast riding space abruptly unfolded, instantly stunning everyone present. King Lin was equally prepared, activating his own Beastmaster space. The accompanying Imperial Guards and other beast tamers swiftly activated their own beast taming spaces. The other nations of the Great Xia Alliance swiftly followed suit.
Though no beasts emerged, the mere activation of so many beast summoning spaces revealed the pitch-black void beyond. Everyone knew what terrifying entities lurked within.
In response, all the Beastmasters from the White Eagle Empire activated their own Beastmaster spaces. In an instant, both sides were on the brink of igniting this war. At that moment, the president of the White Eagle Empire rushed between the two sides and shouted, "Wait!
Calm down, everyone, please calm down."
He then turned to King Xia with utmost respect, "Your Majesty, we do not wish to wage war against you.
Would you join us in closing these spaces? Our conflict can surely be resolved." Just then, the leader of the Goose Empire stepped forward. "King Xia, this stalemate is untenable.
If war breaks out, regardless of the victor, both sides will lose a significant number of our finest beast masters.
Why not select combatants from both the White Eagle Empire and our empire? The victor shall guide Blue Star's future, uniting our planet as one. What do you say?" King Xia responded, "You mean to establish Blue Star as a federation-like entity through this battle, with the victor ruling the entire planet as its sovereign?" "Exactly. That's precisely my idea.
The territories controlled by the ferocious beasts and demonic creatures are vast. If we can unite as one, we'll have the strength to confront them together." King Xia nodded and turned to the president of the White Eagle Empire in the distance.
"Mr. President, what are your thoughts?" "Well, we need to discuss this." "Very well. Let us each deliberate."
King Xia nodded, and soon the leaders of both factions gathered to deliberate.
King Lin approached King Xia and whispered, "Old Xia, you've been planning this for a while, haven't you?"
The Xia King merely smiled in response, saying nothing.
Several hours passed.
The Great Xia side did not engage in extensive discussion, as this proposal had been initiated by Great Xia in the first place. Meanwhile, the president of the White Eagle Empire, having gathered the opinions of their own leaders, presented them before the Xia King.
"Your Majesty, we agree.
However, regardless of who prevails between our two sides, there must be a charter outlining how the future federal government will operate." Upon hearing this, the Xia King nodded and said, "Indeed.
I've given this matter considerable thought. Since you have no objections, I've previously drafted a proposal. You may review it. If you have no further objections, then let it be decided thus."
With that, a document was produced from the Xia King's hands. The president of the White Eagle Empire and the others, witnessing this scene, instantly understood. All of this had been meticulously planned by King Xia long ago. His objective was to consolidate all the Beastmaster's power across Blue Star.
After reviewing the entire document, the president of the White Eagle Empire took a deep breath and asked, "So, if a nation is defeated, does it completely lose its standing?"
Of course. Having made the wrong choice, they can't expect to retain any rights. For nations that refuse to comply after the Federation government is established, my stance is clear: annihilate the entire country, including its Beastmasters.
That is rather harsh.
King Xia merely shook his head. One bad apple spoils the whole barrel. It happens all too often. Since we're taking this path, there can only be one voice on Blue Star moving forward. The president of the White Eagle Empire looked at King Xia.
"King Xia, it seems you were confident in this victory all along?" "Certainty is hard to say.
Of course, you may refuse. I wouldn't mind achieving this through other means. Mr. President, my choice stems not from fear of mass Beastmaster casualties, but from concern for my own Xia Empire's Beastmasters.
Not stipulating the annihilation of the defeated nation in this document represents my utmost restraint. This proposal still leaves you with some opportunity." King Xia's words were crystal clear: either you agree, or we fight until you do. In response, President Bai Ying clenched his fists tightly and declared, "Very well, I accept. But I have one demand."
"What condition?"
"Beastmasters above level 90 are prohibited from participating. Each side selects 15 combatants. The first to win 8 matches gains control over Blue Star's decision-making power." Chapter 180, An Unknown Opportunity, Su Jin's Request. Beastmasters above level 90 cannot participate. Otherwise, it's a fight to the death. Will fight you to the bitter end.
Meeting the gaze of the White Eagle Empire's president, King Xia nodded.
"Agreed. That's acceptable. When do you wish to commence the battle?"
1 year, no. 2 years, no. 3 years.
"How about 3 years from now?" Hearing this, the Xia King's brow furrowed. 3 years? That's far too long. He shook his head. "Impossible. Who knows what the world will be like 3 years from now? That's far too long. 3 years, not a day less. We can't just sit here waiting for doom. Otherwise, let's start the war now.
After pondering for a moment, the Xia king nodded.
Very well.
Then on this day 3 years from now, let a battle decide the future of Blue Star.
Agreed. After the negotiations concluded, both parties returned to their respective camps. King Xia addressed his people. Everyone, Put and I have agreed. 3 years from today, we will each send 15 fighters, none above level 90. The first side to win 8 battles will determine Blue Star's future. Now, let us return and prepare for the battle 3 years hence. Understood.
The other nations offered no further comment as they all followed the lead of Great Xia. When the time came, the Great Xia would undoubtedly supply the overwhelming majority of combatants.
They might not even contribute a single fighter from their own nations. But none of that mattered to them. They were already in the same boat as the Great Xia. No matter what changes Blue Star might undergo in the future. As long as the Great Xia held the reins, they would not suffer any losses. Before long, the Beastmasters from each nation returned to their respective homelands. On the journey back, King Lin turned to King Xia and said, Old Xia, are you truly prepared to confront them like this? In terms of strength, we could utterly annihilate them. King Xia nodded.
King Lin, this is different. A fight would take a heavy toll on our Beastmasters too.
I don't want to see that happen. Taking them without bloodshed is best.
Originally, I only intended to give them 1 year to prepare, but since they were so adamant, I gave them 3. 3 years. They intend to cultivate 15 Beastmasters capable of challenging us within that time frame.
With boundless resources poured into them, who knows what might happen then?
King Lin shook his head. Beastmasters trained with the full might of a nation.
Who can predict the outcome? King Xia responded with a faint smile. If we lose, we can always fight again.
King Lin froze at the words. He then shook his head with a smile.
You, always the same. Do you really think they'll just concede defeat?
Perhaps they will, perhaps they won't.
At the very least, there's a chance we won't come to blows. Over 300 years have passed since our world underwent its great upheaval. That span is neither long nor short. My Beastmaster's spirit often stirs restlessly. This is not a good sign.
Our world's great upheaval was born of strange circumstances.
I have a strong premonition that the next world-altering shift is approaching. This time, I refuse to sit idly by. We must unite all of Blue Star's forces to confront this unknown power. Lin Wang nodded. I often sense this too. It seems you're thinking far ahead.
3 years, this isn't just for them, but for us too. Give the young people behind us 3 years, and they'll all grow strong. We need beast tamers who are powerful enough.
Right.
I'll start preparations immediately upon returning, selecting the most promising individuals for training. King Xia shook his head at King Lin's words.
King Lin, my view is this: we shouldn't deliberately select certain beastmasters for cultivation. That approach might not guarantee we find truly outstanding candidates. Then what should we do?
While we have ample resources, training everyone isn't exactly realistic.
King Xia nodded. That's the situation. So upon returning, we'll consult with the other 3 kings and the leaders of the great academies before deciding how to proceed with the training. Agreed.
Within the group, Su Ming was now walking side by side with Su Jinj. Su Jinj glanced at Su Ming and offered a mysterious smile.
Su Ming, you're currently at level 51, right?
Yep.
Level 51.
You broke through 50 levels in just over a year.
With 3 years remaining, do you have confidence you can reach level 90? Hearing Su Jin's question, Su Ming immediately shook his head and laughed. That's impossible. 40 levels to go?
Even if I stopped eating and drinking, I doubt I could break through to level 90 within 3 years. Right now, each level takes me a month or even longer to achieve, and that's with me training at full capacity.
Su Ming shook his head. Reaching level 80 10 levels in a year might be achievable with intense effort. Level 90 was utterly impossible. Su Jinghua countered, Su Ming, we absolutely must win the competition 3 years from now.
That will force the Xia King and his faction to heavily invest in cultivating beast masters.
This is an opportunity, a chance for every single one of us. Senior, are you suggesting I should pursue it myself? If you want it, you absolutely can fight for it.
I won't overstate your strength, but King Xia definitely sees potential in you. Even my grandfather, the one you know as King Su, has praised your talent and abilities.
I rarely see him compliment anyone. Regarding Su Jin's high regard, Su Ming offered a faint smile. Thank you for the compliment, senior.
But if there's one thing our great Xia Empire isn't short of, it's powerful individuals.
That's true.
From what I know, our great Xia has over 300 beast masters above level 80, spread across various regions. The White Eagle Empire, however, only has about 100 above level 80. That's precisely why they dare not engage us in full-scale war. The Xia King's approach is likely aimed at minimizing casualties. Su Ming speculated. Indeed, His Majesty must have considered this. While victory is assured, should they disregard consequences and target our younger generation, we would be unable to withstand such an assault. That is likely His Majesty's concern. Su Jinj nodded, having guessed some of the higher-ups' thoughts. Su Ming looked at Su Jinj. Senior, you'll be competing, right? In response to Su Ming's question, Su Jinj nodded. Yes, and among those 15, there will definitely be a spot for me. But what about the other nations? Their representatives will need spots too. Su Jinghua smiled faintly. Su Ming, let's be clear, this battle is fundamentally between us and the White Eagle Empire. The other nations are merely supporting players. The White Eagle Empire might need assistance from others, but we don't. Even if other nations get spots, they'll have fewer than 3, maybe none at all. The Xia King's goal is to ensure all beast masters across Blue Star are united as one. Chapter 181, Returning to Great Xia, the Teacher's Advice. Listening to Su Jinghua's words, Su Ming gained deeper insight into this descendant of the 5 kings. Compared to Xia Lin, who focused solely on cultivation, and Xiong Tianba, who was a bit scatterbrained yet possessed extraordinary talent, Su Jinj before him seemed more like a true descendant of the 5 kings. He possessed talent, intellect, and vision. Do your best, Su Ming. I believe in you too. This opportunity is right before you. If you miss it, it would truly be a pity. This is your chance to soar. Su Jinghua smiled faintly. After returning to Great Xia, Su Ming went straight back to his home. Everyone seemed to sense what was about to unfold. The moment they arrived in Daxia, they all broke ranks and returned home. The moment he arrived home, Su Ming quickly dialed his teacher's video call. Fortunately, his teacher was online, and the call connected on the first try. Seeing Su Ming return safely, Shi Xuantian's face broke into a smile. Su Ming, it seems you've gained quite a lot this time. Su Ming nodded in agreement. His expedition to the ruins had indeed yielded substantial rewards. 3 sets of divine armor, 18 sets of demon armor, 78 sets of ghost armor, plus over 10 million sets of scrap armor. All of these had already been distributed to the insectoid creatures. Their combat power had indeed undergone a qualitative transformation. The mightiest double-winged golden cicada had now surpassed a 100x combat power boost, reaching an astonishing 110x enhancement. This terrifying figure was precisely what Su Ming had envisioned when he first obtained the system. Teacher, there's something I need to tell you. At that moment, Shi Xiantian raised his hand, signaling Su Ming to hold his tongue. He then continued, we've received intelligence. It seems the Xia King is determined this time. Su Ming froze. Master, you already knew? Shi Xiantian responded with a faint smile. With something this significant, we've been hearing whispers for quite some time. The Xia King sent you to this ancient site precisely to find a pretext for war. Why? Isn't Great Xia a peace-loving nation? Su Ming was also puzzled. While the Great Xia Empire was undoubtedly the most powerful nation on Blue Star. Yet despite this, the Great Xia had allowed the constant provocations from smaller nations like Sakura Nation and Big Stick Nation to continue unchecked. Over the years, these incidents had indeed fueled the fervent desire among all beast masters within the nation to immediately launch a campaign to annihilate these countries. To spare them from prancing about like clowns before our eyes. If they're willing to cooperate, we naturally don't want to start a war. That's why the King of Xia proposed this competition to minimize casualties. Su Ming, though your strength is only at level 50, you already rank in the upper middle tier among Great Xia's beast masters. There are certain matters you should understand. In our world, enemies are not only those we can see, but also those we cannot. Invisible? What kind of enemy is that? Su Ming asked, puzzled. Shi Xiantian shook his head. Frankly, even I don't know. All I can say is this enemy is incredibly powerful. The Xia King once speculated that the great upheaval on Blue Star was orchestrated by an invisible hand pulling the strings from behind. Pulled strings from behind the scenes. Good heavens, who possesses such power? That, I cannot say. But to survive and preserve our civilization, we must grow stronger, uniting the entire Blue Star as one. So that's it. King Xia truly had a long-term vision. Su Ming nodded in sudden understanding. At that moment, Shi Xiantian lifted his head with a smile. He looked at Su Ming and said, Su Ming, you're wondering if you have a chance to participate in the battle 3 years from now, aren't you? Caught off guard by his teacher's insight, Su Ming didn't hide his thoughts. He nodded and said, yes, master. But my level is too low. Even if I stopped eating and drinking to train for 3 years, it would still be difficult to break through to level 90. Breaking through to level 90 within 3 years is indeed difficult. But what if you could become stronger than a level 90 beast tamer while still at level 80? That would suffice. Su Ming gave a wry smile. Teacher, the higher the level, the greater the gap. Each level difference means roughly a 3-fold increase in combat power for the same beast. My enhancement abilities simply can't match that. A 10-level gap means 3 raised to the 10th power 59,049. A gap of that magnitude was something he dared not dwell on. How powerful would his insect beast need to be? That number was already beyond the realm of possibility. Even his strongest mount now, the twin-winged golden cicada, couldn't possibly bridge a 10-level gap to fight those beasts in the late stages.
At level 50 now, each level gap represents less than a 1x combat power difference.
My 100x plus enhancement still has some leeway, but things won't be so easy after that. Thus, fighting opponents several levels above one's own rank is extremely difficult.
Then just level up a few more times. 3 years isn't long, but it's not short either.
Remember, you've only been a beastmaster for a year and a half.
Shi Xiantian continued to encourage Su Ming. Su Ming looked at his teacher and asked, "Teacher, are you supporting me to compete?"
Yes.
Not just you, I'll be participating too. Shi Xiantian nodded. His current level was 85, just 5 levels away from 90. With 3 years of focused cultivation, breaking through was entirely achievable.
Su Ming, you possess unique advantages. Not everyone has a divine beast, yet you hold 2 divine beast cubs in your hands. Once your beastmaster skill breaks through to level 80 or above, they will likely reach their complete form. At that point, the combat power of divine beasts will be incomparable to that of other beastmasters.
Su Ming understood this logic well enough. But among the beast tamers who would participate in the battle 3 years hence, who didn't possess a divine beast? This couldn't be his absolute advantage. Su Ming, I know you're hesitating. Don't overthink it. Just train with all your might.
King Xia and the others have high hopes for you. I suspect they're already discussing how to cultivate the contestants for the battle 3 years from now. While it won't require mobilizing the entire nation's resources, the support will undoubtedly be unprecedented.
I understand, Master. I will train with all my might.
Whether I participate in the battle 3 years from now or not, I will give it my all. Meanwhile, in the decision hall of the Great Xia imperial capital,
all 18 representatives of the Great Xia's absolute military might and authority were present. Each oversaw a distinct department within the empire, ensuring the nation's stable operation.
The Xia king sat at the head of the table, flanked by the other 4 kings. The remaining members occupied the seats beyond them. The Xia king slowly sat up straight and addressed the assembly before him. It has been a long time since we last gathered. I trust everyone here understands the purpose of today's meeting.
Below level 90, Your Majesty.
Our Great Xia possesses an abundance of such talent reserves.
Selecting just 15 for cultivation would be an unwelcome task for anyone. Chapter 182, Cultivation Plan, summoned by the Xia King.
The speaker was Cao Hongshou, headmaster of the Great Xia Military Academy. The principals of the other 3 academies nodded in agreement with Cao Gong's words.
Indeed, that number is far too large.
We must select a specific number of beast masters for intensive cultivation.
While our resources are substantial, we cannot possibly train everyone. White Eagle will undoubtedly focus his efforts on cultivating these 15 individuals.
King Lin spoke up at this moment. Prince Su turned to the Xia King and inquired, Your Majesty, since you've already conceived this method of combat with the White Eagle faction to determine Blue Star's future leader, I imagine you've already formulated a plan. All eyes turned to the Xia King.
In response, King Xia nodded. Yes, I've pondered this matter extensively. My proposal is this: beastmasters ranked above level 70 who possess divine beasts should undergo direct cultivation.
Advancing 20 levels within 3 years should pose no significant challenge.
Divine beasts, that drastically narrows the pool of candidates.
Powerful beast masters are not uncommon, but those who possess divine beasts can be counted on one hand. After all, divine beasts aren't commonplace.
To contract one, you must earn its recognition.
Without exceptional talent, gaining a divine beast's recognition is exceedingly difficult.
I've compiled the list 20 names in total. Everyone may review it.
As he spoke, a cultivation roster materialized before each person's eyes.
Scanning the names one by one, the assembly nodded in agreement.
These are indeed the cream of the crop among the young generation of our Great Xia.
But what about those beast masters currently ranked between levels 80 and 90? None of them are weak.
True.
Though they lack divine beasts, some of their tamed creatures possess bloodlines approaching divine beasts. Moreover, training them doesn't require excessive resources.
My thought is that we should still have some veteran king-tier beast masters join the battle.
This would also serve as an excellent example.
Addressing the others' concerns, the Xia King continued, Truthfully, I too hesitated about how to deploy them.
Here's what I've decided, let's hear your thoughts. I've decided that Great Xia will immediately activate training mode.
All beast tamers must intensify their cultivation, including those present here.
I know everyone has busy official duties.
In our nation, many beast tamers rarely voluntarily venture into dungeons for training after reaching king tier. We need more legend tier beast tamers. Those at levels 80-90 must advance to legend tier within 3 years, and the state will continue providing resources. But this will inevitably trigger global panic, Prince Su interjected.
It doesn't matter.
Whatever we do now will cause them panic.
Every beastmaster must dedicate themselves entirely to intense cultivation.
I have a strong premonition that the survival of our civilization hinges on these coming years.
After King Xia finished speaking, solemn expressions settled on everyone's faces. After a moment, King Xia slowly continued, does anyone have further suggestions? Are there any shortcomings in my plan? Oh, and I'd like to add one more name to that list of 20. King Xia suddenly interjected. Add another? Whom do you wish to add, King Xia? King Su smiled faintly. King Xia, you mean you wish to add Su Ming, correct? Su Ming? Everyone was taken aback. Su Ming's strength and talent were plain for all to see. But his level was still a bit too low. Even Chao Hongshou from the military command expressed confusion. King Xia, Su Ming is only around level 50. Reaching level 90 within 3 years is impossible. Adding him to this roster seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? Whether Su Ming ultimately participates in battle is not my concern. I intend to include him in this cultivation program, allowing him to benefit from resource subsidies. His talent can forcibly double or even triple the combat strength of our great Xia. We need such formidable warriors. No one dared oppose the Xia King's decree. Everyone understood that once Su Ming broke through to level 90, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of the great Xia Empire. But might this provoke discontent among others? King Xia shook his head. As far as I know, Su Ming currently possesses 2 divine beast tier mounts. Not everyone here has even reached that level, right? 2 divine beasts. How did he acquire them? In the Vermilion Bird's secret realm, he obtained the ultimate reward. Whoa! All eyes turned to King Lin. This record had been held by him. Su Ming surpasses my own feat back then. The Vermilion Bird reborn 6 times within the Vermilion Bird's secret realm, it's too powerful. As Lin Wang spoke, his eyes still brimmed with awe. Everyone, are there any objections to joining Su Ming? Not a single voice of dissent was heard throughout the entire conference room. King Xia nodded and continued, very well. Let us proceed to the next agenda item. After resting at home overnight, Su Ming had come to terms with it. No matter what, he had to fight for it. Just like the resources he'd acquired over the past year, all hard-won through his own talent and strength. If he didn't fight for them, he'd completely lose the passion a beast tamer should possess. Just as Su Ming was preparing to head to the dungeon for training, the phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, Su Ming froze. It was a call from King Xia. Hello, Your Majesty King Xia. Su Ming didn't dare hesitate and answered immediately. Su Ming? Are you still in the imperial capital? Yes. Then come to my place. Understood. After hanging up, Su Ming's nerves remained on edge. A call at this time clearly meant the Xia King had plans for his future. Does he want me to compete for resources, or is he simply handing them over? Su Ming couldn't help but speculate inwardly. Soon, Su Ming arrived at the King of Xia's office with practiced ease. Upon entering, he saw 4 people in the office. Some he recognized, others he didn't. Su Ming has arrived. Please take a seat. King Xia gestured for Su Ming to sit before them. Su Ming sat down somewhat uneasily, observing the 5 figures before him. Besides King Xia and King Lin, Su Ming was fairly certain the remaining 3 were the other 3 kings of Great Xia. Su Ming, I won't introduce King Lin, you already know him. As for the other 3, I imagine you've guessed their identities. Su Ming nodded. This is the Bear King. A man as burly as a giant bear smiled faintly. Su Ming, Tianba praised you highly when he returned. During the Beastmaster tournament, it was thanks to you that my Tianba's life was saved. Receiving gratitude from the Bear King, one of the 5 kings, Su Ming was both flattered and surprised. It was my pleasure, Bear King. Chapter 183, the 150th floor goal, Infinite Secret Realm. After introducing the 3 kings, the Xia King finally got to the point. Su Ming, we summoned you today to discuss a matter. King Xia began, and King Su continued. Su Ming, after careful deliberation, we've decided to prioritize your cultivation. All secret realms within Great Xia will be open to you. For every level you ascend, Great Xia will reward you with resources valued at 1 billion Great Xia coins. Given the uniqueness of your talent, if you choose Great Xia coins, we can grant you 2 billion Great Xia coins per level. 20 billion per level. Is that real? Su Ming felt as if he'd misheard. Leveling up 5 times would net him 10 billion. In 3 years, he could earn at least 1 trillion. That was an enormous sum. To reassure him, the Xia King added, that's correct. Of course, we have a requirement, you must advance at least 7 levels within 1 year. Agreed. Su Ming didn't hesitate for a second. How could he possibly turn down such a free resource? This was precisely the kind of resource he needed. At that moment, King Zhao inquired, Su Ming, do you have any questions? Meeting the gazes of the 5 before him, Su Ming nodded and asked, is cultivating me meant to prepare me for the battle 3 years hence? At this question, the 5 kings exchanged knowing smiles. King Xia spoke up, do you believe you can reach level 90 within 3 years? If so, given your potential, I'm certain there will be a place for you. Su Ming shook his head. In 3 years, I won't reach level 90. But if given sufficient resources, I can fight opponents above my level. How much resources do you need? King Su pressed. Whatever you have, I'll take it all. If resources were limitless, he could even reach the strength of a 5 king in an instant.
Level is important, but if my power increase surpasses the boost from level differences, anything becomes possible.
However, the magnitude of that amplification would be terrifying.
Asking for everything available, Su Ming, is impossible. Even if all 5 of us agreed, we couldn't decide such matters. The Bear King shook his head. After all, betting everything on one person was unthinkable unless absolutely necessary.
Su Ming understood this well. He smiled wryly. I suppose you're right. Agreed.
King Xia suddenly spoke up, catching even Su Ming off guard as he turned to look at him.
Old Xia, what did you say? What's acceptable?
King Xia raised his head and said, all right.
Su Ming, you need resources, right? Of course I can give them to you. Really? Su Ming jumped to his feet in excitement.
The Xia King nodded.
Of course. But there are conditions. Conditions? What conditions?
Su Ming was puzzled, but then realized it wouldn't be that easy to get what he wanted after all. It wouldn't make sense otherwise.
The Demon's Ceiling Tower. 150th floor.
Su Ming was instantly dumbfounded. How many floors had the old man even conquered himself, yet he was demanding Su Ming clear 150?
Just say you don't want to give it to me. So, Su Ming, feeling the pressure?
Seeing the smile on the Xia King's face, Su Ming nodded. Yes, but I'll give it a shot. As long as you can conquer the 150th floor, and the entire Great Xia Empire has no objections, whatever resources you need, the Great Xia Empire will support you.
Agreed. Su Ming nodded.
Though it was difficult, at least there was still a chance. The other 4 kings raised no objections to these terms. Reaching the 150th floor if he truly succeeded wouldn't just silence dissent. Even if someone objected, they'd immediately suspect that person of being a spy from another nation.
I wish to cultivate. Are there other regions besides the Demon's Den that might be suitable? Su Ming inquired curiously.
King Xia nodded in response.
The entire Great Xia is currently consumed by cultivation fever. Even the Demon's Den must be overcrowded. There is one secret realm suitable for cultivation, but the danger there is extremely high. You could die. Where is it? The other 4 kings understood the Xia King's implication.
The Zhao King interjected, the Xia King must be referring to the infinite secret realm.
Even we dare not set foot there. The infinite secret realm? What kind of place is that? Su Ming couldn't help but feel intrigued upon hearing this name.
King Xia explained, the infinite secret realm lives up to its name, it has no limits. To this day, only a handful of beast masters who entered it have returned safely.
Right, King Su? King Su nodded. I've entered the boundless secret realm.
At the time, I was only level 70, but my combat prowess was unmatched among my peers.
Challenging higher level foes was commonplace. The danger lies in its endless supply of ferocious beasts.
You must slay a set number within the allotted time to survive. Failure means instant annihilation. Hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine.
Instant annihilation, that was the true terror of the secret realm.
Its rules remained inexplicable to this day.
Can one withdraw? Su Ming inquired. Yes, you can. The rewards within the infinite secret realm are plentiful.
Most people simply can't resist the temptation, always thinking they'll be able to handle it next time, but that's wishful thinking, Su Wang patiently explained to Su Ming.
Then, Lord Su Wang, since you've entered before, you must know the rules inside well. How long is the first attempt, and how many ferocious beasts are required? Facing Su Ming's question, Su Wang shook his head.
Well, based on the statistics from the beast masters who've returned safely, there's no specific number.
This secret realm is quite capricious.
It might throw an impossible time limit at you right from the start, which is why the death rate remains so high.
Damn it!
Before they could confirm, Su Ming was already itching to go.
My insect beasts are numerous. Tasks requiring mass kills suit me perfectly, plus I'd gain vast resources. If I could enter the secret realm indefinitely, I'd gladly live here. This secret realm allows the same person to enter 3 times a year.
However, the difficulty increases with each entry.
Later attempts offer virtually no rewards. For cultivation purposes, it's indeed excellent if you have the strength. Su Ming nodded and stood up. Honorable elders, time is pressing. I intend to head to the infinite secret realm for cultivation immediately. Very well. I'll arrange for guards to escort you there. Thank you, Lord Xia.
Su Ming bowed to the 5 figures before turning and departing immediately. Watching Su Ming depart, the other 4 turned to King Xia.
Old Xia, you've given Su Ming an impossible task. 150 floors? Even you couldn't manage that.
Meeting their gazes, King Xia shook his head.
I believe having a goal fuels motivation.
Besides, 150 floors might not be an impossible task for Su Ming.
Chapter 184, Insanely Fast Leveling Speed. In the blink of an eye, within the Great Xia Empire, in the Central Plains. Within a secret realm fortress, Su Ming arrived under the escort of the Imperial Guards.
The infinite secret realm was situated here. No sooner had he landed than a royal tier beastmaster came to greet him. Su Ming, I have received the Xia King's orders.
I shall guide you to the secret realm's entrance. Thank you, senior.
Su Ming bowed respectfully with clasped hands. He then turned to his guards behind him and said, "Senior, you may return first.
I may not be coming out for a while."
The guard shook his head and continued to follow behind Su Ming. The secret realm's guardian, standing nearby, remarked with a faint smile, "The Xia King's orders are for them to protect you at all times.
Without his command, they won't leave." "Oh, I see." Su Ming nodded.
At that moment, the secret realm guardian smiled and said, "Su Ming, you've gained access to all the secret realms.
Your future is boundless. You flatter me, senior.
I still need to redouble my cultivation efforts. Over the years, only a handful have attained such high-level privileges. To receive this treatment at merely level 51, King Xia and his council clearly regard you as their successor." Su Ming offered a polite smile, choosing not to elaborate further. The more he explained, the more complicated it would become.
Soon, guided by the attendant, Su Ming arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. The guardian of the secret realm looked at Su Ming and asked, "Su Ming, would you like me to explain this secret realm to you?"
Su Ming shook his head. "Thank you, but King Su already briefed me on the secret realm's conditions."
"I believe that covers it."
"I see. When Prince Su entered the secret realm, I was not yet its guardian."
"In that case, I wish you success." "Thank you, senior." Su Ming nodded.
The entrance to the secret realm opened, and he plunged directly into it.
Watching Su Ming vanish, the guardian sighed deeply. Truly, the young are formidable.
To receive such favor at such a young age, it's something most people strive for their entire lives and never attain.
Upon entering the secret realm, a prompt instantly appeared before Su Ming's eyes. "Infinite Secret Realm welcomes you, challenger.
Complete the task of slaying 300,000 level 50 low-tier ferocious beasts within 10 hours. Complete within 1 hour, God-tier rating.
Complete within 3 hours, superhuman. Complete within 5 hours, rated excellent. Complete within 7 hours, rated good. Complete within 10 hours, rated passable."
Final rewards are based on the number of awesome ratings received. You can choose the frequency of monster spawns. 1000 per hour, 3000 per hour, 5000 per hour, 300,000 per hour. Seeing the information before him, Su Ming didn't hesitate. He immediately declared, "Set the spawn rate to 300,000 per hour. Appearance frequency set to 300,000 per hour. Complete within the allotted time.
Good luck." The next second, the desert before him was swarming with densely packed insect beasts.
But when it came to fierce beasts of the same level, he certainly wouldn't be intimidated by sheer numbers. With a flick of his thoughts, the beast-taming space opened.
Countless insect beasts surged forth from the space.
Thousands of lord-tier beasts, dozens of sovereign-tier beasts, golden cicadas with twin wings, super blood demon war beetles. Su Ming held nothing back. A single strike from the golden cicada's mandibles claimed thousands of beasts. Facing beasts of low racial value, even his most basic insect beasts slaughtered them with the ease of slicing through cucumbers.
10 hours? That was far too long.
For him, it would take less than 10 minutes to finish the job. Barely 10 minutes had passed when all the beasts lay slain by his insect beasts.
I absolutely love this secret realm.
Having slain 300,000 low-level insect beasts, his level had surged to 52. To level up from 52 to 53 required tens of millions of experience points. However, battles of this scale not only accelerated his leveling speed but also boosted the consumption rate of his golden cicada wings. With a secret realm like this, even if King Xia and the others kept it hidden and offered no rewards, I'd still be willing to live here. Su Ming's heart swelled with delight. After completely annihilating this wave of ferocious beasts,
the secret realm's notification appeared before his eyes once more. First challenge, evaluation, absolutely awesome.
You may choose to exit or accept the second challenge.
Accept.
Su Ming replied without hesitation. Second challenge, within 10 hours, complete the task of slaying 500,000 level 50 intermediate ferocious beasts. I'm setting the spawn rate to 500,000 per hour. The next second, 500,000 intermediate level beasts appeared from all directions.
Meanwhile, Su Ming's insect beast had already donned the golden scrap armor he'd brought back.
Combined with its own power boost, intermediate level beasts of the same rank were no match for it. The battle was effortlessly concluded within 10 minutes. His level progress advanced by roughly 70%. At this rate, my level will rise incredibly fast. Even participating in that battle 3 years from now isn't impossible.
Su Ming was overjoyed, though the infinite secret realm only permitted 3 entries per year. First challenge, evaluation, F King awesome. Second challenge, rating, absolutely awesome.
You may choose to exit or accept the third challenge.
Accept.
Third challenge, complete the task of defeating 1,500,000 level 50 high-tier ferocious beasts within 10 hours. The difficulty is ramping up faster and faster. My pace might start to slow down after just a few waves. Observing the numbers before him and the shifting racial values, the battles ahead promised no respite. It seems the difficulty of this infinite secret realm truly matches Su Wang's warnings. The jump from the second to the third challenge was at least 5-fold.
A single misjudgment could cost the Beastmaster entering the trial their life. While the Golden Wasteland armor offered only modest enhancement, it drastically reduced casualties among his lower-tier insect beasts. This allowed him to maintain a superior number of beasts for a much longer period. This time, it took nearly 20 minutes to eliminate the 1,500,000 ferocious beasts. Still, everything remained within manageable limits. Slaying these beasts allowed him to break through to level 53 once more. Progress toward breaking through to level 54 had also reached 50%. Such speed is no exaggeration to describe as rocket-like. It was truly astonishing, so fast that Su Ming genuinely felt it was possible to break through from level 50 to level 90 within just 3 years. A breakthrough at this pace would likely shock the entire Great Xia Empire. Chapter 185, Level Up. Level Up. Level Up. Imperial Capital, Great Xia Academy. Xia Lin and the other two gathered together. Xiong Tianba looked at the two before him. Where on earth did Su Ming go? Everyone who went to the Atlantis ruins has returned, yet we haven't seen him. I heard we achieved a decisive victory this time, nearly wiping out the young beast tamers from those White Eagle nations. Their haul must have been substantial, right? Lin Yuyan asked curiously. Xia Lin shook his head beside her. I hate to admit it, but Su Ming has pulled ahead of us. With our current abilities, there's no way we can catch up to him. No way. We can't catch up to him already? Xia Lin, you're underestimating yourself. Xiong Tianba waved it off, completely unconcerned. Xia Lin smiled in response. Then do you know why we can't find Su Ming? Why? My father said Su Ming has been designated as a cultivation candidate training for the battle 3 years from now. The program only accepts those above level 70, yet Su Ming is the only one at level 50 who made the list. Your great-grandfather should know about this too. Hearing this, Xiong Tianba and Lin Yuyan both shot to their feet. They stared at Xia Lin in disbelief. Such classified information, your father knows about it too? It is classified, but it won't be long before everyone finds out. But I warned you, don't breathe a word of this, or my great-grandfather will skin me alive. After saying this, Xia Lin immediately cautioned the two. Lin Yuyan and Xiong Tianba slowly sat back down after processing the information. Yet they remained reeling from the shock. How could this happen? I never slacked off in my training. Why did such a huge gap open up without me even noticing? Xiong Tianba muttered to himself. Xia Lin shook his head helplessly. In terms of family background, each of us three far surpasses Su Ming. Yet he relied solely on his own strength and talent to secure vast resources, leveling the playing field against the advantages our families provided. Add to that his relentless, dogged cultivation methods. Losing to him isn't something to be ashamed of. I know that, of course. It's just so frustrating. We've all worked hard. People call us geniuses, yet when faced with a true genius, we're the ones left behind. Xiong Tianba's words plunged all three into deep thought. At that moment, Lin Yuyan suddenly stood up. Alright, I'm off to cultivate. Su Ming is our team leader, and I don't want to hold him back when we finally get the chance to fight side by side. Right, training. I refuse to believe that even with relentless practice, we can't catch up to Su Ming. Xiong Tianba also stood up. Seeing the two brimming with fighting spirit, Xia Lin couldn't help but smile. Alright, the three of us will push ourselves to catch up to Su Ming. Go for it. Meanwhile, Su Ming, who was currently battling within the boundless secret realm, had already been inside for 6 hours. First challenge, rating, F King Awesome. Second challenge, rating, F King Awesome. Third challenge, rating, Absolutely Badass. You may choose to quit or accept the 10th challenge. Accept. 10th challenge, complete the task of defeating 200,000 level 50 Lord monsters within 5 hours. Gulp. Seeing this challenge notification, Su Ming couldn't help but swallow hard. His current level had already broken through to 59, yet this 20th challenge was nothing short of insane. 200,000 level 50 Lord tier beasts, for crying out loud. Following the pattern, the next challenge would likely be Lord tier beasts, and the numbers would increase again. The current 20th challenge had reached its maximum with 3 million beasts, all of which were capped at the highest tier below high grade. He had already completed the challenges of 3 million low tier and mid tier beasts. My level shot up like a rocket, leaping through 8 tiers in just a few short hours. If word got out, claiming he was cheating would be an understatement. Currently, 20,000 level 50 Lord tier beasts remain manageable for him. However, Su Ming could also confirm that in the next few waves, the quality of the beasts would see a significant leap. This time, it took Su Ming nearly an hour to eliminate this batch of challenge beasts. He maintained his badass reputation. And after taking down this wave of beasts, his level broke through again, reaching 60. Fast. Really too fast. Su Ming felt he was starting to lose control of this pace. The moment his level hit 60, his 2-winged golden cicada directly evolved into a 4-winged golden cicada. Finally evolved. The 4-winged golden cicada's species stats instantly reached legendary tier. This further boosted his combat strength. Having devoured an enormous number of ferocious beast corpses, even though their base stats weren't particularly high,
But now, the four-winged golden cicada's devouring amplification had reached approximately 67 times. Combined with Su Ming's own power, the enhancement from his demonic transformation, and the divine armor's blessings, the four-winged golden cicada's combat power boost had reached a terrifying 150x.
That's insane!
Su Ming exclaimed, gazing at the four-winged golden cicada, whose body now exceeded 30 meters in length. Immediately after, facing the 21st challenge, Su Ming began to hesitate whether to accept it.
Who knows how much harder he'll make it next time? Screw it. I'll take it. Even if he throws 50 million transcendent-grade beasts at me, I'll devour them all even if it means burning myself out. Gritting his teeth, Su Ming replied, accepted.
20th challenge, complete the task of slaying 500,000 level 60 Lord-tier beasts within 5 hours.
Whoa, leveled up.
Though the base stats remained unchanged, the level increase meant his insect beast battles wouldn't be as effortless as slicing through cucumbers anymore.
Still manageable. I can handle this.
Meanwhile, within the infinite secret realm fortress, the secret realm guardian received a call from King Xia.
Has Su Ming exited the secret realm yet? Not yet.
He's only been in for a little over 6 hours.
It won't be that quick, Your Excellency.
King Xia merely smiled faintly.
With Su Ming's vast insect beast army and his unique pace of challenge, his progress couldn't be measured by ordinary standards.
Should Su Ming depart the secret realm, notify me immediately and have the guards escort him back to the imperial capital without delay.
Yes, Your Majesty.
After hanging up, the secret realm's guardian gazed at the entrance. He murmured in puzzlement, he's still a young man everyone holds in high regard.
Isn't His Majesty King Xia underestimating Su Ming a bit?
He should at least stay in there for a few days before emerging. That's what it takes to earn the title of genius.
Chapter 186, Divine Beast Evolution, Terrifying Rewards.
Several more hours passed, and sweat began to bead on Su Ming's forehead. His heart sank when he saw the notification before him.
First challenge, evaluation, F King Awesome. Second challenge, evaluation, absolutely F King Awesome. Third challenge, evaluation, absolutely insane.
You may choose to quit or accept the 13th challenge.
Accept.
13th challenge, within 10 hours, complete the task of slaying 200,000 level 60 sovereign monsters.
200,000 sovereign level beasts. Gulp.
Su Ming swallowed hard, surveying his insect horde. For the first time, he felt acutely how insufficient his numbers truly were. Previously, he had always relied on sheer numbers to overwhelm his foes, but now the tables had turned. 200,000 sovereign-level creatures, all at level 60. Even with his own power boosts, his insect beast still couldn't match the combat strength of a sovereign-level beast. It would take multiple insect beasts to achieve that. But in terms of sheer numbers, his insect beasts couldn't match this force.
If he won this battle, he couldn't continue.
Thankfully, I have the flowing gold-wasted armor to aid me. Otherwise, this would be a real struggle. Su Ming stood atop the mountain peak, observing the swarming battle of insect beasts and ferocious beasts below. Millions of insect beasts and ferocious beasts clashed across the vast terrain. Even as an observer, Su Ming felt his scalp tingle. This battle was destined to claim the lives of countless insect beasts. Well, this is good. At least I know where my limits lie. Next time I come in, I can take it easier. 8 hours later, Su Ming surveyed the battlefield littered with corpses. His insect beasts had been whittled down to just over 1 million. Fortunately, the top-tier combat units remained largely unscathed.
First challenge, rating, F King Awesome.
Second challenge, rating, F King Awesome.
Third challenge, rating, F King Awesome. 13th challenge, evaluation, pass.
You may choose to quit or accept the 14th challenge.
Quit. Su Ming chose to quit without hesitation.
If he continued, he truly risked being obliterated by this secret realm.
Immediately afterward, the secret realm's information appeared before his eyes once more. After 14 challenges, 10 awesome ratings, 2 excellent ratings, 0 good ratings, 1 pass rating.
Calculating rewards?
Settlement complete. Rewards as follows: Divine Beast Evolution 1, Legendary Evolution 2. Divine Beast Evolution? Legendary Evolution? What does this mean?
Su Ming stared blankly at the information before him.
Suddenly, 3 beams of light appeared on the battlefield.
As Su Ming approached one of the pillars, the secret realm's prompt appeared before him once more. Place any king-tier beast mastery creature to evolve it into a divine beast, elevating its species value to legendary tier. Seeing the message before him, Su Ming instantly felt his breathing quicken.
Directly evolve into a divine beast? That's absurd. Could it be?
Su Ming rushed excitedly to the other pillar of light. Place any supernatural tier or higher beast to evolve into a legendary tier beast.
Seriously? This is insane.
Su Ming swallowed hard.
Was this the reward? No wonder Su Wang said the rewards here were exceptional. This wasn't just excellent, it was absolutely incredible.
Without hesitation, Su Ming placed his super blood demon war insect into the divine beast evolution beam. For the 2 legendary tier slots, he placed the blood demon war insect and the exploding insect.
He was extremely satisfied with the Blood Demon War insect's combat prowess. He didn't mind possessing one divine beast and one legendary tier-tamed beast.
P.S. A legendary tier divine beast and a pet evolving to legendary tier are two entirely different things. They are not the same pet.
As his 3 insect beasts entered the light column, the next second, the light pillar enveloped all 3 insect beasts. Just 3 seconds later, 3 brand new mounts appeared before his eyes. Gazing at the 3 mounts before him, Su Ming's eyes lit up instantly. Name: Divine Blood Demon War Insect. Race value: Legendary Divine Beast. Description: evolved from the Blood Demon Battle Insect, an advanced form of the bloodthirsty demon insect. Its bloodline mutated, forcing it to evolve into a god-beast tier creature. Name: Legendary Blood Demon War Insect. Species value: Legendary. Description: evolved from the bloodthirsty demon insect's evolved form, the Blood Demon Battle Insect. After its bloodline mutated, it forcibly evolved into a legendary tier Pokemon. Name: Celestial Ember Bug. Species tier: Legendary. Description: evolved from the Exploding Bug, a legendary tier insect-type beast. So the Blood Demon Battle Insect really was marked by the teacher to prevent evolution. After evolving, its name can only be prefixed. Su Ming couldn't help but feel astonished. However, the evolved Blood Demon War Insect, its combat prowess had undergone a revolutionary transformation. Not only that, but the legendary Blood Demon War Insect now sported a pair of demonic wings on its back. Its body was even more massive than the Super Blood Demon War Insect's, radiating a bloodthirsty aura. The Divine Blood Demon War Insect possessed 4 demonic wings on its back, along with 2 crimson blades protruding from its forearms. Its explosive physical prowess left no doubt about its formidable strength in single combat. The moment Su Ming saw these two, he knew his choice had been correct. Though the Celestial Ember explosive bug was small in stature, it carried a massive bomb on its back. According to the description, if the battle continued, a single detonation of its bomb could obliterate tens of thousands of Lord-level beasts of comparable strength. Moreover, the bombs were fragments of the Sky Ember explosive insect itself, capable of infinite division. Provided he had enough Sky Ember explosive beetles, they could continuously hurl bombs from the rear in future battles. With frontline units, assassins, and rear artillery support, my Insect Beast Legion is truly taking shape. Su Ming was utterly exhilarated. Upon completing the evolution, Su Ming felt a familiar force surge toward him. Before he could react, it flung him out of the secret realm. At the same time, the guardian of the secret realm froze upon sensing the sudden energy fluctuations at the entrance. No way. As Su Ming's figure slowly emerged, the guardian rubbed his eyes in disbelief. It's only been a few hours, not even a full day, and he's already out? Is this really the person King Xia and the others decided to cultivate after careful consideration? The guards immediately rushed forward to greet Su Ming. The secret realm guardian also approached Su Ming. Su Ming, how come you're out so quickly? In response to his question, Su Ming gave a helpless smile. No choice. I couldn't fight anymore. If I'd kept going, I would have died. But thankfully, I'm already quite satisfied with what I gained this time. It hasn't even been a full day. What possible gains could you have made? The guardian waved his hand dismissively. Having guarded this place for years, he knew full well what kind of rewards could be obtained. But when he looked closely at Su Ming again, Su Ming's level instantly stunned him. Wait, Su Ming. How are you already at level 61? Chapter 187, The 5 Kings Shock. How could your level? The secret realm guardian stared at Su Ming in utter shock. I distinctly recall you were only level 51 when you entered. Responding to the guardian's astonishment, Su Ming merely smiled indifferently. It's fine. I just cleared a few extra waves of challenges. There were simply too many ferocious beasts this time around. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to level up so quickly. And this happened in less than a day? Advancing 10 levels in a single day, that's likely unprecedented in history. The secret realm guardian remained utterly speechless. His mouth remained wide open as he stared at Su Ming. Su Ming inquired, this secret realm is truly exceptional. It opens 3 times a year. Would it be possible for me to enter again? You still want to go in? To level up this much in less than a day? I'd be a fool not to go in. The secret realm guardian nodded. That makes sense. Just then, the secret realm guardian suddenly remembered something and shouted, oh my. I almost forgot. King Xia called earlier and said that if you emerge from the secret realm, you should go straight to the imperial capital to find him. Ha? What does King Xia want with me? Su Ming asked in confusion. I'm afraid I don't know. Alright then. Well, senior, until next time. Su Ming said, clasping his fists in a salute. Alright, see you next time. With that, Su Ming returned to the imperial capital under the escort of his guards. Watching Su Ming's departing figure, the secret realm guardian couldn't help but sigh. He's ruthless. No wonder he holds such high authority. The higher-ups truly have an eye for talent. After the remark, the secret realm guardian promptly dialed the Summer King's phone. Your Majesty, Su Ming has returned to the imperial capital. Mei-chum, yes, he just returned. Oh, and your majesty, Su Ming has now broken through to level 61. After hanging up in the King Xia's office. The other 4 kings remained present, watching as the Xia king set down the phone with a look of surprise. They couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong, old Xia? Su Ming's back, isn't he?" "Yeah, he's back," King Xia nodded. "Then why do you seem a bit distracted? I rarely see you like this." King Su observed King Xia and inquired, "King Xia, did Su Ming accomplish something astonishing in the secret realm? The secret realm guardian just informed me that Su Ming's level has reached 61. What?" The other 4 kings abruptly stood up. Consider this, Su Ming had only been out of their sight for about a day. To break through 10 levels in such a short time was impossible. How could this be possible? The Bear King exclaimed in shock. Su Wang, however, analyzed the situation with remarkable composure. "It's entirely plausible. Su Ming's challenge within the secret realm likely involved facing an immense horde of ferocious beasts. His insect beast army excels at such battles. This would allow him to hunt tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of beasts in a very short time. Each kill yields massive amounts of experience. Moreover, Su Ming is already at level 50. Factoring this in, each wave of beasts he slays ranges from tens of millions to hundreds of millions, even billions in level. At just level 50, such experience would be more than enough for him to level up rapidly." Su Wang's analysis caused the 4, including Xiao Wang, to suddenly understand. Zhao Wang then remarked, "It seems your decision was correct, old Xia. At this rate, if Su Ming enters the realm a few more times within 3 years, he'll easily break through to level 90. "Impossible," King Su shook his head. "The next time Su Ming enters the infinite secret realm, the challenges won't be on such a massive scale, and the difficulty will be much higher. The realm seems to possess a consciousness of its own. It won't allow you to keep reaping rewards from it like a sheep being sheared. Even so, he's already at level 61. I genuinely look forward to him joining the battle in 3 years. The 4 debated heatedly. Xiao Wang interjected, "Su Ming is already on his way back. We'll soon find out how his haul turned out." Exactly. Seeing is believing. This is going to be mind-blowing. Soon, Su Ming returned to the imperial capital under the escort of his guards. He swiftly made his way to the Xia King's office. Seeing the familiar 5 figures, Su Ming was surprised to find that the 4 kings had not yet returned to their respective territories to guard the borders. Upon seeing Su Ming's arrival, all 5 princes turned their gaze toward him. "Indeed, you truly are level 61. Unbelievable. You vanished from our sight for just over a day and leveled up 10 times? If we hadn't known your whereabouts, I'd never have believed it in a million years." King Lin still stared at him in disbelief. Su Ming responded with a smile, "Just good luck. But I suffered heavy losses too. My insect beasts are nearly wiped out. Though I was in the secret realm for less than a day, the number of ferocious beasts I hunted surpassed all the beasts and demons I've slain over the past year and a half of cultivation." Quick, sit down. You must be exhausted after such a long battle. Share your spoils with us old men." Su Ming nodded. He held nothing back from these 5 men, nor did he need to. To secure the vast resources he needed, he required their approval. Once they truly agreed, the rest would be much easier. Thus, Su Ming recounted every detail of his battles within the secret realm. "You actually have that many sets of flowing gold battle armor?" King Zhao asked in disbelief. "Yes, your majesty. I owe this largely to the White Eagle Empire's expedition to the lost ruins of Atlantis. I recovered nearly 10 million sets of discarded golden armor there. While these discarded suits offer limited enhancement, my vast numbers of insect beasts mean even a slight boost per unit translates to a massive overall increase." The 5 kings nodded in agreement with Su Ming's explanation. King Su then inquired, "Su Ming, you mentioned earlier that the final reward involved evolving your 3 beasts, 1 into a legendary tier divine beast and 2 into legendary tier beasts?" "Yes. I never expected the reward to be so generous." Su Ming still found it somewhat unbelievable when he mentioned this. "It's only natural. You achieved 10 awesome evaluations, truly extraordinary." "This reward doesn't surprise me at all," King Su remarked from the perspective of a beastmaster who, like Su Ming, had entered the secret realm. "So now you have 3 divine beasts in your possession?" King Zhao's voice rose slightly. Su Ming nodded. "Yes, all 3 are legendary tier divine beasts. And I have quite a few legendary tier tamed beasts as well, 4 in total." "Good grief, Su Ming, your beastmaster setup puts even this old man to shame." King Lin couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing this. Chapter 188, Massive Resource Consumption, Combat Power Explodes. What's happening to this world? I have this strange feeling, are divine beasts just walking all over the place now? King Zhao rubbed his forehead. Even with their extensive experience, a beastmaster of this age possessing such a lineup was truly hard to believe. Meanwhile, King Xia remained the most composed among them. He had chosen to nominate Su Ming for this roster precisely because of his confidence in the young man. Focusing solely on insect-type beasts, he managed to contract 3 divine beasts. I myself don't even know what insect-type divine beasts are capable of. A wry smile also appeared on the face of the King of Su. If he had met Su Ming for the first time, he might have underestimated him too, simply because Su Ming only contracted insect beasts. Amidst the crowd's praise, Su Ming merely smiled politely from the sidelines. Of the 3 divine beasts, 2 were forcibly created by him. Only the 4-winged golden cicada was a true divine beast. Su Ming turned to King Xia, his expression puzzled. Your Majesty, you summoned me back. Is there something you need? Yes, there are matters to discuss. With that, the Xia King handed him a paper notebook. Su Ming examined the notes in his hand, puzzled. King Zhao, standing nearby, spoke first to explain, Su Ming, this contains summaries of dungeons and secret realms we've compiled for you. Over the next 3 years, you can use this information to enhance your abilities. Hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help but open it and begin reading. Each secret realm's location, specific details, potential rewards, dungeon scale, and monster strength were all meticulously documented. The descriptions were exceptionally clear. This was essentially a leveling guide. And it was a guide certified by the 5 kings. With this, at least he wouldn't be running around like a headless fly anymore. Su Ming understood that the infinite secret realm wouldn't allow him to keep grinding levels indefinitely. He couldn't predict what would happen the next time he entered the infinite secret realm. This is fantastic. King Xia continued, Su Ming, you've leveled up 10 times. As per the rewards, I've already instructed someone to deposit 200 billion into your account. Furthermore, the 5 of us have just discussed it. Given your special circumstances, each of us will contribute an additional 40 billion as a reward. Combined with the original 200 billion, that makes a total of 400 billion deposited into your account. Hearing this, Su Ming froze for a moment. King Xiong added, Su Ming, you can accept this money with confidence. It comes from our personal funds and has nothing to do with the state. Focus on your cultivation, Su Ming. I have high hopes for you. Seeing the 5 kings care for him, Su Ming felt a warm glow in his heart. Without hesitation, he bowed deeply to the 5. I will train diligently and strive to join the battle in 3 years. Ha, we look forward to it too. After a brief chat, King Xia inquired, Su Ming, what are your plans next? I plan to challenge the demon suppressing tower in the imperial capital. I want to see how many floors I can reach now. Great, we're looking forward to it too. Su Ming promptly stood up and said, well then, I'll be taking my leave now. All right. After bidding farewell to the 5, Su Ming did not head straight for the demon ceiling tower. Instead, he converted the 400 billion Great Xia coins he had just acquired into 400 million consumption points. Yet even these 400 million consumption points now felt rather insipid to Su Ming. After all, the consumption points he had obtained within the secret realm were already astronomical. With a flick of his thoughts, the system's translucent interface appeared before his eyes. Consumption points, 3.589 billion. Seeing the figure before him, a smile spread across Su Ming's face. It seems converting Great Xia coins into consumption points is no longer sufficient for my needs. With nearly 3.6 billion consumption points, I can drastically accelerate the breeding speed of my beasts. Su Ming still chose not to evolve his beast. The reason was simple, evolving a king tier beast to legendary tier required 3 billion consumption points. Evolving a legendary tier beast to super god tier demanded a staggering 10 billion consumption points. To evolve into a divine beast, the figure soared to a staggering 100 billion. Currently, he wasn't lacking high-tier beasts with exceptional stats. Instead, he still needed low-tier insect beasts that could rapidly reproduce to bolster his combat strength with more high-stat units. Without hesitation, Su Ming spent 400 million consumption points to boost the breeding speed of his 4 low-tier insect beast queens to 1 per second. This would increase his daily insect beast count by over 300,000. With the remaining 2 billion points, he chose to directly boost the breeding speed of sovereign-tier beasts, skipping all species value beasts between low-tier and sovereign-tier. This was his current strategy, born from insights gained after traversing the infinite secret realm. Low-tier beasts remained low-tier beasts. Increasing their numbers only boosted his combat strength. His individual beast's combat power was already formidable enough. What he needed to do now was to further enhance the overall strength of his insect beast army. Another crucial factor was that while he currently possessed over 30 billion consumption points, however, once reaching 1 second per beast, further increasing the breeding speed would require nearly 100 million consumption points. Not only would each increment only shave 0.1 seconds off the time, but the number of consumption points needed would also increase with each subsequent upgrade. Such a cost clearly outweighs the current benefits. It would be far more prudent to redirect resources toward accelerating the breeding rates of other insectoid beasts to bolster combat strength. Another crucial factor was his innate talent. Once the insect beast population exceeded 10 million, his combat power would increase by 40 times. To reach a 50x boost, the number must surpass 100 million. Achieving this within a short time frame is highly unlikely. Thus, Su Ming wrestled with this decision for a long time on his return journey before finally settling on this course of action. He could directly boost the breeding speed of his sovereign tier insect beasts, thereby enhancing the overall combat strength of his insect beasts. He poured all 32 billion consumption points into accelerating the breeding rate of the blood demon war beasts. The moment he witnessed the new breeding rate, a satisfied smile spread across Su Ming's face. 10 minutes per insect. By the end of the day, nearly 10,000 sovereign-level blood demon war beasts had been produced. Bloody expensive. That's the difference in price. Su Ming felt his heart bleeding. Over 30 billion points, enough to level up 10 times over. But then he thought about it. In 3 years, his number of sovereign-tier blood demon war beetles would reach a terrifying 10 million. Such a horde of sovereign-tier blood demon war beasts would be more than enough to annihilate the vast majority of small nations on Blue Star. At this rate, my insect beasts will truly become a natural disaster-like existence. It's terrifying. The mere thought sent a chill down Su Ming's spine. And this was precisely the ultimate goal he had pursued when he first obtained the system. Chapter 189, Chance Encounter with Xiaolin and 2 others, entering the demon ceiling tower. After exhausting his resources, Su Ming was suddenly overcome by a profound sense of emptiness. This feeling was all too familiar. It felt like entering some kind of saintly mode, regretting his recent expenditure. Walking through the Great Xia Academy, Su Ming headed toward the Instance Center. Upon entering the Instance Center, Su Ming immediately produced his student ID. Since he was a visiting student at the Great Xia Academy, he still carried his military academy student ID. However, upon recognizing Su Ming, the attendant immediately understood. Just as he was processing his access to the Demon Suppression Tower, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. He whipped around to find Lin Yuyan smiling warmly at him. Beside her stood Xiaolin and Xiong Tianba. "It's you 3. Long time no see." Su Ming was pleasantly surprised and quickly replied. "Su Ming, we've been trying to track you down, it's been impossible. What are you heading in for now?" Xiong Tianba asked, arms crossed. Su Ming replied directly, "I'm heading to the Demon Suppression Tower to see how far I can push my limits." "The Demon Ceiling Tower? What's so great about grinding there? There are no rewards, and it won't level you up. Isn't your time precious right now?" Xiaolin asked in confusion. Su Ming nodded. "Just trying to squeeze in some time." "Hey, what about you 3? Planning to run dungeons together?" "Right. The 3 of us have already formed a party. We're training hard and will catch up to you safely," Lin Yuyan declared with a fiercely determined expression. "Catch up to me?" Su Ming looked at the 3 of them in confusion. Xiaolin smiled faintly. "Su Ming, you're our team leader. The 3 of us can't let you leave us too far behind." Hearing this, Su Ming smiled knowingly. "I see. Well, you'd better work hard then, my cultivation speed is pretty fast." They didn't doubt Su Ming's words. With that terrifying horde of insect beasts to train against, no one could possibly progress slowly. "Mr. Su Ming, your application has been approved. You may now enter the Demon Suppression Tower." The staff member's voice came from behind him. Su Ming retrieved his student ID and said to the 3, "Take care, everyone. I'm off to the Demon Suppression Tower." "All right, good luck." Su Ming nodded and headed toward the instance entrance of the Demon Suppression Tower. As the 3 watched Su Ming's retreating figure, Xiong Tianba suddenly suggested, "Hey, why don't we wait and see how far Su Ming gets in the Demon Suppression Tower before we go in ourselves?" "Yeah, let's do that. It won't take much time anyway." Lin Yuyan and Xiong Tianba looked at Xiaolin, who was watching Su Ming's retreating figure with a tingling sense of anticipation. He nodded. "All right then. Let's see just how far behind Su Ming we really are." Since the Demon Suppression Tower scaled its difficulty based on age, they could gain a more tangible sense of the gap between themselves and Su Ming. The 3 found a good spot to sit, where they could watch Su Ming's progress in the Demon Suppression Tower in real time. "Hey, what level are you 2 at in the Demon Suppression Tower?" Lin Yuyan asked curiously. "My latest cleared floor was 95. I should be able to break through to around 100 now," Xiong Tian declared. Xiaolin nodded. "I'm about the same as Xiong Tianba. Maybe a bit higher than him, but maxing out at around level 105. Hearing this, Lin Yuyan instantly deflated. "You're both so much stronger than me. I can only manage up to the 95th floor. I wonder how far Su Ming can go now. Could he surpass Lord Xia?" Meanwhile, Su Ming had already entered the Demon Suppression Tower. As he observed the ferocious beasts appearing, a wave of familiarity washed over him. Su Ming held nothing back, summoning all his insect beasts, the 4-winged golden cicada and others at once. A single skill strike sent the illusory beasts before him dissolving into shimmering light. Witnessing this scene, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. This is like using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Having already entered the Demon Suppression Tower twice before, Su Ming now navigated it with ease. He powered straight through to the 120th floor in a single breath, taking no more than 2 hours. Nearly every beast was instantly slain, with the only time wasted being the transition to the next floor. Outside, the 3 watching the numbers jump wildly. Couldn't help but swallow hard. Level 120? Su Ming conquering this demon suppression tower is as easy as drinking water. Comparing people to people, it's enough to drive you mad. My great-grandfather's record was 138 floors.
I recall Su Ming reached 127 floors last time. He's grown much stronger now. I doubt my great-grandfather's record will hold for much longer. Xiao Lin watched the rapidly climbing numbers, his heart pounding in his chest. At this pace, it truly seemed poised to shatter the Xia King's record. Meanwhile, the 5 members of the Xia clan were also watching Su Ming's progress in the demon suppression tower.
123 floors already. Goodness, that pace hasn't slowed down at all. Could he really break through 150 floors?
If that happens, investing the nation's resources into cultivating Su Ming might actually be worth it. King Su glanced at King Xia and joked, "Old Xia, your record is in serious jeopardy."
Xiao Wang smiled and shook his head.
When I was Su Ming's age, I didn't have nearly as many high-grade beasts at my command.
It's no surprise he's surpassing me. This kid keeps redefining our expectations time and again. I'm growing fonder of him by the day. By the way, have we ensured the safety of his family? He's the future of Great Xia. We can't let his loved ones face danger and disrupt his cultivation. King Xia assured them, "Rest assured. I've already dispatched guards to protect his parents. They reside within the imperial capital. There shouldn't be any major issues."
That's good to hear. As they spoke, Su Ming had already ascended to the 130th floor of the demon suppression tower.
Impressive.
He surpassed his previous best speed without any sign of slowing down.
131, 132, 133.
As the numbers climbed higher, the distance to King Xia's record grew ever closer, while Su Ming's pace rapidly slowed. Inside the demon suppression tower, Su Ming watched the floor number change. His goal this time was to break the Xia King's record of 138 floors. Though he hadn't met the 5 Kings' expectation of 150 floors, at least he could prove his talent surpassed even Xiao Wang's. Holy! He's about to surpass King Xia's record.
Su Ming is insane.
Xiong Tianba, seeing the number on the display reach 137, leaped to his feet. Everyone in the dungeon hall gathered together. Every pair of eyes fixed on the number above, waiting for it to change.
1 minute, 2 minutes. Everyone waited with bated breath. 138. Suddenly, a shout erupted from the crowd, snapping everyone out of their intense focus.
Su Ming had already matched the Xia King's record.
He's matched it. He's matched it.
Even the 4 of them, including King Zhao, leapt to their feet in excitement. This meant that as long as Su Ming survived, he would at the very least become an existence on par with the Xia King in the future.
Chapter 190, Breaking Records, the mightiest in the demon suppressing tower?
But this wave of excitement didn't end with Su Ming matching the Xia King's record. Everyone now anticipated Su Ming surpassing the Xia King's record. Inside the demon suppressing tower,
Su Ming observed the 2 divine beasts appearing before him, Qiongqi and Tugu.
In the past, he would have felt immense pressure. But now, possessing 3 divine beasts, he faced them without the nervousness of before.
Come on. Today is the day I break Xiao Wan's record.
At the same time, the Bear King turned to the Xia King and asked, "Xia King, when you entered this demon suppression tower, what was the ferocious beast on the 138th floor?"
I recall entering in my 30s.
It was 4 divine beasts, the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. Hearing this, the other 4 couldn't help but gasp in shock.
4 divine beasts? That difficulty level was truly maxed out.
Su Ming's opponents on the 138th floor will likely include at least 1 divine beast, possibly even 2. That kid has 3 divine beasts at his disposal, plus combat power enhancement. Add to that the divine armor he obtained from the lost ruins of Atlantis, which provides dozens of times the enhancement. He shouldn't have too much trouble. No need to guess, he's already broken through. The number 139 appeared before their eyes, and everyone was stunned by the speed.
Good grief, this is truly astonishing.
Su Ming might just break through to the 150th floor, you know. The reason for Su Ming's rapid progress was straightforward. Beyond not being held back by racial values in beast-taming, the demon suppression tower's trials were based on age progression, and his current level far exceeded what was expected for his age. Even upon reaching the 138th floor, his 2 divine beasts were only at level 60.
They were even 1 level lower than him.
Combined with his combat power boost, even if the 2 divine beasts individually outclassed his 3 tamed beasts, they still couldn't match him when his talents and various combat enhancements were factored in. The next time, the divine beast's level jumped directly to 63. A sudden 3-level jump made Su Ming realize that every floor ahead would be no walk in the park. After breaking through to the 140th layer, Su Ming chose to stop. The record was ultimately preserved at 140 layers. Inside the dungeon center, everyone stared dumbfounded at the displayed number. Su Ming has broken the Xia King's record.
Are we about to have a new Xia King? The demon ceiling tower never lies.
Su Ming's talent surpasses even Xiao Wang's. King Xia only reached the 138th floor during his single attempt at the Demon Suppression Tower. That doesn't mean he was limited to 138 floors, don't get that wrong. In an instant, the entire dungeon center erupted in excitement. The emergence of another epic-defining powerhouse in Great Xia, nothing could be more thrilling. At that moment, Su Wang addressed the group. Should Su Ming's achievement remain confidential? His results are currently restricted to the imperial capital and haven't been synchronized to the national system yet. No need. This secret can't be kept hidden. Right now, the White Eagle Empire and others aren't focused on this. If they ever find time to hunt Su Ming, given his current strength, what level of Beastmaster would they need to guarantee his elimination? King Xia waved his hand dismissively. At Su Ming's current level, only a royal tier Beastmaster could guarantee his elimination. But it wouldn't be quick. Instantly eliminating Su Ming would require a legend tier being. Such a Beastmaster could never enter Great Xia, and within Great Xia itself, no legend tier Beastmaster would ever commit such folly. Broadcast this nationwide. Let our people witness that the future of Great Xia is limitless. Indeed. This will further ignite the passion of our entire nation. Soon, Su Ming's achievements were synchronized to the dungeon centers of every academy. Meanwhile, within the Great Xia military headquarters, Wang Zhuoxing hurried back to Qi Xuantian's residence. Master! Master! Wang Zhuoxing shouted loudly upon entering the house. Qi Xuantian responded lazily, "What's the matter, Zhuoxing? Why so flustered? What happened?" "Master, our junior brother, our junior brother." At the mention of Su Ming, Qi Xuantian immediately perked up. "What is it?" Seeing his master's anxious gaze, Wang Zhuoxing blurted out, "Good news, master. I just went to the dungeon center and saw the records for the Demon Suppression Tower. Junior brother broke the record held by the Xia King." Broke Xiao Wan's record? How many floors did he surpass? Qi Xuantian felt his mind go blank as he asked. 140 floors, 2 more than Xiao Wang. Holy crap. Qi Xuantian couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Wang Zhuoxing added, "Teacher, all the academies across the nation know about this now. Our junior brother has really made us proud this time." Yet, no trace of relief appeared on Qi Xuantian's face. Instead, he looked worried. "With such talent, your junior brother will inevitably draw suspicion from other nations. They might even send someone to kill him. Master, they're barely holding their own. Why would they bother with him? We can't be careless. Call Su Ming shortly and tell him to be extra cautious." Wang Zhuoxing nodded in response to Qi Xuantian's concern. "All right, master." At that moment, within the Great Xia Academy, Su Ming emerged from the Demon Suppression Tower. Meanwhile, the instance center was already packed with people. Su Ming watched the scene unfold before him, startled by the sheer number of people. There were no cheers, no gasps. They simply watched in silence as Su Ming walked past them. Only after Su Ming had exited the instance did Xia Lin and the others hurry to catch up. "Xia Lin? Weren't the three of you supposed to be training in the instance?" Su Ming was slightly surprised to see them. Xiong Tianba punched Su Ming squarely in the chest. "You bastard! How could we possibly train in peace with you around? You're just too damn overpowered." Su Ming looked puzzled. "What's up? You weren't all watching my progress in the Demon Suppressing Tower, were you?" "Yeah, you broke King Xia's record. You're famous now, you know." Su Ming gave a wry smile. "I only broke the record held by the Xia King, not his ultimate record. The Xia King's true strength definitely extends far beyond the 138th floor. Either way, you're seriously impressive." Xiong Tianba couldn't help but praise him. Xia Lin, curious, asked, "Su Ming, are you planning to cultivate next?" "Yeah, I want to level up as much as possible within 3 years. I'm actually really eager to participate in the battle 3 years from now." Su Ming grinned. The other three looked skeptical. "That seems unlikely. You're still a long way off from level 90. Su Ming nodded. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If it doesn't work out, no harm done. Chapter 191, Global Fast Pace, Frenetic Cultivation. Meanwhile, across the ocean, Su Ming's record-breaking achievement in the Demon Suppression Tower, surpassing the previous mark held by the Xia King, had reached the desks of the 3 highest leaders of the White Eagle Empire. The 3 leaders were already overwhelmed by the impending battle 3 years hence. Gazing at the intelligence before them, they almost simultaneously asked the same question. "What is this?" the White Eagle Empire's president asked his secretary. "Mr. President, this is intelligence from Great Xia. Su Ming has broken the record held by the Xia King in the Demon Suppression Tower." "Su Ming? That young man?" The president of the White Eagle Empire immediately began scrutinizing the details. Just then, the phone on his desk rang. The secretary quickly checked the information and responded, "Mr. President, it's the Attorney General requesting a call." "Put them through." The president of the White Eagle Empire ordered promptly. The next second, 2 video projections appeared before him. "Mr. President, you should have received Su Ming's dossier by now. This young man will undoubtedly pose a significant threat to our nation in the future. This boy must not be allowed to remain. In response to their stance, the president sat up straight and declared, regardless, our focus must remain on the battle 3 years hence and on maximizing the cultivation and enhancement of our nation's beast tamers capabilities. Even if we emerge victorious, we cannot guarantee that Great Xia will honor its promises. We must prepare for all eventualities. As for Su Ming, let us wait until 3 years hence. If we lose, what does his strength matter to us? The president's words poured cold water over the two men before him, jolting them awake. It seems this is the only course left now. The president continued, our intelligence efforts must now focus on identifying which faction Great Xia will choose to fight alongside in 3 years. We must prepare early. Then, Mr. President, what about the rewards for those Xia hunters? They are no longer needed. Everything hinges on the outcome of the battle 3 years from now. Whether our nation will even exist by then is still unknown. All resources must be channeled into cultivating our nation's beast masters. We must prepare with all our might for what lies 3 years ahead. Understood, Mr. President. After exiting the Demon Suppression Tower, Su Ming did not leave the Instance Center. Instead, he selected a Hell-level dungeon and immediately entered it to train. As for Xiao Wang and the others, who had intended to discuss future cultivation plans with Su Ming, they could only abandon their plans for now. Within the Great Xia military headquarters, Wang Zhuoxing returned. Qi Shantian looked at Wang Zhuoxing and asked, so, did you get through? No. My junior brother might have entered a dungeon, there's no signal inside. Wang Zhuoxing speculated. Qi Shantian nodded in agreement. That must be it. That kid has no concept of time when he's cultivating. In that regard, even I could learn from him. Our junior disciple truly is like that. I don't understand why he's so devoted to cultivation. With his talent, he's bound to become a top-tier powerhouse in the future. Wang Zhuoxing echoed his master's words. You've got some nerve saying that. If you were half as diligent as your junior brother, you wouldn't be stuck at this level right now. Haha, master, everyone has their role. Little junior brother was born to save the world, while I'm content to just be protected. Qi Shantian watched Wang Zhuoxing's carefree smile and could only shake his head in resignation. Your junior disciple will likely be out of contact for a while. He's preparing to train intensively for the battle 3 years from now. No way, master. Is he really going to do that? Wang Zhuoxing's eyes widened in disbelief. Your junior brother managed to clear the 140th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. His beast taming must be exceptional, at least 2 divine beasts. Whoa, that's insane. Then even you, master, wouldn't stand a chance against him. To this, Qi Shantian smiled contentedly. So what? No matter how strong he becomes, he'll still have to call me master. True enough, he'd have to call me senior brother too. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Su Ming had just exited the instance when King Xia summoned him privately. 3 months of living almost like a savage had left Su Ming looking rather disheveled. However, during this period, his level had risen by 3 tiers, and his consumption points had increased by roughly 10 billion, a fairly rapid pace. Su Ming no longer pursued resource conversion with excessive zeal. Compared to the consumption points he earned from hunting ferocious beasts, especially the conversion of Great Xia coins, it was indeed a bit too little. Su Ming, at this rate, you truly have a chance to compete for one of the final 15 spots. Su Ming nodded in response. Yes, Your Majesty. I intend to push forward. By the way, Your Majesty, did you summon me for a specific reason? If not, I plan to head to the Infinite Secret Realm to level up. While I've gained 3 levels over these 3 months, that was achieved through relentless, non-stop cultivation. As my level increases further, the experience required will far exceed what I can gain by pulling all-nighters for a month. Su Ming, I summoned you primarily to check on your condition. Cultivation is vital, but we beast masters aren't made of iron. Pushing your body to collapse would be a grave loss. Su Ming nodded in response to the Xia King's concern. I understand, Your Majesty. I have been resting. Right. The second reason is to remind you, our nation controls over 30 secret realms, each offering substantial rewards. Leveling requires cultivation, but if you intend to compete for the final 15 spots, you must enter every single one of these realms. Understood, Your Majesty. I won't squander this privilege. Su Ming grinned. King Xia nodded. Very well. That puts my mind at ease. One final matter, I likely won't be meeting with you privately again in the coming days. Your cultivation path is now entirely your own responsibility. Understood. Very well, you may go. I look forward to our meeting in 3 years. I hope that by then, you will truly be able to represent our great Xia in battle. I will. Without further words, Su Ming turned and left the Xia King's office. After informing his parents, Su Ming wasted no time and immediately flew toward the Infinite Secret Realm. Not only Great Xia, but all beast masters across Blue Star sensed the looming storm. Everyone began training frantically. Even the once desolate demon caverns were now teeming with people. Numerous civilian beast masters and academy beast masters formed teams to hunt monsters in the demon caverns for training. Popular dungeons required queuing and reservations just to secure a spot for cultivation. It seemed as though everyone knew in 3 years, everything might become set in stone. Chapter 192, the 3-year deadline, personnel confirmed. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. After a year of accelerated growth across Blue Star, many beast tamers had reached a state of exhaustion. Heavy snow now blanketed the imperial capital. In the familiar pavilion, Xia Lin and the others had arranged to gather here. Have you managed to contact Su Ming? No, this guy seems to have vanished into thin air. I have no clue where he's training. Xiong Tianba shook his head. Same here. I've been trying to call him every day lately, but no one picks up. Xia Lin sighed. Sigh, I really don't know how Su Ming managed to keep up. This past year, I've been training at the absolute highest intensity. I've even broken through to level 57 10 levels in a row, but in my dad's eyes, it's still not enough. Yeah, I'm too scared to face my dad right now. He keeps bringing up Su Ming to push me to train harder. By the way, Xia Lin, have you heard anything? The whole world is training like mad right now, preparing for the competition in 2 years. Xia Lin nodded. Heard that the alliance of the White Eagle Empire, Sakura Nation, and Big Stick Nation has already allocated their contestant quotas. They're mobilizing their entire nations to ensure their beast tamers reach the highest quality. Highest? How high can it get? At the very least, everyone needs a divine beast. In the final showdown, if you don't have one, you won't even be allowed to stand there. Whoa, divine beasts aren't that easy to contract. The only known way to obtain one right now is through secret realms, right? Lin Yuyan inquired. Exactly. And the requirements to obtain a divine beast in a secret realm are extremely high. But from what I've heard, Su Ming already had 3 divine beasts a year ago. That guy is practically a secret realm reward harvester. No matter what kind of secret realm it is, it's no challenge for him. Xia Lin's tone betrayed a hint of envy. He's got nothing to worry about when it comes to the number of beasts he commands, nor their quality. The trials in secret realms boil down to just that. I'm so jealous, I'm turning purple. That infinite secret realm Su Ming entered? My great-grandfather said he made huge progress in just 1 day. I applied to go to damn, that place wasn't made for humans. I nearly died in there. Xiong Tianba still sounded shaken. Just wait. He'll have to show his face eventually. When we meet, the 3 of us combined probably won't stand a chance against him. Meanwhile, in the office of the Xia King, piles of documents lay before the 5 kings. These are the annual progress reports for our 21 key beast tamer trainees. Overall, their development aligns with our projections. King Xia pointed to the documents. Strange. Why does Su Ming's file stop 3 months ago? Has he not shown his face at all during that time? King Zhao asked, examining Su Ming's file. King Xia, did you arrange a place for him to cultivate? King Su and the others asked, looking at King Xia. To this, King Xia shook his head. I have no idea where Su Ming is now, but I can confirm he is safe. Meanwhile, deep within the primeval forests of western Great Xia, this was the domain of ferocious beasts. Su Ming also wished to enter a dungeon for cultivation, but unfortunately, all beast tamers across the nation were currently fiercely competitive for spots. He couldn't even secure a spot in the dungeon queue, and with numerous beast tamers occupying the same space simultaneously, this drastically reduced his chances of hunting and taming beasts. For someone like him, desperately needing to level up, this situation was utterly unacceptable. The western primeval forest, however, was vast and expansive, its area far exceeding the entire territory of Great Xia. It teemed with countless ferocious beasts and was frequently swept by demonic waves perfect for hunting monsters and leveling up. I've been in this primeval forest for nearly half a year now. Including my previous training, I've only leveled up 9 times. This pace can hardly be called fast. Su Ming sighed. His current level had already broken through to 70. At his age, reaching level 69 was truly the absolute ceiling. Yet less than 2 years remained. The required experience points were increasing exponentially. By Su Ming's own estimation, reaching level 80 before the selection process began would be the absolute limit. Level 80. Over the past year, I've accumulated nearly 10 billion consumption points. I've even boosted the breeding speed of blood demon war beetles to 10 seconds per unit. My insect beast numbers are truly substantial now. The only thing holding me back is my level. In terms of quality, the combat power of the 3 divine beasts and the 4-winged golden cicada had now increased nearly 200-fold. In a one-on-one fight at the same level, Su Ming didn't believe anyone in the entire Great Xia could surpass him. Could it really be impossible? The hunting range of his insect beasts now spanned millions of square kilometers. Across the entire primeval forest, vast swaths of territory witnessed his insect beast squad hunting down ferocious beasts. And Su Ming himself didn't have many better options at this point. He had entered the infinite secret realm 3 times, the first time he gained 10 levels, the second time only 5, and the third time a mere 2. The difficulty kept escalating, and he'd essentially abandoned plans to level up through the infinite secret realm. To accelerate my growth, I must now hunt beasts of higher levels and species values. After half a year of hunting in this primeval forest, if progress remains too slow, I'll have no choice but to venture into the demon's den and compete with other beast masters for demonic creatures. Su Ming leaped from the giant tree and swiftly vanished into the sea of forest. Over a year had passed. Now, with less than 3 months remaining until the 3-year deadline, a tense atmosphere gripped the entire world. Beast tamers from every nation stood ready for battle. At the highest seat of power in Great Xia, everyone studied the personnel files before them. 10 spots have been confirmed, they stated. For the tournament in 3 months, all 15 contestants will be provided by Great Xia. How shall we select the remaining 5? Prince Su spoke up. Though it may seem biased, I believe my grandson deserves one of the spots. Very well. Prince Su nominates Su Honghu. Please raise your hands. In the next instant, 9 out of 11 voters raised their hands. Very well. The 11th slot is confirmed, Su Honghu. Several hours later, only 1 spot remains. Any thoughts? Everyone looked at each other. Countless names flashed through many minds at that moment. It wasn't that the Great Xia lacked capable candidates, they simply hadn't identified the strongest yet. At that moment, the Xia King spoke slowly. I have a suggestion. Su Ming, what do you think? Chapter 193, Controversy, Return. Su Ming? Instantly, the entire conference hall erupted in heated discussion. Everyone scrambled to retrieve Su Ming's records. 3 divine beasts. No way this Su Ming actually possesses so many divine beasts. But why is his rank still stuck over a year ago? Has his rank not been updated in 2 years? Wait, this file is indeed Su Ming's from over a year ago. Several council members looked up at King Xia. King Xia smiled faintly. Indeed, we've had little news of Su Ming lately. He occasionally appears in dungeons, sometimes in the demon's den, or the primeval forest, and even on islands. We've never been able to pinpoint his current level. That's far too risky. We don't even know the current strength of our alternate candidate. How can this be acceptable? Indeed, King Xia. We don't doubt Su Ming's potential. He will undoubtedly become a leader of our Great Xia in the future. But this battle isn't one he absolutely must fight. Is it really necessary? King Xia sat up straight and nodded. We only need to win 8 matches. Even if Su Ming loses, we still have 6 matches to fall back on, correct? That's unacceptable. If we can conclude it in 8 matches, we absolutely must not let it drag on to the final one. At that moment, King Su rose and proposed, then let's nominate another candidate. When Su Ming returns, the two shall compete. The victor will secure the final spot. That sounds reasonable. What do you think, King Xia? King Xia nodded in agreement. Very well. It is settled. Has the roster from the White Eagle Empire been finalized? It's been confirmed. Shall we review it now? Let's review it now. We need to strategize our response. Deep within the largest demon lair of Great Xia lay the area renowned as the Class A Demon Lair. Within this zone, only 3 A-class demon dens exist. At the very heart of each A-class demon lair dwells a creature known as the Demon Emperor, a supremely powerful demonic being of level 95 or higher. For over a year now, Su Ming had been training continuously within both Class B and Class A demon lairs. These lairs were not only vast in scale but also teemed with countless monsters. Due to their high quality, they continuously attract other monsters into these lairs. They were practically inexhaustible. I shouldn't have wasted time venturing into the primeval forest. Turns out they're all grinding low-level monsters. Most high-level players already have plenty of experience points. Su Ming sighed bitterly. Had he come sooner, his level could have been much higher. According to the schedule, I'll soon reach a level I'm satisfied with, and maybe then I'll have a chance to compete for that spot. Another 2 months passed. Having already departed the demon's den and returned to the imperial capital, Su Ming spotted the imperial guard sent to greet him before he even arrived. Mr. Su Ming, His Majesty the King of Xia requests your immediate audience upon your return. Understood. Su Ming nodded and proceeded directly with his guards to the office where the King of Xia was stationed. Knock knock knock. Su Ming stood at the entrance to the King of Xia's office. The king was currently reviewing documents. Upon seeing Su Ming, he immediately stood up with a delighted expression. Good lad, you're finally back. Yes, Your Majesty. These past 3 years have been truly grueling. Su Ming smiled bitterly, his appearance now utterly disheveled. I was too impatient. I should have let you return home first instead of sending men to intercept you directly. I understand, Your Majesty. I've heard about the final spot. I'll need to compete with others for it, correct? Yes. How confident are you? 2 months ago, I wasn't. But now I am. Su Ming grinned widely. Xiao Wan gave him a satisfied nod. Level 87. Excellent. I can see you've been pushing yourself to the limit. Su Ming gave a wry smile and nodded. It's true.
These past 3 years, I've literally been risking my life to level up. What about the others? Any progress in beast control? Su Ming shook his head. Not necessary. I was thinking of venturing into the secret realm, but I believe my current strength is sufficient. So confident? Su Ming smiled faintly. His only real concern had always been his level. Regarding beast taming, besides the single 4-winged golden cicada, his insect mother had helped breed 3 more 2-winged golden cicadas over the past 3 years. He now possessed 2 Suzaku divine insects and 2 divine blood demon battle insects each. This brought his total divine beast and insect mounts to 8. Even though he lagged 3 levels behind, the quality of his insect and beast companions was something they simply couldn't match. It seems your cultivation over these years has truly accelerated. Su Ming nodded. It's mainly thanks to the transformation the infinite secret realm gave me. Without it, I'd probably still be struggling for a long time. The infinite secret realm not only elevated his level to 60 within a single day but also caused his consumption points to skyrocket to over 30 billion. This directly accelerated the breeding speed of his insect beasts. Now, besides the blood demon battle insects, he had also accelerated the breeding rate of the swift wind-winged insects. Each insect queen could now produce around 100,000 insect beasts daily. For the 3 divine beast queens, Su Ming had also boosted their breeding rates to half a year per queen. The breeding pace of these few queen insects alone consumed hundreds of billions of his consumption points. Consequently, Su Ming could clearly sense that his rate of earning consumption points was nowhere near matching his rate of spending them. You have innate advantages in leveling up. Your rapid progress is natural, others simply can't compare to you. King Xia showed no surprise at Su Ming's level. As long as the numbers of ferocious beasts and monstrous creatures were sufficient, and they were of the same level as Su Ming or even slightly higher, it was no big deal. Hundreds of millions of insect beasts hunting down ferocious beasts, this was something no other beast tamer could match. Su Ming's efficiency was naturally hundreds, even thousands of times greater than others. Since you already have a clear understanding, I won't worry. I worked hard to secure this spot for you. Over the years, while I knew your general whereabouts, I deliberately avoided inquiring about your level or cultivation progress. But now it seems my trust was well placed. King Xia gazed at Su Ming, his eyes betraying a clear intention to regard him as his own student. Su Ming understood this sentiment deeply. Your Majesty, I won't let you down. Please arrange a meeting with that senior practitioner. It's time for us to settle who will compete. Very well. Return to your quarters and rest. In 3 days' time, you two shall engage in a private contest here. Understood. Chapter 194, Su Ming's True Combat Power. Returning home, he found his parents, whom he hadn't seen in 3 years, still struggling to process his sudden appearance. Seeing their astonished expressions, Su Ming smiled. What's wrong, Mom and Dad? Don't you recognize me? You little rascal, you're finally back. Dad was the first to recover, punching his chest in excitement. Meanwhile, his mother, overcome with emotion, pulled his father toward the door. Son, go rest first. Your dad and I didn't know you were coming back today. We'll go buy some groceries. Before he could say a word, his parents had already stepped out the door. Surveying the home's decor, I savored the quiet respite after all the hustle. After 3 years of hard work, it was time to give myself a little break. At dinner, Mom and Dad prepared a table full of his favorite dishes. Son, the battle against the White Eagle Empire is imminent. Are you on the roster? Not yet. I'm doing my best to make the cut. Son, how old are you? You haven't even graduated from university yet, his mother said with concern. Su Ming smiled and replied, Mom, I'm 23 now. How could I not have graduated? I just haven't been back to school because of my cultivation. But that battle is dangerous, son. Seeing his mother's worried expression, Su Ming replied calmly, Mom and Dad, your son is quite powerful now. I don't care. In my eyes, you're still just my son. Su Ming smiled knowingly and said no more. After finishing his meal, Su Ming dialed his teacher Qi Xiantian. The moment the call connected, his teacher answered immediately. You little brat, what are you calling me for so late? Hearing his teacher's voice, though full of reproach, warmed his heart. I've been waiting for my little junior brother's call all along. Suddenly, the voice of his senior brother, Wang Zhuoxing, came from beside him. Zhuoxing, has it been too long since I last disciplined you? Watching the two troublemakers, Su Ming waved and said, Master, senior brother, it's been ages. Little junior brother, it's been a while. These past 3 years must have been tough. Yeah, it's been tough, but it's all been worth it now. Su Ming nodded. Qi Xiantian now looked at him intently. So, did you secure the spot? Su Ming shook his head. Master, I was just about to tell you. Tomorrow I'll be competing against another candidate for the final spot. Since it's not open to the public, would you two be free to come watch? We'll be there. We'll definitely come. Wang Zhuoxing immediately declared. Qi Xiantian, however, slapped Wang Zhuoxing hard enough to send him flying. Since when did you get to decide for me? Turning to Su Ming, Shi Xiantian said, Su Ming, your senior brother and I won't be attending. We'll wait at home for your good news.
The Xia King's group keeping it private is for confidentiality. Su Ming nodded, his voice tinged with disappointment.
All right. But rest assured, Master, I won't let you down. You've already made me, your teacher, proud enough.
After chatting idly for another half hour, Su Ming finally hung up. Su Ming also learned that after graduation, his senior brother had chosen to remain at the academy as faculty. For him, it was a good choice. After all, his senior brother wasn't particularly passionate about cultivation.
I wonder what kind of person tomorrow's opponent will be.
3 days later, at dawn, Su Ming rose early to prepare. After breakfast, he hurried to the government building where the Xia King resided. Within the government complex lay an expansive martial combat arena. By now, dozens of Xia's top beast masters had already gathered here, representatives of the nation's highest authority. As Su Ming entered, all eyes turned to him. Principal Chao Hongshou approached and was equally delighted to see Su Ming.
Su Ming, it's been a long time. Mr. Chao. I never would have guessed you'd actually compete for this spot. You're only 23 years old. Responding to the principal's praise, Su Ming offered a faint smile. Perhaps I truly possess exceptional talent.
I can't think of any other reason either.
How are your preparations for today? I've been ready for ages. Su Ming's face radiated confidence.
Glancing toward the distance, he noticed a middle-aged man watching him.
The system interface displayed the man's information, level 90.
This man must be his opponent.
At the entrance,
King Xia led the remaining personnel into the area. Noticing Su Ming and his companion had arrived, he announced, all right, since both contestants are present, let's prepare to begin.
Su Ming nodded and walked with the other party toward the combat arena.
Immediately, a stream of information appeared on his translucent data panel.
Name, Yan Heng. Level, 90. Beastmaster talent, Berserk Demonic Transformation.
Beasts, Thunderous Giant Ape Divine Beast, Green Copper Devouring Auspicious Qilin Legendary.
Only one divine beast, but his Beastmaster talent is exceptionally powerful.
According to the talent description, he can temporarily boost his Beastmaster combat power by over 40-fold.
This is an utterly terrifying figure.
Nevertheless, compared to the combat boost he currently possesses, it still falls significantly short. The only gap he needed to overcome was the difference in level. A 3-level gap translates to a 27-fold difference in combat power. Yet this gap is nearly negligible given the scale of his combat power growth. His current insect beast count had already surpassed 330 million. His innate combat power boost alone had already reached 53.3 times.
Moreover, his divine beast count was 8 times greater than his opponent's.
Most crucially, the comprehensive combat power boost from his dual-winged golden cicada had now reached 368 times. Having devoured countless ferocious beast corpses, his devouring enhancement had skyrocketed. The combat power boost from his divine armor now pales in comparison to his devouring enhancement. This limitlessly growing beast mastery was the most terrifying aspect. But if we're talking pure combat power without any boosts, his strongest beast would still be the vermilion bird divine insect. Possessing the full bloodline of the vermilion bird. As one of the 4 symbols, it possessed all the abilities of the vermilion bird. Except for its appearance, which bore no resemblance to the vermilion bird, everything else about it was indistinguishable from the vermilion bird itself. The vermilion bird's divine fire could transform the entire battlefield into a sea of flames. Precisely for this reason, King Xia and the other 5 kings had now summoned their own beasts. Their purpose was to contain the terrifying energy unleashed by the battle between Su Ming and Yan Heng's beasts within this confined space. Who would have thought? The new generation surpasses the old. I never imagined I'd be competing for a spot against a beastmaster fresh out of academy.
Yan Heng gazed at Su Ming, unable to suppress his astonishment. Su Ming responded with a faint smile, it is my honor. Come on, Su Ming. I've heard many tales of your legend. Let me see what kind of combat prowess the one who broke Lord Xia's record possesses. Chapter 195, 8 Divine Beasts Shock Everyone.
Su Ming smiled faintly.
Almost simultaneously, both men activated their Beastmaster spaces. Every person present possessed at least legendary tier strength.
I'm quite familiar with Yan Heng's strength, but I haven't heard from Su Ming in ages.
I wonder what his beast configuration is like now.
A 3-tier gap puts him at a significant disadvantage.
We'll see. 3 divine beasts? That's extremely rare.
The 4-winged golden cicada emerged first, followed by the vermilion bird divine insect and the divine blood demon war insect. But the moment the second 4-winged golden cicada emerged from the beast summoning space, everyone present stood up. They stared in disbelief at Su Ming on the field. Within the beast-taming space, the third 4-winged golden cicada, the fourth 4-winged golden cicada, the second vermilion bird divine insect, the second divine blood demon war insect. 8 divine beasts. My goodness.
I always knew Su Ming's talent with the beast-taming space was extraordinary, but I never imagined it would be this extraordinary. This is only after 3 years. If Su Ming had 30 years, wouldn't his beast-taming space contain 80 divine beasts? Upon hearing this, everyone within the space realized something. As long as Su Ming remained, the Great Xia would never fall. In a way, Su Ming had already surpassed the Xia King, becoming the future pillar of the Great Xia. The Xia King watched Su Ming's beast control, a satisfied smile curling his lips. Your Majesty, you must have foreseen this long ago, right? King Su beside him asked. The Xia King shook his head. Su Ming's talent only he himself knows its true nature. It may well be the most formidable beast-taming talent in recorded history, without equal. Then what's your take on their battle? Stand and watch. Yan Heng surveyed the 8 divine beasts flanking Su Ming, along with over 20 legendary tier beasts and more than 60 royal tier beasts. In terms of sheer numbers, he was being utterly crushed on every front. Su Ming, you truly surpass your reputation. Your talent is indeed as terrifying as the rumors suggest. In response to Yan Heng's praise, Su Ming smiled and clasped his fists in a bow. Senior, you flatter me. But my strength doesn't come solely from this one talent. My other talent is no slouch either. What? Yan Heng looked at Su Ming with puzzlement. But then, Su Ming turned to King Xia and asked, Your Majesty, may we begin? It's up to you two to decide. You're both family here. Receiving the response, Su Ming turned his gaze back to Yan Heng. A fiery determination instantly ignited in Yan Heng's eyes. Very well. I've been itching to face you in combat. At that moment, Su Ming's mind stirred. The mightiest of the 4-winged golden cicadas swiftly flew out, charging directly at Yan Heng's beast-riding thunder giant ape. Well met. I may be outnumbered, but one-on-one? You've picked the wrong opponent. Yan Heng roared with laughter, while Su Ming's expression remained utterly unreadable. The other spectators immediately slapped their thighs in astonishment. Su Ming's lost his mind. Why would he start by challenging Yan Heng's strongest beast? That thunder giant ape's combat prowess, combined with its innate talents, is terrifying. He should leverage his numerical advantage to first defeat Yan Heng's other beasts, then surround and attack the thunder giant ape. That's the smarter strategy. To this, some countered, Su Ming's approach leaves 2 possibilities. Either he's utterly confident his beast can crush the opponent head-on, or and this is the more likely explanation, he's lost his mind, desperate to prove his strength. This move is indeed rather impulsive, King Zhao couldn't help but remark. The 4-winged golden cicada opened its gaping maw, capable of devouring anything. An unstoppable suction force instantly swallowed the thunderous giant ape whole. It all happened too fast. Everyone watched as the thunderous giant ape vanished abruptly, its massive body swallowed whole. The massive bulge in the 4-winged golden cicada's belly proved beyond doubt that what they had witnessed was no illusion. How could this be? Yan Heng stared at the scene before him, stunned. Yet he was certain his thunderous giant ape was not dead. The bond between man and beast remained intact. Senior Yan Heng, your thunderous giant ape is indeed formidable. I wouldn't claim to defeat it one-on-one, but I'm confident I can handle your other beasts. As for my 4-winged golden cicada, you needn't worry. Your thunderous giant ape faces no mortal danger, but don't expect it to emerge anytime soon. In fact, forget about it, it won't be coming out. Su Mingyun's nonchalant remark left everyone present dumbfounded. Is this even possible? Immediately after, all of Su Ming's beasts launched a coordinated assault on Yan Heng's remaining legendary and king tier beasts. Despite the 3-tier disparity, the significant gaps in base stats and enhancement capabilities, Su Ming directly compensated for the impact of this disparity. Yan Heng is in trouble now. While his talent is decent, it pales in comparison to Su Ming's enhancement capabilities. With Su Ming now leading in both numbers and enhancement power, unless the thunder giant ape can break free from Su Ming's beast control, there's almost no way to turn this defeat around. Who would have thought the battle would end like this? In a real fight, Yan Heng would likely be dead by now. Exactly. Su Ming hasn't even deployed his billions of insect beasts yet. His greatest strength lies in the billions of low-tier insect beasts within his Beastmaster realm. Combined with his high rank, he alone could annihilate an entire nation. A nation-destroying Beastmaster at just 23 years old in the past, we wouldn't have even dared to dream of such a thing. Despite Yan Heng's desperate struggle, Su Ming didn't unleash the thunderous giant ape until every last one of Yan Heng's beasts had been expelled from the battle. After that, Yan Heng chose not to continue the fight. The thunderous giant ape's combat prowess was undeniable. Though Yan Heng was the last to be selected and had to compete with Su Ming for his spot. But the combat prowess of his single beast was unmatched by any of the other selections. Su Ming, you've won. I'll be watching your match in Great Xia. I look forward to seeing you slaughter your opponent's Beastmaster in battle. Su Ming understood Yan Heng's sentiment. With defeat inevitable, there was no need for a fight to the death. He preferred to preserve his true combat strength for Great Xia. Senior Yan Heng, watch closely. I will win. I look forward to it. At that moment, the Xia king and his entourage stepped between the two men. Those seated before them rose to their feet. What do you think, everyone? How about Su Ming representing Great Xia as our 15th contestant in this battle against the White Eagle Empire Alliance? I have no objection.
I have no objection either, but I have one demand: even if we cannot win, Su Ming's safety must be guaranteed.
Exactly.
Victory isn't essential, but Su Ming's safety must be absolutely guaranteed. Even if we have to break our own promises, we must ensure his safety. That goes without saying.
Chapter 196, Securing the Spot, Future 6th King?
After the match concluded, Su Ming was once again taken aside by the 5 members of the Xia kingdom to their office. The gaze the 5 kings now directed at Su Ming was different from before. There was a new sense of satisfaction in their eyes. Su Ming, at this point, there are likely few on the entire Blue Star who could pose a threat to you. Given time, the 5 kings of Great Xia may soon have another King Su among us. Hearing this, Su Ming immediately stood up, his face filled with astonishment. Honored elders, you mustn't scare me like this.
Ha, we're not joking. Who could possibly rival you, the one who can endlessly create divine beasts? Once your rank catches up to ours, who would be your match?
Not even the Xia king, let alone the Federation. King Xiong roared with laughter, and King Xia nodded in agreement.
Su Ming, you now have access to some of our Great Xia's core secrets. With your abilities, holding important positions within the Great Xia would be effortless. But we won't assign you any official position or title. The reason is simple: we want you to focus solely on cultivation.
Truthfully, many of our beast masters grow lazy after starting their cultivation. They absolutely have the potential to level up, but they simply refuse to put in the effort.
Su Ming nodded. Your Majesty, please don't offer me any.
I prefer the freedom of cultivating at my own pace.
I truly have no interest in officialdom. With less than 2 months until the scheduled battle, we've already met with representatives from the White Eagle Empire. The combat will take place on the archipelago at the ocean's center.
Given the immense power of the combatants involved, the potential destruction is incalculable. Therefore, we must prepare ample battlegrounds.
Su Ming, regarding your placement in the lineup, when would you prefer to enter the fray?
Under the collective gaze of the others, Su Ming scratched his head in confusion.
Well, I'm not sure. If I'm needed, going first isn't out of the question.
Elders, I've trained relentlessly for this battle with a simple goal: to truly fight their top-tier beast masters. No particular reason, maybe I just don't like the look of them. Taking them down is part of the fun on my path of cultivation.
A faint smile touched Su Ming's lips. Since he began cultivating,
he never branded himself as a good person. After all, that label would only restrict his desire for swift retribution.
If one possesses strength yet still endures humiliation, then cultivation loses all meaning.
When I was weak, I faced repeated assassination attempts. They were undoubtedly stirring the pot behind the scenes.
If I could fight against beast tamers from Sakura Nation or Big Stick Nation, that would be even better.
I'd make sure none of them left the battlefield alive. Hearing Su Ming's words, the 5 members of the Xia kingdom exchanged glances. Then, Su Wang spoke up. According to our intelligence, among their combatants is a beast master from the land of cherry blossoms. As for the land of big sticks, that nation is too small, they couldn't possibly produce any beast masters.
Do you wish to face him? Su Ming nodded firmly. I do.
His strength is formidable, even surpassing Yen Hon, whom you faced today.
He commands 2 divine beasts, both reaching level 90.
Su Ming sensed the 5 kings' apprehension. He immediately replied, with less than 2 months left, I can still level up once more. That would mean they're only 2 levels ahead of me, a mere 6-fold difference in combat power.
Compared to my innate talent boost, that's insignificant. Good. Since you have that level of confidence, if the Sakura Nation's contestant enters the fray, you will be the one to face them.
Su Ming sprang to his feet at the words. I guarantee he won't leave alive. The eyes of the entire world now converged upon the archipelago in the middle of the ocean. Here, the future of Blue Star would be decided. Which will it follow? Within the presidential palace of the White Eagle Empire, 3 men representing the highest authority of the White Eagle Empire stared at the list before them, their faces clouded with deep concern. Mr. President, this is the list of participants Great Xia just faxed us. It seems they hold our prepared competitors in utter contempt.
Should we respond with our own roster?
The president of the White Eagle Empire lifted his head and addressed the military chief, Mr. Lanchi. Given the Great Xia's intelligence capabilities, our roster likely appeared on the Xia King's desk the very moment we drafted it 6 months ago. Nevertheless, we are thoroughly prepared this time. I only hope our Beastmasters will fight with every ounce of strength to secure victory in this war.
Mr. President, our forces stand ready. Even in defeat, we shall never surrender. We will fight to the last soldier. Military Commander Lanchi declared with unwavering resolve. In response, the president exhaled deeply. The Great Xia aren't fools. They likely want us to rebel too. It gives them more justification to wipe us out. Why is Su Ming's name on this list? Could it be a mistake? Sending a child into this war? Has Great Xia run out of people? Lan Qi, equally skeptical, picked up the roster to verify. Upon seeing Su Ming's name, he couldn't help but laugh aloud. Don't get too excited. The Xia King wouldn't send Su Ming to his death for nothing. If he was selected, there's only one possibility: his strength already ranks among the 15 strongest under level 90 in Great Xia. Whoa, how is that possible? He's only 23, right? Nothing is impossible. He broke the Xia King's record over 2 years ago. Have you all forgotten this? Well then, we'll just have to kill him on the battlefield. The president of the White Eagle Empire shook his head with a smile. That's not feasible. I'm pleased to be working with you both, but if we lose this battle, I doubt we'll have the strength to resist. If we win, however, we might secure some key positions in the future coalition government. Damn it! Are we just supposed to let them slaughter us? This war, regardless of victory or defeat, won't alter the future of the world order. What we can do is secure more bargaining chips for our future for us, for the White Eagle Empire. As for nations like Sakura Nation and Big Stick Nation, Great Xia won't spare them afterward. Our rivalry with Great Xia is one thing, but nations like Sakura Nation? They're simply targets Great Xia has long sought to eliminate. I hope you both understand this. We must fight this war with everything we have to secure our 3 seats. Chapter 197, The First Battle Jiang Tianchang. 1.5 months later, the day of the tournament battle. At this moment, the entire Great Xia Empire was gripped by a tense atmosphere. Though victory seemed assured, no one doubted the desperate measures an opponent might take when cornered. Every beastmaster had prepared for battle. Young beast-tamers yearned even more to establish their merits in this war that could reshape the world order. Only by doing so could they transform their otherwise mediocre selves, gaining access to greater resources and forging their own path to power. Su Ming had now returned home. A month and a half of cultivation had allowed his level to smoothly break through to 88. Moreover, 3 days prior, he had entered the White Tiger's secret realm, obtained White Tiger Essence blood, and immediately chose to have the Blood Demon War insect devour it. He proceeded to create the artificial divine beast, the White Tiger Demon Insect. As one of the 4 symbols, the White Tiger Divine Beast specialized in slaughter and conquest. Combined with the Blood Demon War insect's formidable combat prowess. After consuming the White Tiger's essence blood, the White Tiger Demon Insect became the only divine beast among his tamed creatures to break through to the super divine tier. Among his other mounts, even the 4-winged golden cicada remained merely a legendary tier divine beast. After a quick shower and changing clothes, he stepped out of the room. My parents were already waiting for me in the living room. Mom and Dad, I'm off. Son, do your best. Make sure to take care of yourself, Mother Su said, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at him. Su Ming nodded. Compared to his mother's direct expression of affection, his father's affection was more subtle. Son, your old man will be cheering you on from the TV. Do your best, go get those devils. Su Ming smiled faintly. Maybe the battle will be over before I even have to step onto the field. After bidding farewell to his parents, Su Ming headed to the assembly point. Among the commanders this time, 4 of the 5 kings of Great Xia had emerged. The Prince of Zhao in the west remained behind to guard against the ferocious beasts of the primeval forest. Over a dozen legendary tier beastmasters were also mobilized. The reason was clear: to prevent the 2 sides from clashing before the battle had even begun. Su Ming hurried to the gathering point, where most of the participants had already arrived. As Su Ming arrived, all eyes turned to him. Su Ming's here. As soon as he arrived, everyone greeted him in turn. The 14 individuals before him represented the strongest combat forces below level 90 in Great Xia. Su Ming had already reviewed their profiles days prior. Each possessed formidable strength. Su Ming, you've grown stronger again. The one speaking to him was Zhao Tianshan, a beastmaster who, like Su Ming, had graduated from the Great Xia Military Academy. He was also the youngest son of the Prince of Zhao. His strength ranked among the top 5 out of 15. Just leveled up once. No way to hit level 90 in time, Su Ming replied helplessly. Had he reached level 90, Su Ming would have held absolute confidence that no one at his tier could match him. It's fine. We haven't hunted any ferocious beasts for over a year to prepare for this war, precisely to avoid overleveling. Zhao Tianshan shrugged. Truthfully, many around him had abandoned cultivation entirely to prepare for this very conflict. At that moment, the figures of the Xia King and the other 3 kings appeared before the crowd. The entire group immediately fell silent. You all look in fine fighting form. Lord Xia, we're all ready. Just waiting to slaughter the enemy's beast tamers. One of them shouted excitedly. In response, King Xia and the others smiled and nodded. We'll let you go first. Just don't get slaughtered. Everyone knew that in this battle, once engaged, the losing side would have virtually no chance of survival. Both sides were ready to fight to the death. Rest assured, Lord Xia. If you let me go first, I'll secure a glorious opening victory for Great Xia. Ha ha ha. Amidst the light-hearted atmosphere, the Xia King issued his command. Very well. With that settled, let us depart. I imagine the White Eagle Empire has already arrived on the battlefield.
All simultaneously summoned their mounts and soared toward the battlefield. The moment they soared beyond the imperial capital, countless fireworks erupted, as if celebrating their impending victory in advance. The group numbered over 100, with even the weakest possessing the strength of a king-tier beastmaster. As an allied nation of Great Xia, Great Goose and his people hadn't sent troops to fight, but their leader had arrived above the battlefield with his nation's elite forces. The once tranquil skies above the ocean were now thick with oppressive tension. Though the Great Xia forces had yet to arrive, most nations aligned with the White Eagle Empire were already fully assembled. The leaders of nations like the Great Goose Empire surveyed the scene before them, yet showed not a trace of nervousness. After all, no matter how this war unfolded, it was the enemy who should be nervous. Several hours later, the Great Xia delegation slowly came into view. In the globally broadcast footage, the Great Xia delegation was led by the Xia King and 3 other kings, with the combatants participating in the battle protected by other guards behind them. The moment the White Eagle Empire and other nations saw the Great Xia forces appear, their faces instantly clouded with worry. Many already foresaw what lay ahead. Soon, the Great Xia fleet arrived above the archipelago. From high above, Su Ming surveyed the vast ocean below, dotted with hundreds of islands of varying sizes scattered like stars across the expanse. The Xia King positioned himself at the center of the standoff. Similarly, as the core leader of the opposing side, the president of the White Eagle Empire stepped forward to meet him. King Xia, it's been 3 years. You look even more radiant. You look quite well yourself. Your Majesty, how shall we proceed? Beastmasters worldwide await the outcome of this battle. After 3 years, I too hope for a swift conclusion. We will send out one combatant first. Then you select one of your own to fight. The next round will be yours. We continue this pattern until one side wins 8 consecutive battles. Agreed. I have no objections. King Xia nodded, then turned to look at the crowd. Zhang Tianchang, you lead the charge. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a beastmaster, riding a black qilin and possessing a heroic bearing, stepped forward from the ranks. Zhang Tianchang's strength and talent were the most formidable 5 years ago, and he was hailed as the beastmaster most likely to succeed the Xia King. However, Su Ming's emergence had somewhat overshadowed Zhang Tianchang's brilliance. Among the 15, Zhang Tianchang's strength was undeniably the strongest. He commanded 3 super divine beasts, the Ink Qilin, the Azure Dragon, and the Kuei Ox. Moreover, he possessed the monstrously powerful talent of gigantification. This ability allowed him to infinitely increase the size and combat power of his beasts. King Xia looked at Zhang Tianchang and said, "You may choose an island as the battlefield first." Yes. Chapter 198, The Beastmaster of Sakura Nation, Guaranteed Victory. Zhang Tianchang swiftly plunged toward the island below, gradually shrinking into a black speck. The president of the White Eagle Empire turned to the crowd behind him and asked, "Who volunteers to fight?" "I'll go." A young woman slowly rode out, guiding her beastmaster mount. Su Ming swiftly scanned the opponent's information. The moment he saw her strength, Su Ming froze. This person's strength was utterly inadequate. Though she was a level 90, in the Great Xia Empire, she wouldn't even qualify for nomination. Seeing who had been sent into battle, the crowd murmured regretfully, they actually sent Annie, the weakest of the 15. Seems the White Eagle Empire hasn't focused on strengthening its own forces, but instead fixated on military strategy. Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle at this approach. It was like the ancient Chinese strategy of Tianji's horse race. They intended to trade their weakest fighter for Daxia's strongest. Go! Annie's gaze now bore the resolve of one facing certain death. Her participation was designed to wear down Great Xia's strongest forces, trading the weakest for the strongest. This trade was a win no matter how you looked at it. The two fighters were simply not on the same level. The battle lasted less than half an hour before Zhang Tianchang struck and down on the island. Yet despite this, their clash had sent an entire island crashing into the depths. Anne and her beast companion were now buried alongside that nameless island in the depths of the ocean. The one who regretted Anne's death the most was actually the Great Xia Empire. Though Zhang Tianchang secured a point, it was, frankly, rather inconsequential. Returning to his team, Zhang Tianchang wore a clearly displeased expression. Having prepared for a major battle, he ended up with such a hastily concluded, overwhelming victory. "Mr. President, it's your turn." A figure stepped forward from the crowd, the third-ranked contender from the White Eagle Empire. Not the strongest, but certainly no slouch. It seems that after the first battle, they too feared the Great Xia might replicate their strategy of trading weakness for strength. The Xia King turned to his men and asked, "Who will fight?" "I'll go." A voice called out, but just as he was about to step forward, a hand stopped him. "Brother, leave this one to me." Su Ming looked at the man who spoke, Luo Chang, one of the top 5 powerhouses in Great Xia. "Not necessary, brother Luo Chang. Does the opponent even need you to step in? Leave it to me. 8 straight wins will wrap this up quickly. I want to get home sooner." With that, Luo Chang strode toward the center.
Their gazes locked for a second. Simultaneously, they soared toward the small island below. A mere 3 seconds later, a violent explosion erupted below. Over 20 beasts clashed in midair, still high above the ground. The battle scene remained exceptionally clear when viewed from above. The two were remarkably evenly matched in strength. Luo Chang was a top-tier talent who had contracted 2 divine beasts. Moreover, he was a devoted contract holder of dragon beasts. All his beasts were dragon beasts. His divine beasts included the Azure Dragon and Fafnir. Among them, Fafnir was a divine beast Luo Chang obtained in the Western Secret Realm. It was said that when Luo Chang first contracted Fafnir, the Fran Empire at the time refused to let him leave. It was only when Prince Su personally led his men to confront the Fran Empire's king that Luo Chang was brought back to Great Xia. He essentially snatched a beast revered as the nation's guardian deity from another country. Even Su Ming couldn't help but marvel at Luo Chang's exploits. His opponent Karl possessed strength that was equally formidable. Possessing the same innate talent as his own former adversary, Monroe, Karl could absorb the combat power of other Cthulhu-type beasts. This had forged an entity of extraordinary combat prowess. Just as Su Ming was holding his breath for Luo Chang, the latter commanded his beast to leap over Karl's mount and strike him dead. This outcome caught everyone completely off guard. King Xia, your beastmaster shows no respect for martial ethics. The president of the White Eagle Empire erupted in fury upon witnessing the scene. In response, the Xia king chuckled lightly and said, "Mr. President, do you really think we're just having a friendly competition? This is a life or death war. We've merely scaled it down to a battle between our top combatants to minimize casualties among ordinary beast tamers. Of course, if you're dissatisfied, we can set up a new arena. Most of Xia's top-tier beastmasters are gathered here. I'll even let you recruit reinforcements." The Xia king's tirade instantly silenced the White Eagle Empire's president. Upon returning, Luo Chang's face radiated triumphant joy. "Brother Luo Chang, with your strength, why did you have to kill the enemy's beast tamer to win the match?" Luo Chang shook his head. His beastmaster, empowered by innate talent, was formidable. "I wasn't his match. If I hadn't bypassed his beastmaster to kill him directly, it would have only gotten harder as the battle progressed." Luo Chang boldly admitted, "Our overall strength definitely surpasses theirs, but they are by no means weak. Everyone must not underestimate them." Without waiting for King Xia to call for reinforcements, Great Xia dispatched their third participant. This time, it was a girl named Lin Shui. She was the granddaughter of the 5th king, Lin Wang. Her strength was equally formidable, ranking among the top 5 tiers. Despite suffering 2 consecutive defeats, the White Eagle Empire persisted with their strategy of the race of the 3 horses. Their aim remained the same, to exhaust Dacia's top-tier beast tamers, thereby creating battles between tamers of comparable skill. Only then might they stand a chance in the upcoming match. Lin Shui's victory was equally effortless. It was assumed that as a female, she might spare her opponent. But Su Ming was wrong. Lin Shui killed her opponent outright, and with brutal force. This approach bore a striking resemblance to the character of the Lin King. When the White Eagle Empire sent forth their 4th contestant, Su Ming, who had been observing the battle, suddenly perked up. The combatant was none other than the Soul Beast Master dispatched by the Land of Cherry Blossoms. Kamida Du. Many were eager to intervene, while those from the White Eagle Empire couldn't help but smirk at the scene before them. It was hard to imagine what kind of reckoning the Great Xia Empire would face if they won this war. What kind of reckoning the Land of Cherry Blossoms would face. Upon witnessing this, the Xia king turned to Su Ming and declared, "Su Ming, you take the field." "Yes." Su Ming grinned, clasping his fists toward the elders. "Senior brothers and sisters, I'll gladly take this task. Rest assured, I'll finish off this Kamayama. Su Ming, why not reconsider? Let us go first. You can just watch." "Yes, Su Ming, leave this to your senior brother. I'd be eternally grateful." Observing their pleas, Su Ming shook his head firmly. "This was my hard-won opportunity with the Xia king. I guarantee I'll take down this beast tamer from Sakura Nation.